Family, who understands this? As soon as I entered the underground ruins, I ran into the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, and the atmosphere was so awkward it could freeze. This all started back in Mary Geos, where I, an anomaly who crossed over and became a celestial dragon, ate a strange fruit, completed system tasks to gain hockey, and ended up here. Let me tell you how ridiculous this situation is. I just stepped into an underground ruin and immediately bumped into someone. Guess who? Monkey D. Dragon. Yes, that dragon. The future leader of the Revolutionary Army, standing right in front of me, wearing his iconic hooded coat, with a face that said, "Who are you?" barging into my home. The atmosphere at that moment was so stiff that I could have sculpted an ice statue. All right, I know you're confused. Let me start from the beginning and explain what's going on. The story begins in that cursed place where I spent 18 years, Mary Geos. I, Don Quixote Dracula, am a celestial dragon, but also the ultimate anomaly in their eyes. Why? Because I think wearing a broken bubble helmet to breathe is simply ridiculous. I find the air that those self-proclaimed gods breathe filthy. So, every day I get insulted, called the shame of the celestial dragons, and am so used to it that my ears are calloused. But they only dare to talk. The last one who tried to stop me is still in the hospital undergoing Subject 3 rehabilitation. My father, Don Quixote Hogback, is even more of a heavyweight. He followed our patriarch, Saint Ho, and made a fuss about wanting to give up being a celestial dragon to live equally with mortals. Equality? I know him too. Well, he's just a hypocrite seeking a good reputation. For fame, he would sell his wife and children. Just a few days before we were expelled from Mary Geos, he called me over, pointed to a strange fruit on the table, and with a forced smile said, "Eat it." Without a second thought, I grabbed it and stuffed it into my mouth. Good heavens, the taste was like shoving 1,000 stinky socks into my mouth, and I nearly lost it right there. I held my mouth shut to avoid throwing up, and that old man laughed like a madman in my miserable state. You really are my obedient dog. I clenched my fists until they almost exploded, but I held back. I tell you, I've held back for 18 years. I'm actually a time traveler with a broken system, and the first task it gave me was to survive in Mary Geos until the day I was expelled. Task reward? Beginner level, 3-color hockey. So I endured. I had already sentenced him to death in my heart. Old man, once we leave this holy land, it's your end. After eating that thing, I went back to my room to train and suddenly realized I was in incredible shape today, full of energy, and the old injuries felt like they were healing. A voice in my head informed me that I had eaten the mythical Zoan-type angel fruit, fallen angel form. Just then, the system that had been dormant for over a decade came alive with a ding. Detected host has acquired a devil fruit, automatically removing side effects. Personal panel unlocked. Would you like to view it? I was so excited I almost jumped up and hurriedly asked it to open. Wow, my strength displayed, lieutenant level. Although I was still a rookie, the task countdown had only 3 days left. In 3 days, I would have 3-color hockey, and everything would change. 3 days later, we were officially expelled and left on a ship. As soon as we left the confines of Mary Geos, the system notification sounded. Task completed. Congratulations on acquiring beginner level 3-color hockey. A massive surge of power rushed into my body. Observation hockey, armament hockey, conqueror's hockey. I felt like I instantly became formidable. We were sent to Drum Island. As soon as we landed, those civilians were kneeling to welcome us. Then our naive patriarch ran over to promote the idea of we are ordinary people now. We want to coexist peacefully. At that moment, I just rolled my eyes seriously. In this world where people eat people, are you telling a starving wolf you want to be vegetarian? Sure enough, as soon as night fell, those good citizens who had been kneeling during the day kicked the door open and captured us former celestial dragons, locking us in a broken prison. The patriarch's wife was killed on the spot, and my cheap father and the patriarch were still there, unable to believe what was happening. As for me, I remained calm. A new system task arrived. Eliminate all the evil citizens in front of me. Reward. Demon Blade, Muramesa. I was waiting for this opportunity. Once most of them ran off to celebrate with champagne, I took out my hidden dagger, flicked my hand, and accurately hit the throat of the guard. I bent the broken wooden prison with a bit of effort. I walked up to my father, who was still in a daze. I couldn't be bothered to waste words. I struck swiftly with the knife. The resentment built up over the years finally came out. It felt great. At that moment, a hoarse voice came from beside me. Knife. Give me the knife. I turned to see a small boy with a face full of tears and blood, desperately clutching the patriarch's collar. Family, who understands? This is none other than the future Don Quixote Doflamingo, another one ruined by his father. I laughed and tossed him the dagger. Here you go, kid. He picked up the knife and without hesitation stabbed his father repeatedly, blood splattering on his face. He even stuck out his tongue to lick it, letting out that iconic creepy laugh. Hee hee. Father, you really are a bastard. I walked over and asked him with a smile. Kid, do you want to become strong? He looked at me with eyes full of brutality. Yes. Help me. All right. I placed my hand on his head and directly granted him 1/9 of my fallen angel fruit, the ability to resist the angel Lucifer. The system notification rang out immediately. Doflamingo pledged loyalty level, die hard. Moreover, I discovered that the ability I granted could still be used by me and could be recalled at any time. This was simply a divine technique for mass-producing die-hard fans. Doflamingo felt the power within him and excitedly knelt on one knee. Please let me follow you. How should I address you? From now on, call me your highness. I took him and cleared out the scum outside, who were still celebrating. Armament hockey covered the dagger, one stab for each, blood flowing like a river. Task completed, demon blade, Muramesa acquired. That sinister aura was oozing out even through the scabbard. I asked Doflamingo if he wanted to bring along his saintly brother. He shook his head. He's too weak. All right, that's very Doflamingo. We casually jumped onto a merchant ship, and Doflamingo quickly dealt with most of the sailors, leaving only a few to navigate. I had them follow the original route to the East Sea. On the ship, I casually taught Doflamingo the principles of the three-color hockey. Guess what? The system said I achieved the first explanation achievement, directly elevating my three-color hockey to intermediate level. My strength skyrocketed to the level of a major. I love this system. The ship arrived at a place called Windmill Village in the East Sea. As soon as we landed, the system chimed again. Arrived at Windmill Village. Congratulations on acquiring one sword style. Rapid draw slash. We had a drink at the tavern, and I felt something was off under that big windmill in the distance. Using my intermediate observation hockey, I scanned, and good heavens, it was empty underneath. We went over to explore, and I accidentally stepped on a mechanism. With a click, an underground passage appeared. The system task also arrived. Enter the ruins of the D-Clan and uncover the truth. I had Doflamingo keep watch above while I went down. The ruins were filled with murals depicting a king wearing a straw hat, ruling over a vast kingdom, only to be overthrown by 20 kings, and the flags were changed. Seeing this, I basically understood this was the history of the blank 100 years. The same disbelief and excitement. As the massive metal door creaked open, a wave of ancient energy rushed out, enveloping us in a mystical aura. We stepped inside, revealing a vast chamber filled with treasures and relics from a long-lost civilization. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings, telling stories of battles, heroes, and the rise and fall of empires. Look at all this, Dragon exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. This is incredible. I nodded, feeling a sense of destiny in the air. This is just the beginning, Dragon. With your strength and my knowledge, we can change the world. He turned to me, determination replacing the earlier fear in his eyes. Then let's do it, together. With that, we ventured deeper into the chamber, ready to uncover the secrets that lay within and forge our paths toward a new future. Filled with excitement and curiosity, we stepped through the door without hesitation. Just as we entered, the door behind us slammed shut with a thunderous boom. We were left dumbfounded, bewildered by the situation. Turning around, we realized that this secret chamber was identical to the outside, illuminated by dim yellow lights and adorned with a row of wall paintings, making us feel as if we had entered a labyrinth. Long, with his brows furrowed, asked me if I discerned anything. To be honest, I was equally perplexed, but I had to maintain an air of sophistication. I solemnly proclaimed that the greatest discovery was precisely in finding nothing at all. There must be subtle differences here, which would be the key to unraveling the mystery. Upon hearing this, Long wore an expression of epiphany and began to scan the surroundings with wide eyes, only to come up empty-handed, shrugging helplessly. It was still up to me. I had sensed something was amiss long before, and I promptly dragged him over to the last wall painting, pointing out that the figure on the throne was wearing a straw hat, which was now absent. Without a moment's hesitation, I pressed firmly against the bare throne. Sure enough, a series of clicks resonated, and the entire wall painting caved in. Immediately, all the surrounding paintings began to spin wildly, transforming the scene into something reminiscent of a science fiction epic. After a full 10 minutes, the entire layout of the room had changed completely. The wall paintings vanished, replaced by an entirely new space. I nodded in satisfaction, declaring that this was the true essence of the secret room. The previous display was merely an appetizer, a test of our perceptiveness. Long's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, likely still pondering the significance of the missing straw hat. At the center of the new chamber stood a transparent crystal pillar, prominently displaying a notebook within. It was as if it feared we might overlook it, almost as though it bore a sign proclaiming, "I am treasure, come claim me." I refrained from rushing to seize it, opting instead to survey my surroundings, discovering an inscription on a stone altar detailing three-color domineering cultivation methods. Regrettably, this was of no use to us. I possessed a system, and Long had his eccentric father, both of whom had already mastered such techniques. After a thorough inspection, I returned to the crystal pillar. Upon seeing my demeanor, Long immediately grasped my intent and anxiously inquired if I intended to use brute force to extract it. Would the place collapse? I shot him an incredulous look. And if it does? We can't escape anyway. If we don't take a risk, shall we simply await our demise? Besides, this notebook clearly conceals a great secret. After considering my words, Long agreed, recognizing the necessity of taking a chance. I slightly bent forward, resting my hand on the hilt of my blade, my aura suddenly intensifying. With a swift motion, I executed a single blade draw. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, and my demon blade, Muramesa, returned to its sheath almost as if it had never been drawn. The transparent pillar shattered as it fell, and in that instant, I dashed forward, snatching the notebook from within my grasp. Before I could even glance at its contents, Long's ominous prediction came to fruition. The entire secret chamber began to rumble and collapse. Strangely, the falling stones did not crash to the ground, but instead seemed to possess magnetic properties. Gathering in mid-air, the walls shed their outer layer, revealing a metallic structure beneath. In the next moment, our astonishment turned to terror as the stones assembled into a colossal stone figure. This was the legendary physical cheat, wasn't it? Instinctively, I swung my blade, slicing in half, yet in the blink of an eye, it rejoined. I was momentarily stunned. Had it activated a regeneration cheat? I immediately shouted along, urging him not to dawdle and to help me reduce it to dust. I wanted to see how it could possibly regenerate. Long, invigorated, enveloped his arms in armed hockey, his fists launching forward like cannonballs. I followed suit, and we unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the stone figure, the sounds echoing like a pile driver for nearly an hour. And the result? We were left panting, exhausted, while the stone figure stood unperturbed, its recovery rate astonishingly rapid. Before we could catch our breath, the behemoth began to lumber toward us. Fortunately, its speed resembled that of a snail, allowing us to evade with ease. At that moment, inspiration struck me, and I retrieved the recently acquired notebook from my pocket, shouting along to keep it occupied while I searched for a strategy within the pages. Without hesitation, Long charged back in a battle with the stone figure, while I frantically flipped through the notebook, akin to a student cheating on an exam. To my surprise, I found precisely what I was looking for. The book contained an illustration of the stone figure accompanied by its description and a method to defeat it. The solution was simple and straightforward. If we pressed it back against the previously recessed wall, the wall would absorb its regenerative abilities, and then the exit would open. Long, lower to that wall, I shouted. Long understood immediately and skillfully maneuvered the clumsy stone figure to the designated spot. Next, he circled behind it, summoning all his strength for a powerful punch, embedding it firmly into the wall. The wall began to absorb the stone figure's energy like a reverse charging device, and it visibly diminished, returning to its original form. With the crisis averted, we collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. After a sufficient rest, I approached the restored stone wall and pressed down once more. This time, a staircase leading to the ground finally materialized. Just as I was about to ascend, I turned back to Long and remarked casually, "Long, you are far too weak. With your current strength, you cannot contend with the world government. Do you need my assistance?" Long, evidently still recovering from the earlier battle, looked bewildered. "Huh? How will you assist me?" "Do not resist. This is the power of my devil fruit." I stepped closer, placing my hand on his shoulder, directly transferring the ability of the Archangel Boy, one of the 9 fallen angels, to him. This ability seemed tailor-made for him, capable of erasing the fear of his followers, transforming them into fearsome, unwavering zealots. Long could distinctly feel a surge of new strength coursing through him. Although his raw power did not increase significantly, this unique ability was precisely what he needed. I also had the system scan his panel, and to my astonishment, his loyalty was immediately maxed out, impressive indeed. By the time we exited the ruins, night had fallen. Activating my observation hotkey, I quickly pinpointed Doflamingo's location. I led Long over, and the 3 of us finally reunited. I briefly introduced them to one another, as we would now be comrades on the same ship. While they chatted, I took out the notebook and began to read it thoroughly. The contents detailed the history of the great kingdom and the lineage of D. Upon completing my meticulous reading, the system chimed, indicating that my temporary mission was complete, granting me intermediate body and sword techniques. I hurriedly opened my personal panel, and to my astonishment, I found my personal strength had reached the rank of Rear Admiral. This rate of advancement surpassed my arduous training by far. Just as I was reveling in my achievement, Long suggested we stay at his home, mentioning that his father, Carp, seldom returned. Exhausted, we all agreed. His home was quite nearby, and we arrived within minutes. After a brief division of rooms, we collapsed into our beds. I had anticipated sleeping until noon, but little did we know that the next morning, the Navy hero, Carp, would unexpectedly return. Discovering that his son had not come out to greet him, he wasted no time in entering, delivering 2 affectionate iron fists that jolted Long awake from his slumber. As if that weren't enough, upon using his observation hockey, he noticed there were other guests in the house, and, adhering to the principle of since I'm here, he also delivered a few punches to me and Doflamingo. Our plans for a leisurely sleep were abruptly shattered. After waking us all, Carp was in high spirits, surveying me and Doflamingo with a smile, occasionally nodding in approval. I was puzzled by his intentions when, without warning, he stood there and fell asleep, a bubble forming on his nose. Truly, he was a character, that Carp. Doflamingo looked utterly dumbfounded, likely having never encountered such an eccentric individual. Long, however, was visibly irate, his armed hockey enveloping his fists, preparing for a rebellious display. At the moment when his fist was about to strike down, Kapu awoke once more. Long's fist froze mid-air, cold sweat trickling down. Upon seeing that this little brat dared to make a move against him, Kapu's anger flared up instantly. He rushed forward, delivering 2 powerful punches that left Long's head swollen. Doflamingo and I watched nearby, trembling at the sheer brutality of it all. After finishing with his son, Kapu, satisfied, turned to us with a smile, saying, "You two seem quite agreeable. Would you be interested in joining me as Navy officers?" I immediately shook my head. Kapu, unfazed, then uttered a statement that left me utterly astonished. Since he refused to serve as Navy officers, why not become my sons instead? Under my iron fist, I assure you, you will never turn to piracy. Ha ha ha, I am truly a genius. My lips twitched at his words. This old man had quite the imagination. My hand instinctively reached for the hilt of my sword, ready to draw. Kapu's laughter grew even more cheerful, completely disregarding me. How could I endure such arrogance? I unleashed a powerful strike. With a resounding crash, as the dust settled, I nearly lost my sight in astonishment. Kapu remained standing, a lazy smile on his face, casually pinching my blade's edge between his 2 dark fingers. I was dumbfounded. Was this the power of a Navy hero? The disparity was overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, I altered my approach. It is impossible for me to become your son. However, I wish to become your disciple. Kapu, noticing my stubborn expression, surprisingly agreed. The system notification chimed immediately, elevating my physical prowess to an advanced level. Having dealt with me, Kapu turned his attention to the now dumbfounded Doflamingo, asking, "What about you?" Doflamingo dared not refuse, and was promptly pulled into an embrace by Kapu, forcibly becoming his adopted son. Thus, I became Kapu's disciple, Doflamingo his adopted son, and with Long as his biological son, our ties were firmly established. Later, I realized that this cunning old man had seen through our intentions. He was aware that the 3 of us were plotting to overthrow the world government. He was deepening our bond in his own way. For the next 3 months, Kapu subjected us to grueling training, imparting genuine skills. By the end of our training, my physical abilities had doubled. Once training concluded, Kapu was set to take Long back to the Navy headquarters. After discussing with Doflamingo, we decided that staying in Windmill Village was pointless, so we would hitch a ride on Kapu's warship to set sail. Life at sea was unbearably dull. We spent our days lounging on the deck under the sun, until a few days later, Kapu received a phone call. The voice on the other end was commanding. "Kapu, the Rocks Pirates are heading to God Valley. You know what they intend to do. You are the only one who can stop them. You must go." Upon hearing this was a mission to clean up after the celestial dragons, Kapu's face darkened. He loathed those worthless beings. However, Fleet Admiral Sengoku left him no room for refusal, issuing a strict order. Kapu could only hang up with a scowl and command a course change, heading at full speed towards God Valley. God Valley? Upon hearing that name, my eyes instantly reddened, the conqueror's hockey within me nearly overwhelming. Kapu quickly noticed my change and sternly inquired about my grudge against the celestial dragons. I hoarsely responded, "Master, we were once celestial dragons ourselves, but we were expelled." Capo paused briefly, then sighed, patting my and Doflamingo's shoulders, saying nothing further. The warship soon reached the waters of God Valley. Upon entering, we spotted a pirate ship ahead. The lookout, upon seeing the pirate flag, scrambled down to report. "It's the Roger Pirates." Capo was taken aback. He hadn't expected Roger to join the fray. As we spoke, Roger's ship drew closer. Capo and Roger, two archenemies, locked eyes across the vessels. Roger burst into laughter, openly stating his intention to join forces with Capo to take down the Rocks pirates. Capo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, tackling a maritime overlord like Rocks alone was impossible. The two ships landed together at God Valley. Upon disembarking, we were greeted with signs of battle everywhere, with numerous corpses of celestial dragons scattered about. I felt invigorated by the sight. We hastened deeper into the valley, finally spotting the Rocks pirates, who exuded arrogance and confidence. Rocks D. Jibek, the man standing atop the world, casually seized a celestial dragon from the captives, punching him into oblivion before our eyes, as if squashing an ant. The battle was imminent. Capo charged at Rocks first, but this time his indomitable iron fist was thwarted. Rock's armed haki was so powerful that it overflowed, creating an impenetrable defense. Roger attempted to assist, but was blocked by a young man with golden hair wielding a naginata. This was the future Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Shortly thereafter, the Dark King Rayleigh intervened, confronting Whitebeard. I must say, that scene resembled a celestial battle. Legendary figures clashed, their haki colliding with such ferocity that the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. As for me, Long, and Doflamingo, we could merely serve as spectators in this grand spectacle. Our roles limited to providing moral support. But guess what? These titans fought with such restraint, especially Rayleigh and Whitebeard. I tell you, their sparring was not merely lenient. It was akin to a farce. Aside from exchanging a few sword strikes, they refrained from employing their armed haki, seemingly afraid that others might suspect they were staging a mock battle. I was utterly baffled. What was there to learn from this? I quickly shifted my focus to my master Capo and Roger. What a spectacle it was. Each movement, each clash, was textbook perfect, leaving me mesmerized as I fervently absorbed their combat experience. Meanwhile, their opponent, Rocks, held his own against both, showing no signs of weakness. The three of them fought like perpetual motion machines, battling for what felt like an eternity without a single breath taken. As the fight progressed, Rocks seemed to grow irritated. Taking a moment to survey the battlefield, he noticed his subordinates slacking off, causing his brow to furrow. However, he had no time to address them, as Capo and Roger renewed their onslaught. The sounds of impact echoed, yet their efforts seemed futile. Realizing the standoff could not continue, Rocks decided it was time to clear the field. In an instant, a wave of destructive Conqueror's haki erupted. The aura was dark and sinister, sweeping across the battlefield. Those with lesser strength collapsed with a mere glance, falling as if cut down like wheat. We were not spared either. Doflamingo was the first to faint, followed closely by Long, who gritted his teeth but succumbed moments later. I was the only one still standing. Could anyone understand this feeling? It was as if my very soul were being torn apart, yet I grit my teeth, vowing not to kneel. I thought to myself, I possess Conqueror's haki too. Why should I be overwhelmed? With determination, I unleashed my own Conqueror's haki. Though my haki was but a flicker compared to Rock's blaze, it held firm. My eyes burned red, fists clenched tightly, my entire body trembling, yet I refused to fall. With my own haki, I stood resolutely against the maritime overlord's pressure. This moment astonished everyone. All gazes turned towards me, likely wondering, who is this young man? So fierce? Rocks himself noticed the shift. As he battled Capo, he paused in surprise, then erupted into a wild laugh. Ha! This aura. Yes, this is the kind of madness, the obstinacy, the brutality I seek. Boy, your haki resonates with mine. After searching for so long, just as he began to speak further, my master Capo landed a powerful punch, effectively cutting off his words, followed by a relentless flurry of attacks, not allowing Rocks a moment to respond. As Capo fought, he shouted, "Don't entertain any thoughts of him. He is my disciple." Rocks attempted to speak, but was again interrupted by Capo's fist. This time, Rocks was truly incensed, and the intensity of his attacks increased dramatically, causing the entire battle to reach a fever pitch. What could have been a prolonged skirmish lasting several days was now hastily intensified due to the escalating fervor of these two combatants, leading to a rapid depletion of their stamina. As the battle persisted into the fourth day, Rox could finally no longer endure. Unable to match the stamina of the formidable Garp, it became evident to him that defeat was imminent, his eyes reflecting the melancholic resignation of a hero in decline. Yet, gritting his teeth, he absorbed a punch from Garp and, utilizing the momentum of his retreat, bellowed towards me. "Kid, watch closely as I unleash my next move." No sooner had he uttered those words than his entire being coalesced into a singular focus, intertwining the hockey of armament with that of conquerors. A ferocious aura instantaneously tainted the battlefield, causing many to engage in chaotic combat, unable to discern friend from foe. This technique indeed had a significant impact on both Garp and Roger. Regrettably, upon expending this move, Rox completely exhausted his already limited stamina and was subsequently sent flying by a combined strike from Garp and Roger. In that moment, a notification sounded in my mind, indicating that I had acquired experience in the use of Rox Conqueror's hockey. Struggling to rise from the ground, Rox no longer bore the imposing aura of a ruler. Staring blankly in my direction, he murmured, "The era is upon us." With that, he stood still, devoid of breath. Thus concluded the saga of a once great tyrant. Observing their fallen leader, his subordinates fled with unprecedented speed, scattering like birds. Roger, too, departed with his crew, casting a meaningful glance in my direction as he left. Garp, utterly exhausted, slumped down, and I hurried to support him. I gazed at the man who had stood until his last breath, my heart a tumult of emotions. I recognized that had he not demonstrated that technique for me, he would not have succumbed so swiftly. I was baffled as to why he would choose to perish rather than withhold this knowledge from me. Garp sighed, as if speaking to himself. "Is this your purpose? The inheritance of will?" Later, I personally buried Rock's body. Though he was an antagonist, he imparted a lesson to me before his demise. A debt of gratitude I could not ignore. Standing before his grave, the wind whispered away my words. "I have accepted your will." Following this, I did not accompany Garp back to the Marine headquarters, a place unsuitable for my disposition. Instead, I requested a small vessel from him and set sail with Doflamingo. However, no sooner had we left the Marine's line of sight than I realized I was utterly lost. It felt as if I were an elderly man lost in the subway, bewildered by my surroundings. Just out of the novice village and already adrift? Doflamingo, still a child, possessed no knowledge of navigation, and thus we drifted aimlessly upon the sea. The days that followed were bleak, surviving on raw fish and conserving our fresh water. Fortunately, it seemed that fate took pity on us, sending forth an epic hurricane. The winds were so fierce that the sky darkened, and we were swept directly into the eye of the storm. We braced ourselves with hockey, yet the wind blades lacerated our skin as painfully as knives. Doflamingo was the first to succumb, his hockey dissipating and leaving him covered in wounds. I swiftly pulled him close, sharing the burden of his injuries. He was my future ally. I could not allow him to perish here. Time felt distorted as we endured the tempest, but eventually the storm subsided, leaving us washed ashore on an uncharted island. The moment my feet touched solid ground, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I discovered my wounds had been bandaged, albeit somewhat clumsily. As I pondered my surroundings, the door swung open, and in bounded a little girl with rabbit ears, nibbling on a carrot. She gasped in surprise upon seeing us awake and exclaimed, "You're awake. Boss Viper said you'd be asleep for 2 days." Boss Viper? Shout! My heart sank as realization dawned upon me. This girl was none other than Carrot from the Mink tribe. A notification from the system chimed, indicating that I had entered a new map, with rewards promising fur even sturdier than that of the Mink tribe. What use would such a thing serve? To fashion a makeshift weapon against myself? Subsequently, under Carrot's guidance, we encountered the Night King of Zo, Boss Viper. He resembled a lion, yet was surprisingly amicable. Upon hearing our tale of being blown in by the storm, he waved his hand, declaring that our meeting was fated, and invited us to stay. Little did I know, however, that as soon as we departed, Boss Viper's demeanor shifted. Murmuring something about Madame Shirley's prophecy and the arrival of a new era, he hastily left Zo in secret, heading for Wano. This commotion caught the attention of another ruler of Zo, Duke Inuarashi. The two rulers, typically at odds, were thrown into turmoil when Inuarashi discovered that a certain troublesome cat had vanished, nearly demolishing his abode in a fit of rage. Eventually, beneath the throne of Cat Viper, he uncovered a confidential letter, and upon reading it, his face paled, leading him to tear the document into shreds and let the pieces scatter in the wind. It became evident that these two old men were embroiled in significant affairs. I decided to remain in Zo, dedicating my days to training and attempting to merge Conqueror's hockey with armament hockey, yet my efforts were met with failure. One particularly vexing day, I asked Carrot to show me around. As we meandered, I stumbled upon a location known as Whale Forest, where the trees resembled whales. Carrot informed me that only the two rulers could enter. Upon hearing this name, my DNA stirred. Was this not the very place concealing the Rio poneglyph? It was the key to Laugh Tale. My heart raced with anticipation. Though I could not decipher the inscriptions, acquiring an impression of it would surely prove invaluable. I resolved to explore it under the cover of night. At midnight, I discreetly informed Doflamingo to keep watch and stealthily slipped away towards Whale Forest. Upon entering, I sensed something was amiss. My observation hockey seemed to be obstructed deep within the forest, rendering me unable to perceive the surroundings. This only solidified my belief that treasure lay within. I cautiously advanced, careful not to make noise, until dawn approached, and I finally reached the area where my hockey ceased to function. There, I discovered a cave. Another cave. My mind raced with trepidation, recalling the troubles I faced on my last cave adventure. Nevertheless, surveying my surroundings, there was no other route. I had no choice but to venture inside. The cave was surprisingly well lit, its walls smooth yet coated in dust, indicating it had been long since anyone had visited. I walked until I reached the end, only to find myself staring blankly at a barren wall. How could this be? Who would go to the trouble of constructing a cave that ended in a dead end? Surely, there must be a hidden chamber. I hastily approached the wall, running my hands over every inch, as if searching for a hidden walnut. Yet to my dismay, there was no response. This wall felt like an NPC standing there mockingly, as if to taunt my intellect. As time slipped away, my impatience flared, and I felt infuriated. In a fit of frustration, I punched the wall with all my might. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled as if made of paper, revealing its hidden truth. I stood there, astonished. That punch had been delivered without activating my armament hockey. I had spent so long pondering and probing, only to resolve the issue with a single strike. Had I known, I would have resorted to brute force much sooner. Beyond the wall lay the same expansive grove of trees resembling whales. But this time, they formed a perfect circle, akin to a giant guard formation, concealing some precious treasure within. I rushed forward, squeezing my way through the gaps between the trees. After considerable effort, I finally beheld the object of my fervent desire, the Rio poneglyph of Zo. That stone tablet was remarkably ancient, inscribed with incomprehensible symbols. Yet it radiated an aura of profound history. Just then, a notification chimed in my mind, signaling the system's activation. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the first coordinate of the poneglyph. Reward, a replica impression. I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for this stroke of fortune. I am still pondering how to make an imprint of this object. Surely, I cannot simply take a photograph with my phone. The system is akin to my very own Doryman, always producing treasures precisely when I need them. With my objective accomplished, I contemplated making my exit. However, upon raising my head, I realized to my dismay that dawn had broken. My heart sank, and I hurried back along the path I had come. Every additional second spent increased the risk of exposure. This time, I was wiser. I immediately activated the paper drawing mode, my body gliding through the gaps in the trees like a specter, swift and seamless. This was the first time I employed this tactic in practice, and it felt exhilarating. In no time, I had slipped out of the whale forest. A glance around revealed that the entrance was still unguarded, which eased my heart considerably. Even more thrilling was the unexpected return of my long-dormant Kinbunchika hockey, which promptly conjured a 3D map of all the movements of the fur tribe in Zao. Next came my time to shine. I activated Soru, leaping gracefully across the rooftops, perfectly evading the gaze of all passers-by, like a ghost, silently returning to my abode. Upon entering, I found Doflamingo standing guard like a sentinel, a wary expression on his face. I inquired about the situation, and he informed me that aside from the little rabbit's sister, Gallet, who had come to seek me once, there was nothing else noteworthy. The mention of Gallet immediately conjured thoughts of her boss, the Viper Master. Typically, it was that little rabbit who delivered messages. After pondering for a while, without arriving at any conclusions, I decided it was pointless to waste my brain cells and opted to ask directly. I stepped out, turned a corner, and arrived at Gallet's residence. As I entered the courtyard, I spotted her munching on a carrot with a crunch. Upon seeing me, her eyes blinked several times, likely surprised by my sudden appearance. I explained my purpose, and she slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I completely forgot. It was Duke Inazuma looking for you. When you weren't around, I went home, and without your arrival, I couldn't even remember this matter." Duke Inazuma? Alarm bells rang in my mind. After spending so long in Zhao, why was he seeking me out now, especially after my venture into the forbidden area? Nothing about this felt right. However, under his roof, I had no choice but to comply. This feeling of being a guest in someone else's territory was quite unpleasant and only strengthened my resolve to carve my own path. Very well, I would meet him. Gallet led the way, though this time the direction was entirely opposite to that of the Viper Master. Upon reaching Duke Inazuma's chambers, I found the ambience starkly different from that of the Viper Master, bright and warm, devoid of any ominousness. I quickly spotted Duke Inazuma on his throne, frowning in thought, oblivious to my entrance until Gallet reminded him. He regarded me without any preamble and delivered a bombshell. "I wish to escort you away from Zhao. What do you think?" I was taken aback. Was he truly offering to send me away without reason? When had he become so benevolent? I was skeptical. Yet, truth be told, I had dreamt of escaping this wretched place. Zhao was so small and isolated that I feared I might wither away here. Regardless of his intentions, I had to seize this opportunity. I nodded, and Duke Inazuma instructed me to prepare for departure immediately. As I pondered this peculiar situation on my way back, I was baffled. We were hardly acquainted, and he was offering me such a grand gesture on our first meeting. It made no sense, but I decided not to dwell on it. Returning to my abode, I relayed the news to Doflamingo, who nearly leaped in joy. Life here was nowhere near as exhilarating as on the open sea. We had arrived with nothing and had little to prepare. Realizing the time was ripe, I led Doflamingo towards the coastline of Zhao. Upon arrival, I found that Duke Inazuma was already waiting for us. However, it was not he who would escort us, but rather one of his subordinates, a white bear named Beepo. Goodness, wasn't he this the future mascot of the Heart Pirates? As I observed the adorably clumsy bear, a sense of unease crept over me. Was this creature reliable? Casting my gaze back to Duke Inazuma, I noticed him encouraging Beepo, reassuring him that sailing was quite simple and not to be afraid. My lips twitched uncontrollably. This voyage was becoming even more worrisome. Duke Inazuma showed no inclination to allow me to retract my acceptance and promptly shoved Beepo and me onto the ship. Beepo, departing Zhao for the first time, was inconsolable, tears streaming down his face as he waved goodbye to Duke Inazuma. Watching Beepo fumble around the ship made me anxious, but I had to maintain my composure. I was the older brother. Clearing my throat, I quietly asked him, "Beepo, are you truly capable of sailing?" Beepo answered in his soft, endearing voice, "Of course. Although this is my first time, all the knowledge is stored in my heart." Very well, his words only heightened my anxiety. After drifting at sea for nearly a month, gazing at that woeful bear face daily was driving me to the brink of despair. Finally, Beepo guided us to an island. As my feet touched solid ground, I felt as if I had been reborn. I immediately activated my Kinbunchika Haki, locating the nearest tavern, and rushed towards it with my two companions in tow. On this journey, I encountered few civilians. The streets were filled with a motley of pirates, and I even saw slaves being driven through the thoroughfare. Just as I was pondering what kind of place this was, the system chimed in. "Ding! Host has arrived at Devil Island. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Eye of Reconnaissance." Ah, so this was Devil Island, the haven for pirates. No wonder it was so chaotic. I examined the Eye of Reconnaissance, which was designed for environmental observation, and found it rather inferior compared to my Kinbunchika Haki. It would only be useful in places like the whale forest where Haki was suppressed. Now that I understood the locale, I approached the tavern with a calm demeanor and pushed the door open. Instantly, all eyes in the tavern were fixed upon us. Presumably, they were intrigued by our youth, their gazes akin to that of vultures eyeing a prize, contemplating how much they could sell us to slave traders. Uninterested in engaging in a fray, I signaled to the eager Doflamingo behind me. Doflamingo had yet to truly test his skills since recovering, and this was a perfect opportunity for him to practice on these scoundrels. To my astonishment, the pirates in the tavern could not withstand even a single blow from him, and were dispatched in an instant. Doflamingo stood there, bewildered, likely questioning whether they were too weak or he was too strong. The tavern fell silent. Approaching the bar, I ordered 3 bottles of rum. The bartender, trembling with fear, quickly fetched the drinks for us. Just as we were enjoying our libations, the tavern door swung open once more. A man entered, strikingly handsome, with an air of aloofness and a hint of a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Clad in red attire and a matching cloak, adorned with a blue rose around his neck and wielding a bat-shaped umbrella, his presence exuded an aura of grandeur that spoke volumes. He strolled leisurely into the tavern, causing the bartender behind me to emit a barely audible gasp, the Red Baron of Solitude, before rolling his eyes and fainting. My heart raced. The Red Baron? Could he be the legendary pirate, recognized alongside Roger and Whitebeard, Bartholomew Cladefeld? I scrutinized him for a moment and indeed sensed an extraordinary presence. However, his appearance was of little concern to me, and I continued to leisurely sip my drink. The Red Baron, noticing my gaze, acknowledged me, but dismissed us as mere children and proceeded to take a bottle from the counter, seating himself to drink leisurely. The tavern was now divided into two factions, each quietly drinking, the atmosphere oddly serene. This tranquility, however, was short-lived as an uproar erupted outside. Pirates in the streets were frantically fleeing. I downed my drink in one gulp, and with my two companions, rushed outside to discern the cause. Upon capturing a pirate to inquire, I was left utterly dumbfounded. The Navy has launched the Demon Extermination Order. My pupils trembled. The Demon Extermination Order. 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, unleashing indiscriminate artillery fire upon a single location, determined to erase the entire island from map. What kind of luck is this? My first visit to the Demon Island, and I find myself embroiled in such turmoil? Is this fortune or misfortune? My mind raced. Confronting 5 vice admirals head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. The pirates on this island are merely a disorganized rabble, utterly unreliable. I must flee. At this moment, the remarkable powers of my devil fruit manifested. The mythical zoan-type, the angel fruit in its fallen angel form. An angel, surely. That entails the ability to fly. I turned to Bebois and calmly said, "Bebois, do not resist." Though Bebois appeared bewildered, he nodded heavily in agreement. I placed my hand upon his shoulder, and an invisible surge of dark energy instantly transferred to him. This time, I granted him a power capable of creating a dimension of its own, the strength of a fallen angel. Having secured Bebois, I glanced at Doflamingo, who had already undergone my transformation and, theoretically, could also fly. I shared my plan with them, and both were prepared. As the first explosion echoed in the distance, I commanded, "Let us go." An inky black energy erupted from within me, coalescing behind me into 6 colossal pairs of black wings. Doflamingo and Bebois successfully materialized 4 pairs of wings, soaring into the sky alongside me. We ascended through the clouds, concealed by their cover, and looked down to witness the gradual destruction of Demon Island as it succumbed to cannon fire, sinking into the sea. This maneuver was nothing short of epic. Following Navigator Bebois, we soon spotted a new island. As we landed, all 3 of us were ravenous. Following the tantalizing aroma, we discovered a lavish restaurant and rushed in for a feast. After satisfying our hunger, while I was leisurely picking my teeth, I caught sight of a newspaper on the table. Initially, I paid it no mind, assuming it was merely for the patrons' entertainment. However, upon reading the first line, I froze. The headline boldly proclaimed, "Pirate King Roger captured and imprisoned, scheduled for public execution in several weeks at Lowtown in the East Sea." My heart skipped a beat. It has come. The dawn of the grand age of pirates is upon us. I cannot possibly miss such a momentous occasion. I must witness it firsthand. I immediately informed Bebois that we must go to Lowtown in the East Sea at all costs. Bebois, however, looked distressed, his eyes brimming with tears as he lamented that he had no idea where Lowtown was. He was merely a bear capable of sailing. Alas, he was of no use. I resolved to seek assistance from the island's inhabitants. Surely, on such a large island, I could find someone to guide us to the East Sea. As I made a leave in search of help, the restaurant owner stopped me, reminding me that we had yet to pay. Upon hearing this, I turned to my 2 financially challenged companions, only to see Doflamingo and Bebois shaking their heads in unison. The owner, sensing our intentions, prepared to call for aid, but I swiftly unleashed my conqueror's haki, rendering him unconscious. I shrugged indifferently. I thought you had money. Had I known otherwise, I would have acted sooner. Why listen to his ramblings? With that, I leisurely exited the restaurant, ready to find someone. I sent Doflamingo and Bebois to gather information while I headed towards the tavern across the street. Generally, taverns are hotspots for information brokers. Upon entering, I was immediately greeted by a strong scent of alcohol. I approached the bar, ordered a bottle of rum, and halfway through my drink, casually inquired the bartender, "Are there any renowned navigators on this island?" The bartender flashed 2 fingers and grinned, 200,000 berries. I couldn't help but chuckle. More money. Using the simplest method, I once again activated my Conqueror's Hockey, causing everyone in the tavern, save for the bartender, to faint, some even foaming at the mouth due to their frail constitutions. The bartender remained conscious, though his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his trousers became damp. Observing his cowardly demeanor, I disdainfully scoffed and asked again, "I wish to know which formidable navigators are on this island. Do you still require payment?" He shook his head vehemently. His tongue twisted with panic as he frantically rummaged beneath the counter for envelopes, taking a full 10 minutes before finally producing the information I sought. Trembling as he handed it to me, I took the envelope, scanned its contents, nodded in satisfaction, and, having retracted my imposing presence, turned to leave. When I reunited with Doflamingo and Bebois and shared the information, we promptly set off to locate the navigator mentioned in the letter. Whether we could catch Roger's execution hinged on this individual. Following the address provided, we soon arrived at a secluded courtyard. The gate stood wide open, as if anticipating our arrival. I scrutinized the surroundings but detected no traps, so I led the two inside. In the center of the courtyard stood a stone table, accompanied by a rocking chair where a tall man reclined, leisurely reading a newspaper while sipping tea. However, the newspaper obscured his entire face, preventing me from discerning his features. For some inexplicable reason, I felt a sense of familiarity with this figure, as though I had encountered him before. Then, as the man lowered the newspaper, my pupils trembled. For those who understand, this was none other than the legendary Jabba, the formidable ally who fought alongside Roger during the Battle of God Valley. To my astonishment, he recognized me as well, the little Navy officer who trailed behind Admiral Garp. We exchanged astonished glances, confirming our prior encounter. To my surprise, he spoke first, though. "I did not expect the person I was waiting for to be you." I was taken aback. What was happening? "You were waiting for me?" His implication was clear. He had been lying in wait, unaware that the rabbit he sought would be me. I hastily asked who he was waiting for. If I were not the one he sought, would he have simply wasted his time? Jabba chuckled heartily. "Ha! It is the captain's orders. The captain wishes to see you once more." Upon hearing this, my spirits soared. Roger wanted to meet me? This development had become intriguing. Jabba continued, "Because I bear the remnants of Rock's influence, I'm the only variable in Roger's plans to initiate the Grand Age of Pirates. Thus, the Pirate King wishes to converse with you face to face before his departure." I comprehended my role. I was a glitch in this world's narrative, disrupting the plot. Initially, my quest for a navigator was to seek out Roger, yet here was the first mate himself dispatched to retrieve me. How fortuitous. I nodded in agreement. "Let us go. We must." Seeing my enthusiasm, Jabba rose from his rocking chair and led the three of us towards the port. Upon reaching a particularly concealed area, he pulled forth a ship covered in a black cloth. I was puzzled by the secrecy, but when he unveiled it, I was left speechless. What did I behold? The Oro Jackson, the vessel of Pirate King Roger. Jabba, noticing my astonished expression, proudly declared, "Our captain insisted that as a gesture of sincerity, we must use this ship to fetch you." What more could I say? This sincerity was overwhelming. Once aboard, Jabba took the helm. I pondered the fact that he was Roger's navigator, a living maritime encyclopedia. I turned to my bear companion Bebois and instructed, "Go, stick close to him. Learn all his navigational techniques. If you can procure his navigational log, you will earn great merit." Bebois' expression, however, was one of trepidation, as if he were barefaced with advanced mathematics. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and entered the cockpit. To my surprise, Jabba, feeling lonely while piloting the ship, was thrilled to see Bebois enter, finally having someone to chat with. Bebois, initially terrified, thought he might become a meal, but mustered the courage to express his desire to learn navigation. Jabba readily agreed, exclaiming, "Sure, I'll teach. I was bored anyway." Then, right before my very eyes, these two individuals, one daring to teach and the other eager to learn, began their exploits. Jabba even felt inclined to take on an apprentice, promptly deciding to nurture Bebo as a successor. I must tell you, an overwhelming fortune descended upon Bebo in an instant. Jabba directly handed over his treasured maritime journal, which he had cherished for many years, to Bebo. I was utterly astonished. Wasn't the progression of events rather hasty? Nevertheless, it was a relief that I would no longer have to worry about maritime affairs. The ship sailed onward, yet a dilemma arose. This was, after all, Roger's vessel, a glaring presence. Indeed, the old man Sengoku received intelligence immediately and dispatched the venerable Carp to pursue us. As we approached Lowtown, a fleet of warships promptly intercepted us. Jiao Ba, known for his fiery temperament, was ready to charge out and fight. I quickly restrained him and, upon closer inspection, noticed the familiar canine emblem on the warship. Oh my goodness, they were our allies. What was there to fight about? I dashed to the most conspicuous spot on the deck, waving frantically at them. The lookout recognized me and swiftly rushed to report to Carp. In the next moment, I saw my father leap from his reclined position, standing at the bow of the ship. Upon seeing us, particularly me and the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo behind me, his expression turned grave. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Carp soared over using the moonwalk technique. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding punches landed squarely on my head. I must say I anticipated the impact with my observation hockey, but my body failed to react in time. I instantly developed 2 large bumps on my head. Unfazed, the old man continued his tirade, tugging at my ear and shouting, "You little rascal, after disappearing for so long, couldn't you have come back to see me?" Hastily, I recounted the situation, which prompted Carp to burst into hearty laughter, mocking me. Once his mirth subsided, he adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "Why are you on this ship? And why are you associating with that old fool Jiao Ba?" Jiao Ba, feeling indignant, retorted, "I am clearly younger than you." He rolled up his sleeves, ready to spar with Carp. Thankfully, Beibo held onto his newly appointed master tightly, preventing any brawl from erupting. I quickly clarified, "Roger wishes to speak with me, and I also want to meet him." After a prolonged silence, Carp surprisingly nodded. "Very well. I shall allow you to meet him. However, you must remain behind me. Do not expect a private audience, as security there is stringent." This was sufficient. The matter was settled. Jiao Ba, feeling accomplished, attempted to sail away. Carp, however, would not allow him to escape and insisted on apprehending him. Sensing another impending conflict, I hurriedly interjected, "Old man, he has retired, and besides, he is Beibo's mentor. Please let him go." Carp glanced at me, then at the pitiful Beibo beside me, and ultimately relented, waving his hand to let Jiao Ba depart. I then followed Carp aboard his canine emblem-adorned warship, heading straight for Lowtown. Upon arrival, Carp first stopped by a tavern to purchase several bottles of rum, and then led me deep into the prison where Roger was held. The journey was smooth, as the reputation of a naval hero opened doors effortlessly. Arriving at the end of the cell block, I immediately spotted Roger, sitting cross-legged. Though his hair was disheveled, the aura of nobility surrounding him was far from that of a prisoner. His eyes lit up upon seeing me, and he grinned. "Kid, you finally made it. What do you think of my idea?" I understood instantly. He was inquiring about the initiation of the Great Pirate Era. With Carp present, we could only communicate in riddles, relying on a form of encrypted dialogue. I replied, "I do not wish to interfere, but I desire to expedite its progression." Upon hearing this, Roger erupted in a hearty laughter. Carp, bewildered by our exchange, sensed it was not a conversation of joyous nature, but chose not to intervene. He tossed the rum toward us, and the 3 of us, a naval hero, a pirate king, and I, sat quietly in the cell, sharing drinks. Once the rum was finished, I stood to take my leave, wanting to grant them space as old rivals and friends. After I departed, I overheard Roger telling Carp, "Carp, I have an unborn son. I entrust him to you." Carp said nothing, merely rising to exit. But Roger understood that he had received Carp's silent agreement. As the day of execution drew near, Lowtown was teeming with people, all drawn by the allure of Roger's treasure. The Navy had surrounded the area as tightly as a drum. Finally, the fateful day arrived. Roger was led to the gallows, maintaining his signature bold smile, which captivated everyone present. The Navy recited his crimes, causing the crowd to stir restlessly. Disguised among them, I donned an Oni mask crafted for my abilities, and, as the moment approached, I gathered my strength and shouted, "Pirate King, where have you hidden your treasure?" My voice ignited the crowd. All the pirates erupted in fervor. Hearing my shout, Roger cast a glance in my direction. Though masked, he surely recognized me. Facing the multitude, he laughed heartily. "Do you wish for my treasure? If so, you may have it all. Go and seek it. I have left everything there." As soon as his words fell, the executioner's blade descended. Sengoku, infuriated from behind, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. With his death, Roger irrevocably ushered in the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Seizing the moment while the Navy was still in disarray, I made my escape. I knew that Sengoku would undoubtedly unleash a massacre upon Lowtown. Indeed, just as I slipped away, Kizaru made a stunning entrance, his radiant light capturing all the pirates in the port. I changed my attire and swaggered back to the naval base. Just as I settled into a rocking chair, the system notification chimed, rewarding me with a divine skill of concealment, capable of perfectly masking my presence. I was reveling in my fortune when suddenly the door burst open and Carp stormed in, pointing an accusatory finger at me. "You little rascal. Was it you shouting on the gallows just now?" Naturally, I adamantly denied it. No matter what, I would not confess. The old man was at a loss as to how to deal with me. At that moment, the door swung open again, and Long entered. Both Carp and I were taken aback. He shouldn't have been here at the naval headquarters. Long regarded us calmly and stated, "Father, I wish to leave the Navy." Surprisingly, Carp showed no signs of astonishment, merely nodding. "If you wish to leave, then so be it. Once a decision is made, do not harbor regrets." With that, he exited, leaving us with space to converse. As soon as he left, I pulled Long into a chair. "Since you're leaving, you must join me. You are indispensable on my ship." Long looked at me, smiled, and nodded. My heart raced with excitement as I swiftly plotted our course. We must leave this treacherous place of Low Town today. I hurried with Long to the hiding spot for the ship, where Doflamingo and Bay Bo had long awaited us. With everyone gathered, we boarded the ship and set sail. Just as we departed the port, we caught sight of Kizaru's signature yellow flash in the distance. What a close call. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, Sengoku convened an emergency meeting to devise a response to this chaotic situation. Carp was the last to saunter in leisurely, only to be met with Sengoku's furious reprimand. Once Sengoku finished scolding him, he realized something was amiss and inquired, "Carp, where's your son Long? Why didn't he return with you?" Carp, scratching his nose, replied nonchalantly, "That kid Long, well, he probably won't be coming back." I tell you, upon hearing this, Sengoku's face turned a sickly green, his brow furrowing as if he could crush a fly. He demanded, "What do you mean he won't be coming back? Carp, clarify this for me. And what happened next?" Goodness, Carp completely ignored him, pulling out a donut and crunching away. The entire naval headquarters echoed with the sound of him chewing, a stark and merciless mockery of Sengoku's authority. Sengoku's temper flared once more as he slammed his palm on the table, his voice booming like thunder. "Carp, you scoundrel, stop eating. Speak up." Kapu, indifferent to the situation, slowly swallowed his words and finally uttered, "That brat Long, he has divergent ideals and has defected from the Navy." Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt a wave of darkness wash over him, collapsing back into his chair. The impact was far greater than the execution of Roger. Consider this. The Navy already lacked top-tier talent, and Long was a promising candidate for a future admiral. Yet what had happened? He had absconded with a newly acquired nature-type hurricane fruit. The Navy had invested immense effort to secure that treasure, hoping to cultivate another admiral, only to have it handed over to the enemy, a former ally turned adversary. Observing Kapu's nonchalant demeanor, Sengoku realized there was no point in further discussion. The generals below erupted in chaos, akin to a bustling market, exclaiming that this was monumental news that needed to be addressed at the front lines. Sengoku, furious, slammed his fist down, shattering a corner of the conference table, plunging the room into silence. He fought to suppress the urge to succumb to a heart attack and declared, "Let us set aside the matter of Long for now and issue a bounty. The priority now is to clean up the mess left by Roger's demise." While the Navy headquarters was in disarray, we found ourselves rather at ease, still drifting upon the sea. What would our next destination be? By drawing lots. Casual indeed. Ultimately, we drew the North Sea. I pondered that before entering the Grand Line, we ought to expand our crew, as the era of great pirates had just commenced, and talent was abundant across the four seas. Speaking of the crew, I summoned everyone and proclaimed, "Brothers, we cannot continue in obscurity. We need a resounding name." The mere mention of this ignited excitement, yet each was unwilling to concede to another. Noticing the discord brewing, I swiftly devised a plan. How about we adopt a corporate structure? I shall serve as the parent company, personally recruiting my core team, and I will decide our name. Each of you will be the CEO of your own subsidiary. You may recruit your own members and name your teams as you wish. We will operate independently, but in times of great matters, you will heed the directives of the headquarters. This arrangement was akin to Whitebeard's, yet offered far greater freedom. Everyone's eyes lit up, deeming the idea brilliant. Thus, I announced, my main crew shall be called the Fallen Angel Brigade, numbered 0. Doflamingo, you are the first aboard, numbered 1. Long, you are second, number 2. Beepo, you are third, numbered 3. Is that agreeable? The crew nodded in approval, finding the hierarchy fair and just. The name Fallen Angel was indeed fitting, as we all had succumbed to our own vices. I intended to recruit 9 members, no more, no less, perfectly aligning with my 9 distinct abilities of a fallen angel. Though few in number, each would become future squad leaders, and when united, we would possess the power of 9 teams, a thrilling prospect. As we conversed, a newspaper-carrying seagull descended upon me. I waved it down and purchased a newspaper, which the polite bird took in its beak before taking off. Upon opening the paper, I was greeted by the headline, Pirate King Roger executed in Logtown. How dull. Just as I was about to discard the paper, a few sheets slipped out. I picked them up and couldn't help but laugh. For those in the know, the first sheet was Long's bounty notice, a world-class criminal with a bounty of 200 million berries. The Navy certainly spared no expense. Naturally, given Long's long tenure in their ranks, he possessed too many secrets, and having absconded with a top-tier fruit, they had no choice but to place a hefty price on his head, leaving Sengoku restless at night. I promptly summoned Long, who was practicing his fruit abilities, and thrust the bounty notice in front of him. He glanced at it with no visible reaction, indicating he had anticipated this outcome. The ship continued its course towards the North Sea, where we encountered a few brazen pirates attempting to ambush us. Such trivialities merely added a bit of spice to our journey. We hardly bothered to engage seriously. With a few casual strokes, we dispatched them, sending both ship and crew to the depths to serve the fish. Finally, we arrived in the North Sea. I positioned myself at the bow, activating my Kinbunchika haki, which instantly enveloped the surroundings. Something was amiss. I pointed ahead and announced, "The vessel approaches swiftly, and it bears ill intent." The crew immediately ceased their tasks, turning in unison to peer ahead. Before long, a dark shape appeared, growing larger, a warship glistening with metallic sheen, bristling with cannons and adorned with the large numeral 66. This was none other than the Vinsmoke family, Germa 66. Judging by their demeanor, they were seeking confrontation. I couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. My hand instinctively rested on the hilt of my sword, Mira Mesa. In the next moment, I drew my blade, unleashing a chilling arc of light that cleaved through the air towards their ship. The crew aboard the opposing vessel stood in shock, transfixed as the lethal strike bore down upon them, unable to react in time. At that critical juncture, their leader foolishly shouted, "You dare attack us? We're the Vinsmoke, the foremost family of the North Sea. You are doomed." I couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow had no regard for his life. However, his words piqued my interest. While I held little regard for the Vinsmoke family, I was quite fascinated by their genetic enhancements. I signaled to Long to capture the one who had shouted, disregarding the rest. Long understood immediately. Activating the hurricane fruit, a whirlwind materialized, yanking the man from his ship and depositing him onto our deck in an instant. The poor soul was still in shock as he turned to see his ship and crew cleaved in two, sinking into the depths. He crumpled to his knees, begging for mercy. After a few inquiries, I discovered they were merely henchmen of the Vinsmoke, tasked with robbing ships newly entering the North Sea. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered a formidable opponent this time. I inquired about the location of the Vinsmoke fleet, but he trembled and admitted ignorance, being just an outer member. I shrugged. "Since you are of no use, it seems you must be disposed of." Doflamingo grinned wickedly, stepping forward. The man, terrified, cried out, "Don't kill me. I know a secret. There is a devil fruit. It's on the nearby Minion Island, being escorted for trade by a shipping king named Yumite." Devil fruit? My interest was piqued. I waved Doflamingo back, signaling him to stand down. Realizing he had secured his life, the man eagerly divulged all the information he possessed, stating it was a paramecia-type fruit currently being traded on Minion Island. A shipping king? An underground force? This was the perfect opportunity. I immediately commanded, "Change course. Destination, Minion Island." Before long, we docked at the harbor of Minion Island. Disembarking, we headed straight for the tavern, the best place to gather information. The captured Germa soldier was now leading the way like a loyal hound. As we pushed open the tavern door, we were met with a familiar cacophony of noise. The pirates inside instinctively looked up, and soon enough, someone recognized Long. After all, the fresh bounty of 200 million berries had just been issued. Greed ignited in their eyes. Yet none dared approach. After all, this was a notorious traitor of the Navy, and those accompanying him were no pushovers. Who would risk being the first to step forward? I shrugged in resignation. Such is the burden of strength. Even seeking a fight proved challenging. We found a corner to sit and drink, not rushing to acquire information, as that would be too obvious. Sure enough, it wasn't long before I overheard a drunken pirate boasting that the shipping king's convoy was lodged in the finest inn at the island center. With that information in hand, we finished our drinks and prepared to leave. However, just as we reached the door, it burst open with a loud bang. Kicked in from the outside, a large throng of bounty hunters loitered at the entrance, their eyes fixated on Long, akin to wolves catching sight of their prey. Long stepped forward, surveying the crowd with a countenance brimming with disdain. I could hardly be bothered to intervene. I merely observed as the air around Long began to swirl, gaining momentum until it coalesced into a whirlwind that connected the ceiling to the floor. The bounty hunters, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were instantly petrified with fear. With a mere gesture, Long directed the tempest towards them, and in an instant, they were engulfed by its fury. The scene was nothing short of a macabre dance, with countless blades of wind swirling within the vortex. Their screams were short-lived, and the once pristine white whirlwind soon transformed into a vivid crimson. Doflamingo stood nearby, his lips licking with excitement, while Beepo appeared somewhat reluctant to witness the carnage. I gestured for Long to cease his display, and, as I surveyed the surroundings, the tavern lay in a deathly silence. We stepped over the remnants of chaos and departed. The guide, a small soldier of Germa, trailed behind, his heart pounding with relief for having surrendered quickly. We found a place to rest, and in his room, I employed Kinbunchaku to ascertain that no one was eavesdropping before revealing our plan. We would strike at midnight. I would infiltrate and ensure they had no chance to consume the fruit. You would be tasked with neutralizing all external guards. Remember, eradicate the roots. Everyone concurred without objection. As midnight approached, we set forth, swiftly arriving at the periphery of the inn. I reiterated my instructions before activating my stealth technique, becoming invisible to their senses. Doflamingo's face paled momentarily, likely recalling the last time he'd been nearly frightened into submission by this very maneuver. They commenced executing the plan, while I, akin to a specter, slipped into the inn's interior. I soon located a heavily guarded room, and without a sound, dispatched the sentinel stationed at the door. Dragging the body into an empty chamber, I carefully unlocked the door and slipped inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, but with my Kinbunchaku, I accurately approached the bedside. A middle-aged man lay sound asleep, and I swiftly covered his mouth. He jolted awake, about to scream, but felt the chill of a dagger pressed against his carotid artery. He immediately complied. I released my grip and coldly inquired, "Where's the devil fruit?" Recognizing the futility of resistance, he divulged that the fruit was hidden in a lavish box on the beam of the adjacent room. I escorted him next door, and true to his word, a splendid box awaited atop the beam. Striking him unconscious with a swift blow, I ascended using Soru and retrieved the box. Inside, to my delight, lay a single devil fruit. I secured the fruit within my attire and glanced back at the unconscious captain of the merchant group. To be prudent, I approached and decisively delivered a lethal blow to his neck. Blood gushed forth, and I checked for signs of life, confirming his demise before departing. In our line of work, mercy is never an option. Exiting the room, I found the corridor deserted. Activating Kinbunchaku, I quickly pinpointed Long and the others, who were methodically dispatching the remaining guards. With the prize in hand, there was no need for further concealment as I strode boldly towards them. To my surprise, as soon as I revealed myself, a swarm of guards erupted from the far end of the corridor, resembling a disturbed hornet's nest, all eager to capture me. I assure you, I had no intention of engaging with such rabble. I deftly evaded their grasp, dodging as if traversing my own garden, leaving them unable to even brush against my garments. Frustrated by their ineptitude, I withdrew my small dagger and, in an instant, transformed into a shadow, weaving through their ranks. My speed was such that they likely could not even perceive my afterimages, and the dagger danced gracefully along their throats. When I finally came to a halt, the world fell silent. The once lively throng now stood motionless, akin to wooden posts. Moments later, one by one, they collapsed to the ground, blood spurting forth in an almost artistic display under the moonlight. Having dealt with these minions, I treaded upon the sticky carpet of blood, continuing my search for Long and the others. Before long, we regrouped. Seeing my relaxed demeanor, they understood that I had succeeded in my endeavor. However, little did they know, the task was far from over. In our line of work, we adhere to the principle of complete eradication. Leaving any survivors would be folly. Upon hearing that the devil fruit was secured, my comrades ceased their cautious infiltration and unleashed a torrent of firepower. In less than 10 minutes, the entire inn was devoid of life, not a single breath remaining. Before departing, I produced a specially crafted card, adorned with the images of 9 fallen angels, and inserted it into the solid metal door. With a swift motion, I hurled a torch into the inn. Having completed our tasks, we left without a backward glance. I must convey, this card is my crowning achievement, forged from my own fallen angel energy. As long as my energy permits, I can create these indefinitely. This was my way of delivering a jolt to the underworld, establishing our organization's reputation. Long and his crew could also create such cards, but each bore only one corresponding fallen angel, serving as their personal insignia. We returned to our quarters quietly, each retreating to our rooms for rest. Behind us, the opulent inn blazed in a fiery inferno. The following day, the naval officers arrived at the scene at a languid pace. I mused that the opportunity had passed. The commanding officer, surveying the ruins, appeared perplexed, prepared to withdraw when a soldier abruptly shouted, "Sir, we found a peculiar card on the door." The officer examined it, unable to comprehend its significance, recognizing only the images of winged beings. However, he was astute enough to realize this was undoubtedly a clue left by the perpetrator. Not daring to ponder its implications himself, he decided to report back to superiors for further investigation. Meanwhile, we slept soundly until the afternoon. I gathered everyone in my room to unveil the spoils of last night's endeavor. Alas, this treasure resembled a blind box. I could not discern its powers. Initially, I considered offering it to Doflamingo or Beppo, but Beppo declined, expressing his disinterest in paramecia fruits. Consequently, all eyes converged upon Doflamingo, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Without hesitation, he seized the fruit from my hand and, as if famished for centuries, devoured it in one swift motion, fearing I might snatch it away. I could scarcely suppress a laugh as I remarked, "Friend, a mere bite of the devil fruit suffices for its effects. You've consumed the whole thing? Truly bold of you." Doflamingo, initially suppressing the peculiar taste, turned a ghastly shade of green upon hearing my words, promptly doubling over in a bout of retching. After a moment, he managed to recover and began to sense the changes within his body. A while later, he joyfully announced, "It's the paramecia line fruit. Remarkable. This has indeed turned out to be my destined fruit." With the matter of the fruit settled, I instructed Doflamingo to remain home and practice his newfound abilities, while I took the others to survey the scene. The inn had been reduced to rubble, and the card was nowhere to be found, confirming that the first step of our plan had succeeded. Simultaneously, the card was now in the hands of the island's highest-ranking naval officer. However, he bore another identity as a lackey placed here by the shipping magnate, and he promptly contacted his superior. On the other end of the line, a furious voice barked, "Fool, have you determined who is responsible?" The naval rear admiral trembled with fear, his voice quaking. "Boss, only a strange card was left at the scene. Useless. You can't even handle this trivial matter. If you can't find anything, just go die." On the other end of the phone, the tension escalated. Once he hung up, the admiral swiftly resumed his authoritative demeanor, his transformation more rapid than the turning of pages in a book. He hurriedly dispatched the card through clandestine channels and steeled himself to investigate the perpetrator. Meanwhile, the Sea Transport King, furious on the Grand Line, slammed his fists on the table. Having lost a devil fruit and tarnished his reputation, a vendetta had been established. He began to frantically send people to the North Sea for inquiries, igniting a clandestine upheaval within the underworld. Yet, for every person he sent, we would eliminate an equal number. After each encounter, I would leave behind a card of the 9 fallen angels, striking down one wave after another, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. Before long, the Sea Transport King's influence was severely crippled. Ultimately, unable to remain idle, he resolved to come to the North Sea in person. His urgency was palpable. I had anticipated this moment. Upon his arrival, Don Quixote Doflamingo could prepare to seize his territory, allowing us to engage in arms dealing and take control of the island, effectively staging a coup. Days later, a menacing throng of thugs arrived at the port, escorting a burly middle-aged man with a beard. At the sight of such a commotion, I immediately recognized the Sea Transport King himself. The first thing he did upon setting foot on the island was seek his lackey, the naval rear admiral. I followed closely behind, observing the highest-ranking officer at the naval base greeting him like a grandson. My astonishment grew. It became evident that the corruption in the local navy stemmed from this very source. Upon entering his office, The Sea Transport King unleashed a torrent of insults upon his subordinate, ultimately devising an exceedingly foolish plan. If he could not find the culprit, he would gather everyone on the island. The Rear Admiral promptly took command, wildly gesturing to his soldiers. Gather everyone in the central square. Any money we seize will be yours. The corrupt soldiers, fueled by greed, charged out with fervor to apprehend civilians. We were in the inn when gunfire erupted outside. Chaos ensued. I peered out to see the Navy forcibly herding innocents toward the square. Amused, I turned to Long and the others, saying, "Look, the Sea Transport King is out of options and is resorting to indiscriminate violence." Before the Navy could reach us, we unfurled our inky wings and ascended into the clouds, comfortably observing the unfolding drama. Soon, all the island's residents had been corralled into the central square. The Sea Transport King arrived, surveying the sea of faces with a cruel smile. He inquired of the Rear Admiral, "Can you find the culprit?" The subordinate, overwhelmed, could only admit defeat. The Sea Transport King, placing a hand on his shoulder, coldly declared, "Then kill them all." Upon hearing this, the Naval Rear Admiral's pupils dilated with shock. He realized that if the innocents were slain, he would surely be scapegoated. Hesitation gripped him. Noticing his reluctance, the Sea Transport King signaled his guards, who immediately raised their weapons. In that critical moment, the Naval Rear Admiral suddenly found his resolve, bellowing to his troops, "All Navy personnel, heed my command. Raise your weapons." The Sea Transport King, believing a counterattack was imminent, nodded in satisfaction. However, the Admiral's finger pointed not at the civilians, but rather at the Sea Transport King and his entourage. He ordered his men to open fire. Gunshots rang out, and in an instant, the Sea Transport King's guards were riddled with bullets. The king himself was stunned, never expecting to be betrayed by his own. The Rear Admiral advanced step by step toward the Sea Transport King, aiming his gun at his head. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Boss, you forced my hand." Just as he was about to pull the trigger, I launched a card from the clouds, striking his weapon with a clang and embedding it deep into the ground. This unexpected turn left everyone dumbfounded. Both the Naval Rear Admiral and the Sea Transport King turned to face the card, and upon recognizing its design, their faces drained of color. They looked up, following the trajectory of the card, and saw us four, gracefully descending from the clouds, our dark wings unfurled. The Sea Transport King, gazing at our wings and then at the card on the ground, suddenly comprehended everything. He erupted into a hollow laughter, tears streaming down his face. Reminiscent of a player in a game of werewolf, deceived throughout only to realize he was the first victim. Yet, no one felt pity for him. After all, he had brought this upon himself. Our leader, Dracula, had initially wished to linger in the skies, savoring the spectacle of an employee betraying his boss, a rare theatrical performance. However, witnessing the Sea Transport King on the verge of being taken down by his own, he decided that this moment must be orchestrated by us. If he were to die without knowing who was behind it, we would miss out on a great sense of accomplishment. Thus, he gradually descended before the Sea Transport King. Hadyatin Ampuzinoha. In a calm voice, clear as a bell, he introduced himself. "Sea Transport King, allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the Fallen Angel Brigade." The previous events? Those were orchestrated by us. He gestured toward the card on the ground. "As for this, it is our calling card. You should be familiar with it. Why target you? No particular reason. You simply appear to be an easy target. We wish to enter the scene, and someone had to be eliminated. You fortuitously found yourself in our crosshairs." The Sea Transport King, after hearing this, fell silent, continuing to laugh maniacally. Our leader shrugged, commenting, "Such poor mental fortitude is truly tiresome." I stood nearby, my lips twitching, thinking, brother, anyone would be driven to madness by this barrage of betrayals. Our leader, uninterested in further dialogue, drew the demonic blade Muramesa from his waist. The blade, dark yet crimson, exuded an ominous energy. With a swift motion, a crimson line appeared on the Sea Transport King's neck, blood gushing forth and staining the ground beneath. Strangely, the blade seemed to savor the taste of his blood. Our leader was unfazed. That was simply the sword's nature. Its strength grew with each life taken, yet it could never turn against him. As the Sea Transport King fell, the Naval Rear Admiral realized his time had come. Without a word, he drew another gun from his pocket and, without hesitation, shot himself in the temple, sparing us the trouble of executing him. The remaining naval soldiers, paralyzed with fear, stood like lifeless automatons. Our leader, disinterested in engaging them, unleashed his conqueror's haki, a force so overwhelming that it rendered all the soldiers unconscious in an instant. With the area cleared, our leader sauntered to the center of the square, gazing down at the trembling citizens. Without the need for a script, he delivered a rousing address. From this day forth, this island is under my protection. Those who have wronged you, seek your vengeance. Those with grievances, voice them. The money seized by the Navy will be returned to you. I promise you a life of abundance. The citizens erupted with joy, falling to their knees in adoration, chanting praises for their new king. Those who understand know this is the art of a coup executed with finesse. Beside me, Long watched intently, fervently jotting down notes, likely eager to glean wisdom for his own future endeavors. Thus, our leader Dracula ascended to become the inaugural king of the island, while we became the noble generals of the realm. As for the captured naval soldiers, they would not be idle. They were all conscripted to serve as laborers, tirelessly working in our arms factories under the supervision of Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was ecstatic about the underground operations, his enthusiasm palpable. Draped in a flamboyant pink feather coat, sporting a pair of sunglasses and donning cropped trousers paired with pointed leather shoes, he walked with an exaggerated swagger, swaying with every step. Upon first encountering his outlandish attire, I struggled to contain my amusement, pondering which runway he intended to strut upon. News of the sudden demise of the Sea Transport King swiftly circulated, leaving the underground lords of the Grand Line in a state of shock. They had anticipated his defeat, yet the rapidity and thoroughness of it took them by surprise. Now, everyone was aware that a formidable figure had emerged in the underworld, yet their identities and appearances remained shrouded in mystery. Why, you may ask? Because our leader had physically sealed off the island, permitting entry but forbidding exit. Furthermore, all telecommunications were severed, transforming the island into a veritable information black hole. This predicament vexed the spies eager to gather intelligence. One would arrive only to be ensnared. A pair would come and end up ensnared as a group. They attempted to conspire, convening in secret meetings to devise their escape. What was the outcome? Our companion, Babwa, established a dimensional live broadcast room, observing their every move and eavesdropping on their plans with clarity. As soon as they attempted to act, we captured them all in one fell swoop, delivering them to Doflamingo, who promptly consigned them to labor in the mines. As the island thrived with fervent development, the captain who had previously guided us dashed back, his eyes now brimming with admiration for our leader. He arrived bearing news that the legendary family of technology and ruthlessness, the Vinsmoke family, was soon to arrive with their fleet. Remarkably, within days, a formidable armada appeared at the harbor. Approaching to inspect, we were astounded by the number of individuals present. The leader, adorned with a metallic helmet, golden hair, and a small mustache, held his chin high, gazing down his nose at us. Observing his uniform, I realized he was Vinsmoke Judge, the head of the family. Our comrade Ming, unable to contain himself, decided to take action. His temper flared. He declared that the audacity of Judge would not go unchallenged. With a mere glance from our leader granting his tacit approval, Ming erupted into laughter and swiftly confronted Judge. Judge, quick on his feet, barely evaded the initial strike, raising his high-tech spear to retaliate, unleashing electromagnetic thrusts with dazzling precision. The two exchanged blows, but Ming soon discerned that Judge relied heavily on his equipment, lacking substantial combat prowess. Choosing not to engage further, Ming unleashed his signature move, the Super Strike Whip, transforming fine filaments into a robust lash that struck with ferocity. Judge, unable to evade this time, was sent hurtling like a bowling pin, crashing into several buildings before coming to a stop. Witnessing their father's defeat, Judge's similarly styled offspring rushed to his aid, only for Judge, disheveled and covered in dust, to halt them with a gesture. He sheathed his weapon and refrained from further conflict. Ming, scoffing, remarked on Judge's meager abilities. I can tell you, the sight of Judge, adorned with two black eyes, desperately attempting to maintain an air of authority before a leader, was comical, his children's stifling laughter in the background. Eventually, Judge could no longer maintain his facade and cleared his throat, inquiring if our leader was indeed the boss of the island. He expressed a desire to negotiate. Our leader nodded and invited them to his quarters. Upon entering, he wasted no time, stating plainly that he sought the family's genetic technology and demanded its release, declaring that we could become allies. In a surprising twist, Judge proposed an unconventional alliance. He would offer the technology and weapon manufacturing services, but under one condition: his daughter, Vinsmoke Reiju, must marry our leader. I was taken aback. Is it truly 2025 and we're still discussing arranged marriages? It was as if he were selling his daughter. Our leader, momentarily stunned, neither accepted nor declined. Judge interpreted this as tacit consent, leaving his daughter behind, and the following day departed with the technical documents and a cooperation agreement, claiming he would oversee weapon production. Our leader, gazing at the beautiful Reiju, affectionately patted her head, assuring her that she could express her emotions freely among us. Reiju's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not expected her disguise to be so easily penetrated. Just as this matter concluded, a notification from the system announced the arrival of a research talent named Caesar Clown. Our leader, perplexed, opened the door only to find a villainous-looking scientist in a lab coat, who immediately knelt before him, proclaiming himself as Caesar, there to answer the call. It seemed he was afflicted with a touch of eccentricity. Yet, he was indeed a genius. Upon reviewing the genetic data, he grasped it in mere moments. In the days that followed, the island entered a phase of rapid development. Our comrade Long, having tasted success, became utterly addicted to the thrill of revolution. Unable to endure a day without toppling an old regime, he was entrusted with the task of unifying the North Sea. Armed with the leader's teachings on freedom and harmony, he ignited a movement for ideological liberation, garnering the support of the populace and swiftly conquering several kingdoms. Meanwhile, Doflamingo immersed himself in the underground world, diligently constructing his own commercial empire. With the North Sea stabilized, our leader handed over the reins to his now indoctrinated father-in-law, Judge. As we prepared to set sail for the West Sea, as we departed, Judge grasped our leader's hand, expressing reluctance to part, declaring his intent to carry on our leader's legacy. The sight left our leader alarmed, prompting him to hastily extricate himself, pulling Reiju along, fearful of any further declarations. Now aboard the ship, we were left with only a handful of core members, myself, our leader Dracula, and Bebois, who was well-versed in navigation. And let's not forget the artificial beings created by Caesar accompanying us. Our next destination was the West Sea, O'Hara. Yet, before embarking, a minor incident occurred. The mad scientist Caesar was lured away by Doflamingo. It was remarkable how Doflamingo, with a mere mention of artificial devil fruits, had Caesar's eyes gleaming with excitement. He immediately departed with him, claiming he was off to conduct some grand experiment. Well, with the departure of this eccentric genius, I felt a sense of relief. However, little did I know at that moment, I believed myself to be a player in this game, while in reality, I had already become the most conspicuous and uncontrollable pawn on someone else's board. The elders in the Holy Land, along with countless hidden figures, were likely monitoring my movements, seething with resentment, yet compelled to rely on my unexpected disruptions against their adversaries. Drifting at sea was indeed a tedious affair. Who can relate? 2 entire weeks passed, with nothing but the vast ocean to behold. At last, we entered the domain of the West Sea. However, despite Bebois possessing Jabba's navigational charts, he was still somewhat disoriented on his first visit to this region, suggesting we locate an island for orientation to avoid straying off course. Heeding the advice of a professional, we anchored at the nearest island. Upon disembarking, Bebois immediately set to work with his map and compass, searching for coordinates. Meanwhile, I planned to join Long in seeking out a tavern for refreshments. As we walked, I was struck by the sight of the island's inhabitants, emaciated and appearing as if they had escaped from a disaster. The expression on Long's face was unmistakable. A fierce revolutionary fire ignited in his eyes. Indeed, after a few days, Bebois finally deciphered the navigation route and returned to us, ready to depart. Yet Long shook his head, placing a hand on my shoulder, declaring that he could not leave. He expressed his determination to stay and liberate these suffering souls. Looking into his resolute gaze, I understood that no persuasion would sway him. Very well, our paths diverged, yet we were both driven by our respective goals. Thus, Long remained on that nameless island, embarking on the first steps of his revolutionary journey. Accompanied by Bebois and my newly appointed personal secretary, Legio, I continued my journey towards O'Hara. You may inquire about Legio. Well, this young lady has been by my side for quite some time. Though she is not yet fully matured, she is already a beauty in the making, a sight for sore eyes. I directly imparted the training methods of the 3-color hockey to her, focusing on early cultivation. She will undoubtedly become my most capable aide in the future. My current strength has reached a bottleneck, and with time on my hands, it is the perfect opportunity to personally mentor a disciple. A few days later, Bebois excitedly pointed towards a massive tree-shaped island in the distance and exclaimed, "Captain, we have arrived. That is O'Hara." As I gazed upon the all-knowing tree, still unscathed by the ravages of war, a wave of emotions washed over me. Archaeologists, I am here. I hope it is not too late. As soon as our ship docked, someone swiftly dashed back to the island to deliver the news. I paid it no mind. After all, we were blocking their entrance. How could they not report our arrival? Standing still with Lei Jio and Babua, we awaited further developments. Moments later, an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his face lined with wrinkles akin to a walnut, emerged. Upon seeing him, I recognized him as Dr. Clover. In reality, he appeared even older than in photographs, resembling a piece of withered bark. However, my admiration for him was profound. Only true men dare to unveil the blank century of history. The old doctor approached and asked, "Sir, O'Hara is currently a land of controversy. Why do you still wish to come here?" I was well aware of what he meant. The turmoil ignited by Roger, coupled with their research, had long captured the attention of the world government. The Navy was preoccupied with capturing pirates and had no time to concern themselves with O'Hara. I shook my head and replied frankly, I also seek to uncover that history. Hence, I must come. Upon hearing my response, the old doctor seemed momentarily lost in thought, as if he saw a shadow of Roger in me. He sighed, said nothing more, and turned to walk inside. Understanding the implication, I quickly followed him, heading straight for the all-knowing tree. Simultaneously, the news of my landing spread like wildfire, ascending through layers of communication until it reached Mariewa, landing on the desks of the 5 elders. In the opulent palace, the 5 elders gathered around a table, each face reflecting growing displeasure. One bald elder, wielding the original kitetsu, spoke first. Have we confirmed who has landed on the island? Another individual promptly dialed the Den Den Mushi, coldly commanding. Spare no effort to ascertain the identity of the intruder. After hanging up, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Moments later, a golden-haired elder could no longer contain himself, slamming his fist on the table and angrily exclaiming, "What a time to choose! Of all moments, why do they have to go to O'Hara now? When our forces are stretched thin?" This logic formed a complete circle. Uncertainty about the intruder's identity led to the decision to obliterate the entire island, thereby eliminating any concerns. The elder at the head of the table decisively declared, "No more waiting. Immediately notify Sengoku to abandon the pursuit of pirates, assemble our forces, and launch the extermination order. Erase O'Hara from the map." Another elder in the corner nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, they know too much." The order was promptly dispatched to the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing it, Sengoku erupted in anger, directly countering over the phone, "Absolutely not. If we withdraw the Navy now, what will become of the civilians tormented by pirates?" The 5 elders on the other end of the line scoffed. "They are but mere peasants. Their deaths mean nothing." "Sengoku, this is not a discussion. It is an order." With that, they abruptly ended the call. Sengoku, gripping the Den Den Mushi, was so enraged that his fists clenched until they nearly burst, veins bulging. Yet ultimately, he succumbed to resignation. He understood that he had no choice but to comply. In that moment, the image of Dragon fleeing flashed through his mind, and he muttered to himself, "Dragon, is this the reason for your departure?" With the order in place, countless naval commanders across the sea were left bewildered but could only turn back to headquarters. The total commander of this extermination order was the newly promoted Admiral, Sakazuki, known as Akainu. His unwavering justice was tailor-made for such grim tasks. The 5 elders specifically summoned him to enhance his achievements. Inside the Navy headquarters conference room, the atmosphere was so heavy it could have produced rain. Sengoku entered and, addressing the gathered admirals, solemnly announced, "The world government's latest directive is to launch the extermination order against O'Hara in the West Sea." The faces of those present darkened instantly. Who among them was unaware of the implications? This was merely to cover up the world government's misdeeds, sacrificing innocent scholars and civilians on an entire island. Such actions were in stark contrast to the justice they had vowed to uphold when joining the Navy. Many recalled Dragon, but none possessed the courage to speak out. Observing the oppressive atmosphere, Sengoku felt a pang of distress and quickly stated, "The overall commander for this operation will be Sakazuki. You are to prepare the fleet immediately. It must be assembled within 3 days." After delivering this message, he hurriedly departed. Little did he know, an even greater crisis was drawing near. He had dispatched nearly all of the main forces, leaving the Navy headquarters as vulnerable as a paper lantern. Meanwhile, the man driven mad by Roger's death, the Golden Lion Shiki, was leading his fleet, poised to sweep through Marineford. As for me, I was blissfully unaware of these developments. Following the old doctor into the all-knowing tree, I was astonished. It was a veritable ocean of books, Truly, the world's largest library. I marveled at its grandeur. The old doctor chuckled and remarked, "We never know when our time may come. The more people who know the truth, the more hope there is in this world." With that, he handed me an aged book from the shelf and returned to his own tasks. I took the book and opened the first page, where I read, "Do you truly believe that the history you know is accurate?" How intriguing. Just as I was about to delve deeper, a familiar sound echoed in my mind. The system notification. Host has arrived at the all-knowing tree. Congratulations, host has acquired the ability. Photographic memory. Wow, this ability has come just in time. I flipped through a few pages and closed the book, astonished to find that I could vividly recall each word. Remarkable. Realizing the urgency of time, I promptly activated scan mode, imprinting the texts detailing historical accounts and ancient script interpretations into my mind, one after another. In the ensuing days, I immersed myself in the library, fervently downloading knowledge. During this time, I also met a small child, Nico Robin. The next day, while I was engrossed in my reading, a little girl stealthily slipped inside. Upon seeing me, we exchanged wide-eyed glances. With curiosity written all over her face, she asked, "Who are you? How can you read here?" At that moment, I was too preoccupied with my studies to respond, continuing to flip through the books. Seeing my aloof demeanor, little Robin pouted and decided to read on her own. Observing how quickly I flipped through the pages, she likely thought I was an eccentric. After several days, I had committed all the essential content to memory. Noticing the little bookworm arriving at the same time daily, I began to piece together her identity. I approached her with a smile and said, "Since we have been book companions for several days, would you kindly share your name?" Startled, little Robin hesitated before answering. "My name is Nico Robin. And you, Robin? What a lovely name." "I am Dracula," I replied with a grin. She nodded and returned to her reading. A diligent child indeed. Having learned all I needed, I stepped out of the all-knowing tree, intending to discuss the impending crisis facing O'Hara with the old doctor. However, unbeknownst to me, an unexpected turn of events granted O'Hara a brief respite. The fleet assigned to execute Akainu's extermination order was originally scheduled to arrive today. Yet midway, Sengoku's urgent command arrived. Golden Lion Shiki has launched a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters. The headquarters is vulnerable and cannot withstand the assault. Return immediately. Akainu seethed with fury, nearly melting the warship in his rage. Just as they had set off, they were ordered to turn back. However, there was no alternative. Should his homeland be stolen, this great general could no longer serve. Gritting his teeth, he commanded the entire fleet to return to Marin Fando at full speed. At that moment, the naval headquarters was engulfed in flames. Karp, Crane, Zifa, Akiji, and Kizuru were all engaged in their respective missions outside, leaving Sengoku as the sole capable defender within the headquarters. Above, the Golden Lion Shiki floated, laughing maniacally. "Do you think you can defeat Roger with such pitiful strength? I refuse to believe it. Today, I shall reduce this place to rubble, burying my old adversary alongside it." With that proclamation, he began to descend a colossal island concealed within the clouds. Instantly, Marin Fando was enveloped in darkness, and despair settled over the naval soldiers. Sengoku roared in fury, transforming into the Golden Buddha, unleashing a shockwave towards the sky. The island was shattered, yet countless fragments rained down like meteors, inflicting even greater casualties upon the Navy. Sengoku's heart bled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, nearing his limit. Seizing the opportunity, the Golden Lion concentrated his haki, executing the ultimate attack. The lion's thousand-cut valley, its sword energy tearing through space to strike at Sengoku. Sengoku, drained of strength, closed his eyes in despair. Just as the situation seemed dire, a figure, wreathed in molten lava, appeared before Sengoku in an instant, blocking the fatal blow with a technique known as the Dogbite Red Lotus. It was Akainu. He had finally arrived. Sengoku opened his eyes to see Akainu standing protectively in front of him, but before he could speak, the Golden Lion, enraged at the disruption, cursed, "Damn lava brat." Before he could launch a second attack, a figure glided across the sea, moving with a speed surpassing that of any human. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the Golden Lion, delivering a powerful punch. It was Karp. Karp had returned. The blow sent the Golden Lion reeling, interrupting his plan to elevate all of Marin Fando and crash it into the sea. Realizing Karp's presence meant he could not defeat Sengoku today, he attempted to flee. Sengoku, seeing through his intentions, bellowed, "Shiki, the naval headquarters is not a place you can enter and exit at will. You shall remain here." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of golden light streaked across the sky. Kizaru had arrived. Following closely, the ground began to freeze, as Akiji also made his entrance. The three admirals, Carp, Sengoku, and the Navy's highest combat power, gathered together. The Golden Lion found himself ensnared by Carp, unable to escape. Realizing his defeat, he resolved to expend his remaining strength in a frenzied assault. Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi, Akiji's Ice Block, and countless other attacks converged upon the Golden Lion. Shiki laughed maniacally as he unleashed his final slash, only to be swallowed whole by the combined onslaught. Boom! As the dust settled, half of the naval headquarters had been transformed into a molten wasteland, while the other half was encased in ice. The Golden Lion, bloodied and leaning on his dual swords, stood defiantly upright. Akainu seized the moment, dashing forward to deliver the final blow. Meteor Volcano. Enough, Sakazuki. Sengoku weakly commanded. Capture him and bring him to impel down. Akainu halted his attack, understanding that killing Shiki would allow the Pika Pika no Mi to resurface, presenting an even greater dilemma. Thus, a battle that nearly toppled the naval headquarters came to an end. However, the Gorosei had a different perspective. Let me tell you, they were utterly unconcerned with the destruction of the naval headquarters. Their sole focus was on O'Hara. Why the urgency? Because they had received intelligence indicating that the leader of the group that had previously landed on the island was none other than the former celestial dragon, Dracul, whom they had personally expelled from Marahoa. The old men were suddenly restless, fearing that Dracul would uncover the truth behind the blank century. The bloodline of the celestial dragons was no safeguard. Should he learn the truth, it would mean death. Therefore, the extermination order must be executed immediately. Sengoku, having just fought a battle that nearly cost him everything, was exhausted when he received a call from the Gorosei, knowing it boded ill. Upon hearing the order, a wave of genuine disgust washed over him for this so-called world government. But what choice did he have? The Navy's salaries, warships, and ammunition were all provided by them. Disobedience? Tomorrow, they would all be left to fend for themselves. Thus, the weary Akainu, still bearing the wounds from his recent encounter with Whitebeard, was dispatched to O'Hara, becoming the Navy's foremost laborer. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a small boat had already taken a shortcut and departed ahead of him. A giant stood upon that vessel, Vice Admiral Hakovar Salong. This man, burdened by his conscience, felt that the extermination order was too vile and entirely contrary to his sense of justice. He intended to deliver a warning. Moreover, he had previously rescued Robin's mother, Alvia, and held onto the token she had given him before her demise. Interestingly, Akiji had already sensed something amiss with Salong, but chose not to intervene. I suspect he too harbored doubts about what the Navy's justice truly entailed. Watching Salong's figure recede, he silently took out his bicycle, murmuring, "Salong, my dearest friend, is this the path you've chosen? Very well, I shall witness where this so-called justice leads." With that, he mounted his bicycle, and with a gentle crunch, created a path of ice upon the sea, leisurely following after. Meanwhile on O'Hara, Dracul had long since finished reading the books he wished to peruse and had been urging the scholars on the island to flee. Regrettably, these intellectuals were as stubborn as mules, refusing to budge, each prepared to martyr themselves. Dracul, at his wit's end, thought to himself that he had done all he could. Their lives were no longer his concern. Just as he prepared to depart, he spotted a small boat racing across the sea, on which stood a giant, Salong. From afar, Salong shouted, "Run! The Navy's extermination order is coming." Dracul's heart sank. He knew they were in grave danger, and it was too late to escape. As he contemplated a plan B, the words had barely left his mouth when the island was surrounded by a dense formation of Navy warships, leaving no chance for respite as countless cannonballs rained down like a deluge. Salong was left stunned. Despite his haste, he was still too late. Glancing at Dracul and the others, he gritted his teeth, determined to save them at all costs. He pulled out Alvia's necklace, ready to speak, but Robin recognized it immediately. Rushing over to ask, "That's my mother's necklace. Where is she?" Salong looked at the little girl, his heart sinking to the depths as he struggled to reply. "Your mother has already sacrificed herself." Tears welled in Robin's eyes. Dracul said nothing, stepping forward to embrace her, allowing the girl's tears to soak through his clothing. "I will take you away." Salong snapped back to reality, urgently calling out. Dracul regarded him with admiration for his willingness to stand against the entire Navy for the sake of his so-called justice. "Very well, I shall see how far you can go." Salong forged ahead, clearing the path while Dracul and the others followed closely behind. However, their intentions were all too clear, and they were soon discovered. Two Navy warships turned their cannons to lock onto them. Without hesitation, Salong leaped forward, using his moonwalk to reach the two ships. His fists enveloped in armed hockey, striking down the vessels with two powerful blows. The surrounding Navy personnel stood in shock. Who among them could comprehend that their own vice admiral had just sunk their own ships? What madness was this? In their moment of bewilderment, a Kainu appeared, blocking their path like an impenetrable wall. Salong's expression froze, yet he quickly resolved to turn to Dracul and declare, "You all take this chance to escape. I will hold him off." He understood he could not defeat an admiral, fully aware it was a suicide mission. Just as he assumed his stance, ready to sacrifice himself, Dracul stepped forward leisurely, placing himself in front of Salong. At that moment, I thought to myself, this script is flawed. Dagula observed the visibly exhausted Chi Quan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He yearned to test his current prowess, seizing the opportunity to strike while his opponent was weakened. Fighting a severely injured general promised an extraordinary chance of victory. The lofty sentiments that Salong had cultivated for so long dissipated instantly. Just as he was about to voice something, the enormous polar bear Bei-Bo, standing behind Dagula, suddenly struck him with a powerful paw, creating a spatial rift that engulfed Salong. Following closely, Bei-Bo stepped into the rift himself. As for Luo Bin and the others, they had long been drawn into Bei-Bo's newly developed dimensional space the moment Chi Quan appeared. Chi Quan could only watch in astonishment as the living beings vanished into thin air, his mind reeling. The only conclusion he could draw was that the bear had consumed a space-type devil fruit. "Now, no one will disturb us, General Chi Quan," Dagula remarked with a light chuckle. Chi Quan snorted coldly. "You are not from O'Hara. Since you are so eager to die, I shall grant your wish." With that, he leapt directly from the warship, launching a technique known as Canine Bite Red Lotus, sending a massive magma hound lunging toward Dagula's head. Dagula deftly evaded the attack, yet felt the intense heat wash over him. When their fists collided, the resulting explosion created a shockwave that compressed the sea beneath them. This time, Chi Quan's gaze transformed completely. He sensed that the man before him was not his inferior in strength. Meanwhile, he remained in a state of fatigue, realizing that this battle would be arduous. Understanding that he could no longer delay, Chi Quan gathered all his strength and unleashed the grand meteor volcano. In an instant, the sky was filled with magma fists, raining down like fiery meteors. Dagula's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He unleashed his conqueror's haki with a force of destruction, brutality, and darkness that enveloped the entire arena. Chi Quan's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that Dagula possessed conqueror's haki, and such an eerie manifestation of it. This further solidified his resolve to keep Dagula here. Dagula melded his conqueror's haki with his armament haki, enveloping the wicked blade Muramasa at his waist. Bending slightly, with a swift draw, he executed a one-sword style, creating an almost invisible dark slash that met the onslaught of falling magma. The strike precisely targeted the weakest point of the grand meteor volcano, tearing open a gash, with the residual force surging toward Chi Quan. Although it did not severely injure him, Dagula had gauged his own strength. He was capable of matching an admiral's might. Stalemated, Dagula decided to escalate the confrontation. The fallen angel energy within him began to stir, and with a swift motion, 6 pairs of pitch-black wings unfurled from his back, and a demon mask materialized upon his face. The atmosphere around him darkened ominously. Tiquan Shalip Dwight, likely cursing inwardly, resorting to transformation when faced with defeat. Such a breach of martial ethics. The wings behind Dagula grew increasingly solid, their edges sharp as blades. Hellish wings. The 6 pairs of wings transformed into countless beams of black light, shooting forth, carrying with them a palpable aura of decay. Tiquan Thitalit Wit Matma. And the collision of energies sent shockwaves rippling outward, wreaking havoc among the surrounding Navy soldiers. Half were scorched by the heat, while the other half felt their vitality rapidly draining, with some elderly ones even perishing on the spot. Witnessing this, Chi Quan was struck with terror. This ability could strip away life itself. At that moment, Dagula realized that Chi Quan's subordinates had already contacted Sengoku via phone. If they didn't leave soon, reinforcements would arrive, complicating matters. He flapped his wings, ascending to the sky, gazing down at the devastated O'Hara below, softly murmuring, "The Demon Slaughter Order is truly a remarkable tool. Alas, you have underestimated the situation. All of O'Hara's knowledge resides within my mind." Oh, and I have also taken away the last hope of O'Hara. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Chi Quan below and casually tossed out a card. Chi Quan caught it, observing that it bore the insignia of 9 fallen angels, with the reverse side showing the number 0. Helplessly, he watched as the Gula vanished into the horizon, infuriated enough to pound his fist against the warship. The Gula flew to a safe location, rejoining Bei Bo and the others. Sa Long was still reeling from the recent events, staring at him in disbelief. You were so strong. Even Chi Quan couldn't stop you. The Gula patted his shoulder, casually stating, I saved your life. From now on, your life is mine. Starting today, you're under my command. Sa Long contemplated his situation. Having defected from the Navy, he had nowhere else to go. Following this powerful figure could also protect Luo Bin. So he nodded in agreement. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Detecting host has altered Nico Robin's life trajectory. Congratulations. Host has obtained the book of ancient historical text interpretation. Upon seeing this reward, Dagulon nearly lost his temper. Family, who understands? I have spent countless sleepless nights chasing after those words on that pile of broken stones, and now you present me with a one-click translation app? Why wasn't this available sooner? He composed himself and commanded the fleet to set sail towards their next destination, the Flower Country in the West Sea. Unbeknownst to him, Qingji had already surmised his path and was leisurely pedaling on his bicycle across the icy surface to catch up. On the other side, Chi Quan returned to the Navy headquarters, barging into Sengoku's office without knocking. Inside, aside from Sengoku, were Carp and he. Chi Quan slammed the 0 card on the table, recounting the events at O'Hara, Dagu LA's strength, and his bizarre abilities in great detail. He requested he to describe Dagu LA's appearance, and Chi Quan fashioned a likeness of Dagu Law from magma. Upon seeing it, Carp gasped, that little brat. The room fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. Carp awkwardly waved his hand. I don't know him. Just feels a bit like one of my useless disciples. He, however, was well acquainted with Carp and directly inquired, is he truly your disciple? Carp's lips twitched, but he ultimately nodded. Sengoku and Chi Quan's expressions darkened instantly. You Carp, your son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and now even your disciple has turned into such a monster. Just as they were about to interrogate him, a messenger arrived with urgent intelligence. After reading it, Sengoku furiously smashed his fist on the table, pointing at Carp's nose and shouting, look at your good son, Munki-D. Dragon has overthrown several allied nations in the West Sea. Carp maintained an indifferent demeanor. What can I do? They don't listen to me. Why not send someone to capture him? He was well aware that both of them were exceptionally elusive, rendering any attempts futile. Sengoku's teeth ground in frustration as he retrieved another card from the newspaper. This card depicted a humanoid figure with the number 2 on its reverse, identical in material to Chi Quan's 0 card. He compared it, and he quickly noticed that the humanoid on the number 2 card was one of the 9 figures on the 0 card. Following this deduction, he calmly analyzed. This organization must have at least 8 other powerful individuals yet to reveal themselves. Sengoku inhaled sharply. Chi Quan added, before facing that individual, there is also a bear with him, presumably a user of space-type abilities. Additionally, Navy Rear Admiral Sa Long has defected and joined them. Upon hearing this, Sengoku sighed deeply, aware that the tides of the sea were about to change once more. But what could he do? The Celestial Dragon's orders were absolute, and, as an admiral, he dared not defy them. Chi Quan, being a straightforward individual, after 2 intense battles, was nearly burnt out and wasted no time in retreating to recuperate. Once he left, Sengoku was about to discuss how to handle the Gula situation with he, when suddenly, a cracking noise interrupted. Turning around, he nearly burst into laughter. Carp, that old rascal, had seized the opportunity to sneak into Sengoku's drawer, stealing and savoring the sweet donuts he had hoarded for years. He was relishing them with such delight. In the midst of the intense atmosphere, Zhang Guo's expression instantly turned a shade of green, the veins on his forehead pulsating visibly. I could almost hear his molars grinding in frustration, yet he forced himself to maintain composure, continuing the discussion with he. The scene, dear readers, was nothing short of exquisite. At this critical juncture, the phone bug of the 5 Elder Stars rang, and their tone was imperious, akin to issuing a royal decree. We are aware of the situation regarding O'Hara, the voice on the other end leisurely stated. As for the individual who has suddenly emerged, we have information. His name is Tang Jike de Gula, possessing the mythical Zoan fruit, the angel fruit in its fallen angel form. His abilities remain unclear, Yet the danger level is exceedingly high. You are commanded to capture him alive. I was taken aback upon hearing this. Dangzai? ISNT that the surname associated with the celestial dragons? The weight of this information nearly caused my CPU to overheat. Zhanghua was equally astonished. Yet he refrained from asking further questions. I realized then that the elders of the 5 elder stars, while professing concern over the threat, did not truly regard Dagula as a significant adversary. They likely viewed him as a long-lost relative who should not perish at the hands of lesser beings. Their arrogance was palpable even through the phone bug. Once the call ended, Zhanghua conferred with he, and they decided to issue a bounty. 200 million berries. Specifically marked, capture alive. Additionally, based on his fruit abilities, they named his newly formed team the Fallen Angel Brigade, which bore a strikingly dramatic flair. As for Long, his fate was even more dire, as he was branded the world's most heinous criminal, with his bounty inflated to astronomical heights, clearly making him the primary target. The scene shifted, and I found myself alongside Dagula as we arrived in the Land of Flowers, barely having steadied ourselves when lo and behold, we were blocked by someone. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Admiral Akiji. He stood there, as lethargic as ever, pushing his eye patch up to his forehead. Yawning as he remarked, "You all are quite slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Everyone in our group was taken aback. Who would have expected an admiral to be lying in wait here? Sarone, the giant rear admiral accompanying us, stepped forward, recognizing Akiji as an old acquaintance. "Akiji, has the Navy sent you to deal with me?" he inquired. Akiji shook his head, his expression as neutral as if he were merely inquiring about the weather. "No, I'm not here for that. I simply wish to know what kind of justice you have ultimately chosen." Sarone paused for a moment, then smiled. "What kind of justice?" "It certainly won't be the oppressed kind, Akiji." Such a response was quite formidable. Akiji nodded in acknowledgement, then stepped aside, showing no intent to engage in combat, merely indicating, "You may pass. I'm just passing through." As we walked by, Dagula suddenly turned back, executing a bold maneuver. He tossed a card with a rebellious angel design to Akiji. Leaning in, he whispered in a voice only a few of us could hear, "If you cannot realize your justice within the Navy, then seek me out." I was left dumbfounded. He was attempting to sway an admiral. This man certainly had audacity. Akiji, momentarily stunned, broke into a smile. "Ha, you are quite an interesting person. I will remember this." He then tucked the card into the compartment of his eye patch and leisurely rode off on his rickety bicycle. Let me tell you, Dagula's approach was masterful. He had discerned Akiji's discontent with the Navy's so-called absolute justice, planting a seed in his mind, waiting for it to take root. This maneuver was nothing short of textbook-level subversion. Of course, our purpose in the Land of Flowers was not merely to encounter Akiji. Dagula's true objective was the treasure concealed by the peculiar old coot, Qingjiao, within the Baoyu Ice Mountain. Whether for Long's revolutionary endeavors or future grand undertakings, one cannot operate without funds. Dagula's own words were, "Since Qingjiao's head is already deflated, it's a waste to let the treasure sit idle. I might as well help him safeguard it." Truly, he managed to frame robbery in such a refreshingly unique manner. That night, under the cover of darkness, Dagula summoned his fallen angel energy to conjure an impressively sleek outfit, blending seamlessly with the shadows as he stealthily approached the Baoyu Ice Mountain. Gazing at the glimmering treasures encased in ice, his eyes sparkled with greed. Without hesitation, he unleashed his armed haki, wrapping it around his cursed blade, Muramesa, and executed a lightning-fast slash. With a resounding crack, the seemingly impenetrable Baoyu Ice Mountain was cleaved open, shattering like glass. Then came the most audacious part. Upon placing his hand atop the pile of treasures, an immense suction force emanated, akin to a vacuum, causing all the gold and silver to vanish without a trace, all absorbed into a dimension of his own making. This ability, borrowed from our companion bear Beepo, was now wielded with greater finesse than the original. After securing the spoils, he further sought thrill, deliberately leaving behind a fallen angel card at the scene, signaling his previous presence. When Qingjiao and his men arrived in a frenzy, only to find the icy cavern empty, the old man erupted in a fit of rage, howling for the perpetrator's identity. Meanwhile, we had already popped the champagne aboard our ship. Dagula stood at the bow, raising his glass towards the Land of Flowers, cheerfully declaring, "Qingjiao, no need to search. I'll be waiting for you in the Grand Line." Such audacity was simply remarkable. With this grand heist completed, we altered our course, no longer heading to the South Sea, but setting our sights directly on the Grand Line. Along the way, Dagula found Long and returned the entire startup capital he had borrowed. Brother, here's the money. Feel free to stir things up across the seas. The Revolutionary Army's foundation can now be laid. Long was elated to receive such a substantial sum, as it was akin to receiving a pillow when one was drowsy. Once these arrangements were made, we officially embarked on our journey to the Grand Line. Days later, our ship finally reached the entrance of Reverse Mountain. Gazing at the magnificent sight of the river flowing uphill and the enormous whale lagoon, Dagula smirked. He was too disinterested to engage in pleasantries. Directly unleashing his conqueror's haki to summon the ship's doctor of the pirate king, Kurokas, from within the whale. Old man, hope you're well, Dagula called out, leaning against the ship's railing. Please provide me with a permanent pointer to the little garden. Kurokas rolled his eyes. Who says I'm well? We've only met a couple times at most. Despite his words, he casually retrieved a permanent pointer from his pocket and tossed it over. Having obtained the item, Dagula turned to leave but suddenly paused, glancing back at Kurokas, delivering a parting shot. Still waiting for the inheritor of Roger's will? You might be waiting for quite a while. Such an affront to the heart. Kurokas hesitated for a moment, but said nothing, silently retreating back into the belly of the whale. The ship surged up Reverse Mountain, officially entering the Grand Line. Our next destination, Little Garden. Dagula had long set his sights on the two giants on the island, Dori and Bragi, who had been engaged in a duel for a century. He intended to recruit these two formidable warriors. Upon landing on the island, we felt the ground trembling beneath us. Dagula instructed Sarone, a fellow giant, to scout ahead and reconnect with his kin. By the time we leisurely made our way to the island's center, we found Sarone already chummy with Dori and Bragi. The three of them gathered around a bonfire, engrossed in lively conversation. We settled on the island, hosting grand feasts for several days while awaiting the permanent pointer's magnetic energy to charge. When the day to depart finally arrived, Dagula laid his cards on the table. He approached the two giants and proposed a wager. Let's have a duel. If I win, you both will join me. If you win, our entire crew will stay to accompany you. Dori and Bragi, both simple-minded battle enthusiasts, were delighted at the prospect. They were the strongest warriors of Elbaf. How could they possibly lose to a little guy? They readily accepted the challenge. And what happened next? The moment the battle commenced, Dagula did not grant them a single opportunity. He merely unsheathed his sword, unleashing a martial art infused with dual-colored haki. The sword energy surged wildly, dazzling in its swiftness. In a matter of moments, he incapacitated two giants, rendering them utterly defenseless, their prized great axes and swords reduced to mere fragments upon collision. The disparity in combat prowess was akin to a dimensional strike. Although the giants were defeated, they were honorable men, willing to accept their loss. Vowing to henceforth follow De La Cruz. However, a dilemma arose. The ship was far too small to accommodate these two behemoths. Just as I was lost in thought, De La Cruz performed an action that shattered my worldview. He led us back to the ship and then turned, slowly pressing his hands against the small island's garden. In the next moment, an overwhelming force, exponentially stronger than that which had drawn treasures before, erupted from his hands. The entire island, along with its forests, volcanoes, dinosaurs, and the two newly subdued giants, was swiftly absorbed into his alternate dimension space before our astonished eyes. Can you imagine? Carrying an island with you. This is 1,000 times more impressive than any RV. Beepo stood nearby, his eyes wide with envy, nearly drooling as he contemplated when he might also possess such power. To whisk away his homeland, Zoe, during our days at sea, De La Cruz purchased a newspaper to peruse. He flipped through the pages and soon spotted his bounty notice. Appearing quite pleased, Fallen Angel number 0, Don Quixote de la Cruz, bounty of 200 million berries, to be captured alive. The title was rather commendable, not unpleasant at all. He continued to flip through the paper and found the bounty for the dragon, bursting into laughter. The world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon, bounty of 1 billion berries. Dead or alive. He chuckled, remarking, "It seems you've been quite busy, stirring up significant trouble." The newspaper also mentioned the legendary shipwright Tame, who was sentenced by the world government for constructing the Pirate King's ship. De La Cruz's eyes lit up, immediately adding Tame to his talent acquisition list. He even pondered if he should take a trip to Sky Island to retrieve his childhood friend Enel, hoping to nurture him early to prevent him from growing up with an arrogant demeanor of superiority. Days later, our ship finally docked again, this time in the vast desert kingdom of Alabasta. We landed in a prosperous oasis called Yuba. De La Cruz could easily tell that Crocodile's plan to drain the country had yet to commence. Upon entering the city, the attention we garnered was astonishing, a staggering 200%. After all, with a bounty of 200 million berries looming over us, although no one dared approach. The sensation of being observed like rare creatures was unmistakable. News quickly reached the palace, where King Nefertari Cobra paced anxiously, fearing we might be harbingers of destruction. His precious daughter, Vivi, then a small child with braids, innocently asked, "Father, why don't you go meet them since you're so worried?" Surprisingly, her innocent words struck a chord with Cobra. He slapped his thigh and joyfully exclaimed, "You're right. Vivi, you're so clever. Father will go meet this great pirate." With that, he scooped up little Vivi and made his way toward us in Yuba. Meanwhile, De La Cruz was completely indifferent to the presence of the king. He strolled leisurely through the streets, soaking in the exotic atmosphere while contemplating how to extract the future Shichibukai crocodile who was concealed within this kingdom. After all, such a formidable force would be a waste if not recruited or eliminated beforehand. He considered visiting the casino in Rainbase, as per the original storyline, where Crocodile's lair was said to be located. I must tell you, despite several days of fervently scouting Rainbase, I didn't catch even a glimpse of Crocodile. My lord, I tried my best, but Crocodile is exceptionally adept at hiding. Meanwhile, the king of Alabasta, Cobra, personally sought us out. He appeared anxious, haggard from his rush to find us. Upon meeting, his demeanor was exceedingly humble as he inquired, "Great one, what brings you to my humble abode? Do you require my assistance?" I thought it best not to intimidate him too much, so I adopted a harmless demeanor and kindly replied with a noble greeting. "No need for concern, I am merely passing through, seeking a local guide." No sooner had I spoken than a small girl with blue hair, resembling a cute anime figurine, tugged at her father's sleeve and chirped, "Father, let me be their guide." Can you believe it? This little princess was incredibly brave. Her father turned pale, shaking his head without a second thought. However, the little girl immediately switched to a charming mode, her big, watery eyes irresistible. I realized this was indeed the future Princess Vivi and quickly reassured the king, "Fear not. I assure you, with me around, the princess shall come to no harm." The old king, worn down by his daughter's persistence and my assurances, reluctantly agreed. Thus, I gained a delightful little companion. Yet, the doting father was protective, assigning a guard to Vivi before we departed, fearing I might whisk away his precious daughter. Vivi, with her insatiable curiosity, finally asked me, "Big brother, why is my father so afraid of you?" I chuckled, spinning a tale. "Well, perhaps it's because I possess a rather intimidating presence. Sometimes, being overwhelmingly powerful brings such burdens." In the days that followed, Vivi escorted me around Alabasta, yet there was still no sign of Crocodile. But I was unfazed. If I couldn't find him, it wouldn't matter, as my crew was not dependent on him. However, I soon noticed a peculiar atmosphere permeating the kingdom. The streets were bustling with people gathering funds, and upon inquiry, I learned they were collecting tribute for the celestial dragons, referred to as heavenly gold. The very name infuriated me, as it was nothing more than extortion. Witnessing King Cobra's worry to the point of his hair turning gray over this matter, a wild plan began to form in my mind. I first returned Vivi to the palace. Such grim tasks were not for a princess to witness. Finding a secluded spot, I retrieved my den mushy, ensuring there were no prying eyes nearby, and dialed a long untouched number. The moment the call connected, I was met with that signature. Infectious laughter. "Ah, Your Majesty, you finally remembered me. Any new orders?" Without further ado, I stated, "You've heard about the heavenly gold, correct? I need you to seize it." On the other end, Doflamingo laughed even more maniacally. That's exactly what I had in mind. Those scoundrels don't deserve to possess such valuables." It seemed we were in accord. I felt reassured in trusting this task to him. After hanging up with Doflamingo, I swiftly called Dragon. "Boss, any instructions?" Dragon's voice remained as steady as ever. I got straight to the point. "You're aware of the heavenly gold, right? Each time it's collected, the world government holds a conference at Mariewa." Dragon understood immediately. "Yes, I've received the news. Do you intend to make a move?" I nodded. "Precisely. I plan to infiltrate Mariewa during the world meeting and liberate all the slaves inside as our reserve manpower." Dragon's excitement was palpable, though he expressed concern. "But what about the Gorosei? They certainly won't allow us to do this." I reassured him. "Rest assured, they're always most relaxed after the meetings. We will strike then, ensuring our success." However, this must remain confidential, just between us. With the details agreed upon with Dragon, the plan was set in motion. I must say, Doflamingo's efficiency in matters is truly remarkable. A few days later, news of the theft of Tianshang reached the heavens, sending shockwaves throughout the world government. The five elders, those venerable bureaucrats, were livid, their faces turning a shade of green with fury. They swiftly mobilized the CP organization to conduct a thorough investigation, which soon pointed to Don Quixote Doflamingo. The situation left them regretting their earlier decision to spare this seemingly inconsequential figure, as he now held damning evidence against them. It was rumored that within Tianshang lay a monumental secret about the celestial dragons being traitors to the nation. The five elders, fearful of repercussions, hesitated to act violently and instead resurrected the long-dormant warlords of the Sea Plan in an attempt to recruit Doflamingo. I found this news amusing. Doflamingo, it seemed, had stumbled into an immense fortune. Although Tianshang had been stolen, the World Conference proceeded as planned. Dragon, Beepo, and I remained hidden near Mariewa, poised for action. Once the kings concluded their meeting, exhausted and weary, we would set our plan into motion. As night fell, we infiltrated the premises, while Beepo stood guard outside, ensuring our escape vessels were ready. I was well acquainted with Mariewa, my homeland, and navigated effortlessly to the dungeons where the slaves were confined. Dragon's wind fruit proved to be an assassination tool of unparalleled efficacy. He transformed into a gust of wind, effortlessly dispatching the guards before they could utter a sound, leaving behind a scene of eerie silence. I entered, surveying the multitude of lifeless bodies with composure. I clapped my hands to capture the attention of all the slaves and announced that I would open the doors to their cells. I revealed that I had stationed numerous ships along the eastern coastline for their escape. This was their singular opportunity to flee. With a snap of my fingers, all the cell doors swung open. I turned to depart, discreetly basking in my own glory. The moment I left, chaos erupted. The slaves surged forth like a tidal wave, emboldened by the sight of their fallen captors. They smashed whatever they could find and, emboldened, set fires. The once sacred Mariewa was ablaze, illuminating the night sky. The celestial dragons, accustomed to their tyrannical rule, cowered in fear, trembling and clinging to their guards, too terrified to intervene. Dragon and I watched from above, our lips curling into smiles. The five elders merely dispatched subordinates to manage the chaos, unwilling to confront the situation themselves. We observed intently, mentally noting the fierce individuals who distinguished themselves during the turmoil. These would become our future talents. Before dawn, Dragon and I made our timely retreat, boarding Beepo's waiting vessel. Upon stepping aboard, I was taken aback to find three unfamiliar young girls on the ship. Beepo scratched his head and explained it while waiting for us. He had found them paddling a tiny boat and felt compelled to rescue them. I glanced at the lead girl. Despite her disheveled appearance, her pride was unmistakable. She approached me earnestly and expressed her gratitude. Just as I was about to downplay my actions, she asked, "Sir, may I know your name? I would like to repay you in the future." I chuckled, thinking that given the magnitude of the situation, there was no need for concealment. I produced my striking bounty poster and handed it to her. She accepted it with reverence, tucking it into her clothing. When I inquired about their destination, she replied, "Amazon Lily." My heart raced. Could this be the future Empress Boa Hancock and her sisters? What a fortuitous twist of fate. I readily agreed to escort them, eager to witness the fabled land of women. Dragon, ever the workaholic, was eager to return to his revolutionary endeavors, so I did not insist he stay. I instructed Beepo to steer the ship towards Amazon Lily, while also releasing Robin and Reiju from my dimensional space to forge bonds with the future Empress and her sisters. In the ensuing days, the world was abuzz with the events surrounding Mariewa. Although the five elders issued a gag order, such information is hard to contain. My bounty was updated dramatically, soaring to astronomical heights, and my status shifted from being captured alive to being wanted dead or alive. The Navy was in an uproar. Sengoku was furious, smashing tables in frustration, while the ever-joyful Garp delighted in our new bounty, gleefully swiping Sengoku's donuts and declaring his intention to find us in the Calm Belt for a reunion. Navigating the Calm Belt proved challenging, but I was undeterred. I unleashed my conqueror's haki, intimidating the Sea Kings into acting as our biological engines, propelling our ship forward. Beepo, possessing an uncanny ability to communicate with these sea creatures, alleviated much of the burden. Upon finally reaching Amazon Lily, we had yet to dock when hundreds of female warriors emerged, bows drawn and aimed at us, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Hancock, recognizing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward from behind me, arms outstretched, and proclaimed, "I am Boa Hancock, and I demand to see Granny." No sooner had she spoken than an imposing woman stepped forward from behind the warriors. With her high ponytail and a small red snake coiled on her shoulder, she exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Upon seeing Hancock, she immediately commanded her subordinates to lower their weapons. She dashed towards Hancock, enveloping her in a tight embrace, bursting into tears. "I'm so sorry. It was my fault. I failed to protect you." The sight was heart-wrenching as Hancock, initially stoic, melted into tears, joined by her sisters in a heartfelt reunion. As I observed, I pondered how long this emotional display would last. Yet before long, Hancock wiped her tears, her expression shifting to one of determination, as if to say, "Crying is futile. I must grow stronger." While the sisters reminisced, the remaining warriors summoned the last surviving former empress, an elderly woman named Giroliosa. Upon seeing Hancock, her excitement was palpable as she approached, clapping Hancock on the shoulder and, in front of everyone, declared from this day forth, "Hancock shall be our new empress of Amazon Lily." I was taken aback. Such a hasty decision seemed frivolous. The captain, Juching, was the first to react, kneeling in reverence. Witnessing this, the others quickly followed suit, and thus, Hancock was proclaimed empress. Realizing my presence was no longer necessary, I decided to make my exit before attracting any unwanted attention from the celestial dragons. Just as I signaled to Beepo to prepare for departure, Granny approached me, expressing her gratitude for returning Hancock and her sisters, inviting me to stay on the island for a proper reception. I glanced at the diminutive elder, shaking my head. I reasoned that lingering would only bring misfortune upon their island. I politely declined, stating we had matters to attend to. Understanding my position, Granny did not insist. At that moment, Hancock approached, knowing she could not keep me, mustered her courage, and softly requested, "Sir, may I have a hug before you leave?" I smiled and nodded, embracing her gently and ruffling her hair. Just before boarding the ship, I discreetly slipped my freshly minted bounty poster into her hands. With a command, we set sail, but not far into our journey were we abruptly halted. To my astonishment, a Navy warship loomed directly ahead, charging towards us. The Amazon warriors immediately sprang into action, believing they had come to apprehend me, drawing their bows and preparing to defend their benefactor. Before they could release their arrows, a booming, jovial laugh erupted from the ship. "Ha ha, you rascal, I come to see you." Upon hearing that voice, I relaxed my grip on my weapon. Indeed, upon the warship, I discerned a canine emblem, and then I beheld the venerable Carp, who, with a graceful moonwalk, traversed the waves and swiftly leapt onto my vessel. Just as I relaxed my guard, he boarded with a thunderous, love-infused punch. Fortunately, my observation hockey was keen, and I tilted my head just in time to evade it. Carp, noticing he had missed, refrained from further aggression and instead enveloped me in a jovial embrace, exclaiming, "Young lad, it appears you have not neglected your training. However, your recent commotion has drawn too much attention. You must exercise caution henceforth." I nodded, internally acknowledging that I was well aware of that. The female warriors on the shore were utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. It was as if the Navy and the pirates were engaging in a familial reunion, a sight so enchanting they dared not gaze upon it, particularly the elderly woman who had instantly recognized the naval hero Carp. Her worldview was likely shattered. Carp exchanged a few brief words with me before announcing his departure to visit his grandson in the East Blue. I was taken aback, inquiring, "Your grandson? That rascal dragon has a child now. How swiftly time flies." However, upon uttering Dragon's name, Carp's expression darkened, his teeth gritted as he declared, "You know well. That is Roger's son. Yet, that dragon truly is lacking. I have waited so long and still have not held my grandson." Upon hearing this, I nearly burst into laughter. I thought to myself, "Dragon, it's not that I won't help you. It's all about filial piety." With a smirk, I divulged Dragon's whereabouts. "He should be in the East Blue. Perhaps you'll encounter him upon your return." Carp's eyes brightened at this information, and his pace quickened as he likely prepared to retrieve his son and hasten his lineage. Observing his hasty retreat, I shrugged in resignation, pondering Dragon. "You are in for a rough time. My assistance can only extend thus far." Once the naval vessel departed, we resumed our journey to our next destination, Alabasta. Our previous visit had been too rushed, and I had yet to examine the historical text chronicling the ancient weapon Pluton. I contemplated how I must visit, for acquiring Pluton would significantly enhance our capabilities. A few days later, we landed in Yuba with familiarity. Due to past events, my mere presence on the island sent both pirates and informants scurrying away as if they had seen a ghost. News spread rapidly, reaching King Cobra of Alabasta. However, this time, he had learned his lesson. He was well aware that I was the one responsible for the explosion at the Holy Land, and any association with me would mean opposing the world government. Thus, he feigned ignorance, continuing to handle documents within the palace. Little did he know, his precious daughter, Princess Vivi, upon hearing my name, had stealthily left the palace to seek me out. Simultaneously, the 5 elders at the Holy Land were in a frenzy. Upon learning of my arrival in Alabasta, their faces turned pale, for they understood the significance of my presence. They immediately summoned the leader of CP0, a pale figure donning a mask. The 5 elders handed me a bounty notice, pointing to my photograph, commanding, "Ensure that this individual does not approach the royal tomb west of the palace, where historical text lies." The masked man replied succinctly, "Understood," and then vanished. Meanwhile, I remained blissfully unaware, engaging with Robin and the others at the inn, strategizing our infiltration of the palace that evening. I intended to bring Robin along to hone her skills. However, plans are often thwarted. Just as we prepared to act that night, Princess Vivi arrived, accompanied by a duck named Run Quick. With an anxious expression, she revealed that her father was troubled by my actions and implored if I had any solutions. Observing her distress, I assured her, "Do not worry, your father will be just fine." Internally, I added, "Once I have examined the stone tablet in your family's tomb." I quickly coaxed the weary Vivi into a neighboring room to rest, assigning Beppo to guard her. Once I confirmed that Vivi was sound asleep, I promptly took Robin and slipped into the night, heading straight for the palace. We silently infiltrated the mausoleum, but as soon as I landed, a sense of dread washed over me. I immediately activated my observation hockey to its maximum, and my mind was inundated with a multitude of figures encircling us. I thought to myself that the plan had unraveled, and escape seemed impossible. As my hockey swept across the area, the figures revealed themselves from the shadows, all clad in white suits and masks, CP0 agents. The masked leader, spotting me, matched me with the bounty notice and coldly declared, "Target confirmed, eliminate him." No sooner had he spoken than the agents lunged at me like rabid dogs. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I quickly stored Robin in my dimensional space. This was no battle for her to partake in. I then leapt onto a wall, observing the fray below, and with a cold smirk, I declared, "Since you are eager to meet your demise, allow me to oblige." With that, I summoned the giants Broggy and Dory. The ground shook with 2 resounding booms. Upon seeing this spectacle, the giants roared with excitement. "Boss, shall we take them down?" I nodded and tossed them 2 colossal weapons crafted specifically for them. "Go forth, and let them witness the might of the warriors of Elbath." The CP0 agents were rendered speechless, their legs trembling at the sight of the towering giants. Yet, their leader remained undeterred, bellowing, "Charge! Otherwise, you shall learn the meaning of fear." With that, the agents, despite their fear, pressed forward. I rolled my eyes, telling the giants, "Deal with the minions. I will handle the leader." What transpired next was akin to a grown adult battling toddlers. Broggy and Dory swung their colossal axes and swords, sending the CP0 agents flying like mere insects, their attacks against the giants akin to gentle caresses, utterly futile. I, disinterested in idle banter, swiftly positioned myself in front of the CP0 leader. "Your opponent is me. You seek death," he roared, launching a punch enveloped in hockey. I couldn't be bothered to dodge and met his strike with one of my own. The impact resonated powerfully. I staggered back a couple of steps while he was sent hurtling several meters away, the disparity evident. As the palace guards began to converge, I found them bothersome and unleashed a wave of Conqueror's hockey. Instantly, all the minions, including those still engaged with the giants, fell limp like marionettes with severed strings, either paralyzed or unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, Broggy and Dory unleashed a flurry of blows, concluding the battle. Gazing at the lone remaining leader, I could hardly be bothered to prolong the confrontation. I grasped the hilt of my sword, channeling my hockey into the blade. With a swift draw, I executed a lightning-fast slash. A flash of cold light flickered, and I sheathed my sword without a glance back, striding past him as he collapsed, a line of blood erupting from his form. Task accomplished. I stationed Broggy and Dory at the entrance as I released Robin from the dimensional space. We approached a wall, sensing that the historical text lay just beyond it. While Robin busied herself with the mechanisms, I, lacking the luxury of time, raised my hand, enveloped it in hockey, and effortlessly penetrated the wall. With a few deft movements, I carved out an opening tall enough for a person to pass through. Satisfied, I entered first. Inside lay an abyss of darkness, and Robin immediately utilized her Hana no Mi powers, sprouting countless hands to explore the chamber. She soon discovered the switch, illuminating the room to reveal a colossal stone tablet before us. Approaching it, I observed that it was covered in dust, clearly untouched for ages. Gently brushing my hand across its surface, I realized it bore the account of the legendary ancient weapon Pluton's whereabouts. I must tell you, the cryptic symbols inscribed above would baffle anyone for 3 days and nights. Yet for me, it was akin to an open book examination. My mind is a repository of the entire library of Hala, complemented by the interpretive tools provided by the system, allowing me to translate it effortlessly in mere moments. And what was the outcome? It left me seething with frustration. The steel boasted grandly of the formidable power of the king of the underworld, claiming he could obliterate an island with a single shot. Yet the most crucial location was provided only as a vague expanse of ocean. What difference does that make? Who among my companions understands that this is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? However, a thought flickered in my mind, and I suddenly comprehended a crucial matter. No wonder the world government dispatched the elite agents of CP9 to Water 7. They must have already perused this dilapidated steel, knowing full well that they could not locate the physical object. Hence, they altered their strategy to seize the design blueprints and prepare to construct it themselves. These cunning individuals were truly calculating. As I shook my head in exasperation, I noticed Robin nearby, painstakingly deciphering the text word by word. Seeing my frustration, she tenderly offered her assistance in translation. I thought to myself, "Dear sister, it is not that I cannot comprehend. Rather, I am incensed because I do understand. This is nothing but a grand illusion, devoid of the information I sought." Observing my disappointment, Robin could only shrug in resignation. I sensed her silent vow to grow stronger to aid me. Just as I was about to depart from this wretched chamber, a delightful surprise awaited me. With a chime, the long-awaited system notification reverberated in my mind. The system detected that the host had viewed the historical text regarding the king of the underworld, rewarding me with a complete set of design blueprints. What a stroke of fortune. Just a moment ago, I was fretting over where to find a ship, and in the next instant, the system filled my mind with the entire set of blueprints. Yet, a new dilemma arose. Where could I find a master shipwright capable of crafting such a vessel? With this thought, I immediately resolved to rescue Uncle Tom before his execution. However, that was a matter for another time. For now, I needed to clean up after myself. I led Robin out of the chamber, retrieving the 2 giant comrades, Brokey and Dory, into my dimensional space. Then, ensuring that the CP0 agents sprawled on the ground were thoroughly deceased, I gathered a few torches and set them ablaze to obliterate the evidence. Professionalism in erasing traces, one might say. Before leaving, I flicked my right hand, and with a swift motion, a card emblazoned with 9 fallen angel designs lodged itself like a dart against the door of the burial hall. Concealed glory. Do you understand my intent? You won't believe this. Throughout the entire ordeal, the king of Alabasta, an elder named Cobra, trembled in his palace. He had long been alerted by the commotion and dispatched the first wave of guards. Yet before they could arrive, they were rendered unconscious by my conqueror's hockey. Upon seeing my 2 giant brethren towering like mountains, he immediately surrendered, with only one thought in his mind. Please, leave at once. And if you do, you may take away this historical text. As soon as we departed, he rushed in, eager to inspect the scene. Upon arriving, he paled at the sight of the few still burning, charred corpses. His captain of the guard, Ikaram, possessed some discernment. He picked up the card I had left behind and quietly advised, "Your Majesty, we cannot afford to provoke these individuals. Let us consider this a non-event. Do not let it become public." Yet, Cobra was obstinate, determined to uncover the origins of these white-clad figures. He raced back to the treasury of his quarters, rifling through boxes until he unearthed an ancient journal from beneath a vase. Frantically, he flipped through its pages, finally discovering a relevant entry. It stated that the individuals in white clothing and masks were the world government's earliest intelligence organization, codenamed CP0. However, just as he reached the critical point, the next page had been torn out. I tell you, he was utterly agitated, pointing at the torn section and cursing. Which scoundrel has the audacity to tear such an important page? He cursed that person to suffer for forgetting to bring toilet paper. As soon as the words left his mouth, his face turned green with realization. The scoundrel was none other than himself. In his childhood, while playing in the treasury, he had been struck by sudden stomach pains and, in his panic, had hastily grabbed the nearest material, inadvertently tearing out a page from the very journal to use. He vividly recalled the incident, as the ink had left a mark on him. The crucial intelligence had been used to wipe himself. This was indeed the greatest unsolved mystery in history. The elder was so regretful that he wished to slap himself twice, ultimately resigning to his fate and comforting himself that it would all be forgotten after a good night's sleep. The next day, having concluded my affairs, I prepared to depart Alabasta. Before leaving, I bid farewell to Princess Vivi, who was tearful. I made her a promise that our next meeting would be filled with joy and adventure. Upon hearing of my departure, Cobra was deeply moved. He mistakenly believed that I had left out of concern for his predicament, thus considering me a confidant, silently affirming, "Dracula, you are indeed my brother." What a vivid imagination. It would be a shame if he did not pursue a career as a playwright. Meanwhile, the 5 elders of the world government, far away in Mariewa, were also bewildered. They received intelligence of my departure and were all perplexed. What was going on? Did he visit Alabasta merely for leisure? They hurriedly contacted the dispatched CP0 agents. But to their dismay, no one answered. Again, they attempted to reach out, yet still received no response. The 5 elders were thoroughly alarmed and immediately ordered their informants lurking in Alabasta to investigate. Before long, the informant reported back. Report to the 5 elders. A confrontation occurred at the royal mausoleum last night. 2 giants appeared. The ones they fought against seemed to be from CP0. I infiltrated the palace and witnessed their shattered white masks. It appears the entire unit was annihilated. The residual traces of Conqueror's Haki are still present. I assure you. Upon hearing this, the air in the office became thick with tension, and their faces darkened with rage. Yet their ability to grasp key details was woefully inadequate. They immediately shifted the blame onto the giants, cursing that the giant race was becoming increasingly unruly, and thus ordered Vegapunk to expedite experiments targeting giants. As for the matter of the Conqueror's Haki, they dismissed it entirely, likely considering it trivial, thereby completely overlooking the true culprit. On our end, we had already set sail upon the sea. On board, the navigator, Bepo, a white bear, had been poring over his master's navigational charts. After much contemplation, he approached me and exclaimed, "Captain, our next destination is Gaia Island. The chart even marks an empty island. Is it truly real?" My eyes lit up. It must be. This is the romance of sailing. I decisively declared, "Of course, the empty island exists. Once we reach Gaia Island, we shall devise a way to ascend." Upon hearing this, Bepo was elated, his bear-like face flushed with excitement as he scurried off to direct the navigation. Thus, we drifted upon the ocean for nearly 3 months, and finally arrived at Gaia Island. During these 3 months, we had no cook, and our provisions were nearly depleted. Upon disembarking, I led everyone straight to a restaurant, prioritizing a hearty meal before anything else. After satisfying our hunger, it was time to attend to business. I brought my crew into a nearby tavern, a place bustling with all manner of characters, ideal for gathering information. Approaching the bar, I ordered a drink and directly inquired, "Tell me, where can I find the descendants of the great deceiver, Nolan?" No sooner had I spoken than an audacious individual at a nearby table stood up to mock me. "Oh dear, there are still fools who believe in the existence of empty islands? With that kind of spare change, why not offer it to me instead?" I could hardly be bothered to lift my eyelids, and Robin, trailing behind me, was already displeased. With her arms crossed over her chest, she hissed, "Second round flower palm." In the next instant, 2 hands inexplicably sprouted on the neck of the pirate, one on each side, and with a swift twist, his neck was snapped at a perfect 180 degrees, leading to his immediate demise. The tavern fell into a deafening silence, with everyone rendered speechless. Robin disdainfully huffed and quietly returned to stand behind me. I must tell you, my crew is fiercely protective. No one dared to utter another word, and we swiftly obtained the address. Upon arrival, the house appeared deserted, occupied only by a group of variously postured apes, busily engaged in their activities. When I inquired about the whereabouts of the people, a leading ape gestured toward a nearby chair, indicating for us to wait. We waited until nightfall, when a drenched man, resembling a large chestnut, finally walked in from outside. It was him. I stood and approached him directly. "I wish to go to the Kongdao. Can you assist me in locating the Chongtian Haliu?" This fellow was named Kulike. He scrutinized me for a while before asking why I was so certain of the Kongdao's existence. I scoffed. Those out there are merely fools. Help me find the Chongtian Heiliu, and once I ascend, I shall ring the golden bell, so the entire world may hear it. How does that sound? This proposition struck a chord within him. He had spent his life attempting to prove that his ancestors were not deceivers. He nodded in agreement. A week later, according to Ku Like's predictions, we sailed to the eastern side of Jiao Island. Before long, a massive whirlpool indeed emerged on the sea, and with a thunderous roar, a towering column of water shot into the sky. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Charge in, I commanded, and Babua, at the helm, steered us into the vortex. It felt as if the world was spinning, the entire ship nearly tearing apart as we all desperately secured the deck and mast. Under an irresistible force, our vessel was propelled upward, piercing through the thick clouds. When we finally stabilized, everyone was astonished. Our ship was securely anchored above a vast expanse of white clouds. Babua was the first to leap from the ship, excitedly bouncing on the cotton candy-like clouds. The sensation was utterly marvelous. Robin and Reiju followed suit, their faces alight with wonder as they circled the ship. Initially, the novelty of our surroundings captivated us. However, as time passed, we realized this place bore little difference from the land below. Just then, someone arrived to intensify our experience. While we were in a daze, unsure of our next move, Dracula suddenly had a spark of inspiration. The system had directly provided us with a map of the Kongdao, essentially offering navigation services. With a smirk, Dracula stated, well, the objective is clear. Let us head to a place called Baika, where we must investigate a potential asset named Ainalu. None of us objected. We simply followed our captain. Yet, as we had barely taken a few steps, an elderly man suddenly flew down from the sky. I must say, he was riding a horse with long wings, flamboyant and ostentatious. The old man landed steadily before us, brandishing a lengthy spear, his chin raised high as he proclaimed, I'm the god of this island, Ganfur. You lowly beings must return with me to face judgment. I found myself bewildered, akin to an old man engrossed in his phone. What era is this? And why is there still an NPC delivering such lines? The condescension was almost palpable. As for Dracula, he didn't even spare a glance, let alone respond. I watched as he casually placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his body slightly bending. In the next moment, with a swish, a blurred flash of blade light sliced through the air, and the self-proclaimed god was instantly engulfed in a spray of blood, collapsing backward. His eyes widened in shock, likely unable to comprehend why the script had deviated from the norm. Where was the expected banter? Why did it escalate to violence so swiftly? It dawned on me that this was Dracula's true nature. His previous demeanor had merely been a facade to conceal his burgeoning power. Now, with his abilities fully realized, he had shed his pretense and laid bare his intentions. Those who obstruct him shall perish. We veteran crew members were already accustomed to his ways, remaining unfazed. After dispatching the obstacle, Dracula glanced back at Babua and calmly stated, Do you see that strange horse? Capture it and deliver it to Caesar for study. Babua nodded and, seizing the opportunity while the horse was still in a daze, swiftly approached and placed his paws upon it, effortlessly transporting it to another dimension. It was executed with precision and ensured the freshness of the experimental specimen. With that, no one dared to disturb us further. We followed Dracula's mental navigation, seamlessly arriving at Baika. The place was remarkably intact, and Dracula immediately sensed that Ainalu had yet to consume the Raijin fruit. He activated his Kenbunchika haki, scanning the area like a radar in search of the wingless anomaly. Naturally, we wingless outsiders were quickly discovered by the local denizens. They swarmed around us, brandishing various weapons, resembling a bunch of agitated chickens. The leader, a towering figure, approached us with the same familiar taunt. You inferior beings dare to come here? Once I capture you all, I will deliver you to Ganfu for judgment. I thought to myself, how poorly informed they were. Their god had already met his demise. Dracula's expression grew cold in an instant. He could hardly be bothered to draw his sword. Narrowing his eyes, a black-red aura erupted explosively. I must say, the scene was akin to a chaotic mode being activated. The inhabitants of the Kongdao, overwhelmed by this aura, were instantly consumed by rage, losing all semblance of rationality and launching a frenzied assault on every living creature in sight. It was a gruesome spectacle, a brutal melee reminiscent of a zombie film. Before long, the ground was littered with fallen bodies, leaving only one survivor standing. This was a new technique Dracula had learned from rocks, marking his debut in its application. He regarded the lone survivor and coldly inquired, "Is there a wingless individual named Ainalu on this island? Take me to him." The survivor, like a marionette, vacantly nodded and turned to lead the way. Following him, we soon entered a dilapidated palace. Dracula's Kinbunchaku had already pinpointed the location of a gaunt young man curled up in a corner, sporting two elongated earlobes, clearly someone who had been bullied incessantly. Just as we were about to approach, Robin suddenly pointed at a massive Buddhist statue within the palace, exclaiming, "Look at the fruit embedded in its forehead." We looked up, and to our astonishment, there lay a devil fruit. Dracula's eyes narrowed. There was no need to guess. It was undoubtedly the Rygene fruit. He swiftly approached and plucked the fruit from its resting place, stowing it away in his space. After attending to this matter, he proceeded toward the corner where Ainalu sat. The sound of our footsteps roused the young boy. Upon seeing our large group, he instinctively assumed we had come to assault him. Springing to his feet and adopting a defensive stance, Dracula observed his startled demeanor and smiled slightly, saying, "Relax, I mean no harm." But Ainalu, wary from years of being treated as a punching bag due to his peculiar appearance, was filled with resentment. However, he suddenly noticed that none of us bore wings. He paused, coldly remarking, "Are you also driven here by those individuals? All right then, feel free to stay wherever you like in this place." Upon hearing this, Dracula burst into laughter. Young man, we shall not reside in this wretched place. I ask you one question. Do you desire power? Those who understand will know." The moment those words were uttered, my DNA trembled. Ainalu was taken aback, but his instincts told him that this question could change his entire life. Without hesitation, he nodded vigorously. Dracula smiled with satisfaction. He approached Ainalu, locking eyes with him, in a voice that resonated like a devil's whisper, said, "I can grant you power, allowing you to unleash all the hatred within your heart. But the condition is that from this moment forth, your life belongs to me." With that, he pointed a finger at Ainalu's heart. Without a moment's thought, Ainalu readily agreed. To him, what do freedom and fate matter? They pale in comparison to vengeance. This transaction he has completed. All of this is intricately woven into Count Dracula's scheme. He retrieved the thunder fruit he had just collected and presented it before Ainalu, saying, "If you wish to gain power, consume it." Ainalu took it and hastily stuffed it into his mouth. The taste was likely akin to chewing on excrement. Yet he resolutely swallowed it without flinching. In the next moment, a surge of immense energy coursed through his body, blue electric arcs pulsating wildly around him. Feeling this unprecedented power, Ainalu trembled with excitement. Dracula observed him and spoke calmly. "Now, harness this power to extinguish the hatred within your heart. I see no necessity for Baika to exist any longer." Upon hearing this, Ainalu's expression transformed into one of madness. He laughed maniacally and in an instant appeared high above Baika. He raised his hands, summoning all the lightning from the sky, as dark clouds gathered, shrouding the heavens. A colossal sphere of lightning, brighter than the sun, materialized in his grasp. The indigenous people on the island were rendered speechless, believing a meteor was about to strike. Screams and cries filled the air. Meanwhile, Ainalu, reveling in these sounds, felt an unparalleled exhilaration. He hurled the lightning sphere down towards Baika with tremendous force. Boom! A blinding flash of lethal lightning surged forth, and in an instant, Baika, along with its inhabitants, evaporated, erased from the map of the Sky Islands. This overwhelming vengeance had finally been avenged, and the sensation was electrifying. After avenging his great grievance, Ainalu knelt before Dracula, his eyes filled with reverence. "My lord, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. I am willing to transform into lightning and clear all obstacles for you." Dracula nodded in satisfaction. "Rise, for we have much to accomplish." Once Ainalu stood, he quietly positioned himself behind Dracula. Such unwavering loyalty was now in his grasp. The system notification chimed, revealing Ainulu's growth potential to be S rank, a tremendous gain. Subsequently, Dracula announced the next objective, to conquer the entire Sky Island, establishing it as our stronghold. Following the map, we arrived at the Island of Gods, Appiato. Upon arrival, we witnessed two factions clashing in fierce combat, one comprised of the native Sandia people and the other of Sky Islanders, battling like a pair of inept roosters. Ainalu casually unleashed a few bolts of electricity, clearing a space around us. Dracula, finding this too slow, unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. This time he held back. refraining from entering chaos mode, merely stunning everyone present except for the Sandia leader. He regarded the only remaining standing Sandia leader, whose legs trembled in fear, and calmly stated, "This battle shall be considered a victory for your Sandia tribe. When you awaken your people, dispose of those Sky Islanders. This territory will henceforth be under my command, and you may reside here. Do you have any objections?" The leader dared not dissent, fervently shaking his head. Thus, the Sandia tribe became our subordinates, and the entire Sky Island was seized by us. With the territory secured, Dracula expressed the desire to ring the golden bell of Shandora. Upon hearing this, the Sandia people were filled with excitement and sent their finest warrior, Lachi, to guide us. Upon reaching Golden City, a massive python lunged at us, but Enelu effortlessly stunned it with electricity. Dracula approached the enormous golden bell, his fist enveloped in hockey, turning as dark as ink. Then, with a mighty blow, he struck. Bang! A resounding bell toll echoed throughout the heavens. Below, Uncle Kalike on Jaya Island heard the sound and wept, embracing the nearby ape. We had fulfilled the promise to his ancestors. Dracula struck the bell 4 times, leaving 4 deep imprints of his fists. After ringing the bell, we examined the historical scripture below, which recorded the location of the Sea King. Dracula was already aware of it, so he showed no reaction. Yet, the system chimed again, rewarding him with a fragment of the Sea King's abilities, granting a powerful allure to the sea tribes, especially mermaids and fishmen. Dracula scoffed, feeling this ability was rather peculiar. With matters on the Sky Island largely resolved, Dracula decided to transform it into a mobile fortress capable of flight. He made a call to Caesar. Upon learning of the Sky Island, became ecstatic, exclaiming, "My lord, wait for me," then abruptly hung up. Dracula was taken aback, wondering if they would end up in outer space without even providing the coordinates. He had no choice but to call Don Quixote Doflamingo to retrieve Caesar. A week later, Doflamingo and Caesar arrived at the Sky Island. Caesar, upon seeing this colossal research opportunity, was so thrilled that he nearly drooled, diving into the laboratory and working tirelessly. A month later, he astonishingly succeeded. The Sky Island could fly. Although it required manual control, it was still an incredible feat with the base now mobile. Dracula resolved to continue our journey. The next destination, Water 7. He intended to recruit the legendary shipwright Tame and simultaneously construct the design for the Pluton in my possession. Beppo became the helmsman of our Sky Island ship, navigating by chance, as sailing with a nautical chart in the sky presented significant challenges. We took a leisurely 2 months to drift towards Water 7. As Dracula glanced down, without a word, he leaped. My heart leaped into my throat. Enelu and Beppo followed suit without hesitation. We 3 descended like shooting stars from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Just before reaching the ground, Dracula unfurled 6 pairs of dark wings, slowing his descent gracefully. Beppo followed suit. Enelu was even more flamboyant, transforming into a bolt of lightning and zipping down to the ground, landing without a scratch. Our Hollywood blockbuster-worthy entrance left the shipwrights at the dock dumbfounded. Their tools fell from their hands, oblivious to their own injuries, mouths agape as if they had seen a ghost. Surely, these craftsmen had never witnessed such grandeur. Standing frozen as if under a spell, we paid them no mind and strode boldly into the city. I tell you, Water 7 was bustling with activity, but as the passers-by spotted our peculiar trio, they instinctively parted like the Red Sea, creating a smooth path for us. This was a relief, as no foolish pirates dared to approach us. Upon arriving in this new place, what was our first order of business? Naturally, it was to feast. I casually selected a seemingly fine restaurant, and upon perusing the menu, ordered 3 servings of the local delicacy, water meat. Before long, the aromatic meat was served. I took a piece, and I must say, the texture was both tender and silky, simply divine. The captain had already begun eating, and Beppo and Enelu wasted no time, as the 3 of us devoured the meal in an instant. Just as I was settling the bill, my keen ears picked up a conversation at a nearby table. What were they discussing? The sea train. They mentioned it would be fully operational in just 2 days. Oh, my heart skipped a beat. Was this not fortuitous? There is no timing like the perfect timing, and I had come specifically for this. However, unbeknownst to me, we had already drawn the attention of a certain group the moment we descended from the sky. Who were they? CP9. The leader, none other than Rob Lucci. The so-called strongest weapon of CP9 was merely in his 20s, an imposing figure with a stoic demeanor. Upon discovering us, he immediately contacted his superior, the incompetent Spandam, reporting in, "The fallen Angel Dracula has been located in Water 7. Should we proceed with the capture?" Guess what? Spandam erupted on the other end of the line. "Capture? Are you a fool? Our target is Tom." Lucci hung up the phone with a blank expression, likely cursing his foolish superior 1,000 times in his mind. However, this individual is committed to professionalism. Regardless of the absurdity of the superior's orders, they must be executed. Meanwhile, we have indulged ourselves, found a quaint little courtyard to rest, and began deliberating on how to rescue the captive. Beppo's fluffy appearance was rather conspicuous, rendering him unsuitable for public exposure, so I instructed Ainalu to ascertain the precise completion date of the maritime train. Ainalu accepted the command and, in an instant, transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. As for me, I reclined comfortably in a rocking chair within the courtyard, meticulously planning the entire operation. Beppo, bless him, was fervently studying his master's navigational charts, embodying the spirit of a diligent bear. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Before long, Ainalu returned with confirmation. Just 2 days. The completion was merely 2 days away. Excellent, the plan was set. 2 days later, we took a shortcut and awaited the transport Tom en route to Judicial Island. And guess whom we encountered? A frog. A gigantic frog capable of swimming freely. Beppo approached it and struck up a conversation. Lo and behold, this frog was named Hungong, a disciple of Tom, intent on single-handedly blocking the ship to rescue his master. While commendable, it was indeed a rather futile endeavor against overwhelming odds. We chose not to disturb him and instead soared into the clouds, adopting a divine vantage point. Simultaneously, in the city of Water 7, the maritime train Puff Tom had just been completed, and the townsfolk had yet to celebrate when a cadre of CP agents descended from the skies, encircling Tom. His 2 disciples, Iceberg and Frankie, were immediately alarmed and charged forward. However, Tom's commanding voice halted them. A man must stand tall for the ship he has built. Such words truly defined a real man. Following this declaration, he was taken away by the CP agents. Frankie instantly lost composure, believing that his previous warships had brought harm to his master. And he was consumed with guilt. Fueled by anger, he seized a cannon, piloted his makeshift vessel, and pursued the escort ship, bombarding it relentlessly. Yet, what good would that do? The opposition consisted of elite CP agents who effortlessly deflected his cannonballs. Annoyed by his relentless buzzing, 2 agents jumped over and kicked Frankie, vessel and all, into the sea, leaving him to his fate. It was a grim scene indeed. The escort ship continued forward, only to collide head-on with Hungong. Remarkably, the large frog used its plump body to halt the vessel. The CP agents aboard were infuriated and unleashed a barrage of blue, slashing waves, instantly wounding Hungong and staining the sea red with blood. Just as they prepared to deliver the final blow, we descended from the heavens, landing solidly on the deck with a resounding thud. The agents were so startled that their assault ceased, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. The leader, with keen eyes, recognized me immediately and trembled. "It's the fallen angel, Dracula." All units on high alert, seeing their fearful demeanor. I couldn't help but chuckle. Look at your cowardice. How can you claim to be trained by the world government when you tremble in my presence? I haven't even lifted a finger yet. I gestured to Ainalu behind me, signaling him to take action. "Go on. Here's your chance to showcase your skills. Don't embarrass me." Ainalu, unable to contain his eagerness, transformed into lightning and dashed into the fray. The agents, relieved that I wasn't personally engaging, soon found themselves in a state of shock. They quickly realized they were up against a natural-type lightning fruit user. The discarded CP agents, lacking even the basic hockey, could do nothing but scratch at Ainalu. Their attacks akin to mere massage therapy. Only the leader possessed a modicum of hockey, but the disparity in strength was too vast. Ainalu easily dispatched him. In no time, the deck was littered with incapacitated agents. With a cold gaze, I waved my hand. Clean this mess up. Once the minor nuisances were dealt with, I sauntered into the ship's lower hold and found Tom imprisoned in a cell. I wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Master Tom, just as you once crafted ships for Roger to ascend as the Pirate King, I now require a vessel capable of toppling the world government. After witnessing the darkness of the world government, do you not wish to assist me?" Tom was momentarily taken aback. I could see the profound shock in his eyes, likely intimidated by my enormous ambition. Reflecting on the recent turmoil, the spark in his gaze reignited, and he erupted in laughter. "To lend my strength to a man such as you is an immense honor. Allow me to witness the future transformations of this sea. Mission accomplished. Ainalu effortlessly blasted open the cell door with a bolt of lightning. I waved my hand, drawing Tom into my alternate dimensional space. However, this was not the end. Spandam, that petty individual, would surely be enraged and might unleash a massacre order on Water 7. Therefore, the second phase of the plan was to strike directly at the source and apprehend Spandam at Judicial Island. I casually left a fallen angel card embedded in the ship's hull and, without looking back, charged towards Judicial Island with Ainalu and Beepo. After 3 days of sailing, we finally arrived at the grand entrance of Judicial Island. The gate was imposing, guarded by 2 colossal soldiers. I unleashed my own giant companions, Broggy and Dolly, instructing them to handle the gate. What followed was a dramatic turn of events. Broggy, upon seeing the 2 guarding giants, erupted in anger. Casey, Oimo, how have you 2 scoundrels become lackeys of the world government? Upon hearing that familiar voice, the 2 giants trembled, tears streaming down their faces, joyously exclaiming, "Captain, you're unharmed." They promptly turned their weapons against the Judicial Island gate, smashing it with a tremendous crash. This was a moment of immediate rebellion, a spectacle of my own crew turning against me. The alarms finally blared, and chaos erupted across Judicial Island. I pressed forward with Beepo, heading straight for the Judicial Tower. Ainalu stayed behind to deal with the second gate. Meanwhile, at the tower's office, Spandam was leisurely humming a tune when he heard the alarms. Unperturbed, he even considered stepping out to witness the commotion, strutting up to the top of the tower with a group of CP-5 guards, disdainfully ordering them to provide support amidst the turmoil below. At that moment, I had reached the edge of the Judicial Tower with Beepo. Observing the CP-5 agents surging below, I placed my hand on the hilt of my sword, my body slightly bending forward. A terrifying aura enveloped the area. With a swift draw, I unleashed a single brilliant slash. The radiant blade gleamed, too quick for them to react. In the next instant, the agents were sent flying like bowling pins, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Spandam, witnessing the carnage from the tower, was paralyzed with fear, knowing his own combat prowess was a mere 9, inferior even to an average Marine soldier. He stumbled backward and collapsed to the floor. Pointing frantically at his fallen subordinates, he screamed in a frenzy, "Useless! All of you are worthless! Quickly, use that serum. We cannot allow him to advance." The CP-5 members on the ground struggled to retrieve a specialized syringe from their pockets, unhesitatingly injecting it into their necks. In an instant, they transformed. Their bodies swelled like balloons, rapidly growing into towering muscle giants, veins bulging beneath their skin. Their eyes filled solely with madness and a thirst for blood. I observed these drug-induced giants, not feeling the slightest bit of trepidation. Rather, I was intrigued. An enemy devoid of reason was the perfect target. I casually slashed out several beams of light, inflicting massive wounds upon them. Yet, they felt no pain and continued their clumsy advance towards me. I was amused and eager to test their resilience, to see how much blood they could spill. As I relentlessly swung my blade, streaks of light emanated with each strike. Their blood spilled profusely, converging on the ground into small crimson pools. Our advance slowed with each passing moment, until, ultimately, they all collapsed devoid of life. Long before the situation escalated, Spandam had already contacted the CP-9 via the Den Mushi, urgently summoning them for assistance. Yet, as he witnessed the annihilation of CP-5, the CP-9 operatives remained conspicuously absent, plunging his heart into despair. At that moment, the Den Mushi in his hand suddenly rang. I must tell you, the instant that phone rang, Spandam, grasping at a lifeline, answered without hesitation. And what did the voice on the other end say? "Commander, the ship transporting Tom has encountered an incident. It seems the person has been rescued." He was utterly taken aback, howling in dismay, declaring an intent to unleash a massacre order upon the Water 7. However, upon glancing up, he saw our captain leisurely approaching, causing him to fumble his words, exclaiming into the Den Mushi, "You scoundrel! If you don't come soon, prepare to collect my corpse." With that, he abruptly hung up, drawing forth his shabby sword. Remarkably, that sword transformed into a massive elephant, standing before him. Yet, that was not all. He retrieved a golden Den Mushi from another pocket, the very button to initiate the massacre order. Brandishing it, he shrieked at our captain, "Halt! Stop right there. If you come any closer, we all perish together." The expression on our captain's face was one for the ages. I could almost envision a fitting background score. It was as if he was saying, "Oh, really? Go ahead. Don't hold back. Spandam, rendered utterly incapable, trembled as he clutched the button, too frightened to press it. What transpired next? He stumbled backward, losing his footing and crashing down in a most comical fashion. In a turn of fate, he inadvertently pressed the button. The signal shot forth. Initially, disbelief washed over him. Muttering, no, how could this happen? Before he erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Everyone shall perish. Especially you, scoundrel, you are doomed." Our captain, now resigned, shrugged. It's merely a massacre order, nothing to fret over. In an instant, he darted forward, delivering a punch that knocked the lunatic unconscious, promptly storing him within his dimensional space. At that moment, Beepo was still engaged in a fierce struggle with the elephant sword. Our captain, unable to bear it any longer, urged, "Beepo, hurry up, the Marines are coming for a team-building exercise." Upon hearing this, Beepo swiftly reverted the sword to its original form, adorning it with a flourish at his waist. Our captain led us in a hasty retreat, not forgetting to make a dramatic exit by tossing a fallen angel card, firmly embedding it into the stone wall of the judicial tower, embodying a spirit of both elegance and anonymity. We regrouped with Enel and the 4 giant subordinates, temporarily storing them in the space before making our escape. Just as we departed, the Marine warships encircled the island, sealing it off completely. The scene was chaotic, with 10 warships and 5 vice admirals leading the charge, raining down cannon fire indiscriminately. Then, who should appear but Kizaru? This fellow was merely here to clock in and loaf around, sent by Sengoku for reconnaissance. He transformed into a beam of light, standing at the highest point, gazing at the inferno below, remarking, "Oh dear, how terrifying." It was then he spotted the card our captain had left behind, picked it up, and chuckled. "ISNT this the card from that fellow?" He pocketed it, intending to return and pass the buck to Sengoku, then vanished in a flash of light. The entire episode epitomized a fleeting encounter, swift in arrival and departure, as he collected his paycheck. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Sengoku was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Upon Kizaru entering the office, he found Garp, Akiji, and a kind of present. Kizaru nonchalantly delivered his report before producing the card from his pocket. Sengoku's blood pressure soared upon seeing it. He slammed his fist down, creating a sizable dent in the table. Garp feigned sleep, while Akiji adjusted his eye patch, unbeknownst to them that he too harbored a card from our captain. Just as Sengoku was about to explode with rage, the call from the Gorosei came through, demanding that he capture our captain within 3 months. Yet deep down, those old men knew it was futile. Their threats were mere bluster, while secretly plotting to act once our captain entered the New World. Meanwhile, our captain was on Sky Island, holding the design for the Pluton, searching for Uncle Tom. Upon seeing the blueprints, Tom was astonished, but as a master shipwright, who wouldn't he want to construct ancient weaponry? He immediately agreed to undertake the project. What to do about the lack of materials? A swift call to Don Quixote Doflamingo resolved that. "Doflamingo, I wish to build the Pluton, you handle the materials." Doflamingo chuckled and readily acquiesced. While the world buzzed about Judicial Island, we silently amassed our fortune. Poor Sengoku, with dark circles under his eyes, analyzed our captain's route, concluding our next destination would be the Sabaody archipelago. Thus, he laid an intricate trap, but we simply waited on Sky Island for the ship to be completed, enduring a month of anticipation. The Marines maintained intense vigilance in the waters near Sabaody, nearly reaching their breaking point. Ultimately, Sengoku himself began to doubt his life choices, issuing the order, "Fall back. Everyone return." And then, the most explosive moment arrived. Just as Sengoku commanded the retreat, we unveiled the completed Pluton warship. Our captain, upon seeing the futuristic cannon, declared, "Let us head to the Sabaody archipelago to test the cannon." Enel was now our ship's mobile power bank, and Beepo served as the helmsman. What a sight! As we sailed forth in this vessel, akin to an interstellar warship, we soon collided head-on with none other than the dejected Marine fleet that had just received the order to retreat. They were exiting while we were entering, resulting in a tense standoff at sea, a moment frozen in time. My singular thought was, this is going to be quite the spectacle. The faces of the Marine commanders turned pale, likely cursing inwardly. Didn't we say they wouldn't come? Why did they appear as soon as we left? Our captain, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into a grin. He altered his plans, thinking, why test the Sabaody when we have perfect targets right here? They were rather conveniently presenting themselves for us to evaluate our new ship. With a command, the dozens of cannons on the Pluton lined up, aimed squarely at the Marine fleet. The commanders had never witnessed such a display. What erupted were not mere cannonballs, but beams of energy. Boom, boom, boom. In under a minute, several warships were obliterated into fragments. The remaining Marine leaders were left in disbelief. This was not merely a skirmish, but an entirely different caliber of battle. One quickly reached for the Den Den Mushi to report to Sengoku, "Marshal, we've encountered Dracula." Sengoku, initially excited, responded, "I knew it. Capture them." But the voice on the other end, filled with dread, cried, "We can't capture him, Marshal. We're about to be annihilated. Requesting backup. Their ship is obliterating us one shot at a time." Sengoku, who had been jubilant as a child receiving a gift, suddenly felt his joy evaporate, akin to being doused in cold water. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness, replying, "Hold on a little longer. I'll dispatch Borsellino to assist you. Ensure your safety." With that, Sengoku abruptly ended the call, urgency overtaking him, hastily summoning the laziest Marine, Kizaru, to join the fray. I assure you, the Marine commander, clutching the hung-up Den Den Mushi, trembled with fear. Yet he rallied himself, shouting to his comrades afloat in the sea, "Brothers, hold on a little longer. Admiral Kizaru is on his way." The moment those words left his lips, the drenched sailors felt invigorated, as if receiving a boost of morale. Each one silently prayed, "Admiral Kizaru, hurry. If you don't come soon, we truly will be done for." But what about us? My superior, the Heula, remained remarkably composed upon hearing that Huang Yuan was approaching. Not only was he unperturbed, but there was also a hint of excitement in his demeanor. He had already encountered 2 of the 3 major generals, and he was curious to meet this Huang Yuan, the man famed for his unparalleled speed. Thus, he refrained from ordering further bombardment and leisurely awaited the arrival. I must say, his expression was akin to that of a child eagerly anticipating a new toy. He remained idle, while the naval forces at sea appeared momentarily confused, even contemplating whether the Gula might not be so terrible after all. However, they quickly regained their composure, realizing that the predicament they found themselves in was indeed a consequence of his actions. Frustration simmered among them, yet no one dared to act, resulting in a tense stalemate. Before long, a flash of golden light streaked across the horizon and landed squarely in the midst of the battlefield. It was none other than Huang Yuan. The naval personnel erupted in jubilant cheers, subconsciously believing that victory was assured. As Huang Yuan touched down, he maintained his characteristic nonchalant demeanor, teasingly elongating his tone. "Oh my, if it isn't a Gula, a rather formidable man." However, as his gaze swept across the battlefield and landed on our ship, the Ming Wang, his expression abruptly froze, and his usual relaxed attitude vanished. Pointing at the vessel, his tone shifted entirely. "Look what I've discovered, an ancient weapon, the Ming Wang." At this proclamation, the naval officers were rendered speechless, swallowing hard in disbelief. The Ming Wang, a legendary artifact. It dawned upon them that the previous cannon fire had indeed been directed at this magnificent entity. Observing the shift in Huang Yuan's demeanor, I could see that it transformed from mere wariness to outright fear. Upon recognizing the arrival of the main event, my superior wasted no time in idle chatter. "Testing. Commence now," he commanded, directly manipulating the main cannon of the Ming Wang, unleashing a powerful energy beam towards Huang Yuan. Although initially astonished, the confidence of a seasoned general still lingered within Huang Yuan. As the cannon fired, he smirked, seemingly dismissive, for he was, after all, light itself, and physical attacks were ineffective against him. However, the next moment, the smirk faded as he sensed a life-threatening danger emanating from the beam. Attempting to evade, it was too late. The attack was already upon him. He braced himself to elementalize, hoping to nullify the attack with his fruit abilities. Yet to his utter shock, the beam pierced through his form, and with a resounding explosion, he was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. A tempest of dread surged within him. His elementalization had failed. My superior, witnessing Huang Yuan being propelled away, nearly broke into a grin. I must tell you, this was a marvel of Caesar's black technology, incorporating sea-floor stone powder into the energy cannon, specifically designed to counteract various fruit abilities, truly ahead of its time. This surprise attack yielded remarkable results. Huang Yuan found himself in a dire predicament. The battle hadn't even officially commenced, and he had already sustained injuries. In that moment, he was entirely awakened, filled with regret. His arrogance had brought upon him a swift retribution. As the ancients would say, the naval officers, too, were stunned. their hopes plummeting once more. Yet, they still shouted in unison, "Justice shall prevail. The Navy will triumph." With the experiment concluded and objectives met, my superior showed no interest in utilizing the Ming Wong further. Such a tactic was effective only when unexpected. Once foreseen, its efficacy diminished significantly. He turned to the eager Inalu, gesturing, "You go next. Let me see what level you are at now." Inalu had been waiting for this opportunity. With a thunderous sound, he transformed into lightning and dashed forward, boldly declaring, "Let me see whose speed reigns supreme, yours or mine." No sooner had he spoken than both disappeared from sight, clashing in midair with a series of afterimages and explosions. The spectacle of light and lightning was nothing short of magnificent. The naval soldiers below could scarcely comprehend the scene, only catching glimpses of shimmering gold and electric flashes. Huang Yuan, an old hand at combat, despite his injuries, managed to hold his ground against Enelu, exchanging blows with fervor. However, as the battle progressed, it became evident that Enelu was beginning to falter, for he was still young. My superior, observing this, realized the urgency of the situation. What need was there for chivalry? In our line of work, victory is the only truth. He turned to Bipo beside him and commanded, "You assist Enelu. He is struggling." Bipo nodded affirmatively, unfurling a pair of dark wings and charging into the fray without hesitation. Huang Yuan, who had just begun to gain the upper hand against Enelu, turned to see yet another opponent joining the fray. His surprise was palpable. This was not how one conducted honorable combat. Was this a gang assault? Bipo wasted no time. Unleashing his ultimate move against Huang Yuan, twisted space rotation. The space before Huang Yuan rippled like water, and sensing impending doom, he attempted to flee. However, a bizarre occurrence transpired. As he darted away, he found himself inexplicably returned to his original position. This was a spatial lock. Huang Yuan stood there, bewildered. Enelu and Bipo were unperturbed by his confusion, seizing the moment to unleash a barrage of attacks. Now, in a 2-on-1 scenario, Huang Yuan found himself thoroughly outmatched. Below, a naval commander watched in despair, mentally cursing my superior 1,000 times for his shamelessness, yet feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Gritting his teeth, he produced the Den Mushi and dialed Sengoku once again. As the call connected, Sengoku's weary yet slightly hopeful voice resonated. "Hello? Has Huang Yuan captured anyone? Just bring them back. Such trivial matters need not be reported." The commander felt his face twitch in frustration. To calm the admiral, he spoke with a quavering voice. "Admiral, it seems that General Huang Yuan is in grave peril. Could you possibly send some reinforcements?" There was an immediate silence from Sengoku. I can only imagine that he was momentarily paralyzed. After several seconds, he replied, his voice cold and unyielding, "Hand the Den Mushi to the Gula. I wish to speak with him." Relieved, the commander shouted towards my superior on the ship, "Fallen Angel de Gula, Admiral Sengoku wishes to speak with you." Upon hearing this, my superior appeared before him in an instant, nearly startling the commander into dropping the Den Mushi. He took the device, and Sengoku cut straight to the chase. "Kid, how about a negotiation for this battle? Let them return safely." My superior chuckled. "That depends on what price you are willing to pay, Admiral Sengoku." A friendly reminder. The general seems to be on the verge of collapse. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, but time was of the essence. He quickly asked, "Name your price, but do not be unreasonable." After a moment's consideration, my superior boldly stated, "I want the technology to use dead matter with devil fruits, plus 2 devil fruits." Impossible. Sengoku immediately rejected. "The fruits can be provided, but the technology is non-negotiable." My superior's tone hardened. "Admiral Sengoku, think carefully. What is more valuable, technology or the life of a naval general and thousands of soldiers?" This statement was a blatant threat. Sengoku fell silent. Technology could be researched again, but losing a general would be a significant blow. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he relented, just as they finalized the agreement. Huang Yuan could no longer endure and was subdued by Enelu and Bipo's combined efforts. Although my superior harbored a dark heart, he was still a man of his word. However, the leverage must remain firmly in hand. Thus, Huang Yuan was promptly captured and confined within a specially designed seafloor stone prison inside the Mingwang. As for the remaining naval soldiers, my superior regarded them with disdain, instructing them to await rescue amidst the wreckage. Thus, we sailed the Mingwang with great swagger toward the designated meeting point at the Chambered Islands. Upon arrival, our strikingly designed vessel immediately became the center of attention. A group of oblivious pirates at the port, mesmerized by our ship, began discussing how to divide it among themselves right in front of us. Enelu was ready to descend upon them with lightning, but my superior restrained him. I observed my captain leisurely descending from the ship, and then, with a sudden surge of overwhelming conqueror's haki, an aura of darkness and brutality enveloped the entire port. The quarrelsome pirates fell into an eerie silence, their eyes turning crimson as they descended into a frenzied slaughter of one another. The scene was nothing short of sanguinary. Before long, only one individual remained standing. He approached my captain, knelt on one knee, and expressionlessly declared, "Your Excellency, Shueisha reports to you." To my astonishment, my captain's conqueror's haki could brainwash and create loyal warriors. How extraordinary! Beside us, Beibua calmly stowed away the Mingwang warship, and we followed our captain into the island. On our way, a drunken old man witnessed the earlier chaos, and with a glimmer in his eye, muttered, "Truly terrifying. Is that the will of Luokisi?" Alas, no one heard him. We found a restaurant to dine while awaiting our transaction. However, misfortune struck as we encountered the celestial dragons on their patrol. The people on the street fell to their knees in droves. The patrons inside the restaurant were paralyzed with fear, yet our table continued to eat and drink, making us conspicuously noticeable. The other diners regarded us with expressions akin to seeing a corpse, and some even contemplated pushing us forward to take the blame. But when they beheld my captain's face, they were instantly petrified, scrambling into the kitchen. At that moment, a kind-hearted little girl, undeterred by danger, stood up from the crowd and rushed to my captain's side, anxiously gripping his hand. "Big brother, the celestial dragons are coming. We must run, or we will be captured as slaves." Before she could finish, the shrill voice of a celestial dragon pierced through the air. "How dare anyone not kneel before me? I shall capture her and torture her to death." The little girl trembled with fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. My captain, looking at the innocent child before him, felt an uplift in his spirits. He gently grasped her hand, bent down, and wiped away her tears, then softly inquired, "If you had known this would be the outcome, would you still have come to assist us?" The little girl was momentarily taken aback, but continued to cry, "Yes, I would. It was my mother's last wish. She said if you treat others well, they will treat you well in return." Upon hearing her words, my captain nodded slightly, though his expression was that of a seasoned player observing a novice. He earnestly replied, "Your mother's wish is noble, but, dear child, kindness does not hold much value in these seas. Surely, you have helped many in the past. Has anyone ever repaid you?" As soon as he spoke, the light in the girl's eyes dimmed, as though a power outage had occurred. She dazedly shook her head, "No, never." My captain recognized that the groundwork had been laid. He then escalated the conversation. "Since no one has reciprocated, then it's time to discard that notion. Your mother's wish is overly idealistic, akin to a fantasy. You have already done enough, but who truly appreciates it? This is nothing but a recipe for exploitation. From this moment on, let us adopt a different way of living. And I assure you, you shall find greater joy than anyone else." The little girl murmured, "A different way of living?" My captain affirmed, "Indeed, a completely opposite way of living, one centered on companionship and vengeance. Would you like to give it a try?" The little girl dried her tears, her gaze resolute, and nodded emphatically. At that moment, a celestial dragon's guard charged towards us. He paid no heed to my captain, reaching out to seize the little girl. My captain, without even lifting an eyelid, filled his right leg with armament haki. The foot blackened as if it had just emerged from an inkwell. With one swift kick, the guard was propelled like a cannonball, flying out of the restaurant before he could even react. After dispatching the lackey, my captain resumed his gentle demeanor. Addressing the little girl, "Since you have agreed, it is time to bid farewell to your past kindness. Come with me." He took her hand and exited the restaurant, followed closely by Analu, Beibua, and myself. Upon stepping outside, we saw the guard rising from the ground, but my captain dismissed him with a casual wave, as if shooing away a fly. Analu, quick to understand, darted forward from behind my captain, transforming into a bolt of lightning that reached the guard in an instant. The guard barely regained his footing and comprehended the situation before he was sent flying once more. This time, Analu targeted his heart with a high-voltage strike, delivering a precise blow. The man convulsed on the ground, unable to rise, and eventually lay still, lifeless. The nearby civilians, kneeling in fear, trembled even more intensely. Meanwhile, the celestial dragon, the repugnant Charles, watched in horror as his guard was obliterated. Initially stunned, he soon erupted in rage, pointing at us and shrieking, "Capture them! They will pay for killing my guard and become slaves." The remaining guards, upon hearing this, dared not hesitate and charged towards us. What did my captain do? He remained unfazed, calmly holding the little girl's hand. In that moment, Bebwa emerged from behind him, standing shoulder to shoulder with Analu, effectively blocking all the enemies. My words cannot convey how disdainful Analu and Bebwa were of these mere foot soldiers. They deemed it a waste of time. The two unleashed their powers. As Analu's drum resonated, a colossal lightning dragon roared forth, crackling with 60 million volts. Simultaneously, Bebwa thrust his hands forward, warping the surrounding space. The guards found themselves ensnared, unable to escape, much like characters immobilized in a game, forced to witness the lightning dragon's assault. The flash of lightning illuminated the scene, followed by a cacophony of thunder, and the guards were instantly reduced to charred remains, collapsing to the ground as the lightning dragon vanished. It was a literal execution by electricity. Once the area was cleared, my captain nodded in satisfaction, leading the little girl step by step toward the now petrified Charles. The celestial dragon, in a state of panic, retreated, stammering, "Do not come any closer. I am a celestial dragon. If you dare to harm me, you shall never leave here." My captain sneered in disdain. "Ah, St. Charles, it has been a while. I must say, you have made no progress whatsoever. Truly disappointing." The familiar voice sent Charles into a frenzy. He looked up and, upon recognizing my captain's face, began to tremble uncontrollably. He remembered. It was he who had left him Bedridden for months. What a coincidence! He stammered. Before he could finish, he suddenly drew a diamond-encrusted handgun from his pocket and aimed it at my captain's head, pulling the trigger with maniacal laughter. "Fool! D." However, his words were cut short as he realized my captain had merely extended 2 fingers, enveloped in pitch-black hockey, effortlessly catching the bullet. Charles collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated, crying out, "Saint Dracula, for the sake of our shared heritage as celestial dragons, spare me. I will plead for you and restore your status." My captain, disinterested, seized the diamond handgun and turned to the little girl, gently presenting it to her. "Here, use this gun to bid farewell to your former life. Remember, those who seek to kill you must never be forgiven." The little girl accepted the gun, her eyes devoid of hesitation. She aimed it at Charles, memories of her past grievances flooding her mind, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through Charles's heart, and his lifeless body slumped to the ground. The little girl gazed at him, the light in her eyes becoming resolutely steadfast, and she softly declared, "I believe it is time to bid farewell to the past." In that moment, the entire Zyangabadi archipelago erupted in chaos. The kneeling civilians felt as if the heavens had collapsed. The pirates, who had been lurking in the distance to watch the spectacle, were so frightened that their souls fled their bodies, desperately racing towards the harbor, knowing that the moment a celestial dragon was slain, the marine admirals would be upon them. Little did they know that the marine admiral, Huang Yuan, was currently a captive aboard our ship. My captain surveyed the tumultuous scene with disdain, shaking his head. Soon, only a handful of us remained in the entire block. He took the little girl by the hand and headed directly towards the Kuaiju gang bar on Island 13, intending to meet Rayleigh. Meanwhile, the Marine base was in a frenzy, with phone lines nearly bursting from usage. The local commander, upon learning of the celestial dragon's death, felt as though his career had reached its end. As he rushed his men towards our location, he hurriedly dialed Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marine headquarters. Upon receiving the call, Sengoku's had almost exploded. He was uncertain how many pieces of bad news he had received that day. Just as he contemplated dispatching an admiral, he recalled that Huang Yuan had been captured, and the remaining 2 admirals would not arrive in time. Suddenly, he thought of Carp, but his expression darkened further as he surmised that my captain and his crew were likely behind this disaster. Yet, there was no time to ponder. He issued an immediate order, seal off all communications, and lock down the entire island. "Carp will be here shortly. He will handle everything." After hanging up, he quickly informed Carp, who, upon receiving the news, merely smirked, showing no signs of urgency as the dog-headed warship continued its leisurely pace. It was clear that he had no desire to involve himself in matters concerning the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, we had arrived at Shaki's bar. As my captain pushed the door open, the few pirates present within, upon seeing his face, fled in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. News traveled with remarkable speed. Shaki, the bar owner, was seated at the counter, smoking a cigarette, observing us with an unperturbed expression, and casually asked, "What would you like to drink, young man?" My captain ordered a drink and some juice, then got straight to the point. "I am here to see the Dark King." "Rayleigh, May I have a word with him? Shaki's pupils briefly dilated, but she maintained her smile, saying, "You must be joking, young man. There is no Dark King Rayleigh here." My captain had no time for her games. His expression turned cold. "I have a short temper. It would be best if you summon him quickly." The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just as Shaki prepared to take action, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. My captain looked up, and to his astonishment, it was indeed the person we sought, Rayleigh. Rayleigh gestured for Shaki to relax, then turned to my captain, saying, "This man is not someone you can handle. Since you have come to find me, I will take it from here." With that, he raised the bottle of alcohol in his hand, took a hearty swig, and nodded in our direction. My captain raised his glass in return. Rayleigh directly asked, "Young man, we have not met often. What brings you to me?" My captain answered plainly, "I wish to know how you came by the title of Dark King." This question caught Rayleigh off guard, and he burst into laughter. "You are quite amusing, young man. It is merely a title. Why do you take it so seriously?" My captain shook his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. "I do not believe you. Tell me the truth, Rayleigh. What is its connection to the ancient weapon? The Dark King?" At this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, albeit faintly, but my captain caught it. His conviction grew stronger. Yet, Rayleigh remained silent, engrossed in his drink. At that moment, the bar was suddenly surrounded by the Marines. The Marine officer outside shouted through a megaphone, "Fallen Angel Dracula. Killing a celestial dragon is a capital offense. Come out and surrender." My captain scoffed, "A bunch of fools. Who among you will handle this?" He glanced at Enel and Beepo. Enel stood up and exited the bar, opting for a swift resolution to avoid interrupting my captain's conversation. Meanwhile, my captain paid no heed to the commotion outside, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Rayleigh. Seeing my captain's determination, Rayleigh pondered for a moment before speaking. As if having made a resolution, "Deep down, you already know the answer. My title of Dark King does indeed hold another meaning. I know where the historical text detailing the location of the ancient weapon, the Dark King battleship, is recorded. It was something Roger intended to leave to his will successor. If I am not mistaken, you have already constructed one." My captain nodded slightly in affirmation. He had suspected as much and had merely come to seek confirmation. Now that the mystery had been unveiled, he found the conversation rather dull. As they conversed, Enel returned, having concluded the skirmish outside. This time, he had refrained from using lethal force, as my captain had signaled, considering that they would soon be negotiating with Karp and needed to preserve some respect for the old man. Rayleigh, feeling restless, casually remarked, "Young man, this is a place of seclusion. Bringing the Marines here is rather troublesome, don't you think?" My captain replied nonchalantly, "Fear not, I will handle any issues that arise. I am merely here for you to meet an old friend." "Old friend?" Rayleigh expressed clear surprise. No sooner had he spoken than a booming voice echoed from outside. Karp had arrived. He surveyed the scene outside, where Marines lay scattered, their hair frizzed and faces blackened from the electric shock, and feigned encouragement, praising their efforts and promising to commend them, leaving the soldiers bewildered. The bar door swung open, and Karp strode inside. Upon spotting Rayleigh, he paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, bursting into laughter. "Kid, you did a splendid job. I've never liked those celestial dragons. I have brought what you sought. May I have Huang Yuan now?" My captain nodded, and Beepo pushed open a spatial portal, through which Admiral Huang Yuan was unceremoniously tossed out like refuse, landing on the ground in a disheveled heap. Huang Yuan, upon seeing Karp, breathed a sigh of relief. But as he turned to face Rayleigh, he was rendered utterly bewildered. With the transaction complete, Karp's gaze shifted to Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, what brings you here?" Rayleigh, with a resigned gesture, pointed at my captain. My captain chuckled. "Old man, I merely wanted to give you two old friends the opportunity to meet." Karp scoffed. "I'm not friends with him. Rayleigh, if you have chosen to live in seclusion, do not emerge again. Otherwise, I will show no mercy." Although he spoke sternly, he did not press further, aware that the situation was more complex than it seemed. In truth, Sengoku's orders had been to capture us. But Karp had no intention of complying. Upon returning, he would tell Sengoku, "I couldn't even handle an admiral. What can a vice admiral like me do?" This old man was truly the epitome of slacking off at work. With the deal concluded, Karp prepared to depart with Huang Yuan. My captain, observing his retreating figure, silently thought, "Old man, wait a moment. The time has not yet come." Once Karp left, my captain found the situation uninteresting and addressed Rayleigh. "Now that everything has concluded, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again." Rayleigh's lips twitched. "Perhaps it is better to say until we do not meet again. I fear my heart may not withstand it." My captain shrugged, took the little girl's hand, and led us out of the bar. Once we had finally departed, Rayleigh let out a long sigh. Shocky inquired, Rayleigh, does the outcome remain unchanged? Rayleigh nodded. Indeed, it has strayed completely from our grasp. Our control over the future is dwindling. Shocky smiled. If that is the case, I find myself increasingly intrigued by young Dracula. Of course, my captain remained oblivious to this exchange. He guided us along the deserted street to the harbor, where Beepo promptly released the Dark King battleship, which crashed into the water with a thunderous splash, sending waves soaring. With the colossal fortress of war before him, my captain led the little girl aboard. With a single command from him, the Mingwang warship gradually departed from the Xiangwudi archipelago. Once the warship vanished from sight, a group of individuals quietly emerged from various locations, their gazes fixed upon the departure of Dracula and his companions. It was only when they had completely disappeared that the anxiety they had felt began to dissipate. For them, Dracula was akin to a demon, bringing calamity to their shores. Meanwhile, on the warship, Dracula observed a curious little girl beside him and inquired, I did not have the opportunity to ask your name earlier. Please share it with me. After all, we shall be a family from now on, bound by trust. Upon hearing his words, the little girl gently touched her deep blue, wavy hair and replied in a soft voice, Sir, my name is Ian. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The name startled Dracula, as it was one he recognized well, conjuring the image of a striking figure in his mind, a woman clad in a purple vest and black shorts, marked by an X-shaped scar on her right leg and draped in a blue cape. With this thought, he promptly asked, Ian, have you ever tasted an exceptionally unpleasant fruit? Ian pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, I have encountered a fruit with a particularly unpalatable flavor. It granted me a peculiar ability to reverse the age of objects. With this revelation, Dracula was able to ascertain her identity. The girl he had brought back was destined to become ZFA's invaluable assistant. Observing Ian, he continued, Since you already possess a foundational ability, our training regimen will be much more manageable. Once we return to the Kong Dao, you shall train with Lei Jio and the others to enhance your powers. After all, to embrace a different way of life, strength is indispensable. Ian nodded, fully understanding this truth, for she had realized that in this vast ocean, power was paramount. Under Beibua's command, the Mingwang warship swiftly approached the area beneath the Kong Dao. Thanks to Caesar's magnetic technology, the warship experienced a potent attraction to the island. As Beibua navigated the ship to the designated area, this function was automatically activated, generating an upward thrust that propelled them to their planned landing site. Although this was their first time employing such a method, it was evident that it had achieved its intended success. Dracula was deeply impressed by this convenient technology. Since the addition of an exceptional scientist like Caesar, many ideas that had once occupied his mind were now coming to fruition. Indeed, this magnetic technology was among the concepts he had proposed long ago, now implemented on the Mingwang warship. Soon, the warship reached its designated position on the Kong Dao. Hand in hand with Ian, Dracula made his way toward Apaya, greeted along the way by admirers whose eyes sparkled with reverence. These individuals were the former slaves released by Dracula, who had undergone training arranged by Long to become competent subordinates, their strength significantly enhanced, given their innate abilities. Further advancement would prove challenging. Hence Long had stationed them here to allow Dracula to ponder additional methods for their improvement. Moreover, he intended to relocate the Revolutionary Army's base to the Kong Dao, a location deemed one of the safest on the seas. Furthermore, as the Kong Dao could fly freely, it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to locate, making it difficult to expose. Dracula wholeheartedly endorsed Long's plan and even allocated a small island for him to organize his Revolutionary Army subordinates. As for Doflamingo, Dracula had also set aside a small island for his dark underground forces, though Doflamingo had no immediate plans to relocate, given that his schemes were at a critical juncture. Dracula envisioned dividing the Kong Dao into at least 9 smaller islands. However, due to the limited distribution of islands in the area, his aspirations were thwarted before they could even commence. Yet, Dracula was not one to concede easily. He had already set his sights on the Fua Nomi of the Golden Lion Shiki and was formulating a vague plan, though the specifics were still under contemplation. While Dracula had returned to the Kong Dao to recuperate, the repercussions of his actions against the celestial dragons were just beginning to unfold. Morgan, the president of the World News Agency, boldly published the incident, allowing the news to spread across the seas without restraint. With Dracula's reputation already at a considerable height, this new development sent it soaring even higher. As reports reached various maritime territories, more and more individuals became aware of the situation. Far away in the New World, Whitebeard Newgate chuckled heartily as he perused the newspaper, particularly amused by the familiar figure depicted within. Gururara, the sea is becoming increasingly interesting. So, you two have come to the New World. We shall meet again sooner or later. He then placed the newspaper down on the deck and raised a large jug of alcohol, drinking heartily. His enigmatic statement quickly captured the attention of his crew. Upon picking up the newspaper, were greeted by the image of a stern-faced man holding a diamond-encrusted pistol in one hand while grasping a little girl with the other. A celestial dragon lying lifeless in a pool of blood at his feet. This bizarre scene drew their gaze, yet it was Marco, the first to join the Whitebeard pirates, who could not suppress his curiosity and voiced his question. Old man, who is the person in the photo that has caught your attention? In response, Whitebeard cryptically declared, he is a man burdened with a heavy mission. After uttering this, Whitebeard fell silent, continuing to drink his alcohol. Seeing the old man's reluctance to elaborate, Marco repressed his curiosity, though he firmly believed that they would meet again, for the man who spoke those words was none other than his father. Meanwhile, in the Totland Kingdom, Charlotte Lingling reflected upon the messages relayed by her subordinates, recalling the battle that led to the demise of the Rocks Pirates. The image that had astonished everyone present at that time perfectly aligned with the one in the newspaper. Excited by the thought, she promptly picked up a sweet treat from the table and exclaimed joyfully, is the successor of that person's will come into the New World? What a thrilling event this is. Children, quickly bring me some sweets. I wish to celebrate. Upon hearing her voice, a muscular man with short, light red hair entered the room. Around his neck, he wore a white scarf resembling a flower. As he stepped inside, he placed the confections before Charlotte Lingling. The celebratory Charlotte Lingling, upon seeing the sweets, was instantly filled with joy, emitting sounds of delight. She then picked up a treat from the plate and praised Katakuri. You are indeed my most exceptional child. However, Katakuri merely nodded coolly and stood to the side. Those who had previously been part of the Rocks Pirates expressed their sentiments upon hearing the news of Dracula. Even Kaido shared this sentiment. Sitting on the ground with his back against a stone wall, he perused a newspaper, bursting into hearty laughter. Ahaha, boy, you are finally on your way. Let us commence the most extraordinary war the world has ever seen. Yet, his expression soon darkened with anger. Damn it, but I must first completely conquer Wano. He then raised the gourd in his hand, continuously pouring liquor into his mouth. Before long, he became inebriated, mumbling a few words before succumbing to slumber. His subordinates, accustomed to this scene, regarded his words as mere drunken ramblings, paying them no mind. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, red-haired Shanks also caught sight of this newspaper. He turned to his crew, nodding in satisfaction. With a playful tone, he declared, Boys, it's time to leave. Our destination is the New World. Let's conquer it. Although he had yet to find the inheritor of Captain Roger's will, he understood that time no longer permitted him to linger here. Upon hearing their captain's command, his crew erupted in a unified roar. Understood, Captain. Their vessel then gradually sailed away from the East Blue, heading towards the New World. Aside from these individuals, another awaited Dracula's arrival in silence. This figure was the solitary and proud Hong Ladefire, clad in a crimson shirt and draped in a blood-red cloak. He sat quietly in a deserted tavern, gently swirling the crimson liquid in his glass. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he whispered, Boy, you have finally arrived. The sea shall no longer be as dull as before. After all, you are synonymous with darkness. Though often pursued by the Navy, Hong Ladefire consistently managed to evade capture, for he knew a more exhilarating life awaited him. He would never allow himself to be confined at such a moment. Meanwhile, the once imprisoned Shiki, the Golden Lion, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. A defiant aura still radiated from him, and even within the confines of Impelled Down, he showed no signs of change. He softly remarked, I seem to feel the call of the sea. It appears it is time to leave. This is not where I belong. Upon uttering this, a fierce light gleamed in his eyes. During his lengthy imprisonment, he had long devised a plan for escape. His previous inaction stemmed from a belief that the opportune moment had not yet arrived. Relying on his instincts honed over years as a notorious figure, he understood that he could wait no longer. Glancing at his feet, shackled by sea stone, he bore the pain and severed them. Blood gushed forth, but he quickly stifled the flow. With the restraints removed, he could once again wield the powers of his float fruit. Gradually, he summoned his levitation ability, allowing his body to hover. Though prolonged confinement had hindered his full recovery, It sufficed for his escape. Shiki surveyed the cell that held him captive and unleashed his power. Shattering it, he floated out, surveying the surroundings, and laughed boisterously. Kekiki, I am Shiki the Golden Lion. How could I remain here? As he laughed, his conqueror's haki involuntarily emanated from him. Observing Shiki's successful escape, other prisoners in this level of the prison spoke up. Shiki, for the sake of our shared pirate identity, let me out, and I shall reveal my treasure to you. Hurry and release me, Golden Lion. I am your elder. Listening to the incessant clamor, Shiki's mood soured. He unleashed a few slashes of sword energy towards those still trapped in their cells. Though he lacked his twin swords, his prowess as a supreme swordsman allowed him to easily release several slashes. As the sword energy cut through their bodies, they fell lifeless, regardless of their previous strength. As long as they remained bound by sea stone, they were powerless insects. Witnessing the ruthless actions of Shiki the Golden Lion, the remaining prisoners in this tier of the prison grew considerably subdued. Shiki cast a simple glance around, noting that no one dared to act as brazenly as before, and he felt boredom settle in. He floated away, knowing it was not yet time to relax. The true challenges remained unsolved. Given that the 6th level of Impel Down housed particularly notorious prisoners, there were no guards present. As Shiki's conqueror's haki spread, even the surveillance Din Mushi fainted from the pressure. Thus, no alarm had yet been raised within Impel Down. Soon, Shiki arrived at the frigid depths of the prison. Upon entering, a cold draft assaulted him. Despite the recent severing of his legs, he quickly regained his composure. As he entered this level, the keen noses of the military wolves detected the scent of blood and swiftly approached. Observing his limbless prey, they crouched low, digging their claws into the ground, preparing to pounce while emitting low growls. The sight of these military wolves irked Shiki. He could hardly believe that even these small beasts dared to challenge him. He utilized his Fruit-S power to make them collide with each other. Before long, the wolves that dared to trouble him had met their demise. He carelessly tossed their bodies aside without a glance. Due to the unique environment of this level, there were hardly any living pirates remaining. Thus, the earlier pleas for mercy did not resurface. This level was inhospitable for Din Mushi due to the extreme cold. As Shurji arrived at the 4th level of Pushing City, he was promptly noticed. With the blaring of alarms, the guard station throughout Pushing City sprang into action. Shurji had anticipated the alarm's activation and, without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the warehouse on the 4th level. Even though he knew he might encounter the warden, he felt compelled to go, for his 2 prized swords lay there. Upon arriving at the place where his swords had been confiscated, he quickly surveyed the area and discovered an array of weapons densely hung upon the walls. Soon, he spotted his own 2 magnificent swords. Shurji slowly extended his hands, causing the swords to tremble before gliding effortlessly into his grasp. The moment he reclaimed his old companions, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Just as he turned to leave, a figure blocked his path at the entrance. The newcomer was clad in a sleek black suit, complete with horns atop his head, resembling a devilish figure. Upon seeing him, Shurji scoffed derisively, arrogantly declaring, Magellan, how dare a mere vice warden attempt to obstruct my path? Huh, surely you must still be groggy from sleep. Magellan, however, remained unresponsive, steadfastly blocking the door. In response, Shurji brandished his twin swords. With them in hand, he regained the aura of an unparalleled swordsman. As the slashing waves surged forth, they forced Magellan into a defensive stance. After all, he was merely a lowly vice warden with limited strength. Before long, he succumbed to Shurji's relentless onslaught. Yet, Magellan's Doku, Nomi powers were not to be underestimated, causing Shurji considerable irritation. Nevertheless, due to Magellan's inexperience with his Fruit's abilities, Shurji successfully escaped the 4th level of Pushing City. By the time Shurji had made his exit, the warden arrived belatedly. Had he not possessed a strong trust in Magellan's character, he might have suspected the vice warden had intentionally allowed Shurji to escape. Soon, however, his expression darkened as a sudden pain gripped his stomach, an ominous thought surging to the forefront of his mind. He hurriedly clasped his abdomen and hastened towards the restroom, resolved to distance himself from the unfolding escape of Shurji. Once Shurji left the 4th level, the remaining tiers could no longer impede his advance. Consequently, he effortlessly soared out of Pushung City, leaving behind a grim scene of fallen bodies and pools of blood that converged into a crimson lake. Gazing upon the vast azure sea, Shurji's spirits soared once more, reminiscent of his former grandeur. He propelled himself upward, swiftly ascending to the skies, eventually vanishing into the clouds. Concealed from sight, as he reached the high altitudes, his laughter echoed across the nearby waters. "Huh, I have returned," he proclaimed. "Tremble, O sea." He then departed the area at great speed. After enduring prolonged confinement, he was eager to locate his former subordinates and ascertain the current state of affairs. Meanwhile, the warden, upon learning of Shurji's successful escape, immediately contacted Sengoku. As the phone snail was answered, a voice soon emerged from the other end. "Hello, this is Sengoku. What has transpired?" The warden, in a state of urgency, responded, "Commander Sengoku, we have a grave situation on our hands. The Golden Lion Shurji has escaped from prison." Sengoku's demeanor shifted to one of furious indignation upon hearing the news. The once impenetrable fortress of Pushing City had been breached, and this was anything but welcome news, especially during such a precarious time. Sengoku pondered briefly before stating sternly, "Seal off the information as best you can. The fewer who know, the better. This is a significant lapse on your part, allowing such an incident to occur as the warden of Pushing City. Prepare yourself for repercussions. A demotion may very well be in store." Rather than displaying resentment, the warden nodded in agreement. "Commander Sengoku, I am willing to resign from my position as warden of Pushing City." Sengoku was taken aback by his swift and resolute declaration, perceiving it as a burden lifted from him. However, he dismissed the notion, attributing it to the pressure weighing on the warden. Unbeknownst to Sengoku, the warden had already been scheming since receiving news of Shurji's escape. He had long wished to leave, but had lacked a suitable opportunity. Now, he could capitalize on Shurji's breakout to fulfill his ambition. After years of life in Pushing City, he yearned for the outside world, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Their conversation concluded swiftly, as Sengoku recognized he was about to be inundated with tasks once more. The matter concerning Dracula's elimination of the celestial dragons remained unresolved, and now the escape of Shurji loomed large. He grasped his throbbing head, muttering to himself, "Truly a tumultuous season. I long for retirement." He suddenly felt a twinge of envy for Karp's leisurely lifestyle. Yet, the mere mention of Karp ignited his fury. For Karp had disregarded the capture mission Sengoku had assigned him. With clenched teeth, Sengoku hissed, "Karp, if you refuse to allow me peace, do not blame me." He then strode purposefully out of the room into the Naval Headquarters conference chamber. Upon entering, he instructed his aide, "Summon all naval commanders to assemble here immediately." Following the admiral's orders, the aide hurried away, acutely aware that this was no trivial matter, necessitating careful headcounts. As time passed, Sengoku remained seated in silence. But soon a throng of people entered, the cacophony of voices filling the room. The commanders, begrudgingly summoned again, felt exasperated. After finally returning to rest, they were thrust back into another meeting. Memories of their previous harrowing experience in the sea sent shivers down their spines. They hoped fervently that this discussion would not pertain to Dracula, for they knew all too well that their strength would merely serve as fodder. As the naval commanders gathered in the conference room, Sengoku rose slowly from his seat. Observing this familiar scenario, their hearts raced with trepidation. However, they collectively exhaled in relief as Sengoku's subsequent remarks bore no relation to Dracula. After a brief description, Zhanghua articulated the purpose of convening this meeting. Jin Shitsi Shurji had managed to escape from the heavily fortified city of Tongzheng. Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere below rapidly descended into chaos, for they were acutely aware of the implications of this matter. Observing the tumultuous conference room, Zhanghua decisively struck the wall behind him, instantly silencing the din. The gazes of the naval commanders swiftly converged upon Zhanghua, eagerly awaiting his subsequent remarks. Zhanghua did not keep them waiting long, expressing his thoughts directly. "We must devise a strategy that can revitalize the morale of the Navy. Otherwise, recent events have diminished the trust of the civilians in our forces to an all-time low." This notion received unanimous approval from the commanders present, who were most qualified to comment on the current state of naval personnel. Particularly, the shadows cast by their recent attempt to execute the Dracula capture plan were far from negligible. Soon, the conference room erupted into fervent discussions as they contemplated various methods to bolster morale. At that moment, Consultant he rose from her seat and solemnly proposed, "Let us initiate the long-shelved Seahai pirate cleanup plan, for this is the only way to salvage the Navy's dwindling reputation." Her statement plunged the assembly into deep contemplation. This plan had been proposed by the elder generation of the Navy at its inception, but had remained unimplemented due to myriad reasons. Confined to the archives of the Naval Headquarters, Nevertheless, all present naval commanders were familiar with the plan. After a moment of silence in the conference room, Admiral Akainu stood up and coldly declared, "I support this proposal. Wherever they may be, pirates must face the judgment of justice." Witnessing Admiral Akainu's decision, the hawkish commanders nearby readily voiced their agreement. The dovish Admiral Akiji, unwilling to be outdone, also stood, recognizing this as the only viable course of action. With his assent, the allied dovish commanders also rose in support. Remaining seated, Admiral Kazuru observed the two commanding officers who had made their choices. He shrugged and reluctantly stood, indicating his agreement with the proposal. After all, with both opposing factions in accord, he had no justification for dissent. As Admiral Kazuru made his decision, those remaining in the room who had yet to express their stance also began to voice their support for the initiative. With unanimous approval, Zhangguo promptly declared thus, "The Sea Pirate Cleanup Plan is officially set into motion. Karp will lead the charge to the East Sea, Akainu to the West Sea, Kizuru to the North Sea, and Akiji to the South Sea." Subsequently, consultant he stood to provide additional details. The meeting was thus concluded. However, all naval commanders present understood the significance of the Sea Pirate Cleanup Plan, which could profoundly affect the Navy's reputation moving forward. Although the plan had been confirmed for execution, the naval commanders still needed to organize the forces for this operation. As preparations intensified, dusk rapidly descended. By the following morning, naval warships departed from the naval headquarters. Heading towards the sea, Zhangguo watched their departing figures and sighed deeply. This was the best strategy they could conceive. The success of this endeavor now depended on the dispatched naval commanders. Nonetheless, Zhangguo believed that in the weakened sea, no adversary could rival them. After all, he had deployed an admiral-level force to accompany each expanse of sea. Observing their retreating figures, consultant he softly remarked, "Trust them to succeed. This time, victory is assured." Upon hearing this, Zhangguo nodded gravely, uttering no further words. He then slowly departed toward his office, burdened with an array of unfinished duties that compelled him to leave. As he exited, Zhangguo muttered, "Being a marshal is incredibly exhausting. I might just consider resigning." However, this time, Zhangguo felt no anxiety regarding potential incursions into the naval headquarters. Following the recent Jin Shitsi incident, he had transferred a substantial number of heavy cannons from the Naval Scientific Unit. Even if faced again by Jin Shitsi Shurji, he felt no trepidation. In fact, Zhangguo secretly hoped for an assault on the naval headquarters, for he found open adversaries far less daunting. Should Shurji remain absent, Zhangguo would grow increasingly concerned. For the schemes of a pirate of his caliber were not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, consultant he, noticing the port was now deserted, made her way to her office, as her workload was no less than Zhangguo's. Furthermore, she had an important capture mission ahead, targeting the notorious Don Quixote Doflamingo and his crew. Regrettably, this was not her first attempt to apprehend them. Yet each time, various factors had allowed Doflamingo to escape. As the chief consultant, he felt quite frustrated. Everything progressed in an orderly manner, and the already tumultuous seas were on the brink of escalating further. Very few beyond the commanders present at the meeting were aware of the Navy's impending Sea Pirate Cleanup Plan. Nevertheless, the large-scale mobilization of the naval headquarters captured considerable attention. Particularly, Morgans, the president of the World News Agency, sensed a significant newsworthy event unfolding. Consequently, news of this development swiftly appeared in newspapers dispatched across the seas. To garner even more attention, Morgans exaggerated the reality of the situation, proclaiming in the paper, "Shocking. The naval headquarters undertook a complete military reorganization overnight. Warships set sail. What could their intentions be? Is a naval retaliation imminent?" If you wish to uncover the truth, stay tuned for our next issue, as this bird will provide real-time coverage. With the dissemination of such a newspaper, panic began to ripple across various regions of the sea. After all, the strength deployed by the Navy was truly formidable, comprising 3 admirals and the legendary hero Karp. Such a lineup was more terrifying than any demon-slaying decree. However, Dracula, resting on the Sky Island, remained oblivious to the contents of this newspaper, as the delivery birds could not reach such heights. Yet, this news bore no significance for him, for he believed that as long as the location of Sky Island remained undiscovered, he could continue his leisurely pursuits. Meanwhile, Ein, who had been brought back from Sabati Archipelago, had been training alongside Reiju and Robin for some time now. Due to their remarkably similar ages and shared unfortunate childhood experiences, the 3 soon became close sisters. Upon witnessing this, Dagula could not help but smile faintly. After all, he held great importance to the development of these three young girls. Their amicable interaction spared him considerable trouble. Time sailed swiftly over the ocean, as the duration of their voyage could not be overlooked. With 2 months having elapsed, Dagula began to contemplate his next course of action. However, a sudden ring from the telephone beetle shattered his thoughts. The caller was none other than Long, situated in the South China Sea. As Dagula answered the telephone beetle, Long promptly articulated the purpose of his call. "Boss, the seas are teeming with naval forces. What should we do next? We still possess quite a few assets across the seas." Hearing this, Dagula inquired with curiosity, why are there so many naval forces in the seas? This question momentarily stunned Long on the other end of the line. He had previously assumed that his boss was unconcerned, hence the absence of directives. Now it appeared that he was entirely unaware of this development. Coming to this realization, Long hastily conveyed the recent maneuvers and objectives of the Navy. Upon hearing Long's explanation, Dagula quickly grasped the rationale behind the Navy's actions. He understood that this was a strategy employed by Zhangguo to bolster the morale of naval soldiers and restore confidence among the civilians. With this thought, since Zhangguo is exerting such effort to elevate morale, we should lend a helping hand. However, let us first ensure a complete withdrawal of our personnel from the seas, particularly in the North Sea. We need to keep those controlled nations in line and prevent them from revealing their true intentions. Upon hearing his boss's words, Long responded eagerly, "Boss, you need not worry about the North Sea. They have been thoroughly indoctrinated by my doctrine. In fact, they have become our loyal followers, posing no threat at all." Hearing this, Dagula could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Long's implication brought to mind a vivid image, Long passionately delivering a speech, while the crowd of civilians below fervently raised their fists, unwaveringly believing in his words. Coupled with the enlightening powers of the angelic figure he embodied, he truly resembled a master of brainwashing. With this thought in mind, Dagula halted his contemplation and spoke firmly, "Since there is nothing to fear in the seas, let us pay a visit to the naval headquarters and meet Zhangguo. As a strategist within the Navy, I eagerly anticipate our first encounter. Would you care to join us, Long?" To this invitation, Long readily replied, "Of course. How could I miss such an exhilarating event? After all, I was once a part of the Navy, and I'm quite eager to revisit." Soon, the two confirmed their plans, setting the date for 3 days hence. This time was allotted for Long to rendezvous with them at Kongdao. As time swiftly passed, Long quickly arrived at Kongdao. Observing the dramatically transformed environment, he could not help but commend that fellow Caesar is truly a genius. He has completely revamped Kongdao. Since Long had relocated the Revolutionary Army's headquarters to Kongdao, he had not returned and was thus unaware of these changes. However, he soon composed himself and hurried to his boss's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he softly announced, "Boss, I've arrived." Hearing the voice, Dagula looked up and saw Long standing at the door. He promptly drained the tea from his cup and rose, stating, "You have finally arrived. Rest for a moment. We shall depart shortly." After uttering this, Dagula began preparing the necessary arrangements. Long nodded in agreement and took a seat to rest. In mere moments, Long stood again. He turned to Dagula and said, "Boss, we can set off now. How many of us will be part of this operation?" Glancing at the well-rested Long, Dagula calmly raised 4 fingers and replied softly, "You, I, and I, Lu. And I shall utilize our fruit abilities to fly directly above the naval headquarters. Additionally, Bei Bo will need to pilot the Ming Wang warship to approach the island of the naval headquarters. If anything seems amiss, he will implement a prolonged bombardment of the island until it sinks beneath the waves." Assured by his boss's thorough arrangements, Long had no further questions. Thus, Dagula led the three as they soared toward the naval headquarters at Ma Lin Fan Duo. Unbeknownst to Zhangguo, the unforeseen developments were unfolding. Yet, even had he been aware, he would not have been concerned, for he held unwavering confidence in the heavy artillery developed by the Navy's scientific corps. At that moment, he remained in his office, meticulously reviewing documents. However, the incessant twitching of his eyelids stirred a sense of unease within him, leaving him unable to pinpoint the cause. He forced himself to regain composure and continued with his paperwork, though the pace of his review noticeably slowed. For Dagula and his companions, the journey to the naval headquarters required little exertion. Within just a few hours, they reached the waters surrounding the naval headquarters. At that moment, Bei Bo detached from their group, gently descending onto the surface of the sea. With hands positioned in a triangular formation, he pushed forward to his chest. As waves of spatial fluctuations coursed through the air, the colossal form of the Ming Wang warship began to levitate above the water. Remarkably, its sudden appearance went unnoticed by anyone. This was attributable to Caesar's latest innovation, the color camouflage membrane. This technology had originated from an idle moment when de Gaulle provided Caesar with the concept inspired by Chameleon's camouflage mechanism. To his surprise, Caesar had applied this technology to the Ming Wang warship by the very next day. Observing the successful descent of the Ming Wang warship into the water, Bei Bo ascended aboard, taking control of the vessel as it navigated back toward the naval headquarters. Only when the naval headquarters fell completely within the warship's artillery range did he cease his movements. Bei Bo gazed into the distance, patiently awaiting instructions. The Ming Wang warship had now entirely entered the observation range of the naval headquarters lookout. Yet not a single naval soldier had detected its presence. This exemplified the practicality of the technology, for to the outside observer, the location of the Ming Wang warship appeared to be nothing more than a vast expanse of azure sea, indistinguishable from before. As Bei Bo reached the designated position, de Gaulle, accompanied by the remaining two, ascended into the cloud layers above the naval headquarters. Long gazed at the architecture of Marin Fanduo, feeling a twinge of confusion within him. For in his recollection, this place ought not to appear as it does now. Moreover, the overall impression it left upon him suggested that it had been reconstructed. This scene compelled Long to mutter to himself, questioning how the warring states could afford to construct a new naval headquarters while he had been present, struggling to even receive his salary. Dracula, oblivious to Long's thoughts, patted the shoulders of the two men beside him and proclaimed, "Let us proceed. It is time for us to make our entrance." Although he had observed numerous heavy cannons during his earlier inspection, he deemed the situation manageable. Hearing their leader's words, both men nodded in agreement and positioned themselves at either side of Dracula. This visit to the naval headquarters was devoid of any intention to conceal their presence. Dracula's motives were straightforward: to meet the wise strategist warring states and ideally to sow a bit of chaos. He unleashed his conqueror's haki, enveloping the naval headquarters in a wave of dark, oppressive energy. During this time, numerous naval soldiers collapsed to the ground. Even those few commanders who managed to withstand the shock of this haki were left trembling with fear. Meanwhile, warring states, engrossed in reviewing documents in his office, tossed aside his pen in frustration. His brow furrowed as he pondered the source of this formidable aura, yet he quickly shook his head, recognizing it did not belong to anyone he was familiar with. However, the audacity to approach the naval headquarters at such a time suggested that they were likely enemies. With this thought, warring states ceased his hesitation, activating his armament haki, which enveloped his fists. He then launched a powerful strike against the wall behind him, creating a gaping hole that led outside. As warring states emerged from the breach, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the numerous fallen naval soldiers, yet failing to spot any enemies. Upon observing this, he activated his observation haki. Soon, the locations of Dracula and his companions were revealed in his mind. He raised his gaze and instantly recognized Long's figure. After glancing at the two individuals flanking Long, his attention settled on the center, where he solemnly declared, "If I am not mistaken, you must be the fallen angel Dracula." In response to his words, Dracula nodded slowly. "I have long desired to meet the wise strategist of the Navy. After much contemplation, I deemed this moment the most opportune." Warring states scoffed disdainfully. "I suspect your intentions are not solely to pay me a visit. However, since you have arrived today, do not entertain thoughts of leaving." With that, warring states pressed the activation button for the heavy cannons he commanded. A thunderous rumble echoed as numerous heavy cannons emerged from various locations within the naval headquarters. Witnessing this display, Dracula remained unfazed, rather displaying an intrigued demeanor as he remarked, "Admiral Warring States, do you truly believe I came here unprepared? These mere heavy cannons are not a challenge for me. Furthermore, should you dare to issue the order to fire, your very utterance will lead the naval headquarters to the depths of the sea. Do not doubt me. You must be aware of my ship, the Pluto. Do you think this place can withstand such might?" Hearing this, Warring States' expression darkened considerably. He had already received reports from Kizaru regarding the Pluto and was acutely aware of its devastating power, realizing that no island could hope to withstand it. This realization prompted him to abandon his plan to fire the heavy cannons. He then spoke solemnly, "What is it that you seek? If your only intention was to meet me, you have done so. Should you not depart now, Even the Pluto will not save you. Dracula, still hovering above, slowly shook his head. In a tone imbued with philosophical depth, he stated, Admiral Waring states, I merely wish to pose 3 questions. Once you have answered, I shall take my leave. How do you perceive the significance of the Navy's existence? Furthermore, how do you regard the purpose of the world government? Lastly, what are your thoughts on this vast sea? These 3 inquiries left Waring States momentarily speechless, as he grappled with the myriad ways to respond. After a brief contemplation, he finally replied, the Navy exists to assist the common people and uphold justice. The world government's purpose is to maintain order in this tumultuous era. The current seas breed evil, which necessitates our Navy's intervention. Upon hearing their commander's words, the remaining conscious naval soldiers were invigorated, for these ideals aligned with their aspirations. However, Dracula smirked disdainfully, dousing them with cold reality. Deceive yourselves no longer, Admiral Waring states. You know better than anyone that the Navy is merely a pawn of the celestial dragons. The number of common people you have genuinely aided pales in comparison to those slain by the celestial dragons. Before Dracula could elaborate further, Waring States' thunderous roar interrupted him, for he felt the light in the eyes of the naval soldiers dimming with despair as Dracula's words took hold. Realizing the implications of this, Waring States understood that Dracula aimed to shatter the soldiers' faith in the Navy. The moment that faith crumbled would mark the Navy's downfall. Filled with rage at this thought, Waring States disregarded even the threat posed by the Pluto and summoned a colossal Buddha statue behind him. Buddha's impact. The immense figure condensed its power into Waring States' fist before unleashing a formidable shockwave aimed at Dracula's position in the sky. However, Dracula dismissed the attack with ease, forming his hands into an inverted triangle before pushing them forward to his chest. Twisted Buddha Devourer. Waves of energy surged from Dracula's hands, extending toward the shockwave. When the 2 attacks collided, the shockwave dissipated gradually, as if it had never existed, leaving no trace of its former might. Witnessing this turn of events, Waring States' pupils contracted in disbelief, realizing that his assault had been effortlessly neutralized without exertion. This marked the first time he comprehended the true extent of Dracula's formidable power. Beside him, Long and Enel were equally astonished. Having never witnessed their leader's strength, they now held deep admiration for him. Recognizing that his initial strike had failed, Waring States refrained from launching a second attack. He understood all too well that he could not detain Dracula and his companions any longer. Waring States glanced around at the naval soldiers, who had lost their former vigor. It was evident that Dracula's earlier remarks had profoundly impacted them, sowing seeds of doubt regarding the justice of the Navy. Waring States realized that this matter could only be resolved once everyone had returned. Only relying on him alone would yield no results. Meanwhile, Dracula, suspended in the air, gazed upon the deeply fatigued Sengoku, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was aware that he had achieved the purpose of his visit. Even if the Navy completed their plan to cleanse the seas of pirates, these soldiers could never return to their former selves. For the celestial dragons stood as an insurmountable barrier, obstructing their path of righteousness. With the moment ripe, Dracula decided to depart. After all, who could predict if Sengoku might suddenly go mad and seek mutual destruction? He slowly ascended towards the clouds, taking the 2 with him. However, before leaving, Dracula flicked 2 fingers to send forth a card. The front of the card bore the image of 9 fallen angels, while the back displayed a large 0. His voice echoed from afar into Sengoku's ears. Admiral Sengoku, since you cannot alter the course of events, why not entrust it to me? The next era will be mine. Anyone who obstructs me is doomed, including the celestial dragons. Witness my legend unfold. Remember my name. I'm the fallen angel 0, Dracula. This commanding proclamation reverberated above the naval headquarters, lingering in the air. Even the soldiers who had previously been intimidated by his presence could not help but exhibit admiration. Sengoku, observing the card spiraling towards him, extended a hand to catch it. Gazing at the card in his possession, he fell into a trance, murmuring, "Young man, can you truly accomplish this? Perhaps this is why Garp chose you. Allow me to be a witness to what unfolds. But to expect me to forego my pursuit of you is impossible." The world government had always loomed over him like a colossal weight, and despite his ambitions, realization of them was formidable. In an instant, he cast these thoughts aside. Life must continue. He glanced at the Navy soldiers around him, their faces reflecting admiration. Instantly, he felt weary, for these were the issues he needed to resolve. Without uttering a word, he returned to his office. Everything would have to wait until the various admirals returned for discussion. However, he looked at the enormous gap in the building before him. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the naval headquarters. "Craftsmen, hurry and repair the breach in this building." Upon hearing this commanding shout, the craftsmen who had just awakened felt a surge of despair and could not help but ponder, why must our lives be so arduous? Even when enemies came, they caused no damage, yet now we must mend walls. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. They quickly gathered their tools and rushed towards the damaged area. After Dracula and his companions departed from the naval headquarters, they soon located Beppo. Although Beppo had utilized a camouflage film, they possessed their unique methods of countering it. Thus, the four swiftly reunited. Without a moment's delay, they commenced their journey towards the Sky Island. Dracula had already planned to visit Fishman Island, primarily to bring Robin and others back. After all, Fishman Island lay deep beneath the sea. Without the descent of the Pluto warship, they could not reach it. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel executing the pirate cleansing plan across the four seas had already resolved to return. Given the extensive number of Navy soldiers deployed this time, the eradication of pirates posed no challenge. In merely a week, they had nearly cleared the seas of pirates. Even those few who survived were utterly terrified. With the mission accomplished, the admirals intended to return to their respective fleets. Yet, they were unaware of the multitude of messes awaiting their attention at the naval headquarters. As one naval vessel after another set sail, this chapter could finally be deemed closed. However, it must be acknowledged that this plan had indeed yielded remarkable results. The Navy's actions alleviated the troubles of the civilians in the four seas, even sparking a small wave of enlistment enthusiasm. Naturally, the Navy rejoiced at this development. Yet, the potential risks embedded in this situation were substantial. Most notably, various factions with some power had seized this opportunity to infiltrate the Navy with spies. And how could Don Quixote Doflamingo pass up such a prime opportunity? He promptly placed his capable subordinate, Virgo, within their ranks. Whether it was a peculiar attraction or mere coincidence, Doflamingo's subordinates remained the same as those in the original narrative. Nevertheless, Dracula was not particularly concerned with these matters. He had already led his group down into the depths of the sea, heading towards Fishman Island. Due to the high pressure of the underwater environment, the Pluto warship had automatically activated its protective mechanisms. As Dracula gazed at the scenery outside the warship, he could not help but feel a sense of wonder. After all, this was his first descent into the ocean. Schools of fish danced in the depths, creating a beautiful tableau. The warship steadily advanced deeper, soon revealing an island encased by a massive double-layered dome. Thanks to the formidable capabilities of the Pluto warship, it surged directly into the protective barrier. As Dracula and his companions entered, the warship's protective mechanisms promptly ceased. Although they had successfully arrived at Fishman Island, their forceful entrance had raised the vigilance of the island's guardians. They quickly rushed towards the spot where the ship had just landed, with some fishmen sent to report the incident. Observing this scene, Dracula did not act immediately. After all, he had not come here to engage in violence. The approaching fishmen also refrained from making any hasty moves as they awaited the king's approval. Within the palace, Neptune had already sensed the tremors of the protective barrier surrounding Fishman Island. However, he initially dismissed it, believing it to be merely a passing sea king. Soon, he would reconsider, as the fishman who delivered the news arrived before him, detailing the situation. Upon hearing the report, Neptune grasped the intricately carved trident beside him and summoned his royal guard to the incident's location. Observing his urgent demeanor, Shirahoshi, who had remained by his side, decided to accompany him. Initially, Neptune was adamant about her not joining, but succumbing to her pleas, he reluctantly agreed. Thus, a grand procession moved towards Dracula and his party. The distance from the palace was not particularly far, so they quickly sighted the intruders. Upon seeing Dracula, Neptune's heart sank. He recognized him as the perpetrator behind the recent tumultuous events involving the celestial dragons. Contemplating this, he could not help but mutter to himself, "Why has this harbinger of death come to Fishman Island? It is indeed a formidable presence." Though this was the sentiment harbored in his heart, the words that escaped his lips were of an entirely different nature. "Is it truly Lord Dracula? What brings you to the Fishman Island?" he inquired. "Please, let us proceed to the royal palace where we can converse at leisure." As a natural possessor of the unique Kinbunchika haki, Odoheim undoubtedly perceived her husband's unspoken thoughts. Yet, she chose to remain silent, for the man before her was one she had seen in the newspapers. Despite Fishman Island being in a semi-closed state, significant news still managed to reach their ears. However, when Odoheim attempted to use her Kinbunchika haki to discern Dracula's thoughts, she was met with an unexpected failure. After several attempts yielded no results, she resigned herself to the situation, standing quietly beside her husband. Meanwhile, Dracula, aware of her subtle movements, simply smiled, unconcerned. His thoughts were largely ensnared by the energy of the fallen angel, effectively isolating him from all external influences. Thus, under the guidance of Neptune, Dracula and his entourage entered the royal palace, attracting the attention of many onlookers along the way. After all, the last time they witnessed King Neptune personally welcoming someone was during the visit of the pirate king, Roger. As they proceeded, Dracula noted the unique architecture of Fishman Island, characterized by grand coral reefs, shells, and other materials. In Fisher Tiger's domain on Fishman Street, he received reports from his subordinates. Upon learning that the visitor was Dracula, a look of joy spread across his face. Had it not been for Dracula, he might still be enslaved in Mary Geos. Since his return to Fishman Island, he had established his own pirate crew, mostly composed of former fishermen slaves and previous underlings. Eager to meet Dracula, he realized the timing was not opportune. He resolved to wait until he achieved a certain level of success before pledging his loyalty as a gesture of goodwill. Believing that such a moment would better reflect his sincerity, he absent-mindedly touched the tattoo of the fallen angel that covered the mark of the celestial dragon, murmuring, "My lord, wait for me. Once I have consolidated the Fishman forces, I will seek you out." However, Dracula remained oblivious to this matter as he followed Neptune into the palace. Upon entering the lavish banquet hall, Dracula and his companions took their seats. With Neptune's arrangements, dishes were soon served at the table. In the center of the hall, a group of singers entertained the guests, creating a harmonious dining experience. As Dracula finished his meal, Neptune could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "My lord, is there anything I can assist you with during your visit to Fishman Island?" Observing Neptune's anxious demeanor, Dracula replied softly, "Rest assured, King Neptune, my intentions here are not malevolent. I merely wish to view the historical texts left within the sea forest. We shall depart once we have done so." After contemplating this request for a moment, Neptune nodded in agreement, reasoning that as it was merely a matter of observation, it should pose no significant issues. After all, very few could decipher the historical texts in this age. What he did not know was that Dracula was among those who could. After a brief respite following the meal, Neptune guided Dracula and the others to the sea forest. Soon, they arrive at a breathtaking sight filled with beautiful corals and remnants of sunken ships. Proceeding further, they soon stood before the historical texts. As others struggled to comprehend the inscriptions, Dracula, accompanied by Robin, approached for a closer examination. With careful reading, Dracula swiftly absorbed the contents of the historical text, leading him to exclaim, "Joy boy, I truly wish to make his acquaintance. How splendid it would have been to live in the same era." Robin, standing nearby, couldn't help but nod in agreement. This historical text primarily chronicled Joy Boy's apologies for not fulfilling his promise, confirming his existence during the Void Century. Shaking his head to dispel lingering thoughts, Dracula returned to the group with Robin. Noticing Neptune's attentive gaze, he expressed, "I am particularly grateful to your majesty for allowing us to view the historical texts. Tomorrow, we shall depart for the New World." Hearing this, Neptune nodded and led the group back along their original path. However, he was left astonished. He had not anticipated that someone could still interpret the historical texts. Upon returning to the palace, Neptune arranged accommodations for them. The next morning, Dracula and his crew departed from the palace. Before leaving, he encountered Princess Shirahoshi, whose appearance captivated him. With her flowing pink curls and eyes shimmering with a soft blue glow, her beauty was striking, accentuated by her ample figure and pink tail. Her only flaw was her considerable size, yet her pure and kind-hearted nature endeared her to Dracula. Before parting, he gifted her a special card infused with fallen angel energy. The front bore 9 patterns of fallen angels, while the back displayed a prominent character for C. This card, enhanced with a prior reward of affinity ability, would allow Shirahoshi to master her powers, preventing any loss of control and reducing the likelihood of anger among sea kings in the deep ocean. For Shirahoshi, Dracula represented her first friend outside of her family, making her cherish the card dearly as she secured it close to her. Neptune, however, remained unaware of this exchange. Quickly, Dracula and his crew boarded the ship, the Hades. As they prepared to depart, Neptune exhaled deeply. Just before the ship exited the boundaries of Fishman Island, Dracula's calm voice reached Neptune and Odoheim's ears. Your Highness Odoheim, I wholeheartedly endorse the ideals you have consistently championed. However, this path is fraught with peril, and a single misstep could lead to demise. Alas, I cannot become Joy Boy. At the sudden emergence of this voice, Neptune and Odoheim looked up, but there was no sign of him. Although no figures were visible, E.G. was greatly astonished by the words recently uttered by Digala. She found it hard to believe that this man could express such sentiments. Moreover, she detected a sincerity in his tone, indicating that his words were not mere frivolity. With this thought, E.G.'s conviction only grew stronger. She exchanged a glance with Niputan before leading the royal guard behind her away. Beibo directed the Mingwang Jianjian toward the New World. The crew aboard the ship was filled with anticipation for the life that awaited them, including Digala, who was no exception. After all, the New World was teeming with formidable individuals. His journey towards becoming a legend would commence here. As for the Kongdao, it still lay in the first half of the Grand Line. Due to the chaotic distribution of magnetic fields in the New World, it was unsuitable for the flight of the Kongdao. Thus, Digala entrusted this island to Caesar for research. A month flew by swiftly. Under Beibo's command, the Bing Danjane had reached the latter half of the Grand Line. However, upon arriving in the New World, Digala found himself uncertain of what to do next. He surveyed the surroundings of the Bing Danjane and discovered an endless expanse of ocean. He then softly remarked, Beibo, let us find an island to land on. I have grown weary of this monotonous life at sea. Upon hearing their captain's words, Beibo quickly retrieved the nautical charts and the eternal pointer. After a brief moment, Beibo determined a direction. He directed the Bing Jianjian to turn left and commenced a slow voyage. Under Beibo's precise guidance, Digala and his companions finally spotted an island. However, the island appeared densely forested, hardly resembling a place of habitation. Observing this, Beibo awkwardly scratched his head and sheepishly admitted, I had no idea it would look like this. Otherwise, I would have taken another route. Digala approached and patted him on the shoulder, casually responding, no worries as long as we have an island. Given its appearance, there must be some food here. I am famished. Let us go, brothers. Hearing their captain's words, everyone ventured into the forest. The beasts inhabiting the jungle sensed the immense threat posed by them and fled deeper into the foliage. Witnessing this scene, Enela transformed into lightning and charged after them. The weak beasts stood no chance against him and were swiftly incapacitated. Soon, he returned to the group, shouldering a massive lizard while clutching a tiger and a black bear in each hand. Enelu swaggered back before the others and, with a resounding thud, dropped the three beasts on the ground. Observing Enelu's swift actions, Digala's lips curled into a smile as he began to gather the others to build a fire for roasting meat. The prospect of the forthcoming roasted meat made everyone's mouths water, as they had not indulged in freshly cooked meat for quite some time. In no time, several large bonfires were ignited. Beibo stepped forward, skillfully skinning the beasts. The others eagerly sliced off chunks of meat and began roasting them over the flames. As the meat sizzled and turned, the aroma grew increasingly enticing. As the meat neared perfection, Digala seized a piece and devoured it heartily, unfazed by its temperature. After all, this degree of heat posed no threat to him, given that he had endured Akainu's magma. Seeing their captain begin to feast, the others followed suit without hesitation. However, the lack of water soon made them quite thirsty. Noticing this, Digala retrieved numerous jars of wine from the dimensional space. Instantly, the atmosphere grew even more lively with the addition of ale. Just as they were reveling in their meal, Digala's ears perked up at the sound of rustling. Before he could ponder the source, a hearty laughter echoed from afar. Ha ha, what do I smell? Wine. There must be a feast happening here. Come on, let's join in. Upon hearing the voice, the crew, who were in the midst of eating, set their food aside and assumed a defensive posture. Soon, the speaker came into view, a man adorned with a straw hat and a mane of red hair. 3 scars adorned his left eye, and he wore a white shirt with half the buttons undone, flip-flops on his feet, and a sword loosely strapped to his waist. The sight of him exuded a sense of generosity and charm, a unique charisma not often found in ordinary individuals. Digala had recognized this red-haired man as Shanks. Having just finished speaking with his crew behind him, Shanks turned to see the group before him, particularly Digala, who was seated at the center, eating roasted meat. His eyes lit up with delight as he exclaimed, Ha, Digala the fallen angel, long time no see. Who would have thought I would encounter you here? This must be fate. Why don't we share a meal? Noticing Shanks's familiarity, Digala merely gestured to the seat beside him. Understanding this gesture as consent, Shanks sauntered over and sat down. As he settled in, he called out to his companions, Mates, it's time to feast." Observing that their captain displayed no intention of deterring them, Enelu and the others relaxed their guard and placed some meat before Shanks and his crew. As time passed, the dining atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous, with Enelu even engaging in a drinking contest with Rakairu. Seeing their antics, Digala retrieved more jars of wine from the dimensional space. Enjoying the spectacle, he glanced at Shanks, who was now covered in grease from his meal, and raised his jar of wine. Noticing Digala's action, Shanks quickly set down his food and raised his own jar, clinking it joyfully against Digala's. They then proceeded to drink heartily. As the jovial ambience continued, the sky gradually darkened. Once Digala had his fill, he surveyed the scene, noting that most of the crew had become quite inebriated, with even Babwa beginning to mumble in his sleep. A subtle smile appeared on Digala's face upon realizing this. After all, I had longed to witness this scene, yet the opportunity had eluded me until now. Beside him, Shankasi, sipping his drink, remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "It has been ages since I have felt such an atmosphere. Ever since Captain Roger departed, I have not indulged in such joyous drinking." In response to his words, Digala casually replied, "Must we proceed with your plans, unaware of what the future holds? Would it not be more splendid to join me in witnessing the birth of a legend?" Shankasi first nodded in agreement, then shook his head. While I am indeed tempted, now that I have entered this game, it would be unwise to withdraw lightly. I cannot betray Captain Roger's trust in me. However, if you seek assistance, I can recommend someone who is not involved in this affair." Upon hearing Shankasi's suggestion, Digala expressed keen interest in the individual he had in mind. Just as he was about to inquire further, Shankasi spoke first. "It is my friend Baki, though his personality may be somewhat eccentric." Upon hearing this name, Digala understood why he was not part of the current situation. Baki's extraordinary luck was well known. Reflecting on this, Digala nodded slightly and responded, "Very well, should I encounter him, I will give it some thought." The two then fell into a comfortable silence, gazing quietly at the distant scenery. The evening breeze gently tousled their hair as they shared this moment. After a while, Shankasi broke the tranquility. Observing his inebriated crew, he smiled and suggested, "Shall we take the opportunity to spar this night? After all, we have little else to occupy our time." Digala nodded lightly and replied, "Let us proceed to the grove over there. The environment is particularly secluded and will not disturb others' rest." After saying this, Digala led the way deeper into the jungle, with Shankasi following leisurely behind. Soon, they arrived at the other side of the island's forest. Observing their surroundings, Shankasi scratched his head and remarked, "Indeed, it is a fine setting. Let us commence. The sooner we finish, the sooner we may rest." He then unleashed his conqueror's haki, instantly engulfing the area in a terrifying aura. Digala, being the closest, felt the immense pressure, yet it did not severely affect him. He too released his own conqueror's haki, and the two distinct auras clashed violently against one another. Shankasi's haki emanated the will of freedom, while Digala's conveyed darkness and brutality. The collision was so intense that it seemed to rend the sky asunder, with swirling gusts of wind encircling them. Seeing that Digala could withstand his haki did not surprise Shankasi. It was entirely within expectations. With a serious expression, he declared, "Digala, let us spar with our swords. My blade is named Griffin, having accompanied me through countless battles. Be cautious henceforth." Digala nodded in acknowledgement and replied nonchalantly, "I accept this sparring. We shall see whose sword is the mightiest. My sword technique consists of but a single move. Let us determine the victor with it." After uttering these words, Digala gradually retracted his earlier intensity, appearing somewhat subdued. However, Shankasi dared not relax. Knowing that Digala's technique concentrated all his essence into the yet unstaffed blade, Digala gently placed his hand on the hilt of his cursed sword, Yao Dao Murakumo, and bent slightly, merging his three-colored haki into the blade. With a powerful shout, he drew the sword, executing a swift single-blade slash. Although the speed of this technique was astounding, Shankasi sensed it in time. At the very moment Digala unleashed a strike, Shankasi also swung his own strongest blade. Ultimate slash. The two attacks collided, forcing them both to retreat, while the residual force shattered everything around them. However, the outcome of this contest soon became apparent. Shankasi's arm was bleeding, whereas Digala, aside from some torn clothing, remained unscathed. Having achieved the desired results, they abandoned any further aggression and laid down side by side, gazing at the moon above. As they did so, Shankasi could not help but exclaim, "You truly are formidable. I did not expect to lose to your swordsmanship." Hearing this, Digu La's lips curled into a subtle smile as he calmly replied, "Indeed. Remember the sword that defeated you, Yao Dao Murakumo." Shankasi nodded gravely in acknowledgement. They then lay there, surrendering to a deep slumber. Having exhausted their energy from the earlier spar and the wine consumed prior, they had no intention of returning, choosing instead to rest undisturbed. That night, everyone enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation, having not felt such ease in a long while. However, upon awakening, they discovered that their respective captains were no longer present. Not overly concerned by this revelation, they continued with their own activities. Meanwhile, Digo and Shankasi, who had slept on the ground, remained in a deep sleep. Soon, though, Digo felt a weight pressing down on him and opened his eyes to find Shankasi's foot resting upon him. In disbelief, Digo sat up abruptly, causing Shankasi to stir and awaken. Groggily, he greeted, "Morning." Digo nodded lightly and replied, "Let us return. Otherwise, they may come looking for us." He then turned to head back, with Shankasi still yawning, trailing behind, muttering, "You were indeed impressive yesterday. I am still feeling the effects of it today. I never imagined that merely our residual forces could wreak such havoc." Upon hearing this, Digo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He recognized the truth in Shankasi's words, yet something felt amiss. Shaking off the thought, he continued, leading the way. Moments later, they arrived back at the site where they had shared drinks the previous evening. Observing the now-away crew, Digo chose to remain silent. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. A silent greeting exchanged. After a brief respite, the group resolved to depart from the island, for their initial purpose in landing here was solely to recuperate. Now that they had feasted, both Digo and Shankasi intended to lead their respective crews away. Soon, they arrived at the shoreline of the island. Gazing at the Redford anchored by the coast, Digo offered a subtle nod. He could not help but concede that it was an exceptional vessel. However, Shankasi regarded Digo with confusion, as he did not observe their ship. Contemplating this, he promptly inquired, "Digo, did you not arrive here by ship?" Hearing his question, Digo shook his head and gestured behind him. Upon witnessing their captain's motion, Babwa comprehended his intent and stepped forward to the shore. With his hands forming a triangular shape, he pushed them forward to his chest. Soon, a peculiar spatial fluctuation emanated from between his hands. In an instant, the ship known as the Pluto materialized unexpectedly upon the sea before them. This spectacle immediately captivated the attention of the Red Hair Pirates, for such a power could only be attributed to a rare spatial fruit ability. However, they soon found solace in the notion that anything could emerge from the ocean. In fact, they had overlooked the fact that when Digo retrieved the wine jar the previous day, he had employed this very ability, perhaps due to their preoccupation with feasting. As the warship appeared, the pupils of Shankasi contracted slightly. Though he too was astonished by this ability, he was evidently more taken aback by the appearance of the vessel. He recognized it at once as the ancient weapon, Pluto, and it was indeed a brand new warship. Perhaps sensing Shankasi's astonishment, Digo softly stated, "This is a newly constructed Pluto warship, crafted at our request by the master shipwright Tame. You must sense my determination, for this is merely a small gift I have prepared for them. There will be more surprises awaiting them in the future, enough to keep them entertained." Upon hearing his words, Shankasi nodded in agreement. For the mere presence of the ancient weapon Pluto was a significant pressure on the world government. He understood that the world government had long been in pursuit of the historical remnants of Pluto, expending considerable manpower and resources in the process. Regrettably, the remaining Pluto warship had been hidden away. Contemplating this, he felt that life at sea would become increasingly intriguing. With that, Shankasi stepped aboard his ship, casually waving goodbye to Digo as he called out, "Until we meet again, Digo crew, our journey is about to commence once more. Let us conquer the new world." At his command, the Redford slowly departed from the shoreline of the island. Once they had completely vanished from sight, Digo stepped aboard his Pluto warship, where Babwa took the helm, steering towards another island. The two crews headed in entirely opposite directions, and any chance of a future encounter would be left to fate. Digo reclined quietly in his rocking chair, sipping his tea. Life on the deck returned to its former mundane state, yet he occasionally offered guidance on Ian's training issues, for her fruit of regression was indeed a formidable power, potentially wielding immense significance in the future. Meanwhile, the Navy executing the pirate eradication plan across the seas had successfully arrived at the naval headquarters, Marinfander. However, as they disembarked, they anticipated a warm reception filled with applause and cheers from the majority of soldiers. Instead, reality dealt them a harsh blow. They believed the execution of the plan was a success, a cause for celebration, only to discover that they had been robbed. Although they had recruited numerous new Navy soldiers, the seasoned elite of the naval headquarters appeared quite disheartened. The returning naval commanders felt as if their efforts had been in vain, especially after learning the truth from Sengoku, which filled them with resentment. Yet they found themselves entirely powerless against the fallen angel, Digo-La. Consequently, Sengoku convened a Navy meeting once again to address the morale issues plaguing the naval headquarters. As time passed, all the naval commanders arrived at the meeting room. But this time, Sengoku was not the one to preside over the gathering. Burdened by various concerns, his thoughts were not as agile as before, prompting him to adjust the choice of the meeting's host. This role fell to the chief advisor of the naval headquarters, having failed in her pursuit of Doflamingo. She had returned earlier than the other commanders and was thus more informed of the event's context. Since that day, he had been contemplating the matter and had recently begun to see some clarity. Observing the gloomy expressions of the assembled naval commanders, she spoke with seriousness. Do not be so pessimistic. There remains an opportunity for redemption. Our pirate eradication plan has been executed with great success, resulting in the recruitment of fresh blood. Each of you has played an indispensable role. As for the solution, it is both simple and complex. I need you to personally lead these soldiers to various locations to capture pirates and restore their confidence. Upon hearing this straightforward plan, a few naval commanders displayed hesitant expressions, as they doubted the efficacy of such an approach. He, standing at the forefront, took note of their faces. Perceiving their apprehension, she continued, "It is not as simple as merely capturing pirates. I require you to specifically target areas where civilians have been severely oppressed. If you implement your captures in such places, it will solidify their belief in the righteousness of the Navy." Hearing his explanation, the previously doubtful naval commanders nodded in understanding. They comprehended the strategy, which aimed to utilize the tragic experiences of civilians to help rekindle their faith. With this in mind, the assembled naval commanders responded in unison. "We pledge to accomplish the task, Chief Advisor he." Witnessing their reaction, he nodded in satisfaction. As the purpose of the meeting was fulfilled, Sengoku announced its adjournment. Subsequently, the naval commanders departed in groups, their spirits lifted by the newfound solution. Each individual bore genuine smiles upon their faces. Meanwhile, Akiji, who had remained seated in the meeting room, pondered the words he had heard from his subordinates. He adjusted the eye mask from his forehead down to his eyes, murmuring to himself how the civilians aided by the Navy truly outnumber those slain by the celestial dragons. It indeed seemed that way. However, upon sensing the presence of the fallen angel card within the mask, a faint smile crept upon his lips. He then dismissed the matter from his mind and reclined on the bench in the conference room, succumbing to slumber. The decision regarding the selection of a special location, which had been proposed during the meeting, was delegated to others. He thought it far more prudent to indulge in a bit more sleep. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers tidying up the conference area noticed Admiral Akiji dozing off and instinctively softened their movements before discreetly exiting the room. When Akiji awoke again, it was already afternoon. Stretching languidly, he repositioned the eye mask atop his head and slowly rose from his seat. Just as he returned to his office, his aide knocked and entered, promptly reporting, "Admiral Akiji, we have finalized the location for tomorrow's pirate capture." Upon hearing the confirmation of the specific site, Akiji nodded slightly and casually remarked, "Since it has been decided, just notify me when we depart tomorrow." Satisfied with Akiji's response, the aide did not linger, for he still had numerous tasks to attend to. After all, dealing with an admiral who cherished his slumber entailed a considerable workload. Early the next morning, the aide roused the still sleeping Akiji. Upon waking, Akiji remained in a dazed state, yet he nonetheless made his way to the port of the Navy headquarters. Observing the fully equipped Navy soldiers, Akiji hesitated only briefly before stepping aboard the Navy warship. As for the bicycle he usually employed for travel, it was left in the ship's storage room. He preferred to relinquish the bicycle if it meant reaching his destination without exertion. The aide sighed softly as he watched Akiji recline in a deck chair once more. He then called out to the sailors aboard the vessel, "Brothers, we set sail for Dressrosa. This time, we shall confront a ruthless pirate." Yet, awkwardly, their responses lacked conviction. Noting this, the aide refrained from further commentary. For the purpose of their mission was to restore their confidence and reaffirm their sense of justice. Should they realize that their leader, Admiral Akiji, had long since wavered in his own sense of justice, one could only wonder what their reactions would be. Regrettably, the lounging Akiji revealed no signs of abnormality. He remained as languid as ever. Thus, the Navy warship led by Akiji sailed towards Dressrosa, unknowingly charting a course towards the same destination as the Moby Dick. Considering the distance and time of travel, it was entirely possible that the two parties might indeed cross paths. As for the other Navy commanders, they had selected different locations. Yet all ventured across the sea to various sites that met their criteria. Due to the recent departure of the elite forces from the Navy headquarters, the soldiers stationed now were predominantly new recruits. Most were civilians with virtually no combat prowess. However, given the current lack of available personnel in the Navy, this was the only viable solution. Inside his office, Sengoku frowned as he observed the training of the new recruits outside. Witnessing their meager physical capabilities and subpar combat values only heightened his concern. While he was pleased to see fresh blood entering the Navy, he struggled to find anyone among them who could be deemed truly capable. Sengoku understood the present state of affairs on the high seas. After all, any civilian with even a modicum of strength had opted to become a pirate rather than join the Navy. The words of the pirate king, Gold Roger, during his execution had resonated across every corner of the sea, inspiring many to set sail in search of his treasure and fortune. Besides Sengoku, Zephyr observed his old friend's predicament, feeling equally powerless, for he was not renowned for his wisdom. His gaze drifted, scanning the new recruits below. Soon, he identified a few with the most potential among them. Calmly, Zephyr stated, "I will take a few from here to help cultivate some capable talents for you." Upon hearing his words, Sengoku nodded in agreement, confident in Zephyr's teaching abilities. After finalizing the arrangement, Zephyr departed from Sengoku's office and made his way to the training area where the recruits were practicing. Upon his arrival, the Navy officers in training quickly organized themselves and hurried to Zephyr, whispering, "Instructor Zephyr, may we have your guidance?" Acknowledging the young officer with a pat on the shoulder, Zephyr replied, "You performed admirably. I have no complaints. However, you must be aware of the current state of the Navy. Therefore, I need to select a few individuals to personally mentor, ensuring their rapid development for greater responsibilities." The officer nodded in understanding, fully aware of the Navy situation. As a disciple trained by Zephyr, he held great respect for his mentor's teaching prowess. Thus, when he learned that Zephyr intended to personally select candidates for instruction, he voiced no objections. The surrounding new recruits buzzed with excitement upon overhearing their conversation, for Zephyr's reputation was well known to them. Now, learning that he would personally choose a few to mentor, their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Each individual raised their heads proudly, brimming with self-confidence. Witnessing this scene, Zephyr paid little mind and directly selected 10 individuals he had previously noted. Upon seeing that none among them were chosen, the majority of the recruits fell into despondence, while a few others were expressions of defiance. They believed they deserved selection, yet out of respect for Zephyr's standing, they dared not voice their dissent. Zephyr took in their expressions, but chose not to elaborate further, for he had no obligation to explain his actions. Thus, Zephyr led the selected 10 to his specially designated training facility. Meanwhile, the Navy officers resumed organizing their squads and continued the training they had previously left unfinished. The new recruits, observing the departing figures with envy, could only watch as the 10 chosen ones exhibited a range of emotions. Yet not a single one dared to utter a word. In silence, ZFA led them into a training hall. He then halted his steps, turned around, and gazed at the 10 individuals before him. After briefly surveying the group, he spoke with a grave expression. "From this moment on, I shall be your instructor. Remember my name, ZFA." He continued, "You are about to undergo a rigorous period of training, far more challenging than your previous exercises, which were merely trivial." He added, "If anyone wishes to withdraw, take a step forward now." His stern voice echoed within the expansive training hall. After a brief pause, ZFA noted that no one had moved to step forward. He nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, no one has chosen to back down. As comrades henceforth, let us introduce ourselves." Upon hearing ZFA's words, the 10 individuals exchanged glances before deciding to introduce themselves from left to right. The first to speak was a man with a head of silver hair, adorned with windproof goggles. He confidently declared, "I am Smog, a user of the smoke smog fruit. I hope you do not hinder my progress during our training." Next, a woman with flowing pink hair stepped forward, exuding a refreshing aura. She gently stated, "It brings me joy to be chosen by Lord ZFA. I am a user of the barrier fruit. I look forward to your guidance." Thus, the selected individuals took turns introducing themselves. As time passed, only one person remained. He had lightning-shaped sideburns framing his face and remnants of food stuck to his cheeks. With a blank expression, he touched the bamboo at his waist and stated, "Please call me Mr. Virgo." After uttering this, he fell silent, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. He had come to the Navy headquarters as an undercover agent through the machinations of his boss, Don Quixote Doflamingo. He had not anticipated being selected by ZFA. Yet he believed that by the time he graduated under ZFA, he would emerge as a trusted officer of the Navy headquarters, thus ensuring the success of his undercover mission. Contemplating this, he reined in his thoughts. Deep within, Virgo continuously engaged in self-affirmation. "I am the Navy, I am the Navy, I am the Navy." However, no one was aware of his internal struggle, as they merely accepted Virgo's demeanor as his nature, paying it no mind. Meanwhile, ZFA attentively memorized their names. Observing their diverse personalities, he remained unfazed, for he had taught students of all eccentricities. He could distinctly sense the immense potential within these 10 individuals, a quality absent in the remaining recruits. ZFA clapped his hands to capture their attention, then retrieved 10 heavy-weighted vests from behind him, tossing them before the group. Upon contact with the ground, the weights caused a slight tremor, stirring the dust that danced in the air. Witnessing the exaggerated weight, Gina couldn't help but exclaim, "No way, this is incredibly heavy." Suddenly, she felt disinclined to exert herself. In response to her comment, ZFA explained, "Given that you possess a foundation of strength, I have intensified the training regimen. Only through this will you rapidly enhance your abilities and fulfill your duties as members of the Navy. Enough talking, put them on. We shall commence the next phase of training." Without hesitation, Virgo stepped forward to don the weighted vest. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Yet his expression remained unchanged, stoic as ever. Observing Virgo lead by example, the remaining 9 exchanged glances and followed suit, putting on the vests. ZFA nodded appreciatively at Virgo's initiative, silently elevating his assessment of him. ZFA then stated, "These weighted vests are not to be removed unless under exceptional circumstances. Your first training will focus on physical endurance. Keep pace with me as we run 10 laps around the Navy headquarters." Thus, the 10 individuals trudged forward, their steps burdened by the weights as they struggled to circle the headquarters. ZFA only led them for a short distance before stopping to watch from afar. By the 8th lap, they were nearly exhausted, lacking the strength to speak. Yet, without ZFA's permission, they dared not cease their efforts, gritting their teeth to persevere. In contrast, the rejected soldiers had long since disbanded to rest, and, upon witnessing the 10's plight, they found themselves devoid of envy. Instead, reveling in their misfortune as they stood by, observing the grueling run. At some point, Sengoku had approached ZFA's side. Observing the profoundly fatigued 10, he quietly inquired, will they truly be able to withstand such an increase in training intensity? ZFA crossed his arms, his calm response resounding. Only through such fervor can they become a breath of fresh air within the Navy's new blood. This refreshing vigor is precisely what the Navy lacks at present. Only by bearing this heavy responsibility can we hope to restore the Navy to its former glory. As these words reached Sengoku's ears, he fell into contemplative silence. After a moment, he sighed and murmured, "I hope they can endure." Thus, for an extended period, their lives revolved around relentless training. Meanwhile, the Merman battleship, under Beppo's command, successfully arrived at Dressrosa. After disembarking, Dracula led the group into the island's interior. However, as they passed through, Dracula took a moment to survey the surroundings. He noted the abundant mushroom-shaped rocks along the coast and the fragrant blossoms scattered across the island. He found the environment quite appealing. Upon reaching the bustling streets of Dressrosa, Dracula's cold and imposing demeanor quickly attracted attention. His unique aura caused several fair-skinned and beautiful women to become immediately enamored. In such a passionate and vibrant nation, they exhibited no restraint in expressing their desires. Some even boldly approached to engage in conversation, showing no fear of the group. However, these advances were swiftly rebuffed, not by Enel and his companions, but by Robin, who had been trailing closely behind Dracula. After driving those individuals away, Luo Bing returned to the side of Digala. Meanwhile, Lei Jiao and Ain, who had been standing in the middle of the group, joined hands and approached Digala. Seeing their actions, Digala merely nodded with a smile, as he held no interest in the women present. After a brief stroll, Digala led the group to a building and halted before it. As they looked up, they saw the plaque inscribed with the words Onu Jingjichong, Donyo Jingjichong, being the iconic structure of Draithwa. Digala was certainly aware of this place and felt a flicker of anticipation for the competitions held within. Tired of the monotony of life at sea, he hoped to find a measure of relaxation here. He signaled for his companions to follow him inside, but they were halted by the guards at the entrance. The guards arrogantly inquired, "Are you here to compete or spectate? If you wish to compete, the contestant's entrance is not here. If you are here to spectate, please pay the required fee." Witnessing their haughty demeanor, the short-tempered AI and Lu could hardly contain his anger. However, without a command from his leader, he refrained from acting rashly. Sensing AI and Lu's agitation behind him, Digala smirked and waved his hand dismissively. Understanding the gesture, AI and Lu unleashed a bolt of lightning, incapacitating the guards. As the lifeless bodies fell to the ground, Digala paid them no mind and proceeded inside, followed closely by his companions. Once they disappeared into the corridor, two other individuals approached, kicking the fallen guards and spitting on them. They then began to converse casually. "They deserve to die, flaunting such arrogance," one remarked. The other nodded in agreement, adding, "However, we must remain vigilant and not meet the same fate as they did." After their idle chatter, the two stood solemnly at the entrance of the Donyu Jingjichong. Their expressions were grave and respectful, devoid of any arrogance, as dictated by the arena's rules. Since the day they became guards, their lives were no longer in their own hands. A prevalent, unspoken rule existed. If one were to eliminate the guards at the entrance, they could enter without any cost, and no repercussions would follow. Digala and his group soon emerged from the lengthy corridor, revealing a vast arena before them. Surrounding it were tiered seating areas, nearly filled with spectators fervently cheering for the ongoing duel. Número dos. Número dos. Defeat your opponent. I have placed a hefty wager on you. Useless. Fight back. Hurry and retaliate, or I shall lose my money. Digala, unfazed by the cacophony around him, led his group to a corner where they found their seats. Once seated, he quietly observed the ongoing battle. Although the fighters were of modest skill, he found some interest in the visceral nature of their combat. As time passed, the duelists became locked in a stalemate, ultimately resulting in both of their deaths. Digala shook his head slightly at this outcome, anticipating the next duel. After all, having come this far, he intended to fully indulge in the experience. During the wait, the spectators began to voice their discontent. "No, I cannot accept this outcome. He has cost me 200,000 Bailey. You bastard. What do your Bailey even mean? I've already lost my trousers." The organizers showed no concern for their grievances, even dragging out those who had lost everything. The man who had lost his trousers was unceremoniously pulled away by the guards. Yet, in his desperation, he cared little for his nakedness, instead shouting, "No. Don't drag me away. I still have something to wager. I will bet my manhood. This is my last resort. Please accept my plea." His voice echoed throughout the arena, leaving even the previously raucous spectators momentarily speechless, shocked by this unprecedented wager. After a brief silence, the crowd quickly resumed their betting. Accustomed to the bizarre nature of the event, the organizers acknowledged the desperate man's wager with a nod. Soon after, the next duelists were introduced. One is an undefeated, long-legged contestant. The other is the renowned champion, Guru C, who has maintained a record of 100 victories. Who will emerge as the stronger contender and claim victory today? Let's eagerly await the outcome. As the atmosphere within the Donyu Jingjichong intensified, the long-legged contestant entered. His physique robust and towering. Adorned with boxing gloves, he bounced energetically, frequently uttering his catchphrase, "Xiao." The spectators who had chosen him could not help but cheer loudly, "Xiao. Xiao, defeat your opponent. You are the strongest. No rebuttals." Hearing the cheers, Xiao smirked derisively, casting an arrogant glance at Guru C, who stood a head shorter. It was as if victory was already assured for him, dismissing his opponent entirely. On the other hand, Guru C, with his dark, curly hair, exuded an aura of seriousness and determination. Although his physique was also impressive, the height difference diminished his imposing presence. Nevertheless, he too was met with cheers from the crowd. Guru C, victory, victory. Your opponent is nothing but trash. You must win. My manhood is on the line." Guru C stroked the long sword at his waist, gradually finding tranquility amidst the spectators' voices. Regardless of his opponent, He held unwavering confidence in his victory. As both competitors prepared themselves, the announcer declared, "I hereby announce the commencement of this duel. The match shall continue until one side is completely incapacitated, with the loser facing the inevitable fate of death." The announcer's words resonated throughout the vast arena. With the signal given, both Shio and Guru Si sprang into action. Their speed was indistinguishable to the average eye, akin to a gentle breeze passing through. However, to the likes of Delacroix and his companions, such swiftness could only be deemed mediocre. Observing this, Delacroix nodded slightly and commented casually, expressing surprise that the arena harbored competitors of such caliber. It seemed this confrontation would indeed be more captivating. Upon hearing their leader's words, Ainalu and Beipo nodded in agreement. After uttering a brief remark, Delacroix returned his gaze to the battle unfolding before him. The two combatants, who had just commenced their run, had already collided. Yet, neither inflicted any damage upon the other, indicating that their tentative strikes had proven ineffective. Zugo leaped a few times on the spot, positioning his left foot forward and his right foot back. With his gloved fists, one shielded the left side of his face, while the other gestured menacingly towards the approaching Jalusi. His expression remained as haughty as before, unwavering despite the lack of success in his probing attack. Convinced of his superiority over the swordsman, he resolved not to dawdle any longer. Since entering the bullfighting arena, he had yet to experience defeat, indicating that he possessed some skill. Gradually, he began to channel his Busashoka haki, gathering it in his hands. Instantly, his gloves shimmered with a metallic sheen, appearing extraordinary from afar. However, due to the fragility of his power, Zugo could only maintain this coverage temporarily. The spectators, oblivious to this limitation, recalled that whenever Zugo unleashed this ability, his opponents invariably met their demise. Thus, no one suspected his fleeting weakness. Upon witnessing Zugo employ this technique, the onlookers who had placed their bets on him began to chatter excitedly. They believed victory was assured, exclaiming that this was indeed Zugo's renowned technique, the latte fist. As he observed the spectators' reactions, Zugo cast a disdainful glance at the still composed Jalusi. With this ultimate move, he was certain of his impending victory. After all, the method of mastering Busashoko haki was a secret he had salvaged from the wreckage of a warship years ago. He could not fathom that the man before him could withstand his blow. He even envisioned the celebratory pose he would strike upon his triumph. With victory seemingly within his grasp, Zugo taunted, "Haven't you ever seen a fist as large as mine, gleaming with metallic luster? One punch from me, and your life ends. Boy, kneel and call me grandfather, and I may spare you." Seeing Jalusi remain unperturbed, Zugo's anger flared. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to waste more words, lest he falter. With his exceptionally long legs, he bounded towards Jalusi. In response to the charging Zugo, Jalusi exhibited no fear. He recognized the ability Zugo employed as Busashoka haki, a power he had encountered while perusing ancient texts, and had even grasped some techniques for its application. He enveloped his waist sword with the faint Busashoka haki he had mastered, drawing the sword and gripping it with both hands, positioning it against the advancing Zugo. In that moment, he channeled all his strength into that strike. The spectators who had wagered on Jalusi erupted with excitement upon witnessing his readiness. Finally, he was showcasing his true prowess. Surely, Zugo was no match for him. Yes, this was it. He would vanquish him with the Raijin's destructive sword. Ah, my fortunes will be restored, and I shall reclaim my losses. Thank you, dear mother. The fervent discussions among the audience failed to distract Jalusi in the slightest. He remained focused on Zugo, poised to strike. Soon, their most powerful attacks clashed. The metallic glimmering gloves and the great sword ground against one another, neither willing to yield. Their assault stirred up the dust from the ground, obscuring the spectators' view. Seizing the opportunity, the announcer enthusiastically proclaimed, "Which is mightier, Zugo's latte fist or Jalusi's Raijin's destructive sword?" The answer will soon be revealed. Hearing her voice, the audience quieted, eagerly awaiting the outcome. As the dust began to settle, the figures of both combatants became visible. However, one stood while the other knelt. The kneeling figure was Zugo, who stared in disbelief at his bloodied fists. In a previous skirmish, his gloves had been shattered, injuring his hands. This outcome was unacceptable to him. He muttered, "No, it cannot be. This must be an illusion. How could I possibly lose? I am, without a doubt, the strongest Zugo." He then abruptly lifted his gaze to the unyielding Jalusi, shouting, "Quick, kill me. Only then can I prove that all of this is a deception." Without hesitation, Jalusi raised his great sword and swung it towards the kneeling Zugo. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and a severed head soared into the distance. As Zugo felt the life ebbing from him, his lips moved, and he uttered a final realization. So, I truly have lost. Upon witnessing the conclusion of their duel, the announcer swiftly declared, the result of this confrontation is unmistakable. The victor is the swordsman Jalusi. Let us now celebrate with exuberance. I hereby announce the conclusion of this bullfighting arena match, and I look forward to our next encounter. Although the match had ended, the spectators' fury had not yet subsided. Zugo's demise had cost many a substantial sum. Observing the chaotic arena, Delacroix rose and departed. With no more excitement to behold, he had no intention of lingering. Inalu and the others promptly followed their leader. Meanwhile, the two newly assigned guards, witnessing Delacroix and his companions emerge, lowered their postures in deference as they bid farewell. Noticing the new guards at the entrance, Delacroix paid them no heed, continuing forward. After a brief survey, he discovered a bustling restaurant. As they headed there for a meal, the port of Delisaluosa welcomed an unwelcome guest. A vessel adorned with a pirate flag gradually approached the harbor. Initially, the nearby civilians were indifferent, but soon fear gripped them. A formidable figure descended from the pirate's ship, towering and robust. Adorning his head was a horned hat, albeit one of the horns was tragically broken. His beard was luxuriant, and a scar marred his left eye. Observing the unflinching townsfolk before him, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He spoke languidly. Let us ravage this island, shall we? All that we seize belongs to you, be it treasure or women. Leave no soul unscathed. Upon hearing their captain's words, the pirates erupted in a chorus of exclamations. Understood, Captain Walt. We shall render this place barren, ensuring the foolish townspeople grasp the terror of the walled pirate crew. With that, their eyes gleamed with anticipation as they surged forward, slaughtering the spectators at the harbor without mercy, leaving none alive. Witnessing the carnage before him, Wald felt no discomfort. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh. Onward, my little ones. Greater treasures await us within. Responding to their captain's command, they abandoned the few remaining victims and marched determinedly into the island's depths, deeming the stragglers unworthy of their time. The fortunate survivors among the townsfolk fled frantically toward the inner streets, their bodies trembling with fear. The only solace they could muster was the mantra of not looking back, urging themselves to run straight ahead to avoid witnessing the horrors behind. They reassured themselves that as long as they did not confront their fears, those fears would not confront them. The sight of the panicked civilians brought forth peals of laughter from the walled pirate crew, who leisurely followed in their wake, appearing to toy with them. The fleeing townspeople soon reached the most opulent street on the island, their peculiar behavior drawing the attention of all present. A towering middle-aged man seized a fleeing youth, curiosity etched on his face. Young man, what has transpired? Why do you run so desperately? Suddenly halted the young man, filled with rage, prepared to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet upon turning, he found himself facing a man of overwhelming strength, far beyond his own. He swallowed hard, the words he had prepared faltering on his lips. Trembling, he managed to utter, "Pirates! There are pirates! They have already slain many and are coming this way." With that, the frail young man broke free from the man's grasp and bolted away. The onlookers, however, dismissed his claims with scorn, for the pirates who had visited Dressrosa were numerous yet harmless. They believed that even if pirates were indeed killing, it would only be the port-side folk who suffered. They had little faith that these marauders would dare to strike at them. Meanwhile, the walled pirate crew, having ambled leisurely, arrived at the bustling streets beginning. Observing the calm demeanor of the townsfolk, they felt a surge of irritation, for the panic and pleas they had anticipated were conspicuously absent. Wald, seeing this, waved his hand dismissively and bellowed, "These worthless townspeople dare to disregard us? Such insolence! My little ones, attack. Let their blood stain the streets crimson. Let the revelry of the walled pirate crew commence." At their captain's command, his crew erupted with excitement, brandishing their weapons and advancing menacingly toward the townsfolk. Initially, the civilians paid little heed to the ominous approach, but when the first life was extinguished, terror gripped them. Chaos erupted as throngs of civilians began to flee in all directions. Observing the scene unfold, Wald nodded in satisfaction. "Now, this is the proper response," he remarked coldly. Thus, the walled pirate crew began to harvest lives, their victims utterly defenseless against the merciless blades. Only the swiftest among them managed to evade the slaughter. Even those who knelt in supplication found their pleas fell on deaf ears, for the pirates harbored no intentions of sparing anyone. All who crossed their path met their demise. In that moment, the townspeople recalled the fleeing youth's warning, a wave of regret washing over them. Yet it was too late. They could only journey to the abyss with resentment in their hearts. As the bodies piled up, the street was stained with blood, the acrid scent overwhelming their senses. Yet, rather than discomfort, they reveled in the atmosphere. After a moment of indulgence, Wald shouted again, "My little ones, this island holds more than just this street. Let us continue our festivities on behalf of the Wald pirate crew." At their captain's words, they raised their bloodied weapons with glee. "Indeed, Captain Wald, let us celebrate once more, forging our infamous legacy with the blood of the island's inhabitants." With that, they redirected their course toward another destination. Meanwhile, Dracula, who had been dining, abruptly ceased his chewing, activating his Kinbunchika haki to extend his senses across the area. It did not take long for him to perceive the presence of the Wald pirate crew and the dying souls around them. As his haki swept through the surroundings, Wald suddenly lifted his head, recognizing that someone on the island had employed Kinbunchika haki to detect them. A sardonic smile crept across his lips as he spoke. "It seems this island is not entirely populated by these worthless beings." With a chuckle, he added, "Let us see how this unfolds, my little ones." His crew erupted into laughter, hoping this adversary would last longer than the last island, where swordsmen had barely survived 3 minutes before succumbing to weakness. Indeed, that was quite disappointing, they concurred, as they hastened toward Dracula's location. As for the whereabouts of Dagula and his crew, it was, of course, the perceptive Captain Waerda who sensed it. Although he did not acquire a precise location, Waerda was convinced that as long as he eliminated everyone present, that individual would undoubtedly reveal himself. With this thought, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in Waerda's eyes. Meanwhile, within the restaurant, Dagula, after sensing the situation, continued to savor his meal. Once he had thoroughly swallowed his bite, he calmly remarked, "Someone is approaching us. They appear to be pirates. However, there is still some distance to cover. Let us finish our food before we await their arrival." Upon hearing their captain's words, the crew nodded in agreement and discreetly hastened their dining pace. Thus, amidst the arduous journey of the Waerda pirate crew, Dagula and his companions enjoyed a hearty meal. Simultaneously, the naval vessel led by Qing Ji was nearing the waters of Dole Si Luo Sa. However, judging by their speed, they still required some time. Dagula and his crew waited patiently in the restaurant for quite some time. Eventually, at the end of the street, they spotted the pirates making their way toward them. He promptly stood up and strode out to the street, with his crew following closely behind. Upon witnessing a multitude of individuals suddenly appear in the street, the Waerda pirate crew came to a halt. Their gazes swept across the scene, ultimately lingering on one individual. One of the pirates pointed toward Dagula and exclaimed, "Captain, it's the fallen angel Dagula, the notorious pirate who dared to strike against the celestial dragons." Observing his crew's timid demeanor, Waerda felt a surge of anger. Such a mere reputation had instilled such fear in them. However, upon noticing that his other subordinates remained silent, he felt somewhat satisfied, as it seemed they had not been intimidated. But as he scanned the surroundings, his expression darkened. Their behavior clearly indicated not a lack of fear, but rather a paralyzing terror that rendered them speechless. With this realization, he swiftly killed the pirate who had spoken out. Then, he coldly declared, "Everyone, pull yourselves together. It is merely the death of one celestial dragon. Given the opportunity, I shall take you to slay a few more." Hearing their captain's menacing words, they shuddered and rallied their spirits. In truth, their prior fear stemmed primarily from the sensationalized reports in the newspapers. As rational beings, anyone who witnessed the extraordinary feats attributed to that individual would naturally feel a heightened sense of trepidation. Observing his crew regaining their former resolve, Waerda nodded in satisfaction. Then he stated flatly, "This is the demeanor my subordinates ought to possess. Let us proceed and subdue them." Meanwhile, Dagula, who had been listening to their conversation, had already discerned the identity of the imposing man before him. As the distance between the two parties diminished, the clash of their respective auras became increasingly palpable. However, it was evident that the Gula side held the upper hand. Recognizing this, Waerda understood that waiting any longer was unwise. Now was the opportune moment to strike. With a fierce shout, he initiated the assault. "Charge, my men!" Observing the rush of opponents before him, Ai and Lu and the others swiftly sought their own adversaries. As for Dagula, he remained composed. Watching Wa'erda's attack approach him, noticing de Gula's lack of movement, Wa'erda scoffed internally. He had initially believed him to be a formidable opponent, only to find him rendered speechless by his own assault. Yet soon, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Just as his attack was about to connect with de Gula, the latter effortlessly sidestepped. Unable to control his momentum, Wa'erda inadvertently directed his attack toward his own rear. Instantly, the ground trembled and dust soared. After evading this assault, de Gula waved away the dust that had settled before him. He then turned to regard Wa'erda, who had regained his balance. A faint smile graced his lips as he casually remarked, "Is this truly the extent of the World Destroyer's prowess? It seems rather lacking." Infuriated by the humiliation from his adversary, Wa'erda's anger flared. He retorted, "Do not be so arrogant, boy. That was merely a warm-up. Next, I shall make you wish you had never been born." Gathering his energy, he activated the ability of his MO fruit. With a booming shout, he declared, MO 50 times speed. His body suddenly surged to 50 times its original speed, rendering his previous velocity incomparable. This fruit's power caused de Gula to furrow his brow slightly, as it was his first encounter with such an amplification-type devil fruit. Nevertheless, a 50-fold increase in speed was still perceptible to de Gula's keen observation. Wa'erda's figure darted toward de Gula like a gust of wind. Concurrently, he unleashed his ability with a powerful strike from the large blade in his hand. The speed of this slash surpassed even his current velocity. Due to the suddenness of Wa'erda's attack, de Gula was caught off guard. Consequently, he was swiftly sent flying by the strike. Yet, the injury was not severe, for as the blade closed in on him, he instinctively employed his armed haki for defense. Witnessing his captain being sent flying, Lu abandoned his opponent and quickly appeared before de Gula, seeing his captain merely disheveled yet unscathed. Lu's concern dissipated. As de Gula rose steadily, he gently shook his head. Then, calm words escaped his lips. Lu, do not worry. I simply needed to adapt. Hearing his captain's words, Lu nodded slightly. He then returned to confront the foe he had previously abandoned. Lu had unwavering faith in de Gula's assertions. On the other hand, the combatant from the Wa'erda pirate crew, Guy Ilamu, observed Lu returning and his expression soured. He realized that Lu had not regarded him as a threat. With his eyes reddening, he declared, "You are exceedingly arrogant, and you shall pay the price for your hubris." He then activated his own cube fruit ability. Cube Prison. Before his eyes, everything transformed into a square shape. He meticulously manipulated the objects, stacking and shifting them until they gradually took the form of a prison. He controlled the cage and directed it toward the unsuspecting Lu. Lu, observing the furious pirate before him, could only helplessly roll his eyes. He found it perplexing how the situation had shifted from one of mutual cordiality to this. Since his return, this individual has inexplicably surged in power. However, Lu remained unfazed. He transformed into lightning and swiftly darted away before the prison could fully materialize. Observing this scene, Galem clenched his teeth and increased the output of his fruit's energy. Consequently, the direction of the prison continuously shifted and its encroachment accelerated. Alas, Lu's speed, bolstered by his lightning, proved slightly swifter. Thus, after numerous attempts, Galem's prison ability failed to yield any results. Recognizing this, Galem promptly shifted his target of attack. He expanded the prison's coverage just enough to ensnare Babwa and the others without their notice. Upon witnessing the success of his ability, Galem erupted into laughter. "Ha ha! A bunch of fools, ensnared by my powers. Now, await your demise from the lack of oxygen." This unexpected turn of events captured the attention of many onlookers. The members of the Ward pirate crew, witnessing their opponents trapped within a prison, couldn't help but taunt, you lot are just waiting to die. Galem's prison technique is a one-shot solution. How splendid. No need for us to intervene, truly worthy of Galem." Hearing the praises surrounding him, Galem's lips curled into a proud smirk. He could already envision the grim fate awaiting those within. Of course, Vald observed all that transpired. He turned to the now-standing Dracula, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, truly an outstanding subordinate. The fallen angel Dracula is merely a figurehead. Your flashy moves will soon meet the blade." Dracula, however, remained unfazed by Vald's words. He had unwavering faith that his subordinates could handle this minor issue. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he quietly remarked, "Don't celebrate too soon. Otherwise, You may find your face stinging from slaps. As for my true strength, you shall witness it shortly. I merely offered you an opportunity to strike. Subsequently, Dracula slightly bent his body, placing his hand on the hilt of the demon blade Muramesa. Observing Dracula's poised demeanor, Vald too adopted a serious attitude. Though still dismissive, he could sense the fierce aura emanating from Dracula. Aware of the change, Vald activated his Busashoku Haki, which swiftly enveloped his entire body. Moments later, he was entirely shrouded in the Busashoku Haki. Witnessing this, Dracula's expression remained unchanged. He infused his own three-color Haki into the mix. Tapping into the energy contained within the demon blade Muramesa, Dracula unsheathed it. With a swift draw, he unleashed a dazzling slash, radiating terrifying might towards Vald. This sword technique would evolve in tandem with Dracula's strength, thus carrying the formidable power of a vice-admiral. Thanks to Vald's Momo no Mi, he could vividly perceive the speed of the attack. He activated his Fruit's ability, accelerating to 100 times his normal speed. In an instant, Vald's velocity surged, reaching his absolute limit. Yet, even at this remarkable speed, he barely evaded the lethal strike of the sword technique. With a soft sound, a gash appeared on Vald's arm, blood oozing forth. Feeling the pain, he looked down, realizing his arm was bleeding. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he understood that without the boost from the Momo no Mi, he might have already met his end. Gazing at the calm man before him, Vald felt a rare pang of regret for his foolish actions. He grasped the terrifying nature of Dracula, fully aware that the newspaper reports were not mere fabrications. He slightly intensified his breathing, as the exertion from the hundredfold speed had drained considerable stamina. Seizing this moment, he gradually began to recover his waning strength. Noticing Vald's condition, Dracula had already surmised his thoughts, yet he remained indifferent. He believed that even if Vald regained his full strength, killing him would still be effortless. If one strike proved ineffective, two would suffice. With that thought, he turned his attention to his subordinates, eager to ascertain the status of their battle. Scanning the area, Dracula quickly spotted Babwa and the others previously ensnared in the prison. A smile crept across his face upon witnessing Babwa successfully transporting the group into a dimensional space. Indeed, a clever strategy. However, the members of the Ward pirate crew were oblivious to Babwa's ability. They only realized that Babwa and the others had abruptly vanished from the prison, as if no one had ever been present. Upon this realization, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Yet, when they opened them again, the truth dawned upon them. Instantly, they were engulfed in terror, retreating hastily, shedding their previous bravado. One pirate quivered, pointing forward, stammering, "Everyone's gone. It's a ghost." With that utterance, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. His words only intensified the fear among the remaining pirates. Noticing the commotion, Vald turned to look as well. His expression darkened immediately, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing it was futile. After all, he was struggling to save himself. With that in mind, he cast a sidelong glance at Dracula. Relieved to see he had no intention of drawing his blade, he then pondered an escape strategy. Meanwhile, the naval fleet, led by Akiji, successfully arrived at Dressrosa. Observing the slowly docking ships, Akiji lazily rose from his deck chair. His gaze soon fell upon the pirate crew anchored at the port. Recognizing their Jolly Roger, he murmured, "The Ward pirate crew is indeed the target of this mission. Now that we have landed on the island, let us locate them swiftly." With that thought, he descended the ship alongside his contingent of naval soldiers. Yet just a few steps out, they all froze in place. The port before them had claimed the lives of countless civilians, an oppressive stench of blood enveloping the air. Witnessing the tragic deaths of the innocents, the naval soldiers displayed expressions of fury, wishing to eradicate the band of pirates responsible for these atrocities and atone for the lost lives. As Qingji observed the scene, his brow furrowed slightly. Without uttering a word, he led his fellow naval officers deeper into the island, a disquieting premonition gnawing at him. Fueled by their anger, they swiftly arrived at the once vibrant district, now transformed into a desolate wasteland. Blood stained the streets, and corpses lay scattered everywhere. The elite navy could no longer contain their emotions, the harrowing sight washing over them like a relentless tide. Tears silently streamed from the corners of their eyes, falling to the ground below. The previously languid Qingji, upon witnessing the spectacle, felt his countenance darken. He could scarcely believe that pirates could descend to such depths of cruelty. Soon, he realized the urgency of locating them. Every second delayed would result in further casualties. If they failed to apprehend the pirates, what worth would their naval service hold? Observing the crimson trails along their path, Qingji issued a command, urging the elite naval forces to hasten their pace. Moments later, they reached the site of the confrontation between the two factions. Among the standoff, Qingji quickly spotted Dracula. Though surprised by Dracula's presence, he understood that this was not the time for discussion. Addressing the bloodied members of the ward pirates, he coldly declared, "Are you the scum responsible for the massacre of these civilians? It is now our turn to execute justice." At his command, the soldiers surged forward to vanquish the ward pirates. The already furious naval soldiers, upon hearing Qingji's orders, charged with fervor. Their reddened eyes and fierce resolve compelled the reluctant pirates to abandon their resistance. In no time, they fell beneath the weapons of the naval soldiers. Although vengeance for the civilians had been served, a heavy pall hung over their hearts, as the lives lost would never return. They suddenly felt that since becoming members of the Navy, they had witnessed nothing but the deaths of innocents, unable to effect any change. This existence engulfed them in perpetual pain, and their faith in the justice of the Navy had been thoroughly shattered. They found themselves at a loss for direction. The arrival of the Navy also captured Wald's attention, especially when he laid eyes on Admiral Qingji. An ominous feeling washed over him. Given the seething anger radiating from the Navy, he discerned that they had come for the ward pirates. As anticipated, all but he had perished. Confronted by the menacing gaze of Qingji, Wald realized his escape was futile. Resolved, he raised his hands high before his chest, exclaiming, "Qingji, I surrender. Take me to Impel Down." For him, surviving in Impel Down was far more advantageous than dying at Dracula's hands, for as long as he lived. There remained a chance for resurgence. Glancing at Dracula's impassive demeanor, Wald felt a surge of irritation. He then taunted, "You can't kill me now. If it's surrendered, and the Navy is on my side. If you dare make a move, Admiral Qingji will surely intervene." The elite naval soldiers remained silent, yet their clenched fists and gritted teeth spoke volumes of their inner turmoil. They suddenly realized that their identity as Navy personnel was, in truth, a burden, for they could only watch as the murderer lived on, entering prison, unable to exact retribution. Meanwhile, Dracula remained unfazed, offering a casual smile as he remarked, "Anyone I wish to kill shall not escape, regardless of their rank. Not even a star can prevent it." After saying this, he slightly bent his body, resting his hand on the hilt of his cursed blade, Muramasa. As the colors of his haki melded together, a terrifying aura enveloped the area. Sensing Dracula's transformation, Wald's expression turned to one of sheer terror, for he recognized that his own strength would be insufficient to withstand such an assault. In desperation, he turned to the nearby naval officers, shouting, "Hey, come help me. He truly intends to kill me. You can't let a prisoner die in front of you. It's your duty as the Navy." His words struck deep into the hearts of the elite sailors, having already begun to waver in their belief in naval justice. They now felt a burgeoning disdain for their roles. In that moment, an old naval soldier could bear it no longer. Silently, he set down his weapon and knelt before Dracula. Looking up at him, he rasped, "Please, Lord Dracula, end his life and grant the souls of the civilians peace. I can no longer endure the constraints of the Navy." Tears streamed down his face, falling drop by drop onto the ground. Hearing his hoarse cries, more naval soldiers began to join him, laying down their arms and pleading with Dracula. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Wald was suddenly gripped by fear, trembling as he exclaimed, "No, you can't do this. I have surrendered." In an instant, he turned to Qingji, desperation lacing his voice as he implored, "Admiral Qingji, please save me. You wouldn't allow a prisoner to die, would you?" Yet Qingji offered no response, merely letting out a soft sigh. He recognized that the plan devised by advisor he had utterly failed. Meanwhile, Dracula, who had been biding his time, observed the soldier's pleas, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I have heard your requests. Allow me to end his life and provide closure for the departed souls." With that, Dracula unsheathed his cursed blade. A radiant arc of light flashed, and Wald had no time to evade. His body slowly fell backward, vitality fading from him. Yet his wide-open eyes conveyed a deep-seated terror, for this did not align with the script he had envisioned. As the blade's brilliance dimmed, the kneeling naval soldiers beheld Wald's lifeless form. They quickly turned to the now sheathed Dracula. Admiration and reverence etched upon their faces, for this was the life they yearned for. Qingji stood to the side, taking in the expressions of his fellow soldiers. He understood that the past could never be reclaimed. With this thought, he spoke, his words tinged with a somber finality. "Attention, sailors. This is the final command I issue to you as an admiral of the Navy. Henceforth, you shall follow the man before you and pursue your convictions." Upon hearing the words of Admiral Akiji, the Navy soldiers were utterly astonished. For according to their recent actions, they had effectively betrayed the Navy. Yet, rather than punishing them, Admiral Akiji chose to grant them freedom. They collectively turned their gazes towards Admiral Akiji, only to behold his departing silhouette. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to bid farewell, as if conveying something unsaid. Witnessing his figure retreat, they felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, for they understood that they would no longer be bound by the constraints of the Navy in their future lives. After Akiji had walked a considerable distance, he suddenly turned and called out to Dracul. "Dracul, you will take good care of my subordinates, won't you?" Upon hearing his words, Dracul's voice resonated in reply. "Rest assured, I will shoulder their convictions as well." With this clear affirmation, a smile graced the corners of Akiji's lips as he continued towards the harbor. However, he muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, what a uniquely charismatic individual he is. Yet, it seems a tad premature for our next encounter. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Upon reaching the harbor, he retrieved his bicycle from the storage compartment of the warship. With a steady hand, he rolled it off the vessel and gazed at the frozen surface of the water before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he mounted his bicycle and pedaled back to the Navy headquarters. However, during his ride, Akiji lazily tapped his head and mused, "I just realized something. With the entire ship left to me alone, how shall I explain this to Admiral Sengoku? Well, never mind. I shall cross that bridge when I come to it." Pondering such matters is indeed quite bothersome. Thus, Akiji pedaled alone towards the Navy headquarters. As they watched Admiral Akiji depart, the gathered Navy personnel understood that they had made a decision. They inhaled deeply and cast admiring glances toward Dracul. They realized that their future lives would be intricately linked with the man before them. Dracul, observing their expressions, smiled gently and spoke softly. "Now that you have made your choice, let us embark on this journey together. However, you must enhance your strength, for achieving your ideals will be a formidable challenge otherwise." Upon hearing his words, the Navy soldiers nodded in agreement. They grasped a fundamental truth: strength reigns supreme upon these seas. Having briefly adjusted their spirits, they armed themselves once more. Observing the renewed determination in their eyes, Dracul's voice resonated again. "From this moment forth, you shall form the Fallen Angel Squad too. My sole request is that you pursue what you deem right. Uphold your convictions and disregard the gazes of outsiders." These simple yet profound words etched themselves into their hearts, marking the inception of their indomitable spirits in the days to come. Meanwhile, Beppo and the others, who had previously concealed themselves in a dimensional space, emerged early to witness the unfolding events. Without exception, they gazed at Dracul's figure with profound admiration. Just then, a group of soldiers clad in royal attire appeared at the far end of the street. They approached with measured steps, swiftly arriving before Dracul and his companions. Under the command of the captain of the Royal Guard, the street parted into two lines, leaving a central passageway. The captain stepped forward, approaching Dracul, who held the hilt of his sword, and sincerely stated, "Lord Dracul, our king requests your presence. He wishes to express his gratitude for your assistance in person." After considering his words, Dracul nodded lightly. The captain's face lit up with a smile upon receiving Dracul's consent. He then led the way for Dracul, who followed without hesitation. He was eager to witness the nature of the ruler of Dressrosa. Before departing, Dracul softly requested, "Please assist my subordinates in finding a suitable place to rest. They are quite fatigued, both in body and spirit." The captain promptly replied, "Rest assured, Lord Dracul, my soldiers will ensure they are provided with appropriate accommodations. We harbor no hesitation towards our benefactor." Satisfied with the captain's response, Dracul chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Enel and Beppo closely trailed behind their leader. As they walked, Dracul turned back to address his newly acquired subordinates, saying, "You should take this time to recuperate. I will seek you out when I leave here." Upon hearing this, the soldiers who had just defected from the Navy nodded solemnly, harboring no doubts regarding Dracul's words. Thus, Dracul followed the captain of the guard towards the palace, explaining various aspects along the way. However, they traversed a different street, one bustling with life, as if the recent pirate invasion bore no relevance to the residents. Dracul observed this scene with astonishment, for the earlier commotion had surely reached the ears of the townsfolk. Yet, they continued with their daily activities, seemingly unfazed. The captain of the Royal Guard, noticing Dracul's surprise, inquired, "Are you curious why they have not fled?" Lord Dracul? Upon Dracul's nod, he elaborated, this reflects the reality of most civilians. Until disaster befalls them, they remain unwilling to accept the presence of danger. Dracul comprehended this sentiment instantly and chose not to delve further, trailing behind the captain into the palace. Upon entering the opulent palace, before they could utter a word, a robust man emerged from within. The captain of the royal guard knelt before him and solemnly declared, Your Majesty, the task you entrusted to me has been accomplished. Understanding from his words that this imposing figure was none other than the king of Dressrosa, Dracul calmly inquired, May I ask, Your Majesty, what important matters you wish to discuss with us? However, the robust man shook his head. He first helped the kneeling captain of the guard to his feet. Then, serious words emanated from his lips. My Lord Dracula, I merely wish to express my gratitude personally for your vanquishing of the villains who threaten my people. I have instructed my subordinates to prepare a feast in the hall. Please, my lord, step inside. Observing his demeanor, Dracula chose not to voice any objection and simply followed him in. Although they had just finished a meal, the previous battle had left them quite depleted. Thus, Dracula, accompanied by Ainalu and Babwa, began a second round of feasting. Meanwhile, King Liku gazed at the dining individuals in a daze, lost in contemplation over a matter of great importance that would influence the future development of Dressrosa. However, he had yet to reach a definitive decision. Dracula, of course, noticed the king's hesitance. He surmised that the reason the king desired to see him was indeed related to the very matter that occupied his thoughts. Nevertheless, since King Liku did not intend to speak up, Dracula feigned ignorance and continued to enjoy his meal. As time passed, the expression on King Liku's face kept shifting. Finally, he exhaled a long, heavy breath, visibly easing his tension. Observing that Dracula had finished his meal, he spoke directly. My Lord Dracula, I have a request I wish to seek your permission for. Hearing his voice, Dracula recognized that he had made a decision. However, he did not respond immediately, but casually said, Pray, tell me your request. King Liku then articulated the decision he had pondered for quite some time. I wish to hoist your banner upon the island of Dressrosa. From this day forth, this island shall fall under your dominion. Upon hearing his words, Dracula, seated in his chair, felt a slight surprise. For this request posed no challenge to him. On the contrary, Dressrosa, under his banner, might attract numerous adversaries. Contemplating this, he turned to King Liku and softly inquired, Are you truly resolute in your decision? When my banner is raised, your enemies will multiply exponentially, not only the navy and pirates, but also the world government. King Liku was well aware of these concerns. Yet, for him at this juncture, there was no alternative path to tread. He recognized that his nation was in a state of decay, much like the recent massacre by the war pirates. Were it not for Dracula and his allies, it is likely that the entire populace of the island would have perished beneath their weapons. Aside from this calamity, they could not bear the costs associated with being a member state of the world government. Hence, this was the only choice he could make. To be sheltered by a powerful ally was far preferable to facing the crises of his nation alone. King Liku took a deep breath, casting aside his apprehensions. His gaze towards Dracula grew increasingly resolute, and he nodded emphatically. This nation is on the brink of collapse. Therefore, raising your banner is the best course of action. Even if the ultimate outcome is destruction, I shall accept it. Hearing his definitive response, Dracula no longer hesitated. He stated plainly, I can agree to this. However, I require certain changes to be made in Dressrosa. Are you amenable to this? Seeing that Dracula did not shake his head in refusal, King Liku readily acquiesced without a second thought. Yet, the specific details would require further discussion. Thus, Dracula did not rush to display his banner upon Dressrosa, intending to first settle down and address various matters. Consequently, Dracula and his subordinates took residence within the royal palace. The newly formed Fallen Angel Second Unit was entrusted to Ainalu for training. Days passed, and Qingji returned to the Navy headquarters at Marineford, riding his bicycle. Observing the naval warships continuously entering and exiting the harbor, Qingji lazily scratched his head, continuing to pedal along the icy surface. These warships were the ones dispatched to execute Admiral Tsuru's orders. As he drew closer, Qingji noticed that the elite Navy personnel had regained their vigor. Witnessing their revitalized spirits, he understood that Admiral Tsuru's plan had succeeded. Yet, reflecting on his own circumstances, Qingji felt a sense of helplessness. For he had returned without a single individual, not even his prior aide. He was acutely aware that his mission had been a complete failure. Reflecting on this, he murmured, This truly marks my most dismal failure since becoming an admiral. Nonetheless, the thought of them rediscovering their faith brought him some solace. He then slowly pushed his bicycle ashore. The sight of the solitary Admiral Qingji amidst the bustling naval officers at the harbor left them momentarily stunned. They pondered silently, if memory served correctly. Admiral Qingji had departed with a whole ship of naval soldiers. Why was he now alone? However, due to the vast difference in their ranks, the naval officer refrained from voicing these inquiries, instead contemplating the reasons behind his solitude. Qingji, of course, sensed the gaze of the harbor's naval officers upon him. However, he opted not to offer any explanations, believing it would be more prudent to clarify matters upon meeting Admiral Sengoku. Although unaware of the potential ramifications of this situation, Qingji remained indifferent, continuing in his usual laid-back manner as he strolled towards Sengoku's office. Just as he entered the headquarters building, a lewd voice echoed behind him. "Oh my, isn't this Admiral Qingji? What a coincidence!" Upon hearing this voice, Qingji instantly deduced the identity of the speaker. He glanced at the figure of Huang Yuan, who had suddenly appeared beside him, and languidly replied, "Ah, Huang Yuan, it has indeed been quite a while." After exchanging pleasantries, the two proceeded side by side towards Admiral Sengoku's office. However, during their walk, Huang Yuan curiously queried, "Qingji, why did I see you alone returning to the harbor? Did you leave the others on a different island to carry out garrison duties?" Hearing this, Qingji scratched his head and replied helplessly, "Ah, it's not like that. They simply cannot return. So, I had to come back to the Navy headquarters alone." This response left Huang Yuan momentarily speechless, before he quickly processed the information, incredulously exclaiming, "They're all gone?" As they spoke, the two arrived at Admiral Sengoku's office. Qingji then stated, "Let's discuss this further inside." Suddenly, he pushed the door open and entered. The esteemed General Zhanghua, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, glanced at the returning Qingji and Huang Yuan from the Navy headquarters, nodding in satisfaction. He placed his pen on the table and smiled, expressing his pleasant surprise at their swift return, even quicker than Sakazuki. He inquired about the success of their mission, wondering if it had gone smoothly. Responding to General Zhanghua's question, Huang Yuan exchanged a glance with Qingji before confidently declaring that he had successfully completed the task. This response lifted Zhanghua's spirits considerably, as it indicated that his plan had indeed succeeded, allowing the elite force of the Navy headquarters to potentially return to its former glory. Standing quietly by, Huang Yuan was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Well aware that Qingji's mission had faltered, noticing Huang Yuan's amused gaze, Qingji felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He hesitated to spoil General Zhanghua's good mood, but understood that the truth would eventually reach him. Reluctantly, Qingji scratched his head and addressed Zhanghua softly, suggesting that he should calm his spirits. Upon hearing this, General Zhanghua looked at him quizzically and asked if there was something else to report. Qingji nodded affirmatively and revealed the unfortunate truth. His mission had been a complete failure. Zhanghua waved dismissively, unconcerned, stating that they could simply send them out again. As long as they remained within the Navy, there would still be opportunities. Seeing Zhanghua's indifference, Qingji sighed and added that there might not be another chance. As he was the only one who returned to the Navy headquarters, the others were no longer part of the Navy. When these words reached Zhanghua's ears, his previously cheerful expression suddenly froze. He glared at Qingji, gritting his teeth as he demanded to know what he had just said. No one else had returned? As Qingji nodded in confirmation, Zhanghua's fury ignited, and he slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it under the force. This marked the table's third destruction. While Zhanghua was furious, he understood that a mission could not simply fail without reason. He earnestly inquired about the details of the failure. Without hesitation, Qingji recounted the entire ordeal, gradually illuminating Zhanghua about the situation. Once Qingji finished, Zhanghua let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of despondency. He lamented that it was not entirely their fault, acknowledging that if the situation required detaching from the Navy, so be it. However, he resolved to hold Dracula accountable for the incident. He instructed them to rest for now and, when everyone returned in a few days, to convene and discuss their respective progress. Qingji nodded gently and exited, leaving Huang Yuan, who had been spectating, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated a lengthy and dramatic performance, only to find it abruptly concluded. Muttering to himself, he expressed his discontent about the brevity of the encounter, expecting it to last for several hours. With Qingji and Huang Yuan gone, Zhanghua began to contemplate the probability of success for the recent mission. From Qingji, He had gleaned that this plan could not guarantee success. He silently prayed that if the Navy's elite could be restored to at least half of their former strength, the remaining personnel could gradually adapt. However, he fervently hoped not to lose any more members, as the Navy could scarcely endure further losses. Perhaps his prayers were answered, for in the following days, various Navy commanders began returning with their subordinates. Although the successes and failures were nearly evenly split, no one had left the Navy. This phenomenon brought a slight relief to Jean Gua, who, however, did not rush to convene a meeting at the Navy headquarters. He recognized that the commanders were exceedingly fatigued and decided to grant them a few days off to recuperate. For they were the backbone of the Navy and could not afford any issues. Taking advantage of this downtime, Jean Gua observed the new recruits still undergoing training. He noted that their formation was beginning to take shape, indicating that their training was nearing completion. The next step was to let them face real combat. For one could never ascertain the reliability of a Navy soldier who had never engaged in battle with pirates. Some might merely be bluffing, and upon confronting the ferocity of pirates, they could be reduced to tears. After assessing the new recruits, Jean Gua approached Zifa, who was supervising 10 individuals relentlessly punching the mountainside. He inquired about their progress. Zifa, arms crossed and observing the perspiring recruits from a distance, replied calmly that they would need a bit more time, as their understanding of hockey was nearing its conclusion. He suggested finding some pirates for them to practice against. Jean Gua nodded slightly and departed, while Zifa maintained his stance and sternly commanded the recruits not to stop until sunset, insisting they must continue punching as long as they remained conscious. This serious tone quickly reached the ears of the 10 individuals laboring away. Vergu gritted his teeth, determined not to allow himself any semblance of relaxation. He had fully embraced his identity as a Navy member, and despite the exhausting training, he felt his strength surging rapidly. He understood that only through exceptional power could he more easily ascend to the Navy's upper echelons, thereby serving his master effectively. Feeling the heat coursing through his body, Vergu tirelessly swung his dark fists. His performance also served to motivate the 9 others around him. Nini, hearing Zifa's stern voice behind her, could not help but complain about her exhaustion, lamenting that she could not go on. The others around her had grown accustomed to such remarks, having heard them repeatedly at various times throughout their training. Zifa observed that none among them was slacking. All were wholeheartedly executing the training regimen he had devised. He nodded in satisfaction and then strolled into the distance. After spending several days together, he was confident that his disciples would not falter in their efforts. Furthermore, he possessed a deeper understanding of their physical constitutions than they did themselves. Hence, he was assured that their bodies could endure the rigors of the training regimen without fear of deterioration. A week swiftly elapsed. Sengoku sat in his office, finally arriving at a decision. He intended to convene another meeting of the Marine headquarters to discuss the completion of their recent mission. With this thought in mind, he strode directly into the conference room, taking his place at the head of the table while awaiting the arrival of the various Marine generals. However, this time, he did not come empty-handed. A substantial dossier lay before him, containing the principal action plan for the Marines going forward. Regardless of how many elite Marines had been invigorated by this endeavor, he could no longer afford to wait. As the messenger continued to notify them, the Marine generals, who had been recuperating for nearly a week, began to arrive one by one. Each of them was acutely aware of the reason for their summons, understanding it was undoubtedly due to the previous plan proposed by Advisor Crane. Yet, they remained unperturbed, for during their week of rest, they had gained a clearer understanding of the situation. Initially, they had worried about potential punishment for failing to fulfill their tasks, but upon gathering and communicating, they realized that most had not completed their missions satisfactorily. Thus, they could already anticipate the principal topic of discussion in this meeting. As the generals entered the conference room, they instinctively silenced themselves upon seeing Sengoku seated at the head. They were well aware of the marshal's recent volatile temperament, and none wished to provoke his ire at this moment. During their wait, the 3 admirals finally made their entrance. Akiji, having completely failed in his mission, retained his typical nonchalant demeanor, showing no sign of having been affected by the outcome. As the 3 admirals settled into their seats, Sengoku slowly rose from his chair. Addressing the assembled generals with gravity, he remarked that Advisor Crane's plan could not be deemed an utter failure, as it had at least succeeded in restoring a significant portion of the Marines' morale. However, in light of the current situation at sea, these forces were still woefully inadequate. Therefore, He resolved to implement a new strategy, the Warlords of the Sea. Upon hearing the term Warlords of the Sea, the gathered Marine generals exchanged puzzled glances, for they had never even heard of such a plan. The notion that there was, in fact, a solution to their predicament was beyond their expectations. However, they soon recalled Sengoku's reputation as a strategist. Realization dawned upon them, and although it had been a while since he had unveiled any plans, they could not deny his intellect. Once the generals settled into silence, Sengoku gradually opened the dossier on the table. When fully opened, he passed the folder to the nearest advisor Crane, having previously perused its contents. She was not particularly optimistic about the plan, but recognized it as a potential course of action. As she received the folder, she promptly passed it along to the generals beside her. As the dossier circulated, the expressions of the Marine generals varied. Some clenched their fists in anger, while others maintained a stoic indifference. However, they refrained from overtly displaying their emotions. They glanced towards the three admirals. For those who had already chosen their allegiances among the Marines, knew it was best to simply follow their chosen faction. The remaining matters were beyond their influence. Seeing the attention of the generals converge upon the three admirals, Sengoku had anticipated this reaction. He had also surmised their responses. After all had reviewed the dossier, it returned to Sengoku's hands. He regarded the Marine generals with a serious demeanor and inquired if they had any thoughts to express regarding the impending plan. At this, Akainu rose from his seat, straightening his collar as he coldly stated, "I oppose this plan. Granting pirates a legitimate identity is absolutely out of the question. All pirates on the seas are scum that must be eradicated." Beside him, Akiji also stood, albeit with a different perspective. "Marshal Sengoku, has teacher Zifa approved this plan?" The moment those words were uttered, all eyes turned to Sengoku. They were acutely aware of Zifa's deep-seated hatred for pirates, a sentiment that could be encapsulated in the phrase, "A grudge for the loss of a child cannot be settled." Even his former reputation for sparing lives was gradually fading. Moreover, the majority of the Marine generals present had been trained by Zifa, making their curiosity about his approval of the plan palpable. If Zifa were to endorse this initiative, they would likely harbor little resistance, as the current balance of power at sea indeed necessitated such a measure. Observing the expressions of the assembly, Sengoku discerned their thoughts. He fixed his gaze upon Akainu and stated earnestly, "Sakazuki, the pirates of the sea cannot be exterminated entirely. It is a delusion to believe that the Navy alone can eradicate all pirates. Furthermore, the true architect of this plan is not I, but a decision made by the stars. As for Zifa, I trust he will come to understand once I have spoken with him." Hearing this, Akainu's face darkened, yet he could utter no further dissent. After all, this was a decision made by the stars, beyond his capacity to influence. He scoffed and exited the conference room. Watching his retreating figure, Sengoku said nothing further, turning his attention to Akiji. Noticing the marshal's gaze, Akiji, still standing, scratched his head in resignation and remarked, "I was merely inquiring. Since there is a solution at hand, I have no objections." After speaking, he returned to his seat, but not before pulling down the eye mask covering his eyes, adopting a pose that suggested he intended to sleep. However, within Akiji's heart, a heavy sigh escaped him. He was deeply opposed to the Warlords of the Sea plan, yet he felt powerless to counter a decision made by the stars. Upon resolving the issues with the two commanders, Zhangguo once again turned his attention to the laid-back Huang Yuan. Noticing the marshal's gaze, Huang Yuan nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Let us proceed as such. I have no objections." Hearing Huang Yuan's words, Zhangguo slightly nodded. The current situation aligned perfectly with his expectations. He then scanned the positions of those present and, with a serious countenance, inquired, "Does anyone have any concerns regarding this plan?" In response, the assembled naval commanders collectively shook their heads. With the three admirals having made their decisions, they had no choice but to acquiesce, for their influence was limited. The naval leaders understood that the choices made by Xing were beyond reproach. Zhangguo's recent actions were merely to inform them. Observing the unanimous approval of the Shichibukai plan, Zhangguo articulated the next steps. Now that the plan was established, the remaining task was to select suitable candidates. After delivering this statement, Zhangguo retrieved numerous bounty notices from another section of his folder and placed them on the table, stating flatly, "These are all the pirates eligible for the Shichibukai. Let the discussions commence." As each bounty notice was laid before them, the naval commanders began to scrutinize them earnestly. Time passed slowly, and eventually, they reached a consensus on the final selections. Soon, the 7 chosen pirates were presented before Zhangguo. Gazing at the 7 bounty notices, Zhang began to assess them with care. The first notice featured Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, a top-tier swordsman of the seas. He was a solitary figure, never taking subordinates, and possessed formidable strength. Recruiting him into the Shichibukai could eliminate a powerful adversary. The second notice bore the name Gecko Moria, a user of the Kage no Mi, capable of battling Kaido, thus not to be underestimated and worth considering for enlistment. The third notice listed Boa Hancock, the sweet fruit user and reigning queen of Amazon Lily. Due to the unique calm belt, ordinary individuals could not reach that island. Therefore, enlisting her would mitigate complications. The fourth notice was for Fisher Tiger, a revered figure on Fishman Island. Given that Fishman Island lies beneath the ocean, it was prudent to reserve a position for them in the Shichibukai, as it serves as a crucial link to the New World. Since the release of slaves from Mariehua was executed by Dracul and Dragon, no one sought trouble with Fisher Tiger. The next notice was for Crocodile, a user of the Suna no Mi, regarded as an emerging pirate worth attempting to recruit. The sixth notice was for Bartholomew Kuma, the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom and a user of the Nikyu no Mi, also a strong pirate worthy of recruitment. Upon reviewing these 6 bounty notices, Zhang Guo nodded in satisfaction, agreeing with their selections. However, the 7th candidate elicited a twitch at the corner of his mouth. As they had chosen the fallen angel, Dracul, he raised the notice before him and stated flatly, "This individual will undoubtedly refuse the Navy's invitation. Thus, we must select another candidate." He proposed, "Let us choose Don Quixote Doflamingo, a user of the Edo no Mi." The naval commanders understood that Dracul would not be amenable to enlistment, yet they held onto a glimmer of hope. After all, the Navy would not have reached such a predicament without this formidable foe. Nevertheless, since Zhang Guo had a more suitable candidate in mind, they offered no objection. Recognizing that he ultimately held the authority, Zhang Guo's selection of Doflamingo was underpinned by a more significant reason, one dictated by the stars. Though the rationale remained unclear, he recognized the irrevocability of this decision. With the 7 candidates for the Shichibukai now determined, the next phase involved recruiting them. Zhang Guo surveyed the room once more and spoke, "You should be sufficiently rested after a week. The task of recruiting these individuals now falls to you." As a flurry of directives was issued, naval vessels began departing the port. They set out based on the intelligence gathered, racing towards the locations of these 7 pirates. This time, Garp also took action, opting for Amazon Lily as his destination, intending to return to the East Blue for a vacation afterward. Of course, Zhang Guo was unaware of this. He remained pleased that Garp had volunteered for the mission. Little did he know, Garp's eventual absence from the Navy headquarters would leave him smiling in disbelief. The Navy's first encounter with a candidate for the Shichibukai was Crocodile. Upon reaching the waters near Alabasta, they spotted him. Leading this contingent was Rear Admiral Stolberry, who descended from his ship with an impassive expression, fingers grazing the twin swords at his waist. As he approached the waiting Crocodile, he showed no hesitation, striding forward with his soldiers closely following. Crocodile, aware of their imposing presence from a distance, remained unfazed, standing his ground without any intent to flee. As the two drew nearer, Rear Admiral Stolberry spoke directly. "Crocodile, do you consent to becoming a member of the Shichibukai? The particulars are outlined in this document. Please review it." Crocodile, who had prepared for battle, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. However, he accepted the folder. As he perused its contents, he quickly grasped the implications of joining the Shichibukai. He closed the folder and regarded Rear Admiral Stolberry, a subtle smile forming on his lips as he replied, "I accept this arrangement." Upon hearing his agreement to join the Shichibukai, Rear Admiral Stolberry turned to depart. Yet before leaving, he cautioned, "In 2 weeks, the Navy headquarters will convene a Shichibukai meeting. Be sure to remember the date." With that, he and his subordinates boarded their ship without a backward glance, as he had other tasks to attend to and no intention of lingering here unnecessarily. Watching the Navy fade from view, Crocodile glanced at the folder in his hand, a smile breaking across his face as he softly remarked, "The arrival of the Navy was indeed timely, sparing me considerable trouble. Once the identity of a Shichibukai is confirmed, I shall commence my own plans." He then turned to gaze at the distant Alabasta Kingdom before gradually departing from his place. Meanwhile, Carp, who had been sailing, also arrived at the calm waters of Amazon Lily. As his dog-headed warship approached the island, the female warriors of Amazon Lily emerged from the jungle, all raising their weapons in a defensive stance. After all, This was a place where few dared to tread. Soon, they noticed the dog-head emblem on the warship, instantly recognizing it as the same vessel from their previous encounter. Therefore, the captain of the warrior guard, Jekin, refrained from issuing an attack order, choosing instead to ascertain the purpose of the ship's visit. Standing atop his dog-headed warship, Karp surveyed the female warriors of Amazon Lily and spoke candidly. I have come to seek your empress, Boa Hancock. You are to deliver this dossier to her. Should she consent to become one of the Shichibukai, she is to report to the Navy headquarters in 2 weeks. As the dossier soared towards her, Jekin deftly caught it. However, Karp had no intention of awaiting her response. With a command, the dog-headed warship slowly departed the vicinity of Amazon Lily, heading towards the East Sea. Observing the naval vessel leave without pause, the female warriors around the island retreated. Jekin, holding the dossier, pondered briefly before hastening towards the palace within Amazon Lily. While she did not fully comprehend the implications of Karp's words, she understood that delivering the dossier to Lady Snake was of paramount importance. Lady Snake would undoubtedly make the most prudent decision. All Jekin needed to do was steadfastly follow her lead. As Jekin hurried through Amazon Lily, the female warriors parted to clear a path, noting the urgency in their captain's demeanor. Soon, she arrived at the palace, addressing the 2 sisters stationed at the entrance. The naval hero Karp has just arrived in the waters of Amazon Lily. After handing me this dossier, he departed. Upon hearing her words, the sisters exchanged glances, and one of them stepped away. After a brief wait, Boa Hancock gracefully appeared before them. She regarded Jekin with a cold voice. What does the Navy seek from me? Seeing Hancock had emerged, Jekin promptly extended the dossier towards her. Lady Snake, the Navy sent this dossier. They also mentioned that should you agree to this proposal, you are to visit the Navy headquarters in 2 weeks. Upon hearing this, Hancock took the dossier, perusing its contents swiftly, soon grasping the Navy's intentions. She scoffed disdainfully. They wish for me to become one of the Shichibukai? I shall never consent to such a thing. Naturally, I aspire to be a free pirate like Lord Dracula. However, she mused that it had been quite some time since she had last seen Lord Dracula, and she found herself yearning for him. Just as she was about to tear up the dossier, Grandma Jia unexpectedly appeared from the side, halting her action. With agile hands, she snatched the dossier from Hancock. After a quick glance, she earnestly addressed Hancock. Lady Snake, you must become one of the Shichibukai. Only then shall we be free from the Navy's harassment. This is highly beneficial for the future of Amazon Lily. Hearing Grandma Jia's words, Hancock raised her snow-white neck haughtily and replied coldly. Even if I were to suffer persecution from the Navy, all would forgive me, for I am simply too beautiful. Observing Grandma Jia's attempt to counter her, Hancock swiftly seized the diminutive old woman and tossed her into the distance. Grandma Jia soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before vanishing from sight. The onlookers were unfazed by this display, as it was not the first time Grandma Jia had been thrown. Initially, they had been quite concerned for her well-being, but upon careful examination, they found no harm had befallen her. Since then, they had ceased to worry, viewing it as a unique form of communication between them. With this matter seemingly concluded, Jekin hurried back to her post. As the captain of the warrior guard, she needed to remain vigilant regarding the safety of Amazon Lily. In the days that followed, Grandma Jia persistently sought an audience with Hancock in the palace, hoping to persuade her to accept the position of Shichibukai, as it would be advantageous for Amazon Lily. Nonetheless, without fail, she was thrown out each time. As the appointed time drew near, Grandma Jia began to contemplate alternative strategies. Since this method proved futile, she would have to find a different approach. Upon her return to Hancock's palace, she was once again intercepted by the 2 sisters. One sister whispered, Grandma Jia, you have been thrown out by my sister 25 times in the past few days. Please do not return. I fear for your health. In response, Grandma Jia waved her hand dismissively and replied, Fear not. I can endure. Just let me go in. This time, I'm certain of success. Seeing Grandma Jia's determination, the sisters relented and allowed her to proceed. Soon, Grandma Jia found herself before Hancock, seated upon her throne. In a bid to prevent Hancock from immediately discarding her, she hastily spoke. Lady Snake, becoming a Shichibukai will not only benefit Amazon Lily, but also aid the fallen angel Dracula. As a free-spirited pirate, he surely requires intelligence from the Navy. Initially poised to act against Grandma Jia, Hancock's eyes brightened at her words. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Grandma Jia's argument. With this realization, she regarded Grandma Jia with an air of superiority. In that case, I shall consent to become one of the Shichibukai. With the matter resolved, Grandma Jia was filled with joy, her smile deepening the creases on her face. She then reminded Hancock, Lady Snake, do not forget to visit Navy headquarters. Upon hearing this, Hancock shifted her gaze back to Grandma Jia. She descended from her throne, grasped Grandma Jia by her collar, and through the palace window, flung her outside. Hancock's cold voice echoed once more, what a bothersome old woman. How could I forget such a matter when I am so beautiful? The two sisters stationed outside the palace shook their heads at the sight of Grandma Jia being thrown out once more. However, following this incident, Grandma Jia did not visit as frequently, for her primary objective had already been achieved. As the Navy continued its relentless pursuit, several candidates for the Shichibukai received word of the unfolding events. The admiral who informed Don Quixote Doflamingo about the Shichibukai initiative was none other than the ever-determined Admiral Tsuru, who had long sought to capture him. Upon the Navy's execution of this plan, Admiral Tsuru found Doflamingo. However, this time, Doflamingo did not attempt to flee, as he had already received a call from Certain Star, being fully aware of the Shichibukai scheme. He gazed at Admiral Tsuru before adjusting his sunglasses, and with a chuckle, he remarked, Admiral Tsuru, we meet again. But this time, you are not here to apprehend me, are you? In response to his words, Admiral Tsuru replied calmly, do not become overly complacent, Doflamingo. If you overstep your bounds, do not blame me for taking action. She handed him the relevant documents concerning the Shichibukai plan, instructing him to attend the Shichibukai meeting convened by the Navy headquarters in a week's time. Observing the folder in Admiral Tsuru's hand, Doflamingo seized it with a grin, saying, won't you stay for a visit, Admiral Tsuru? I would love to extend my hospitality to express my gratitude for your recent care. At this, Admiral Tsuru let out a cold snort and turned to leave, boarding her warship as it slowly departed from the harbor. With the Navy ship's departure, a robust man clad in samurai armor approached Doflamingo. In a sharp voice, he inquired, Young master, do we truly agree to become part of the Shichibukai? Doflamingo nodded affirmatively. Of course, it is quite a respectable status, a legitimate identity that is immensely beneficial for our business. Satisfied with his master's response, the man retreated to stand quietly behind him. Even Fisher Tiger, residing on Fishman Island, received a notification from the Navy. The admiral delivering the news was Vice Admiral Stolleberry, who had just completed a mission. Once he successfully handed the second folder to Tiger, he leisurely returned to the Navy headquarters, as his task was entirely fulfilled, leaving him with time to rest. Located in Fishman Street, Tiger examined the folder in his hands, a hint of disdain curling his lips. However, after careful consideration, he signed his name on the document. As days passed, the time drew nearer for the Shichibukai meeting. The 7 recipients of the folders, each harboring diverse thoughts, ultimately consented to the plan. On the day of the meeting, Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru arrived first at the conference room, quietly awaiting the others in the empty chamber. Soon, the Navy headquarters welcomed its first guest. Clad in a black coat and a trapezoidal white hat adorned with alternating brown spots and 2 bare ears, the newcomer held a thick book in his hands. Upon his arrival, the Navy admiral stationed at the port quickly approached him. Under his guidance, Bartholomew Kuma swiftly entered the conference room, acknowledging Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru already seated. Kuma nodded lightly as a greeting before taking a seat and quietly perusing his book. Sengoku was quite surprised by Kuma's punctuality, as he had seldom encountered a pirate so timely. As expected, no one else arrived on schedule, and they remained in the conference room awaiting the arrival of the remaining pirates. It was not until nearly an hour later that the second pirate, Crocodile, arrived. Observing only 3 individuals in the room, he remarked nonchalantly, It seems I am not particularly late. After saying this, he settled into a distant seat. As time passed, the other candidates for the Shichibukai arrived one after another. When Doflamingo entered the conference room and spotted a familiar face at the head of the table, a wicked smile curled upon his lips. Admiral Tsuru, we meet again. He glanced around at the others and counted, confirming that there were precisely 7 individuals present. Realizing that all candidates for the Shichibukai had arrived, he then looked up at Sengoku, who remained silent, clearly intending to assert his authority over the assembled pirates. However, Doflamingo had no intention of permitting that. He raised his hand, and invisible threads swiftly wrapped around the Navy soldiers at the entrance of the meeting room. Their bodies began to move uncontrollably, and they turned to attack one another. This sudden turn of events instilled terror in the 2 Navy soldiers, as they felt completely devoid of control. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone present, and the other pirates watched with a sense of amusement. Sengoku, upon witnessing this disruption, was instantly filled with fury, and he coldly warned, Doflamingo, you had better behave yourself. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. In response, Doflamingo maintained his arrogant demeanor, shrugging nonchalantly. Nevertheless, he released the threads, allowing the two Navy soldiers to regain control of their bodies, although they were drenched in cold sweat, having feared they might perish at each other's hands. Observing their state, Sengoku ordered them to leave the conference room, realizing they were quite shaken. The interruption caused by Doflamingo thwarted Sengoku's initial intention to intimidate the pirates. He straightened up and, with a serious expression, declared, now that everyone is present, the inaugural Shichibukai meeting will officially commence. I trust that your presence here signifies your agreement to the Navy's plan. Please state the territories you desire. Given that the Navy recognized the 7 pirates' legitimate identities, they were entitled to select a territory for management. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Crocodile was the first to declare his chosen territory. I will establish my base in Alabasta. Admiral Tsuru, seated at the table, noted his statement by writing it in the folder. She then looked up at the other pirates, signaling them to proceed. However, Hawkeye Mihawk coldly interjected, I prefer to remain solitary, so do not concern yourselves with me. Joining the Shichibukai is merely to lessen the Navy's interference in my affairs. Aware of Mihawk's character, Admiral Tsuru chose not to direct her attention toward him any further. Hancock and Tiger, as anticipated, chose their respective nations as their territories. The remaining pirates also made their own selections. However, when Advisor he heard that Don Quixote Doflamingo had chosen Dressrosa as the location, her brow furrowed slightly, and her pen paused momentarily. This place held particular significance, being the site of Akiji's failed mission, coupled with the current unique circumstances. It was difficult not to suspect some underlying conspiracy. She scrutinized the flamboyant Doflamingo, attempting to glean something from his expression. Yet, to her dismay, she discerned nothing. Doflamingo, of course, felt the weight of her gaze. He immediately lifted his head to meet her eyes, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Is there something amiss, Advisor he? Observing his demeanor, Advisor he remained silent, instead glancing at the dossier in her hands, ultimately inscribing the name Dressrosa. Sengoku was well aware of the significance of this location, but he found himself powerless. After all, he had already accepted their legitimacy. Thus, he could only acquiesce to their chosen site. Doflamingo's selection of Dressrosa was initially suggested by Dracula. Upon learning of the plans of the Shichibukai, he promptly informed his captain. Meanwhile, Dracula, who was still discussing the flag-planting issue in the palace, immediately conceived a plan upon receiving the news. He intended to hand over Dressrosa to Doflamingo, thereby expanding his underground business. After much deliberation, King Riku eventually agreed to this notion. Naturally, this arrangement remained known only to the 3 of them. As the 7 pirates successfully mapped out their domains, Sengoku slowly rose from his seat, reiterating, since you have accepted the Navy's Shichibukai plan, you must bear the corresponding responsibilities. The Navy acknowledges the legitimacy of your plunder and will rescind your bounties. However, you are required to assist us in eliminating certain pirates at sea. Furthermore, during significant events, you must stand with the Navy. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, no one paid much heed. After all, they had convened for this meeting solely to facilitate their future endeavors. Sengoku had long anticipated their reactions. Expecting these pirates to act like Navy soldiers was utterly unrealistic. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to convey his message, whether they listened or not, for it was essential that they grasp its significance. Thus, the inaugural meeting of the Shichibukai concluded. The 7 pirates exchanged glances and subsequently departed from the Navy headquarters. Having secured their identities as Shichibukai, they were free to pursue their individual aspirations. As they exited, the conference room fell into a brief silence. Advisor he then organized her documents and spoke softly. Can you truly resolve matters with Zifa? The Navy's Shichibukai plan will soon spread across the seas. It can no longer be concealed. You should have a thorough discussion with him. Hearing Advisor he's words, Sengoku nodded with a troubled expression. Indeed, it is time for a conversation. Where to begin? Such a dilemma. After uttering this thought, he rose and left the conference room, heading towards Zifa's training hall. Observing Sengoku's retreating figure, Advisor he's gaze flickered momentarily. In a voice only she could hear, she murmured, Sengoku, you too have changed. I can sense your disappointment with the current Navy. Is it due to the interference of the world government, or perhaps the emergence of that young Dracula? Time will reveal all. Then, she lowered her head again, silently reviewing the documents in her hands, for she still had work to attend to. Sengoku walked slowly through the Navy headquarters training grounds. Although every soldier paid him their respects, he could distinctly feel that their faith had waned. Sengoku contemplated this in silence. Perhaps when they learned of the Shichibukai plan, their disillusionment with the Navy would deepen. Lost in thought, he arrived at Zifa's training hall, gazing at the familiar venue. He was enveloped in memories of its inception, when numerous exceptional Navy leaders emerged from its confines. Even now, those individuals remained the backbone of the Navy. He recalled Zifa's once spirited demeanor and the trust he had in the Navy. Reflecting on the changes that had befallen him, Sengoku's heart ached. Ultimately, I have betrayed you, as has the Navy. Yet, I am powerless to amend it. If only there were a chance to start anew. Zifa, having gathered his thoughts, Sengoku stepped into the training hall. Approaching Zifa, who stood a short distance away, he joined him in observing the 10 individuals still engaged in training. Sensing the atmosphere, Zifa, arms crossed, spoke calmly. Sengoku, you have arrived. Their abilities have met my expectations. They are capable of bearing great responsibilities. Hearing this, a bittersweet smile graced Sengoku's lips. He looked up at Zifa and softly stated, my purpose here is not for them, but to deliver news that is less than favorable. This statement caused Zifa's brow to furrow slightly. Noticing his expression, Sengoku wasted no time and directly conveyed, the Navy is set to implement the Shichibukai plan, acknowledging the legitimacy of pirate plunder. This decision comes from the world government, and I cannot alter it. As his words reached Zifa's ears, the latter's eyes reddened. After a moment, his hoarse voice emerged, I understand. Observing his dear friend's anguish, Sengoku clenched his fists tightly. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Sengoku's mind raced as he sought to alleviate Zifa's pain. With time passing, he made a significant decision. Slowly turning away, he refrained from looking at Zifa. His deep voice resonated. Take your disciples and leave this place. Establish a new Navy in the new world, fulfilling our past regrets. However, exercise caution as you depart. Do not let anyone learn of this, especially me. Otherwise, I fear I might be compelled to impede you. After uttering these words, Sengoku did not linger. Striding out of the training hall, upon hearing these words, Zifa's pupils constricted slightly, and he abruptly turned around. Yet, when he glanced back, all he beheld was the solitary figure of Zhanghua. The silhouette was imbued with a profound sense of desolation and solitude, leaving an indelible mark upon Zifa's heart. He released the embrace of his arms, unable to resist the urge to wipe away the redness from his eyes, murmuring to himself, indeed, Zhanghua, you possess a remarkable ability to evoke emotion. Perhaps this place is no longer suitable for me. Thus, I shall endeavor to realize our original dream anew in the new world. I await you, my dear friend. Zifa cast a final glance at the 10 individuals still engaged in training in the distance, nodding with satisfaction. He then raised the whistle in his hand to his lips and blew 2 sharp notes. Upon hearing the signal, the 10 trainees swiftly set down their weights and hurried towards Zifa. Before long, a neatly organized squad of 10 stood before him. Observing their disciplined demeanor, Zifa spoke with a resonant voice. Your prowess has reached a plateau through rigorous training. What remains is merely the need for practical combat experience. Today, I pose a question to you. If the Navy were to acknowledge the legitimate status of pirates, would you be able to accept such a reality? At this inquiry, the 10 individuals momentarily paused, for they had never contemplated this matter in depth. Since joining the Navy, their existence had been consumed by relentless training, leaving no room for such reflections amidst the fatigue of daily drills. Now, confronted with their teacher's question, they lowered their heads in contemplation. Zifa stood silently before them, awaiting their response. After a period of introspection, Smoker was the first to vocalize his thoughts. Teacher, I cannot accept it, no matter the circumstances. I steadfastly refuse to acknowledge the legitimacy of pirates. This response elicited profound agreement from the others. Witnessing their reactions, Virgo merely nodded. Over the past few days, he had gained a thorough understanding of their characters. Each harbored a deep-seated loathing for pirates. To avoid appearing out of place, he continually reassured himself, I must despise pirates. I must despise pirates. Thus, he seamlessly integrated into the group. However, his loyalty to his master remained unwavering, for he believed that all of this was preparation for future endeavors. Observing his disciples' hatred for pirates, Zifa reiterated the words he had left unspoken earlier. However, the Navy has already sanctioned this plan, and we cannot alter it. The current state of the Navy is moribund. It is beyond salvation. You must choose whether to remain here or accompany me in establishing a wholly new Navy. Upon hearing their teacher's audacious proclamation, the 10 trainees were momentarily taken aback. They then raised their gazes to discover Zay-Fa's countenance etched with seriousness. It was at this moment they realized the gravity of his intent. After a brief silence, they looked up at Zay-Fa and nodded emphatically. In truth, they felt little allegiance to the Navy. For the individual they spent the most time with was none other than Zay-Fa himself. Moreover, they did not fully endorse the Navy's actions. Given their teacher's desire to create a new Navy, they readily consented, yearning to act according to their own sense of justice without succumbing to the oppression of others. However, Virgo was filled with sorrow. The undercover operation, while deemed successful, was also a failure. They had indeed infiltrated the upper echelons of the Navy. Yet this Navy was now being rebuilt. The failure lay in the fact that they were on the brink of success, only to find their allegiance shifting away from the Navy. He understood that even if he did not follow Zay-Fa, the Navy headquarters would no longer trust him. After all, among the 10 disciples trained by Zay-Fa, only one remained behind, casting suspicion upon him. Unbeknownst to Zay-Fa, Virgo's thoughts were tumultuous. Once he confirmed his disciples' intentions, he hurriedly departed to plan their exodus. However, before leaving, he intended to recruit some soldiers from the Navy headquarters. For not all were pleased with the emergence of the Shichibukai. He aimed to swiftly gather a usable force before Zhangguo had a change of heart. After all, even if one wished to establish a new Navy, a foundational workforce was imperative. Starting from scratch was simply unrealistic. The 10 individuals within the training hall ceased their drills, exchanging glances before retreating to their respective quarters to await news from their teacher. Having made their decision, they resolved to be prepared at all times. As the Shichibukai was established, a wave of fervor swept across the seas. Upon seeing the newspaper, pirates engaged in fervent discussions, perplexed by this unprecedented policy and its implications. Yet, for those with foresight among the pirates, the Navy's intentions were quickly discerned. They understood clearly that this was a strategy to fracture the pirate ranks. While its effects may not be immediately evident, they would undoubtedly yield results in the future. After all, acknowledging the legitimate status of pirates was an enticing temptation, likely leading to internecine strife among them, achieving the Navy's goal of curtailing piracy. Regarding the establishment of the Shichibukai, some pirates expressed envy, while others dismissed it. Yet, it was undeniable that it had once again incited chaos upon the seas. Meanwhile, within the palace of Dressrosa, Dracul had also laid eyes upon the newspaper. Observing the listed names, a smirk graced his lips, for he comprehended that their plan had succeeded. Soon after, Don Quixote Doflamingo arrived in the Dressrosa waters with his crew. Upon gazing at the island before him, he remarked, "Indeed, this is a prime location for our endeavors. Henceforth, this shall be our territory." Hearing their master's words, his family members nodded in agreement. Upon landing on the island, Doflamingo's flag was hoisted high above the land. Subsequently, he proceeded to Dracul's residence. As Doflamingo appeared before him, Dracul prepared to take his leave, for he had lingered here for far too long, waiting for this moment. In short order, Dracul summoned King Riku. Pointing towards Doflamingo, he stated calmly, "Now that you have made your choice, you must bear the corresponding responsibilities. He will plant his flag here to offer you protection, but they will reside here, expanding their business." Nodding in response to Dracul's words, King Riku acknowledged the gravity of the situation. These matters had long been deliberated, and now it was merely a confirmation of what had been agreed upon. Witnessing his nod, Doflamingo smiled with satisfaction. "Rest assured, this nation shall be entrusted to me. After all, I am destined to be the sovereign of this land." The king of Riku, hearing these words, remained silent, for he recognized their truth. The previous rulers of Dressrosa were indeed the Don Quixote family, as noted in their family chronicles. In this tumultuous era, the king of Riku believed himself incapable of survival. Thus he chose to relinquish the kingdom to Doflamingo, seeking only the safety of the common folk. Once the discussions concluded, Dracula led his fleet away from this place. For all matters had been resolved, and there was no longer a need to linger. However, he had heard that Dragon had encountered some minor troubles and intended to investigate the situation, as the strength of the Revolutionary Army remained of utmost importance. With a clear objective in mind, Beppo navigated the Poneglyph battleship slowly away from Dressrosa, while Doflamingo commenced his own developmental agenda. He envisioned constructing a military factory within the kingdom of Dressrosa to manufacture weapons, thereby expanding his business. With the proliferation of arms, the seas would inevitably descend into further chaos, an initial plan he deemed essential. After all, if the oceans returned to a state of tranquility, their ambitions would be thwarted. It is only in the midst of disorder that the Navy and the world government remain preoccupied, allowing them to thrive amidst the turmoil. Subsequently, the kingdom of Dressrosa embarked upon the exhilarating and intense construction of the military factory. Meanwhile, Zephyr, over the past few days, had successfully gathered a considerable number of supporters, primarily discontented soldiers disillusioned with the Navy's new policies. A small faction of Navy commanders also chose to follow Zephyr, all of whom had once been his trusted subordinates. Upon hearing Zephyr's intention to establish a new navy, their faith in him was unwavering. Observing the commanders who planned to accompany him, Zephyr resolved not to let them regret their decision. However, he was aware that these were among the few followers he could trust. To avoid raising suspicions among other commanders at Navy headquarters, Zephyr selectively gathered a small, trustworthy group. He assembled these Navy personnel, observing their solemn and serious expressions. Among them were also the 10 disciples he had taught in his final days. He then spoke gravely, stating that the following morning, they would embark on their mission to set sail, with a rendezvous scheduled at Punk Hazard in the New World. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, the assembled individuals nodded in agreement. They briefly discussed a few matters, though most of the time, it was Zephyr speaking while the others listened intently. After this small meeting concluded, everyone returned to their respective quarters, awaiting the arrival of the next day. However, many found it difficult to sleep that night, for the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. Any misstep could potentially expose them. As dawn broke, they meticulously prepared their belongings, proceeding to the mission room in small groups to avoid drawing too much attention. Soon, the Navy commanders who had chosen to follow Zephyr received the tasks they desired, commanding their subordinates as they gradually departed from the Navy headquarters port. Yet, before leaving, they all cast a lingering glance back at the headquarters, for they had spent considerable time there. It would be disingenuous to claim they felt no attachment. This backward gaze served as a farewell ritual to the place that had been their home. Nevertheless, having chosen a new path, they would harbor no regrets. Meanwhile, the receptionist in the mission room was astonished to witness the flurry of activity among the Navy commanders that morning, as it had been quite some time since he had seen them so industrious. His enthusiasm for work surged, and he cheerfully declared that he too would not lag behind. "I shall find more missions for you to undertake, facilitating your tasks even further. Now off you go." Once the Navy commanders following Zephyr had collected their tasks and departed, the mission room returned to its usual quietude. The receptionist, gazing at the thick stack of tasks in his hands, felt perplexed. After painstakingly organizing the missions, he found that no one else had come to claim them. Shaking his head slowly, his earlier enthusiasm waned, and he reverted to his usual lethargy, resting his folder against his face and drifting into slumber. It seemed that everything remained as it always had. Those Navy commanders were merely an exception. The commanders who had departed from Navy headquarters soon found themselves reunited, as the intervals between their task assignments were quite similar. Before they had even reached the New World, they had all gathered together. Zephyr, surveying their expressions, spoke with gravity, declaring that they had taken the first step toward establishing a new navy. Hearing his words, the assembled commanders nodded in unison. However, it was evident that establishing a new naval base upon the tumultuous seas was impractical due to the unpredictable weather and uncontrollable conditions. Thus, Zephyr resolved to construct this new naval base on an uncharted island, one he had meticulously selected. This island had once been plagued by a cataclysmic event, resulting in the emergence of numerous corrosive substances, rendering it a veritable no-go zone for humanity. Yet, Zephyr had already devised a strategy to counter this issue, possessing a switch for the island's corrosive materials, acquired during a fateful mission in his youth. Reflecting on this, he found himself lost in memories of that time when he had pursued a pirate to this very island. Observing the swirling mist before him, Zephyr quickly sensed something amiss. Regrettably, just as he attempted to flee the island, it was too late. The pirate he had been chasing suddenly turned back, shouting madly at him, "Zephyr, this is the price you pay for trying to capture me. This island is rife with corrosive substances, a veritable human wasteland. Once you step foot here, you may as well be dead. Ah, let's all perish together." Hearing the pirate's words, Zephyr snapped back to reality, his mind racing with thoughts. Soon, he comprehended that the previous escape route of the pirate had been meticulously planned, with the intention of ensuring their mutual demise. With this realization, he clenched his fists tightly and advanced, delivering 2 solid blows to the pirate. However, the pirate exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he swallowed the blood that filled his mouth and laughed maniacally at Zafa. "Ahaha, go ahead and kill me if you can. I refuse to believe that there exists a navy that would spare a pirate's life. Come, let's perish together, Zafa. I am a man who has slain a navy rookie. I shall surely make my name known across the seas. Ha ha." As he uttered these words, he collapsed completely to the ground, devoid of life. Yet, even in death, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes remained fixed on Zafa, as if he sought to witness his demise. Upon seeing this, Zafa slowly lowered his fists. This marked his first act of killing a pirate, yet he felt no regret. Seizing the moment before the fog enveloped him entirely, Zafa surveyed his surroundings. To his dismay, he found that all directions were shrouded in mist, rendering it impossible to discern a clear path. Moreover, on this island, his kin Bunchika Haki was in disarray. No matter how far his haki extended, it was engulfed in an expanse of white. Continuing in the original direction was utterly futile, as the paths within were in constant flux. Gritting his teeth, Zafa enveloped himself in Busashoku Haki, his body radiating a metallic sheen, and he strode forward into the mist. He was acutely aware that while the fog had yet to fully coalesce, he still had the opportunity to choose his direction. If it were to completely obscure him, his chances of survival would be extinguished. As he gradually ventured deeper into the fog, his body emitted a crackling sound, and wisps of white smoke began to rise from him. Despite the changes in his body, Zafa remained undeterred, silently intensifying the flow of his Busashoku Haki. He pressed onward, driven by the pursuit of that elusive hope. However, as time elapsed, he felt the severe depletion of his stamina. The toll on his body was becoming increasingly evident, and were it not for his indomitable will, he might have already succumbed to the fog. He struggled to move his legs, each step feeling as though lead had been poured into them, and his movements grew ever slower. Gradually, his Busashoku Haki could no longer encompass his entire body, leaving patches of exposed skin that came into contact with the fog. In an instant, he could feel the damage to his flesh. Had it not been for Zafa's formidable physique, the exposed areas might have been reduced to mere bones. Nonetheless, he was on the verge of collapse. No matter how strong his will, it was futile without the support of a resilient body. Moments later, with a resounding thud, Zafa could advance no further. He fell heavily to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Fortunately, in the final moment before losing consciousness, he felt a long, stick-like object in his hand. As Zafa grasped this object, a remarkable scene unfolded. The mist that had gathered around him began to dissipate, and a faint glow emanated from the stick. With its rhythmic vibrations, Zafa's complexion grew increasingly flushed, evidently aided in the recovery of his bodily injuries. When he awoke once more, Zafa observed his surroundings and noted that the mist no longer encroached upon him. Rather, it maintained a fixed distance. Realizing he had been saved, he felt the resurgence of strength within him. He raised his hand to inspect the object he held. It was a retractable stick that could briefly mend his wounds with its vibrations. Noticing a switch on the stick, he pressed it, and before him, a pathway began to form gradually. Without hesitation, he proceeded along the path. As he advanced, the mist once again enveloped the road behind him. Yet Zafa paid little heed to the changes behind him. His focus remained steadfast on the path ahead, for he was uncertain of what awaited him. As time trickled by, the path eventually led him to a dilapidated research facility. Upon seeing this, he did not linger in thought, but extended his metallic glossed hands to push against the door of the laboratory. With a creaking sound, the ancient door slowly opened, revealing a dim glow within. Zafa looked up to find a cluster of luminescent grass. He recalled this plant well, first introduced to him by Vegapunk. This connection led him to suspect that there was a relationship to Vegapunk, for such luminescent flora was not a product of the sea. They were the result of collaborative research by Vegapunk and his assistants. Only they could cultivate such luminescent grass across the vast ocean. However, this was merely conjecture. Shaking his muddled thoughts from his mind, Zafa treaded lightly toward the depths of the laboratory. As he traversed, he encountered these clusters of grass along the way. After a brief passage of time, he arrived at the far end of the laboratory, where a door stood ajar. Occasionally, he could hear faint sounds. Sensing something amiss, Zafa gathered his focus and entered the room. He surveyed his surroundings and the source of the sounds, only to be met with a false alarm. The room was entirely normal, devoid of the danger he had anticipated. The source of the noise was a monkey bound by chains. Upon discovering the presence of a living creature, ZFA was taken aback, unable to fathom how this chained monkey had managed to survive. Once he confirmed that there was no danger, ZFA began to scrutinize the laboratory closely. Soon, he discovered a dusty envelope on a workbench. Shaking off the dust, he slowly opened the envelope and retrieved a paper filled with writing. The letter read, "I do not know if this letter will ever be found, nor do I know if I will still be alive by then. Nevertheless, I wish to document my story. My name is Li Jiachuzwa, once an esteemed disciple of Dr. Vegapunk. However, I have always been at odds with my teacher as philosophy, as I firmly believe that the soul can be transferred. Even between humans and animals, one can conduct experiments on the soul. However, my teacher deemed this to be a misguided pursuit, beneath the dignity of serious inquiry. Thus, I distanced myself from him and arrived at this island. For my own safety, I undertook significant modifications to the island, enveloping it in a dense fog. This fog, a byproduct of my research on soul experiments, possesses a formidable corrosive quality capable of ensnaring those who wander into it. Consequently, I became increasingly unconcerned about the intrusion of outsiders. Instead, those who entered had unwittingly ascended to my experimental platform. With each passing study, I felt I was unraveling the mysteries of the soul. On that day, I resolved to demonstrate to my teacher that my theories were valid. Therefore, I procured a wild monkey. The experiment I intended to conduct involved transferring its soul. Should I succeed, I would personally tear this letter apart. If I failed, the monkey would be bound in chains, symbolizing my own demise. The core device controlling the island's fog and mechanisms was positioned upon the monkey's heart. By removing the button from its heart, one would become the second master of the island. If possible, I hope you will inform my teacher, Bejapanka, of my grave error. The letter's contents were brief, and ZFA quickly finished reading it. He then lifted his gaze to the chained monkey. After a moment, he exhaled a long breath and quietly remarked, "It seems you have failed, Li Jiachuzeo. If I truly manage to escape this island, I shall indeed inform Bejapanka." ZFA approached the weakened monkey and carefully unshackled it, revealing its heart. Without hesitation, he inserted his metallic glimmering hand into the cavity. After a brief search, he retrieved a black button the size of a button from within. Holding the black button, he recognized it as his sole means of escape. Yet, before departing, he glanced back at the monkey lying on the ground and shook his head slightly. Perhaps it was a trick of his mind, but he fancied he heard the monkey utter the words "thank you." Dismissing it as fatigue-induced hallucination, he failed to realize it was indeed real. The monkey's soul had fiercely resisted, thwarting Li Jiachuzeo's soul experiment. However, with the monkey's death, Li Jiachuzeo's soul finally prevailed, allowing him to complete the previously unsuccessful soul transfer experiment. Nevertheless, he had still failed, for the damage to the monkey's heart meant it could not survive. Yet, this experience imparted a profound lesson. The souls of humans and animals cannot be casually exchanged. Thus, in the final moments of its life, the monkey expressed its gratitude to ZFA. With the black button in hand, ZFA easily exited the island. He kept the incident to himself, silently etching it into his memory. However, he did share the affair of his disciple with Bejapanka. Throughout the journey at sea, ZFA found himself reflecting on the experience. Meanwhile, Smog, who had been by his side, noticed his dazed demeanor and exclaimed, "Hey, teacher, what's wrong?" Upon hearing Smog's voice, ZFA returned to his senses and replied, "It's nothing, just reminiscing. Come, let me take you to a safe place. This island shall be our future naval base." Following this, ZFA's warship led the way, with the other ships closely trailing behind. As he guided them, he retrieved the black button he had concealed. After observing it for a moment, he tucked it away again. Meanwhile, the stick that had once guided him had long lost its former brilliance. Perhaps it was due to exhaustion of energy, which led ZFA to leave it on the island. Since discovering the island, ZFA had returned several times during his breaks. Thus he was quite familiar with the route. 7 days swiftly passed. ZFA, accompanied by his naval fleet, arrived at the deserted island. Gazing at the still misty scenery, a smile crept across his lips. Although ZFA possessed a means to enter, the other naval officers were unaware of this. They surveyed the ominous fog, sensing deep danger within. Shortly after, a nearby officer spoke solemnly, "The fog is fraught with peril. Entering it makes survival unlikely." Should we consider another island? Admiral Zay Fa? Upon hearing this, Zay Fa shook his head and explained, no, I can navigate the dangers and guide you within. This fog will serve as the crucial barrier for our new naval base. With Zay Fa's assurance, the officer abandoned the idea of seeking another island, as the fog's cover significantly enhanced the island's security. As all the ships gradually approached the island's periphery, Zay Fa pressed the black button. Instantly, the fog that had shrouded the island began to dissipate, revealing its true appearance. The naval officers were astonished at the sight, yet they wisely refrained from asking further questions, as everyone harbors their own secrets. Thus, the fleet gently sailed into a cove of the island. She'efa, accompanied by the naval officers, disembarked onto the island's land and proclaimed, from this day forth, this shall be our new naval base. Our designation shall be the Eon Navy. Henceforth, I shall no longer be known as the Black Arm. Please refer to me as. Let us act according to the justice that resides in our hearts. As for the regulations of the world government, let them be cast aside. Zay Fa's commanding voice echoed across the island. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers before him raised their weapons in unison, subsequently shouting in fervor. Observing the spirited new naval soldiers, a slight smile graced Zay Fa's lips. He recognized that these soldiers had rediscovered their convictions. He turned to a robust man with dark skin and long arms, saying, Shiozwa, from this moment on, commence the construction of a new naval base. My only request is for speed. In response to Zay Fa's command, Shiozwa quickly rallied the troops. Thus, on this island, the new naval soldiers began erecting a base uniquely their own. Zay Fa chose not to release the fog, for doing so would hinder their construction efforts, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Therefore, he planned to unleash the fog once more upon their completion, ensuring the security of their naval base. Zifa had long conceived a solution to the problems that arose after the coverage. Upon his second arrival at this peculiar island, he discovered the oddities within. The laboratory's luminous grass had undergone mutations for reasons unknown, now capable of illuminating and safeguarding the surrounding environment. Even the pervasive mist enveloping the island could be traversed with the aid of this glowing flora. Thus, Zifa resolved to distribute the luminous grass among the soldiers once the new naval base was established, ensuring their safety. However, the utilization of this grass required a specific technique. One must pluck its roots and then entwine the strand around their fingers thrice. Only through this method could the grass fulfill its intended purpose. With its rapid propagation, concerns regarding depletion were unfounded. Even if this luminous grass fell into the hands of outsiders, they would be unable to navigate through the mist, leading to their demise. Consequently, Zifa confidently allocated the luminous grass to each soldier, yet he disclosed its usage only to the naval commanders. The soldiers possessed an alternative method of using the grass that would create a butterfly effect once the commanders activated theirs, thus achieving the desired outcome. After a brief contemplation, Zifa set this matter aside, as there was no immediate need for the luminous grass without the release of the mist. He slowly raised the flag of the Eon Navy, featuring an inverted naval emblem pierced by a sword through a skull representing pirates. Zifa nodded in satisfaction, having devoted considerable thought to the design of this flag. He then stepped to the pinnacle of the island, hoisting the flag high. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the unique flag of the Eon Navy to flutter. The naval soldiers laboring in the distance gazed at Zifa's figure in awe. Bathed in sunlight, he stood at the apex, holding the flag that symbolized justice. His silhouette was strikingly erect and imposing, an image deeply etched in their hearts, fostering their recognition of the newly established Eon Navy. Subsequently, their spirits surged as they worked, emanating a distinctive aura that coalesced into a formidable unity, something the naval headquarters had long lost. Unbeknownst to Zifa, who faced away from them, the soldiers' transformation was underway. Standing at the summit and gazing at the distant scenery, Zifa felt his spirits lifted. In the following days, he remained in the laboratory, contemplating future developments. He headed to Dracula's residence. The unity cultivated among the soldiers significantly as Doflamingo accelerated the construction of the naval base appeared before him. By the 7th day of their arrival on the island, the naval base was successfully erected. Zifa surveyed the newly established base with satisfaction and summoned all naval soldiers to the island center, facing the flag billowing in the wind. He addressed them with a resonant voice. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the naval base had been completed. Now, it was time to realize our vision of justice. All soldiers, aboard the ships. With his command, every naval soldier boarded their respective vessels. Zifa was eager to expedite the execution of justice, aiming to ensure the Eon Navy's renown across the seas. Simultaneously, the Ming-Wong battleship arrived at the Revolutionary Army's outpost, Baldigo. As the ship slowly approached the port of White Earth Island, the desolate landscape of yellow sand and scattered stones came into view. Dracula disembarked and, surveying the surroundings, remarked with a sense of nostalgia, "Dragon certainly knows how to choose a location. This place is beyond the reach of ordinary folk." No sooner had he spoken than Dragon, accompanied by his Revolutionary Army officers, approached from the distance. "Boss, you finally arrived. Our Revolutionary Army has recently faced intense scrutiny from the world government and the Navy. We've already lost 2 officers." Upon hearing this, Dracula grasped the gravity of the situation. It has escalated to such a degree. Let us proceed. Since they have treated the Revolutionary Army this way, we must reciprocate. He then followed Dragon and the others toward the Revolutionary Army's base. The environment remained unchanged, littered with yellow sand and stones. Soon, under Dragon's guidance, they entered a hollow cave. Upon entering, Dracula was taken aback by the stark contrast. The interior was vastly superior to the exterior, spacious and inviting. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would have found it hard to believe they were in the same place. Dragon, leading the way, began to explain its origins. This place was created by our Revolutionary Army officer, Lightning Immisina. He is a paramecia-type user of the cut fruit, capable of transforming any part of his body into scissors. With these scissors, he can sever anything, and the cut materials can be utilized like paper. This is how he applied his fruit's ability to create this environment, setting it apart from the outside. Nodding in acknowledgement, Dracula listened intently. Subsequently, Dragon led everyone into the main conference room. Dracula, feeling no need for formality, took a seat alongside Enel and others, remaining an observer in their discussions. After a brief wait, the primary officers of the Revolutionary Army gathered. Dragon then initiated a brief meeting, gazing around the table with a serious demeanor. "We have suffered the loss of the Grand Line Corps Commander, Ambriel Ivankov, and Vice Commander Lightning. They represented our vital force in the Grand Line, and they have been captured. This is a burden the Revolutionary Army cannot bear. I have summoned you from across the seas to deliberate on this matter." The commanders, previously unaware of the situation, immediately recognized its severity. The East Blue Corps Commander Bellabetti abruptly declared, "What is there to discuss? Let's go rescue them." After uttering these words, her piercing gaze fixed upon Dragon at the head of the table. Unable to contain his curiosity at such a bold plan, Dracula looked up and beheld a striking woman. She wore a red top, hat atop her fiery figure, with purple hair cascading naturally beneath. Clad in a red long-sleeve vest and adorned with a tie, she wore nothing underneath. Upon her rosy lips hung a cigarette. As she inhaled and exhaled, her alluring figure became tantalizingly visible. Long had anticipated her reaction. He raised his hand, pressing it downwards to signal Beatty to calm herself. Then, in a grave tone, he stated, "We must certainly rescue them, but we require a comprehensive plan. Otherwise, it will be tantamount to seeking death." Hearing Long's words, Beatty refrained from further comments, fully aware that a reckless charge would lead to failure. Her earlier agitation stemmed primarily from her temperament. With Beatty's fury now subdued, the other commanders voiced their pressing concerns. Were the 2 officials currently detained by the Navy? Long glanced at the commanders and promptly revealed their location. They have been escorted into the city of Tujin. He continued, "The purpose of gathering you is also to plan an assault on Tujin to rescue them." Upon hearing their leader's declaration, the commander's pupils slightly constricted, but soon they revealed fervent gazes. They had long wished to test the so-called impenetrable fortress of Tujin. However, due to various reasons, the opportunity had eluded them until now. Beatty, who had just calmed down, exhaled the last remnants of her cigarette, excitedly licking her lips with her small tongue. She then raised her right hand, tightly clutching the Eastern War flag, and fervently exclaimed, "Leader, shall we summon our respective subordinates? Let our Eastern Army take the vanguard." This time, Long did not oppose her words. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have set the rescue date for 1 month from now. During this time, you should swiftly gather your subordinates. As for your request, Beatty, I shall grant it." With that, he concluded the meeting. Beatty was overjoyed by her leader's words. Perhaps influenced by her own abilities, she was prone to bouts of excitement and found it difficult to control her internal reactions. In contrast, the other 3 commanders appeared far more composed. They silently nodded, then rose to prepare for the battle a month hence. Observing their demeanor, Beatty remarked with feigned discontent, "Honestly, you all lack enthusiasm. I am the one brimming with excitement. It seems I must celebrate alone." After uttering this, she suddenly recalled something and turned sharply towards a woman at her side. She extended her free left arm and pulled the woman beside her into an embrace. The sudden constriction startled the woman, causing her to struggle. Beatty laughed heartily at her predicament. "Oh, Ashilu, you will celebrate with me, won't you?" After escaping Beatty's embrace, Ashilu gasped for breath and then smoothed her slightly disheveled hair, nodding gently. Receiving affirmation, Beatty took Ashilu and departed the conference room, eager to return to Donghai, gather her subordinates, and celebrate thoroughly. Observing them, Long shook his head slightly, but chose not to comment further. He was well aware of Beatty's nature. The woman she had embraced was her vice commander, who accompanied her wherever she went. Thus, the conference room returned to its previous stillness. Noting Dracula still seated, Long softly inquired, "How many troops should we deploy this time?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Dracula replied, "Let's first assess where Caesar's research on the Sky Island stands. If he can manage to hover the island above Tujin, we will mobilize all available forces to seize complete control of Tujin. Regarding the signal issue with the telephone beetle, we must communicate with the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea, as they assisted us in severing the signal during our last operation." Long nodded in agreement with Dracula's plan. He then exited the conference room to consolidate the remnants of the Revolutionary Army within the Grand Line. Meanwhile, Dracula retrieved the telephone beetle to contact Caesar. After a series of beeping sounds, the beetle was answered, and soon Caesar's distinctive voice resonated. "Shu Luo Luo Luo, it has been a while since I last saw you. Boss, do you have another significant task?" Hearing his voice, Dracula's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "Indeed, there is a matter to attend to. However, I wish to inquire about the modifications to the Sky Island. Can it currently fly over Tujin, which lies in the doldrums?" Caesar swiftly responded from the other end. "The doldrums of Tujin? Rest assured, boss, I am on the verge of overcoming the final challenge. This target is indeed intriguing. Shu Luo Luo Luo." After receiving the response, Dracula ended the call, but reminded Caesar to be mindful of the time, as they would act in a month. Upon seeing his leader hang up, Caesar clapped his hands, generating a resounding echo in the empty laboratory. The researchers paused their work, turning their attention to Caesar. Satisfied by their focus, he declared, "Shu Luo Luo Luo, comrades. Set aside your current projects. We must expedite the resolution of the Sky Island issue, as the boss will need it soon." Acknowledging the directive from Dracula, they nodded in understanding. In the following days, they delved into an in-depth study of the Sky Island project, striving to resolve the issues as swiftly as possible. After ending his call with Caesar, Dracula dialed Doflamingo. The telephone beetle was answered promptly, and Doflamingo's signature laughter echoed through. Boss, what is it?" Without unnecessary preamble, Dracula stated his purpose. "How is the construction of the arms factory progressing? I require a batch of weapons." In response, Doflamingo's voice soon came through the telephone beetle. "The arms factory has just been built and has yet to be fully operational. However, if you need weapons, I can allocate some from previous territories. How many weapons do you estimate you will require?" After a moment of contemplation, Dracula remarked, "First, have the remaining batch of weapons transported here. As for the business you are currently negotiating, procure them from your newly established military factory. After all, I intend to seize Tuajincheng soon, and weapons are indispensable." On the other end of the telephone insect, Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with excitement, "So, you are indeed planning to take action against Tuajincheng. Very well. I shall send all the remaining weapons to you. As for the others, they will have to wait." Having achieved his desired outcome, Dracula promptly ended the call. Subsequently, he sat quietly in the conference room, pondering the intricate details of his plan. Meanwhile, Ainalu and the others remained silent, fully aware that it was not the appropriate moment to disrupt their leader's thoughts. Receiving the new task, Doflamingo busied himself by contacting the former base leader, Diamante, through the telephone insect. He was not kept waiting long before a voice resonated from the device. "Dofu, what do you need me to do?" Upon hearing the voice, Doflamingo replied, "Diamante, gather all the remaining weapons within the family and cease all external sales." Without a hint of hesitation, Diamante promptly responded, "Since you have said so, I shall comply. I will halt all transactions immediately and refrain from selling to anyone." This reply elicited a nod of satisfaction from Doflamingo, who then terminated the call. He reclined leisurely in his rocking chair, basking in the sunlight, though his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, narrowed slightly. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "To a Jinxing, what a fine place it is. Alas, it is soon to face calamity. I must admit, I harbor a small anticipation. I wonder how the world government will react upon discovering this." He then picked up a glass of juice and took a sip. After the call ended, Diamante arrived at the port. Observing his subordinates loading boxes onto the ship, he called out loudly, "Gentlemen, cease your tasks. The young master has issued new orders. Gather all weapons in one place for centralized guarding. No business shall be conducted with anyone." Although the loading crew was unaware of the unfolding events, they promptly halted their work and began consolidating the weapons according to the new directives. Witnessing their swift actions, Diamante nodded affirmatively and stood by to supervise their progress. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner under Degule's arrangements. Meanwhile, on the warship, Zifa initiated his plan to gain renown. His next destination was the surrounding islands of the Techuan Kingdom, the base of Lingling. This location was chosen for several reasons, primarily to capture surrounding pirates, which would soon make the Eon Navy known across the seas. However, Zifa did not intend to bring his subordinates to attack Lingling's territory, as they were currently too weak to engage them. He did not wish for the Eon Navy soldiers to lose their lives in vain. Observing the vibrant soldiers before him, a subtle smile appeared on his lips. This sense of freedom was something he could never experience in the naval headquarters. Time at sea always seemed to fly by. On the seventh day, the warship led by Zifa reached the designated position. Gazing at the distant Techuan Kingdom, Zifa shook his head slightly before addressing his soldiers with seriousness. "Our purpose for setting sail this time is to ensure that the name of our Eon Navy reverberates throughout the vast ocean. Do you see the Techuan Kingdom behind me? One day, it too will not be able to thwart our resolve for justice. But for now, let us begin executing our sense of justice from this vicinity." Influenced by the Geo pirate group, the islands here were daily subjected to the oppression of pirates. "Soldiers, take up our weapons and eliminate those wretched pirates." Upon hearing Zifu's voice, the soldiers on the warship shouted in unison. Following this, under the command of the naval officers, they began to disembark onto the islands in succession. The soldiers formed a disciplined and cohesive unit, demonstrating a level of order and obedience that surpassed even the elite soldiers of the naval headquarters. They exuded an intense sense of unity. Seeing that everyone was ready, Zifa issued a command, "Action." With his directive, the soldiers swiftly divided into several groups. Under the leadership of their respective commanders, they dashed towards different directions. However, from an overarching perspective, their movements were far from chaotic. Rather, they formed a strategic encirclement. The entire island was in essence surrounded. Zifa, standing on the edge of the island, chose not to join them in action. He had considerable confidence in their abilities, especially in the 10 disciples he had recently trained. He was not worried at all, as their strength had reached its peak. What they lacked now was practical combat experience. Gradually, he activated his Kinbunchika haki. As his perception rapidly extended, it soon enveloped the entire island, allowing him to visualize all situations within his mind. No matter where any unexpected circumstances arose, he could sense them in a timely manner and respond accordingly. When Zifa's Kinbunchika haki swept through, some naval officers sensed it, but they understood what it was and did not concern themselves with it, continuing to direct the soldiers. The small group acting independently also detected the situation. While walking, Smog took a couple of puffs from his cigar and remarked, "Teacher Zifa is truly formidable. I never expected that merely the Kinbunchika haki could cover the entire island." Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Then, they fell silent once more, continuing their search for pirates on the island. Given the close proximity to Lingling's territory, no pirates on this island believed the Navy would dare to trouble them. Therefore, many areas on this island were inhabited by pirates. As the Navy continued their operations, the two factions soon encountered one another. Undoubtedly, the pirates present were mere lackeys, no match for the well-equipped soldiers. After a prolonged engagement, the Eon Navy, suffering only minor losses, annihilated the pirates. Such skirmishes transpired in nearly every direction surrounding the island. The incessant gunfire reverberated, disturbing many pirates located at the center. Their strength was generally superior to that of the outermost minions. Sensing the unfolding situation, a pirate who had consumed the Inu no Mi model, golden retriever, spoke up. "Everyone, it seems someone wishes for our demise. By the sound of it, we are already encircled. Let us lower our guards and charge out together with this old dog in pursuit of a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing his words, the others hesitated. Even though he was the strongest among them, they were reluctant to readily comply. However, when their gazes fell upon the approaching troops not far away, they decisively acquiesced to his suggestion. Once the pirates gathered, the old dog sniffed the air with his keen nose. He intended to discern the weakest point in their surroundings, leading his comrades to seek an escape route. This was the unique aspect of his fruit ability. Utilizing this skill, he had evaded numerous crises, achieving the strength and status he possessed today. In truth, he harbored another plan in his heart. He intended to charge through the weakest point alongside his fellow pirates, while he himself sought an opportunity to escape the encirclement. Before long, his acute sense of smell revealed that the eastern flank was less fortified. Realizing this, the old dog called out urgently, "Brothers to the east, that is where their encirclement is weakest." Upon hearing his words, the group turned and sprinted toward the east. They were eager to trust the old dog's abilities, as his knack for survival was something they admired. Their escape was rather conspicuous, prompting the EO Navy to look up. When they noticed the direction of the pirates' flight was east, they felt no sense of alarm. On the contrary, some naval commanders even wore knowing smiles. As Shuzwa, who was assembling the troops, observed the same direction, he chuckled softly. "I wonder if they're truly fortunate or unfortunate. Although that area is currently the weakest, it won't remain so for long. After all, the 10 disciples of Master Zfa are not to be trifled with. I wish you luck. Just don't get killed outright." He then turned to his troops, stating solemnly, "We need not concern ourselves with those fleeing pirates. Others will take care of them. Our priority is to eliminate the remaining pirates who are still resisting." Upon hearing his words, the soldiers puffed out their chests, swiftly entering a battle-ready state. Not all pirates chose to follow the old dog in his escape. Some, lacking strength yet brimming with bravado, disregarded the soldiers entirely. The outcome was inevitable. They all became corpses, forever lying on the cold ground. As the old dog and his fellow pirates dashed towards freedom, they were confronted by 10 varied figures emerging from a distant alley. They stood in a line across the road, effectively blocking their path. Witnessing this scene, the old dog's pupils constricted slightly. Yet, before he could utter a word, the pirates behind him charged forward. This sudden turn of events prompted the old dog to mutter under his breath, "A bunch of fools, lacking any sense, merely rushing in. Are they trying to endanger my life?" As the 10 individuals stood before him, the old dog's nose detected their menacing scent. He was certain he could not defeat any of them. Contemplating this, his eyes darted, and after a brief moment, a grin spread across his face. "Ha ha! As expected of me, the old dog, I am clever. I shall not play with you any longer. I must take my leave." After muttering this to himself, he glanced at the battling parties on the street. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, he slowly retreated from the alley. Once he ensured the area was clear, he quickly activated his fruit ability, revealing his true form. Gradually, his body contorted until he was crawling on the ground. His hands and feet morphed into paws, and golden fur enveloped him. In no time, he transformed into a docile-looking golden retriever. The old dog gazed at his reflection with satisfaction. He was confident that he could once again turn misfortune into fortune. To mimic canine behavior more closely, he had even spent time learning their ways. Recalling that period brought tears to his eyes. It was an unforgettable experience, as he mirrored the actions of the dogs and consumed whatever they did. Undeniably, this learning enhanced his survival skills significantly. He had evaded almost every crisis he encountered through this method. He believed he could do so again, for he had embraced his canine nature to a considerable extent. Joyfully wagging his short legs, he bounded toward a nearby restroom. This had become a long-standing habit of his, as he believed it entirely normal for a dog to be near a restroom. He had long since surveyed the locations of restrooms on each island, thus knowing the routes well. It was through such skills that he managed to survive in the chaotic seas. Meanwhile, Zfa, who remained on the shore, furrowed his brow slightly. He felt the absence of the old dog when the latter used his fruit ability to sniff out scents. However, his frown soon relaxed. Although he was unsure of the circumstances, he trusted that his disciple would manage. When he could sense the old dog's presence, he had already discerned his strength. He was certainly not a formidable figure. Meanwhile, the pirates engaged in fierce combat in the alley quickly realized that they were no match for their opponents. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. As the fight progressed, they discovered that the old dog, who had previously led them, had vanished without a trace. This realization chilled their hearts, and thoughts of retreat began to emerge. After all, the strongest among them was the old dog. Yet, they never anticipated that he would flee faster than they could. One particularly scarred pirate cursed angrily. Old dog, oh old dog, you are truly a wretched creature. He then spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. Gazing at the 10 individuals ahead, who maintained their composure, he proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, we have no escape left. Let us unleash our true abilities." Though their strength was formidable, our numbers would overwhelm them. Upon hearing his words, the remaining pirates' expressions turned fierce. They were acutely aware of their current predicament. This narrow alley was their sole path to survival, with only 10 adversaries standing in their way. As each pirate rekindled their fighting spirit, the scarred man shouted, "Charge! Kill!" His words acted as a spark, igniting the wildness and frenzy within the gathered pirates. They rushed recklessly toward the 10 before them. Observing the pirates' fervor, Renai's lips curled into a sneer as she softly remarked, "Is this the wrath of pirates? How frightful!" Nevertheless, the rabble must understand their place. "Then, I shall take the lead." With a gentle command, Renai activated her Can-Can fruit powers. "Kayukan," she called, and iron rods resembling barriers extended from her arms, encircling the fastest individuals among the attackers. The rods rapidly constricted, swiftly trapping them within. This unexpected turn did not instill fear in the pirates. They continued to charge madly at the 10. Witnessing Renai's preemptive counterattack, the other 9 exchanged glances and surged forward as well. Under Renai's pressure, the pirates managed to hold their ground. Yet as the 10 advanced together, the pirates began to falter. They were crushed by the realization that, at a certain level of strength, victory could not be achieved through sheer numbers. As Zifa's personally trained disciples, their synergy was profound. Often, a mere glance communicated their thoughts. Among the 10, Virgo was the most ruthless, striking with lethal precision. Anyone who fell under his grasp was either dead or grievously wounded. The other 9 employed more conventional tactics, typically leaving their foes half dead. In truth, Zifa held a particular fondness for Virgo, admiring his composed and steadfast demeanor. Within the hearts of the other 9, Virgo exuded a subtle aura of leadership, for his strength surpassed that of the rest. Observing the pirates who were beginning to waver, Virgo raised his bamboo staff high. His cold voice then emerged demon bamboo. The bamboo was soon enveloped in a coating of Busashoka haki, and with rapid spins, he thrust it mercilessly at the scarred man. The accumulating centrifugal force, combined with its exceptional hardness, pierced through the scarred man completely. Hanging from the bamboo, the scarred man glanced at Virgo's indifferent face and, feeling the ebb of life, wore a relieved smile as he uttered a final word. Just as he finished speaking, his head drooped, and he succumbed to death. Virgo, unfazed, flicked his bamboo, dislodging the lifeless body. He then raised his head, coldly surveying the remaining pirates. The sudden turn of events had transpired in an instant. By the time the pirates comprehended the situation, they found the scarred man had been slain. Faced with Virgo's icy gaze, the remaining pirates swallowed hard and took a collective step back. Their earlier frenzy began to dissipate, while a creeping sense of dread settled in their hearts. After a moment of this oppressive atmosphere, some pirates could no longer bear it. They howled in panic and fled, discarding their weapons in their haste to escape. Yet even more despair awaited them. The soldiers who had surrounded them had already dealt with the other pirates and now closed in on them. As the last remaining pirates on the island, they found themselves encircled without a glimmer of escape. Realizing their predicament, they relinquished resistance and sank to the ground, pleading for mercy. Observing their lack of fighting spirit, Virgo and the others found little interest in them. They turned to return and report to their teacher, Zifa. Along the way, Smoker remarked, truly terrifying Virgo. I never anticipated that a mere glance could intimidate them so thoroughly. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. It spares us further conflict. Virgo silently nodded in acknowledgement, his voice low. Indeed, it has saved us considerable trouble. This brief exchange elicited no dissatisfaction from the other 9, for they understood Virgo's nature well. Thus, smiles graced their faces as they retraced their steps. Zifa, who had been observing the entire scene, immediately sensed the conclusion of the battle. Once he felt that all had returned, he ceased the use of Kin Bunchika Haki, as its prolonged application was taxing for him. He leaned quietly against the ship's railing, awaiting their return. Moments later, he spotted the figures of his 10 disciples. As their forms grew nearer, he scanned them for injuries. Satisfied upon finding none, he inquired, how did this practical exercise feel? Hearing their teacher's words, Renai pouted her rosy lips and replied softly, though the pirates exhibited a commendable spirit. I found their strength rather lacking. I am quite displeased. as I have yet to unleash my full power. Her sentiments were echoed by several others. Zifa, observing their demeanor, chuckled warmly. Ah, that is merely a testament to your own formidable abilities. Fear not. You shall encounter stronger foes in the future, perhaps even ones who can rival me. Enhance your strength, for I shall rely on you for protection. This statement left Renai astounded, for in her eyes, Zifa was already an immensely powerful being. However, upon hearing his concluding remarks, she confidently thumped her chest and declared, "Leave the future enemies to me. I shall not disappoint you." The others nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing their expressions, Zfa's smile widened. He had poured his heart and soul into training these final 10 disciples. Hearing their words, he recognized that his efforts had not been in vain. As they engaged in casual conversation, the remaining Navy soldiers returned to the spot where they had first landed on the island. A sweeping glance revealed their resolute demeanor, which filled Zfa with immense satisfaction. He understood that after having undergone the baptism of battle, these individuals would be capable of achieving greater heights in the future. Once the troops were reassembled, their commanding officer, Shiozwa, approached Zfa and exclaimed, "Report, mission accomplished. All pirates on the island have been eradicated." Nodding in acknowledgement, Zfa responded, "Soldiers, you have successfully eliminated a band of ruthless pirates, once again proving that the justice within our hearts is sacred and inviolable. In the days to come, I believe the name of our EO Navy will rise to prominence from this very moment." When this resounding proclamation reached the ears of the soldiers, they quickly responded, their voices echoing across the island. Witnessing their fervor, Zfa raised his left hand in a fist, issuing a new command. "Soldiers, inscribe the emblem we have prepared in the most prominent place on this island, so that every visitor may behold it." With a display of orderly coordination, they swiftly carved their emblem into the ground. The design depicted their EO Navy flag, featuring an inverted naval insignia pierced by a sword that impaled a skull, symbolizing the pirates. Once the engraving was complete, the soldiers boarded their warship, and at Zfa's command, the vessel gently departed from the island's harbor. Having just endured a fierce battle, they were in dire need of rest. Their next course would lead them to their naval base on the unnamed island. However, their endeavors on the island were far from over. As the sounds on the island subsided, several civilians cautiously opened their windows, peering outside. Once assured of their safety, they slowly opened their doors. Stepping out onto the streets, they were confronted with the sight of countless pirate corpses. These were the very pirates who had oppressed them, and the sight of their lifeless bodies brought tears to the eyes of the civilians, tears of joy and gratitude. The image of the EO Navy was indelibly etched in their minds. Upon reaching the harbor, they quickly noticed the emblem inscribed on the island. This symbol represented newfound hope in their hearts. In fact, the status of the EO Navy had surpassed that of the former Navy. After all, during their most trying times, it was not the Navy they had always believed in that came to their aid, but rather a force known as EO. Subsequently, they collectively turned their gaze towards the departing warship, silently observing for a moment before returning to their homes to resume their daily lives. Although they had liberated themselves from pirate oppression, they could not ensure that they would not encounter pirates again in the future. Thus, their thoughts were simple: to take this opportunity to celebrate and release the frustrations that had accumulated over time. Meanwhile, the old dog, who had been hiding in the restroom, sniffed the air with his keen nose. Beyond his sour scent, he detected the departure of those individuals. Realizing the situation, the old dog tilted his head, letting his tongue hang out, and said, "I warned you not to oppress the civilians so fiercely. Now look, they're all dead. However, my cunning has once again prevailed. I survived yet again through my wits. Ha ha! Who else possesses such a knack for survival?" Just then, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Hearing the noise, the old dog swallowed hard and muttered, "I've been in here too long. I'm starving." As he spoke to himself, a woman entered the restroom, holding a piece of paper and wearing an anxious expression. However, upon entering and seeing the old dog's golden fur, she was puzzled. This was her first encounter with such a dog. She was accustomed to the sight of a scruffy black mutt. Without further thought, she shooed the old dog outside. Yet, as she closed the door, she cast a curious glance back at him. Noticing him licking his golden fur, she shook her head and chuckled softly. How paranoid. It's just a licking dog. I thought it really spoke just now. Once she had fully closed the restroom door, the old dog ceased his grooming. He patted his chest with a paw and exclaimed, "That scared me. I thought I was exposed. Since I wasn't, I'll let you off this time. I am a benevolent old dog, after all. How could I act rashly?" He then scampered into an empty alley, gradually returning to his original form. As he fully transformed, his previous attire reappeared on him. The old dog pulled the hood over his head, casting his face in a shadow, and hurried to a shaded area of the island. From a hillside, he retrieved an intact small boat. The previous vessels had been destroyed long before the EO Navy departed. He caressed the boat's hull, reflecting, "Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare a backup vessel." However, he realized this was not a sustainable situation. I must seek a more powerful force to ally with. Once I join them, I can stay hidden behind their ranks. Just thinking about it brings me joy. He then contemplated the major forces he could potentially align with at sea. While deep in thought, he continued to work on the small boat. Once he set it afloat in the sea, he made his final decision. The nearest Go Pirates? No. I would have to sacrifice part of my soul to join them. The Beast Pirates are appealing, especially since I'm also a zone-type user. However, I hear they are in Wano country, and I have no means to find them. My head is spinning from all this thinking. Perhaps I should choose the Fallen Angel Brigade instead. I heard their warships were spotted not far from here. I will find an island to hide on. I will inevitably encounter them sooner or later. The seasoned dog, having made his final decision, promptly boarded his small vessel. He took a moment to sniff the air with his nose, then deftly maneuvered the boat towards the left front. As he sailed along, a cheerful tune escaped his lips, reflecting his elation. Shortly after his departure, a seagull adorned with a camera around its neck descended upon the island. Observing the scattered bodies of pirates, it skillfully manipulated the camera with its agile wings. With great enthusiasm, it exclaimed, "What a significant scoop! This year-end performance will surely meet expectations." The sound of clicking echoed as everything was captured within the camera's lens. After discovering the momentous news, the seagull circled above the island a few times. Soon, it noticed the most prominent emblem of the EO Navy etched upon the landscape, its eyes gleaming with excitement. The seagull was confident that upon its return to the newsroom, the editor-in-chief, Morgan, would commend its efforts profusely. Who knows, a promotion and a raise might even be in the cards. With all the intelligence in hand, it flapped its wings and swiftly soared towards the newsroom, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to report to the editor. In truth, the camera contained more than just images of the island. It also captured the departing figures of ZFA and his companions. Thus, the seagull glided over various terrains, hastening towards its destination. After an extended period of rapid flight, it was breathless and fatigued. Yet, there was no intention to slow down, as this pertained to its future livelihood. Fortunately, just as its strength was nearly depleted, it finally reached the newsroom. The seagull made a swift descent, landing directly at the headquarters, but its exhaustion led to a rather intimate encounter with the ground. Shaking its slightly dazed head to regain composure, it was suddenly startled by the familiar sound of clicking nearby. This sound was unmistakably similar to that of its recent photographs. Turning its head, the seagull spotted a rather arrogant-looking large bird, mockingly pointing its camera at the fallen creature and rapidly pressing the shutter. In no time, the haughty voice of the large bird resonated. "Oh dear, how clumsy of you. I always thought your skills were merely lacking. But who would have guessed you couldn't even walk properly? Honestly, this photography gig is not suited for you. Perhaps you should assist me instead. Take my advice. The waters here are too deep for you to navigate." As it spoke, the large bird extended its wings, gesturing in front of the seagull. However, the seagull paid no heed to these words, as this was not the first instance of ridicule from the large bird. It tidied its disheveled feathers and walked in with its head held high, dismissing the elder's condescending attitude. The seagull believed that once it presented the gathered intelligence to the editor, a promotion would be imminent. It strode into the bustling newsroom, scanning for the location of Morgan. The large bird, still caught up in its mockery, felt a pang of annoyance when the seagull ignored it entirely. With no target for its jibes, it reluctantly dropped the quip that had been on the tip of its tongue. The large bird adjusted its immaculate attire and stepped inside, adhering to its usual style, aiming to leave a favorable impression on the editor. Upon entering, it spotted the seagull looking around. With a smirk, it dismissed the moment, intent on reporting the information it had gathered. Over time, the large bird had accumulated a plethora of contributions. When this latest information made it to the headlines, it would be the moment for its promotion to team leader. As these thoughts crossed its mind, it cast a disdainful glance at the seagull. The strained relationship between them was not a result of recent events, but rather a legacy passed down through generations. Just then, Editor Morgan made his appearance. Each staff member greeted their superior with utmost respect. The seagull, eagerly awaiting this moment, felt a spark of excitement upon seeing Morgan. It hastily approached, exclaiming, "Editor, I have discovered a major news story." Upon hearing this, Morgan's eyes lit up with fervor, eagerly anticipating the seagull's forthcoming words. As the seagull felt it had successfully captured the editor's attention, it wasted no time and continued, "Editor, I have located the military that had previously vanished from the naval headquarters. Moreover, the leader is none other than ZFA from the Navy. They seem to have established a new faction named EO. The photographs are all contained within this camera." After delivering its report, the seagull presented the camera to Morgan. Upon learning of the naval traces, the editor was practically beside himself with excitement, swiftly perusing the contents of the camera. Before long, he encountered the information that piqued his interest the most. After examining all the photographs, he rested his chin on his wing, deep in thought. Moments later, he clapped his wings together in realization, exclaiming, "Ah, so that is how it is. It appears my earlier suspicions were correct. The former Admiral ZFA has indeed departed from the Navy. This is news that will send shockwaves across the seas." At this point, he glanced at the seagull beside him. "You have done well with this matter. I see potential in you for intelligence work. Therefore, I shall promote you to the position of intelligence team leader, and I hope you will continue your diligent efforts." The seagull, elated at the prospect of promotion, responded enthusiastically, "Thank you, editor. I will strive to excel further. However, I believe the large bird possesses great potential as well. Might you consider assigning him to my team?" This simple request was met with immediate agreement from Morgan, who saw it as a trivial matter. In his eyes, the value of the intelligence was far more significant. Since a loyal subordinate had made a request, how could he refuse? After all, this was also a means of garnering goodwill. Upon receiving approval for his request, the seagull glanced at the disheartened large bird, feeling even more elated. It seemed fortune was favoring him recently. Morgan patted the seagull on the shoulder, signaling it to return to work. Following the editor's directive, the seagull wasted no time and approached the large bird. With its striking blue eyes, it regarded the large bird with a sidelong glance, silently observing without uttering a word. After sensing this silent oppression, the great bird wept and said weakly, "Hello, team leader. Please take care of me in the days to come. I shall be obedient." Hearing his words, Heise's lips curled slightly in a grin. Imitating the president's gesture, he patted the great bird's shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Ah, my feathered friend, it seems you have not quite grasped the nuances of this place. However, this is not a difficult matter. You shall mix with your brother Hai from now on. Brother Hai will teach you how to maintain the right balance with just one hand." Upon seeing the great bird nod in agreement, Heise promptly guided him into a work mode. Morgan glanced at the camera in his hand, then made a decisive choice. He had already conceived the maximum benefit from this information. Observing the busy individuals within the newsroom, he raised his voice, "Everyone, halt your current tasks." Once complete silence enveloped the room, he continued, "Please push back the news we had prepared earlier. For the next edition of the newspaper, we shall feature this intelligence." He raised his camera slightly, allowing it to catch the attention of all present. "This concerns the former Admiral Zephyr's departure from the Navy headquarters. Once published, our news agency's business will surely flourish, and we stand to gain significantly. If you execute this task splendidly, I shall grant you a raise." The previously indifferent crowd suddenly ignited with enthusiasm upon hearing the mention of a salary increase. Their eyes sparkled with the prospect of rewards. In unison, they responded, "We will ensure the task is completed, President." Observing his diligent team, Morgan smiled. After years of leading, he had an astute understanding of his employees' sentiments. A mere hint of generosity was enough to elate them, causing them to forget the past exploitation. With the desired effect achieved, he strode into his office. Meanwhile, the employees of the news agency, spurred by Morgan's promise of a raise, entered a state of overtime. They fervently engaged in their respective tasks, seemingly oblivious to their exhaustion. Yet, the redness in their eyes and the heaviness of dark circles were unmistakable. For them, as long as there was a promise of increased wages, every problem became trivial. Watching them from his office, sipping tea, Morgan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for his hardworking staff. "Rest assured, I will indeed grant you a raise. Otherwise, if you exhaust yourselves and cannot afford medical care, I will be making a poor investment. The key to success is to recycle goodwill. After all, finding such earnest employees is a rare treasure." Having concluded his musings, Morgan took another sip of tea, then reclined leisurely in his rocking chair, gradually drifting into slumber. Outside the office, the employees continued their relentless work. Before long, a night passed swiftly. Morgan, after a satisfying stretch, rose from his chair. Once his spirits were restored, he stepped out his office. The sound of the office door drew the attention of all employees. Upon seeing the president emerge, Heisey eagerly stepped forward. Fatigue evident in his voice. "President, we have compiled today's newspaper overnight. Please let us know if there is anything unsatisfactory. If so, we will correct it immediately to ensure it does not hinder the newspaper's sales." Morgan nodded in satisfaction as he listened to Heisey's words. As he picked up the newspaper to review it, the other group leaders whispered to each other, "Darn it, why wasn't I quicker? He managed to curry favor with the president before us." Unbeknownst to Morgan, he was deeply engrossed in scrutinizing the newspaper in his hands. After all, this was the edition that would be sold to the public, and it must be flawless. After a moment, Morgan patted Heisey's shoulder and smiled broadly. "Ah, you all have done splendidly. This newspaper is ready for publication. Let us get it printed swiftly and have the delivery seagulls dispatched." With the president's affirmation, the employees sprang into action. Meanwhile, the slower group leaders, who had intended to assure the president, found themselves outpaced by Heisey. After the president spoke, Heisey promptly replied, "We guarantee to deliver the newspaper to every corner of the sea at the fastest speed. We will ensure this news reaches the people swiftly." Observing Heisey, Morgan's appreciation for him grew. Before departing, he encouraged Heisey, "Keep up the good work, lad." The other group leaders silently swallowed their words, exchanging glances filled with exasperation. Heisey was not leaving them any opportunities. They resolved to sharpen their skills for future endeavors. After a mutual understanding, they nodded firmly. Under the collective effort of the team, copies of a newspaper were dispatched to every corner of the sea. As usual, the pirates who purchased a newspaper to catch up on the news soon discovered a significant piece of information. The former Admiral Zephyr had severed ties with the Navy and had taken a portion of its active forces with him. As they continued to read, they quickly grasped the current state of the Navy. Zephyr's actions had directly weakened the Navy's power, while he established a new naval force called EO with the personnel he had taken. Consequently, the reputation of the EO Navy began to rise prominently. With more individuals encountering this newspaper, the renown of the EO Navy grew steadily, leading many pirates and civilians to compare the two naval forces. Meanwhile, in the office, Sengoku also received a copy of this newspaper. Observing the reports, Sengoku realized the Navy was now at a distinct disadvantage. Leaning back in his chair, he sighed heavily. "Ah, Zephyr, why did you take away so many troops? We had agreed you would only take 10 disciples, hadn't we? How shall we explain this to the world government?" Thus, Sengoku remained lost in thought, contemplating strategies. In truth, not only Sengoku was aware of this news, everyone at the Navy headquarters had learned of it. Upon seeing the reports, their first reaction was disbelief, because Zephyr is regarded as a beacon of faith for many. Yet, this formidable figure from the Navy headquarters has departed with alarming ease. This departure has further diminished the confidence of numerous naval soldiers, who now perceive the Navy to be in a state of utter disadvantage amidst the current turmoil. Reflecting on this, a tinge of regret has begun to seep into their hearts. Although they join the Navy to uphold justice, they suddenly find the notion of becoming pirates not so intolerable when weighed against the value of life. Among those who dread this news the most is undoubtedly the receptionist who had previously assigned them their missions. He had long pondered why Zephyr and his crew had not returned since receiving their orders. Upon learning of this development, he immediately grasped the reason. So startled was he that he dropped the bun from his mouth. For the past few days, he has been living in trepidation, fearing that the naval leaders might seek retribution against him. Fortunately, every naval officer is currently overwhelmed by the implications of this incident, leaving him largely ignored. Meanwhile, the three admirals resting at the Navy headquarters each exhibited distinct reactions. The hot-tempered Akainu, upon hearing the news, was ready to set sail and eliminate them. However, before he could leave the harbor, he was intercepted by Sengoku's subordinates, who understood that Akainu would be unable to locate them and that venturing out to sea would be a mere waste of time. The languid Akiji, on the other hand, continued to recline in his rocking chair. Yet his eyes narrowed as he murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Teacher Zephyr, I did not expect you to reach this juncture. The current Navy truly offers no glimmer of hope." He absent-mindedly scratched his tousled hair, and when his hand brushed against the card concealed beneath his eye mask, a faint smile graced his lips. "It seems I too am nearing my departure. But when would be the most opportune moment?" He decided to set the thought aside and drift off to sleep. Meanwhile, Kizaru, leisurely sipping tea in his office, nearly spewed his drink upon hearing the news. He smirked and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "How terrifying. The Navy has transformed into a perilous profession. It seems that slacking off will become increasingly difficult." In such an atmosphere, anxiety permeated the Navy headquarters. Far away in the holy land of Mariewa, the news was also received with discontent regarding Zifa's actions. However, they were acutely aware that this was not the time to address him. After a brief period of contemplation, one member, adorned in a deep blue suit with long white hair, stroked his lengthy beard and stated with grave seriousness, "The Navy's strength is no longer sufficient to pose a threat to the pirates. The balance we had maintained has been disrupted, and this situation is utterly unacceptable. Therefore, I propose a large-scale recruitment drive for the Navy. Furthermore, the position of Admiral should no longer be limited to 3. Any individual with the capability should be eligible for promotion to Admiral." This proposal garnered agreement from the other members present. Once the specifics were established, he dialed Sengoku's transponder snail. After a series of beeps, it was quickly answered, transforming into Sengoku's visage. The member then relayed the plan they had just discussed. "Sengoku, initiate a widespread recruitment for the Navy. The number of admirals will increase, allowing capable individuals to ascend directly to the rank of admiral." After issuing the new directive, he promptly hung up the transponder snail. On the other end, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the recent proposal. "Recruiting admirals?" he murmured, quickly regaining his composure. He looked at the transponder snail in his hand, a note of melancholy in his voice as he mused to mitigate the repercussions of this incident. "You truly are making substantial sacrifices. Increasing the number of admirals, I wonder if this strategy will prove effective." After organizing his thoughts, he resumed his seat and picked up a pen from his desk, beginning to draft the recruitment plan. Though the order had been given, implementation would require meticulous planning to outline the steps necessary for recruitment. Soon, the office fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the rustling of paper as Sengoku wrote. When night fully descended, he finally set his pen down, slowly closing the folder of documents. Stretching, he stood from his seat, glancing outside at the darkening sky, and gently shook his head, muttering, "Since it is so late, I shall address this matter tomorrow. Another exhausting day. It is time to rest." However, Zifa, it appears the world government has grown exceedingly displeased with you. Be cautious. With that, Sengoku made his way to his quarters. Under the moonlight, his figure stretched long, though anyone who observed closely could discern a hint of weariness in his stance. Just as he exited the Navy headquarters building, a calm voice interrupted his thoughts. "Sengoku, do you not wish to discuss Zifa with me?" Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Sengoku turned to see Tsuru, who had evidently been waiting for some time. A resigned smile appeared on his face as he softly replied, "Zifa, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Please, follow me, and I shall explain everything in detail." Without hesitation, Tsuru followed closely behind Sengoku. Thus, the two made their way to Sengoku's residence, which, as the fleet admiral, boasted the highest levels of confidentiality and security, rendering it one of the safest locations within the Navy headquarters. Once inside, Sengoku wasted no time in revealing the details surrounding Zifa's departure. "You truly miss nothing, little Tsuru. I had tacitly accepted Zifa's exit from the Navy headquarters. However, I never anticipated that he would take so many of our soldiers with him." Sengoku's words merely confirmed the suspicions harbored by Tsuru. Gazing intently at Sengoku, she voiced, "I knew it would unfold this way. Yet this is for the best. We are all too familiar with Zifa's temperament. Even without your prompting, he would have left. But now that the Navy's strength has waned, what measures is the world government prepared to implement?" Zhangguo nodded in agreement before directly responding. "The world government has indeed invested heavily. They are about to commence a large-scale recruitment of soldiers, and the positions of generals will also be expanded." Upon hearing this proposal, Hikamu's brow furrowed slightly. This was truly in line with their style. Subsequently, the atmosphere in the room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Hikamu rose to leave. Having obtained the information she sought, she had no intention of lingering. As she departed, Zhangguo said nothing, merely observing her retreating figure. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to recall the time when they had all joined the Navy together. However, the exhaustion of the day soon enveloped him, and he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Zhangguo awoke feeling refreshed. He made his way back to his office, gazing at the folders still laid upon his desk. He swiftly grabbed one, pinching it between his fingers, and then strolled into the conference room. Taking a seat at the head of the table, he surveyed the empty room, reminiscing about the well-organized plans. After concluding that there were no significant issues, he summoned the messenger. The messenger listened intently to Zhang Guo's instructions and promptly began his work. Soon, the news that Zhang Guo would be holding a meeting spread among the admirals of the Navy headquarters. The already anxious atmosphere of the headquarters intensified as they hurried towards the conference room. For them, Zhang Guo was their steadfast pillar of support. Zhang Guo sat quietly in the conference room, where the number of attendees increased at a noticeable pace. Observing that most of the Navy generals had arrived, Zhang Guo stood up with a serious expression. He scanned the faces of those gathered before solemnly addressing them. Although Zhang Fei's departure had significantly impacted the Navy, our work must continue. The purpose of convening you all today is to announce a new solution. The world government has agreed to the large-scale recruitment plan we proposed long ago. Moreover, the number of admiral positions will no longer be limited to merely 3. Instead, capable individuals can assume important roles without the need for extensive qualifications. As these words reached the ears of the assembled generals, they were taken aback. Despite the profound impact of Zhang Fei's exit, they had not anticipated that the world government would approve their long-sought recruitment initiative. It is worth noting that ever since the emergence of the new generation of 3 admirals, there had been a persistent desire for significant expansion within the Navy. However, this endeavor had always been rebuffed by the world government. To their astonishment, it appeared that due to Zhang Fei's departure, the plan was finally set in motion. This revelation provided them with a sense of stability. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that without bolstering their forces, the Navy would be unable to withstand the onslaught of pirates. Among those present, the individuals most stirred by the news of the expanded admiral positions were undoubtedly the current candidates, Tao Tu and Cha Tan. As the Navy's most promising contenders for admiralship, they had long aspired to ascend to that rank. However, the persistent limitation of 3 positions had stifled their potential. If the Navy failed to identify suitable candidates, the elevation of either of them to admiral would become a foregone conclusion. Upon hearing this news, Huang Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. He perceived yet another opportunity to enjoy leisure. After all, with the addition of 2 admirals, his absence would seemingly have little effect. The Navy had managed to endure with 3 admirals, and now, even without him, they would have 4 capable individuals, undoubtedly stronger than before. Leaning languidly in his chair, Qing Ji maintained his indifferent demeanor. He believed that even with the addition of 2 admirals, the Navy's disadvantage would remain unchanged. The thoughts of Huang Yuan and Qing Ji were inscrutable to others. In contrast, Qi Inu exhibited a more pronounced reaction. He raised his fist and slammed it onto the table before him. With a resounding crash, debris flew into the air. He stood abruptly, his expression icy as he declared, "I can agree to the expansion of admiral positions, but it must not involve outsiders becoming Navy admirals. That is my principle. Individuals lacking qualifications pose a significant risk of betraying the Navy." Upon hearing Qi Inu's words, Zhang Guo felt a slight sense of relief. He had been apprehensive that Qi Inu would vehemently oppose the expansion of admiral positions. Observing that his concerns were merely regarding qualifications, Zhang Guo did not object. He promptly responded, "Sakazuki, I can acquiesce to your request. After all, if we were to casually appoint someone from outside as an admiral, no one would be willing to follow them." Zhang Guo's words garnered the approval of most admirals. They, too, were reluctant to accept an outsider suddenly becoming their superior. Thus, the large-scale recruitment initiative of the Navy was firmly established. Having fulfilled the purpose of the meeting, Zhang Guo declared its adjournment. However, the recruitment endeavor would undoubtedly be more complex than it appeared. As they concluded the meeting, intelligence personnel had already documented the main points discussed. Following some embellishment, they began disseminating news of the Navy's large-scale recruitment. In this regard, the president of the news agency, Morgans, played a significant role. Relying solely on the Navy's capabilities, it would have taken a considerable amount of time to achieve effective publicity. Yet for Morgans, renowned across the seas, this task was relatively effortless. Although the Navy's intelligence personnel harbored resentment towards him due to the leak of Zhang Fei's information, they found themselves with little recourse. They had no choice but to set aside their grievances and negotiate a collaboration with Morgans. As Morgans learned of the news, his eyes sparkled with a verdant glimmer, sensing immense profit and fame resonating from it. For him, as long as the benefits were substantial, any information could be relayed at the earliest opportunity. Through mutual agreement, newspapers were once again dispatched from the headquarters of the news agency, reaching every corner of the seas. Notably, Morgans had fulfilled his promise to raise his employees' wages, resulting in heightened enthusiasm for their work. Thanks to their diligence, The Navy's recruitment initiative was swiftly finalized. Meanwhile, Morgan's leisurely sipped tea in his office, reaping both wealth and prestige. Following the previous incident involving ZFA's departure from the Navy, sales had surged severalfold, as the public was eager to learn whether there would be further significant revelations. When individuals opened the freshly purchased newspapers, expressions of astonishment flooded their faces as they beheld a large headline at the top of the page. The Navy has commenced a large-scale recruitment on the vast ocean, and promotions for high-ranking officers have been made. Upon hearing this news, some minor pirates couldn't help but gasp in shock. After all, they could hardly contend with even a single admiral, let alone 2 additional ones. Conversely, some notorious pirates were deeply moved by this announcement. Notably, Whitebeard, upon learning of this development, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Gora, has the Navy lost its composure? They are resorting to mass recruitment." The situation on the seas has indeed grown increasingly intriguing. "Children, onward! Let's seize this island before us." The crew aboard the Moby Dick responded eagerly. "Alalala, watch closely. Old man, this territory is surely ours." "Indeed, old man," they echoed. "Leave this matter to us. You need not intervene personally." Observing the spirited enthusiasm of his crew, Whitebeard's smile widened, his crescent-shaped mustache quivering with delight. He boldly declared, "Go forth and act. The rest shall be entrusted to your old man." As his voice resonated, the blood of the crew surged with fervor. When the Moby Dick finally docked at the shore, they charged forth, engaging in fierce combat with the pirates stationed on the island. Soon, the ground was stained red with blood. However, the outcome was already predetermined. Without a doubt, the Whitebeard pirates emerged victorious, hoisting their distinctive flag high atop the island, while the prior pirate banner lay trampled beneath their feet. Such battles, akin to that of the Whitebeard pirates, are quite commonplace in the New World. After all, the pirates who manage to enter this realm are typically exceedingly confident in their abilities. They relentlessly conquer various islands to expand their influence. At this juncture, the power dynamics in the New World are exceedingly chaotic. Therefore, to truly establish a name for themselves in this tumultuous environment, one must incessantly broaden their own power. Apart from them, the Go Pirates are also diligently expanding their dominion over the Totland Kingdom, aspiring to transform their realm into a melting pot of nations and unite various races. Thus, during this period when the Navy finds itself preoccupied, they too have chosen to extend their influence. In the current New World, chaos reigns as the predominant theme. Preparing in the shadows, Dracula surveyed the newspaper in his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. He mused, "Star, are you already feeling restless? If the Navy experiences another upheaval, you shall soon be drawn into the fray as well. I eagerly anticipate our first encounter in the future." Dracula's schemes continue to unfold quietly in the background. Apart from his own crew, no one suspects his plan to breach Impel Down. However, there are still many days before their plans come to fruition. Casually glancing over the paper, Dracula laid it down on the table and strolled leisurely out of the cave. Observing the troops diligently training, his smile deepened. Although this news has spread to numerous locations, Zephyr remains oblivious. His intelligence is still fixated on the news of their EO Navy's rising fame. Ever since they annihilated that band of pirates, they returned to the nameless island to rest. The island, shrouded in mist, has led messenger seagulls to overlook its existence. Consequently, these birds instinctively ignore this place. The news of EO's rising fame was still held by them during their return journey. While Zephyr is unaware of the Navy headquarters' intentions, he understands that the Navy will undoubtedly take some measures. Nevertheless, he remains unconcerned. For him, executing his own brand of justice suffices. He does not feel the need to scrutinize the Navy's actions excessively. Since returning last time, Zephyr has recognized the shortcomings in his soldiers. During this period, he has been conducting specialized training for them. However, their training is nearing completion. Zephyr has begun contemplating the timing of their next voyage. He is acutely aware that during this time, he must establish a beneficial intelligence department. Although this place is safe, it is too isolated from the outside world, which is decidedly unfriendly for the EO Navy. Sometimes, timely information can be a lifeline. The optimal solution he envisions is to create a dedicated intelligence department, deploying these personnel across various islands. In the event of emergencies, they can relay information to him via Den Mushi. However, a daunting challenge lies ahead. They lack sufficient soldiers to establish an additional intelligence division. Contemplating this, Zephyr shook his head and leaned back in his chair. Utilizing the lab's dim light, he murmured, "We are still short-staffed. It seems we need to recruit more soldiers." However, as he calculated the days, he realized their training would conclude tomorrow. If that is the case, they should prepare thoroughly. The day after tomorrow, they shall embark once more. The primary objective for this voyage is tentatively set as recruitment. As he uttered these words, the lab's dim light suddenly extinguished, seemingly in response to his statement. Thus, the entire laboratory was plunged into darkness. Yet, Zephyr felt no discomfort, as this was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired. Gradually, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Zephyr's plans aligned seamlessly with the Navy's recruitment initiative. It is certain that when Zephyr leads the EO Navy in their recruitment efforts, he will inevitably attract some who intended to join the Navy. However, who will ultimately recruit more soldiers remains uncertain. The following day, Zephyr arrived at the island center. Standing beside the EO Navy flag, he observed the soldiers engaged in training. Although the island is cloaked in mist, it does not impede their practice, for the training ground is surrounded by mutated luminescent grasses. Their soft glow clears the mist from the central area. Gripping the flagpole, Zephyr gazed at the sweat-drenched soldiers, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. His 10 disciples were engaged in paired duels, and through the clash of their physical prowess and abilities, their strength was evidently on the rise. Zephyr quietly watched their training and battles. When they finally took a break, his voice resonated from above. "Soldiers, after a period of addressing our shortcomings, I have decided to set sail once more. Justice will not permit us to be idle. However, this time, there lies a paramount mission, to recruit new soldiers and establish a naval intelligence department unique to EO." Upon hearing Zepha's words, the assembled officers and soldiers erupted with excitement, for they vividly recalled the satisfaction and pride from their last mission of justice. Such feelings were unattainable within the confines of the Navy headquarters. They unanimously supported the formation of the intelligence department, fully aware that information could often determine the outcome of a battle. Observing the enthusiasm of his comrades, Captain Shozwa stepped forward and inquired, "When do we set sail?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zephyr stated the determined schedule. "Prepare today, and we depart tomorrow." Receiving a definitive timeline, the commanders began directing their troops in preparation for the impending journey. After conveying this news, Zephyr took his leave, for he had his own affairs to attend to and could not remain there indefinitely. The days swiftly passed. When Zephyr arrived at the center of the island once more, the EO naval soldiers were fully prepared. Witnessing this scene, Zephyr issued the command to set sail without any hesitation. Under the orderly guidance of the various commanders, the warships slowly navigated away from the uninhabited island. They commenced their voyage toward a new target island. However, due to the imprecision of their intelligence, they could not ascertain whether the pirates were still present. Regardless, they were ready for battle at a moment's notice, especially as they intended to begin recruiting soldiers. Thanks to previous newspaper articles, the reputation of the EO Navy was now comparable to that of the former Navy. Thus, Zephyr held significant confidence in this recruitment endeavor. In the ensuing days, the EO Navy began to appear across various maritime regions. Upon landing on each island, they swiftly dealt with all pirates present and marked each island with a symbol exclusive to the EO Navy. This approach garnered immense gratitude from the oppressed local populace. When the citizens learned that the EO Navy was recruiting, they did not hesitate to bring their children to Zephyr. This practice enabled them to amass a substantial number of new soldiers, further broadening the EO Navy's reputation. Even some timid pirates shuddered at their merciless methods. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that their actions indeed liberated numerous oppressed civilians. While Zephyr continued to recruit soldiers, the expansion of the Navy was simultaneously curtailed, although the reduction was minimal. Given the multitude of islands in the sea, Zephyr could not lead his fleet to each one. Consequently, many civilians sent their children to the Navy base. Despite the current disadvantage of the Navy, its appeal remained strong. When news of the recruitment reached the ears of the populace, it sparked a wave of excitement. For the citizens, often kept in the dark, the Navy still represented the most just institution upon the seas. Zephyr, upon learning of the Navy's large-scale recruitment, merely shook his head in mild disinterest. As such matters were not his immediate concern, he surveyed the soldiers he had recruited and nodded in satisfaction. Addressing them, he proclaimed, "Soldiers, welcome to the EO Navy. Here, you shall have the opportunity to uphold justice. However, this comes with a caveat. You must endure rigorous training. Reflect on the trials you have faced. In this vast ocean, strength is paramount. Justice without absolute power is but a fragile sandcastle, easily swept away. Upon hearing Zifa's words, the newly enlisted soldiers immediately grew solemn, for their past hardships had instilled in them an understanding of this truth. Recognizing the impact of his words, Zifa believed that these new recruits would develop resolute character through the forthcoming arduous training. After a brief motivational address, Zifa prepared to initiate his training regimen, knowing that sustained combat would be the optimal path for the rapid development of these new soldiers. Standing aboard the ship, Zifa contemplated and made a surprising decision. He would not simply return to his Navy base. After all, the primary objective of this maritime venture remained unfulfilled. Zifa intended to leverage the training period to extend his intelligence network to nearby islands. With this concrete plan in mind, their fleet set sail once more toward the next destination. Meanwhile, far away at Navy headquarters, Sengoku received news of Zifa's recruitment efforts. Glancing at the intelligence in his hand, he chuckled wryly and shook his head, reflecting, "Indeed, Zifa, yet your actions this time will undoubtedly reduce the world government's tolerance to zero." As he pondered, Sengoku est transpondis naïran. Unperturbed by the incessant vibrations, he mused, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." He promptly answered the ringing transponder snail. As the familiar voice emerged, Sengoku listened intently. "Sengoku, you must apprehend Zifa. This matter cannot be delayed. His life or death is of no concern to me, as long as he ceases to appear upon the seas." Upon hearing this, Sengoku replied gravely, "Understood. I will do my utmost to arrange personnel to deal with Zifa." This response evidently did not satisfy the caller, who insisted in an authoritative tone, "What do you mean, do my utmost? You must send someone to handle this matter. Sengoku, if you cannot make a decision, let a Kainu take care of it." With a click, the transponder snail went silent. Sengoku exhaled deeply, having anticipated this outcome. However, he had not expected the urgency of the command. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned for Zifa's safety. After all, as a former comrade, he was well aware of Zifa's capabilities. Thus, he had no intention of defying the command. He promptly dialed Akainu's transponder snail. After a series of beeps, the line connected, revealing Akainu's stoic demeanor. Sengoku issued a new directive. "Sakazuki, I have a task for you. Set sail immediately and resolve the Zifa issue." Akainu, who had been in his office, paused momentarily at the mention of this task, recalling that he had previously suggested this very mission. However, without exception, they were all rejected by Zhanghua. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long, as he had long desired to set sail and deal with the traitor within the Navy. His unwavering sense of justice would not tolerate the presence of ZFA. In an instant, he regained his composure and coldly stated, "I guarantee the completion of the mission, Marshal. I will take my subordinates to sea immediately." Subsequently, Chiquan abruptly hung up the den mushi. He stood up forcefully from his seat, donned his justice cloak draped over his shoulder, and made his way outside. Observing his aide standing at the door, he spoke in a deep voice, "Quickly gather the soldiers. We are leaving the headquarters at once." Upon hearing their superior's command, the aide wasted no time and hurriedly went out to assemble the troops. Meanwhile, Chiquan continued his steady stride towards the training ground. During his leisurely walk, his aide had already arrived at the training ground ahead of him. He blew the whistle hanging from his neck, and with two sharp blasts, the soldiers resting in the training ground quickly assembled. Once the formation was organized, the aide stood on the right side of the line, patiently awaiting Chiquan's arrival. Soon, the distinctive sound of Chiquan's footsteps echoed from afar. Upon hearing this sound, the soldiers instinctively straightened their chests. After all, Chiquan's stern demeanor was well known within the Navy headquarters. They certainly did not wish to invoke his ire and jeopardize their careers. As Chiquan approached, he was pleased to see the soldiers' serious and solemn expressions, nodding in satisfaction. He quickened his pace and stood before them. Without uttering any unnecessary words, he directly stated the upcoming mission. "Soldiers, our task is to eliminate the traitor ZFA from the Navy headquarters. Our destination is the New World. We depart now." Upon hearing Chiquan's voice, the soldiers in front of him began to board the warship in an orderly fashion. Shortly thereafter, the warship departed from the Navy headquarters port. Chiquan's departure also drew the attention of many within the Navy headquarters. However, after a brief understanding of the situation, they returned to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters continued its recruitment plans. Unfortunately, the soldiers they were enlisting lacked exceptional strength. Even among a select few, only a handful possessed the capabilities of a Navy rear admiral. In the current chaotic situation, their impact remained minimal. From Zhang Guo's perspective, the large-scale recruitment by the Navy merely increased numbers without addressing the critical lack of core strength. After dispatching Qi Quan, Zhang Guo sat in his office, finalizing the selection of the new Navy admirals. According to the decisions made in the earlier meeting, the two newly appointed admirals had already been determined, Tao Tu and Cha Tun as the candidates. Zhang Guo hesitated due to their abilities still falling slightly short of true admirals. Glancing at the two documents in his hand, Zhang Guo pondered briefly before dialing the Den Den Mushi. After a moment of waiting, the call was answered. Star, somewhat puzzled by the sudden call, inquired directly, Zhang Guo, do you have a report to make? Collecting his thoughts, Zhang Guo's calm voice emerged. Although we have increased the number of Navy admirals by 2, we lack the combat strength to match them. Therefore, I request 2 powerful devil fruits to cultivate these admirals. This is essential for better addressing the current chaotic situation. Upon hearing Zhang Guo's request, Star fell into a brief contemplation. However, he quickly provided a response. All right, I agree to this request. Wait, and in 3 days, they will be delivered to the Navy headquarters. Is there anything else? Following this, Zhang Guo briefly reported on the recent situation before hanging up the Den Den Mushi. After receiving the response he desired, Zhang Guo quietly sat in his office, gazing into the distance where he could see the new recruits training in the training ground. Regrettably, their instructor was no longer the same person as before. With a long sigh, Zhang Guo turned away, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Having secured the 2 devil fruits from the world government, he believed that Tao Tu and Cha Tun's abilities would rise to the level of admirals. After all, once they consumed the devil fruits, they would possess boundless potential. Yet, their weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Seawater and Kairosaki would be their nemesis. Ultimately, whether these 2 would agree to consume the devil fruits depended on their own will. Zhang Guo would not force them. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Star initiated a brief discussion. One member, dressed in a deep red suit with golden hair, spoke up. Everyone, Zhang Guo wishes to acquire 2 devil fruits to cultivate 2 admirals. What abilities should we bestow upon them? As soon as his voice faded, another member beside him replied solemnly, ISNT Charlemagne, fond of collecting devil fruits? Let us select 2 from his collection to give to Zhang Guo. As his words echoed within the palace, other members nodded in agreement. This proposal was unanimously approved. Meanwhile, a member seated in the corner, clutching a sword, stated solemnly, Then it is settled. I shall personally take care of this matter. No one opposed his words. Subsequently, the palace returned to its usual tranquility. As the daylight gradually waned, the sword-wielding member slowly rose. He calmly exited the palace, making his way to Charlemagne's residence. Although he appeared tranquil and composed, the cursed sword in his arms emitted an insatiable aura. Along the way, many plants absorbed vitality from the cursed sword he carried. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. For him, this was merely the norm. He had never feared that the cursed sword would consume its master. He possessed absolute confidence in his ability to control the sword completely. Soon, he arrived at Charlemagne's quarters. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. With a resounding thud, the door creaked open, and the celestial dragon guards within immediately readied their weapons, preparing for confrontation. However, upon recognizing Star, they promptly cleared the way. They were acutely aware that the man before them was not someone they could provoke. Star, clutching the cursed sword, cast a disinterested glance at them, dismissing them entirely. Should they dare to act against him, he would not even need to draw his sword to deal with them. He advanced with steady footsteps into the quarters and soon found Charlemagne engaged in his slave games. As he gazed at the scene before him, the corner of Xing's mouth curled in disdain. However, he refrained from uttering much, for this was precisely the outcome they desired. To them, only such foolish celestial dragons were suitable for their captivity. Xing recognized but one master, and that was Lord Im. The remaining celestial dragons were merely components of their grand scheme. Meanwhile, Charlemagne was engrossed in his slave games. Upon noticing someone enter, his demeanor shifted to one of furious indignation. Raising his gaze, he quickly recognized the newcomer as a member of Xing's group, especially as the latter bore a knife in his grasp, which lent an air of coldness to his presence. Charlemagne shuddered involuntarily and demanded, You insolent wretch! How dare you disturb my game? Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall ensure you regret this encounter. Xing, unfazed by his faltering bravado, gently rested the demon blade he held in his embrace into his hand and replied softly, Are you truly certain? Observing his demeanor, Charlemagne's tone softened immediately. After all, with his hand gripping the knife's hilt, he dared not strike Xing. He did not wish to meet his demise prematurely. Thus, he composed himself and spoke as gently as possible. What business does Lord Xing have with me? I shall do my utmost to accommodate your needs. Noting the rapid shift in his attitude, Xing paid it little mind. He slowly returned the enchanted blade to his embrace and matter-of-factly stated, I require 2 devil fruits. When Charlemagne heard this, he was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated such a grand display merely for 2 devil fruits. To him, the fruits were but toys. His treasury housed a plethora of them. In an instant, he burst into laughter. Ah, so it is merely 2 devil fruits. I have plenty in my treasury. This is hardly a challenge. Please, follow me, Lord Xing. Choose as you please from the devil fruits in my treasury. Satisfied with this response, Xing nodded and followed him. Under Charlemagne's guidance, they arrived at the treasury. As he surveyed the array of devil fruits before him, Xing commenced a meticulous examination. After all, if he aimed to cultivate 2 formidable commanders, he could not afford to settle for subpar fruits with low potential. Hence, he focused on selecting fruits from the nature and mythical zone categories. Upon arriving at the treasury, Charlemagne departed, showing no interest in what Xing chose to take. For his treasury was overflowing with treasures, to the extent that he had lost track of their contents. Eager to return to his slave games, he was unconcerned about Xing's actions. Meanwhile, Xing remained engrossed in his examination of the devil fruits adorning the wall, realizing he had an entire wall of them to sift through. However, as he continued his scrutiny, he discerned that the majority were worthless animal-type devil fruits. After some time, he successfully selected a fitting nature-type devil fruit, along with several animal-type mythical zone fruits. Initially, he had intended to select 2 nature-type fruits and depart, but to his surprise, there was only 1 nature-type fruit among the entire wall. Consequently, he had to adjust his goal to include the mythical zone fruits. He gathered the devil fruits in his possession and made his exit. Although he had initially stated he would take 2, the 4 mythical zone fruits possessed comparable abilities. Thus, he decided to take them all, reasoning that leaving them behind would serve no purpose. It was preferable for him to take them. And once the navy selected their 2 devil fruits, the remainder could be kept as reserves. Charlemagne's approval was of no concern to him. He did not return to his quarters, but instead proceeded in the direction from whence he came. The guard stationed at the entrance promptly opened the doors as Xing approached. Once he had distanced himself, they closed the door to the quarters once more. Inside one of the side rooms of the quarters, Charlemagne remained blissfully engaged in his slave games, unconcerned with Xing's departure. He was solely focused on the slave before him, reverting to his usual brazen demeanor as he shouted, "Move, you wretch, move for me." Observing the sluggish movements of the slave, he raised the whip he held and struck the slave's back with a resounding crack. The scene before him, with the slave's flesh tearing, only served to further excite Charlemagne. His eyes gleamed with exhilaration as he proclaimed, "You are truly a perfect work of art." He urged, "Do not dawdle, move swiftly." Following this, he caressed the slave before him with fervor, exclaiming, "Ah, I almost feel hesitant to harm you. You are my favorite plaything. Do not force my hand to end your life." Hearing his words, the slave merely moved dully, complying with the man before him. Seeing the slave finally respond, Charlemagne applauded in satisfaction. "Now, that is more like it. This is my true joy." This perverse delight unfolded in nearly every palace of Mariewa. Meanwhile, Xing, having hastily departed, returned to his own palace. Upon stepping inside, he found 4 other members of his group already present. Noticing he had returned with the enchanted blade and several devil fruits, they understood that he had succeeded in his task. Addressing those who had been waiting, he stated, "These are the devil fruits I selected. However, there is only 1 nature-type fruit. The rest are mythical zone types. Once the navy has made their selections, we shall keep the remaining fruits as reserves." Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. They understood the rarity of the single nature-type devil fruit. Although they possessed a few nature-type fruits themselves, they could not afford to reveal them, as their retained devil fruits possessed unique abilities unsuitable for exposure on the open sea. Any hint of a threat would not be tolerated. After a brief examination of the abilities of the devil fruits, they did not dwell on the matter further. One of them rose from their seat and promptly contacted Sengoku via the transponder snail. As a series of beeping sounds echoed, the telephone bug was swiftly answered by Zhanghua. The rapid response was primarily due to the fact that the communication device was conveniently placed on his desk. Since their last conversation, he had spent most of his time awaiting Xing's call. Observing the promptly answered telephone bug in his hand, Xing was somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, he quickly divulged information regarding the devil fruits. We have identified suitable devil fruits, among which one is the Logia-type dust fruit, while the remaining 4 are mythical zoan-type animal fruits. They include the insect fruit, mythical zoan, wolf spider form, the insect fruit, mythical zoan, ghost spider form, the insect fruit, mythical zoan, jumping spider form, and the insect fruit, mythical zoan, black widow form. Zhanghua, which 2 devil fruits do you desire? On the other end of the line, Zhangua's mouth twitched upon hearing these names. He could hardly believe that all 4 mythical zoan devil fruits were related to spiders. In fact, he was not alone in this surprise. When these devil fruits were presented before Xing and his companions, they too were astonished. However, they quickly regained their usual composure. After all, as long as the devil fruits were not outrageous, they were not particularly concerned. Upon hearing about these devil fruits, Zhanghua found himself struggling to make a decision. He then stated, I require some time to contemplate. Once I have reached a final conclusion, I will provide you with a response. Xing found no issue with this request and readily agreed. Meanwhile, in his office, Zhanghua jotted down the names of the aforementioned devil fruits on a piece of paper. He did not wish to overly interfere with their choices and intended to leave the decision to Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. As for the consumption of the devil fruits, both had already consented, fully aware that without consuming these fruits, their strength would be difficult to enhance. In pursuit of reaching the rank of admiral, they made this decision. After organizing his thoughts, Zhanghua dialed the telephone bug for Heatsong. With another series of beeping sounds, Heatsong's cool voice emanated from the device. Zhanghua, what is it that you require of me? Upon hearing her words, Zhanghua directly articulated his purpose. Please inform Peach Rabbit and T-Pig to come to my office shortly. The devil fruits have been prepared. However, the specific selection is up to them. Heatsong responded briefly and then hung up the telephone bug. Understood, Zhanghua. After notifying them, Zhanghua sat quietly in his office, awaiting their arrival. Before long, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig entered the office. Observing the 2 before him, Zhanghua spoke directly. The devil fruits for you have been prepared. However, you may select them yourselves. He then placed the paper detailing the names of the devil fruits before them. Upon glancing at the paper, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig looked up. Soon, they recognized the nature of the devil fruits, particularly surprised upon seeing the 4 mythical zoan fruits associated with spiders. Yet, in an instant, Peach Rabbit selected her desired devil fruit. She then stated, Marshal Zhanghua, please allocate the Logia-type devil fruit to T-Pig. He requires its power more than I do. As for me, I shall choose a mythical zoan devil fruit. Hearing her words, Zhanghua had yet to respond when T-Pig immediately objected. He shook his head and earnestly declared, No, I cannot agree. Such a powerful Logia-type devil fruit should undoubtedly be yours. This way your strength will surely enhance significantly. Peach Rabbit merely smiled lightly, gesturing to the sword in her hand. I have already decided to focus on swordsmanship. The devil fruit will merely serve as supplementary support. Hence, the enduring stamina of the mythical zoan is precisely what I need. No need for further discussion. Without that Logia-type devil fruit, your potential for growth will be severely limited. T-Pig sighed softly, understanding this logic, and refrained from further protest. Soon, the distribution of the devil fruits was finalized. Ultimately, the chosen fruits were the Logia-type dust fruit and the insect fruit, mythical zoan, black widow form. After confirming the selections, Zhanghua dialed the telephone bug on his desk. With yet another series of beeping sounds, Xing's cold voice resonated through the device. Zhanghua, I presume you have made your decision. Upon hearing such a straightforward statement, Zhanghua had no intention of engaging in unnecessary dialogue. Yes, I have selected the Logia-type devil fruit and the black widow form of the mythical zoan. On the other end, Xing glanced at the devil fruits before him and replied, Understood, they will arrive at the Navy headquarters within a day. After uttering this line, he promptly hung up the telephone bug. He selected the 2 fruits as specified by Zhanghua and entrusted them to the celestial dragon guard residing in the palace. Addressing the guard before him, he instructed, Deliver these 2 devil fruits to the Navy headquarters. The guard, having received the new directive, turned and departed, remaining silent throughout the entire process. However, Xing paid no mind, as this was the obedient subordinate he required. Meanwhile, back in the office, Zhanghua regarded the 2 individuals still standing before him, offering a gentle smile. You may go about your business. I will summon you when they arrive. Peach Rabbit nodded and left the office with T-Pig in tow. As they walked down the corridor, T-Pig's lecherous voice rang out once more. Beautiful Lady Ji Yuan, please accept my 101st proposal for a relationship. Upon hearing his words, Peach Rabbit did not even glance in his direction and continued walking forward. Watching her retreating figure, T-Pig realized he had once again been rejected. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Soon, he adjusted his appearance and hastily pursued Peach Rabbit. Thus, the two gradually distanced themselves. Back in the office, Zhanghua heard the sound from the corridor and could not help but cover his forehead, a hint of exasperation in his gaze. He found it hard to fathom why there were so many peculiar individuals within the Navy. He looked at the folder on his desk and resumed his meticulous review of the documents. Zhanghua had always approached his work with utmost diligence. Even amidst the chaos within the Navy, he exhibited no signs of slackening. He still wished to see if there was any possibility for the Navy's redemption. As long as the Navy had not completely failed, he would not give up. A day swiftly passed. The guard dispatched by Xing arrived at the Navy headquarters precisely on time. He strode across the naval training grounds, making his way towards Zhanggua's office. The soldiers training in the yard were drawn to his frigid aura, a unique presence they had never encountered at the naval headquarters. However, this guard paid no heed to their gazes, continuing to advance with unwavering focus. After a brief moment, he arrived at the building housing Zhanggua's office. As he was about to enter, he was halted by a soldier stationed nearby. "Sir, please present your world government identification." Given that this was the office of the Marine Admiral, security was understandably stringent. All outsiders, apart from those recognized as part of the Navy, were required to show appropriate credentials. Presenting his identification without hesitation, the soldier conducted a swift verification before returning to his post. With a box containing a devil fruit in hand, he proceeded inside. Soon, he reached Zhanggua's office, the location previously conveyed to him. He knocked on the door, and upon hearing the sound, Zhanghua paused his work, placing his pen within the folder, and looked up at the entrance, uttering calmly, "Please enter." Upon receiving permission, the Celestial Dragon Guard pushed the door open and stepped inside. Zhanghua scrutinized the newcomer carefully. Upon noticing the box in his hand, he instinctively discerned who had sent the man. As anticipated, the man revealed the contents of the box, which indeed contained two uniquely patterned devil fruits. Zhanghua accepted the box, giving it a cursory glance before setting it aside on his desk. His expression turned serious as he regarded the man before him, and he inquired, "Xing, is there anything else you wish to convey?" The Celestial Dragon Guard's demeanor remained unchanged, an icy indifference enveloping him. He shook his head in negation. "No, that is all. With the task complete, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and exited Zhanggua's office. Observing his brisk and efficient manner, Zhanghua thought little of it, having encountered individuals from the world government before. Almost every representative he had met exhibited a complete lack of emotion, functioning purely as instruments of destruction. Once the guard had departed, Zhanghua dialed "He-S Den Den Mushi." After a series of beeps, He-S' cold voice echoed in his ears. "Zhanghua, have the devil fruits been delivered?" He glanced at the fruits before him and confirmed, "Indeed, they may come to my office now. The two devil fruits are currently on my desk." Hearing this, he promptly ended the call and summoned Peach Rabbit and Chow Tun. After a brief interval, both arrived at Zhanggua's office. They quickly noticed the two devil fruits displayed on the desk. As the main parties had arrived, Zhanghua wasted no time, stating, "These are the devil fruits you selected." He pointed to a gray fruit, adding, "This is the natural type dust fruit. Do not mistake it." Furthermore, he explained, the effects of a devil fruit manifest from the very first bite. Nodding seriously, they each took hold of their respective fruits. Chao Tun, without a moment's hesitation, bit into his fruit with fervor. Despite Zhanggui's prior explanation, he feared that a small bite might not suffice. After all, this was his first experience, and he felt a touch of anxiety. Soon, however, his expression soured as he found the fruit's taste indescribably unpleasant. The large bite had left his cheeks stuffed and, combined with the repulsive flavor, caused his stomach to churn violently. Desperate to contain his nausea, he covered his mouth and struggled to swallow. Zhanghua, observing Chow Tun's plight from his seat, couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement, pondering the extent of Chow Tun's distrust. Thankfully, Chow Tun managed to suppress his urge to vomit and swallow the fruit. Gradually, he closed his eyes, beginning to sense the energy surging within him. By contrast, Peach Rabbit approached with a more composed demeanor. Prior to consuming the devil fruit, she gently caressed the spider tattoo on her smooth thigh and then took a delicate bite. Although the taste remained challenging, it did not provoke the same reaction as Chow Tun's earlier experience. After consuming her small morsel, she felt a significant surge in her stamina, recognizing the fruit's effectiveness. Chow Tun, having opened his eyes again, observed his hands gradually turning to dust, a surge of joy washing over him. This meant that he could now become elemental in future battles, evading attacks that lacked hockey coverage. Zhang Guo, noting their expressions, understood that the effects of the devil fruits had taken hold. He then spoke with a hint of seriousness. Now that you have obtained the devil fruits, you must swiftly enhance your abilities. When Akainu returns, your commendation ceremony will take place. Both nodded resolutely at Zhang Guo's words. Peach Rabbit, stepping forward with her long legs, stated earnestly, Admiral, we will adapt to the abilities of the devil fruits as quickly as possible, striving to meet the requirements by the time Akainu Vice Admiral returns. Zhang Guo observed their determined gazes and waved them off, bidding them to return and train diligently. He resumed reviewing the documents in his hands, and thus, the atmosphere of the naval headquarters returned to its usual rhythm. Meanwhile, Akainu, sailing across the seas, had arrived in the New World waters. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous foolish pirates attempting to seize his warship. Without exception, he taught them a lesson. Now, their corpses likely lay at the ocean's depths. He gazed at the chaotic new world before him, clenching his fist, only to loosen it in resignation. Even though he detested pirates, it was unrealistic to eradicate them all, given their overwhelming numbers. He prioritized Zifa's mission above all else, disregarding other pirates. In recent days, he had diligently gathered intelligence regarding Zifa and had broadly pinpointed his location. As he surveyed the island ahead, he squinted slightly and activated his Kinbunchika Haki. The Kinbunchika Haki rapidly expanded, soon enveloping the surrounding sea. Within its grasp, all occurrences around Akainu were vividly reflected in his mind. After a brief moment, a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He then slowly extended his right hand, pointing towards the left front of the warship, and spoke in a calm tone. Advance in this direction. Zephyr is just ahead. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers aboard the ship began to prepare for battle. As Akainu's Kinbunchika Haki swept across the area, Zephyr also sensed it. He turned to glance back, only able to discern a small shadow. Yet, even so, he was certain it was approaching him. However, he recognized that this was not an opportune moment for confrontation, as they had just endured a fierce battle. Observing the soldiers resting on the warship, Zephyr made a decisive choice. He addressed the troops, stating, Warriors, the Navy has dispatched pursuers. They are right behind us. Upon hearing his words, the weary soldiers immediately stood up, ready to face the enemy. Seeing the resolute expressions on their faces, Zephyr nodded in approval and then instructed the sailors. The warship will buy us some time. Let them rest well. When the moment is right, we shall land on an uninhabited island. That shall be our decisive battle. Following his new orders, Zephyr's warship gradually altered its course. Although their direction shifted, Akainu was still able to perceive it. Thus, the two warships continuously changed their trajectories, one pursuing a traitor within the Navy, the other allowing its soldiers more time to recuperate. Observing the warships changing direction, Akainu's smile widened. Zephyr, are you too afraid to confront me directly? Yet, there's no escape for you. I have all the time in the world. Let us enjoy this chase. He stood at the railing of the warship, directing their navigation. This pursuit lasted nearly a day, during which the Navy regained its full strength. The soldiers gazed intently at Zephyr, awaiting his command. Looking at the rejuvenated soldiers, Zephyr proclaimed, Warriors, we are now about to confront the Navy. Upon receiving Zephyr's command, the sailors steered the warship slowly toward an uninhabited island. The soldiers grasped their weapons tightly, anticipating the onset of battle. After some time, the sailors finally discovered an uninhabited island, its surface strewn with yellow sand and rubble, showing no signs of habitation. Subsequently, Zephyr's warship approached the island's shore. Observing the surroundings, Zephyr concluded that this location was indeed suitable for their decisive clash, ensuring that their battle would not disturb anyone else. Meanwhile, Akainu, who had been trailing behind, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. He addressed his soldiers in a calm manner. The enemy has landed on the island. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing Akainu's words, the Navy soldiers behind him became serious, fixating on the distant island. Zephyr, having landed first, had already secured advantageous terrain with his subordinates. They stood silently, awaiting the impending arrival of the Navy. As time passed, Akainu's warship drew closer. Soon, the two factions of the Navy could see each other merely by sight. Zephyr and Akainu stood at the forefront of their respective teams. It has been a long time, Zephyr. I did not expect our reunion to occur under such circumstances. I shall show no mercy in the upcoming battle. Hearing Akainu's words, Zephyr crossed his arms and replied coolly, Sakazuki, you remain as aggressive as ever. All your skills were taught by me. Why would I require your mercy? Akainu snorted coldly, saying nothing further. He immediately assumed his attack stance. Without a hint of hesitation, Akainu utilized the shave technique to charge towards Zephyr. Observing his actions, Zephyr activated his Busashoka Haki, enveloping himself entirely. He too charged forward, ready to clash with Akainu. In the blink of an eye, their attacks collided. With a resounding bang, the shockwave stirred up dust from the ground, and both Akainu and Zephyr were forced to retreat a few steps. Akainu regarded Zephyr with a cold gaze, remarking, Zephyr, you have aged. The once formidable you can now only match me? He added ominously, if so, your life shall be forfeited on this uninhabited island. This statement did not distract Zephyr in the slightest. He resumed his previous posture, arms crossed, and calmly responded, do not underestimate the elderly, Akainu. You will pay dearly for this. Noticing Zephyr's demeanor, Akainu activated his devil fruit ability. His hands became enveloped in boiling magma, emanating an extreme heat. He then transformed his arms into colossal magma fists and unleashed them with tremendous force. Magma, great eruption. Zephyr was well aware of Akainu's devil fruit powers. As soon as Akainu began to manipulate the magma, Zephyr had already prepared himself. As the magma fist hurtled towards him, Zephyr raised his own hand, gathering his black haki. Upon contact, Akainu's attack was deflected away. This scene caused Akainu's pupils to constrict, and he solemnly remarked, Teacher, after all these years, your Busashoka Haki has reached such heights? Yet he added defiantly, nevertheless, it will not change my determination to vanquish you. Magma Meteor Volcano. Akainu's fist produced a multitude of massive magma fists, which accumulated in the air. Subsequently, these magma fists rained down like a meteor shower, turning the ground into a sea of molten lava. This was a move that spared no distinction between friend and foe. Anyone within the area of his assault would suffer from the lava's onslaught. Yet, unlike Zephyr, they could not defend against it with such formidable Busashoka Haki. Within moments, some could no longer withstand the onslaught, perishing within the magma. Zephyr, witnessing the scene before him, clenched his fists and shouted in outrage, Damn you, Akainu! You remain as indifferent as ever to the lives of your comrades. In response, Akainu revealed no hint of remorse. He looked at the fallen Navy soldiers in the magma and coldly replied, Teacher, you are as rigid as always. As long as I successfully complete my mission, their deaths will not be in vain. Enough talk, let us settle this. With that, the two resumed their fierce confrontation. However, it is evident that ZFA's every strike grows more forceful and swift. The 10 members of Smoker, engaged in battle, exchanged glances. Subsequently, they silently intensified their own offensive efforts. They had resolved that after eliminating the Navy before them, they would rush to support ZFA. This clash of soldiers, generals against generals, continued unabated on this island. The thunderous roars emanating from the island attracted the attention of Dracula, who was resting at the base. Meanwhile, the EO warship, after a day's voyage, fortuitously discovered the island that served as a former stronghold of the Revolutionary Army. However, ZFA and his companions were entirely unaware of Dracula's presence. A hint of intrigue graced Dracula's lips at this unexpected turn of events, as he found his daily routine rather mundane. Sensing the ground's incessant tremors, Dracula slowly rose from his seat. As he stepped out of the conference room, he beheld the others still entrenched in their training. The upheaval on the island failed to distract them in the slightest. In pursuit of greater strength, they gritted their teeth and persevered through their training. Observing their dedication, Dracula nodded in satisfaction. He then merely exchanged nods with Babwa and the others before departing. Upon exiting the cave, he concealed his presence entirely and made his way toward the source of the commotion. He wished to witness firsthand the unfolding events, seeking a diversion from his tedious existence. Soon, he arrived at the battleground. Thanks to his concealed presence, no one noticed him. He surveyed the surroundings and found an optimal vantage point. Once seated, he turned his attention to the two combatants. Dracula immediately recognized Akainu and ZFA, the former being unmistakable due to his magma emblem, while the latter's robust physique gleamed with a metallic sheen. Even the black hue of his haki began to reflect light. Thus, Dracula sat quietly on the ground, observing their confrontation. Yet, as time wore on, he found their duel rather unexciting. for the two seemed evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. He then shifted his gaze to the others. The 10 individuals of Smoker caught his attention, and he could clearly sense the formidable strength within them. While their power may not rival that of Akainu and Zfa, their combined efforts were undeniably potent. A smile crept upon his lips as he pondered who would ultimately emerge victorious, aware that these 10 might hold the key to the outcome. Under their collaborative assault, the number of Navy soldiers still standing dwindled. Gradually, apart from the Admiral Akainu, who was still engaged with Zfa, the remaining Navy personnel lay defeated on the ground. After dispatching all enemies, Virgo spoke in a deep voice, "Let us assist our teacher in taking down Admiral Akainu." Upon hearing his words, the other 9 nodded slightly. In unison, they followed Virgo and swiftly joined the fray. Akainu's expression darkened upon the sudden appearance of 10 adversaries, for he realized that their presence signified the defeat of his subordinates. Turning his gaze, he saw his fallen soldiers sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The remaining soldiers on the battlefield were all part of Zfa's EO Navy. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his previous demeanor of cold indifference and charged toward the enemies without uttering a word. As Akainu unleashed his full might, the newly joined 10 could barely hold their ground. Zfa stood at a distance, arms crossed over his chest, quietly observing. He intended to intervene only when his disciples faced peril, for he believed that the path to rapid improvement lay in intense battles, especially against adversaries of admiral caliber, which were rare encounters. Virgo and the others likely grasped some of his reasoning, yet they inwardly lamented, "Teacher Zfa, you are putting us in quite a predicament." They had initially intended to aid Zfa in swiftly defeating Akainu, yet now found themselves at the mercy of the admiral's relentless assault. Nonetheless, they refrained from voicing their grievances and focused earnestly on countering Akainu's full-on assault, enraged that he could not even subdue Zfa's 10 disciples. Akainu channeled all his strength into a singular blow. Magma tsunami. With that, layers of molten rocks surged around him, enveloping his form entirely, vanishing from sight. This spectacle momentarily stunned Smoker's 10 fighters, as they were confronted with a sea of magma, unsure of how to proceed. Their hesitation, however, did not extend to Zfa, who, sensing the imminent danger as Akainu disappeared, swiftly approached the group, firmly patting their shoulders. "You all need to retreat. I will handle the rest. Ensure our soldiers regroup and move away from here quickly." Upon hearing Zfa's voice, they recognized the gravity of the situation and sprinted back toward the previous battlefield. Yet, just as they departed, Akainu's voice echoed ominously in their ears. "Hey, D." The molten rock began to boil and surge toward Zfa and the others, annihilating everything in its path. Dracula, observing this technique, could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Truly a harbinger of destruction. However, he mused, can Zfa withstand this? Across the molten expanse, Zfa wore a solemn expression. He did not retreat an inch, standing resolutely in place as he awaited the oncoming magma. Yet, he was not idle. He raised both hands and pushed them against his chest. Though the space before him remained transparent, Dracula could sense that it was a formidable barrier forged from hockey. As the magma tsunami crashed against Zfa's massive transparent shield, it was halted in its advance. Realizing this, Akainu intensified the tumultuous waves of magma. However, regardless of the force behind the surge, the waves could not breach Zfa's defenses. In truth, Zfa was not as unfazed as he appeared. He had summoned all his strength to maintain the formidable barrier of hockey, each wave crashing against the transparent protective barrier before Zfa sent ripples cascading outward. In his steadfast resolve to secure a chance for survival for the EO Navy soldiers behind him, he would not allow himself to retreat even a single step. This was his conviction as the highest commander of the EO Navy. Zfa clenched his teeth, resisting the molten tide that surged before him. Meanwhile, Smoker and others were swiftly reorganizing their ranks. During the brief moment of Zfa's steadfastness, the fallen EO Navy personnel, displaying remarkable tenacity, rose once more from the ground. They uttered no unnecessary words, quickly positioning themselves where they were needed, and then dashed away from the encroaching molten waves. Even amidst this grave crisis, they exhibited no signs of panic, moving in perfect unison towards safety. Seated on the ground, Dracula nodded in admiration at this display, deeply impressed by Zfa's command over his troops. After all, Such qualities were rarely seen even among the Navy itself. As the group reached a safe area, they quietly slowed their pace, eventually coming to a halt. They turned to gaze in ZFA's direction, watching the unfolding confrontation. Sensing their departure, a relieved smile graced Zephai's lips. He then gradually lowered his hands, which had been enveloped in the aura of his armed hockey. At that moment, the molten lava, which had previously been still, surged once again, quickly engulfing ZFA's towering figure. Witnessing this scene from a distance, the EO Navy soldiers felt their eyes redden with emotion, tears beginning to pool in their gaze. However, Smoker and his companions remained remarkably composed. Despite the lava now covering ZFA, they refused to believe that their mentor would perish here. After all, in their eyes, his strength was far from feeble. As the lava swept past ZFA, it continued onward, claiming the lives of the downed Navy personnel, whose cries echoed in the air as they succumbed to the searing heat. In their final moments, they tragically lost their last shred of faith in the Navy, for it was not the enemy that had claimed their lives, but their esteemed commander. These soldiers left no remains, their bodies entirely consumed by the molten flow. Observing this indiscriminate attack from a distance, Dracula's lips curled into a sinister smile. He suddenly realized that Akainu was indeed a remarkable individual, having caused the Navy to lose a significant portion of its elite fighting force. Yet, even as the lava flowed far beyond, ZFA's figure remained absent. At this moment, even Smoker and his companions began to feel a twinge of anxiety. They activated their observation hockey, quickly spreading their senses across the lava surface, only to be met with disappointment. They could not perceive anything. Within the molten depths, Akainu slowly revealed himself, his eyes reflecting madness and brutality. Gazing at the empty ground before him, he laughed maniacally. Teacher ZFA, it seems that in the end, I have triumphed. After executing this devastating move, Akainu's body sustained serious damage, and this still unrefined technique had caused his emotions to spiral out of control. Dracula observed with disapproval, shaking his head slightly at Akainu's insanity. Moments ago, he had sensed ZFA's presence within the magma, but that essence had vanished almost immediately. Understanding the implications, Dracula remained quietly in place, awaiting the next act of this unfolding drama. As an observer, he found this battle utterly captivating, a sensation he had not experienced in days. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he might have applauded loudly. As Akainu continued his ramblings, lost in thought, a massive figure clad in black suddenly erupted from the magma's depths, the long-absent ZFA. With a metallic glint in his fist, he charged at Akainu's heart. With a resounding impact, Akainu was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and sending dust flying. His sudden appearance caught Akainu off guard, leaving him no time to mount any defense. Struggling against his injuries, Akainu gazed at the imposing figure before him, managing a smirk. But the severity of his wounds forced him to gasp, swallowing his words before they could escape his lips. Looking down, he discovered a gaping imprint where his chest had been pierced. Fortunately, his heart was located elsewhere, allowing him to retain his life. However, merely standing took all his remaining strength. ZFA's powerful strike had jolted his erratic emotions back to normal. Facing the shadow of ZFA, Akainu's lips quivered as he softly admitted, "It seems you are indeed the stronger one, Teacher ZFA." Recognizing Akainu's state, ZFA chose not to strike again. He understood Akainu's character all too well. For a pirate, as long as Akainu lived, he would instill profound fear. This was a sentiment that no other Navy commander had managed to evoke. Therefore, ZFA decided to spare him. As the representative of justice, the Navy could not afford to lose another admiral. Otherwise, the pirates would disdain all that the Navy had sought to protect. Though ZFA bore his own injuries, they were comparatively less severe than Akainu's. He resumed his stance with arms crossed and spoke calmly. "Akainu, you may leave. The Navy can no longer afford to lose your strength as an admiral. This time, I'll let you go in hopes that you will eliminate more pirates." Upon hearing these words, the barely standing Akainu was momentarily at a loss. He stared blankly at ZFA, unable to comprehend this unexpected mercy. Thus, the two men engaged in a silent exchange of glances. Akainu appeared to reminisce about the days of intense training and the care he had received from ZFA as a mentor. Finally, in a hoarse and deep voice, he declared, "I understand. Leave the pirates to me." With that, he dragged his battered body slowly towards the warship. As he boarded, several uniformed sailors rushed out from the cabin, For the first time, Akainu grasped the true meaning of camaraderie. He exerted effort to curl the corners of his mouth, revealing a pained smile. Rest assured, I am not dead yet. Alas, I am the only one left. Upon hearing Akainu's words, the few surviving sailors were astonished. This was their first time witnessing such concern from Akainu for his subordinates. However, in an instant, they regained their serious demeanor. Leaving one person to attend to the severely injured Akainu, the remaining sailors continued to navigate the warship. They understood that the most pressing matter was to return swiftly to the Navy headquarters. Akainu's injuries were grave, and he needed immediate medical attention. Should they encounter a band of pirates on their way, the entire fleet could face annihilation. Once Akainu's spirit completely relaxed, he succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. Zifa remained rooted in place, quietly watching the warship depart. When the vessel's silhouette finally vanished from view, Zifa coughed up a mouthful of blood and subsequently knelt on one knee. Observing this sudden turn of events, Smoker and the others, who had been gazing from a distance, quickly snapped back to reality. They hurriedly ran towards Zifa. Dracula, who had been watching the drama unfold, shook off the dust from his hands. He then stood up from the ground and walked towards Zifa, muttering to himself, "It appears that my time to make an entrance has come." He did not intervene much regarding Akainu's departure. After all, there were only a few people in the Navy. If they lost more, it would diminish the enjoyment considerably. Dracula arrived before Zifa ahead of the others. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this man, Smoker and the others immediately halted and turned their gaze in his direction. Soon, they recognized the man standing not far away. Meanwhile, Zifa lifted his head and looked up, somewhat surprised as he spoke. "Dracula, what brings you here?" He held less animosity toward Karp's disciple, as they shared a certain connection. Dracula stepped forward to help the kneeling Zifa rise, casually replying, well, I have actually been here for quite some time, just choosing not to show myself." Zifa found it hard to maintain his composure upon hearing this. "So, you witnessed the battle earlier?" Dracula nodded affirmatively and replied nonchalantly, "This is my territory. Isn't it only natural to observe? Come, I wish to discuss something with you." Upon hearing this, Zifa refrained from further remarks and gestured to his 10 disciples in the distance. Receiving their teacher's signal, they hurriedly approached. As Dracula surveyed the approaching group, he casually remarked, "Are these all your disciples? Quite impressive. Then let us all depart together." Zifa nodded with a smile, clearly satisfied with his disciples. Subsequently, Dracula supported Zifa as they left the area, heading towards the Revolutionary Army subbase. As for the exposure issue, Dracula had not given it much thought. After all, when he made his appearance, he had already made his decision. Meanwhile, Smoker and the others closely followed behind him, while the remaining Navy personnel could only stand by and wait. Along the way, no one spoke a word. Soon, under Dracula's guidance, they arrived at the cave he had just vacated. As they gazed into the dark cave, Dracula showed no hesitation and directly led Zifa inside. Just when Zifa and the others expected it to be pitch black within, they realized their assumptions were profoundly incorrect. The environment inside the cave was not dark at all. Instead, it was stunningly bright. They discovered that the cave's atmosphere was like a different world compared to the outside. However, they quickly regained their composure, realizing that this must be the effect of a devil fruit. After walking for a while, Dracula led them to the training area of the soldiers. Zifa was slightly taken aback as he observed the well-trained soldiers before him. He recognized that the troops in front of him were once elite members of the Navy. Sensing Zifa's surprise, Dracula paused his steps and spoke calmly. "The Navy has caused many to lose faith. They are merely a part of it. But this is not a concern. I shall help them rediscover their new beliefs. What I wish to discuss with you this time is the issue of the Navy." Upon hearing his words, Zifa acknowledged the truth in them. He too had lost faith in the Navy. Soon, they arrived at the conference room within the cave. After Zifa and the others took their seats, Dracula articulated the primary purpose of their meeting. "I wish to discuss our collaborative efforts. You must understand that the Navy and the world government will consistently impede your actions. Moving forward, I will gradually dismantle the Navy. What you can do is continuously recruit soldiers and expand your EO Navy forces. As long as you can bolster your troops to the point of intimidating pirates, the dissolution of the Navy will have little effect. After all, I do not wish for the pirates at sea to become too rampant." Upon hearing this, Zifa fell into deep contemplation. He realized that he could not thwart Dracula's plans. Thus, he could only consider the possibilities of this matter. Zifa's brow furrowed and relaxed intermittently, ultimately culminating in a long sigh. "If you can truly accomplish this, Then I shall expedite the recruitment of soldiers to achieve the level of intimidation against pirates. Zifa was acutely aware of what Dracula intended to do. When he liberated the slaves of Mariewa and killed that celestial dragon on Sabati Archipelago, Zifa understood that Dracula's primary objective was to overthrow the filthy and decaying world government. The existence of a navy was the first line of defense obstructing his path. Zifa's voice echoed in the spacious conference room. Sitting in the upper position, Dracula wore a slight smile, knowing that Zifa had agreed to the matter. Hearing their discussion, Smoker and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated their teacher would consent to Dracula's proposal. However, they quickly returned to their usual demeanor. Regardless of the decision, they would steadfastly follow their teacher. After a brief discussion between Dracula and Zifa, they concluded this short cooperation meeting. Due to Zifa's severe injuries, he could no longer undertake long journeys. Therefore, Dracula arranged accommodations for Zifa and his companions, allowing him to recuperate. After all, Zifa would be an indispensable key figure in the plans ahead, as he could still influence Sengoku and others, given their long-standing friendship. Thus, Zifa and his EO naval forces established their presence on the island. However, Dagula did not reveal his full strength to them. Although they were partners for the time being, this did not guarantee a lasting alliance. The soldiers he previously displayed were merely the tip of the iceberg. As for AI, In, and others, Dagula directly absorbed them into his dimensional space. These individuals might prove to be unexpectedly effective at critical moments. In this manner, Zifa and his companions recuperated on by Tuji Dao, while Chi Quan remained in a state of unconsciousness aboard his warship, under the diligent care of the sailors. Chi Quan's injuries showed slight improvement. Nevertheless, this did little to change the reality of the situation. Chi Quan's condition still required the attention of the naval headquarters physicians. Observing this, the sailors silently quickened their pace. However, to their astonishment, on the third day of their voyage, they encountered a band of pirates blocking their path. The pirate captain, a robust man adorned with a captain's hat and a thick beard, gripped his twin swords, casting a cold glare at the naval vessel. Upon noticing the scant number of personnel aboard, a cold smirk crept across his lips. He gestured to his subordinates with a mocking laugh, exclaiming, "Oh ho ho, look what I've discovered. A lone naval ship. Could they be deserters? Regardless, it matters not. If we eliminate them, our bounty will rise once more." Upon hearing their captain's words, the crew of pirates chimed in, Indeed, Captain. If we dispatch these individuals, our bounty will surely increase. Our infamous Gue Jian pirate crew will be renowned across the seas." As the raucous voices reached the ears of the sailors aboard the warship, they tightened their grips on their weapons, silently standing guard before the door to Chi Quan's room. Despite their limited strength, they would not permit the pirates to disturb General Chi Quan. They would have to be defeated first, stepping over their bodies to advance. The pirate captain, observing the naval soldiers guarding the cabin door, felt a glimmer of excitement. He then spoke to his crew, "Lads, do you see that storm behind them? The fact that they're willing to risk their lives to protect it suggests there must be great treasure inside. Henceforth, I shall take the lead. Whoever reaches the treasure first shall receive half of it." As his words reached the ears of his crew, a glint of greed filled their eyes. With their captain's command, the pirates surged forward, initiating a fierce boarding battle between the two ships. The outcome was predictable. The sailors aboard the warship, due to their insufficient abilities, fell one by one. The pirates, upon vanquishing the naval soldiers, did not immediately slay them. Instead, they stepped over their fallen bodies, making their way toward the cabin. The allure of the unknown treasure within far outweighed the lives of the incapacitated sailors, who could be dealt with later. The sailors could only watch helplessly as the pirates pushed the door open, tears welling in their eyes and ultimately cascading onto the deck. Upon entering the room, the pirates were momentarily taken aback. The treasure they had anticipated was nowhere to be found. Skeptically, they scrutinized every corner of the room. Aside from a solitary bloodied figure lying on the bed, they discovered nothing. As they approached to investigate, the unconscious Chi Quan suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed the battle occurring outside the warship. However, due to his severe injuries, he had been struggling within his consciousness. At the moment the pirates drew near, Chi Quan's protective instinct was triggered, awakening him from his stupor. The pirates, witnessing the bloodied figure on the bed suddenly open his eyes, halted in their tracks. After a brief pause, several pirates exchanged glances, and one of the bolder among them whispered to his companions, "It's merely a severely injured man. He cannot possibly be our match." I will take the lead. Follow closely behind me to assess this person's true condition. If the captain learns that we were frightened by a bloodied figure, we will surely face his wrath. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, their initial anxiety gradually subsiding. They understood their captain's temperament well. Failing to satisfy him in any endeavor would lead to their demise. After a momentary regrouping, under the leadership of the bravest pirate, they cautiously approached Chi Quan's bedside. Seeing the bloodied figure merely opening his eyes, yet remaining motionless, the pirates collectively exhaled in relief. They raised their blades and prepared to strike. However, as Chi Quan perceived the impending attack, the molten lava within him surged forth. The intense heat alone melted the weapons in their grips. The vanishing bloodied figure, combined with the rising lava within the cabin, sent the pirates into a panic. They scrambled to escape the room. Unfortunately, the last pirate in the line was not so fortunate. He was engulfed by the surging lava and disappeared in an instant. This scene only intensified the fear of the remaining pirates, who fled at their utmost speed toward the deck of the warship. Once they had put sufficient distance between themselves and the cabin, the lava coalesced into Chi Quan's form. Gazing at his battered body, he recognized that his injuries had not fully healed. Nonetheless, he knew that dealing with a few petty pirates would pose no challenge. He was now capable of basic movement. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Chi Quan made his way toward the cabin door. With each step, the sound of his shoes striking the warship's floor echoed rhythmically. The disheveled pirates who had fled in panic quickly drew the attention of their captain, Gue Jian. Frowning deeply, he demanded, "What happened to you? Were you not sent to seek treasure? And where is Xiao Lu? I do not see him among you." The pirates, still reeling from their earlier terror, faltered in their responses, unable to articulate the specifics of the situation. Observing their hesitance, Gue Jian's frown deepened, and his dissatisfaction with his crew grew even more pronounced. He approached the trembling subordinates with measured steps, slightly bending his body to align himself with their level. Subsequently, he extended his right hand from within the voluminous folds of his robe and administered several resounding slaps to the dazed individuals before him. Their faces reddened visibly, yet in response, the previously befuddled pirates began to regain a semblance of their former selves. Among them, one pirate stared blankly at his captain and muttered, "Captain, there is a lava giant inside. It devoured Xiao Liu's eye. We must flee. This is beyond our capabilities." As he uttered these words, the others echoed his sentiments, affirming, "Indeed, there is no treasure within the cabin, but a lava monster instead." We witnessed a bloody figure vanish and then consume Xiao Liu's eye. Upon hearing their words, Gue Jian's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding audibly. He had no faith in their claims. After all, who could believe that a lava behemoth resided aboard a warship? Gue Jian suspected they merely wished to hoard the treasure for themselves. Resolute, he drew his dual swords. Gue Jian Wushuang. With swift motions, he sliced through the necks of the pirates, blood arrows erupting from their throats as they collapsed lifelessly onto the deck. The pirate who had spoken earlier widened his eyes in surprise, unable to fathom the swiftness with which his captain acted. However, his consciousness soon faded into oblivion. Observing the fallen, Gue Jian let out a contemptuous snort and strode toward the cabin, eager to ascertain the truth of the pirate's claims. Yet, before he reached the cabin door, a bloodied figure emanating intense heat emerged from within. Realizing this, he halted abruptly, scrutinizing the bloodied individual before him, quickly deducing that this must be someone who had consumed a devil fruit. However, due to the grotesque appearance of the figure, he failed to recognize who it was. Dismissing him as merely a lowly minion, his subordinate's folly inciting his ire. After a brief inspection, he arrogantly declared, "So it is you who frightened my subordinates into such a state. A pitiful lot, inept in their endeavors. Nevertheless, it matters not. Should I slay you, it would serve as vengeance for them, and I hope they do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The bloodied figure, known as Chi Quan, regarded the self-important man with an unchanging expression. Slowly, he raised his magma-covered fists and unleashed his devil fruit power. Inunami Kurinai. His lava-formed arms morphed into the shape of a dog-ass head, extending to strike at his foe. Faced with the initial assault from the bloodied figure, Gue Jian was not one to yield easily. He raised his dual swords and countered with Gue Jian Ao Ijan. The clash of their attacks resulted in Gue Jian being propelled backward, while Chi Quan remained steadfast, unyielding. Despite his grievous injuries, he was still more than capable of dealing with an ordinary pirate. Without uttering a word, he launched a second attack at the retreating Gue Jian. With a resounding thud, the outcome was already sealed. The sound of Gue Jian's body colliding with the deck echoed ominously. In his final moments, Gue Jian understood the true nature of the so-called lava giant. Gazing toward the bloodied figure, he struggled to articulate a few indistinct words. So, it is Admiral Chi Quan. His hand fell limply to the ground. Meanwhile, the remaining pirates of the Gue Jian crew, upon realizing their captain had perished, succumbed to panic and rushed toward their ship. Chi Quan stood upon the deck, emitting a derisive snort. Observing their frantic flight, his arms surged with molten lava, engulfing the fleeing pirates in its fiery embrace. Under Chi Quan's deliberate control, the intense heat of the lava did not harm the warship in the slightest. Watching the annihilation of the pirates, Chi Quan coldly remarked, "How dare you scoundrels act recklessly under my command? Death shall be your only destination." Hearing Chi Quan's frigid voice, the fallen Navy soldiers felt a surge of resolve. Ignoring their injuries, they rose once more from the deck. Witnessing their determined expressions, Chi Quan allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He then calmly instructed, "Soldiers, continue toward the Navy headquarters." The recently risen soldiers quickly responded, "Understood, Admiral Chi Quan." They disregarded their wounds, resolutely steering the Navy vessel onward. As Chi Quan observed the ship sailing steadily, he retreated to his cabin. Upon entering, he felt a slight tremor in his body. Though he regarded Gue Jian as an inconsequential adversary, the techniques employed had indeed taken a toll on his injuries. His ability to remain standing on the deck was merely a testament to his indomitable will. With a sudden wave of relaxation, Chi Quan could endure no longer. With a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the deck. Hearing the commotion from within the cabin, soldiers outside rushed in. They found Admiral Chi Quan once again unconscious and cried out in alarm, "Help! Quickly! Admiral Chi Quan has fainted." Their voices quickly drew the attention of other soldiers. Chi Quan's towering stature was beyond the capacity of a single soldier to lift. When the others arrived, they combined their efforts to hoist him back onto the bed. One leading officer, observing the blood-soaked bandages enveloping Chi Quan, spoke solemnly, "We cannot delay any longer. Admiral Chi Quan must receive urgent medical attention from the Navy headquarters. We are not far from Mare and Fander. We must increase our speed. Even if it exhausts us, we must ensure Admiral Chi Quan receives the care he needs, for he has suffered for our sake." Upon hearing his words, the other three soldiers nodded resolutely, their fists clenched, their gazes steeling with determination. Together, they silently accelerated the Navy ship's pace. Fortunately, during the subsequent voyage, the naval warship encountered no further pirate interference. What would have taken an additional day of sailing was accomplished by the naval soldiers in merely half a day. As they beheld the approaching port, tears of joy streamed down their faces. The arduous journey home was an experience that no one could truly fathom. Until they reached the Navy headquarters, their hearts remained in a state of vigilance. The soldiers exhaled deeply, then swiftly maneuvered the warship to the shore. Upon sighting the return of Admiral Akainu's warship, the sentinels stationed at the port hurriedly approached to offer their greetings. Yet, as the vessel came fully into view, they were momentarily taken aback. On board, they only saw a few battle-worn soldiers, and Admiral Akainu was conspicuously absent. It was unfathomable for them to comprehend that when they had departed, the ship was filled to capacity, but now only a handful had returned. Just as they were about to inquire about the circumstances, the leading soldier from the ship spoke first. "Do not linger here. Come and assist. Admiral Akainu is gravely injured and has fallen unconscious. He requires immediate medical attention." Upon hearing his words, the soldiers on the shore could hardly believe their ears. However, they quickly regained their composure and rushed to aid the soldiers aboard the ship in transporting Admiral Akainu for urgent treatment. As they burst into the cabin, they encountered the admiral, his body swathed in bandages. With the combined strength of 6 robust soldiers, they effortlessly lifted him and swiftly made their way to the medical facility at the Navy headquarters. The dust stirred in their wake as they ran, and the bandages on Akainu's body became stained red in several places. Fortunately, the distance from the port to the medical room was not overly far. Had it been much longer, Akainu might have succumbed to excessive blood loss. Inside the medical room, the doctors were initially taken aback when they saw Admiral Akainu being carried in, but they quickly regained their professionalism and commenced emergency treatment. As the surgical procedures progressed, Akainu gradually moved away from the brink of death. News of his injuries rapidly spread throughout the Navy headquarters. Upon receiving the news, Fleet Admiral Sengoku set down his pen, rising to make his way to the medical room. After all, the injury of Admiral Akainu was not a trivial matter. In his estimation, both Akainu and Zephyr were evenly matched in strength. The current situation was indeed unexpected. Could it be that a third party had intervened? Sengoku pondered silently. Before long, he arrived at the door of the medical room, observing the tightly shut entrance and the anxious crowd awaiting in the corridor. Sengoku quietly took a seat, awaiting the final outcome of the surgery. Approximately an hour later, a doctor emerged from the operating room, holding a thick report. He first surveyed the situation in the corridor and soon spotted Fleet Admiral Sengoku seated in a chair. The sudden sound of footsteps in the otherwise quiet corridor drew Sengoku's attention, prompting him to lift his head. The doctor then handed him the report. After scanning through it line by line, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. The report clearly indicated that Admiral Akainu's condition had not worsened, and due to his unique physique, his recovery would be swifter than that of an ordinary person. Having received the desired news, Sengoku did not linger longer. He departed, heading towards his office, as there were many responsibilities awaiting his attention at Navy headquarters. Were it not for Akainu's esteemed position, he would not have taken the time to check on him. Regarding the specifics of the recent voyage, Sengoku planned to gather detailed information once Akainu had fully recovered. For now, the priority remained Akainu's swift return to health. Meanwhile, the naval officers in the corridor had been attentively observing Fleet Admiral Sengoku's demeanor. Particularly when the doctor emerged from the medical room, all eyes turned toward him. Noticing the Admiral's somewhat relaxed stride, they collectively sighed in relief. His demeanor indicated that Admiral Akainu had escaped the clutches of death. As the doctor, following Sengoku's departure, gradually disclosed the outcome of the surgery, he confirmed that it had been highly successful and that Admiral Akainu would soon regain his health. However, if you wish to see him again, it may not be possible at this moment, as now is when he needs to rest. Hearing this, the officers' thoughts were validated. With the concrete answer at hand, genuine smiles spread across their faces. They responded in unison, understood, we all understand. Of course, Admiral Akainu's health is of utmost importance. Since the surgery was a success, we shall take our leave for now. After expressing their sentiments, they exited the medical room, returning to their respective posts. The sea remained as tumultuous as ever, with no sign of abating. Over the course of the week, Admiral Akainu's injuries had substantially healed. Rising from his sickbed, he slowly began to unwrap the bandages that had confined him. Observing his revitalized body, a slight smile graced his typically stoic face. After a moment of contemplation, he donned his naval uniform once more. Just as he finished dressing, the door to his room swung open, revealing a somewhat stern doctor wearing glasses. Noticing the scattered bandages on the floor, he promptly blocked Akainu's path as he attempted to exit. Admiral Akainu, please wait. I believe you should remain hospitalized for further observation. Should any adverse reactions arise, we can implement timely measures. Upon hearing this, Akainu remained resolute in his desire to leave. He gently pushed the doctor aside and stepped out of the medical room. After walking a short distance, his cold voice echoed down the corridor. Do not waste any more time. My body has fully healed. The rampant pirates at sea require my intervention. This is the justice I must uphold. As his words reached the doctor's ears, he halted his pursuit and slowly lowered his outstretched hand. Quietly, he watched Admiral Akainu's retreating figure and rendered a formal military salute in his direction. With Akainu's departure from the medical room, it signified the end of his recuperation. Yet, he knew that the previous mission was far from complete. After leaving the medical room, he made a direct course toward Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. Moments later, he raised his robust arm and gently pushed open the office door. As the sound of creaking echoed, Zhangguo lifted his gaze from his work. Soon, he beheld the figure of Chi Quan, clad in military attire, approaching him. With astonishment, Zhangguo remarked, Sakazuki, have your injuries healed already? The leave I granted you has not yet elapsed. In response to his words, Chi Quan replied resolutely, I require no additional leave, Marshal. This recent maritime mission has ended in utter failure, and none of my soldiers have returned. Rising from his seat, Zhangguo approached Chi Quan and gently patted his shoulder. He then spoke softly, It is a relief that you have returned alive. This situation has indeed caught me off guard. The Navy cannot afford to lack the strength of a general at this juncture. Collect your thoughts. The ceremony for the new generals is in 2 days, and your presence will be needed. Upon hearing this, Chi Quan nodded solemnly before exiting Zhangguo's office in silence. 3 days swiftly passed. Chi Quan donned his attire and arrived at the venue for the ceremony. As he stepped into the hall, A wave of cheers erupted. Jean Gua stood upon the platform, offering a slight nod without uttering a word. As more Navy personnel filled the venue, he slowly advanced, his voice taking on a serious tone that resonated from the platform. Soldiers, you are undoubtedly aware of the significance of today's date. I shall refrain from lengthy remarks. Now, I invite Tao Tu and Cha Tun to the stage to receive their commendations as generals. With his words, the crowd erupted in jubilant applause. Although it was clear that Tao Tu had far more supporters than Cha Tun. After all, Tao Tu was regarded as the goddess by the majority in the Navy headquarters. Amidst the cheers, Tao Tu and Cha Tun ascended the platform. Facing the solemn visage of Zhanghua, they raised their right hands in a standard military salute. Once their hands fell, Zhanghua, smiling, presented them with the distinctive uniforms of a general. Though the uniforms were light, they bore a weight imbued with ideals and convictions. After bestowing the new uniforms upon the two, Zhanghua stepped down from the platform, standing quietly to observe, for the true protagonists of this ceremony were not him. Following the established protocol, Tao Tu stepped forward. Addressing the Navy soldiers below, she proclaimed her unique sense of justice. Soldiers, I shall uphold rigorous justice and will not allow any pirate to escape retribution. From this day forth, let us strive together. The soldiers below, invigorated by her speech, responded in unison. As her address concluded, Cha Tun also stepped forward to deliver his speech. Soldiers, I shall dedicate every ounce of my blood to the Navy. As long as my blood still flows, my resolve to combat pirates shall never wane. Sitting in his seat, Huang Yuan observed the fervent enthusiasm of the two newly appointed generals, a sly smile creeping onto his somewhat disheveled face as he remarked in a teasing tone, "Oh dear, they truly are two remarkably spirited individuals. Let us hope they do not face disillusionment." His words, spoken softly, were heard only by Qi Quan and Qing Ji. Qi Quan, maintaining his aloof demeanor, replied in a calm voice, "If that is all they are capable of, they are unworthy of the title of general. I will ensure they are relieved of their duties prematurely." Hearing the exchange between the two, Qing Ji lazily tousled his tousled hair and retorted softly, "Do not be so extreme. I have high hopes for both of them." Their presence injects a much-needed vitality into the stagnant Navy headquarters. As the three concluded their discussion, Cha Tun set down his speech notes. Observing the jubilant atmosphere enveloping the Navy headquarters, Zhanghua felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stepped lightly back onto the platform. As he positioned himself between the two new generals, the journalists present hurriedly pressed the shutter buttons on their cameras. The sound of clicking cameras echoed across the Navy headquarters square, with flashes illuminating the scene. This moment was effortlessly captured by the journalists. As they snapped the photograph, they had already envisioned the headline, "Shock. Salt. The Navy headquarters witnesses the legacy of old and new naval resolve." After a brief pause, Zhanghua addressed the crowd once more. "I hereby declare the ceremony for the commendation of the Navy generals officially concluded. In the days to come, we shall embrace our Navy generals. Justice shall remain our unwavering belief." As he spoke, the eyes of the Navy soldiers below sparkled with newfound vigor. They believed that with the arrival of new generals, the Navy's plight would surely transform. Yet, deep within their hearts lay a contrasting possibility. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Nevertheless, they consciously chose to cast aside this notion. With the ceremony concluded, the journalists swiftly departed the venue, eager to deliver this news to their headquarters before their peers. Such a move might yield substantial rewards. Subsequently, ships departed from a Navy headquarters port, sailing towards the vast ocean in various directions. However, they shared a common purpose: to publish the Navy's commendation ceremony in the newspapers. Watching their departing figures, Zhanghua displayed a faint smile. He took steady steps away from the venue. Although the commendation ceremony had come to an end, it did not signify that all matters were resolved. In the following days, Tao Tu and Cha Tun diligently selected their subordinates at the Navy headquarters, individuals who aligned with their ideals. As they chose their respective team, newspapers were dispatched to every corner of the sea. In the Revolutionary Army's base, de Gula gazed at the day's papers, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. He softly uttered, "The time has come. Preparations for the advanced city plan can now enter their final phase." With that, he rose from his seat, the dim light of the conference room casting shadows over his face, obscuring his expression. Moments later, he made his way to Long's residence. Count Dracula gently raised his right hand, and with a slight exertion, he pushed the door open before him. As he walked, The friction between his shoes and the ground produced a series of creaking sounds. The abrupt footsteps within the room stirred Long, who had been lost in slumber. Alert! He surveyed his surroundings and quickly spotted Count Dracula not far from him. Upon realizing this, he immediately relaxed his vigilance, stifled a lengthy yawn, and, with a hint of weariness, remarked, "Ah, boss, disturbing one's sleep is hardly a commendable habit. Is there something of great importance you wish to share with me?" Not minding Long's languid demeanor, Dracula replied directly, "Instruct the Sea Juntuan to hasten their voyage. The opportune moment upon the sea has arrived." Hearing this, Long, who had been seated on the bed, swiftly turned and stood up. He first straightened his somewhat wrinkled attire before donning his hood once more. The majority of his face was shrouded beneath the hood, leaving only half of his intricate tattoos faintly visible. After ensuring everything was in order, Long nodded in satisfaction. His previous laziness vanished, replaced by the seriousness and gravity he was known for. He comprehended the implications of Dracula's words and promptly stated, "Understood, boss. I shall take charge of this matter." With the directive accepted, Long hurriedly departed. He was acutely aware that there could be no room for error, otherwise they would suffer grave consequences. Dracula watched Long's hasty exit and shrugged casually before stepping toward his next destination. Apart from Long, who required his personal presence, he also needed to inform Ainalu and the others, who were still in training. As for the EO Navy that had previously lingered on the island, they had departed 3 days prior with ZFA. Once ZFA's injuries had fully healed, there was no longer any necessity for him to remain on the island, as the chaotic seas called for the EO Navy to confront the ruthless pirates. After their departure, Dracula liberated those he had placed in dimensional space, and the previously lax training resumed with renewed intensity and strictness. After traversing a couple of bends, Dracula finally arrived at the training grounds of Ainalu and his team. Observing the members of the Fallen Angel squad, drenched in sweat yet resolutely persevering, a subtle smile crept across his lips, reflecting his satisfaction with their attitude. Ainalu stood at the forefront, continuously instructing the soldiers below on combat techniques. Under his guidance, each individual felt some degree of enlightenment. However, upon noticing Dracula's arrival, he instinctively halted his movements. Recognizing the interruption in their training, Dracula waved his hand toward Ainalu. At his gesture, Ainalu transformed into a flash of lightning and appeared before him in an instant. Feeling Ainalu's speed, Dracula could not help but exclaim, "You have become swifter, Ainalu. Perhaps you truly can become the fastest man upon the seas." Yet, Huang Yuan's speed is no slouch. He is indeed a formidable opponent. A smile graced Ainalu's lips as he confidently replied, "That fellow Huang Yuan, I will deal with him. No one can thwart my determination to become the fastest man on the seas." Hearing this, Dracula nodded slightly before addressing the matter at hand. "Prepare yourself. Our plan is about to commence." Ainalu nodded solemnly and restored his serious demeanor. "Understood. I will ensure the Fallen Angel squad is always ready." Satisfied with the response, Dracula did not linger and gracefully returned to his quarters, awaiting the arrival of the Sea Juntuan. Meanwhile, the previously hurried Long had yet to notify the East Sea Juntuan. He stood steadily atop a mountain peak, gazing intently at the distant, undisturbed sea. Occasionally, a gust of wind would sweep by, causing the hood draped over his head to flutter. Yet, Long felt no discomfort. He slowly extended his arms in an embrace of the ocean. After a moment, he opened his tightly shut eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Hidden beneath the tranquil surface of the sea lay tumultuous waves. He then retrieved a telephone bug from his clothing to contact Betty. With a series of beeping sounds, the telephone bug was promptly answered, and Betty's boisterous voice resonated from within. "Ah, Captain, we are already on our way. Is there something you wish to discuss during this call?" Without hesitation, Long articulated his intent. "Betty, the moment has arrived." After uttering this statement, he ended the call, refraining from any further superfluous conversation. He resumed his tranquil stance atop the mountain, gazing at the still, serene sea. On the other side, Betty regarded the now silent telephone bug without concern. She took a deep drag from the cigarette in her hand and then raised a large flag with her other hand. Waving it vigorously, with fervor, she declared, "Soldiers, increase the speed of our vessels to their utmost. Our suffering compatriots await our rescue. This is our unassailable duty as revolutionaries." As she spoke, she activated her encouragement fruit ability, infusing the soldiers aboard with an invigorating surge of strength, propelling their vessels forward at an accelerated pace. Their destination was the island of Baitu, where Count Dracula resided. In addition to the East Si Jun Tuan, the other three regional factions also silently quickened their voyages. Their ships utilized the camouflage film developed by Caesar, ensuring their journey went unnoticed by any external powers. However, during their approach, Long remained industrious. The following morning, he began consolidating the scattered forces from the Grand Line. He first arrived at the Kamabaka Kingdom. Soon, he met with the kingdom's current highest authority. Though this kingdom was referred to as the Second Daughter Island, it was regrettably devoid of any women. The inhabitants were primarily new humans influenced by the Okama king, Ivankov. Upon understanding Long's intentions, they erupted in cheers. Since their king, Ivankov, had been captured and imprisoned, they had been yearning for a chance to rescue him. Yet a significant obstacle loomed before them. The new humans found themselves incapable of confronting the Navy. The purpose of Long this time, however, was to resolve a recent predicament. With the entire Revolutionary Army mobilized, they were confident that the rescue mission would be successfully accomplished. Observing their fervent enthusiasm, Long proclaimed in a loud voice, "Our time is exceedingly precious. Those who are able to participate in this rescue mission, please stand behind me." Upon hearing his words, the crowd in the square made their choices. As time gradually passed, the throng ceased their movements. The outcome was as Long had anticipated. Most individuals stood behind him. The small number who remained were primarily those burdened with old injuries, unable to offer significant assistance. Once the square had regained its tranquility, Long continued, "Since everyone has made their final decision, let us depart together. I firmly believe that this rescue will surely succeed. When the time comes, I shall toast with all of you." As his words resonated, laughter erupted among the crowd. "Ha ha ha! Chief, we eagerly await your toast. With our efforts, His Majesty the King will undoubtedly be safe." Listening to their remarks, a faint smile graced Long's lips, easing his mood. He extended his hands from his sleeves, gently pressing down to quell the once boisterous atmosphere. A steady voice then emanated from him. "Everyone, board the ship. Our journey is about to commence." As his declaration concluded, the crowd orderly advanced toward the vessels. Once everyone had boarded, Long's form gradually transformed into a gentle breeze. This breeze swept forth, causing the edges of their garments to flutter. In an instant, Long found himself upon the lead ship. With a commanding shout, the vessel slowly departed from the island. Though he had arrived alone, he now left with a full complement of supporters. Those remaining on the shore stood silently, watching the ship's departure, secretly praying for the success of the rescue plan. The forces scattered along the Grand Line were not limited to this one location. After transporting these revolutionary soldiers to Baituti Island, Long embarked on yet another journey. Thus, in the days that followed, he traversed various islands along the Grand Line. Gradually, the scattered forces began to consolidate. In the base, Dracula observed the growing number of troops on the island with a satisfied nod. These individuals would become the vital force in executing the plan for advancing the city. On the fourth day, the West Sea Corps and South Sea Corps finally reached the waters surrounding Baituti Island. Due to Long's earlier urging, they had managed to shorten their travel time by 1/3. The commanders of the West and South divisions, Maury and Lindbergh, disembarked from their respective vessels. Maury bowed his head and looked at Lindbergh, chuckling, "Huh? I didn't expect us to arrive here together. What a twist of fate. Since we're here, let's go together and see what the chief is up to." Upon hearing his words, Lindbergh replied with a hint of annoyance, "As I thought, I still dislike standing next to giants. The feeling of looking up at someone is quite irksome. But alas, it cannot be helped. We are colleagues after all. Let's go." Without waiting for a response, Lindbergh followed the barren path toward the central base of the island. Behind him, Maury simply smiled casually, undeterred by Lindbergh's comments, and quickened his pace to follow closely. He had heard such remarks before. As a member of the Fur tribe, Lindbergh had long harbored frustrations about his height, especially when standing beside the towering Maury. Amidst his murmurs, the two arrived at the Revolutionary Army subbase. As they beheld the familiar scene before them, smiles of nostalgia crept upon their lips as they made their way towards the conference room. They knew well that if Long were still on this island, the most likely place he would be found was in the conference room. Upon entering, they discovered someone seated at the head of the table. In the dim light of the conference room, they discerned the tattoos faintly visible beneath a hood. Noticing this, Lindbergh spoke first. "Chief, it has been a long time. I didn't expect us to arrive before you. It seems Betty and Crow were delayed on the way." Hearing the familiar voice, Long lifted his head slightly from beneath the hood, glancing in their direction. Calmly, he responded, "Well then, please take your seats. Betty and Crow should arrive before nightfall. Once they were seated, silence enveloped the conference room again. No one spoke, as they understood this was the calm before the storm. After a period of waiting, the sounds of commotion finally emerged from outside the conference room. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully pushed open. The first to enter was the boisterous leader of the East Sea Corps, Betty. She was accompanied by her aide, Axie Lu, and held a large flag in her other hand. Taking several deep puffs from her cigarette, she exhaled clouds of smoke. As the haze filled the room, she boldly seated herself in her chair, causing a slight tremor in the impressive mountains before her. The two prominent features of her physique quivered uncontrollably, yet her fitted shawl constrained them. However, this spectacle failed to capture the attention of those in the conference room. For them, the imminent plan was of far greater concern. Observing the calm demeanor of her companions, Betty chuckled with disinterest. "Amen. You truly failed to pique my interest at all. Thankfully you are here, Axie Lu." Upon hearing her leader's words, Axie Lu's delicate features flushed with color. She quickly extricated herself from Betty's embrace, smoothing her disheveled hair behind her ear and softly saying, "It has been a long time, esteemed sirs." The others in the conference room were already accustomed to their dynamic and paid little attention. Before Betty could warm her chilly seat, another figure entered from outside. Hearing the sound of the conference room door, everyone's gaze turned toward the entrance. Upon noticing the conspicuous black feather coat and the bald head of the tall figure, Emily couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Ahaha, Wuya, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting here for quite some time." As Wuya entered through the door and observed the room filled with people, he rubbed his bald head. He then spoke into a device resembling a bird's beak, saying, "I apologize for the delay. I encountered some minor difficulties on the way. I will be more cautious next time." Despite using the amplifier, his voice remained barely audible. Yet, the assembled crowd did not mock him. After working together for so long, they had grown accustomed to one another's quirks. For Wuya, his voice had always been a sensitive issue. Any comments about its softness would instantly provoke his ire. Upon hearing his words, Long crossed his arms, resting his elbows on the table, and in a grave tone asked, "Wuya, have the problems been resolved?" The newly seated Wuya nodded and replied calmly, "Rest assured, Chief. I merely encountered a group of oblivious pirates. This voyage will not disturb anyone." With the trivial matters now resolved, Long surveyed the expressions around the table and, after a brief pause, stated solemnly, "Now that the Revolutionary Army is fully assembled, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. The plan for advancing the city officially commences at this moment. Tonight, let your soldiers rest well. We shall set forth tomorrow." Upon hearing that the plan was finally set in motion, the group exchanged solemn glances, their expressions reflecting the weight of preparation they had undertaken for the past month. They responded with grave nods. However, Betty was an exception. Her serious demeanor did not linger long. In an instant, she transformed into a whirlwind of excitement, trembling with exhilaration. Perhaps influenced by her own inspirational fruit, she always reacted this way during significant events. With flushed cheeks, she eagerly pulled Ashalou by the hand and hurriedly exited the meeting room to prepare for the battle ahead. Observing her retreating figure, Lindbergh stroked his beard, unable to suppress his remarks. "This woman remains as inexplicable as ever. It's a serious matter, yet she is quaking with excitement. How peculiar." Hearing his commentary, neither Wuya nor Emily responded. Both Betty's enthusiasm and Lindbergh's quips were well within their expectations. Noticing his lack of attention from anyone, Lindbergh felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He stood up from his seat and headed toward the exit. Just as he was about to leave the meeting room, he called back, "Well then, see you all tomorrow. Chief, I will take my leave first." With his departure, Emily and Wuya bid their farewells in turn. Long, seated at the head of the table, breathed a sigh of relief as the atmosphere in the meeting room returned to tranquility. After a moment, he too rose and made his way to Dracula's quarters, where they needed to discuss the finer details of the plan. With their departure, the commanders headed straight to their subordinates, offering brief words of encouragement before urging them to rest early. The swift journey had indeed left the soldiers fatigued. As everyone rested, time flew by. Before long, the previously pitch-black sky began to glow with the first light of dawn. This light gradually spread, soon illuminating the entire sky. Throughout the night, Dracula and Long had been engaged in discussing the specifics of the plan. As the light streamed into the room, Dracula stretched his stiff limbs and then stood up slowly, saying, "Let us go, Long." The discussions were no longer necessary. It was time to execute the plan. They both adjusted their slightly wrinkled attire before stepping out of the bedroom. Soon, Dracula and Long arrived at the square within the island. Observing the soldiers, who were fully prepared, they nodded in satisfaction. Long then stepped forward, distancing himself from Dracula, and in a serious tone announced, "Soldiers, it is time to depart. Our objective is to advance the city." The four commanders exchanged glances before directing their respective troops toward the warships. Enel, leading the Fallen Angel Unit 2, approached Dracula's side, looking intently at him, awaiting the final command. "It seems you're all ready. Then let us board and set sail," Dracula affirmed. With the confirmation from their leader, Enel transformed into lightning and returned to the front of the line. During their boarding, the transponder snail in Dracula's possession began to ring. Without hesitation, he answered it. Soon, Caesar's distinctive voice resonated from the other end. "Hey, boss, the movement of the Sky Island is no longer an issue. Today is the agreed-upon day. Can we set sail?" Hearing this, Dracula's lips curled into a smile as he confidently replied, "Certainly. Then we shall meet at the advancing city." After confirming the situation with the Sky Island, he promptly ended the call. The matter of equipping their forces had been resolved during the preceding month. Once Don Quixote Doflamingo gathered his remaining weapons, he hastily delivered them to White Soil Island. Consequently, the soldiers were now fully armed, likely better equipped than even the Navy. Besides this, significant progress had been made in Caesar's research on bloodline factors. He had developed a serum designed to unlock the full potential within each individual. However, this serum bore a grave drawback. Anyone who consumed it would not survive. After considerable contemplation, Dracula resolved to provide each soldier with a vial of this serum. Nevertheless, the serums remained stored on the Sky Island, so distribution could only occur upon meeting Caesar. As the warships sailed at full speed, they drew ever closer to the advancing city. By the third day of their journey, the warship had reached the waters surrounding the advancing city. As they entered these waters, Caesar detected the now invisible warships, for the camouflage membrane technology was his invention, and he certainly had the means to counter it. Observing the island suspended, Dracula stretched his body and then manifested 6 pairs of wings emanating a dark aura. His terrifying aura involuntarily seeped out within a limited radius. Upon sensing this change, the soldiers aboard the warship displayed not a trace of fear. On the contrary, their eyes shone with excitement and pride. The greater their leader's strength, the higher the likelihood of their plan succeeding. This invisible motivation spurred them on. Unbeknownst to these developments, Digola had already soared up to the Sky Island with his formidable physique. Observing his leader's ascent, Caesar cheerfully remarked, "I've been waiting for quite some time, boss. Here, this is the potential potion I mentioned earlier. As per your request, nearly every soldier can be equipped with it." Digola nodded in satisfaction as he accepted the offered samples. He then slowly raised his left hand, aiming at the boxes of potions laid on the ground. With ripples in the air, the potions continuously vanished before their eyes. Having achieved his primary objective, Digola intended to return to his warship. However, before departing, he issued a stern reminder. "Do not forget to activate the magnetic field interference beneath the Sky Island and sever the signal to the Push City. We must ensure that the Navy headquarters remains oblivious to what transpires here." Upon hearing his words, Caesar's expression turned serious. "Leave it to me, boss." After receiving his affirmation, Digola did not linger and promptly descended below. Upon returning to the ship, he immediately retrieved the potions. As he gazed upon them, his expression deepened, and he turned his gaze toward the fleet behind him. Long was well aware of the potion's effects. He approached Digola from the corner of the deck, as distributing the potions was best suited for him. A gentle breeze continuously emanated from Long's shoulders, lifting the potions and bringing them to each soldier's side. His fruit ability, of course, had more than just this function. Digula's serious voice was conveyed through the breeze to everyone's ears. "Soldiers, do you see the potions before you? They will be your last desperate gamble before death. Upon consumption, your physical prowess will be greatly enhanced, but the price is your life. As your leader, I hope you will never have to use them. Once our plan succeeds, let us drink together." Upon hearing his words, every soldier's eyes brimmed with determination and resolve. They tightened their grips on their weapons, exhaled deeply, and then gazed toward the direction of Push City. Under the command of their respective generals, the warships quickly surrounded Push City. As they advanced, the floating Sky Island began to hover directly above Push City. Digola observed the city from a distance, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everything was unfolding according to his meticulously devised plan, with not a single flaw in sight. When Caesar positioned the Sky Island directly above Push City, he pressed the red button beside him. Instantly, a magnetic field energy emanated from beneath the Sky Island. When a magnetic field enveloped Push City, it created a deviation in its precise location. For those permanent pointers heading toward Push City, this would result in erroneous indications. However, the fleets already surrounding it were unaffected. Simultaneously, Caesar completely severed the signal to Push City. After executing these actions, he dialed Digu LA's snail phone. With a series of beeps, the call was promptly connected. "Boss, we can initiate the assault." Upon hearing his words, Digolan nodded in satisfaction. The reason they had surrounded, but not attacked, was to await Caesar's message. Understood. It's our turn to take the stage now. However, the Sky Island must continuously monitor the surrounding sea conditions. After a brief instruction, Digo-La hung up the snail phone. He looked at Long, who was not far away, extending two slender fingers to point toward Push City. Realizing his leader's gesture, Long understood its significance. He then snapped his fingers. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the flags of the various fleets to flutter vigorously. As the flags danced in the wind, the leaders aboard each ship silently issued new orders. The fleets, already encircling Push City, advanced once more. During their approach, Long transformed into a whirlwind, rushing toward the naval guards at the entrance of Push City. The naval guards paid little heed to the sudden whirlwind before them. After all, the weather at sea was notoriously unpredictable. Consequently, the formation of this whirlwind became a topic of discussion among them. "Hey, do you see that whirlwind? If the wind is right, can you be half a meter away?" Hearing his words, a young naval soldier's face flushed crimson. After stammering for a while, he slowly replied, "Of course I can. Who do you think I am?" Observing his demeanor, an older naval veteran sighed and shook his head. "Ah, you lad, it's over for you. With that haggard look on your face, I can tell you're in trouble. I'm not bragging, but I can pee a meter against the wind." After saying this, he promptly removed his trousers, intending to demonstrate firsthand. After a brief moment of preparation, an urge to relieve himself surged within him. Just as he was about to unleash the floodgates, he abruptly halted his actions. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint trace of blood on his neck. The young soldier beside him was not spared either, bearing a similar mark. Their conversation, carried by the wind, reached Long's ears in its entirety. When Long saw the old veteran had already shed his trousers, the whirlwind he had transformed into suddenly accelerated, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Before he could take any further action, Long struck first, swiftly dealing with them. However, the old naval veteran, in his final moments, was filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. His murky eyes widened, and a feeble voice lodged in his throat, unable to escape. "I was so close, just one more step, and I could prove my worth. Why not give an old man a chance?" Unfortunately, this thought flickered through his mind before he succumbed to the abyss of darkness. After eliminating the guards at the entrance, the crew aboard the fleet began to gradually infiltrate the interior of Push City. When Caesar severed the internal communication signals of Push City, all the snail phones fell into a state of paralysis. Even the specialized snail phones used for surveillance became utterly ineffective. This sudden turn of events quickly caught the attention of the newly appointed director, Magellan. Observing the completely darkened surveillance screens, he picked up the snail phone on the table, intending to notify his subordinates to investigate. However, what he did not anticipate was that the telephone bug was utterly unreachable. Upon receiving this news, Magellan recognized the gravity of the situation. He rose abruptly from his seat and proceeded deeper into the prison, for that was his utmost priority, where no misstep was permitted. As Magellan hurried away, an insidious miasma permeated the air, a consequence of his inability to control the powers of his Dokunomi. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to this occurrence. As he ventured further, he soon arrived at the final layer of impel down. Observing the still intact door, he breathed a sigh of relief. Without a moment's hesitation, he entered. In this level of the prison, the sudden sound of footsteps quickly drew the attention of the inmates. They lifted their heads to gaze in the direction of the new. Upon recognizing Magellan, they began to mock him. "Oh, isn't that the newly appointed director Magellan? He appears to be in quite a rush. Could it be that another escape has occurred?" The cacophony surrounding him only served to exacerbate Magellan's already irritable mood. He slowly surveyed the area, his gaze settling on the most brazen of the prisoners. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he activated his Dokunomi abilities. Poison passage. Toxic fumes surged forth from Magellan, rapidly forming a corridor of poison. The noxious vapors swiftly slithered toward the prisoner. As the toxins approached, the inmate's bravado faltered. and he could no longer maintain his earlier arrogance. Wait, Director Magellan. I'm just a worthless piece of trash. I'm not worth your trouble. Please, do not soil your hands. However, it was far too late. Magellan showed no signs of relenting. Realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, the prisoner attempted to muster his strength to evade the impending attack. Unfortunately, shackled by high stone handcuffs, he found himself utterly powerless. The prolonged agony of extreme hunger had become the final straw that broke his spirit. Before long, the poison made intimate contact with his body, accompanied by a hissing sound. The prisoner was visibly corroded by the toxins. As he endured the excruciating pain, he could no longer suppress his anguish and clenched his teeth, uttering a feeble curse. I curse you to never know peace. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, life slipped away from him entirely. Magellan's brutal method instilled fear in many of the inmates. However, some formidable pirates merely scoffed at the display. In their prime, they had never regarded Magellan as a threat. Yet, in the interest of survival, they wisely chose to silence their opinions. Years of experience had taught them a valuable lesson. As long as they drew breath, there remained a chance to escape this place, however slim that chance might be. After all, they had witnessed the likes of Golden Lion, Shiki, slip away right before their eyes. Once the 6th level fell into silence, Magellan scoffed. Count yourselves lucky. I have matters to attend to. Otherwise, it would not merely be one life lost. He strode with purpose to the monitoring telephone bug of this layer. Examining it closely for some time, alas, he discovered nothing amiss. Nevertheless, this absence of evidence corroborated a troubling hypothesis. Impelled Down had likely encountered a significant up. With this thought in mind, Magellan cast a deep glance at the prisoners of the 6th layer before departing. Having arrived at the 6th level via the elevator, he was not particularly informed about the conditions of the other layers. After confirming the safety of the 6th level, he resolved to ascend and investigate further, eager to uncover the source of the disturbance. Unbeknownst to him, the guards on the uppermost level had already clashed with the Revolutionary Army. Due to a vast disparity in numbers and weaponry, the naval guards were at a disadvantage. Upon realizing this, the officer in charge of that level immediately activated the alarm. However, the anticipated response did not materialize. Observing the unresponsive alarm, the officer, not to be deterred, pressed the button several more times, confirming that no signal was forthcoming. He angrily raised his fist. With a forceful blow, he smashed the alarm button. Soldiers, hold on a little longer. I will personally report this to Director Magellan. At that time, none of these enemies will escape. He gave no one a chance to react. When they turned to look, they could only see his departing figure. With the officer's disappearance, the morale of the naval soldiers plummeted. Observing this, Betty waved her flag vigorously. Our companions are deep within the prison. How can we stand idly by while they suffer? Follow me into battle. Let us vanquish the foes before us. Under the influence of her inspiring fruit abilities, a fresh wave of energy surged within the soldiers. Suddenly, the pressure on the naval guards intensified. Witnessing their fervor, Long, standing at the gate of Impel Down, slowly extended his arms. As he did so, the dark energy of the bright angel bow Yi began to coalesce. A potent surge of darkness emanated from him. Soon, this energy was absorbed by the soldiers engaged in battle. Unbeknownst to them, the soldiers' gazes grew wild and frenzied. This was the unique ability of the bright angel. Each soldier affected became an unwavering zealot, oblivious to fear. Witnessing their madness, the naval guards, already disheartened, gave up any pretense of resistance. Without hesitation, the soldiers surged past them, racing deeper into the prison. As they ran in throngs, the prisoners in their cages turned their attention toward them. The sudden influx of individuals initially left them momentarily stunned. However, excitement soon glimmered in the eyes of each inmate. Their attire was unmistakably different from that of the impelled down guards. This could only signify one thing. The so-called impenetrable fortress of Impel Down was facing its second breach. Realizing this, they rushed to the edges of their cages, gripping the bars with fervent hands. They clamored loudly, "Hey brother, let me out. Yes, hurry up. I can't stand this life any longer." Their raucous voices failed to stir any reaction. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army paid them no mind, bypassing them entirely as they pressed onward. With the passage of time, the number of individuals in that corridor dwindled. Upon discovering this situation, a particularly tall prisoner within the cage, with frost etched across his face, expressed his disdain. "These scoundrels dare to disregard us. If given the chance to escape, I shall ensure they pay dearly." However, his words were met with silence. As he pondered, a trembling prisoner across from him suddenly extended his hand, pointing toward the back. The fallen angel, Digola, the one who dares to slay the celestial dragons. To his surprise, even as he advanced into the city, he seemed undeterred. Hearing his words, the towering prisoner immediately turned to look. He had certainly heard of the notorious name of the fallen angel. After all, the prisoners confined on this level were mostly newcomers. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Digola spoke first. How dare you call my subordinates mere scum? It appears you cannot control your tongue. Allow me to assist you. With that, 6 pairs of enormous wings, radiating a dark sheen, suddenly manifested behind Digola. Even from a distance, this display instilled considerable pressure upon the prisoners in the cage. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the prisoner shuddered, acutely aware that he had no hope of survival against such a strike, before he could utter a plea for mercy. The sharp feathers from the black wings had already reached his face. With a swift whoosh, the feather pierced his neck, the tremendous force propelling his body backward, raising clouds of dust that attested to the blow's potency. Observing the lifeless form of the robust man, the remaining prisoners hurriedly covered their mouths with their hands, fearful that any inadvertent sound might provoke Digo's wrath and lead to their demise. Having dealt with the insolent prisoner, Digola brushed off the dust that had settled on him and surveyed his surroundings. Satisfied that the prisoners had become subdued, he nodded approvingly and strolled deeper into the prison. He held little concern for the soldiers ahead, for a dragon was among their ranks. His general-level prowess would seldom encounter formidable opponents. As Digo's figure vanished from this level, the remaining prisoners exhaled deeply, relieved to have survived the encounter with that man. The earlier events had weighed heavily upon their hearts, and with the oppressive atmosphere lifted, they felt fortunate to have escaped his clutches. Meanwhile, the earlier fleeing officer had reached the 3rd level of Impel Down. During his flight, he had seen no sign of the director. He gathered the Navy soldiers he encountered, yet he did not command them to confront the enemy trailing behind. Instead, he led them deeper into the prison, harboring a simple thought. He would not engage the pursuers until he laid eyes on the director. After all, only the director's acknowledgement would lend purpose to his actions. He had no interest in undertaking futile tasks. No one had anticipated an invasion of Impel Down, leading to a general decline in the soldier's physical conditioning. Upon reaching the 4th level, the officer was slightly out of breath. However, his spirits lifted upon spotting the figure of Director Magellan. Without hesitation, he waved his arms and shouted, "Director, Impel Down is under attack. The enemy numbers are overwhelming, and we cannot withstand them." Hearing this, the questions that had plagued Magellan were finally resolved. Connecting the previous disturbances within Impel Down, he pieced together the entire scenario. Once he comprehended the situation, Magellan utilized his devil fruit powers to appear before the gathered crowd. With a serious expression, he commanded, "Soldiers, do not retreat any further. This is the place we have devoted our lives to protect. It embodies all that we are. Let us determine our fate here. Victory brings everything, while defeat spells our end." Upon hearing these words, the previously flustered soldiers regained their composure. They gripped their weapons firmly, gazing resolutely ahead. In unison, they proclaimed, "Justice will prevail." The resounding declaration echoed through the 4th level of the prison, lingering in the air. The prisoners on this level, however, were filled with excitement. Through the dialogue, they had gleaned the unfolding events. Yet reason cautioned them not to provoke the Navy at this critical juncture, for a single careless remark could spell doom for their lives. With this in mind, they silently retreated into their cells, awaiting the outcome. As the Navy's cheers faded, a cold voice emerged from the corridor behind them. How could I possibly miss such a crucial moment? The sudden voice drew everyone's attention. Before them stood a tall man in a Navy uniform, a cigar clenched between his teeth. They instantly recognized him as the Chief Warden, Yuji Shilio. His arrival bolstered the confidence of the Navy soldiers present, for the Chief Warden possessed the prowess of a great swordsman. Magellan nodded lightly in acknowledgement, appreciating his presence despite their strained relationship due to Shilio's notorious brutality toward prisoners. Following Shilio were several key officers of Impel Down. Deputy Warden Hannibal, observing the gathered Navy soldiers, clenched his fists and repeatedly encouraged himself. "Stay strong, Deputy Warden Hannibal. If we survive this crisis, promotion to Warden shall surely follow." As he continued to bolster his spirits, Hannibal fell into a deep daydream, his lips curving into a wide grin. Suddenly, his laughter rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Upon realizing it was Deputy Warden Hannibal, they fell silent and turned their gazes elsewhere. In the center of the group, Magellan's forehead creased with dark lines. He raised his voice. "Hannibal, you fool. Do not indulge in fantasies at such a critical moment." At his outburst, Hannibal jolted, abruptly awakening from his reverie. He nervously glanced at Mazelin in the distance, hoping to discern something from his expression. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment, as there was not the slightest change on Mazelin's face. However, for him, the absence of change was the best outcome. He let out a long sigh of relief and quickly returned to a semblance of normalcy. Meanwhile, during this brief interlude, Shilio had approached and stood behind Mazelin. Observing the figure before him, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. He then gripped his renowned blade tightly, a faint aura of menace emanating from him. Sensing this aura, Mazelin remained unfazed. After all, Shilio's malevolence had always been particularly intense. With a serious expression, he fixed his gaze ahead, awaiting the appearance of his adversaries. Noticing Mazelin's lack of vigilance, Shilio's smile deepened. His true intentions were inscrutable to anyone. As time ticked by, the revolutionary forces finally reached the 4th level of the prison. Empowered by the strength of the Light Angel, the fearless soldiers charged fiercely toward the enemy before them. The battle was on the verge of erupting, and thus, the soldiers of both factions began to clash. However, the leaders from both sides remained inactive. Long stood calmly at the back of the formation, observing Mazelin in the distance, before casually stating, "That tall man, radiating purple energy, is mine to deal with. The rest of you may choose your opponents." Upon hearing his words, the several commanders beside him nodded in unison. Just as they were strategizing, Mazelin let out a cold snort, and his deep voice reached everyone's ears. "So, it is you? Long. I did not expect to encounter you again in this place. Regardless, I shall not permit you to wreak havoc here." With that, Mazelin unleashed a barrage of toxic spheres from his mouth. These spheres surged forward, afflicting anyone who stood in their path with debilitating poison. Those caught by the onslaught collapsed helplessly to the ground, swiftly taking out numerous foes. Witnessing this formidable strike invigorated the beleaguered Navy soldiers. However, their initial enthusiasm would soon be challenged. Although the revolutionary soldiers were incapacitated by the toxins, their fervor and madness showed no signs of waning. The fallen soldiers relentlessly attempted to rise again and again, yet their efforts proved futile. Realizing this grim reality, their expressions turned serious. They then retrieved potential potions from their pockets without hesitation, injecting the syringes into their bodies. Instantly, a wave of exhilarating energy surged from deep within their souls, enveloping them completely, even eliciting groans of pleasure. "Ah, is this the sensation of being revitalized? Ha, I see now. I feel strength gracing me once more." As their voices faded, the previously weakened bodies regained their vigor, and they felt considerably stronger than before. Mazelin was astonished that these individuals could rise again. However, he paid it little mind. After all, their abilities were not what determined the outcome of this battle. The fate of the conflict ultimately rested upon the leaders' confrontation. With this thought, Mazelin spread his toxins toward the soldiers ahead once more. Yet, to his astonishment, the poison failed to have any effect. Long, who had been watching intently, wore a faint smile. He was well aware of the potential potion's efficacy. When the potion entered their bodies, their overall resistance significantly increased. Particularly against toxins they had already encountered, they would not incur secondary damage, as the soldiers now possessed antibodies. However, he lamented that this might be the last time he saw these soldiers who had injected themselves with the potion, as the price they paid was their very lives. Soon, Long composed himself. The hood of his cloak obscured his face, rendering it difficult to discern his features. But the tattoos that were faintly visible inadvertently attracted the attention of foes. He slowly extended his arms, generating gusts of wind that began to shift the combatants away from each other. In no time, a clear path opened before Long, with Mazelin at its end. Without uttering excessive words, Long gently walked toward him. Thanks to the wind's interference, all irrelevant personnel were pushed aside, unable to enter the fray. As the winds cleared the way, towering walls of air rose on either side, blocking all access. Realizing they could not advance, the Navy soldiers found new targets and initiated another round of combat. Meanwhile, Degula remained on the 2nd level of the prison. Besides the ultimate confrontation, he had another pressing task: to eliminate any Navy soldiers who might escape to send warnings. Although the outer defenses were monitored by the Sky Island, lapses were still possible, as individuals like Kaisa and others could not continuously oversee the situation in the advancing city. With the spread of his Kinbunchika haki, Degula effortlessly located any Navy soldiers who had been overlooked in the corners. He strode across the hard floor with his long legs, the creaking sound adding a unique flavor to the otherwise silent prison. However, the hidden Navy soldiers were far less fortunate. To prevent their escape from the advancing city, Degula dealt with every Navy soldier he encountered. The floor he traversed bore gruesome trails of blood. Once he had thoroughly addressed all the stragglers in the prison's 3 levels, Degula made his way to the 4th level. Soon, a chaotic scene unfolded before him. Observing Long in a stalemate, Degula's lips curled into a smile. He then slowly approached the 2 combatants. His sudden appearance quickly captured the attention of everyone present, as his ethereal aura was undeniably captivating. As he walked, bloody footprints appeared on the ground, and the soldiers engaged in battle involuntarily slowed their attacks under his pressure. Most were affected, yet several of the more formidable Navy commanders managed to maintain their previous pace of assault. Upon perceiving the peculiar scene surrounding him, Magellan immediately abandoned his intention to launch an attack. His gaze fixated on the direction of Degula. As he comprehended the entirety of Degula's form, his pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure and coldly remarked, "I didn't expect you to reveal yourself, fallen angel Degula. What other techniques do you possess? Unleash them all. If you seek to conquer the advancing city, you must first contend with me." In response to his words, Degula shrugged nonchalantly and said, "If that is the case, then I shall take care of it. Long, you should first locate the 2 leaders of the Revolutionary Army." As soon as his words fell, Long nodded gently. Without a hint of hesitation, he strode steadily towards the deeper part of the prison. At that moment, Magellan activated the powers of his Doku no Mi Poison Dragon. From his body, 3 enormous dragon-shaped manifestations of venom emerged. Each poison dragon approached 7 meters in length and was enveloped in a deep purple hue. From a distance, they exuded an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Their breath tainted the surrounding air, corrupting everything they touched, leaving most objects eroded beyond recognition. Even the soldiers who had been administered the potential-enhancing serum were not spared, for the disparity in strength between them was insurmountable. However, the primary target of the 3 poison dragons was Long, who was preparing to depart. As he beheld the impending assault, Long's steps faltered momentarily. Yet before he could react, Degula interjected, "Preventing others from leaving is not a commendable habit. Moreover, your next opponent is none other than me." With that declaration, Degula executed a Shuanpa, positioning himself directly in the path of the 3 poison dragons. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he raised his hands to his chest. Then, crossing his arms, he invoked his fruit's power, fallen dark corruption. Before him, a vortex appeared, imparting a disorienting sense of weightlessness to those who gazed upon it. In no time, the 3 poison dragons collided with the dark vortex, but the clash of the 2 forces generated no discernible disturbance. The dark vortex steadily devoured the 3 poison dragons until they vanished entirely, leading to the gradual dissipation of the vortex. Witnessing this, Magellan's countenance darkened. Nonetheless, he relinquished his attempt to hinder Long, who then resumed his swift departure from that level of the prison. Once Long had completely vanished, Magellan scoffed and muttered, "You truly are a despicable fellow, Degula. Allow me to test your mettle." Hearing his words, Degula stepped forward and replied with ease, "Prepare to witness a display uniquely reflective of my prowess. However, the price may very well be your life." Fine twisted bone erosion. In an instant, Magellan sensed an ominous aura descending upon him. Surprisingly, he could only vaguely discern the threat, unable to pinpoint the exact direction of the impending attack. Nonetheless, he swiftly vacated his previous position. Just as he had moved, the space in that area began to contort and distort. Upon witnessing this, Magellan drew a sharp breath. Had he not fled quickly, he might have been ensnared within the ruins of that distortion. After briefly calming his racing heart, he resumed his grave demeanor. Yet his vigilance reached its zenith. He understood that any lapse in concentration could jeopardize his life. Observing his demeanor, Degula said nothing, but the smirk at the corner of his mouth betrayed a profound indifference. After all, he had yet to reveal his ultimate technique, and already Magellan seemed overwhelmed. Without further hesitation, Magellan unleashed his most formidable strike. Giant of poison, held judgment. Given the current circumstances, he comprehended a crucial truth. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for him. Thus, he maximized the potency of his Doku no Mi. The toxins within his body roiled and surged, then began to seep outward, coalescing around him until he was entirely enveloped. Gradually, a skeletal giant, formed of vibrant crimson venom, materialized before the spectators. This manifestation was exponentially more powerful than his previous toxins. Upon witnessing this technique, the Navy soldiers engaged in combat were visibly shaken. The resolute expressions they had worn began to fade, replaced by apprehension. They cautiously whispered, "Director, he has unleashed his ultimate move. Has the fallen angel grown this formidable? What significance does our struggle hold?" As they beheld the unfolding spectacle, their voices trembled. However, their concerns bore no impact on the duelists engaged in combat. Simultaneously, as Magellan executed his technique, Degula too began to take the situation more seriously. He extended his elongated hand to grasp the cursed blade Muramesa at his waist. Then, he unleashed all three forms of haki without reservation. Yet, soon after, he compressed them to their utmost limits. Once the energy was sufficiently concentrated, he directed it onto the blade of Muramesa. Degula slightly bent his form, fixing his gaze upon the towering giant of poison. His eyes radiated a chilling intensity and formidable presence. When his spirit and energy were finally attuned, Degula drew his blade with precision. One sword style, rapid draw slash. His series of actions transpired in the blink of an eye, achieving an effect of striking first despite arriving later. The combatants engaged in the fray merely caught a fleeting glimpse before their vision was overwhelmed by a dazzling flash of light. The blade's sharpness pierced their senses, compelling them to instinctively shut their eyes, with some even shedding tears. In an instant, the radiant blade collided with the giant of poison. A hissing sound resonated as the venom attempted to erode the blade's brilliance. However, the overwhelming might of the slash swiftly rendered the poison ineffective. Ultimately, the blade emerged victorious, cleaving Magellan's giant of poison in two. With a sickening squelch, Magellan coughed forth a copious amount of blood, staggering backward a few paces before barely regaining his balance. Subsequently, he extended his right hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, casting a wary glance at Degula, his eyes filled with trepidation. Through that recent strike, Magellan unmistakably recognized the significant disparity in their strengths. Although he was acutely aware that he was outmatched, he resolutely refused to retreat. Because the sense of justice within him constantly supervises his actions, as the highest authority of Tuajinching, he no longer represents merely himself. Instead, he embodies the dignity and will of the Navy headquarters. With this thought, he strained to straighten his back, his gaze intensely fixed on Degula. Gritting his teeth, he enunciated clearly, "As long as Tuajinching stands, so do I. If Tuajinching falls, I perish. This is the resolve I possess as the director of Tuajinching." Observing the resolute man before him, Degula marveled, "You truly are an admirable individual. I acknowledge your will. However, I must ask you to die now. After all, I cannot allow anyone to impede my path." With his words, Degula unleashed his fruit ability upon the struggling Magellan once more. Although Magellan sensed the imminent danger, he could not react in time. Under the backlash of the poison giant, his body plummeted downward. As the encroaching sense of peril intensified, a sense of resignation overtook Magellan. Gradually, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Soon, a peculiar pain coursed through his body, akin to thousands of ants gnawing at him. Despite the tremors that seized him, Magellan maintained his upright posture. The grinding of his dislocated bones grew increasingly pronounced, just as he felt he could endure no longer. An unexpected lightness washed over him. Confused by this sudden change, Magellan opened his eyes to a scene that left him momentarily stunned. Surrounding him were circles of Navy soldiers, encircling him to lessen the intensity of the attacks. Degula observed their actions without interference. After all, for these soldiers, there was ultimately only one outcome: surrender or die in battle. It was evident that most had opted for the latter. With reddened eyes, tears threatening to spill, Magellan quivered as he spoke. "Soldiers, why must you go through this?" At the moment the attack commenced, he had already made peace with his fate. He sighed deeply, swallowing the remainder of his words. Seeing the resolute expressions in the eyes of the soldiers, Magellan understood they had made their final decision. Yet, to die in battle was a heavy burden for these young soldiers. His gaze swept over their familiar faces, and a complex emotion washed over him. Subsequently, he made a momentous decision. After gathering his thoughts, Magellan's focus shifted to Degula, whose pallid face bore an undeniable seriousness. After coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, He felt capable of speaking normally again. Degula, I wish to propose a transaction with the fallen angel. His words successfully piqued Degula's interest. What kind of transaction? Magellan organized his thoughts and weakly articulated the terms of the deal. I will completely hand over everything in Tuajinching to you, on the condition that you incorporate the remaining Navy soldiers into your ranks. Degula, taken aback by his proposal, replied, I can agree, but what about them? I have always treated my subordinates well. You must ensure they will not betray me again. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, Magellan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that Degula might refuse the surrender. Leave their issues to me. The Navy soldiers present overheard their conversation, and soon chaos erupted among them. They could not comprehend why the director would make such a decision. However, the few remaining high-ranking officers of Tuajinching had begun to sense his intentions, though they dared not draw conclusions. Observing the soldiers in disarray, Magellan slowly extended his hands, pressing downwards. As he did so, the cacophony gradually subsided. His former authority as director still held sway. Once the prison fell silent, Magellan solemnly addressed his soldiers. I can feel your will and determination. Yet this place should not be your final destination. As the highest authority of Tuajinching, I cannot defect. However, you are different. Your lives are just beginning. The arrival of the fallen angel may indeed be the ocean's guidance. Follow him and witness the birth of a new era and carry my legacy with you. As time passed, Magellan concluded his final speech as the director of Tuajinching. Yet, under his continuous discourse, the Navy soldiers fell into silence. Observing their demeanor, Magellan revealed a faint smile of relief. He knew his speech had achieved its intended effect. He then turned his head to look at Shirley beside him. In that moment, the gravity on his face faded, replaced by a relaxed expression. He patted Shirley on the shoulder and gently said, Let it be you who ends my life, Shirley. This will also settle our grievances. I hope you will treat the remaining soldiers well. His tone resembled that of old friends reminiscing, leaving Shirley momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Shirley regained his composure, gazing intently at Magellan, wishing to imprint his image in his memory. Though he had always harbored thoughts of killing him, he had never anticipated such an outcome. After a prolonged silence, Shirley nodded solemnly and replied, I will remember this. With Shirley's affirmation, a smile graced Magellan's lips. Then let us proceed. Once all was said and done, you shall become the new director of Tuajinching. Please treat them well. This is my only wish before I pass, which I entrust to you. Hearing the urging voices around him, Shirley exhaled deeply. He grasped the hilt of the blade at his waist, tightening his grip. Raising his head slightly, he fixed his gaze upon the serene Magellan. Shirley forcefully expelled the cigarette from his mouth, casting it to the ground, before drawing his renowned sword. With a resolute aura, he struck, colliding directly with Magellan's body. With no defense, Magellan was immediately sent flying. With a loud crash, his body hit the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the scene within became clear. Magellan leaned against the prison wall, straightening his posture slightly. As he gazed towards the naval officers, a faint, strained smile graced his lips. Do not harbor resentment. Perhaps this is the design of fate. Subsequently, he inhaled his final breath. At the moment of his demise, the shoulders of the naval soldiers quivered slightly. Tears welled in their eyes, cascading down and dampening the ground beneath them. Shirley stared blankly in the direction of Magellan, then at his own hands. A subtle change appeared on his previously expressionless face. Chief, our grievances are now resolved. Yet, why can I not find any joy in this? Regrettably, no one could provide him with a definitive answer. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shirley composed himself, reverting to his usual stoic demeanor. He raised his head and surveyed the surroundings before issuing a new command. All personnel, assemble in formation. As his words fell, the remaining naval soldiers began to line up in an orderly manner. Although sorrow still lingered, they were nevertheless able to comply with orders. Magellan's words echoed in their ears, and under the weight of grief, their movements were more synchronized than ever before. Soon, a well-formed line emerged before Shirley's eyes. After organizing the naval soldiers, he turned to Dracula beside him. He then parted his lips, uttering the remaining words. Fallen Ang, this place is now yours. Should you require additional personnel, feel free to take us along. He bore no ill will towards Dracula, understanding that this was the law of the sea. The strong prey upon the weak. Hearing his words, Dracula nodded slightly and replied, I will leave these soldiers in your charge. I hereby appoint you as the captain of the 3rd Squad. Manage your team well. I shall not interfere excessively. Act according to your own wishes. However, Be aware that the price of betrayal is one you cannot afford. Shilio listened quietly, feeling no discontent. On the contrary, he found this management style more to his liking. A calm voice emerged from his lips. Understood, my lord. This is certainly more agreeable than the naval system. Upon receiving the response, Dracula solidified his fallen angel energy. Gradually, a black insignia materialized in his hand. The front bore a resounding numeral 3. Yet its reverse lacked any emblem of the fallen angels. The entirely black insignia's back displayed a pair of crimson eyes reflected within. Though this insignia served as a mark of identity, it was distinct from the previous one. This was the captain's insignia exclusive to the fallen angel squad. In necessary circumstances, encountering the insignia was akin to encountering its master. Each captain's insignia possessed the characteristic of recognition. Without the master's consent, the penalty for stealing the insignia was death, as the dark energy within would relentlessly erode the thief's vitality. Naturally, those of formidable strength could resist for a time. At the moment the insignia formed, Dracula extended 2 slender fingers to grasp it. With a gentle exertion, the black insignia flew towards Shilio not far away. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Shilio caught the black insignia in his hand. Simultaneously, Dracula's voice reached his ears. This is your captain's mark. At times, the insignia is the only means of identifying oneself. A friendly reminder, it is best to keep it secure. Upon hearing his words, a smile played at the corners of Shilio's mouth as he casually remarked, a mark, indeed. How intriguing. He turned the insignia over in his hands before placing it within the lining of his clothing. However, shall I provide a detailed explanation of the matters within the city? Dracula gently shook his head, declining his offer. He then gracefully strode deeper into the prison. For him, exploration held far greater allure. With the defection of the naval soldiers, the battle on the 4th level concluded rather hastily. Those who had just endured a fierce conflict appeared somewhat fatigued. After all, maintaining prolonged vigilance at high intensity was taxing on the body. Thus, within the 4th level of the city, apart from heavy breaths, no one chose to speak. For them, the final outcome was of little consequence. They merely needed to obey the orders of their superiors. The prisoners on this level widened their eyes, scarcely believing what they beheld. The fortress known as the Impregnable Fortress had been effortlessly breached. Even the immensely powerful Magellan had met his end here. While they were astonished, they dared not utter a word. No one knew whether speaking out might lead to their demise. This eerie atmosphere persisted for a moment before it was ultimately shattered. The soldiers who had consumed the potential elixir felt the vitality within them rapidly depleting. Rather than fear, their smiles grew ever brighter. Among them, a scarred man touched the fallen angel tattoo on his shoulder and proudly declared, "It seems that the city is not all that formidable. Ultimately, we are superior. Regrettably, I can no longer follow Lord Dracula's footsteps. However, I have never regretted my choice. The singular ray of light upon this sea, I have devoted my life to protect." His words garnered the agreement of the other soldiers. Yet soon, the lively glint in their eyes began to dim. Their feeble hearts gradually ceased to beat. The passing of life always invokes sorrow. Yet life must continue. After all, the sea does not pause its tumultuous waves for the absence of any one individual. All they could do was leave their own unique marks upon the ocean. The surviving soldiers exhibited varied expressions, yet they shared one commonality. Their hands instinctively reached for the fallen angel tattoos adorning their bodies. Reflecting on the words of those who had just fallen, smiles graced their lips. Soon, a young soldier's murmured voice softly resonated within the quiet prison. "That singular ray of light, allow me to guard it. I have staked my life and hope on that man." His words reached the ears of everyone present. This resolute declaration profoundly moved the crowd. Even the usually aloof Shilio could not help but marvel at Dracula's charisma. Meanwhile, the dragon, who had departed first, had already arrived. With the keen perception of Kin Bunchikohaki, he realized that the anticipated figure did not manifest within his senses. Upon discovering this, he felt a sense of confusion. According to his calculations, the esteemed Officer Ivankov and Lightning are most likely confined in the frigid hell of Advanced City. Feeling the bone-chilling cold permeating his body, Long gradually activated his Busashoka haki to resist the biting cold. Compared to the scorching hell of the prison's 4th level, the conditions here were far more severe. In the 4th level, he had directly utilized the powers of his hurricane fruit to redirect the heat waves elsewhere. Thus, their chaotic battle had not been affected by the scorching heat. Even after his departure, the whirlwind he had unleashed continued to exert its influence. However, This method proved futile against the extreme cold of this environment, as it would only exacerbate the drop in temperature. Unable to locate the individual he sought, Long made his way toward the 6th level of Advanced City, known as Infinite Hell. Just as he was about to leave entirely, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Ha ha, Longoy, are you looking for me?" The peculiar tone successfully drew Long's attention, as he recalled that only Ivankov spoke in such a manner. As expected, it was indeed him. Long felt a twinge of surprise at Ivankov's ability to roam freely and promptly inquired, "No wonder I couldn't find you. It turns out you're not in these cages. In that case, lightning must be with you as well." Upon hearing the leader's words, Ivankov nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Ha, of course. Lightning Oi is definitely with me. We discovered a special space that the Navy is unaware of. I've named it the New Human Paradise. Within this realm, we have already recruited many who are eager to become new humans." Long stood still, quietly listening, while a twitch of his mouth betrayed his amusement at Ivankov's antics. In the past, he had been quite concerned about his subordinates' behaviors, but he never expected such a conclusion. They seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely in Advanced City, almost as if they were engrossed in a thrilling game. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and stated, "Then lead me to this place you speak of. Advanced City is now our territory. There is no need to hide any longer." Upon hearing the leader's proclamation, Ivankov's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Leader, are you saying that Advanced City is our territory now? This is truly astonishing news. I feel as if I am dreaming." He then slapped his own face twice, the sharp sting quickly reminding him of the reality of the situation. Fully aware of the pain, Ivankov understood that everything was indeed real. The thought of whether the leader could be lying never crossed his mind, for he knew Long's character well after years of friendship. With this realization, he no longer hesitated and led Long to the entrance of the special space, which was obscured by a pile of corpses. Ivankov cautiously cleared the pile, revealing a somewhat dark and deep passage. He proceeded down the corridor, with Long following closely behind. As the two vanished from sight, the pile of corpses returned to its original state, appearing unchanged from a distance. This effect had been achieved through Ivankov's use of another's unique fruit ability. Thus, until Advanced City was thoroughly breached, the Navy remained oblivious to this place. After traversing a distance, Long's eyes beheld a vast expanse. Unlike the cramped space he had envisioned, this area could accommodate a multitude of individuals. Ivankov led him swiftly to their dwelling. Observing the inmates clad in prison garb, Long marveled at Ivankov's charisma, as he could distinctly sense that these prisoners had transformed into new humans. After all, they exuded an aura markedly different from that of ordinary individuals. Before he could ponder further, Ivankov, adorned with purple lip gloss, burst into laughter. "Ha ha, these are all my recruits who wish to become new humans. They will be my most capable subordinates henceforth." As he laughed, his deep purple hair quivered with excitement, and his tight, low-cut dress accentuated the skull tattoo on his abdomen in an oddly striking manner. However, Long had long grown accustomed to his antics. Once Ivankov had calmed down, he waved to the prisoners before him. Observing his gesture, the inmates approached the two. As they drew closer, Long quickly spotted Lightning among the crowd. His attire, much like Ivankov's, was peculiar and not prison garb. He wore a garment with one half orange and the other half white, and in his left hand he held a wine glass. Had Long not known he had been imprisoned, he might have assumed Lightning was merely on vacation. Donning glasses, Lightning stepped forward with measured strides, emerging from the throng to face Long, who stood beside Ivankov. "Long time no see, leader. It seems I can finally leave Advanced City. I have long grown weary of this existence." As he spoke, Lightning removed his glasses, causing his overall appearance to transform. At that moment, his jawline and bodily contours became more rounded, and the scar that had crossed his face shifted subtly. In an instant, he transformed from a man into a woman, radiating an air of elegance and vivacity. This was the remarkable power of Ivankov's hormone fruit, enabling him to freely change one's gender. Although it was not Long's first encounter with such a transformation, it still caused a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why must you change forms so often in conversation? He thought, but he affirmed, "Indeed, you may leave this place now. Bring your subordinates with you." Hearing his words, Lightning looked puzzled and asked, "With so many of us, won't it be easy to expose ourselves?" Before Long could respond, Ivankov interjected, "Ha, Lightning Oi. Fear not. Advanced City is our territory now. It will be quite easy for us to leave." This answer left Lightning momentarily stunned. And even the prisoners behind him wore expressions of disbelief. With such a response, Lightning no longer hesitated. He turned to address the other inmates with determination. Everyone, it appears we can finally leave here. So why hesitate? Follow me, and let us exit together with the boss. As his words echoed, the prisoners exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with excitement. They never imagined that, in their lifetime, they could leave Tujincheng. Without any hesitation, they began to line up in an orderly fashion. Although they had never practiced any formations, this time they appeared remarkably synchronized, as if it were deeply rooted within their very bones. Observing their demeanor, Ivankov nodded with satisfaction before turning to the dragon beside him. Noticing his gaze, the dragon spoke plainly, stating, "Since you are ready, follow me." This time, he did not allow Ivankov to lead the way. He had memorized the route upon his arrival. Thus, he walked steadily through the expansive corridor, the sound of his shoes creaking against the ground echoing in the air. After he had traversed a certain distance, the large group behind him began to follow slowly. Moments later, they emerged from that peculiar space and returned to the prison, Jihandiu. Instantly, a chilling sensation enveloped each individual. Feeling the cold, most of them instinctively activated their armed color hockey to resist. However, not everyone could successfully withstand this frigid wave. Observing the state of his subordinates, Ivankov immediately activated his hormone fruit ability, Emburio Renha. A distinctive element gradually formed in Ivankov's hand. Without hesitation, he injected this element into the bodies of those unable to resist the cold. Their pallid faces visibly transformed to a healthy hue at an astonishing pace, and a hint of exhilaration began to surface, allowing them to forget the cold. The aided prisoners looked at Ivankov with eyes brimming with gratitude. Having resolved this issue, the group resumed their journey, this time with the dragon leading them away from Jihandiu toward the upper levels, where danger was minimal. Just as they were about to board the elevator, Dracula arrived from the 4th floor. Thus, he successfully met the dragon. After observing for a moment, a smirk appeared on Dracula's lips as he exclaimed, "Dragon, it seems you have found them, and brought out so many." The dragon nodded slightly and pointed towards the staircase of the 6th level of the prison, inquiring earnestly, "You are intending to go to the depths, are you not?" Without a moment's hesitation, Dracula articulated his plan. "Indeed, it is quite an interesting place. Would you like to join me for a visit?" Upon hearing his words, the dragon shook his head slightly, dismissing the proposal. "Never mind. I am not interested in what lies within. We should first ensure the safety of everyone. Besides, there is still much work for the Revolutionary Army." Dracula shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Then I shall go alone." With that, he continued his elegant stride into the depths. Watching his retreating figure, Ivankov couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Dracula is as charming as ever." His words were met with agreement from Lightning, who stood beside him. Indeed, this was perhaps the reason they chose to follow him. Thus, a brief interlude concluded. The dragon led the group onward to the upper levels, their direction in stark contrast to that of Dracula. Moments later, Dracula arrived at the 6th level of Tujincheng, Wushindiu. Gazing at the dark door before him, his smile took on a more sinister quality. He extended his right hand and slowly pushed the door open. As the door creaked against the ground, the entirety of the 6th level came into view. The sound of the door again caught the attention of the prisoners inside, for they had little to occupy their time and were easily drawn to the commotion. When they turned to look, they were momentarily stunned. It was not the new director, Magellan, as they had imagined, but rather a handsome young man. However, they soon became excited, for his striking appearance stirred long-dormant feelings within them. Regardless of gender, he captivated all. Some prisoners managed to control their desires, remembering the bloody lesson they had received from provoking Magellan. Yet this was a minority. The majority of prisoners licked their dry lips and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, boy, come here, let me show you my treasure. That's right, I have something for you too. Come here, you bastards dare to steal my prize? Come on over here." Despite the cacophony of voices, Dracula's expression remained unchanged, a wicked smile still gracing his lips, though it held a hint of amusement. He slowly reached for the hilt of his enchanted blade, Muramesa. Subsequently, he infused the blade with haki, masking its dangerous aura, rendering it an ordinary-looking sword from an outsider's perspective. One prisoner, noticing his demeanor, laughed even louder. "Aha, Luke Wadifun. The kid is playing with a sword. What's so fun about a sword? Come duel with me. I'm a great swordsman. If you come over, I might teach you a few moves." Hearing this, the other prisoners in their cages joined in with raucous laughter. "That kid is really foolish. As a collector of fine blades, I see that sword as utterly unremarkable. However, just as Dracula's hand gripped the sword's hilt, a man in the deepest cell of the 6th level suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. His gaze, reminiscent of a demon, flickered with a glimmer of light. After a moment, he coldly muttered to himself, "What a group of fools. That is no ordinary sword. I can once again sense the aura of darkness and destruction. Is he your successor, Rox?" After a brief silence, he gazed intently into the distance. Although the cage obstructed him, it seemed unable to impede his sight. It appeared that Tujin Chung had entirely fallen into his grasp. The sea is becoming increasingly intriguing. I cannot afford to be absent. Will you be the catalyst for my departure? As his words faded, Dracula unsheathed his enchanted blade. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the blade, swiftly darting towards the rowdiest prisoners. They had barely any time to react before the blade's radiance sliced through their bodies. Amidst the anguished cries, blood was splattered everywhere. The prisoner in the cage opposite him touched his face, dampened by warm blood. Instantly, his smile froze on his face, and he unconsciously collapsed to the ground. He hastily wiped his face and trembled as he pleaded for mercy. "Please do not kill me. I have said nothing." As his words fell, several other terrified prisoners knelt down. Observing their demeanor, Diguela immediately lost the desire to slay them. Such weakness was beneath his contempt. Rather than ending their lives with a swift strike, Diguela preferred to let these cowardly prisoners experience solitude and quietly perish in this place. However, his purpose for coming here was not to deal with these trifling individuals. He held a keen interest in the boundless hell of the 6th level of the prison. After all, the mere fact that they were detained here by the Navy indicated something significant. Furthermore, he had yet to gather his 9 fallen angels. Thus, he was in urgent need of manpower. As for loyalty, Diguela had not given it much thought. After all, when the dark energy of the fallen angels was infused into a body, not only would immense power be acquired, but loyalty would also be assured without question. Diguela strode gracefully down the corridor of this prison level. As his gaze swept over the prisoners in their cages, they all silently lowered their heads. Not a single soul dared to meet his eyes. Upon noticing this, Diguela felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, it was evident that they had long been dulled by their captivity. Just then, a cold voice emanated from the depths of the prison. "Young man, are you searching for someone? Perhaps I can fulfill your request." The sudden voice momentarily surprised Diguela. Subsequently, he ceased looking at the prisoners in their cages and instead walked toward the deepest part of the prison. As they watched him depart, the prisoners collectively sighed in relief. The oppressive atmosphere of impending death had hung over them until now. In comparison to their lives, they chose to conceal their sharp edges. The previously kneeling prisoner, gazing into the depths of the prison, could not help but whisper, "I never expected the offspring of the devil to speak." He pondered what might transpire next. Hearing his words, a nearby prisoner quickly covered his mouth, then coldly remarked, "You fool, do you wish to bring about our demise? Never mention that name here. Otherwise, you will feel the overwhelming intimidation from the depths of this level." Many had perished because of such matters. The prisoner whose mouth was covered nodded vigorously, attempting to pry away the hand over his mouth. However, he was disheartened to find that the grip showed no signs of loosening. As the suffocating sensation intensified, he struggled continuously. Yet his meager strength was utterly insignificant in another's eyes. After a prolonged struggle, he could not utter a single coherent word. His voice dwindled until it ultimately vanished. His struggling hands grew weary and fell limply to the ground. Sensing the absence of breath in his grasp, the prisoner nervously chuckled. "It has been a while since I last resorted to violence. I feel somewhat out of practice. Nevertheless, the outcome is rather satisfactory. After all, that man's name was indeed a taboo." His words garnered agreement from the others. They felt no pity for the deceased individual. Such was their rule. The weak could not dictate life or death. As Diguela ventured deeper, the environment became increasingly dim. After walking for a while longer, he finally reached the end. Before him stood a cage ensnared by multiple chains, and Diguela's smile grew ever more radiant. This scene had successfully piqued his interest. He slowly stepped back, unsheathed his sinister blade, and casually unleashed several powerful slashes. Instantly, the chains binding the door snapped one by one, falling heavily to the ground with a resounding clatter. As the dust settled, Diguela pushed open the grand door before him. What met his eyes was a man securely fastened to an iron pillar. His muscles were prominently defined, revealing no hint of fatigue. However, there was a flaw on his right ear, adorned with a fixed ear protector. His attire was rather unique, resembling a naval uniform but with slight variations. The emblem numbered 09 adorned his left arm. This figure reminded Diguela of a notorious pirate of the seas, Douglas Barrett. Before he could ascertain the man's identity, the prisoner bound to the iron pillar spoke first. "No need to waste time. I'm the strongest here. Defeat me, and I shall accompany you. If you lose, I will remain here. I can clearly sense your ambition. The others do not fulfill that requirement." Upon hearing his words, Diguela smiled. Without hesitation, he replied, "Very well. I accept this duel. Now, what is your name?" The prisoner on the iron pillar coldly responded, "Douglas Barrett." Once he had the name, Diguela swung his sinister blade, severing the chains, binding Barrett. One by one, the chains shattered and fell to the ground. Even the sea-stone handcuffs could not withstand the assault of the three-color hockey. As the shackles disappeared, Barrett flexed his limbs. The once awkward flow of power began to feel natural again, and his body gradually returned to its peak state. Observing his movements, Diguela did not intervene. After all, to earn his respect, Barrett must be restored to his optimal condition. As time passed, Barrett's movements became increasingly fluid. He then declared, "Let our duel commence now. As for the battlefield, we shall choose this level." Diguela nodded in agreement, showing no signs of leniency. The two charged toward one another. As their battle unfolded, the entire sixth level of the prison trembled. The sudden upheaval left the previously relaxed prisoners in a state of terror once more. The mere aura and aftermath of their conflict instilled great fear in them. In a corner, a prisoner voiced his concerns. "Can we, stripped of our powers, truly withstand such residual force? They are two terrifying devils. I suddenly regret becoming a pirate. With my strength, I could have easily become a Navy vice admiral." Not only he, but the remaining prisoners also shared this sentiment. However, the battle between the two did not come to an end as a result. On the contrary, the intensity of their assaults and the ensuing reverberations grew ever greater. This fierce confrontation persisted for half an hour before finally reaching its conclusion. The trembling prisoners were finally able to set their minds at ease, for to them, survival was a truly magnificent affair. Unsurprisingly, the outcome of the clash favored Diguela. Yet, upon receiving this result, Ba-Lete did not feel disheartened. This merely indicated that he had found a new target to pursue. Previously, his aim had been the pirate king Luo Jie, and now it was the fallen angel Diguela. With a concrete objective in sight, Ba-Lete felt that life had regained its luster. A cold smile crept across his lips as he spoke. "Since I have lost, it is clear that my skills were lacking. In the days to come, I shall follow you and engage in whatever endeavors you desire. But you had best remain perpetually superior to me. Otherwise, I might find it difficult to restrain myself. Should that occur, I would be unable to resist the urge to bring about the world's destruction." Upon hearing his words, Diguela shrugged nonchalantly and replied with calm assurance, "Fear not. Your wishes shall not come to fruition. If anyone is to bring about the world's end, it should be I." With such a response, the smile on Ba-Lete's face deepened, and he quietly trailed behind Diguela. As they moved, Diguela's voice once again echoed forth. "Do you desire greater power? Indeed. Then, henceforth become my exclusive angel of death, Sheila. Very well." With his words, Diguela turned to stand beside Ba-Lete, extending his hands to rest upon Ba-Lete's shoulders. Instantly, waves of unique fallen angel energy began to flow into his body. After a brief moment, Diguela withdrew his hands, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Welcome to the Fallen Angel Brigade. From now on, you shall be my angel of death, designated as number 4. With the fallen angel energy, you shall be able to manifest your own identity symbol." Hearing this, Ba-Lete first attuned himself to the energy coursing through him. Gradually, he began to manipulate this special energy, and soon, a card began to materialize in the palm of his hand. A cursory glance revealed a number 4 on its face, while the reverse depicted a fallen angel wielding a massive scythe, resembling the form of a butterfly. However, the disparity between the two was staggering, for one could sense the bloodlust and madness in the fallen angel's gaze. As he delved deeper into the manipulation of this energy, the enormous scythe slowly took shape in his hands. Experiencing its sharpness and imposing presence, Ba-Lete let out a hearty laugh. "Ah, how perfectly this suits me." Observing his growing familiarity with this power, Diguela led him away from the place. The inmates within the cage, upon noticing the two demons emerging, quickly averted their gazes, daunted by the prospect of meeting their eyes. However, they soon exhaled in relief, for the demeanor of the duo suggested no intent to slay. Diguela, accompanied by Balete, swiftly exited the 6th level of the prison, heading toward the rendezvous point, casting not a glance back at the remaining prisoners. Only when the two had completely vanished from that level did the prisoners dare to lift their heads again, casting envious glances toward Balete. Yet, they lacked the courage to act upon their feelings. Thus, the two made their way back to the place where everyone was resting, observing the comrades diligently cleaning the battlefield. Dejeu la nariz slightly. He then settled down with Balete. The latter's arrival drew considerable attention, as this robust man was a fresh sight to behold. However, they understood that this man would soon become their comrade. Shirley, who had been observing closely, felt his pupils constrict suddenly. As the chief warden, he was acutely aware of the prisoners' identities. He then mused to himself, a descendant of demons, indeed an extraordinary individual. At least, I am no match for him. With this thought, he ceased to focus on Balete. As time passed, the various tasks within the advanced city approached completion. Dejeu la observar his surroundings. Observing the rejuvenated soldiers, and a gentle smile returned to his countenance. He then clapped his hands and rose from the ground. Soldiers, the advanced city is now ours. This achievement is undeniably due to your efforts. Now, let us partake in a drink together. As he spoke, his hands formed a triangle shape and pushed forward. Soon, an astonishing spatial fluctuation began to swirl around them. In no time, the ground before the crowd was adorned with numerous casks of aged wine. Even before the seals were fully removed, the rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air. The soldiers, having just emerged from a fierce battle, found themselves unable to resist such temptation. They swallowed hard, their eyes fixed eagerly upon de Gula. Noticing their gazes, de Gula spoke directly. Soldiers, what are you still hesitating for? Today, the wine flows abundantly. With his words, the soldiers, unable to contain their anticipation, surged forward. Meanwhile, Bebo produced the provisions he had prepared and began distributing them to the crowd. For mere wine alone could not replenish their strength. De Gula cast another glance around, slowly raising the wine cask in his hand. Soon, a solemn voice resonated in the ears of all present. This wine is dedicated to the fallen heroes. This wine is for your valiant selves. With each proclamation, the emotions of the soldiers were stirred. They gazed in awe at the figure of de Gula not far away. His unparalleled charisma was the true reason for their loyalty. Their faces radiated admiration and fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, they raised their wine casks and drank deeply. The wine contained all their emotions. Accompanied by the sound of gulps, the liquid flowed down their throats, igniting a fiery sensation within them, prompting joyous laughter from each individual. Soon, a shrewd soldier raised his right fist and shouted, "I vow to eliminate all enemies for our Lord." As he finished his declaration, the soldiers around him echoed his sentiments. Hearing the cheers surrounding him, de Gula could not help but smile from the depths of his heart. These soldiers were individuals of pure intentions, and they served as one of the few comforts in his soul. Subsequently, amidst the clamor of the crowd, time flowed slowly. The majority of individuals were inebriated, yet a few soldiers, still bound by duty, partook only sparingly. Observing the soldiers who had succumbed to slumber, Dracula departed from the scene at a leisurely pace. He settled into the office once occupied by Magellan, raising his gaze to contemplate the architecture above. After a brief interlude, he retrieved a telephone bug from his pocket. With a series of beeps, the device was promptly answered, and soon the eager voice of Caesar resonated from within. "Boss, is the plan progressing smoothly?" Upon hearing his query, Dracula subtly curved his lips, responding with an air of calmness. "Indeed, this territory now belongs to us. Has the Sky Island detected any suspicious individuals during this extended period?" Caesar glanced at the screen before him, confirming the absence of anomalies, and immediately replied, "None at all. Everything remains tranquil. Since we have successfully taken control of the city, I can officially proceed with the new research proposal I previously suggested. Boss, wait for me. I shall descend from the Sky Island at once." With his words, the telephone bug was simultaneously disconnected. Caesar's urgency did not surprise Dracula. After all, as a crucial figure within the ranks of the fallen angel scientific community, his demeanor had always been thus. Seated in the office, Dracula patiently awaited his arrival. Noticing the teaware on the desk, he deftly brewed a pot of tea. In the mere span of a tea's brewing time, Caesar's figure materialized in the office. His signature white lab coat was hard to overlook. After adjusting his somewhat hasty breath, Caesar promptly placed the dossier on the desk. With a decisive snap, the case was opened. He sifted through, selecting several special research reports and proposals to present to Dracula. Thereafter, Caesar began to expound upon his research. Boss, take a look at these reports. This outlines my forthcoming research direction. However, to achieve concrete results, your approval is essential, as the primary subjects of the research are the prisoners within the city. Upon hearing this, Dracula perused the reports in his hands. As he scanned the lines of text, a smile of increasing satisfaction graced his face. Once he had thoroughly reviewed all the documents, he spoke plainly. I am indeed intrigued by this research project. Do not worry about potential losses. Pursue it freely. There are plenty of devil fruit users within the prison. With Dracula's endorsement secured, Caesar beamed and replied, Boss, just you wait and see. I have long prepared the plan for depriving them of their devil fruits. Under real-world experimentation, we shall certainly achieve remarkable advancements. With the matter settled, he promptly exited the office. Observing his fervent demeanor, Dracula chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps this is a common trait among researchers. Once he departed, the office returned to the tranquil ambience it had held shortly before. Nonetheless, Dracula found particular delight in this atmosphere. Meanwhile, Caesar, who had hastily left the office, summoned the researchers he had brought from the Sky Island. Noticing their eager expressions, he did not hesitate. Listen up, everyone. The boss has already given the green light for this experimental project. Now it's our turn to tackle it. As for the test subjects, we have an abundance of prisoners. Upon hearing his words, the researchers present erupted with excitement. Haha, this is truly excellent news. It is our fortune to delve into such a groundbreaking project. Observing the enthusiastic crowd, Caesar's smile widened further. He wasted no time and immediately led his team to begin selecting experimental subjects. Thus, a group clad in white lab coats traversed the various levels of the prison in Pursuit City. Under Caesar's guidance, they initially selected 10 prisoners possessing the animal-type devil fruits. After all, at the onset of experimentation, they could not guarantee immediate success. Therefore, they chose to practice first. Even if they failed to secure a devil fruit, they would not feel regret. However, these prisoners were not inclined to comply obediently. When Caesar unlocked their cell, excitement flickered in their eyes. In their perspective, these are merely a few seemingly frail researchers, no match for them. Yet, the unexpected turn of events caught them off guard. Caesar, observing their expressions, wore a look of disdain, then activated his gas fruit ability. Gas lasso. From his body emanated a faint purple mist, which began to shift rhythmically. Gradually, the mist transformed into gaseous ropes. Quietly, Caesar wielded the formed gas, swinging the ropes in the air. With a final flourish, the gas ropes soared towards the prisoners. The 10 captives were unable to mount any effective resistance and were swiftly ensnared. In an instant, the ropes reverted to a gaseous state, enveloping them entirely. Unprepared, the prisoners inhaled the gas into their bodies, and with the toxic fumes invading their systems, they promptly collapsed to the ground. During the encounter, Caesar had also reduced the density of the gas. Otherwise, these prisoners would have faced more dire consequences than mere unconsciousness. After dealing with them, he drew back the remaining gas, coalescing nearby into his body. Thus, this farcical episode concluded rather hastily. Even as a researcher, one's combat prowess exceeded that of these feeble beings. The clean and decisive confrontation left the remaining researchers in a state of astonishment. It was their first time witnessing Caesar's prowess, for they typically spent their days immersed in the laboratory, devoid of any encounters with adversaries. Soon, admiration gleamed in their eyes, and they silently resolved to consume a devil fruit when a project to deprive them of their power succeeded. Although they were researchers, it did not preclude them from harboring aspirations of empowerment. However, they quickly regained their focus. Observing the unconscious prisoners on the ground, they promptly transported them to the newly established laboratory. Meanwhile, the remaining prisoners, not selected for experimentation, breathed a sigh of relief. At times, those donned in white lab coats truly embodied the most fearsome demons. Their hurried demeanor clearly indicated their intent to use the prisoners for experiments. Unbeknownst to them, Caesar remained oblivious to their thoughts, as his primary concern was the pursuit of the experimental project. Thus, Caesar and his assistants carried the unconscious prisoners on, hastily advancing towards the newly constructed laboratory within the city. Caesar soon beheld the doors wide open. With a series of creaks, the friction between his shoes and the floor echoed in the air. Before him lay a large surgical table, adorned with scattered experimental instruments. Observing the interior, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Caesar's lips as he murmured to himself, "It is evident that the boss remains as considerate as ever." This place is strikingly similar to my previous laboratory. Nonetheless, this is advantageous, as we can expedite our experimental endeavors. As he spoke to himself, his assistants had already brought the prisoners into the laboratory. After a swift glance around, they promptly confined the 10 prisoners within cages. Having completed this task, they turned their gaze back to Caesar, awaiting his subsequent directives, their excitement palpable. Without hesitation, Caesar addressed them directly. "Let's commence the experiments, shall we?" As his words resonated, a collective gasp arose from everyone present in the laboratory, and they quickly immersed themselves in their work. Observing their fervor, Caesar nodded in satisfaction. He reopened his suitcase and retrieved a set of documents. After a cursory examination, he immediately began his actions. Time slipped away gradually amidst their experiments. While Caesar meticulously issued his instructions, secure a prisoner, extract a small piece of flesh. I must first investigate the genetic sequences to ascertain whether the devil fruit has undergone recombination with the genes. Upon hearing his command, the assistants swiftly took action. In no time, a bloodied piece of flesh was brought before Caesar. Accepting the flesh from their hands, he delved into his research once more. The assistants, witnessing Caesar's impassive demeanor, could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Internally, they mused, "It seems the gap between us and Lord Caesar is quite significant. Yet, such disparity serves as motivation for progress." Thus, they continued to encourage themselves. Meanwhile, the previously unconscious prisoner began to regain consciousness. The intense pain triggered involuntary reactions within his body, and aided by the powers of the Zoan-type devil fruit, he quickly initiated self-repair. Although his physical wounds healed, the torment of his spirit was something he could only endure alone. He slowly opened his eyes, yet the blinding light compelled him to shut them again. After a brief moment of adjustment, he reopened his eyes, this time clearly perceiving his surroundings. His pupils constricted slightly as he realized he was firmly restrained upon a surgical table. Even without the presence of Kairosaki, his weakened state rendered him incapable of resistance. A slight movement caused the chains to clank ominously, the sound reverberating sharply in the silence of the laboratory. Soon, several assistants monitoring the data turned their attention to the prisoner on the surgical table. Noticing their gaze, he hastily ceased his movements and awkwardly chuckled. Haha, please continue. I merely wished to stretch a bit, as I was feeling a tad stiff." Observing the still expressionless researchers fixated upon him, he silently swallowed a few times and cautiously closed his eyes once more, abandoning his previous actions. Without the burden of their scrutiny, the prisoner felt a wave of relief wash over him, muttering to himself, "I have fainted again. Truly I have." Watching the obedient prisoner, the assistants returned to their observations. This was merely a minor interlude. Gradually, the previously unconscious prisoners began to awaken. They surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and the lab-coated personnel conducting experiments, quickly realizing the peril of their situation. A brief scan of the area led them to notice the prisoner bound to the surgical table. Observing his condition, these prisoners immediately abandoned their prior intentions, as they too recognized the heavy chains encumbering their bodies. Any slight movement would result in a cacophonous clatter. Thanks to the heightened senses granted by the Zoan-type devil, the prisoner on the surgical table soon sensed the awakening of the others. He slightly opened his eyes and directed a glance toward them. Witnessing their cessation of movement, he felt a twinge of discomfort within. After all, he had nearly met his demise due to the sound of the chains moments ago. Had he not prudently closed his eyes, the outcome might have been dire. This thought weighed heavily on his mind. Contemplating this, he rolled his eyes and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He gazed at the group of prisoners, pursed his lips, and began to gesture at them. The prisoner who had been observing him initially appeared puzzled by his actions. However, upon reflection, a look of realization swiftly crossed his face. They cautiously nodded in agreement, discreetly giving him a thumbs up while striving to remain silent. After completing this exchange, they quietly halted their actions and relinquished any thoughts of escape. The warning from the prisoner on the surgical table had been clear: avoid making noise. Observing the stillness around him, the prisoner felt a surge of anxiety. This was not the scenario he had envisioned. He had intended to encourage them to move about, generating sound to attract the attention of the lab-coated personnel. Such a distraction might have led to his removal from the surgical table. As events unfolded contrary to his desires, he grew increasingly frantic. Suddenly, an impulsive thought surged through his mind, causing him to forget the constraints of the chains. With a clatter, he once again became the center of attention. The abrupt sound halted his movements, and he stiffened, casting an awkward glance at the assistants clad in white coats. The assistants, absorbed in measuring experimental data, were abruptly interrupted by the noise. Irritated, they turned to identify the source of the disturbance. Upon realizing it was the prisoner on the surgical table once more, their expressions darkened. Noticing their demeanor, he awkwardly shut his eyes again and muttered to himself, "This is truly the last time, I swear." Although the assistants were incensed, they refrained from taking any action against him, for he was indeed a crucial experimental subject at this stage. They glanced at one another before immersing themselves back into their work. Sensing the disappearance of their gazes, he promptly opened his eyes. When he turned to observe the other prisoners, he was momentarily taken aback. They stood still, paralyzed by fear, hesitant to move. However, upon noticing his gaze, they shifted slightly, unveiling smiles they deemed warm and reassuring. They gestured with their thumbs, offering him a silent affirmation. After all, without his conspicuous reminder, they would have remained oblivious to the impending consequences, especially following the recent demonstration that vividly illustrated the repercussions. Witnessing his act of caution deeply resonated with these prisoners. In this treacherous confinement, they had long been deprived of such warmth and harmony. The determination etched on their faces compelled the prisoner on the operating table to quietly close his eyes, and soon, tears began to cascade from the corners of his eyes. Ultimately, he bore the weight of it all alone. Observing his tears of relief, the remaining prisoners exchanged glances before subtly nodding in agreement. They too closed their eyes, maintaining their stillness. They could not allow his sacrifices to be in vain. Thus, Caesar's experiment progressed steadily. However, the prisoner on the operating table endured great distress, as he was plagued by worry. After all, that piece of flesh had been excised from his own body. Although he could heal, the pain remained intense. He continued to wear a tense expression, awaiting the next developments. Yet, as time elapsed, he noticed that the white-coated figure showed no intention of further incisions, and his anxiety began to dissipate. Soon, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him. The prolonged tension had intensified his fatigue, and he swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he revisited moments of past glory, when he feared nothing and ventured boldly into the vast ocean. Alas, all of that changed due to the man clad in an admiral's uniform. Caesar flexed his somewhat stiff fingers and shook his head. He then turned to survey the 10 prisoners and, satisfied by their compliance, nodded approvingly. He addressed his assistants directly, stating that today's experiment would be temporarily halted. The physical strain had become too great for their intensive research. They would rest for the night and resume tomorrow. Upon hearing his words, the assistants silently ceased their tasks and replied softly, acknowledging his command. They organized the data meticulously and began to tidy up the laboratory equipment. Once everything was concluded, they followed Caesar with a sense of reluctance. Noticing their expressions, Caesar offered a few comforting words. "What is this expression? We might have to stay here in the future, so don't wear such long faces." As he spoke, his assistants shook their heads in unison. For them, any opportunity to research was worthwhile, especially if it meant residing in this place. Before departing, Caesar securely locked the laboratory door. This experiment was of utmost importance, necessitating stringent security measures to ensure confidentiality and safety. The door was not an ordinary one. Its entire structure was composed of high-loose stone. In truth, such a massive high-loose stone door did not exist within the confines of Impel Down. This door was crafted by Barrett's operation of the graph fruit, synthesizing a brand new entrance without direct contact with high-loose stone. Naturally, Caesar dare not touch it. However, he enveloped the lock with a thick layer of gas, lethal to anyone who approached. After scanning the area to confirm its security, he led his team toward the break room. As they walked, he raised his right hand and waved toward the door behind him. "Do you see that deep purple gas? Be careful, it can take lives." The assistants nodded in agreement, assuring him they would remain vigilant. Once they had distanced themselves, the prisoners in the laboratory opened their tightly shut eyes, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. The previous atmosphere had been unbearable. With the absence of the white-coated figure, the prisoners began to move their stiffened limbs, the sound of clinking chains echoing throughout the empty room. This cacophony roused the prisoner on the operating table from his slumber. He opened his eyes, momentarily bewildered. Upon seeing the dark, brick ceiling above, he quickly regained his senses. Hearing the noises around him, he mistakenly believed the white-coated figure had returned to impose further harm. A smile crept onto his face, and without hesitation, he turned his head to look. However, The scene before him soon extinguished his smile, for the anticipated white coat was nowhere to be found. Realizing this, he quickly scanned the room, only to arrive at a grim conclusion. The white-coated figures had already departed. It seemed he was the only one injured. Nevertheless, his awakening had drawn the attention of the other 9 prisoners. One, with a bushy beard, emotionally declared, "Brother, from now on, you are my elder brother. If it weren't for your selfless warning, I would have had no idea how dire the situation could have been." Another prisoner, standing beside him, spoke earnestly. "Since arriving at Impel Down, this is the first time I've felt the kindness of another. To protect this kindness from fading, allow me to safeguard it. Brother, I bow before you." As his words fell, the remaining prisoners echoed in unison, "Brother, we bow before you." Listening to their voices, the prisoner on the operating table remained silent, unable to fathom how events had spiraled to this point. Yet, their words brought him a flicker of solace. After all, his actions were not in vain. Although the outcome diverged from his expectations, he accepted it with grace. He licked his parched lips and rasped the hem. "As the chosen 10, let's look after one another." Upon hearing his somewhat hoarse voice, several prisoners exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. After stretching their bodies, the laboratory returned to its previous desolation. The thought of escape never crossed their minds, for the entire pushing city was swarming with guards. Even if they managed to leave the laboratory, safety was far from guaranteed. Unbeknownst to them, the night had completely enveloped the exterior of Pushing City. Inside, however, the inhabitants were oblivious to the passage of time. They could only acutely sense their own fatigue. Thus, the atmosphere within Pushing City once again descended into silence. The soldiers' physical injuries were gradually undergoing self-repair. The night swiftly passed, and upon awakening, they resumed the unfinished tasks from the previous day. Meanwhile, the events occurring within Pushing City remained unknown to anyone outside, as all communication had been entirely severed and the magnetic fields interfered with transmissions. To the Navy, Pushing City still retained its reputation as the impregnable fortress. Even the breakout of the Golden Lion could not alter this perception. Little did they realize that in the years to come, Pushing City might only exist as a relic of history. When Caesar opened his eyes once more, he proceeded towards the laboratory accompanied by his assistant. Merely studying the correlation between the devil fruits and human genetics consumed considerable time. However, Caesar was well accustomed to such circumstances, as the success of any experimental project invariably required substantial time investment. Soon enough, he arrived before the laboratory door. Slowly extending his hands, he plunged them directly into the swirling deep purple mist. The mist dissipated into the air at a visibly rapid pace. Once fully absorbed into his body, Caesar withdrew his hands and, somewhat lackadaisically, remarked, "Ah, another exhausting day awaits." Assistants quickly opened the door. "Our research is about to commence." Upon hearing his words, the assistants hurriedly stepped out from behind him and began to fumble with the door made of high loose stone. With a resounding boom, the door creaked open. Caesar ruffled his somewhat disheveled hair and stepped inside. The prisoners within the laboratory, upon hearing the door sound, promptly halted their actions. After ensuring a comfortable posture, they remained utterly still. The clinking of chains was far too loud. To avoid drawing excessive attention, they felt compelled to act in this manner. The prisoner on the operating table was particularly direct. He silently extended his body and chose to lie flat. Having no means to resist, he opted to embrace the situation. Caesar surveyed the tranquil laboratory and nodded in satisfaction. He then approached his workstation. A cursory glance at the prisoners revealed that they dared not move. A smile crept onto Caesar's lips as he softly remarked, "You are indeed a rather intriguing group of prisoners. However, your compliance saves me a great deal of effort. If you cooperate willingly, there may yet be a chance for you to survive." Though his voice was not particularly loud, it resonated within the quiet, spacious laboratory, reaching every ear present. The prisoners, maintaining their stillness, felt a stir of anxiety within upon hearing Caesar's words. After all, his statement represented a glimmer of hope amidst their dire situation. Perhaps noticing the prisoners' gazes, Caesar spread his arms and casually responded, "Well, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Ultimately, it depends on the progress of the experiment. As for the rest, we shall leave it to fate." The prisoners' expressions remained fervent despite the lack of a concrete answer. From another perspective, it undoubtedly offered them a chance at survival. With this thought, they instinctively turned their attention towards Caesar. Even the sound of clanking chains could not deter their movements. The prisoner who had previously feigned sleep on the operating table hastily opened his eyes. This time, When he regarded Caesar and the others, fear was absent from his expression. Instead, a sense of gratitude, previously unfelt, radiated from him. He immediately spoke, "Lord Caesar, please proceed. If I am to perish in this experiment, so be it. It is my fate to meet my end here." His words garnered the agreement of the other 9 prisoners. Observing their demeanor, Caesar chuckled and commenced the day's experiment. Behind him, the assistants stood agape, unable to fathom how a mere hint of a survival opportunity could elicit such cooperation from the prisoners. Perhaps, having never endured the hardships of life, they would never truly grasp the value of existence. Nevertheless, the experiment would proceed as planned, with the proactive cooperation of the 10 prisoners. The pace of the experiment significantly accelerated. Yet, even with this, completion would not be achieved in a short span of time. On the 3rd day of Caesar's research into the deprivation of devil fruits, a naval ship was preparing to set sail from the port of the Navy headquarters. On the deck stood a man draped in a Navy justice cloak, his yellow hat perched atop his head, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he gazed into the distance. Deep within the ship's hold, many captured pirates were confined. His mission for this voyage was to imprison all the pirates aboard this vessel in Pushing City. After all, he and Peach Rabbit had only recently ascended to the rank of Navy Admiral, and their reputation on the seas was still nascent. Thus, capturing the active pirates would be the quickest way to bolster their standing. Just as they were about to depart the port, Peach Rabbit's ship returned slowly. Upon noticing her gaze, Chafun spoke up, "Beautiful Miss Guillaume, please accept my 103rd declaration of love." As he spoke, he executed the Navy's 6 styles technique, swiftly appearing before Peach Rabbit in the blink of an eye. His actions prompted most of the soldiers aboard Chaffun's ship to facepalm in disbelief. Although they were no strangers to their admiral's antics, each encounter left their faces flushed with embarrassment. Inwardly, they silently pondered why they felt compelled to wish for a change in command whenever they witnessed such scenes. They quickly shook their heads, redirecting their gazes to the vast azure sea before them, their spirits returning to normal. Meanwhile, aboard Peach Rabbit's ship, she furrowed her brows slightly. She then parted her lips. Her cold voice, penetrating the air once more, "Stop dreaming. That is impossible." When this remark reached Cha Tun's ears, he exhibited no trace of despondency. After all, this was not his first experience of rejection. He had long since become accustomed to such sentiments. After a brief pause, he spoke. Rejeton Fivain. However, beautiful Gun, I shall not relinquish my pursuit." Upon hearing his words, Tautu offered no response. She maintained her aloof demeanor, standing still, quietly observing Chatuan. Perhaps sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Chatuan forced an awkward smile, then softly inquired, "I will proceed to advance towards the prison city to detain the pirates. Is there anything I can do for you?" Hearing his query, Tautu tilted her chin slightly, contemplating for a moment. "In that case, take the pirates aboard my warship as well. I must report to Commander Hayes shortly." Chatuan nodded gently, acquiescing to her request. Their relationship was, in fact, quite amicable, given that they were both naval officers of the same era. However, this camaraderie had a prerequisite. It existed only while Chatuan had yet to confess his feelings. As their conversation concluded, the female soldiers aboard Tautu's warship began to escort the pirates out of the ship's hold. Under the coordination of both parties, the pirates were entirely confined to Chatun's vessel. By the time everything was settled, the sun hung low on the horizon, casting its golden hue over the sea. This, however, did not dampen Chatun's spirits. A somewhat mischievous smile graced his countenance as he gazed into the distance, uttering with fervor, "Then, I shall take care of this matter. You may proceed to find Commander Hay." Observing Chatun's peculiar behavior, Tautu slightly furrowed her brow. Without further ado, she turned and silently made her way into her cabin, leaving behind a tall silhouette that stirred the imagination. Unbeknownst to her, Chatuan remained in his original position, gazing intently at the distant horizon. The soldiers aboard the warship exchanged glances, bemused by their superior's demeanor. His aide approached him slowly, gently stating, "General Chatuan, she has already departed." At the aide's words, Chatuan hastily turned his head, yet the scene he had envisioned, of Gun moved by his sentiments, was nowhere to be found. Instead, he could merely glimpse her graceful silhouette, which soon faded from view as Tautu completely retreated into her cabin. Chatun's gaze lingered momentarily before returning to the far-off sea. Watching the waves, he could not help but exclaim, "Miss Gun, even your departing figure is imbued with such allure. I have resolved it. The next time I encounter Miss Gun, I shall confess. Even in failure, I shall remain undeterred." As these thoughts settled within him, his demeanor shifted. He regained his usual serious and earnest expression. Soldiers, our objective is the prison city. Let's set sail. Thus, Chot Tun's warship departed from the naval headquarters port. However, during their voyage, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The sailors aboard the warship glanced at the perpetual compass in their hands. Yet this time, it failed to yield the desired direction. The needle was engulfed in chaos. Upon recognizing this anomaly, anxiety etched itself across the sailor's face. Resolutely, he commanded the others to continue their advance. For this was his inaugural experience working on General Chot Tun's ship, and he was unwilling to face demotion due to a mishap. Resolving these thoughts, he relied on previous nautical charts and the familiarity embedded in his memory to guide the vessel forward. Chot Tun was unaware of this decision. Henceforth, the warship sailed across the vast ocean, and the question of whether it would ultimately reach the prison city remained shrouded in uncertainty. For the next 3 days, the warship drifted upon the sea. Chot Tun, however, exhibited little sensitivity to the direction of their voyage. He leisurely stood upon the deck, awaiting their arrival at the destination. Meanwhile, the team leader in the command room gripped the perpetual compass tightly, casting frequent glances at it. Each time, disappointment and tension flickered across his features. For the compass continued to point in disarray. Rubbing his reddened eyes, a bitter smile emerged on his face. Having progressed this far, retreat was no longer an option. Acknowledging this reality, he rose once more, directing the ship onward. Meanwhile, within the confines of Prison City, Degula and his subordinates lingered, though he did not deploy his full military might. The following day, the leaders of the Sea High Corps departed from Prison City with their respective teams, having other matters to attend to. Once Prison City was declared compromised, their mission effectively concluded. After a brief respite, they hurriedly took their leave. For the overthrow of the regime by Sea High had reached a pivotal juncture. The primary individuals to be rescued were Ivankov, who returned to their territory with newly recruited subordinates. The remaining personnel stationed at Prison City consisted solely of the Fallen Angel squad led by Inalu and the original guards of Prison City. However, Shilio felt little allegiance to the Navy. Having chosen to surrender, he would not betray them at the last moment, as curiosity filled his heart. He was eager to discover just how far the name Fallen Angel could traverse across the sea. As events fell into place, a smile curled upon Degula's lips. He gently set down the newspaper in his hands, lifting his cup to the last remnants of tea, which he consumed in one swift motion. Degula held the content of the newspaper in disdain, as it contained nothing of significance that piqued his interest. Leaning back against the chair, he pondered briefly before dialing the phone bug on his desk. With a series of beeping sounds, the phone bug was answered. Soon, a sweet voice greeted him. "Master, I am your most loyal warrior, Laki. Please command me." Upon hearing her words, Degula's brows arched slightly as he issued a direct command. "Laki, deactivate the magnetic interference on the Sky Island. Subsequently, initiate ascent, concealing it within the clouds." Without a moment's hesitation, Laki replied in her melodic tone, "Understood, my lord. I will execute the order at once." After relaying his instructions, Degula hung up the phone bug, driven by a singular purpose, to entice the enemy into a trap. Tuijincheng, an important prison for confining pirates, routinely attracts the attention of the Navy. According to his deductions, the Navy's fleet is nearing. If the magnetic interference on the Kongdao is not deactivated, it would spell disaster. This scenario is one that Dracula would certainly not tolerate. He harbors a glimmer of anticipation for the approaching naval commander. In the stillness of the room, Dracula murmured, "Everything is prepared. Now we await your arrival. Navy, come forth." Meanwhile, Lachi, upon receiving new orders, commenced her tasks. She inserted the snail phone into the towering peaks. With her light steps, she proceeded towards the location controlling the magnetic interference. Although the guards in the control room were quite strict, most were locals from the Kondak. Thus, upon seeing Lachi approach, they merely nodded in acknowledgement. However, she came bearing a mission. From her attire, she produced a token, dark and imposing, bearing the singular, resonant character Do. This token is exclusive to the management personnel who do not engage in combat, hence their tokens are uniquely crafted. In contrast, Shu's token is designated for combat personnel. Upon sighting this token, the station soldiers displayed no hesitation and promptly opened the door to the magnetic interference chamber. This is the regulation of the Fallen Angel. The presence of the token dictates the authority. Regardless of the soldier's tasks, the sight of the token mandates compliance. Upon entering the magnetic interference room, Lachi immediately spotted the conspicuous red control button. She approached with measured grace, extending her delicate hand to press it. With a resounding thud, the red button sank, and simultaneously, the magnetic field that had enveloped the Ongdav began to retract. As it contracted, it converged towards the lower half of the island, ultimately integrating seamlessly within the island's core. Externally, it appeared unchanged, a testament to the advanced techniques developed by Fesa on the Vidal. After pressing the button, Lachi surveyed her surroundings and soon located the lever used for elevating the Kavak. With her nimble steps, she approached the lever. Renowned as a formidable female warrior on the Kondak, she concentrated her strength and decisively pushed the control lever forward. Under her impetus, the Ongdao began to ascend. Moments later, it rose deep into the clouds. With her mission accomplished, a sweet smile graced Li's lips, her cherry-red mouth slightly parting as she mused. He, the task bestowed by my lord is finally fulfilled. It has been far too long since I last saw Dracula. Regrettably, her musings were only for her own ears. Once everything was in order, she glanced back at the magnetic field room before departing without a backward glance. With the magnetic field's contraction, the location of Vijinchong was fully exposed. The previously erratic permanent compass began to function normally. A sailor aboard the T-Pig warship was the first to notice this change. He leapt to his feet, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Ah, ha, it's done. Finally, it's done. I feel invigorated." His sudden outburst quickly garnered the attention of most soldiers aboard the warship, who turned to gaze towards the command room. Standing closest to the command room, Chatan entered upon hearing the laughter. Observing the red-eyed, exuberant team leader, Chen inquired, "What is the matter? What do you mean you feel invigorated?" The unexpected appearance of Un startled the team leader, and upon hearing the question, the smile of excitement froze on his face. He clutched the permanent compass tightly, contemplating his response. After a moment of silence, he regained his composure and replied, "Admiral, I merely had a sudden thought that brought me joy. I momentarily lost control of my emotions. I will write a reflection after this mission concludes." Hearing his sincere words, Chowden chose not to press further. He patted the team leader's shoulder, nodding in agreement with his explanation. Then, taking a step closer, he smiled broadly, a mischievous grin lighting up his face. Leaning in closer to the team leader's ear, he whispered, I understand. But as the leader, you must set a good example. This time, I shall forgive you. However, remember, it must not happen again." Although Tevin did not explicitly state anything further, the team leader grasped his meaning. The Admiral's knowing expression made the corners of his mouth twitch, yet his words provided him with a slight sense of relief. After all, it seemed he had not detected any issues with Angshan. Once he steadied his emotions, the team leader straightened his posture. He then executed a crisp salute with his right hand. Noticing his action, Chetan also tempered his smile, returning the salute before departing the command room. The earlier incident was merely a minor diversion in his journey, as he could not disrupt the ship's navigation. The team leader's instinctive grip on the permanent compass had gone unnoticed by Hunt. Once his figure vanished from the command room, the team leader exhaled heavily, releasing a pent-up breath. He rubbed his eyes, reddened from exhaustion, before issuing new navigation orders to the nearby sailors. Change direction. Set course to the left front of the warship. As his words fell, the sailors aboard the warship began to maneuver the vessel in an orderly fashion. Observing their actions, the team leader nodded in satisfaction, a genuine smile emerging, devoid of bitterness. He leaned back in his chair, gradually closing his eyes. As his eyelids descended, the weariness began to dissipate, and the redness in his eyes transitioned back to normal. However, the permanent compass he held tightly continued to operate diligently. During his moment of relaxation, he remained oblivious to the impending crisis drawing ever closer to the warship, led unwittingly by him. Thus, the warship continued its voyage across the vast ocean, drawing ever closer to its destination, Tue Jinchang. Meanwhile, de Guola awaited the Navy's arrival with serene anticipation. However, he was not merely biding his time idly. Within the confines of an office in Tue Jinchang, a scroll depicting the full topographical layout of the prison lay before him. This scroll was not discovered by de Guola. Rather, it was meticulously preserved by Shi Lu during his tenure as the warden of Tue Jinchang. Its existence was unknown even to the former director, Ma Zhelun. Yet now, it belonged to de Guola. He rose slowly from his seat and unfurled the topographical map upon the desk. Instantly, the primary structure and architecture of Tue Jinchang unfolded before his eyes. De Guola extended two slender fingers to touch the edge of the scroll, then gently swept his fingers across it. Following the motion of his fingers, a vague route began to take shape. As he gazed at the final point indicated by his fingers, a wicked smile curled at the corners of de Gua's lips. Pausing for a moment, he chuckled softly. This is the place. In a quiet office, his voice resonated with clarity. Alas, he was alone, and thus, the meaning he wished to convey was known only to him. De Gua lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip before retracting his fingers from scroll. He rolled it into a cylindrical form and grasped it in his palm. Immediately, a strange spatial fluctuation emanated from his hand. Soon, these spatial ripples transformed into gentle waves. And in the blink of an eye, the scroll was absorbed into his dimensional space. After completing this task, de Gua casually brushed off the dust from his attire and exited his office. While he had formulated preliminary ideas, he still needed to confer with others. Moreover, the arrival of the Navy would serve as a test of Shi Lu's resolve, for the letter of marque held considerable significance. Nevertheless, he did not feel an urgent need to act. According to his calculations, the Navy remained a considerable distance from 2A Jinshang due to the recent contraction of the magnetic disturbances surrounding the Sky Island, which had only just revealed the position of 2A Jinshang. For the Navy, the journey would not merely take 2 or 3 days. After traversing a distance, de Gua arrived first at the laboratory. Without hesitation, he strode inside with his long legs. It had been quite some time since he last communicated with Kai Sa, and thus he was uncertain of the progress made in the devil fruit deprivation experiment. Upon entering, de Gua noticed researchers clad in white lab coats not far off. Their tireless work ethic elicited a sense of admiration from him. Before he could speak, Kai Sa, who had been engrossed in his research with his back turned, suddenly pivoted to face him. With a cheerful demeanor, he exclaimed, "Boss, you actually came. The deprivation experiment has made significant progress. I believe that with a little more time, we will achieve complete success." Hearing this, de Gua responded with a smile. "Haha, I have every confidence in you. Do take care of your health. After all, you are my primary research personnel. More crucial studies await you. Do not let anything disrupt your progress. Continue your work. Please visit my office later so we can discuss some matters." Listening intently to his words, Kai Sa's lips curved into a smile. He then elaborated on the specific advancements of the experiment. Having learned what he wished to know, de Gua casually shrugged with his hands in his pockets. "Then I leave it all to you." Kai Sa nodded gently and resumed his research. He held a firm belief in the importance of the future research projects de Gua mentioned, as the magnetic disturbances of the Sky Island were indeed inspired by his boss's ideas. Therefore, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming research endeavors. However, he was acutely aware of the necessity to expedite progress. Kai Sa's sudden turn had captured the attention of all present. When the sounds of their conversation ceased, the other researchers smiled and greeted them. Observing their reactions, de Gua paid little mind. To him, Kai Sa was his true talent. After all, he could find others to assist from anywhere. Though he thought this, he still nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, a brief interlude quickly passed. The 10 prisoners within the laboratory simultaneously swallowed hard, subsequently striving to diminish their presence. They clearly remembered de Gua's emotionless demeanor when executing others, particularly the haunting gleam of his blade, which had left an indelible mark on their eyes. Naturally, de Gua noticed the prisoners but paid them little heed, for their strength was pitiably feeble. As his perception swept across their frail bodies, all information flooded into his mind. He was well aware of Kai Sa's capabilities. Though he was a researcher, it must be said that under the enhancement of the gas fruit, his combat prowess was remarkably high. At the very least, most vice admirals would struggle against him. Thus, dealing with these exceedingly weak prisoners would be effortless. After casting a cursory glance, de Gua turned and walked toward the exit. Just as he was about to leave the laboratory entirely, Kai Sa's distinct voice rang out once more. "Boss!" The sudden exclamation caused de Gua to pause momentarily. Observing his superior's back, Kai Sa directly inquired, "May I dispose of those prisoners at my discretion?" "Of course. Do as you see fit. If possible, I intend to have them become experimental subjects. Feel free to proceed as needed." With that, de Gua resumed his stride and departed the premises. He generally granted his subordinates' requests. The one transgression he could not tolerate was betrayal among the fallen angels. Perhaps it was a trait forged by experience, but he would never allow it. In the long expanse of time, encountering like-minded companions is a rare blessing. Kai Sa in a laboratory pondered over his boss's words, and after a moment, a smile graced his lips. He lifted his gaze, surveying the distant corners of the laboratory. Amused, boss, you remain as captivating as ever. This only deepens my resolve to work diligently. Suddenly, he withdrew his gaze and turned towards the 10 prisoners within the laboratory. Upon noticing the look of terror etched across their faces, he chuckled and remarked, "What expression is that? You should have heard my previous words. If the experiment proceeds smoothly, you will remain here to serve as my research subjects." Caesar's distinctive voice roused the prisoners from their reverie. They initially opened their eyes in confusion, then began to reflect on the recent conversation. After a few seconds, the bewilderment in their eyes vanished, replaced by excitement and eagerness. They struggled to contain their emotions, but their joy was undeniable. The prisoners even raised their right hands to their trembling faces. A series of low, intermittent chuckles escaped their lips. Observing their restrained demeanor, Caesar's lips twitched slightly. He shrugged and said, "I must ask you to behave more normally. The way you appear now resembles a group of deranged patients." At his words, the prisoners nodded in agreement. They withdrew their hands from their faces, and their previously hunched postures gradually straightened. After the emotional outburst, they had returned to a state of normalcy. The leader among them stated earnestly, "Thank you, Lord Caesar, for granting us the chance to live. From now on, we shall remain by your side and successfully become research subjects." Caesar, pleased, regarded them and noticed the chains binding them, his brow furrowing slightly. He then declared, "In that case, I shall unshackle you. I do not intend to bind my subordinates with chains. However, you must fully understand the consequences of betrayal. No one can bear that cost." Though his words were serious, the prisoners nodded solemnly. As his voice faded, Caesar clapped his hands. With a resounding sound, a deep purple mist emanated from his being. Following this, the mist began to move in a rhythmic pattern. Soon, it enveloped the chains on their bodies. These chains, constructed of ordinary metal, could not withstand the corrosive nature of the gas. The chains were visibly disappearing at an observable rate. Simultaneously, the hissing sound of the mist eroding the chains resonated throughout the laboratory, causing concern among the prisoners. If even metal could not withstand the gas, their flesh would fare even worse. However, under Caesar's meticulous control, the gas ceased its assault once the chains were corroded. This brought a quiet sense of relief to the prisoners. Freed from the oppressive weight of the chains, their bodies relaxed. They began to move slowly, striving to regain their optimal state, for maintaining their best condition was a sign of respect for the experiment. With the chains removed, a broader smile graced Caesar's face. He remarked playfully, "Now you all appear much more agreeable. You are free, but your participation in the experiment remains essential." The leader of the prisoners nodded vigorously, stating, "No problem, Boss Caesar. Just call on us whenever you need." Satisfied with their readiness, Caesar turned away to continue his work. As he did, the remaining assistants resumed their tasks, as the current phase of the experiment did not require their cooperation. The 10 prisoners exchanged glances. 9 of them silently directed their attention to their leader. Unsure of what to do, they resolved to follow his lead. Noticing their gazes, the leader's lips involuntarily twitched. He too was uncertain of the next steps. Yet, under the scrutiny of his peers, he looked around and, with a steely resolve, made a decision. "Do you see the cleaning tools over there? Go fetch them and clean up this dust. But be mindful not to disturb Lord Caesar's line of research." Hearing his command, the others nodded silently. They proceeded to the corner, each finding their designated cleaning tool. Once everyone was equipped, he declared, "Thus begins our first task. I shall lead by example, brothers." As he spoke, he wielded his broom with fervor, sweeping the dust lying quietly on the floor into a neat pile. However, as he worked, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Being the leader is not as easy as it seems. After all, I am a prisoner too. Isn't this task a bit unfair to me?" Observing his swift and efficient movements, the others joined in without hesitation. As users of the devil fruit's powers, the sounds they made were almost negligible. Though their actions were subtle, they progressed swiftly in their cleaning endeavor. Caesar, shaking a test tube, noticed a slight movement in his ear. A smile crept onto his face. Despite their quiet efforts, they could not evade his keen perception. He was pleased with their industriousness, but chose not to turn and commend them. Instead, he remained focused, his sharp gaze fixed on the test tube in his hand. After all, this small vessel contained the culmination of their efforts over the past few days. Caesar gently swirled the test tube, watching as the liquid began to amalgamate. Fortunately, it did not explode. The red liquid within began to blend at a remarkably orderly pace. Observing this, Caesar placed the test tube upright in its stand, quietly monitoring its progression. As time passed, The color within the test tube became increasingly pronounced. He meticulously recorded the changes occurring in the liquid in his notebook. Once the red liquid fully merged, he slowly set down his notebook. He picked up the test tube once more, extracting a small sample for the subsequent experiment. Thus, Caesar toiled without pause, continually crafting the elixir of his vision. Meanwhile, his assistants remained diligently focused on the measurement data in their hands. In their experiment, time passed gradually. The 10 prisoners had already completed their cleaning tasks. As the gaze of the remaining 9 converged once more on their elder brother, Xiao Pang could not help but shiver. Feeling the intense scrutiny of his peers, he lifted his head to survey the laboratory, only to be met with disappointment as he could find no additional tasks. The laboratory's simplistic arrangement left them with exceedingly few duties. Realizing this, he scratched his head and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Brother, I believe we could use a break. After all, we've just finished cleaning the laboratory and are quite fatigued." Upon hearing his words, the other 9 exchanged glances and promptly shook their heads, asserting, "Boss, we are not tired at all. The powers granted to us by the animal-type devil fruit bestow us with boundless energy. We do not require rest, boss. You can assign us any tasks. We can endure." Xiao Pang listened in silence, somewhat exasperated. Here it came again, that familiar sensation. He felt a strong urge to ignore them. With a wave of his hand, he impatiently declared, "You all need to rest, as I say. Sit quietly and cease your chatter. From this moment on, maintain silence. It is of utmost importance that we do not disturb Lord Caesar's research." Although he could not fathom why his elder brother had suddenly become irritable, they obediently settled on the floor, exchanging a few knowing glances before sealing their lips. Observing their newfound tranquility, Xiao Pang felt a sense of satisfaction. He then turned his gaze towards the industrious figure of Lord Caesar, filled with profound admiration. He could hardly believe that Lord Caesar was capable of sustaining such intense research. Thus, the 10 of them sat on the laboratory floor, quietly watching the busy silhouette before them. After all, they were rough individuals, unable to offer much assistance. Their only option was to endure the lengthy wait. However, as time slowly passed, Xiao Pang found himself unable to remain still. Although there was no concept of time within impelled down, his heady ing fruit allowed him to keenly perceive his rising energy levels. Consequently, he could easily deduce that it was now nighttime. Glancing at Lord Caesar, who continued to work diligently, he felt compelled to speak up. He distinctly remembered that during the day, that particular gentleman had wished to consult with Lord Caesar. Rising from the ground, he opened his mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged, for he was deeply concerned that his actions might disrupt Lord Caesar's crucial train of thought. Seeing his elder brother's conflicted expression, the other 9 prisoners rose as well, reasoning that if they were uncertain, they should simply inquire with him. However, as they began to speak, Xiao Pang swiftly halted their movements. Thus, their words remained lodged in their throats. After a brief pause, they coughed a few times to suppress their thoughts, casting puzzled glances towards their elder brother, awaiting an explanation. Yet in that moment of coughing, Xiao Pang seized the opportunity to say, "Lord Caesar, it is now nighttime. That gentleman is still waiting to discuss matters with you." Upon hearing his words, Caesar's hand, which was busy recording notes, hesitated momentarily. He then ceased his actions, closed the notebook, and placed it on the central table. Without any hesitation, he donned the coat that lay beside him and lifted his somber gaze towards the prisoner who had alerted him. "Luo, you have done well. I cannot believe I forgot such an important matter. It is simply shameful. I hereby appoint you as the captain of the laboratory's security team. Lead the others and assist them with some trivial tasks." As his words resonated, Caesar extended his hand towards the assistants who were still engrossed in their work. Receiving the new directive, Xiao Pang puffed out his chest and assuredly proclaimed, "Understood, Lord Caesar. I will strive to do my utmost." With his promise acknowledged, Caesar nodded and hurriedly exited the laboratory. As he moved, he muttered to himself, "Goodness, I must be quicker. I cannot keep the elder waiting too long." After leaving the laboratory, he transformed into a swirl of deep purple mist, drifting away into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The 9 prisoners, who had been awaiting an explanation, wore expressions of astonishment. Indeed, much had transpired during their brief coughing fit, leaving their minds in a state of confusion. While they were unsure of the specifics, they did recognize one thing. Their elder brother was truly remarkable. They exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement, acutely aware of the disparity between them and Xiao Pang. It was no wonder he was their leader while they remained his subordinates. with faces full of admiration. They looked towards their elder brother, eager for his next command, having just heard of his newfound elevation in rank. One of the more impatient prisoners could not contain himself and asked, "Elder brother, what should we do now? Shouldn't we do something since you've received a promotion?" Xiao Pang scanned the faces of his companions and sighed. "Ah, it is no surprise you are my sworn brothers. Your wisdom remains unwavering." After a moment of reflection, he continued, "Do you see their busy figures? Go assist them." As his words echoed, several prisoners eagerly stepped forward, only to quickly find themselves bewildered. Upon approaching, they realized they had no idea what they were supposed to do. Faced with the densely packed data in their hands, they felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Accompanied by a strong sense of defeat, the 9 of them retreated back to their elder brother's side, this time maintaining a silent demeanor. Their earlier enthusiasm to help had dissipated entirely. Observing their state, Xiao Pang smiled faintly and remarked, "Do you now comprehend the gap between us and them?" Upon hearing their elder brother's words, the other 9 nodded in acknowledgement. Their fervor had ultimately been tempered by the harsh lessons of reality. Nonetheless, Xiao Pang continued, "Now that you understand the disparity, refrain from complicating matters for them. The best assistance we can offer is to quietly observe their work." His statement garnered unanimous agreement from the remaining 9. Soon after, they settled directly onto the laboratory floor, awaiting the progression of their experiment. The recent events were merely a minor interlude for the assistants, who continued to focus intently on their tasks. Even Caesar's departure could not impede the momentum of the experiment. In many respects, they had already proven themselves to be competent researchers. As for Caesar, he surged forward, transformed into a deep purple vapor, racing swiftly towards Dracula's office. Just as he was about to collide with the door, he halted his movement in the nick of time. The deep purple gas began to solidify, contracting steadily until, finally, it was entirely absorbed by an overwhelming force. In an instant, Caesar reverted to his former self. He first brushed off the dust from his lab coat, and then casually inspected himself. Once he confirmed there were no discrepancies, he extended the back of his hand and gently knocked on the door. With a series of soft thuds resonating, Dracula slowly set down his pen. After a brief pause, he lifted his head and spoke softly, "Come in." Upon hearing the invitation, Caesar withdrew his hand from the door and, without hesitation, pushed it open with his right hand and stepped inside. In an instant, he noticed Dracula seated at the head of the table. Their eyes met, and upon sensing the gaze, Caesar offered an awkward smile. He ruffled his somewhat disheveled hair and timidly inquired, "Boss, I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long?" Hearing Caesar's words, Dracula gradually averted his gaze, shaking his head slightly. He then gestured toward a seat not far away. "Not too late. Please sit. There are matters we need to discuss." At Dracula's invitation, Caesar took a seat directly opposite him. Once comfortably settled, he boldly asked, "Boss, what has happened?" Without further ado, Dracula laid out his intentions. "Well, it's not a monumental issue. Primarily, the Navy is approaching the city, and I intend to engage them in a bit of, as one should always seek a measure of amusement. Take a look at the terrain map on the table. I plan to ensnare them effortlessly." Caesar listened intently as his superior elaborated on the entire plan, his smile growing increasingly radiant. After what felt like an eternity, Dracula finally concluded his exposition. Feeling the dryness in his throat, he reached for the tea on the table and downed it in one go. After a moment of relief, he continued, "However, to bring this plan to fruition, there is a crucial factor. Can you make some adjustments to the internal structure of the city?" Upon hearing his superior's request, Caesar did not immediately provide an affirmative response. He sat in contemplation regarding the feasibility of such modifications. Observing his demeanor, Dracula refrained from interrupting, fully aware that this request was rather demanding. Nevertheless, to ensure the endeavor was filled with excitement, he felt compelled to proceed. Thus, the pressure now rested upon Caesar. The office fell into a serene stillness as time passed. Eventually, Caesar lifted his head, his gaze piercing as it turned towards Dracula. He then casually remarked, "Of course, that is not an issue. However, if I undertake this, the ongoing experiments must be entrusted to my assistants." Dracula was not particularly surprised by his response. After all, successfully modifying the city would indeed necessitate pausing other experiments. Without hesitation, he replied, "Very well, let us prioritize this task. The Navy will arrive here in just a few days. Once we handle them, you can return to your experiments." The two engaged in a discussion of the specific details before the conversation concluded, and Caesar hurriedly departed. The transformation of the city was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Under such pressing circumstances, it would certainly be a hasty endeavor. However, having committed himself, he would strive to fulfill the task. As he exited, the office returned to its usual tranquility. Dracula watched Caesar's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. He murmured to himself, "I leave this in your capable hands, Caesar. I trust your judgment completely. Now, all that remains is to catch the fish." With that, Dracula slowly closed his eyes, falling silent, as if merging with the shadows around him. After leaving the office, Caesar jogged briskly, acutely aware of the dwindling time. Before transforming the city, he needed to return to the laboratory. Certain matters required clarification. Otherwise, he feared his assistants would halt the progress of the experiment due to his absence. This was an outcome he could not permit, especially at such a critical juncture. He believed that any straightforward issues could be resolved by his capable assistants. In no time, he returned to the laboratory, where he found his colleagues still diligently engaged in their work, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. He then clapped his hands together, the sound echoing through the room. The sudden noise jolted the engrossed assistants from their tasks, successfully disrupting their concentration. Their expressions shifted from confusion to delight upon realizing that it was their esteemed superior, Lord Caesar, who had awakened them. Noticing their reactions, Caesar shrugged apologetically. "I sincerely apologize for the interruption. However, time is of the essence. To be brief, this experiment project will be in your hands for the next few days." The assistants exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why the responsibility had suddenly shifted to them. Yet, their subordinate position prevented them from voicing their questions. Thus, they nodded gravely. One elder assistant quietly replied, "Rest assured, Lord Caesar. We will work even harder and ensure that everyone's efforts are not in vain." His words garnered the agreement of those around him. Observing the expressions of his assistants, Kaisa felt a sense of satisfaction. He waved his hand and continued, "Then I shall leave it to you. It will only take a few days." After ensuring that the trivial matters in the laboratory were attended to, he cast a glance around. Soon, his gaze settled on the 10 newly appointed guards. Noticing his attention, the chubby one stood up from the ground. He looked at Kaisa and inquired softly, "Is there something you need, Master Kaisa?" After a moment's thought, Kaisa nodded. "You 10 tidy yourselves up and come with me. I have some tasks for you." Upon receiving the new directive, the chubby one nodded fervently. He then led the other 9 to follow closely behind Kaisa. They had nothing to pack, so they immediately took action upon hearing Kaisa's words. Thus, Kaisa departed the laboratory accompanied by the 10 individuals. He intended to leave Pushing City and return to Kongdao, as his primary equipment was located in the laboratory there. Once he had delegated certain responsibilities, Kaisa found himself in no hurry. He strolled through the interior of Pushing City with the 10 in tow. As he walked, he scanned each cage, observing the prisoners within and the labels affixed to their enclosures. If there were suitable candidates, he did not recommend releasing them, for Pushing City still required additional manpower for its transformation. Throughout Kaisa's journey, the chubby one and his companions were filled with excitement, eagerly glancing around. This marked their first true opportunity to observe the environment of Pushing City, as their prior identities as prisoners had left them devoid of any desire to take in their surroundings. Their abrupt change in status brought them a sense of relief. The chubby one surveyed the faces of each prisoner, acutely aware that had it not been for his prudent choices, he might have been in their position. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his mood. He patted the other 9 and closely followed Kaisa. Upon receiving a signal from their leader, the remaining 9 snapped back to attention. However, Kaisa was somewhat disappointed to find no suitable individuals among the prisoners. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. In the absence of appropriate candidates, he would have to utilize personnel from Kongdao. Thus, in silence, Kaisa led them out of Pushing City. Upon seeing the vast azure sea and sky once more, the expressions of the chubby one and his companions momentarily froze. Soon, their faces were filled with nostalgia and longing. As they inhaled the moist air, they all took deep breaths. The return of this familiar sensation left them feeling slightly uneasy. Noticing their expressions, Kaisa smiled subtly. He then remarked casually, "Indeed, the air outside is quite refreshing. It is certainly much better than the endless darkness. Rest assured, you will all be out frequently from now on." Upon hearing his words, the chubby one and the others were filled with excitement. This notion, once a distant dream for them, now seemed attainable. However, they were also left with a sense of curiosity regarding the purpose of their excursion. They could hardly believe that they were merely out to enjoy the sea. Perhaps sensing their confusion, Kaisa elaborated, I did not bring you here merely to gaze at the sea, but to await the arrival of an island. On that island lies what I require next. The chubby one was even more perplexed. An island? In his view, there was not a hint of any island in sight. However, Kaisa chose not to provide further explanation this time. With a faint smile, he gazed at the distant clouds, remaining silent. Observing Kaisa's demeanor, the chubby one wisely refrained from asking further questions. Following Kaisa's line of sight, he looked into the distance. As a subordinate, he simply needed to await his superior's instructions. Though the chubby one remained silent, his companions were unaware of Kaisa's intentions. They exchanged glances, prepared to voice their inquiries once more. Yet, the chubby one's actions interrupted their thoughts. Stay quiet and do not disturb Master Kaisa. Despite their confusion, they promptly stifled their curiosity. After all, in their understanding, their leader always made the most prudent decisions. Thus, an important principle took root in their minds. When faced with uncertainty, seek out the elder brother. When confused, consult the elder brother. When at a loss, look to the elder brother. These three principles remained firmly entrenched in their hearts. However, the chubby one was oblivious to this. He merely felt that, despite their lack of intelligence, his younger brothers were quite obedient to him. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped by slowly. Soon, the clouds in the sky began to gather. Then, a vortex formed before their eyes. Within the vortex, a massive island gradually became visible. As they beheld the emerging island, the chubby one and his companions were stunned into silence. Their mouths agape. They looked as though they could swallow an egg whole. They had only heard tales of floating islands, never having seen one themselves. Thus, they had long believed such legends to be fabrications. Yet, the scene unfolding before them shattered their absurd notions. The floating island not only existed, but was now before their very eyes. Kaisa, who had been observing the clouds, nodded in satisfaction. Watching the manner in which the floating island descended, he knew that his prior research had been quite successful. Soon, the colossal form of the island was fully revealed to the group. Kaisa pointed to the floating island and chuckled. Do you see? This is the island I have been waiting for. Hearing his words, the chubby one and his companions nodded blankly. They remained ensnared in a state of profound astonishment. Observing their expressions, Kaisa snapped his fingers. Instantly, streams of gas emanated from his being. However, this time, the gas was no longer a deep purple, but rather a faintly glowing lavender hue. This was a result of Kaisa deliberately decreasing the gas density, as he feared that if it were too concentrated, the group might perish. The light purple gas entered the dazed individuals' bodies. Soon, their forms trembled, a refreshing sensation washing over them. They involuntarily coughed. After a brief moment, they regained their composure. Kaisa clapped his hands, drawing their attention to himself. Immediately, he spoke directly, expressing that it was merely an empty island and that such a reaction was unwarranted. His demeanor suggested a lack of worldly experience, which was quite embarrassing for me. Upon hearing Caesar's words, the few companions remained silent, inwardly reflecting on their limited horizons. Observing the expressions of the group, Caesar continued, "All right, follow me. We are heading to the empty island to acquire some tools. The tasks ahead will not be easy." The chubby one nodded first and declared, "Understood, Lord Caesar. We have adjusted our mindset. We will not bring you shame in the days to come." As his words fell, the other 9 also nodded in unison. The hovering, empty island began to descend slowly, soon reaching its lowest position. Following this, personnel stationed on the island appeared at the edges. Amidst their presence, Loki's figure came into view, her graceful form accentuating her unique charm. Seeing Caesar standing outside, the Dijinchen, she gently nodded and then waved her hand towards the soldiers behind her. At her signal, rows of metallic objects were brought forth, which were then assembled into a passageway extending towards Caesar. However, to the eyes of the chubby one and his companions, the latter half of the passage was invisible. They could only see the metallic structure of the front half. Caesar nodded in acknowledgement to Loki hovering above and stepped forward towards the passage, which was invisible to ordinary eyes. The chubby one, watching Caesar walk towards the void, couldn't help but remind him, "Lord Caesar, please stop. There is no road ahead. It's very dangerous to fall." Hearing the voice by his ear, Caesar's footsteps hesitated slightly. He turned to look back at the chubby one and the others. Noticing Caesar's gaze, the chubby one thought his words had made an impact. However, the subsequent voice shattered that notion. "How foolish do you think I am? You simply cannot see the passage. After all, this is a high-tech creation I devised. I can understand your ignorance." The chubby one was left dumbfounded by his response. Although he had considered various scenarios, This one was beyond his expectations. His lips twitched, and he replied, "Ah, understood, Lord Caesar." He then ceased his chatter and silently followed behind Caesar with his companions. Observing their actions, Caesar nodded and continued, "Stay close and do not fall behind, or you might step into the void and meet your demise." After saying this, he turned and continued along the previous route. As they were about to exit the confines of Digentia, Caesar retrieved a darkly gleaming token from within his white coat. This token was uniquely designated for non-combat personnel. The Fallen Angel token, identical in appearance to Loki's. Upon its emergence, an invisible wave of energy began to radiate, quickly merging into the unseen passage. With the token's appearance, the passage became more stable. Without a moment's hesitation, Caesar stepped forward confidently. To the eyes of the chubby one and the others, Caesar appeared to tread upon the air with remarkable steadiness. Realizing this, they hurriedly approached to follow him, recalling his earlier words. As the chubby one followed Caesar's lead and stepped into the air, his heart momentarily skipped a beat. However, he soon relaxed, for he stood firmly in midair without any sign of falling. With a sense of wonder, he glanced around, then obediently followed behind Caesar. Thus, Caesar successfully led them onto the empty island. Standing on the solid ground, a smile graced his lips as he muttered to himself, "It seems I still prefer the scent of the earth. Although floating in the air is quite cool, it does not suit me." The chubby one, who had been closely following him, heard Caesar's musing and silently agreed, though he mentally added, "Come on, it's super cool." With Caesar and his companions successfully reaching the island, Loki, accompanied by her subordinates, departed. After all, her mission was merely to guide them. Now that the task was complete, she had no intention of lingering. Caesar glanced at her departing figure and then shifted his focus, for he had a specific purpose for ascending the island. After a brief rest, he led his companions deeper into the island, as the materials in the laboratory awaited him. Time was not on his side to squander. Thus, Caesar and his companions hastened their way, soon arriving at the laboratory on the empty island. With the token displayed, no soldier dared to obstruct them. Upon entering the laboratory, Caesar first surveyed the surroundings. Finding little had changed, he directed his gaze towards the desk, recalling that he had left some items behind when he departed. He walked forward slowly, picking up a document from the desk. Habitually flipping through a few pages, he set it aside. Meanwhile, the chubby one and the others dutifully remained behind him. Even though they did not comprehend Caesar's actions, none dared to voice their inquiries. Caesar retrieved a key from a drawer and leisurely exited, for the storage area was not within the laboratory itself. It merely contained the key to access it. Under Caesar's guidance, the group halted in a desolate area of the empty island. The chubby one surveyed the surroundings and could not help but ask, "Lord Caesar, is this the final destination? It looks like a place that has been utterly destroyed." Upon hearing his words, Caesar's shoulders shook slightly, followed by a soft chuckle. "Indeed, this is the place. It was not always like this. It was deliberately destroyed." The chubby one, having received Caesar's confirmation, swallowed hard. He then looked around at the desolation, struggling to fathom the magnitude of power that could inflict such devastation. Soon, a man's figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He murmured, "Lord Dracula?" expecting an affirmative response. He was taken aback when Caesar shook his head. With a relaxed demeanor, he replied, "It was not the work of that gentleman, though it is related to him. This devastation was caused by our internal combatants. Had it been an adult's intervention, perhaps this place would have sunk to the ocean's depths." Upon hearing Caesar's words, Xiaopeng immediately fell into deep contemplation. However, as he pondered, his thoughts wandered back to the scene of the advance on the city. When that brilliant flash of blade light reappeared in his mind, he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that was the case. Hearing his words, Caesar chuckled casually and showed no further concern for the matter. He dusted off his lab coat and proceeded deeper into the area. After a brief moment, Caesar halted at the very center of the location. He slowly bent down and retrieved a key from the pocket of his lab coat. Observing the darkened ground beneath him, Caesar shifted aside. Soon, a somewhat rectangular keyhole came into view. Had they not been vigilant, Xiaopeng and his companions would have never noticed it. After all, who would expect a small keyhole to exist on a desolate island? Under their watchful gaze, Caesar gently inserted the key into the slot. With a clicking sound, the key descended into the recess. Accompanied by a resounding rumble, a staircase leading underground revealed itself to them. Without hesitation, Caesar stepped inside first, though he did not forget to caution his followers behind him. Don't lag behind, or you might find yourselves trapped inside. You should be able to imagine the consequences of being trapped. Upon hearing his words, Xiaopeng nodded in response. Understood, Understood, Lord Caesar. I will keep an eye on the other 9. Xiaopeng had no doubt about the perilous consequences Caesar referred to, as he understood that they typically involved dangers that could cost them their lives. The remaining 9 were utterly befuddled, their minds unable to process the situation. Nevertheless, upon hearing their elder brother's words, they instinctively nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, we will all listen to you, elder brother. Satisfied with their reply, Caesar continued down the staircase. The overall environment within the staircase was not shrouded in utter darkness. On the contrary, a faint light illuminated the area, a result of the lighting fixtures Caesar had installed on the walls prior to his last departure. The sound of Caesar's shoes creaking against the stone steps echoed through the subterranean passage, enhancing its eerie ambience. Feeling the strange atmosphere, Xiaopeng involuntarily shivered. Although fear lingered within him, he remained closely tethered to Caesar's footsteps. Before long, the staircase leading underground reached its end. Gazing at the imposing door that stood not far away, Caesar smiled. To their astonishment, the door slowly opened on its own. This unexpected occurrence widened Xiaopeng's eyes, and he trembled, speaking cautiously. Lord Caesar, why did the door open by itself? Could there be something unseen lurking here? In response, Caesar's smile widened even more. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he burst into laughter. Oh kid, you're truly amusing. However, you're just too timid. Rest assured, there is nothing of the sort here. The automatically opening door is merely a program I developed. Upon receiving this clarification, Xiaopeng's face flushed with embarrassment, and his previous fear dissipated in an instant. He glanced at his companions, quickly noticing their collective sigh of relief. At that moment, he realized that they had also been gripped by fear. Had he not spoken up first, perhaps his followers would have been the ones to voice their concerns. Concluding this in his mind, Xiaopeng silently resolved to wait for a moment next time, allowing his subordinates to speak first. This way, he would not come across as someone informed. He then redirected his gaze, looking at Caesar's back as he awkwardly inquired, "What do we need to do next, Lord Caesar?" Hearing the voice behind him, Caesar replied directly, "I need you to help me transport some items. According to my calculations, the 10 of you will suffice." With that said, Caesar's footsteps did not falter as he continued into the doorway. Following the directive, Xiaopeng and his companions hurried forward, not daring to keep Caesar waiting too long. As everyone entered one by one, the door began to close slowly. The sound drew Xiaopeng and the others' attention, but this time, they did not display any signs of shock. After all, with repetition, they had begun to develop a degree of immunity to such occurrences. Under Caesar's guidance, they soon arrived at their final destination. He extended his somewhat pale hand and illuminated the basement completely. As a burst of bright light enveloped the space, Caesar involuntarily squinted his eyes. After a moment, he slowly opened them. Observing the familiar surroundings, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He approached a tall box and opened it without hesitation. With a rough motion, the box shattered, revealing its contents. Inside was a metallic object that glimmered silver, resembling a human figure. Seeing the robot, which stood at his height, Caesar reached for the activation device located at the back of its head. With a click, the button was pressed, and streams of electricity surged into the robot's brain. After a brief wait, the robot's eyes began to emit light. During this time, intermittent sounds escaped its mouth. Robot 300, reporting to you. As the robot adjusted, its speech became increasingly fluent. Observing the robot's gradual return to normalcy, Caesar nodded in satisfaction. This was an auxiliary robot he had painstakingly developed. Its primary function was to possess a highly efficient operational capacity. With its addition, Caesar was confident that the minor modifications to the city would be completed swiftly. Once he confirmed its operational status, Caesar shifted his focus. After all, he had other objectives for being here. As his gaze swept across the room, he soon spotted a unique triangular framework in the corner. This triangular structure was one of his most crucial facilities. Given the exceptionally sturdy material of the city walls, ensuring precise adjustments without compromising the overall structure was challenging. Thus, Caesar conceived this triangular framework, crafted from a material he had fortuitously acquired, possessing remarkably sharp cutting capabilities. It would undoubtedly play a significant role in the upcoming renovations. Upon securing these two devices, Caesar's objectives for this journey were fundamentally accomplished. However, due to the prolonged inactivity of the robot, it was unable to move in the immediate future. Caesar had anticipated this eventuality. Observing the expressions of his companions, he earnestly instructed them, "When we arrive, Both this robot and the triangular framework nearby must be taken with us. Upon hearing his words, the group sprang into action, each member diligently performing their designated tasks under the guidance of Xiaopeng. As they lifted the robot, it unexpectedly spoke, "Ah, please be careful, and kindly refrain from touching my rear." Xiaopeng couldn't suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, astonished that a robot would utter such words. Nevertheless, he directed his subordinate to lower their hands. Initially, he intended to dismiss it, yet the robot continued to repeat the phrase, thoroughly unsettling him. Perhaps noticing the group's expressions, Caesar clarified, this robot was originally quite normal. However, a portion of its programming has become disordered, resulting in its current state. To avoid its incessant chattering, I suggest you heed its words. After hearing Caesar's explanation, Xiaopeng nodded in resignation, having already experienced the peculiarities he described. However, he couldn't resist asking, "Lord Caesar, is there no way to modify it? Its behavior is rather strange." Caesar listened to their queries, casually shrugged, and replied, "If it were possible to modify it, I would have done so long ago. The reason for its presence here is precisely this. Were it not for the urgent need for the transformation of 2A Gene Cheng, I would not have brought it out. After all, in my view, it is merely a failed product." With this clarification, Xiaopeng understood the circumstances and proceeded to lift the robot without further comment. Under their coordinated efforts, the two items were swiftly carried away. Caesar scanned the basement once more, ensuring nothing of value remained before leading the group out. A short while later, they emerged back onto the surface of the island. As all had exited, the staircase began to retract slowly, sealing the entrance behind them. Caesar bent down to withdraw the key from the slot, casually placing it in the pocket of his lab coat, no longer paying it any mind. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, burying the slot beneath a veil of sand, rendering the ground indistinguishable from elsewhere. Without uttering a word, Caesar led the group back to the laboratory. Observing the fatigued expressions of Xiaopeng and the others, he stated, "You should take a moment to rest here. After all, we will rely on you when we return to 2A Gene Cheng. I have some matters to attend to, so please wait for me." Upon hearing his words, Xiaopeng and the others nodded vigorously, exhausted from their exertions. The moment they learned they could rest, they promptly reclined in the laboratory. As their breathing gradually steadied, they began to recover their energy, for although the two items appeared light, they were, in fact, quite heavy. Even with the enhancement of their Zoan-type devil fruits, they found it a challenge to bear. Amused by their condition, Caesar smiled and chose not to disturb their respite, stepping out of the laboratory. Now that the tools were fully assembled, he recognized the need for additional personnel. Thus, his next objective was to recruit some soldiers from Sky Island. After a brief contemplation, he made his way to the command center on the island. Presenting his credentials, no one dared to obstruct him, allowing Caesar to enter the command center without hindrance. He approached the commanding officer seated at the head of the table, softly saying, "I trust you have received the Lord's orders?" The officer nodded gravely, straightening his attire before responding seriously, "I have already received them. Please feel free to select the personnel you require." As he spoke, he handed Caesar the documents he had been holding. Without hesitation, Caesar accepted the papers, quickly scanning them to ensure everything was in order before departing. The officer watched Caesar's retreating figure, a hint of envy crossing his face as he murmured, "I truly wish I could descend from the Sky Island to assist Lord Dracula. Alas, my responsibilities here bind me." He touched the fallen angel tattoo on his shoulder and returned to reviewing the documents. Many officers shared his sentiment, yet they fully understood the importance of fulfilling their duties. After leaving the command center, Caesar did not linger for a moment and hurried towards the barracks. The distance between the barracks and the command center was not particularly far, and soon he encountered the soldiers engaged in training. Observing their drills, Caesar approached and interrupted them, being a well-known figure within the ranks of the fallen angels. The soldiers bore no discontent. However, they would not comply without justification. Noticing their attentive gazes, Caesar promptly produced the documents in his hand. After a brief glance, he declared, "Soldiers, I have an urgent transfer order. Gather your ranks and prepare to depart for 2A Gene Cheng immediately." The soldiers exchanged glances, and under their officer's guidance, they began to form an orderly line. Recognizing the stamp on the document, their earlier apprehensions quickly dissipated. The formation took shape with remarkable speed. Observing the neatly aligned ranks, Caesar intoned solemnly, "Now we set forth. Our destination is 2A Gene Cheng." After uttering these words, he strode towards the laboratory, for Xiaopeng and the others awaited him. Watching Caesar depart, the soldiers followed closely behind him. Upon receiving their orders, they maintained exceptional military discipline, the entire formation exhibiting precision and decorum. Soon, Caesar arrived at the laboratory ahead of the group. Entering, he found the others had sufficiently rested. He then spoke softly, "From the looks of you, your break seems to have been adequate. Let us proceed. We are returning to 2A Jinsheng now." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Pang and the others nodded in agreement. Without further ado, they lifted the two objects and followed closely behind Caesar. As they exited, they were greeted by the sight of the troops assembled outside. Initially taken aback, their expressions quickly transformed into delight. Xiao Pang gazed at the multitude of individuals before him, mistakenly believing them to be reinforcements summoned by Caesar. Contemplating this, he resolved to set down the robot he was carrying. Noticing his actions, Caesar, perplexed, inquired, "Did you not just take a break? Why are you putting the robot down?" His words momentarily stunned Xiao Pang, who then surveyed the troops in front of him and directly responded, "Ah, Lord Caesar, are they not here to assist us?" Without a hint of hesitation, Caesar replied affirmatively, "They are here to help us." Upon uttering this, the realization of their actions dawned upon him, and with a hint of jest, he remarked, "However, I must regret to inform you that, although they are indeed my hired aides, the responsibility of moving them still falls upon you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pang appeared momentarily frozen, his earlier expression of joy abruptly replaced by a sullen demeanor as he lamented, "Oh, understood, Lord Caesar." He and his companions hoisted the robot once more. At that moment, the robot's long-lost voice echoed, "Ah, please be cautious. Please do not touch my backside." As this voice emerged, Xiao Pang's lips began to twitch uncontrollably. Subsequently, he silently repositioned his hands. The instant he adjusted, the robot's voice ceased. Once they were prepared, Caesar led the group away. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the floating island, where La Chi had been waiting for quite some time. Upon receiving word of their arrival, she had already positioned herself there. Observing the gathering before her, she nodded solemnly at Caesar. Then, she extended her hand and waved to the soldiers behind her. Instantly, rows of soldiers began to assemble in an orderly fashion. As before, they retrieved metallic frames from behind and commenced assembling them in front of Caesar and the others. In a matter of moments, a passage once again materialized. This time, Xiao Pang and the others did not exhibit excessive surprise. After all, they had witnessed it previously. If they were to be astonished at every sight, it would suggest they had never seen the world. With the passage formed, Caesar produced his command insignia and stepped forward. Behind him, Xiao Pang and the soldiers followed closely. Due to the urgency of the situation, Caesar quickened his pace. Before long, they reached the periphery of the Push City. Upon landing, Caesar turned to La Chi on the floating island, giving her a subtle nod before retracing his steps into the city. Once their figures had vanished completely, La Chi slowly withdrew her gaze. She swayed her graceful figure and sauntered towards the laboratory on the floating island, with the soldiers around her returning to their posts. Returning to the laboratory, La Chi fixed her eyes on the control lever not far away. Without a moment's hesitation, she approached and extended her delicate hand, commanding the floating island to ascend once more into the depths of the clouds. With a resounding rumble, the island began its ascent, and in mere moments, it vanished from sight. After concluding this matter, La Chi retired to rest, for her tasks were few and her time mostly free. Meanwhile, Caesar, having entered the Push City, assigned positions to everyone before hastening towards Dracula's office. Now that he had returned, the renovation of the Push City could commence in earnest. However, before proceeding, he needed to inform his superior. While contemplating the renovations, Caesar soon found himself at the office door. After a light knock and receiving a response, he pushed the door open. Noticing his arrival, Dracula's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "It seems you are ready to commence work." Hearing his superior's words, Caesar nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the renovation begins at this very moment. After exchanging a few more words, Caesar hurriedly departed. He raced through the corridors, quickly arriving at the laboratory. Upon entering through the now open door, he was met with a scene that differed greatly from his expectations. The assistants, clad in white lab coats, lay sprawled on the floor, sound asleep. Initially, this sight incited a flicker of anger within Caesar, but it soon transformed into understanding as he recalled the time of day. Having returned when the sky was thoroughly darkened, it was only natural for the assistants to rest. A sense of relief washed over him, and he softened his gaze upon the slumbering figures. Approaching, he took the notebook from the center of the experiment table, flipping through its pages with satisfaction. Once he reached the final page, he quietly exited, knowing that there was no longer a need for concern here. He could now begin the upcoming renovation work. However, all of this would have to wait until the morrow. Stretching languidly, he mused, "Indeed, it has been quite busy. If I can endure this period, things should ease up a bit." Having not rested for an extended time, he decided to postpone further actions until the next day. With that, he surveyed the empty corridor, scratched his head, and made his way back to his quarters. While everyone rested, the outside world underwent a transformation. Soon, the dark night was shattered by the rising sun. A beam of dawn broke through various barriers, ultimately illuminating the entire sky. During this transition, Caesar gradually stirred from his slumber. Lying quietly in his room, his thoughts gradually emptied. After a brief moment, he regained his senses and suddenly sprang from his bed. Due to his exhaustion, he had not even changed out of his clothes. Grabbing the white lab coat beside him, he hurried toward the quarters of Xiaopeng and the others. For the renovation work was to be expedited. After navigating several small turns, Caesar arrived at their closed door. Without any hesitation, he forcefully kicked the door open with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing the door swing wide, he retracted his foot and quickly tidied his appearance before stepping inside. The loud crash of the door startled Xiaopeng and the others from their deep slumber. They immediately focused their gaze on the entrance, their hearts racing with unrest. Xiaopeng's face bore an expression of displeasure, his eyes fixed intently on the intruding foot, eager to discover who had disrupted their rest. The abrupt interruption of sleep left him quite irked, especially since he had been thoroughly exhausted the previous day. However, his annoyance quickly faded upon realizing the identity of the visitor, his superior. With this realization, he hastily rose from the floor. Noticing the few bewildered subordinates nearby, Xiaopeng directly lifted his foot and kicked them. At his action, the subordinates immediately regained their composure. Kaiser shrugged his shoulders and apologetically remarked, "I sincerely apologize for disturbing your sweet dreams. However, we have no time for such pleasantries now. Let us proceed and get to work." Upon hearing his words, Xiaopeng nodded earnestly. "Understood, Lord Kaiser." Observing the still dazed subordinates, he delivered another kick to one of them, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain. The others quickly responded, all right, Lord Kaiser." After receiving their replies, Kaiser turned and departed without a moment's hesitation, for he still needed to summon the soldiers he had brought yesterday to gather here. Xiaopeng glanced at Kaiser, who was moving away, and hurriedly followed behind him. However, noticing the subordinates still rooted in place, he couldn't help but smile slyly. He returned to the group and delivered several more kicks to their backs. Then he softly urged, "Come on, stop standing around like fools." Hearing his words, the remaining 9 nodded and hurriedly followed their elder brother, chasing after Kaiser. Yet as they ran, they instinctively touched the places that had been kicked. They looked at Xiaopeng with mournful expressions and lamented, "Big brother, could you please go a bit easier next time? It really hurts." Listening to their complaints, Xiaopeng felt a surge of amusement within, though he maintained a serious facade. "That simply cannot be. If I go easy on you, you will not learn your lessons. This is all for your own good." Upon hearing this response, the hearts of the other 9 were filled with gratitude. Their simplistic minds immediately accepted their elder brother's words without question. One particularly hot-tempered subordinate even spoke up, "So that is how it is. I never expected that we would trouble Big Brother so much. If their essay next time, please use even more force." His words were met with agreement from those around him, as they echoed, Yes, old 8 is right. Big brother, you must exert more force next time." Observing their earnest expressions, Xiaopeng felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly contemplated whether it was a bit inappropriate to always play tricks on them. With that thought, he made a decision. He would treat his subordinates a little better in the future. Despite this inner resolve, he would not voice it aloud. Xiaopeng maintained his previously serious demeanor and nodded affirmatively, as if to agree to their request. With their elder brother's approval, the remaining 9 were all beaming with joy. Thus, a small episode concluded unawares. As they trailed behind Kaiser, they also witnessed the soldiers who were already fully prepared for action. Kaiser, satisfied with their state, made no pause as he led everyone toward the construction site. After a brief moment, he gazed at the sturdy wall before him and gently shook his head. Nonetheless, Kaiser extended his somewhat pale hand, slowly gliding it along the wall. As his fingers grazed the surface, a softness began to grace his features. From the sensation he had just experienced, he had confirmed one thing. This was indeed the location that Lord Dracula had described. And here would mark the commencement of the plan to capture the turtle in the urn. Having reached this conclusion, Kaiser waved his hand behind him. With this gesture, the soldiers lined up on either side of the passage, clearing the center. Thus, Xiao Pang and his companions at the back of the line revealed themselves. Without any hesitation, Xiao Pang and his subordinates lifted 2 items and approached Kaiser's side. Simultaneously, Kaiser's voice rang out, "Put down the robot. There's no need to carry it any longer. However, your work has only just begun. Utilize the triangular framework on the wall." As he spoke, Kaiser gestured towards the center of the wall with his hands. Listening to his instructions, Xiao Pang immediately replied, "Understood, Lord Kaiser." He then placed the robot he had been carrying on the ground. He had long wished to do this, but had never found the opportunity. With Lord Kaiser's approval, Xiao Pang felt completely at ease. After resolving the matter of the robot, he took the triangular framework from his subordinates. The moment he grasped it, its weight transferred to him. Thankfully, with the help of several others, he managed to avoid embarrassment. He and his subordinates raised the triangular framework, aiming it at the center of the wall. However, he soon found himself at a loss, as he was unclear about what to do next. Moreover, the triangular framework was not a conventional tool, and he had no knowledge of its operational techniques. For a moment, Xiao Pang and his companions found themselves frozen in place. Noticing their actions, Kaiser quickly understood the situation. With a playful tone, he exclaimed, "Oh, so you don't know how to use it? I almost forgot. It's not too late to teach you now." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Pang and the others promptly turned their heads to look at Kaiser. Acknowledging their gaze, Kaiser continued, "The technique is quite simple, so listen carefully. The triangular framework is fixed to the wall, and there is a screw on the framework that can be turned. As you tighten the screw, a special metal cutting blade will extend from the triangular framework. This blade is incredibly sharp and will easily deal with the wall before us." Xiao Pang nodded thoughtfully and then focused his attention on the triangular framework in his hands. With the assistance of his companions, the framework was secured in place. Ensuring that the first step was completed, Xiao Pang began to search for the turnable screw. His eyes scanned back and forth, but he was unable to locate the screw. Just as he was about to inquire further, one of his subordinates exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother, look here." Hearing the astonished voice, Xiao Pang turned to follow the sound. Soon, a uniquely shaped screw came into view. Without any hesitation, he freed his right hand and reached for the screw. As he tightened it, the framework indeed began to reveal a sharp cutting blade. Seeing the blade appear, Xiao Pang's face broke into a smile once more. He then took control of the cutting blade and directed it towards the wall before him. Observing their actions, Kaiser reiterated his instructions, "Yes, that is how you use it. Be cautious while cutting, otherwise the entire wall might collapse. Begin by cutting a rectangular hole in this spot." Under Kaiser's guidance, everything proceeded according to his directives. Thus, time passed amidst their industrious efforts. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, during which Kaiser and his companions remained at this location, even choosing to sleep on site. Although every individual is weary in body and mind, the minor renovations of Tujiancheng are nearing completion. Throughout these 3 days, Di Gula has consistently visited to monitor the progress, for he senses the Navy drawing ever closer. On the morning of the 4th day, Caesar rubbed his sleepy eyes and rose from the ground. He surveyed the group sprawled on the floor and clapped his hands. The sound of applause stirred the slumbering individuals awake, and instinctively, they reached for their tools to resume their unfinished tasks. Over the past 3 days, they had developed muscle memory, allowing them to perform their duties accurately even with their eyes closed. However, Caesar interrupted their motions, calling out, "Hey everyone, wake up. There's just a little bit of work left. After today, you can rest completely." At his words, the crowd jolted to attention, quickly revitalizing their spirits to tackle the remaining tasks. Observing their determination, Caesar refrained from further comments and approached the robot. With a click, the robot's operational switch was activated. To conserve energy, Caesar had been shutting it down during their breaks. Soon, the robot's eyes emitted a bright light, accompanied by a mechanical, synthesized voice announcing, "Robot no. 300 reporting." After a brief pause, it moved its mechanical legs to grasp a triangular framework, commencing its designated work as per its pre-programmed instructions. Originally, this task was assigned to Xiao Pang and his companions, yet due to its weight, they often experienced fatigue, hindering overall progress. Therefore, Caesar opted for the robot, which, devoid of emotions and physical limitations, was the most suitable choice. As for Xiao Pang and the others, their current responsibilities mirrored those of the soldiers, primarily involving the handling of waste and transporting materials. Inspired by Caesar's earlier remarks, the group worked with fervor. Under this unique motivation, the remaining tasks were swiftly completed, and they laid down their tools, faces beaming with pride as they beheld the transformed Tujin Chung. This experience was particularly significant for them. Perhaps many years hence, they would still recall these moments. In the future, soldiers might proudly claim, "Do you know about the current Tujin Chung? I personally participated in its renovation." Caesar, satisfied with the completed work, nodded approvingly, his gaze sweeping across each soldier's face. He then said with ease, "The renovation of Tujinsheng has reached a milestone. The subsequent matters no longer require our involvement. Soldiers, go and rest well." Upon hearing his words, the gathering erupted with excitement. Following their commander's lead, they began to form an orderly line. After all, they were soldiers of Kongdao, and even in rest, it should be on the island. However, they felt a twinge of regret at not having seen Digo La again before leaving. Caesar could sense the soldiers' sentiments, so he had informed Digo La the night prior. As he watched their departing figures, Caesar quietly remarked, "What a lovely group of individuals. Digo La is waiting outside for your arrival. Go and enjoy your well-deserved surprise." With those words, Caesar departed the scene, heading towards Digo La's office. Although the renovations of Tujinsheng were complete, his responsibilities were not yet finished, as he still needed to thoroughly explain its functions to his superior. Just as the soldiers stepped out of Tujinsheng's gates, they halted in unison. Before them stood a man with a knife handle, his expression stoic, positioned in the center of the path. Upon seeing him, the soldiers' faces lit up with joy, and even the typically stern commanders displayed fervor. Noticing their eager gazes, Digo La slowly turned to the side and gently said, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Go and rest well. Our journey has only just begun, and each of you is an indispensable part." The soldiers erupted in enthusiasm, collectively shouting in response. Listening to their cheers, a hint of a smile graced Digo La's previously cold visage. He nodded slightly towards the crowd and stepped aside, allowing them to continue on their path. After the cheers subsided, the soldiers resumed their normal demeanor and, under their commander's guidance, proceeded towards Kongdao. The island had been awaiting their return with anticipation. Laki, accompanied by her subordinates, reappeared at the island's edge. This time, she retrieved her command token from her attire. Subsequently, the troops surrounding Tujin Chung successfully returned to Kongdao. Once they had disembarked, Laki reclaimed her token, casting a deeply affectionate glance at Digo La below. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Digo La timely looked up. Their eyes met briefly before Laki hastily averted her gaze and hurried away with her team. As the last of the figures vanished, Digo La shook his head and walked back into Tujinsheng. He soon arrived at his office, where Caesar had been patiently waiting for his arrival. Thus, Digo La was not surprised to find him there. With an air of grace, he took his seat. As he settled down, Caesar cheerfully remarked, "So, boss, you must have seen that lovely group of people." Digo La nodded affirmatively, lifting his teacup and savoring the cool liquid. With a refreshing sensation, he stated, "Let us discuss the renovation details. After all, I need to familiarize myself thoroughly." Hearing this, Caesar wasted no time and produced a metallic spherical structure from his pocket. He handed it to Digo La, continuing to explain, "Boss, the primary control hub is the sphere in your hand. Do not underestimate its capabilities. When you twist the sphere, the renovated areas within Tujinsheng will undergo changes. At that point, the Navy will have no means of escape." Digo La nodded slowly, a smile emerging as he replied, "I see, understood. You should also rest well, as the deprivation experiment awaits you." Upon hearing his words, Caesar nodded lightly. Without further hesitation, he departed from the office. After days of intensive labor, he was indeed fatigued. Upon returning to his residence, he lay down on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. As for the deprivation experiment, that could wait until he had rested. Meanwhile, in the office, Dracula toyed with the orb in his hand. He then rose and proceeded towards the modified area, eager to witness the peculiarities that had been transformed. Merely understanding its operational mechanism was far from sufficient. Soon, he arrived at the site of ongoing construction. A thorough scan of the surroundings revealed no notable distinctions. He muttered to himself, "Caesar's camouflage techniques have truly reached an extraordinary level." Ignoring the tools scattered on the ground, he took a cursory glance before resolutely twisting the orb in his hand. Accompanied by a faint sound of gears turning, the orb began to intertwine. As the orb twisted, the environment around him continuously shifted. In a flash, Dracula found himself in an unknown space, encircled by thick, imposing walls. Here, darkness reigned as the sole hue. Embracing the enveloping darkness, a wicked smile crept across Dracula's lips. In this obscurity, his vision remained unimpeded, a unique ability bestowed upon fallen angels. Observing the space meticulously crafted to his specifications, Dracula felt immensely satisfied. He stood quietly, murmuring to himself, "The game with the mice is about to commence. And the venue is right here. Come swiftly, for I am filled with excitement." Upon finishing his words, Dracula twisted the orb once more, returning it to its original form. The darkness before him dissipated entirely. With an elegant stride, he exited the space, free of any concerns. On board the T-Pig-S warship, the squad leader gazed at the smoothly operating permanent pointer, guiding their final voyage. A smile graced his lips, knowing that the advancing city would soon be within his sight. T-Pig remained stationed on the deck, though a slight furrow of worry creased his brow, as an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Despite his contemplation, he could not pinpoint the source of this unease. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze towards the distant sea and softly remarked, "Since the cause remains unknown, it will be prudent to refrain from undertaking any missions for a while after this task concludes. This should help mitigate the sense of impending crisis." As he spoke, the warship gradually approached the waters near the advancing city. The moment they appeared, an aerial island concealed within the clouds detected their presence. However, T-Pig and his crew remained oblivious to the existence of the island. The personnel responsible for monitoring signals immediately dialed Caesar's snail phone. The ringing stirred Caesar from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes groggily, he fumbled for the snail phone beside him. Soon, a voice emanated from the device. "Master Caesar, the aerial island has detected a signal. It appears the Navy has arrived at the advancing city." Upon receiving this report, Caesar sprang from his bed, instantly alert. All his recent toil had been in anticipation of the Navy's arrival. Without hesitation, he responded in a low voice, "Understood. Ensure constant monitoring of the signal's origin." After concluding the call, Caesar hastily donned a white coat that lay scattered on his desk. He hurriedly made his way to the office, knocking lightly before entering. Observing Dracula seated at the head of the table, he exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, the fish are biting. The Navy will soon land at the advancing city. We can begin our entry." Hearing these words, Dracula gently placed his teacup down and, with a wicked smile, gazed at Caesar, saying softly, "All players for the game with the mice have gathered." Rising from his seat with a graceful gait, Dracula exited the office, intent on seeking out Scilio, as the Navy's entry would require his involvement. Only with familiar faces to greet them would the Navy lower their guard. Meanwhile, Caesar remained seated, knowing his final task was to inform his boss of the Navy's arrival. It appeared that his responsibilities had concluded, allowing him the liberty to rest without reservation. Though intrigued by the game with the mice, he ultimately chose to refrain from participating as numerous experiments awaited his attention. Seizing this opportunity, he indulged in a brief respite, surrendering to slumber once more in his boss's office. After leaving the office, Dracula found Scilio still engaged in training. Extending his long hand, he interrupted Scilio's practice. As Scilio ceased his movements, Dracula spoke softly, "I apologize for the interruption, but it is now your time to shine." Upon hearing his superior's words, Scilio slowly sheathed his famed blade, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Understood. I shall prepare immediately." With that, he nodded at Dracula before departing. Watching Scilio's retreating figure, Dracula turned and left, confident that Scilio would make the right choices. As time progressed, the warship successfully reached the periphery of the advancing city. The squad leader in the command room stretched widely, catching a glimpse of the advancing city not far off through the window. Without hesitation, he tucked the permanent pointer into his pocket and approached T-Pig with a smile. Extending his right hand, he saluted with a crisp military gesture. Soon, a spirited declaration escaped his lips. "Report, General T-Pig. Destination advancing city. Successfully reached." T-Pig, standing at the center of the deck, slowly withdrew his gaze and turned to the squad leader. After a brief pause, he remarked with admiration, "I commend you for your navigational prowess. For the next task, remain aboard the warship and take a well-deserved rest." Upon hearing his words, the squad leader replied promptly, "Yes, General T-Pig." With that acknowledgement, he withdrew his hand, yet a profound sigh of relief escaped him internally. The journey to reach Tuajinching was indeed fraught with twists and turns. Had it not been for the favor of Lady Luck, he might have faced dire consequences by now. Observing the pensive team leader, Chatton approached and gently patted him on the shoulder. With a relaxed demeanor, he remarked, "All right, don't dwell on it any longer. You need to rest properly. Moreover, your command will be essential for our return journey." At the sound of Chatton's voice, the team leader was abruptly roused from his reverie. He initially cast an awkward glance at Chatton and, upon reassuring himself of the absence of discontent, regained his composure and acquiesced. He then quietly returned to the command room to rest. Chatton first glanced in the direction of Tua Jinxing, then retrieved a Din Mushy from his pocket. After a series of beeps, the Din Mushy was answered, yet no sound came from the other end. Upon noticing this, Chatton remained calm and refrained from speaking immediately. Thus, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a brief moment, a deep and chilling voice resonated from the other side of the Din Mushy. "This is Tua Jinxing. I am the warden, Shilio." Hearing his words, Chatton furrowed his brow slightly. He promptly responded, "I am Admiral Chatton from the Navy headquarters. I have escorted the pirates and have arrived at the outskirts of Tua Jinxing. I now require the handover. However, where is Director Magellan?" Shilio quickly replied, "Understood. The handover ceremony can commence shortly. Director Magellan's devil fruit ability has caused a side effect, rendering him unable to answer the Din Mushy." Listening to Shilio's explanation, Chatton felt a flicker of curiosity but chose not to dwell on it. After all, he had heard of Magellan's gastrointestinal issues during his time at the Navy headquarters. He then hung up the Din Mushy. After their communication, Chatton turned to his aide and instructed in a low voice, "Summon all soldiers aboard the warship. Bring every pirate from the depths of the ship as hold." Upon hearing his command, the aide swiftly departed. With a whistle, soldiers throughout the warship began to assemble in an orderly fashion. Under the aide's leadership, they brought the pirates out one by one. Observing their actions, Chatton nodded in satisfaction. He then directed his gaze toward the imposing gates of Tua Jinxing, awaiting the handover. Inside Tua Jinxing, Shilio wore a smirk as the call ended. Without hesitation, he led the internal soldiers outward. Soon, Shilio and his entourage of soldiers emerged from Tua Jinxing. As the gates opened, they immediately caught Chatton's attention on the deck. Noticing Shilio leading the way, he waved at the soldiers behind him. At his gesture, the soldiers on the warship began to disembark in an orderly manner, with every 2 soldiers escorting a pirate. Once all the soldiers had disembarked, Chatton stepped away from the center of the deck. Before long, he encountered Shilio. Shilio nodded at Chatton and coldly remarked, "Let us proceed. I shall oversee this handover as well." Due to the escape of the Golden Lion, the number of soldiers within Tua Jinxing has been significantly reduced. Therefore, I must ask for your assistance in escorting the pirates. Chatton glanced at the scant soldiers behind Shilio and nodded in agreement. He turned to his soldiers and declared, "Men, escort the pirates into Tua Jinxing." Upon hearing his words, the soldiers began to follow Shilio in an orderly fashion, with Chatton trailing behind. After all these years, he had never taken the time to truly explore Tua Jinxing. He intended to seize this opportunity to witness firsthand the prison known as the Copper Wall and Iron Bastion. Thus, a large contingent of Navy personnel followed Shilio inside, leaving only a handful of sailors aboard the warship, exhausted from managing the vessel's navigation. As the group entered Tua Jinxing, the massive doors began to close slowly. However, Chatton paid little heed, considering it quite normal for prison doors to shut behind those entering. As the heavy gates closed, Chatton's perception was significantly diminished. This was the obstructive effect of Tua Jinxing's gates. Yet, blissfully unaware, Chatton remained relaxed, oblivious to the underlying danger. Had he been slightly more vigilant, he might have sensed something amiss. As the gates sealed completely, the warships lying in wait revealed themselves. Numerous soldiers disembarked, brandishing the latest weaponry, swiftly taking control of the warship. Meanwhile, the team leader, resting in the command room, was abruptly awakened by the uproar. As he opened his eyes, his pupils contracted slightly, taking in the sight of numerous well-equipped soldiers. Upon seeing them, his mind went blank, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation and how these soldiers had come to be there. A torrent of questions flooded his mind, overwhelming him. Nevertheless, he swiftly made the most prudent choice. Crouching down with his hands over his head, he cried out, "I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. I am of use. I will confess everything." Witnessing the team leader capitulate, the remaining sailors also relinquished their resistance. Consequently, the warship was swiftly seized by the forces of the fallen angel. The operation was led by Enel, who had been training his troops. Observing the scattered few aboard the warship, he wore a look of disappointment. He then murmured, "How weak indeed. I haven't even made a move yet, and the Navy has already surrendered. It should be quite interesting over at the boss's place." Hearing his words, Beppo nodded. Bored and idle, he had accompanied Enel. With the mission successfully accomplished, they had no intention of lingering. Beppo stepped forward and activated his distortion power, distorted dimensional space. He pushed his hands forward in a triangular motion. As he spoke, ripples formed in the space before them, growing in intensity and soon generating a powerful suction. The soldiers standing still were quickly drawn into the vortex. Yet, there was no hint of fear on their faces, for Beepo's maneuver was not their first experience. They had encountered it during previous training. However, the surrendering Navy personnel were wholly unaware of what was transpiring. As they felt the pull of the space, panic gripped their expressions, especially the team leader who had been the first to surrender, his cries the loudest among them. "We're going to die! We're going to die! Help!" Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished from sight. With the disappearance of the group leader, Ainalu felt a sudden clarity in his ears. He turned to look at Bebois and casually remarked, "Your ability is still remarkably convenient. However, do you know the exact location of the Sky Island? After all, our task is to escort these individuals to the Sky Island." Upon hearing his words, Bebois gently shook his head. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said directly, "I recall that the captain previously asked us to contact Laki via a den mushy. At that time, she would provide us with the precise coordinates of the Sky Island." Ainalu reflected for a moment, then clapped his hands together and said earnestly, "Indeed, that is the case. With that information, the task becomes significantly easier." With a clear plan in mind, Ainalu immediately sprang into action. He retrieved a den mushy from his pocket, and with a series of beeping sounds, it was quickly answered. Instantly, a refreshing and gentle voice emanated from within. "Hello, this is Laki. What can I do for you?" In response to her inquiry, Ainalu stated, "The minor threats have been dealt with, and we now require the coordinates of the Sky Island." After receiving this information, Laki promptly activated the signal transmitter before her. Soon, a conspicuous signal erupted above the clouds. As the signal burst forth, Ainalu looked up, and a smile crept across his lips. "All right, I have received the coordinates of the Sky Island." After uttering this, Ainalu hung up the den mushy. He then glanced at Bebois and nodded slightly. Without any hesitation, Ainalu transformed into lightning, soaring rapidly towards the location of the Sky Island. Meanwhile, Bebois, utilizing his own distortion powers, manifested a pair of fallen angel wings. Observing Ainalu ahead, he chuckled softly and closely followed behind him. After a brief moment, the two successfully arrived at the Sky Island. Coincidentally, Laki was making her way towards their direction, fully aware of their location from her station in the signal room. Soon, they met successfully. Upon seeing Laki's arrival, Bebois stepped forward, positioning his hands in a triangular formation before his chest. With a ripple of spatial energy, soldiers reappeared at the scene. After completing this, Bebois acknowledged Laki with a nod. Noticing his gesture, Laki waved to the soldiers behind her. Swiftly, the soldiers advanced to take custody of the captured Navy personnel. Once the handover was complete, Laki spoke softly. "Did Lord Dracula assign you any further tasks?" Upon hearing her words, Bebois shook his head. "No, this is the final task." As Bebois' words fell, a hint of disappointment crossed Laki's fair face. However, she had anticipated such a situation. After all, the main Navy forces were all stationed within Impel Down. After exchanging a few more words, Laki proceeded to escort the captured minor threats away. Ainalu watched the fallen angel squad disperse, casually waving his hand. "The mission is complete. You may disband. However, remember this, do not cause me any trouble." Hearing his words, the soldiers nodded in unison. Thus, they disbanded on the spot, heading towards the center of the Sky Island. After all, opportunities to visit the Sky Island were rare, so they intended to seize this chance for some leisure. Watching his subordinates depart, Ainalu bore a smile. Yet it quickly faded into a deep sigh. The captain's location is truly the most fascinating place. Why not return to take a look? While speaking, he glanced at Bebois, who stood quietly beside him. Noticing Ainalu's eager gaze, Bebois sighed helplessly. "If you wish to go, then let us proceed. After all, I cannot hinder your desires." Upon hearing Bebois' response, Ainalu chuckled heartily and patted his shoulder. "Ha, then let us go." Thus, Ainalu and Bebois set off once more, flying towards the depths of Impel Down. Meanwhile, inside Impel Down, Chibuta remained intrigued by the interior decor. His cheerful demeanor, combined with his somewhat disheveled appearance, rendered him reminiscent of a quirky uncle. As they walked, he inquired curiously, "Which level will these prisoners be confined to?" Responding to his question, Shiryu replied, "The third level of Impel Down." Upon receiving the answer, Chibuta nodded. The group continued deeper into the facility. After a brief period, they were met with the sight of boiling water bubbling with high-temperature steam. At this moment, Shiryu's cold voice echoed, "Chibuta, throw all the pirates into this scalding water. They require thorough disinfection. Without a moment's hesitation, Chibuda waved his hand towards the soldiers behind him. Following his command, the soldiers began to confiscate the belongings of the pirates. Subsequently, they proceeded to push each pirate into the seething water. Instantly, screams of agony filled the air, for the boiling water, reaching a scorching 100 degrees, was not something the average individual could withstand. However, there were exceptions. Some of the more robust pirates utilized their physical strength to endure the intense heat. This disinfection process lasted approximately the duration of an incense stick. Once the disinfection was complete, the soldiers retrieved the pirates from the boiling water. Yet, the number of pirates had diminished, as not all had survived the ordeal. However, their nightmare had only just begun, for the prior boiling water disinfection was merely an appetizer. The group continued onward, swiftly entering the depths of the first layer of the Red Lotus Hell. Before them lay a vast expanse resembling a forest. Perhaps sensing Chibuda's astonishment, Shiryu elaborated, "The leaves of those trees are as sharp as blades, and the surrounding grass is like needles." Acknowledging his explanation, Chibuda gently nodded and plucked a leaf from one of the trees. After all, he had never encountered such leaves outside. Using the plucked leaf, he grazed it against his palm. Instantly, a slight sting radiated from his hand. Looking down, he quickly noticed a cut on his palm, with a trickle of blood seeping forth. Realizing this, Chibuda discarded the leaf and utilized his abilities to mend the wound. When he looked up again, he found all eyes were fixed upon him. Aware of their gazes, Chibuda awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. Ah, a moment of impulsiveness. Upon hearing this, the soldiers behind him wore peculiar expressions, and a bead of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Concerning the eccentric character of their commander, each observation leaves one bemused. They find it utterly inconceivable how Cha-Tun ascended to the rank of admiral. This minor interlude was soon to be forgotten. Hilliu retained a portion of the pirates within this level of the prison, and subsequently, the group continued their descent to the next tier. However, as the figures of the Navy vanished completely from this level, the prisoners within the cages displayed glimmers of amusement and mockery in their gazes. They were acutely aware that the current impel down had changed hands. The Navy personnel entering were akin to sheep among wolves, awaiting a fate of failure and demise. Under Hilliu's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the second level, known as the Beast Hell. Here, fierce beasts were more abundant, requiring no further elaboration. Hilliu arranged for additional pirates to be placed here before leading the group onward to the next level. Once they departed, the prisoners in this section wore similar expressions of amusement and mockery, echoing the sentiments of their predecessors. Upon reaching the third level, the Hunger Hell, Hilliu's lips curled into a slight smirk. He remained silent as he continued to guide the group forward. At this moment, Cha-Tun spoke up, inquiring about the remaining prisoners and the necessity of their confinement in this third level. After addressing the matter, he expressed the urgency of their departure, as they had lingered long enough and needed to report back promptly. Upon hearing his question, Hilliu gestured forward and simply stated they are ahead. With this precise response, Cha-Tun led his soldiers toward the indicated area. However, Hilliu and the soldiers following him halted their steps, opting not to accompany him. Thus, Cha-Tun and his men soon reached the designated section, only to find it insufficient to accommodate the remaining pirates. As he contemplated turning back for clarification, the environment around him abruptly transformed. In an instant, the walls surrounding him began to shift, and darkness swiftly enveloped Cha-Tun and his soldiers. Observing the vanishing figures of Cha-Tun and his entourage, Hilliu wore a smirk of intrigue. He then whispered to the scattered soldiers behind him, "Let us return and rest. The fish have taken the bait. May fortune favor them." Upon hearing his words, the soldiers exchanged glances before following Hilliu out. Meanwhile, shrouded in darkness, Cha-Tun struggled to comprehend the situation. He extended his hand, but could not discern its form. Realizing this predicament, he activated his Kinbunchiko haki, only to be confounded by its apparent ineffectiveness, as if it had failed him. Consequently, Cha-Tun closed his eyes, striving to maximize his use of Kinbunchiko haki. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from the darkness, proclaiming, "The game with the mouse has begun." Upon hearing this, Cha-Tun immediately sensed an acute danger. Instinctively, he rolled to the side just as a brilliant blade of light whizzed past him, illuminating the darkness. Accompanied by cries of agony, many soldiers behind him fell victim to the blade's arc, listening to the anguished cries of his subordinates. Cha-Tun's fury ignited. He rolled onto his feet and, filled with rage, declared, "Since you dare to harm my men, I will ensure your demise." With that, Cha Tun fixed his gaze on the direction from which the blade had come. Clenching his fists, a surge of dark energy enveloped them. Although his Kinbunchika haki had faltered, his Busashoka haki remained operational. As Cha Tun concentrated his strength in his fists, he executed a Soru and lunged forward. Soon his fists, glinting with a black sheen, collided with the demonic blade of Dracula, unleashing a force that reverberated throughout the darkened space. Yet, as the confines of this shadowy realm were not particularly vast, the Navy soldiers present suffered from the shockwaves of their clash. Their meager strength was utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the two combatants. Consequently, a significant number of Navy personnel fell during their fierce exchange. Listening to the continuous wails around him, Cha Tun's expression turned ashen. He then closed his eyes once more, attuning himself to the fluctuations of energy in his surroundings. With his vision compromised, he relied solely on his hearing. His ears twitched slightly, honing in on the subtle sounds around him, while he instinctively disregarded the cries of his men. After all, if they were further affected, their chances of victory would dwindle to nothing. In the darkness, Dracula wore a sinister smile, aided by the energy of the fallen angel. He could clearly see the closed-eyed Cha Tun. Noticing his actions, Dracula remarked playfully, "Does closing your eyes truly serve a purpose?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. In an instant, he brushed past Cha Tun, simultaneously drawing his demonic sword with blinding speed. With a swift motion, blood erupted from Cha Tun's body as he failed to react in time, and the pain twisted his features into an even darker scowl. Nevertheless, he refrained from opening his eyes, fully aware that to do so would signify his utter defeat. In this realm of impenetrable darkness, he was left to rely solely on his hearing. Soon, he composed himself, achieving a state of tranquility. In this moment, the cacophony of noise could not disrupt his focus. In this heightened state, his sense of danger intensified significantly. When Dracula swung his blade once more, Cha Tun was ready, successfully parrying the attack with a resounding clash. Observing the still closed eyes of Cha Tun, Dracula remarked softly, "Now that is more fitting. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. However, I must inquire, do you accept surrender?" Upon hearing this, Cha Tun snorted coldly and replied, "As an admiral of the Navy, I possess only the choice of dying in battle. Surrender is utterly impossible. State your name." In response to this declaration, Dracula shook his head slightly. He had anticipated Cha Tun's refusal to surrender. After all, the honor of the Navy admiral appeared to be deeply ingrained in his convictions. Nevertheless, Dracula replied calmly, "My name is Dracula, the fallen angel. Remember it well. This name may haunt you throughout your life, an inescapable nightmare. However, in light of Kapu's reputation, I can grant your subordinates a chance at survival." Upon hearing his words, Cha Tun's expression shifted, revealing a hint of surprise as he replied, "Although we find ourselves in opposition, I must admit my admiration for your character. You are unlike the other pirates roaming the vast seas. Should I face defeat, I will hand over my subordinates to you." He spoke with his eyes tightly shut, for it was only in this state that he could achieve his utmost potential. As he spoke, Cha Tun's hands transformed into dust, which began to scatter and spread throughout the dark expanse. He intended to exert his unique control over the dust to restrict Dracula. Alas, his meticulous plans were in vain. The moment the dust began to disperse, Dracula sensed the anomaly, yet he refrained from taking any action. After all, Cha Tun's true capabilities were far beneath his own. Dracula sought to inject a modicum of amusement into this confrontation. Though he remained stationary, his hands were not idle. From his cloak, he retrieved a sphere that governed the darkness surrounding them. With a counterclockwise twist, the gears within the sphere began to stutter, and a peculiar energy emanated from the walls. This energy, a product of Caesar's research, served to sift through those of lesser strength. In an instant, the Navy soldiers brought by Cha Tun were absorbed by the walls, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing their disappearance, Cha Tun's brow furrowed slightly. He could not fathom how they had vanished. Yet soon, his furrowed brow relaxed. Though the mechanics eluded him, he understood one thing. He was now free to unleash his full power. With the Navy soldiers eliminated, the dark space was left with only Dracula and Cha Tun. The once cacophonous and crowded environment transformed into a profound silence. In this tranquil setting, Cha Tun found it easier to discern sound. No longer hesitating, he began to consolidate the dispersed dust in the air. "Riju Shenbao," with a quiet exclamation, The dust commenced an orderly movement, quickly gathering together. Under Cha Tun's manipulation, the dust surged toward Dracula. Yet this assault was merely the beginning. As the dust drew nearer, Dracula could distinctly feel the energy contained within it. However, he regarded the impending explosion with indifference. A sly smile crept upon Dracula's lips as he shook his head slightly, as if to sigh or reflect. As the dust advanced, he placed his right hand upon the hilt of the demon blade Muramesa at his waist. Though he was not overly concerned, he would not allow the attack to land upon him. Such an action would be tantamount to courting death. Without hesitation, Dracula unsheathed the demon blade. With a sharp sound, the blade left its scabbard, and a brilliant flash of light surged toward the converging dust attack. However, the sudden brilliance did not dazzle Cha Tun's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks clashed. The explosion caused by the dust resisted the radiant blade. Yet ultimately, Dracula's keen edge prevailed. After obliterating the dust's explosion, the residual force of the blade continued its relentless advance. Standing firm, Cha Tun immediately sensed a shift. His expression remained unchanged, and he activated his fruit ability. Yushendan. As his words fell, the scattered dust began to coalesce once more. Soon, a colossal shield of dust arose between the blade's light and Cha Tun. The blade struck the giant shield without causing a ripple. After all, having endured the dust's explosion, the blade's might was already diminished. Dracula observed the thwarted attack without disappointment. He was well aware of its power. The previous strike was merely a casual display of his skill. In this silent and dark space, Dracula softly declared, Cha Tun, feel free to unleash any techniques you possess. Otherwise, you will fail to pique my interest. Dance with abandon before me and entertain me. Upon hearing his words, Cha Tun remained silent. The recent clash had made it abundantly clear that he was no match for Dracula. Yet his sense of justice would not allow him to surrender so easily. Gritting his teeth, Cha Tun's form began to dissolve into a wraith-like essence. Gradually, the dust within the dark space began to converge upon him. Moments later, his figure completely vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. Dracula remained stationary, patiently awaiting his transformation, with no intention of interrupting the process. As he witnessed Cha Tun's complete disappearance, a smile graced Dracula's lips, and he subtly nodded. During this interval, Cha Tun utilized the dust in the space to sense Dracula's position. Without hesitation, the dust he had transformed into surged toward that direction. Sensing a faint sense of danger surrounding him, Dracula made a decision. The energy of the fallen angel within him began to circulate. In the blink of an eye, 6 pairs of fallen angel wings materialized from Dracula's back. Against the backdrop of the 6 black wings, tendrils of dark energy enveloped him. Had Cha Tun been able to see clearly, he would have recognized that Dracula resembled a dark lord descending upon the sea. Unfortunately, Cha Tun, with his eyes shut, remained oblivious to these transformations. Perhaps this was fortuitous for him. After all, witnessing the disparity firsthand could have fostered a sense of despair. Yet even with his eyes closed, Cha Tun felt the sudden onset of pressure. Under the weight of this oppressive aura, the dust he had transformed into momentarily faltered. However, in an instant, he regained his offensive stance. Observing the attack still barreling toward him, the fallen angel wings behind Dracula flared to life. Soon, a unique current of air erupted from his wings. As the air stream departed, a small whirlwind materialized out of thin air, directed straight toward Cha Tun's position. For Cha Tun, the arrival of this whirlwind was akin to encountering a nemesis. He instinctively halted his advance. In the presence of the whirlwind, the dust he had transformed into would easily be dispersed. Such an outcome would hinder any effective assault. He might even suffer severe injury before reaching close quarters. After evading the whirlwind, Cha Tun furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, he let out a deep sigh. Alas, it is a complete defeat. I never anticipated that I would be unable to even take the lead. This round I have lost. Henceforth, I shall unleash my most formidable strike. Ji Hui Si Wang. As the words fell from his lips, dust began to surge forth from his body. This dispersed dust continuously filled every corner of the dark space, while the figure of Cha Tun began to flicker in and out of existence. He resembled a dandelion, easily scattered by the slightest provocation until he vanished completely. This was Cha Tun's final move, a nearly desperate gambit. Ever since acquiring the natural dust fruit, he had been tirelessly seeking ways to develop its capabilities. This technique was one of his creations. Sensing Cha Tun's vitality waning, Dracula's lips twitched slightly. He could not help but murmur, "Hey, Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Did I ever say I would kill you? Unfortunately, Cha Tun had entered a unique state. He could no longer perceive any sounds from the outside world, nor could he see anything that surrounded him. In simple terms, he had utterly lost his senses. Receiving no response, Dracula lifted his gaze once more, channeling his kin Bunchika Haki to probe in Cha Tun's direction. Soon, he comprehended the reason. At this moment, the dust within the dark space was completely filled. Dracula inhaled sharply, only to be choked by the dust, leading him to cease breathing through his nose. Simultaneously, he activated his Busashoku Haki. In the blink of an eye, his entire body became enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. The Conqueror's Haki was also unleashed. The aura of darkness and destruction immediately spread throughout the area. Under the control of the Conqueror's Haki, the dust halted its movement. However, the beleaguered Cha Tun began to stir once more. For him, the dust now scattered in the air sufficed for him to execute his next attack. Under Cha Tun's command, the dust began to collide at an astonishing speed. As the velocity increased, tiny particles within the dust began to rub against each other. Before long, these frictional particles erupted into sparks. Consequently, flashes of light began to flicker throughout the dark space. These lights heralded the imminent explosions of the particles. Had it been this way from the start, perhaps Cha Tun would not have ended up in his current state. Yet there are no what-ifs. Even if the darkness dissipated in the space, he could no longer see. As the technique continued to take shape, Cha Tun's figure became increasingly elusive. Dracula remained rooted in place, observing the continuous flickering lights within the space. A hint of excitement adorned his face. Even before the explosions, he could already sense the power of this technique. There was not a trace of fear in Dracula's eyes. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he mused, "This is fine. I can finally take this a bit more seriously. I hope that the place Caesar constructed is sturdy enough to withstand the aftermath of the attack." While lost in thought, Dracula's right hand gripped the hilt of the cursed blade Muramesa at his waist. However, this time, he did not casually unleash a slash. Instead, he slightly bent his body, exerting a bit more force on the hilt. Moments later, the three types of Haki intertwined and converged upon the hilt. After a brief pause, Dracula unsheathed the cursed blade with swift precision. The technique of a Toryu rapid draw, which he had not employed in quite some time, resurfaced. A blade of light, far swifter than his previous slashes, cleaved toward the entire space. Instantly, this blade of light collided with the flickering sparks, resulting in a more intense clash. With a series of thunderous booms, explosions erupted throughout the space. However, these explosions inflicted no harm upon Dracula. The only consequence was that a considerable amount of dust settled upon him. The collision of the two attacks rendered the entire space perilously unstable. The repercussions of the attack reverberated throughout the entirety of Impelled Down. This tremor quickly roused Caesar from his slumber, accompanied by a subtle quaking of the ground. He opened his eyes wide. After a brief pause, he slapped his thigh in astonishment and exclaimed, "Boss, you haven't gone too far in plan to demolish Impelled Down, have you? I should go see if there's a way to remedy this. Be gentle, be gentle. It must be done with care." With his words trailing off, he hastily donned his white coat from the table and rushed out of the office. His destination was the third level of Impelled Down. Meanwhile, Shiryu, who had previously left with his subordinates, could not help but marvel. "You truly are remarkable. It seems that life at sea will become increasingly interesting. Allow me to witness how the fallen angel's fate unfolds." He then returned to his work, paying little heed to the faint tremors. After all, to him, Impelled Down was merely a structure, devoid of any significant meaning. As for Enel and Bepo, who had just departed from Sky Island, they had just entered Impelled Down. Concurrently, they could also sense the tremors reverberating through the prison. Enel turned to Bepo, filled with nostalgia, and said, "Alas, it seems we have arrived a step too late. At this rate, the enemy should be resolved shortly. The boss is remarkably swift." Hearing this, Bepo nodded in agreement. However, feeling the intensity of the tremors beneath their feet, he gently patted his snowy white belly and remarked, "Though we may have arrived late, we can still catch a glimpse of the conclusion. Let's quicken our pace and see the final outcome." With his words, Enel wholeheartedly concurred, and together they hastened toward the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, Barrett, who remained in the depths, shook his head and mused, "The inheritor of darkness and destruction. I hope that the coming seas shall belong to your era, and I shall steadfastly stand behind you." Even from a great distance, he could still sense the unique aura emanating from Dracula's Conqueror's Haki. As he spoke to himself, he slowly closed his eyes. He held no interest in the happenings within Impel Down. Comparatively, he was far more intrigued by the future. Time slipped away as he pondered. Meanwhile, the battle within the extraordinary space was drawing to a close. Ultimately, the domain constructed by Caesar could not withstand Dracula's onslaught. With a resounding crash, the space shattered into fragments, revealing the original visage of Impel Down once more. The lifeless T-Ton lay on the ground, barely clinging to existence. However, observing the faint rise and fall of his chest, it was evident that he had not yet succumbed to death. Meanwhile, Caesar hurried to the scene, only to find remnants of the special space scattered about. He sighed deeply, lamenting his late arrival. Alas, he thought, it is all lost. Nothing remains. Upon hearing his words, Dracula's lips twitched slightly before he gently replied, "Do not be too disheartened. We can rebuild. Yet, it seems the burden falls upon you." At this, Caesar, who had been sighing, immediately quelled his thoughts of protest. He turned to his leader and stated plainly, "I believe that this place is beyond salvation and does not warrant reconstruction." During their exchange, Enel and Beppo also arrived at the scene. Gazing at the ruins and the fallen T-Ton, Enel scoffed, "The new admiral of the Navy has already fallen? I had hoped for a sparring match, but it appears that opportunity has slipped away." Dracula, unfazed, remarked, "There's still a chance. Look at that rising chest. He is still alive. If you truly wish to spar with him, we must first ensure his recovery." Dracula's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Enel's eyes, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Ha! What a splendid idea. I shall take him and seek treatment." Dracula nodded in agreement, unwilling to let T-Ton perish without a fight. Thus, the matter reached a conclusion. The Navy had suffered total defeat. However, thanks to Dracula's prior actions, their losses were not as severe. Yet, without exception, they were all imprisoned within Impel Down. Dracula stretched his limbs and brushed off the dust clinging to his attire, a cloud of particles cascading from him. Observing this, he furrowed his brow, displeased by the dust's persistent presence. He turned to Caesar, still standing in place, and stated, "I shall return to rest, Caesar. This matter is now in your capable hands. You can proceed with confidence." With that, Dracula moved gracefully away, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Despite the dust's stubborn nature, he was at a loss for effective solutions. After all, the dust generated by T-Ton possessed a peculiar adherence that rendered his attempts with hockey nearly ineffective. Caesar, upon hearing his leader's words, stood momentarily stunned. He lifted his downcast gaze to Dracula's retreating figure, then turned to survey the nearby ruins. A grimace, more sorrowful than a frown, spread across his face. "Very well, leader. I shall manage the affairs here." Dracula's footsteps did not falter. He merely raised his right hand in a farewell gesture, and soon his silhouette vanished from the third level of Impel Down. With Dracula's departure, Caesar's smile faded. He raked his fingers through his hair, muttering in frustration, "Truly, my holiday has ended before it even began. It seems I am destined for toil. But where to commence my work?" As he pondered, he cupped his chin with his left hand, deep in thought. Moments later, he withdrew his right hand and, with a decisive clap, proclaimed, "Let's start by examining the structure here. However, that means my deprivation experiments will once again be indefinitely postponed. Alas, such is the way of things." He slowly bent down, picking up a broken piece of material to compare it with the overall layout of Impel Down. Previously, he had made only minor modifications to the structure. Yet this time, the situation was markedly different. Impel Down had endured significant assault, leaving it on the verge of collapse. Recognizing this, Caesar resolved to reinforce it thoroughly. Thus began his labor anew. Meanwhile, Enel, having left first, hurried through the prison corridors, bearing the nearly lifeless T-Ton upon his shoulder. However, his vigorous movements exacerbated T-Ton's already grave injuries. Beppo, watching the scene unfold, felt a pang of concern. Observing Enel's relentless pace, he gently cautioned, "You'd best slow down. Otherwise, I fear he may perish en route." Upon hearing Beppo's voice, Enel glanced at T-Ton slumped over his shoulder. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he noted the wounds on T-Ton's body beginning to rupture, his pallor growing increasingly ghastly due to blood loss. Enel immediately halted his advance and activated his Goro no Mi powers. In an instant, arcs of lightning crackled around him. Without hesitation, he directed the electricity into T-Ton's body. Accompanied by sizzling sounds, the flow of blood from his wounds ceased, albeit at the cost of singeing his flesh, a faint aroma wafting through the air. Awkwardly scratching his head, Enel remarked, Oops, I may have overcooked him. I hope he can pull through. I still intended to spar with him. Quickly regaining his composure, Enel hastened his steps, fearing that further delay would seal T-Tun's fate. As he moved, he inquired of Beepo, "Where can we find the doctor?" and impelled down. Hearing this, a vein of disbelief surfaced on Beepo's forehead. He had not anticipated Enel's ignorance regarding the doctor's whereabouts, especially since he had led the way earlier. Nonetheless, Beepo promptly responded, "Follow me. The doctor is near the office on the 4th level. Hand him over to me. I fear he cannot endure much longer." Enel nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. He transferred T-Tun onto Beepo's waiting hands, and without pausing, the two quickened their pace. This time, Beepo took the lead. Soon, with their combined effort, they located the doctor within and impelled down. With a forceful crash, an impatient Enel swung open the door before them. Observing Enel's actions, Beepo could only shake his head slightly. However, he confidently stepped into the medical room. The door swung open violently, startling the doctors resting inside. Yet, upon noticing the appearance of the newcomers, they chose to remain silent. After all, in front of them stood Ainalu and Babwa, renowned figures within the ranks of the fallen angels. Such individuals were not ones whom mere doctors could afford to provoke. Regaining his composure, an older doctor took the initiative to inquire, "What can we do for you?" "Esteemed gentlemen?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ainalu responded directly, "I need you to save a person. Whatever you require, just let me know. Please act swiftly. Time is of the essence. If you delay, you will perish." During his speech, Babwa gently placed the tea-pig he was carrying onto the table in the medical room. The doctors exchanged glances before affirmatively responding, "Understood, Lord Ainalu. We will commence emergency treatment immediately." As the words left his lips, two younger doctors laid the tea-pig flat on the table, while the previously speaking doctor began searching for appropriate surgical tools. Before long, he approached the tea-pig with his medical kit in hand. Without hesitation, he reached out with his somewhat rough hands to examine the tea-pig's body. As he did so, the battered form quickly provided feedback. The more he inspected, the deeper his frown became. He clearly understood that the injured party was merely clinging to life. However, he also discerned an important conclusion. The tea-pig's bodily functions were recovering at an exceedingly slow rate. This was the sole piece of good news for him. The doctor glanced at Ainalu, who stood a short distance away, and solemnly stated, "My lord, I require your assistance. The patient's injuries possess a self-recovery function, yet it has not been fully activated. It remains in a secondary stage." Upon hearing this, Ainalu shook his head and replied, "I find your words cumbersome. Just tell me what you need me to do." After receiving this response, the doctor adjusted his glasses and calmly stated, "My lord, do you see this area? Stimulate it with an electric current. Ensure the frequency is not too rapid, and the intensity of the current must be moderate. If the current is too strong, it will be fatal, and there will be no remedy." This time, Ainalu comprehended fully. He stepped forward and began to act upon the tea-pig on the table. Following the doctor's instructions, Ainalu meticulously kept his electric current at an exceedingly low standard. Low-frequency electricity. As he spoke, a faint blue light emerged from his hands. Soon, this blue light flickered and surged into the tea-pig's body. Thus, Ainalu continued to channel the electric current, while the doctor leaned in closer, monitoring the strength of the tea-pig's breathing. After a brief interval, the doctor spoke again. "My lord, slightly increase the intensity of the current." As he spoke, the blue light in Ainalu's hands grew even more radiant. Nevertheless, this did not distract the doctor from his meticulous observation. Noticing the tea-pig's breathing becoming stronger, the doctor nodded in satisfaction. He understood that this method was proving effective. The repair mechanisms within the tea-pig's body had also increased to their maximum capacity. The use of electric stimulation was a first for him in actual surgery, as this method was typically unnecessary except for extraordinary cases like that of the tea-pig. Time continued to pass as they administered treatment. After observing for a considerable duration, the doctor removed his glasses and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. He then confidently declared, "My lord, his treatment can come to an end. What remains is merely the passage of time for recovery. I believe he will soon improve." Upon hearing this, Ainalu withdrew his glowing hand and nodded gently. Through his observation with Kin Bunchakahaki, he had reached a general conclusion. In his perception, the tea-pig's vital functions were steadily recovering. Ainalu was confident that before long, the tea-pig would return to normal. At that point, he could challenge him to a duel. With this thought, a faint smile graced Ainalu's lips. "Very well, I shall take him with me. After all, once he awakens, you will not be his match." As he spoke, he reached down and lifted the tea-pig from the table, hoisting him onto his shoulder. The doctors did not attempt to stop him, for they understood that Ainalu was speaking the truth. If the T-Pig were to awaken mid-treatment, they would indeed be outmatched. Their combat capabilities were nearly non-existent, and they would not survive even a single encounter against a figure of Ainalu's caliber. Thus, his actions were the most pragmatic course of action. Seeing the matter concluded, Babe slowly rose to his feet. He rubbed his stomach and casually remarked, "Shall we depart, Ainalu? We do not wish to disturb their rest. After all, they're quite busy each day." Upon hearing Babe's voice, Ainalu nodded in agreement. The two then exited the medical room at a leisurely pace. As they departed, the others inside the medical room collectively exhaled in relief. The recent treatment had heightened their senses. Consequently, as they relaxed, a wave of fatigue washed over them. They promptly closed the door to the medical room and resumed their rest. Walking down the corridor, Ainalu inquired, "The T-Pig seems to have been saved from the brink of death. Where do we go next?" Hearing this, Babel paused, lost in thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, he softly suggested, "Let us place the T-Pig in the prison for now, allowing him to recover at his own pace. As for us, we should certainly take the opportunity to rest well." Upon receiving this response, Ainalu was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. It is indeed you, Babwa. Let us proceed as you suggest. Given the T-Pig's formidable strength, we shall confine him in the 6th level of Impelled Down, the Infinite Hell. After capturing so many pirates, it is only fitting that he enjoys a proper experience. Having reached a consensus, the two made their way toward the 6th level of Impelled Down. As they walked, the prisoners within their cages stared intently at them. Noticing the insignia on the T-Pig's uniform, a smirk of amusement crossed each of their faces. Through the insignia, they could clearly ascertain the T-Pig's identity. The capture of a Marine admiral brought a sense of excitement to their hearts, as it proved that the Marines were not beyond their reach. They too were mere captives. However, not all prisoners were aware of the T-Pig's true identity. In the confines of Push City, many of the prisoners had been incarcerated long ago, their memories of the sea fading into oblivion. As they departed, a prisoner in the corner softly inquired, "Does anyone know the identity of the unconscious man?" His rank is astonishingly that of a general. During his questioning, a recently arrived inmate interjected, explaining, "The man in a coma is the newly appointed Admiral, Chatan. I recall his ceremony of promotion just recently concluded." The revelation swiftly resonated among the prisoners, igniting a fervent discussion. After all, this news was a sensational topic for them. A frail-looking inmate chuckled. "Is this supposed to be an admiral? I can't help but feel the Navy is doomed." His mockery only served to intensify the conversation, with many prisoners joining in. He's right, the Navy is finished. Indeed, they're all just prisoners now, what's the difference? One exclaimed, "I find it rather delightful to be in Push City. Otherwise, I might have missed this spectacle." Thus, nearly every level of prisoners engaged in excited chatter. Meanwhile, Enel and Bepo were acutely aware of the atmosphere, but chose not to interrupt, deeming it trivial. Yet, Enel turned to glance at the unconscious Cha Tun on his shoulder, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Cha Tun, may you awaken to accept your fate with composure." Soon, the two arrived at the 6th level of the Endless Hell. Observing the imposing door before them, Bepo stepped forward and slowly opened it. With a resounding thud, they entered. As the door swung open, the prisoners in their cages turned their heads. Within moments, they recognized the newcomers' faces. Having learned from previous encounters, they refrained from voicing any taunts, understanding that a careless remark could cost them their lives. Feeling the silence of the 6th level, Enel could not suppress a smirk. "Why are you all so compliant? Aren't you supposed to be legendary pirates? A bit more audacious?" As his words hung in the air, none of the prisoners chose to respond. They remained quietly in their cages, observing the figures of Enel and his companions. Sensing their gaze, Enel made a few more jests, yet received no reply. Ultimately, he abandoned this tactic, expressing his boredom. "Honestly, I want to take action, but you give me no chance. Your obedience makes it difficult for me to act." His words elicited involuntary twitches at the corners of the prisoners' mouths, though internally, they sighed in relief. Their clever avoidance had spared them this time. Had it not been for the recent incident involving Dracula, they would have surely been angered. Ultimately, it was the looming threat of death that rendered them mute. Meanwhile, Bepo continued onward, feigning ignorance to Enel's remarks. With no one engaging him, Enel shrugged and sought out an empty cage. With a decisive click, he effortlessly opened it. Without unnecessary movement, he tossed Chak Tun onto the ground, the roughness of the action causing him to collide with the floor. A loud thud resonated as dust was sent airborne, quickly settling over Cha Tun. This curious scene did not escape Enel's notice. Reflecting, he remarked, "Dust, is it? Quite an intriguing ability. It seems the day of your recovery draws near. For now, however, you shall remain here." After securing Cha Tun with chains, Enel exited the cage. He meticulously observed his surroundings to ensure no issues remained before departing with Beepo. As the door to the 6th level closed once more, the prisoners could no longer contain their discussions. "You thought I would fall for that? I'm not foolish. Exactly, thanks to the last incident, I've learned my lesson. Looks like we've successfully survived another day." Amidst their chatter, one prisoner introduced a different topic. "Hey, they just brought in an admiral from the Navy." His words sparked a wave of astonishment. "What admiral? I didn't notice." Yet, soon enough, his question received confirmation. "Yes, right. I indeed saw the insignia. After years navigating the seas, I would never mistake it." Thus, the prisoners' gazes shifted to Cha Tun, the gleaming insignia catching their eyes. This time, their doubts were dispelled. However, they exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. "Ha, he really is an admiral. I can already envision the Navy's defeat in future confrontations. Indeed, it seems the next era will not belong to the Navy." As their fervent discourse unfolded, Cha Tun's brow furrowed slightly, yet he remained unresponsive. Dracula remained oblivious to Cha Tun's fate, having entrusted the matter entirely to Enel and Beepo. Whether Cha Tun would awaken remained uncertain, though Dracula harbored a hope for his revival. After all, a living admiral might yield unforeseen results. The remaining Navy soldiers found themselves confined together, their feeble strength overlooked. However, based on prior circumstances, these soldiers would soon transform into the minions of the fallen angels. The injured soldiers received timely treatment, while the defeat of Cha Tun remained unknown to the Navy headquarters. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku likely could not fathom that Push City had long ceased to belong to them. Yet, as time passed, Cha Tun's prolonged absence would inevitably capture Sengoku's attention, though such matters were not for consideration at this juncture. After all, there remained a considerable distance to that stage. Dracula shook his head, casting aside trivial thoughts. Satisfied with the pristine appearance of his attire, he nodded approvingly. He then lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a delicate sip. Thus, the days that followed unfolded without significant change. On the 4th day, Cha Tun gradually regained consciousness. However, a heavy sensation enveloped him, making each breath feel laborious. As he lowered his gaze, he discovered his body ensnared by chains. Cha Tun gave a slight shake, yet it became evident that escape was futile. Consequently, he relinquished this notion. He lifted his heavy head and surveyed his surroundings, where a series of cages came into view. In an instant, the realization of his current predicament dawned upon him. Feeling the latent power surging within him, Cha Tun clenched his fists. Regrettably, the might of the devil fruit was suppressed. At this moment, he was akin to an ordinary person with slightly stronger physique. Upon this revelation, Cha Tun could not help but mutter to himself, "It seems I have survived, yet I am now a prisoner of the fallen angel. I wonder if my subordinates are still alive?" While lost in thought, he approached the edge of the cage, dragging his chains along. He then scanned each cage one by one. As his gaze fell upon the prisoners, they all silently opened their eyes. Almost simultaneously, they turned their heads to look in Cha Tun's direction. Noticing his awakening, one of the prisoners smirked derisively. "Ha ha ha, the Marine Admiral has awakened. He seems to have come to terms with reality." Hearing his words, another prisoner beside him mocked. Of course he must face reality. Otherwise, he would never have the chance to escape. Hee hee hee. As the two conversed, the other prisoners joined in, transforming the once tranquil infinite hell into a cacophony. Listening to the clamor around him, Cha Tun slowly closed his eyes. He chose to ignore their raucousness. After all, in his eyes, these prisoners were merely a troop of buffoons. Though he was now among them, it did not diminish his disdain for their company. As he shut his eyes, he gradually emptied his mind. This act allowed him to enter a state of self-forgetfulness. In this state, Cha Tun became impervious to the prisoners' clamor, oblivious to their existence. Thus, his soul of forgetfulness solidified in his mind. Shortly thereafter, his spirit quietly sat cross-legged, reflecting upon the gains from his last battle. The prisoners remained unaware of Cha Tun's transcendental state. They only knew one thing. Under their ridicule, he remained silent, his gaze appearing somewhat vacant. In this condition, he maintained his composure for a considerable time. The prisoners exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Is this the Marine Admiral? So feeble and vulnerable. He cannot even withstand our verbal jabs. If the admirals of my time were like this, I would not be here now. Each prisoner wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. After all, during their era of piracy, Marine admirals were as formidable as figures like Sengoku. Each of these prisoners was nearly a relic of a bygone age. Thus, it is evident that the pressures they faced were far greater than those of contemporary pirates. However, all of this was merely a memory, relegated to the past. Their belittling words had no effect on Chatton. He continued to remain still, absorbing the insights from his previous encounter. Upon emerging from his state of forgetfulness, he might experience a significant enhancement in strength. Throughout his prolonged unconsciousness, Chatton's bodily functions had returned to a normal state. Even though his devil fruit abilities were suppressed, his body did not cease to operate. The chains binding Chatton, strictly speaking, were not forged from Hylu stone. Despite their capacity to restrain his devil fruit powers, they were not as severe as the handcuffs of the other prisoners. These chains were specifically procured by Enelu. Nonetheless, their formation was greatly aided by Kesa. To avoid disrupting Chatton's recovery while simultaneously restraining his powers, Kesa had crafted them overnight in a laboratory. Due to these chains, he even postponed the repair plans for Impel Down. Now it appeared that the chains had served a significant purpose. During Chatton's days of unconsciousness, Enelu frequently came to check on him. However, each day, he was met with the sight of Chatton still in a comatose state. The only source of excitement for him was witnessing Chatton's gradual recovery. Consequently, a smile often adorned Enelu's face. He believed that it would not be long before he could engage in combat with someone of admiral caliber. Chatton, however, remained blissfully unaware of the impending battle. He did not even know who attended to him. His mind was consumed with memories of past battles, and these images were continuously slowing in his consciousness. Even the blade of Dracula, once swift in its assault, now appeared to move at a snail's pace. It was as if everything here had transformed into a sluggish tempo. Although he could not comprehend the reasons behind these visions, Chatton diligently employed this divine perspective to observe the entirety of the battle. The displayed scenes of combat were no longer shrouded in darkness. He could distinctly see Dracula's position and even the precise motions of his sword strikes. Thus, he quietly scrutinized them within his mind. From the previous battle, he began to identify his shortcomings and contemplated potential solutions. This state lasted a mere 15 minutes. Yet for Chatton, it was immensely valuable. When he finally regained awareness, the mocking voices once again reached his ears. However, Chatton regarded them with indifference. He opened his eyes and gazed at the prisoners. This time, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. The pirates who met his gaze felt a distinct difference from before. Nevertheless, they paid no heed and continued their taunts. "Oh look, the Marine Admiral is actually looking at me. How frightening. Let me see. Oh dear, he has truly returned to normal. What of it? What difference does it make?" Hearing these voices, Chatton closed his eyes once more, yearning to reclaim the sensation he had previously experienced. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, the earlier feeling eluded him, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, the insights from the battle remained undeniably real. In a moment of uncertainty, the great doors of the 6th level of Impel Down creaked open. Enelu strolled down the corridor at a leisurely pace. The moment the door creaked, the prisoners within the cages swiftly silenced themselves. Though they were unaware of the identity of the newcomer, they understood that remaining silent was prudent. After all, trouble often arises from loose tongues, an undeniable truth. Soon, they discerned the appearance of the visitor. Upon noticing the exposed upper body, they exhaled deeply in their hearts, reflecting on the wisdom of their recent actions. The prisoners remained unaware of the true identity of Ainulu. However, one thing was firmly etched in their minds. Ainulu possessed the power to ruthlessly slaughter them at will. Moreover, should he find a plausible justification, he would not hesitate to strike with lethal force. Their understanding of this was primarily due to first-hand experiences of others. After all, during the days that Cha Tun lay unconscious, Ainulu frequently visited the 6th level, each time provoking them and ultimately labeling them cowards. The following day, one prisoner could no longer contain himself. He extended his hand, furiously pointing at Ainulu, and vehemently cursed, "Kid, when I was born, you were still stirring up trouble inside someone else's belly. If it weren't for the sea prism stone binding me now, you'd learn why the flowers are so red." Before he could finish his words, Ainulu activated his Goro no Mi powers. With a crackling sound, blue lightning surged forth from his body. Without any hesitation, The blue light coalesced into a colossal dragon, charging towards the insolent prisoner. The man, still hurling insults, met his end effortlessly before their eyes, without even stirring a ripple. At that moment, they comprehended the terrifying nature of Ainalu. Upon ascertaining his identity, the prisoners silently retreated to the depths of their cages, maintaining absolute silence throughout the process. They understood that as long as they refrained from speaking out, they could successfully survive another day. And who would not prefer that? Though life in Impel Down had stripped them of the joys of the sea, they still leaned towards the inclination of survival. Ainalu strolled down the corridor, observing the prisoners, and nodded in satisfaction. He then approached Cha Tun's cage. Seeing that Cha Tun had fully recovered and awakened, Ainalu smiled, a grin involuntarily gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Cha Tun shifted his gaze to Ainalu's face, bewildered by the smile he wore. After all, he had no prior interaction with this man and could not fathom why Ainalu was smiling at him. Perhaps sensing his confusion, Ainalu spoke directly. Admiral Cha Tun, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. It was I who assisted in your recovery. Upon hearing this, Cha Tun nodded slightly in acknowledgement and softly replied, I see, thank you. May I inquire what business you have with me? A mere prisoner? At this, Ainalu's smile grew even more radiant. After a brief pause, he responded, I have intentions behind saving you. You appear to have healed sufficiently, so come with me. With that, Ainalu stepped forward and released Cha Tun's chains. With a resounding clank, the chains fell away. Once freed, Ainalu strode towards the exit of the cage. As he walked, his voice reached Cha Tun's ears once more. Let us engage in a battle. Should you lose, you will return here. Should you win, you shall not escape either. Hearing this, Cha Tun's lips involuntarily twitched. After all, according to Ainalu's words, regardless of victory or defeat, the outcome seemed rather similar. Yet, recalling the experience gained from their last encounter, he felt compelled to test his current strength. After a moment of contemplation, Cha Tun slowly rose to his feet, then resolutely followed Ainalu. Perceiving Cha Tun's action, Ainalu subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the two departed from the depths of the infinite hell. As the thunderous sound of the doors echoed, the sixth level returned to its usual state. Once the two had left, a multitude of prisoners emerged from the depths of their cages. They exchanged glances, yet none chose to break the silence. After a moment of stalemate, a more impetuous prisoner could no longer restrain himself. His gruff voice resonated in the ears of every inmate. Hey, what do you all think about what just happened? In response, a prisoner from the opposite cage casually remarked, What else is there to think? Just open your eyes and observe. Such a simple question, do we really need to ask? You must be quite dull from staying in prison. Upon hearing himself called dull, the irritable prisoner immediately retorted, You dare call me dull? I think you are the truly foolish one. Would a somewhat rational person respond in such a manner? Should I not use my eyes to see? Nonsense. Thus, a heated argument ensued between the two, while the remaining prisoners silently observed, waiting for a definitive conclusion to arise from their dispute. In the sixth level of Impel Down, a farcical scene unfolded. Ultimately, a peacemaker intervened, halting their incessant bickering. The peacemaker cleared his throat, nodded slightly, and chuckled, Finally, some peace. Since you all cannot arrive at a conclusion, allow me to assist. You must have heard that the two were about to battle, right? One bets on one, and whoever bets correctly has their opinion validated. Upon hearing this, the two prisoners exchanged glances and agreed to the proposition. Thus, the matter was entirely settled. The remaining prisoners, catching wind of the betting, instantly became elated. They eagerly joined in on this wager, as it had been quite some time since they had engaged in such amusement. For those who had lost their sense of enjoyment, this was a splendid source of entertainment. Meanwhile, Ainalu and Cha Tun maintained their silence, walking quietly down the corridor. After all, it was Ainalu who suggested the battle, so Cha Tun refrained from questioning, silently focusing on regaining his composure. After a short while, Ainalu led Cha Tun to the fourth level. However, he did not intend to engage in battle immediately. Instead, Ainalu approached the door to Dracula's office. He gently extended his hand and softly knocked a few times. With a series of knocks, Dracula lifted his head, placing down the newspaper in his hands, and coldly stated, Come in. Upon hearing his superior's voice, Ainalu wasted no time and promptly entered. As they stepped inside, Dracula noticed Cha Tun behind Ainalu. Observing Cha Tun's return to normalcy, a subtle smile graced his lips. He then spoke loudly, Cha Tun, it appears you have made a remarkable recovery. However, Ainalu, you do not intend to fight him, do you? Upon hearing this, Ainalu nodded affirmatively. Without any hesitation, he spoke directly. Indeed, this was something I had long desired to undertake. Boss, I have come to seek your witness. After all, advancing further with my current strength is quite challenging. This response did not catch Dracula off guard. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced to the request. In that case, I shall accompany you. With that, he rose gracefully from his seat and approached the two individuals before him. After a brief pause, Dracula continued, Cha Tun, you cannot escape from 2A Gene City. Set aside your thoughts for now. Since resistance is futile, you might as well enjoy your life in 2A Gene City. After uttering these words, Dracula elegantly brushed past the two and proceeded toward the exit. Upon hearing his words, Cha Tun first clenched his fists, then reluctantly let them drop. Watching Dracula's retreating figure, he sighed deeply. Realizing the truth in those words, he knew that escaping from 2A Gene City was impossible under such scrutiny. Moreover, he had his subordinates to consider. Even if an opportunity to leave arose, he would not take it, for abandoning his subordinates would betray his sense of justice. How could he face himself as an admiral thereafter? Standing still, Ainalu propped his head on his hands and sauntered leisurely. Noticing Cha Tun's conflicted expression, a smile crept onto his lips. He quickened his pace and reached Cha Tun's side. Ainalu wrapped his left arm around Cha Tun's shoulder and casually remarked, What is there to be conflicted about? You can't leave here anyway, so just be my sparring partner. Who knows if I'm in a good mood? I might even let you be my vice captain. Upon hearing this, Cha Tun scoffed and replied in a low voice, Such a thing could never happen. However, Ainalu merely shrugged, unfazed. After all, he had encountered many individuals of this temperament before. Yet, without exception, those who resisted either joined the fallen angels or met their demise. He believed that even admirals would meet a similar fate. The fallen angels were not known for their mercy. For enemies, total annihilation was always the most righteous course of action. From his understanding of his boss, Ainalu surmised that Cha Tun's survival was solely due to his potential value. Otherwise, what use would there be for someone so defiant? Shaking his head, Ainalu dismissed these thoughts and hastened to follow his boss. Moments later, Dracula led the two to the site where Caesar was working. Observing the construction that had begun to take shape, he nodded in approval. He was quite satisfied with the progress made. Stepping forward, he surveyed the area. Just then, Caesar emerged upon hearing the noise. Slightly taken aback upon seeing his boss, he quickly regained his composure and proceeded to provide a detailed account of his new construction. Boss, are you here to inquire about the work progress? Overall, the project is nearing completion. The functionality is quite similar to the previous version. However, I did not retain that special darkness, as it may not be necessary in the future. Upon hearing Caesar's explanation, Dracula gained a clearer understanding. A smile crept across his lips as he declared, Since it is almost complete, let's test its structural integrity. At his command, a look of confusion crossed Caesar's face, for he did not fully grasp the meaning behind his boss's words. Dracula gestured to the two behind him. Following his cue, Ainalu and Cha Tun stepped forward, making their way toward the building. Realizing what was about to unfold, Caesar's mouth twitched, and he raised a hand in resignation, only to let it fall. He muttered to himself, It should be able to withstand it, right? Hearing his self-talk, Dracula patted Caesar's shoulder and nonchalantly stated, Let us go see. As for the outcome, we shall find out soon enough. Don't worry, if it breaks, we can always repair it. When these words reached Caesar's ears, his body trembled slightly, and he involuntarily envisioned a scene where he was wielding construction tools, tirelessly crafting the building before him. Each completed construction would inevitably collapse under the strain. The thought of this vision left Caesar feeling disheartened. He shook his head, dismissing the image, and followed closely behind his boss to witness the final outcome. As the four entered, the doors of the building slowly closed, seamlessly blending with the surrounding walls, leaving no trace behind. Once inside, the space expanded significantly. Dracula and Caesar found a corner to sit quietly, while the central area was reserved for Ainalu and Cha Tun. The two exchanged glances, and Ainalu solemnly stated, Let the battle commence. Allow me to witness the power of an admiral. Thunder Dragon. With those words, the battle officially began. Ainalu's body radiated a blue light, which flickered around him. Soon, the frequency of the blue light intensified, coalescing into a thunderous dragon that surged toward Cha Tun. Upon witnessing the approaching Thunder Dragon, Cha Tun's expression remained unchanged. He maintained his composure, gazing sternly ahead. As Ainalu unleashed his electric attack, Cha Tun activated his Dust Fruit ability. His hands moved gracefully, orchestrating the surrounding dust to converge toward him. In no time, a massive shield made of dust took form. At the sight of this shield, a smile graced Dracula's lips. Just then, Caesar's voice conveniently reached his ears. "Boss, who do you think will prevail in this attack?" Without hesitation, Dracula replied, "Their battle has just begun. This attack is merely a test between them." After receiving the answer, Caesar nodded and turned his gaze to the battlefield. He watched as the deep blue glowing dragon collided violently with Cha Tun's shield, producing a resounding impact that reverberated throughout the space. The echo lingered long after the initial sound had faded. As the dust settled completely, the scene within was revealed. Both Amy Lu and Cha Tun emerged unscathed, their gazes locked with fervent intensity. With the tentative exchanges at an end, Amy Lu softly declared, "I acknowledge the prowess of your Vice Admiral. Henceforth, I shall refrain from any further probing attacks. Please accept my full force assault." In response to his words, Cha Tun nodded with calm assurance. "Very well, unleash your might. The strength of my Vice Admiral capabilities is not merely for show." As their words echoed, both launched their attacks simultaneously. Kaiser sat quietly in the corner, attentively listening to their dialogue. The conclusion reached by his superior had already been validated. Realizing this, he turned to inquire, "Boss, can you predict who will emerge victorious?" Having foreseen the outcome would have better prepared him psychologically. However, Dracula merely shook his head gently and replied with an expression of indifference. "That is difficult to ascertain. The victory of either is evenly poised. Should Amy Lu demonstrate more keen observation during the battle, he could prevail. Conversely, Cha Tun has evidently improved upon his previous attack patterns. Yet, judging by the current state of affairs, a draw seems most likely." As Dracula's words settled, Kaiser slowly redirected his gaze towards the ongoing skirmish. He felt as though he had expressed everything and yet nothing at all. Without a concrete conclusion, he continued to watch the unfolding battle in silence. Meanwhile, he could not help but mutter, "Fortunately, the intensity of their attacks remains within acceptable limits. It appears they are still holding back." In the midst of his musings, Amy Lu unleashed 300 million volts of lightning towards Cha Tun. Yet, this electrifying assault did not significantly trouble Cha Tun. Thus, the confrontation descended into a stalemate. Observing the drawn-out engagement, Dracula displayed signs of boredom. He then turned to Kaiser and stated directly, "Pay close attention to this battle. Their combat experience is precisely what you lack. Even as a researcher, one cannot neglect practical combat experience." Noticing his superior's gaze, Kaiser earnestly replied, "Rest assured, boss, I shall not miss a single moment." Upon hearing his response, Dracula nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly said, "Then the task of observing their combat is entrusted to you. I have not rested properly in days. I shall lie down for a moment." With that, Dracula gradually closed his eyes and lay down on the ground, instinctively disregarding the cacophony around him. Fatigue swiftly overtook him, and he fell into slumber. Meanwhile, the battle between Amy Lu and Cha Tun raged on, undeterred by the absence of an audience. Observing his superior's actions, Kaiser could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He sighed silently and turned his attention back to the battlefield. As time passed, the stamina of both Amy Lu and Cha Tun began to wane. After approximately an hour, the conflict reached its zenith. Amy Lu, noticing that Cha Tun was also panting heavily, softly declared, "Time has elapsed significantly. Let our next move determine the victor." Cha Tun nodded, slightly in agreement, and began to gather the remaining strength within him. Like before, the dust in the air began to swirl vigorously. This time, however, he had devised a solution to the previous flaw. After all, learning from one's mistakes holds substantial merit. This time, the coverage of the dust was not the entirety of the space, but concentrated into a single point, thereby amplifying its power. While he summoned his energy, Amy Lu was not idle. As the energy of the rumble fruit coursed through him, a brilliant blue light emanated from within, radiating outward. The luminosity was dazzling. Behind Amy Lu, a pair of colossal lightning wings gradually materialized. Simultaneously, the lightning he had previously stored was unleashed, forming a formidable silhouette behind him, exuding an air of majesty. With the aid of his lightning wings, Amy Lu ascended into the air, gazing down at Cha Tun as he proclaimed, "Let's test my Raijin mode. It is my first application in actual combat since its development." His voice took on a tone of authority. Cha Tun, listening intently, offered a slight smile, but remained silent, for he found himself teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Soon he closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to Lu's position through the dust scattered throughout the space. The dust under his command began to engage in intense friction and collision, its faint glow flickering in tandem with the brilliance of the lightning. Thus, the space was filled with the radiant interplay of lightning and dust. Kaiza, witnessing the scene before him, instinctively shut his eyes due to the blinding glare that was overwhelming. However, recalling his superior's instructions, he reopened them, narrowing his gaze to mitigate the light's impact. Yet, despite this, tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks from the intensity of the luminance. After a brief moment, Lu, enveloped in a surge of lightning power, launched himself toward the center of the ground, where Cha Tun stood. Cha Tun, sensing the impending assault, directed the swirling dust around him toward Lu. At the moment their attacks were set to collide, Dracula, roused from his slumber, sat up abruptly and gazed at the two engaged in combat. Noticing the commotion beside him, Kaiser quickly turned his head. Before he could utter a word, the two formidable attacks collided, sending shockwaves that interrupted his thoughts. Kaiser swiftly turned his gaze, eager to discern the victor. In his eyes, Lu symbolized the blue light, while Cha Tun represented the yellow. Their assaults were a clash of blue and yellow, their figures obscured by the overwhelming brilliance. However, as the luminous forces began to shift, it became apparent that the blue light held an advantage. Yet, to Dracula, the scene was not so straightforward. He was not merely relying on his eyes for observation. After all, the eyes can be the most deceptive of instruments. As he observed, he instinctively employed his Kenbunchika haki to enhance his perception. All information, under his perceptive grasp of Seibachi, is laid bare. He can distinctly sense that although the blue light appears more potent, it has begun to wane. Conversely, the previously feeble yellow light is steadily gaining strength. Soon his thoughts are validated, as the blue light falters and the yellow light grows. The two lights reach an eerie equilibrium. At this moment, Dracula nods slightly. This outcome does not surprise him. However, Caesar suddenly turns to Dracula, recalling his leader's earlier words that the likely result would be a stalemate. At this thought, he is filled with admiration. Although a stalemate has been reached, their onslaught has not ceased. Soon, at the intersection of their attacks, a series of sizzling sounds ensue. Hearing the noise, Caesar quickly looks over and notices that a new color begins to emerge at the center of the two lights. A hue that amalgamates the electric blue and the dust-laden yellow. The resulting color seems to escalate in intensity. At this sight, Caesar's lips twitch involuntarily, and he scratches his head, murmuring softly, "No way could it really explode? May fortune favor us. Let the power remain within acceptable bounds." Just as he offers his silent prayer, an explosion indeed erupts at the junction of the two lights. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the surrounding structure trembles violently. Feeling the ground shake, Caesar mutters to himself. Thankfully, it's merely a tremor. Perhaps his prayers have borne fruit, for the explosion does not further escalate. However, the sound of the blast reverberates endlessly through the space. After a moment, the aftermath of the battle dissipates entirely, revealing the figures of Enel and Chibuta. Yet, both appear exceedingly disheveled. Compared to the previous encounter, Chibuta's injuries are not as severe. At least he can still manage to stand. But soon, his body begins to convulse. Accompanied by violent coughing, he spits out a mouthful of blood, and then his vision darkens as he collapses backward. This battle has exacerbated the aftereffects of his previous fight. Enel, too, looks quite pitiful, yet he remains conscious. Due to the explosion, his bare torso bears the marks of singeing. This peculiar physical detonation could not be entirely evaded, even by his natural form. After a brief pause, he slowly turns his head towards Dracula. A faint voice escapes his lips. "Boss, it seems I have triumphed after all." Before he can finish his sentence, his vision fades, and he too faints. Though his voice was faint, Dracula hears him clearly. Gazing at the two fallen figures, Dracula strides forward to the center of the battlefield. Now a desolate sight, shrouded in darkness. Without hesitation, he hoists both individuals onto his shoulders and proceeds towards the exit. Simultaneously, his voice reaches Caesar's ears. "I shall take these two fellows away. As for the cleanup, I must rely on you, Caesar. After this concludes, treat yourself to a well-deserved break. After all, many matters depend on you. Therefore, do not exhaust yourself." With that, Dracula turns and departs without looking back. Hearing his leader's words, Caesar nods in agreement. He then lifts his gaze to watch Dracula's retreat until his figure completely vanishes, at which point he returns to his senses. Caesar first surveys the area briefly, then falls silent. After a long moment, he exhales heavily. Thankfully, I'm clever. Otherwise, I would have to rebuild again. This construction specifically incorporated anti-explosion materials. Without those, how could it withstand the shockwave from the recent explosion? As he muses, he begins to clear the debris before him. Thus, time slips by unnoticed. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Caesar finally halts his activities. He straightens his back and stretches widely, observing the area nearly restored to its former state. Caesar remarks with a sigh, "It truly has been exhausting, a day of relentless toil. However, at last, I can enjoy a proper rest. For the time being, I shall not be needed, as all pressing matters are settled." With that, he strides leisurely back to rest. He has resolved that, regardless of any interruptions, he shall indulge in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Dracula continues his path through the corridor. His next destination is the medical room on this floor. After a brief moment, he arrives at the medical room's entrance, carrying both injured individuals. Observing the ajar door, Dracula steps inside. The friction of his shoes against the floor produces a creaking sound. At the sound, the resting doctors in the medical room look up in unison. Upon recognizing the visitor, they hastily rise from their seats. The eldest attending physician respectfully addresses him. "Sir, we had no patients, so we took the liberty to rest." Hearing this, Dracula casually waves his hand, unconcerned. "No need for such formality. Your daily workload is considerable. Feel free to rest when you can. However, I am here for your assistance." As soon as Dracula finishes speaking, the attending physician quickly responds, "Sir, please instruct us as you wish. We shall do our utmost regardless of the task." Observing the physician's eagerness, Dracula refrains from further unnecessary discourse. "As you can see, I need you to provide urgent medical attention to these two." With that, he gently places the two individuals on the surgical table before them. The attending physician, noticing Dracula's actions, feels a twinge of familiarity, as if he has encountered this scenario before. However, he soon dismisses these scattered thoughts. He grips the surgical instruments tightly, focusing on the two individuals on the table. Upon closer inspection, he finally comprehends the source of his earlier familiarity. The appearance of the two men evokes memories of a previous surgery. At that time, Lord Enel had similarly placed another Marine onto the surgical table. This time, however, the Marine is gravely injured, and notably, Lord Enel himself lies here, equally wounded. After a brief pause, the attending physician regains his composure. Suddenly, he commenced the urgent medical treatment. With the aid of various medications, the injuries of both individuals were continuously being addressed. T-Tun's injuries were not as severe as last time. Therefore, even without the assistance of electrical currents, his bodily functions began to operate normally. De Goulas stood quietly in place, observing the frantic efforts of the medical staff. Watching the busy doctors before him, a thought unconsciously arose in his mind. He should recruit a highly skilled physician. After all, these doctors were merely capable of handling minor issues. When faced with particularly challenging ailments, they truly found themselves at a loss. Thus, he sank into deep contemplation. As he pondered, the surgery proceeded slowly. When he finally returned to the present, the treatment was nearing its conclusion. Soon, the lead surgeon set down his instruments, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. Without any hesitation, he spoke in a voice tinged with fatigue. "My lord, the surgical procedure has been thoroughly completed. However, their recovery will require a considerable amount of time. Our medical expertise can only reach this extent." Hearing his words, de Goulas patted his shoulder and comfortingly replied, "Do not be so disheartened. I shall find you a competent candidate. When the time comes, let her impart to you more profound medical knowledge. As for these two, I shall take them with me." Upon hearing the prospect of learning advanced medical techniques, the lead surgeon eagerly lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with fervor. Although he did not utter a word, de Goulas could sense his enthusiasm. "Just wait. It will come. Everything will come." Subsequently, de Goulas lifted the two individuals from the operating table, effortlessly carrying them upon his shoulder, and strolled leisurely down the corridor. The doctors in the medical room silently watched de Goulas's retreating figure. Only after he had completely vanished did they return to their previous tasks. The lead surgeon, standing at the forefront, slowly turned around. He looked at the gathered crowd, excitement illuminating his expression as he declared, "You all heard what Lord de Goulas said, right? I believe that in the future, our medical skills will be enhanced." Upon hearing the lead surgeon's words, everyone nodded in agreement, each face adorned with a glimmer of aspiration. They then returned to their seats to rest. Meanwhile, de Goulas had already returned to his office. He unceremoniously tossed AI and I, Lu and T-Tun onto a chair and resumed his own seat, observing the two individuals lost in unconsciousness. He gently shook his head and then turned his attention elsewhere. The following days unfolded in a mundane and ordinary manner. As for AI and I, Lu and T-Tun, they gradually began to recover from their injuries. However, they remained in a state of unconsciousness, not yet awakening. During their slumber, far away at the Marine headquarters, Zhangguo furrowed his brow slightly. It had been quite some time since T-Tun had departed from the headquarters. According to the usual travel time, T-Tun should have returned to the Marine headquarters by now. Yet, he had not shown up for an extended period. Recently, Zhangguo had been plagued by a sense of unease, foreseeing that turbulent times lay ahead. Thus, T-Tun's disappearance seemed to serve as a catalyst, intertwining all events. With this thought, Zhangguo slowly retrieved a din-din mushi from his drawer. As the familiar beeping sound echoed, the din-din mushi fell into a busy signal, with no one answering. Hearing this, Zhangguo's frown deepened. After dialing several more times, just as he was about to give up, the din-din mushi was finally answered. However, there was an eerie silence on the other end, with no one speaking. Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, Zhangguo sensed that something was amiss. Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate. Ultimately, Zhangguo took a deep breath and spoke first. "This is Marine Headquarters, Admiral Zhangguo. You cannot be T-Tun, can you?" Upon hearing his voice, the Gula on the other end of the din-din mushi smiled faintly. He then emerged from the shadows, stepping into view of the din-din mushi. Simultaneously, the din-din mushi transformed to reflect his appearance. After a brief pause, the Gula spoke softly. "Long time no see, Zhangguo." At this utterance, Zhangguo's pupils narrowed slightly. He fixed his gaze intently on the din-din mushi. Recognizing the familiar visage, Zhangguo spoke in a low tone. "Fallen Angel Gula, it is indeed you. What have you done with my Vice Admiral T-Tun?" In response to his accusatory tone, the Gula shook his head slightly, speaking with an air of ease. "Ha, T-Tun, rest assured, he is quite safe at present. However, after this call, his safety may no longer be assured." Zhangguo's fists clenched tightly, and he slammed one down onto the desk before him. After a moment, he managed to suppress his anger and spoke in a low voice. "Speak plainly. What exactly do you intend to do? I cannot believe you would call the din-din mushi without reason. Since we have not reached the final stage, we still have matters to discuss." Without hesitation, the Gula retorted, Zhangguo, what do you believe you possess that is of value?" At his words, Zhangguo fell into contemplation. The resources the Marine Corps could offer were indeed limited. Thus time passed slowly. The Gula waited for quite some time without receiving a response. Finally, he spoke up. "Since you cannot think of anything, let me propose one. I desire your Marine headquarters scientist, Vegapunk." Upon hearing this, Zhangguo immediately dismissed the idea. "Impossible. That is absolutely out of the question. Even if I agree to this deal, the world government would never permit it." The Gula took a step back, moderating the volume of the din-din mushi's transmission. After all, Zhangguo had just shouted that last statement. It was easy to imagine how it would sound if held close to one's ear. The Gula had anticipated this outcome, knowing full well that Vegapunk was renowned as a scientist who surpassed human intellect. Such an important figure would undoubtedly be protected fiercely by the world government. His previous remark had merely been a casual jest. He chuckled lightly and continued, "Since that is not feasible, let's disregard it. I was merely joking. However, in exchange, I require a paramecia-type devil fruit. This is my minimum requirement." After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhangguo found this proposal more plausible. Yet, his instincts honed over the years warned him that this paramecia-type devil fruit was likely the Gula's ultimate objective. Nevertheless, with the current situation of the Marine Corps, Zhangguo found himself compelled to accept the terms. At this stage, the Marine Corps could not afford to lose this recently promoted admiral. Otherwise, their naval authority would be swiftly obliterated. Just as an agreement was on the verge of being reached, Zhangguo solemnly inquired, "The superhuman-type devil fruit you desire must be rather extraordinary. Kindly reveal its name to me." After a brief pause, Dracula replied in a deep voice, "Is the Op-Op-Nomi." Upon hearing this name, Zhangguo nodded slightly and responded, "Op-Op-Nomi? Very well, I comprehend." Although Zhangguo was not particularly acquainted with the Op-Op-Nomi, he pondered briefly before acquiescing to the condition. "I shall await your good news, Marshal Zhangguo." After receiving this reply, Dracula promptly terminated the call with the din-din mushi. The dial tone soon echoed from the disconnected device. As he listened to the monotonous sound, Zhangguo gently placed the din back on the table. He slowly closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, beginning to organize his thoughts. After all, today's conversation had left him somewhat flustered. Time continued to slip away as he contemplated, until a knock interrupted his reverie. Accompanied by the rhythmic knocking, Zhangguo spoke in a deep voice, "Enter." As his words fell, advisor he stepped through the door. She quickly noticed Zhangguo's furrowed brow. Without hesitation, she inquired, "What troubles you, Zhangguo?" Upon recognizing her face, Zhangguo's expression softened slightly. After all, among the most astute individuals in the naval headquarters, aside from himself, there remained only Xiao He. He gathered his thoughts and softly explained, "What else could it be? It is of course Chabuda. Ever since he failed to return, I sensed something was amiss. Today my suspicions have been confirmed." Upon hearing his words, advisor he also frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Chabuda is in trouble?" Zhangguo nodded affirmatively, acknowledging that Xiao He grasped the gravity of the situation. He continued from his previous statement, "Moreover, the most dire news is that Chabuda is in Dracula's grasp. You can imagine, the naval authority we have painstakingly built is now reduced to nothing. Once news reaches the seas, it will undoubtedly stir a tempest once more." Hearing his words, advisor he nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly looked up at Zhangguo and remarked, "Judging by your demeanor, you must have spoken with Dracula. What are the terms he seeks in exchange for Chabuda?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhangguo replied without thinking, "He demands a superhuman-type devil fruit, specifically the Op no Mi." While he had a vague recollection of the name, the details eluded him. As his words hung in the air, advisor, he fell into a deep recollection. It seemed she too had encountered this devil fruit before. After a moment of thought, a look of realization crossed her face. She leaned her hands against the desk, gazing at Zhangguo, and said softly, "No wonder it feels so familiar. I recall that this devil fruit appeared at the naval headquarters. Let us proceed to the warehouse and see if it is there. Additionally, we should consult the devil fruit compendium to uncover what makes it so exceptional that Dracula specifically sought it." Upon hearing her suggestion, Zhangguo stood slowly. The two then walked towards the naval headquarters warehouse. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them, both lost in thought regarding the Op no Mi maintaining this atmosphere. They soon arrived at the warehouse's entrance. Upon their appearance, the station naval soldiers immediately raised their right hands in salute. The soldiers then spoke with solemnity, "Marshal Zhangguo." Advisor he. Zhangguo observed their demeanor and nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased with their earnestness. This stood in stark contrast to their previously disheartened appearance. Noticing this, his gaze instinctively shifted to Xiao He. Their conduct attested to the effectiveness of Xiao He's strategies. Even with minor imperfections during the process, the outcome was remarkably successful. Zhangguo felt a surge of joy at having such a capable partner. However, the thought of Karp, with his contrasting temperament, quickly dampened his spirits. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhangguo cast aside these thoughts. He then addressed the soldiers, who still held their salute, with a wave of his hand. "You have done commendably. Keep it up. However, first, please open the warehouse door for me." Upon receiving Marshal Zhangguo's commendation, the soldiers could not help but smile with pleasure. They hurriedly responded and quickly opened the warehouse door behind them. With a resounding creak, the long unopened door swung open. Although the naval headquarters warehouse was seldom visited, it remained impeccably clean. Without hesitation, Zhangguo stepped inside, followed closely by advisor he. As they entered the warehouse, the soldiers once again closed the door behind them. However, the sound of the closing door did not catch Zhangguo's attention. He had fully devoted his focus to the items stored within. Soon, he laid eyes on the devil fruit compendium of the naval headquarters. Zhangguo approached slowly, taking the compendium in hand. As he flipped through the pages, the appearances and names of various devil fruits flooded his vision. He initially skimmed through a couple of pages, but the description of the Op no Mi did not appear. Noticing this, he furrowed his brow slightly and hastened his pace of flipping through the compendium. With each line scanned, he finally found a devil fruit whose name included Op on the last page of the compendium. Zhangguo understood that this must be the item that Dracula sought. With this thought in mind, he carefully studied its description. Soon, a crimson, heart-shaped devil fruit caught his eye. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment as there was no description beneath the surgical fruit, leaving that space utterly blank. The only information available was its name. Upon realizing this, Sengoku promptly handed the encyclopedia in his possession to the nearby Shirohige. With a serious expression, he stated that while he was aware of the appearance of the surgical fruit, Everything else remained a mystery. It seemed that this fruit had not stirred any waves upon the sea. Yet, the more obscure a devil fruit was, the more it piqued his interest. Hearing his words, Shirohige nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, she glanced at the encyclopedia and confirmed Sengoku's observations. After a thorough examination of the surgical fruit's appearance, she returned the rare devil fruit encyclopedia to its original place. Although it lacked the information they sought, it was still not to be underestimated. Once placed back, Shirohige fell into contemplation. Upon observing the heart-shaped form of the surgical fruit, she had arrived at a definitive conclusion. The surgical fruit had indeed been present at the naval headquarters. Moreover, it must have been brought back by a naval commander during an external mission. However, she could not recall who it was. Slowly, Shirohige raised her gaze and surveyed the surroundings. Upon confirming that the surgical fruit was not in the warehouse, she spoke in a solemn tone. Let us convene a meeting at the naval headquarters, Sengoku. I can assert with certainty that the surgical fruit has appeared at the naval headquarters. Since it is not here, one of the commanders must possess knowledge about it. Hearing her words, Sengoku nodded gravely and replied, This is indeed the best course of action. Let us return and prepare for the meeting at the naval headquarters. Thus, the two departed the warehouse. After walking a short distance, Sengoku looked up at the still brilliantly azure sky and could not help but exclaim, The situation at sea is becoming increasingly chaotic. Where is the direction of this era heading? Shirohige remained silent for a moment before softly suggesting, Perhaps it is neither in the Navy nor the world government. Listening to her words, Sengoku did not provide a specific response. The two continued towards the office in the headquarters building. At that moment, a beam of sunlight cascaded down, illuminating them as if to dispel any lingering negativity. However, shadows still loomed in areas untouched by the sun. Amidst this atmosphere, Sengoku and Shirohige gradually faded from the sight of the naval soldiers. With their departure, the soldiers stood tall, steadfastly maintaining their posts. After a brief interval, Sengoku returned to his office, while Shirohige excused herself to prepare materials for the upcoming meeting. Sengoku retrieved a stack of documents from his drawer, meticulously selecting the most crucial pages. The remaining papers were fed to the goat beside him, which munched contentedly, ensuring all evidence was consumed. After the goat had finished, it let out a timely bleat. Satisfied that everything had been destroyed, Sengoku departed with measured steps. Before leaving, he glanced at the officer at the door and solemnly instructed, Notify everyone of an urgent meeting at the naval headquarters. All commanders present must attend. Upon hearing his command, the officer saluted and responded, Yes, Marshal Sengoku. With that, the officer hurriedly left, as the numerous commanders of the naval headquarters could not afford any delays in such an urgent meeting. Thus, his figure swiftly vanished from Sengoku's sight. Without hesitation, Sengoku proceeded to the conference room, awaiting the arrival of the others. After a while, naval commanders entered one after another. Sengoku nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued to ponder his thoughts, as he did not intend to speak further before everyone had arrived. The commanders exchanged glances before finding their respective seats. At that moment, 3 admirals arrived together. With their arrival, the meeting officially commenced. Sengoku scanned the room and gradually rose to his feet. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, I must convey some unfortunate news. The newly appointed Admiral Chahuan has fallen into the hands of the fallen angel, Dracula. As he spoke, murmurs erupted among the commanders below. Is it true? Not again with the fallen angel. The last encounter left us in dire straits. What shall we do? Rest assured, with Marshal Sengoku here, everything will be handled. After a brief pause, Sengoku raised his right hand to silence the room. Once the conference hall regained its quietude, Sengoku continued. He has proposed a condition for the exchange of Chahuan, the delivery of a paramecia-type devil fruit. Specifically, he desires the surgical fruit. It is a heart-shaped devil fruit. Does anyone recall it? Hearing Sengoku's words, the commanders exchanged glances, and once again, discussions erupted. This time, Sengoku refrained from interrupting, quietly observing. Time slipped away amid their deliberations. After a short while, a naval rear admiral stood up. Looking at Sengoku, he spoke softly, I am familiar with the information regarding that devil fruit. It was I who brought it back to the naval headquarters. However, the surgical fruit was ultimately taken by the world government. Upon hearing his words, Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement, falling into deep thought, though his brow furrowed slightly. The fact that the surgical fruit had ended up in the hands of the world government was unexpected. Their involvement implied that the surgical fruit was far from ordinary. Nevertheless, knowing its specific location gave Sengoku a measure of relief. He then produced the documents he had prepared earlier and emphasized a few matters. Subsequently, Sengoku declared the meeting adjourned. After a brief interval, he returned to his office. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, he settled into his chair. Sengoku rested his right hand on his chin, lost in contemplation. However, he soon snapped back to reality. He retrieved a din-din mushi from his drawer. After a series of beeps, the din-din mushi was answered. Soon, a voice came from the other end. Sengoku, what is the matter? Hearing this, Sengoku furrowed his brow and stated directly, the Admiral Chahuan of the Naval Headquarters has fallen into the hands of the fallen angel. They have now proposed a condition for exchange, which is the surgical fruit in your possession. Before Sengoku could finish his statement, Shing on the other end of the din-din mushi interrupted him. This condition is absolutely unacceptable. We will not comply. Upon receiving this response, a surge of anger welled up within Sengoku. However, years of composure allowed him to suppress his ire. After a brief pause, he managed to say in a restrained voice, Shing, Admiral Chibuta of the Navy must return. If he does not, the Navy will suffer a significant blow once again, potentially leading to its annihilation. At that point, the world government will have no choice but to rely solely on yourselves. Shing listened quietly, his expression darkening. He did not expect Sengoku to dare to threaten him. Yet, upon reflection, he had to concede that Sengoku had a valid point. Nonetheless, the surgical fruit was of utmost importance to them. After a moment's thought, Shing replied in a low voice, this condition requires further discussion. I will contact you again once we have a concrete result. With that, he abruptly hung up the din-din mushi. Sengoku stared at the din-din mushi in his hand, slowly placing it on the table in front of him. He understood that a turning point had arrived with Shing's words, yet the final outcome remained uncertain. He sighed heavily, leaning back in his chair and murmuring to himself, alas, everything seems to be heading in the worst possible direction. Fallen angel, you truly have surprised me. Let me see what the world government ultimately decides. Thus, Sengoku's office fell into silence once more. Meanwhile, Shing hastily departed from his quarters. After a short while, he arrived at the palace where they convened. Observing the several individuals already prepared, he wasted no time and solemnly stated, Sengoku just called me. The newly appointed Admiral Chibuta has fallen into the hands of the fallen angel. In exchange, they demand the surgical fruit of the Paramecia type. At his words, the one holding the demon blade spoke first, saying, impossible, I do not agree. This is a devil fruit specifically requested by our superior. Hearing this, the previously speaking Shing reiterated, I am fully aware of that. However, if we do not retrieve Chibuta, the Navy could very well announce its dissolution. We should first consult our superior's opinion on this matter. This answer garnered the consensus of the others. Consequently, the group exchanged glances and rose to leave the palace. Moments later, they arrived at the innermost palace of Mariewa. Without hesitation, they entered with grave expressions. As the grand doors opened, a high throne was visible, yet it remained unoccupied. Even so, Shing immediately knelt before the throne, and the others did not dare to lift their heads. At that moment, a voice filled with authority echoed, What brings you here with such urgency? Upon hearing this voice, the heads of Shing and his companions bowed even lower. Then, the central member softly spoke, Lord M, the new Admiral Chibuta has fallen into the hands of Don Quixote Dracula. He has proposed a condition to exchange for the surgical fruit. We find ourselves unable to make a decision regarding this matter, as the implications of the surgical fruit are far too significant. Thus, we have come to disturb your rest to seek guidance on how to proceed. M, concealed in the shadows, listened intently to their words, remaining silent. After they finished speaking, the entire palace was enveloped in a heavy silence. Shing and the others anxiously awaited the final verdict. After a moment, M ceased his contemplation. His gaze pierced through the space, fixing upon the kneeling figures before him. Then, he spoke with authority, You may proceed with the exchange, but do not make it too easy for him. You have lingered in the Holy Land for too long. It is time for you to stretch your legs a bit. This sudden voice quickly reached Shing's ears. They exchanged glances before collectively responding, Understood, my lord. With the new order given, Shing and his companions hastily exited the palace. As the heavy doors boomed shut, the palace returned to tranquility. Meanwhile, Im emerged from his concealment and seated himself upon his throne. He gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Although the palace doors obstructed his view, he could still see what he wished to behold. After a moment of silence, Im spoke softly, Dracula, You are not him, yet you are ensnared within the game. Since you wish to engage in a contest with me, I shall indulge you. Let me see if the surgical fruit in your hands will indeed awaken its potential. At last, this vast sea has granted me a semblance of amusement. As his words faded, he found himself holding Dracula's bounty notice, which depicted Dracula trampling a celestial dragon. A smile crept upon his lips. He then released the bounty notice, allowing it to fall to the ground. Subsequently, Im murmured, "Your turn to perform, Dracula." After uttering this line, Im's figure flickered and soon vanished from the throne, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Xing and his companions walked side by side along the street, maintaining silence until they returned to their deliberative palace. As they took their seats, their internal meeting commenced. Clutching the demon blade, the one clad in a white robe adjusted his glasses before solemnly stating, "We can proceed with the exchange for the surgical fruit. However, you should all understand the implications of Lord Im's final words." At his side, the one known as Jinx continued, "Indeed, our restrictions have been lifted. This means we can freely enter and exit the holy land of Mariewa. However, we cannot so readily hand over the surgical fruit to the fallen angel." Upon hearing his words, the other members nodded in agreement. Then, a figure clad in a black suit stepped forward, directly picking up a resting din mushy from the table. After a series of beeping sounds, the din mushy was swiftly answered. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice emanated from the other end. "My lord, please give your orders." Without hesitation, Xing commanded, "Investigate Admiral Chibuta's recent navigational trajectory and any sightings of fallen angel personnel. Utilize all spies across the seas. Even if it costs lives, I must obtain this information." Responding to Xing's command, the din mushy soon relayed a brief reply understood. With those succinct words, the din mushy was promptly hung up. Simultaneously, the departments receiving the orders began to mobilize. To them, commands reigned supreme above all else. Thus, the various maritime regions and islands of the ocean experienced a subtle tremor. The BIP organization has essentially infiltrated every nook and cranny. Naturally, places like 2A Jinsheng remain devoid of their presence. In pursuit of swift and accurate information, Xing dialed the telephonic insect once more. As the device chimed, it was promptly answered by someone. Soon, the visage displayed on the telephonic insect transformed into that of a woman. After a cursory glance, Xing commanded, "Satuxi, procure intelligence regarding the fallen angels. I require all that you can uncover. You have but a limited time." Upon receiving this new directive, Satuxi momentarily hesitated, yet quickly regained her composure. As the queen of New World South Joy Street, she had always served as one of the most vital intelligence agents planted by the world government. Her means of communication had consistently been single-channel. Now, even she, an undercover operative, had been activated, which attests to the gravity of the matter. In a brief span, she organized her thoughts and replied in a cool, composed manner, "Understood, my lord Xing." Once assured that the task had been successfully delegated, Xing ended the call and casually placed the telephonic insect on the table. He then lifted his head, rejoining the discussion with several others, while time slipped away unnoticed amidst their dialogue. As for Satuxi, she gazed at the disconnected telephonic insect, lost in contemplation for a while. After a moment of silence, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered. A hint of allure graced her face as she remarked softly, "Fallen angels, you say? How intriguing indeed. Such a grand maneuver by the world government is a first for me. Allow me to seek out your whereabouts." With her words trailing off, Satuxi rose from her seat. Extending her delicate, fair right hand, she grasped the white, curved hat resting on the table and placed it atop her head. Under its shade, her golden short hair exuded an even greater charm. After adjusting her attire, Satuxi strode forth, her long legs accentuated by high heels, as she departed from her abode. The petite skirt above her knees swayed gently in the breeze, occasionally revealing fleeting glimpses of springtime, allure hidden from view. Thus, Satuxi ambled leisurely onward. Moments latte. She arrived at Joy Street. Without hesitation, she entered the innermost building. With a resounding slam, the door closed behind her. Observing a few women within the room, she instructed, "I have a task for you all. Utilize every resource available to gather intelligence on the fallen angels. Regardless of the cost, I expect to see the information on my desk in 4 days. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences of failure." Upon hearing her words, the women nodded in unison. Then, one clad in tight leather stood up and assured, "Your Majesty, we will ensure your satisfaction." Satuxi regarded her silently, merely nodding in acknowledgement before departing. Although she had entrusted the matter to them, it did not imply her own inaction. She intended to head to the maritime regions where the fallen angels had previously appeared, tracing them based on the remnants of information left behind. Satuxi activated her Kinbunchika haki, swiftly sweeping her perception across the surrounding environment. Ensuring no one was watching, she employed the Marine's 6 style Zuru to move rapidly. As an operative of the world government, she was certainly not merely a weak woman. After her departure, the women in the room also left, each utilizing their own methods to gather pertinent information. Meanwhile, within Mariehua, the gathered stars reached their final conclusion. Clad in a white robe and cradling the demon blade, one of them summarized, "Once the intelligence gathering is complete, I shall personally pay a visit. You all remain here to guard the Holy Land, preventing the fallen angels from intruding again." The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The star seated on the left once again took the telephonic insect from the table. With a series of beeps, the device was answered. Soon, the slightly stern tone of Sengoku, the Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral, resonated. "This is Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Marine Headquarters." Upon hearing his words, the star responded, "We can offer the surgical fruit as a bargaining chip for the exchange with Chatuan. However, this exchange cannot occur at this moment. When the time is right, we shall deliver it to the Marine Headquarters. The rest is up to you." Receiving such a response, Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly. His expression softened marginally, yet he remained stern. Reining in his emotions, he spoke in a low voice, "You should provide me with a specific time frame. This vague timeline leaves me at a loss. What if the fallen angels cannot afford to wait?" Listening to Sengoku's retort, the star's expression darkened, yet he replied, 7 days. "We require 7 days to procure the surgical fruit. As for dealing with the fallen angels, that is your responsibility." With that, he abruptly ended the call, denying Sengoku any further opportunity to speak. As the busy signal echoed in his ears, Sengoku clenched his fists in frustration. With a loud crash, a corner of the desk in his office was shattered by his strike. The sudden noise startled both the goat and the telephonic insect, though they quickly returned to their original state. After all, Sengoku's temper was not a new experience for them. As he shattered the desk corner, his agitation subsided. He composed himself, exhaling a heavy sigh, and returned to his usual demeanor of a wise strategist. He resumed his seat, resting his chin on his right hand. Lost in thought, approximately a quarter of an hour passed before he gradually regained his focus. He once again took the telephonic insect and dialed Chatun's contact. After a prolonged busy signal, the telephonic insect was finally answered. Soon, the visage of Drackle appeared before Sengoku once more. The two remained silent, mirroring their previous encounter. Sengoku, sensing the tense atmosphere, was the first to break the silence. "Drackle, the surgical fruit you requested has been located. However, its position is somewhat peculiar, necessitating a delay." Upon hearing this, a sinister smile danced across Drackle's lips. His deep voice resonated through the telephonic insect. "Is that so? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Very well. I shall grant you this time. Please take your time in your search. I await your arrival." Zhangguo listened quietly, offering no response. After a brief pause, he continued, assuring that the surgical fruit would be in your hands within a maximum of 10 days. Upon hearing his words, the Gulan nodded slightly and promptly ended the call. Thus, their second conversation came to a close once more. Zhangguo leaned back, fully resting against the wall behind him. He slowly closed his eyes, reflecting on the dialogue they had just exchanged. Meanwhile, the Gula, having hung up the communication device, took a gentle sip of the freshly brewed tea. He then picked up the newly delivered newspaper from the table, perusing it at a leisurely pace. However, the contents of the newspaper continued to disappoint him, as the reports were filled with trivial matters. As he flipped through the pages, Dagu La finally stumbled upon a few intriguing articles. Among them was a mention of the former collaborator, Eo Xan Haijun. Under the leadership of ZFA, Eo Xan Haijun had recently been active at sea, eradicating pirates in the New World. Their reputation had spread far and wide, especially regarding their ruthless approach of leaving no pirate alive, which instilled fear in the hearts of the more timid pirates. Observing this trend, they had even reached a level of intimidation surpassing that of the Navy. Consequently, the recruitment efforts of the Navy headquarters had become increasingly challenging. Beyond this report, Dagula also discovered another interesting piece of news. The long-absent red-haired Shanks had recently been frequently seen at sea. Furthermore, his red-haired pirates were often engaging with other powerful pirate crews. Watching his actions, a faint smile graced Gu-La's lips as he murmured, "Are you also preparing to make a move, Shanks? However, it is truly regrettable that the straw hat still rests upon your head." His light-hearted words echoed in the stillness of the office. Yet no one was there to hear them. After a brief glance through the newspaper again, he tossed it aside onto the table. Rising slowly, he exited the office. As for Enelu and Cha Tun, who had been present earlier, they had long since recovered. Cha Tun remained confined in the 6th level of Impel Down, while Enelu, since the conclusion of their recent confrontation, had entered a state of enlightenment. He stayed in his room, continuously reflecting on the previous battle, occasionally emitting arcs of electricity. The colors of these electrical sparks were a vibrant blue. However, he soon encountered a perplexing dilemma. Frowning, Enelu muttered to himself, "What exactly is thunder? What is electricity? What, then, is lightning?" With these questions clouding his mind, Enelu delved into a deeper level of contemplation. As time passed, he began to form a clearer understanding. He slightly altered his body to achieve a semi-electrical state. In this condition, he began to sense the thunder and electricity that originated from within himself. Meanwhile, Dagula arrived at Enelu's quarters. However, he did not enter. He merely paused to observe. Sensing the atmosphere within, Dagula smiled. Soon, he chose not to linger and departed from the premises. He was keenly aware of the formidable force he had just sensed. He understood that Enelu's Rygene fruit was on the verge of awakening. At that moment, the Navy Admiral Cha Tun would no longer pose a threat to him. Reflecting on Enelu's impending enhancement in strength, Dagula felt a sense of gratification. After all, when they had first met, Enelu had been frail, unable to even dispel his own hatred. Yet, as time went on, he had evolved beyond that youthful self. With this thought, Dagula softly remarked, "Enelu, you are finally ready to stand on your own." As his words faded, Dagula's figure vanished completely from that level. Meanwhile, Stussy, having departed from Happy Street, pursued the scant clues that led her to the waters of Gaia Island. She employed an extraordinary mode of navigation, utilizing a cutting-edge technology devised by Vegapunk, enabling her to traverse vast distances at remarkable speeds. However, this technology was not available for mass production. To date, it existed solely as the singular prototype for Stussy's use, granted to her by the world government due to the urgency of her mission. Furthermore, this high-tech apparatus was shrouded in secrecy. Even the Navy headquarters remained oblivious to its existence. Stussy piloted the vessel straight towards a concealed corner of Gaia Island. With a low hum, the technologically advanced ship successfully docked. Without hesitation, Stussy activated her moonwalk, stepping on his solid ground. She then turned her head slightly to survey the vessel behind her. Taking a step forward, she extended her right hand to press a button on the ship's hull. As the button was pressed, the ship began to undergo a transformation. In mere moments, the vessel contracted and vanished, replaced by a small model resembling a toy ship. Stussy bent slightly to pick up the small ship model from the ground, tucking it into her bosom. After completing this task, she gave it a gentle shake to ensure it would not hinder her movements, then gracefully made her way towards the center of Gaia Island. After a brief passage of time, she reached the heart of the island. However, upon entering, she found herself surrounded by a group of pirates. The leader, a man towering at nearly 2 meters with a captain's hat, bore a rather unsavory appearance, his gaze towards Stussy flickering with an unsettling glint. As his crew encircled her, the pirate captain grinned widely and exclaimed, well, what do we have here? Boys, take her aboard." At his command, the surrounding pirates erupted in excitement, shouting, "Ha! Captain, great decision. I'll go first, brothers." Hearing the raucous voices, Stussy merely smiled disdainfully. As she prepared to take action, the encroaching pirates suddenly collapsed in unison. Concurrently, figures clad in black suits and masks began to materialize in the streets, effectively sealing off the entire area. Observing their arrival, Stussy lowered her hand from her hat, realizing she need not reveal her strength or intervene personally. Meanwhile, the previously jovial pirate captain stood in shock, his mind struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. After a moment of stunned silence, he gulped and stammered, "W." In response to his question, Stussy shook her head slightly. She was not in the habit of answering others' inquiries. Suddenly, she surveyed her surroundings and spoke in a hushed tone. "Eliminate them all. No one who witnessed me must be spared." Upon receiving new orders, the members of the black-suited P organization commenced a small-scale massacre. During this time, the air was filled with the sounds of screams and pleas for mercy, all of which proved futile. After a brief interval, the area fell into utter silence. The once crowded street was now strewn with corpses, and blood stained the ground beneath her feet. Stussy exhibited no discomfort at this gruesome scene, having undergone inhumane training as a P0 member. The unfolding scenario was merely child's play to her. Once everything had been dealt with, the team leader approached Stussy and delivered his report coldly. The target has been completely neutralized. A slight nod acknowledged his words, and she gazed into the distance, softly commanding, "Let's depart quickly from this place. Lead the way to the base." Without hesitation, the team leader turned and walked towards a nearby location, while the remaining P personnel gradually gathered around. Thus, the group maintained a high degree of mobility, vanishing from the streets. As a gentle breeze swept through, the blood-soaked ground rippled slightly. With the departure of the P organization, an increasing number of people arrived at the scene, drawn by the earlier cries of horror. Upon witnessing the mound of corpses, every individual's pupils dilated in shock. A wave of intense nausea surged within them. Even seasoned pirates, accustomed to death, found themselves unprepared for the sight before them. The pervasive stench of blood overwhelmed their senses, becoming the final straw that broke their resolve. In an instant, every person present began to retch. Meanwhile, the Navy stationed on Gaia Island arrived belatedly. The leading rear admiral turned pale at the sight before him. Yet his disciplined military training allowed him to suppress the urge to vomit. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he instructed his soldiers in a low voice, "Investigate for any remaining clues at the scene. Also, disperse anyone lingering here." As his orders resonated, the Navy soldiers began to act in an orderly fashion. The pirates who had mingled among the crowd, upon seeing the Navy's arrival, had already fled the scene. Consequently, the Navy's efforts to clear the area proceeded smoothly. Once the site was thoroughly cleaned, the soldiers commenced their next task. Covering their mouths with their left hands, they suppressed their nausea while searching for any clues. Time slipped away unnoticed as the soldiers continued their search, yet none discovered anything of significance. After all, the intelligence department, trained directly by the world government, would not overlook any details. Thus, by the time the killing was concluded, all traces had been meticulously obliterated. Observing the dimming light of day, the rear admiral's expression soured. He raised his head and surveyed the soldiers still tirelessly sifting through the corpses. With a firm clap of his hands, he commanded their attention. After a brief pause, he declared, "Fall in, regroup." Upon hearing this command, the soldiers abandoned their grim tasks and swiftly formed ranks. The rear admiral nodded in satisfaction at their disciplined demeanor, unaware that they had eagerly awaited this command for quite some time. After all, they felt profoundly uncomfortable in such an environment, and each soldier bore the stains of blood from their search for clues. Once everyone stood ready, the rear admiral wasted no time in leading his subordinates away. After a short while, they arrived at the Navy's sub-base on Gaia Island, with the rear admiral's command to disperse. The soldiers surged in unison towards a common destination, the bathing facilities within the base. They yearned to cleanse themselves of the accursed blood before returning to rest. Though exhausted from a long day's work, they feared the nightmares that might haunt them if they did not wash thoroughly. Observing their hurried departure, the rear admiral raised an eyebrow and chuckled reproachfully. "No one is competing with you. I've never seen you run this fast during training. It seems your training has been rather lenient." As his words echoed, the soldiers begged for mercy and hastened their pace even more. Watching them leave, the rear admiral sighed deeply before turning toward his office. There were still matters from the day that required his attention, leaving him no time for rest. Upon returning to his office, he sank heavily into his chair and retrieved a din-din mushi from his drawer. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. As the phone rang, it was swiftly answered, and a soft voice emerged from the receiver. "This is the Navy headquarters switchboard. Please state your purpose." The rear admiral paused momentarily, then, having gathered his thoughts, spoke. "I am a commanding officer stationed at the G-11 base on Gaia Island. A large-scale massacre has occurred on the island, and I seek to consult with Admiral Sengoku." Upon hearing this, the switchboard operator briefly faltered before quickly regaining composure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he responded without delay. "Understood. I will connect you to Admiral Sengoku right away." As he spoke, his hands moved swiftly. Soon, he added, "Connection established," dialing. For one, as the final digit was spoken, the din-din mushi was connected to Sengoku. When the phone rang, Sengoku halted his contemplation and answered with a serious expression. "This is Sengoku from the Navy headquarters. What is the matter?" Without hesitation, the rear admiral recounted the events of the day. As he spoke, Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grave. Thus, Sengoku's office fell into an eerie silence once more. After a lengthy pause, Sengoku drummed his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the rear admiral on the other end anxiously awaited the final verdict. After what felt like an eternity, Sengoku spoke again. This situation cannot be taken lightly. Await my orders. I will dispatch Kizuru to investigate. Hearing the admiral's words, the rear admiral released a heavy sigh of relief. Subsequently, the conversation between the two came to an abrupt end. After hanging up the phone, Zhangguo rose from his office and set off towards the residence of Huang Yuan. Given the time, it was just the right moment for the end of the workday. Considering Huang Yuan's temperament, it was implausible for him to remain in the office. Thus, Zhangguo headed directly to his destination. Along the way, he found himself lost in thought regarding the recent incident, yet his mind offered no clarity. After all, the rear admiral had not uncovered a shred of useful information. In this manner, he arrived at Huang Yuan's abode, where he stepped forward and gently rapped on the doorframe. Before he could say a word, the door swung open from within, revealing a rather disheveled face. Huang Yuan, upon seeing Zhangguo, greeted him with a grin. "Ah, Zhangguo, hasn't the workday concluded? What brings you here?" Zhangguo's lips twitched at his words, but soon regained composure, replying with gravity. "Jia Dao has experienced a large-scale massacre. The enemy remains unidentified. As the fastest operative of the Navy headquarters, you must make haste." At his words, Huang Yuan's expression faltered. However, he recognized the veracity of Zhangguo's statement. Still, Huang Yuan inquired softly, "Is there overtime pay?" At this, a vein throbbed on Zhangguo's forehead, yet he nodded slightly. "There will be overtime pay. Depart immediately." Huang Yuan stepped out of his room, slightly exasperated. "Commodore, it's already quite late. Perhaps it would be better if I set off tomorrow. Traveling at night is not ideal." Zhangguo pondered briefly before consenting to this suggestion and promptly turned to leave. With the matter settled, Zhangguo had no intention of lingering. Observing his retreating figure, Huang Yuan sighed. "Alas, I shall leave the Navy headquarters once more tomorrow. Hiajia, I will be spending a considerable time at sea. I hope the overtime pay is substantial." As Zhangguo's silhouette faded, Huang Yuan shook his head and returned to his quarters. Thus, the night fell once again into silence. The following morning, urged by Zhangguo, Huang Yuan sluggishly departed from Navy headquarters. For the sake of greater mobility, Huang Yuan opted not to take his warship. Instead, he chose to utilize the powers of the Pika Pika Nomi to swiftly navigate the seas. After all, this was not his first time executing such a task. He was well-versed in this type of operation. With Huang Yuan's departure, matters concerning Jia Dao reached a temporary pause. Zhangguo remained quietly in his office, contemplating other affairs. Meanwhile, Stussy had already arrived at the base on Jia Dao, seated quietly as she reviewed the intelligence gathered by her subordinates. As she perused the documents, a seductive smile crept upon her lips. Once she finished reading, she casually tossed the papers onto the desk, her crimson lips parting to utter, "Sky Island? The bell? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Await me, fallen angel." After a brief pause, Stussy commanded the shadows. "There is a man named Kulik on Jia Dao. Locate him and bring him to me." Upon hearing her order, a voice emerged from the darkness. "Understood, my queen." Immediately, shadows shifted within the obscurity, only to return to stillness in an instant. The base once again descended into silence as Stussy waited for news from her subordinates. The operatives swiftly took action following the command. However, finding a man who merely possessed a name proved to be quite the challenge. Under the leadership of the squad leader, the operatives dispersed throughout various locations on Jia Dao. Thus, a group clad in black suits and masks became increasingly active on the island, making every effort to avoid the gaze of the majority. As the search continued, the squad leader's expression darkened. They had uncovered no valuable information, as the volume of traffic on the island was immense. Thus far, their inquiries had primarily targeted pirates entering from the outside. Soon, the squad leader apprehended a lone individual. Without a moment's hesitation, he coldly inquired, "Have you heard of a man named Kulik?" The solitary figure scoffed disdainfully at the question, raising his chin defiantly and arrogantly retorted, "Kulik? I've never even heard of him. I suggest you take off that mask swiftly, or perhaps I might show mercy if I'm in a good mood." Observing the man's demeanor, the squad leader let out a derisive laugh before swiftly and efficiently breaking his limbs. The suddenness of this turn of events surpassed the man's ability to react. When he regained his senses, excruciating pain surged through his mind. However, the agony did not render him unconscious. Rather, it heightened his awareness. Moans of distress involuntarily escaped his lips. "Ah, it hurts so much. Please don't kill me. I remember, there's a group of monkeys nearby. They have lived on this island since birth and are quite intelligent. They may know the man you seek." The squad leader regarded the pleading pirate before executing him with a precise shot to the head. As blood splattered, his expression returned to tranquility, as if the earlier incident had not been his doing. Nevertheless, he was not empty-handed. At least he had acquired a small lead. He promptly summoned his subordinates once more, and under the squad leader's guidance, they hastened towards the location of the monkeys. In truth, they had long been aware of the monkeys' whereabouts, yet initially, they had dismissed it. After all, the squad leader believed that the monkeys hardly seemed knowledgeable. After a brief passage of time, they arrived at the dwelling of the monkeys. The squad leader gestured to his subordinates, and upon seeing his signal, the other operatives encircled the area to ensure not a single monkey could escape. The moment the operatives appeared, the monkeys ceased their movements, fixing their gazes upon newcomers. Noticing the monkeys' attention, the squad leader stepped forward, and his cold voice rang out. "Do you know the whereabouts of a man named Kulike?" Upon hearing the name Kulike, the monkeys began to dance with excitement. Observing their animated reactions, the team leader's eyes sparkled with understanding. It was evident that these monkeys were familiar with this individual. He stepped forward and inquired, "Could you lead us to him?" The monkeys responded with various gestures and sounds. At that moment, an elder monkey emerged, extending its long arms to block the others who wished to advance. With its appearance, the previously restless monkeys fell silent. Witnessing this, the team leader's expression darkened, for he understood the implications of the elder monkey's actions. As he anticipated, the elder monkey stepped forward and shook its head in refusal. The team leader did not immediately retaliate. Instead, this behavior only confirmed his suspicions regarding Kulike's significant bond with the monkeys. Although the leader refrained from anger, he did not command his men to lower their guard. Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate, the leader patiently observing the elder monkey. He believed that as long as these monkeys remained, the man known as Kulike would undoubtedly appear. After approximately 15 minutes, the elder monkey's eyes darted about restlessly. Ultimately, it could no longer contain its impatience. It turned its back to the other monkeys, gesturing animatedly while occasionally vocalizing. The remaining monkeys nodded vigorously at its descriptions, frequently glancing at the team leader. Observing their actions, the leader felt a sense of disdain but remained motionless, choosing to listen intently. The rest of the personnel, aware of their leader's command, did not dare to make a move. Soon, the elder monkey's frantic gestures slowed, eventually coming to a halt. It turned once more to meet the team leader's gaze. After a moment, the elder monkey emitted two high-pitched calls. As these sounds echoed, the monkeys behind it scattered in different directions. Despite their divergence, their aim remained the same: to escape the encirclement and alert Kulike. After all, the elder monkey's years of experience had taught it that the individuals before them were not to be trusted. The team leader, who had been watching closely, wore a smirk of amusement. He then addressed the remaining monkeys coldly. "Proceed, but keep an eye on the elder. As for the others, handle them as you see fit." Upon hearing his words, the personnel nodded in agreement. Subsequently, their encirclement began to tighten. After some time, the space shrank further and the previously scattered monkeys regrouped. The men in black suits found it effortless to subdue them, and during the chaos, numerous monkeys lost their lives. The elder monkey, witnessing the unfolding scene, shrieked in fury, but the disparity in strength left it with no means of resistance. Seeing its distress, the team leader stepped forward, coldly reiterating, "Can you take me to Kulike?" Without hesitation, the elder monkey shook its head in refusal. Frustrated by the lack of cooperation, the team leader scoffed and commanded his subordinates, "Eliminate one." As the words fell, one of his men swiftly employed the technique known as 6 styles to appear before a monkey. Before the creature could react, the man executed a precise strike, creating a gaping wound in the monkey's head. With a resounding thud, the monkey's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The operative returned to the ranks, and the team leader smirked at the elder monkey, now filled with despair yet helpless. He softly inquired once more, "Will you lead me to Kulike?" Upon hearing this, the elder monkey wiped away a tear and resolutely shook its head. Witnessing this refusal, the team leader gestured once more, and another monkey met its demise, lying cold upon the ground. After performing these actions, the leader scanned the area, observing the surviving monkeys glaring back at him. Yet, none showed signs of fear. Noting the elder monkey's defiance, the team leader waved his hand again. This time, his men advanced without hesitation, swiftly dispatching several more monkeys. Returning to their positions, they executed their task with a nonchalance akin to a mundane meal. However, as more monkeys fell, the elder monkey's eyes reddened. In a fit of rage, it charged towards the team leader, extending its long arms in an attempt to strike. Before it could act, two personnel restrained it, pinning it to the ground. Despite its struggles, the elder monkey was as powerless as an infant. Watching the elder's plight, the remaining monkeys bared their teeth and gestured wildly, but refrained from acting rashly. Possessing higher intelligence, they understood that rushing in would not aid their companion. It would likely result in their own demise. At that moment, the team leader bent down, positioning himself before the elder monkey. Coldly, he repeated, "Can you take me to Kulike? I trust you will make the right choice." Hearing this, the elder monkey lifted its head, locking eyes with the leader. This time, it hesitated before responding. The leader's lips curled into a chilling smile as he awaited the elder's final answer. The elder monkey reluctantly turned its gaze toward the few remaining kin nearby. Noticing the elder's focus, the other monkeys emitted a couple of sounds before falling silent. The elder monkey, moved by their words, wept uncontrollably, tears streaming to the ground. While the leader could not comprehend their language, he simply awaited the outcome. Yet, the elder monkey grasped their sentiment entirely. Though they claimed to fear not death, the old monkey still yearned to kindle a flicker of hope. After all, only a handful of its kin remained. The old monkey pondered for a long while, ultimately defying their intentions. It lifted its head to gaze at the team leader and nodded gently. Upon witnessing this gesture, a cold smile flickered across the team leader's masked face. He then waved his hand at his subordinates. Following his command, the personnel released the restraints binding the old monkey. Thus, they returned to their original formation. As the bindings vanished, the old monkey felt a sudden sense of relief throughout its body. Without hesitation, it rose from the ground. Although it had consented to lead, its eyes still burned with resentment toward the team leader. After all, nearly all of its tribe perished at the hands of the personnel. Noticing its gaze, the team leader shrugged indifferently. He then raised his head to meet the old monkey's stare once more. After a moment, the old monkey gestured toward the encircled personnel. However, its actions received no response. Observing this, the old monkey emitted a couple of sharp calls toward the team leader. Understanding its intent, the team leader promptly waved his hand, his voice cold as he commanded, "Disperse." As he spoke, the personnel began to draw back, and the previously impenetrable encirclement dissipated in an instant. The monkeys glanced at one another. Although the barrier had been lifted, they dared not act recklessly. Having witnessed the previous events, they understood that escape was not within their grasp. The old monkey observed their demeanor, its gaze flickering slightly. It then turned to the team leader, letting out a series of sharp calls while pointing at the monkeys behind it. The team leader chuckled, though his expression remained concealed beneath the mask. While the old monkey anxiously awaited a response, the team leader spoke again, his voice chillingly resonant in the old monkey's ears. "I can let them go, but you must ensure that I see Kulik. Otherwise, they will meet the same fate as before." Upon hearing his words, the old monkey nodded solemnly. It then extended its long arm, thumping its chest twice in a final gesture of assurance. Observing this, the team leader was convinced that it comprehended the consequences. He continued, "Then they may leave." As he spoke, the monkeys exchanged glances but did not immediately take action. The old monkey, witnessing this scene, stepped forward slowly. Through a series of sharp exchanges, tears streamed from the corners of the monkey's eyes. Yet, under the old monkey's persuasion, they ultimately departed. However, as they left, they frequently glanced back at the old monkey standing in place. As the monkeys exited, the team leader subtly gestured with his right hand behind him. With this motion, the hidden personnel swiftly vanished from sight. Silently, they followed the fleeing monkeys. The team leader harbored reservations about the monkeys' departure. He feared they might inform Kulik prematurely. Thus, he employed this contingency plan. Should the monkeys refrain from seeking Kulik, he would allow them to escape. However, if they sought to betray him, they would only encounter a frigid demise. Deep down, the team leader secretly wished for them to alert Kulik, as such an action would alleviate much of his burden. As the monkeys departed, the team leader turned his attention back to the old monkey. He then coldly instructed, "Let us proceed. Lead the way." Hearing his words, the old monkey, with an expression of turmoil, nodded. Thus, it began to lead a group of individuals clad in black suits and masks along the corridor at a leisurely pace. After a while, the team leader frowned slightly, dissatisfied with their speed. Without hesitation, his icy voice echoed once more in the old monkey's ears. "Hurry, quicken your pace." Under his urging, the old monkey sighed softly. It then resumed a normal pace, casting aside all distractions as it led the way. Kulik's dwelling was by the sea, not particularly close to their current location. Therefore, as dusk approached, they finally arrived at Kulik's residence. The old monkey halted, slowly extending its long arm to point ahead. Simultaneously, tears involuntarily slipped from its eyes. Gradually, its vision became blurred. Following its gesture, the team leader looked up and soon spotted a house not far from the shore. A smirk crept across the team leader's lips, and without any hesitation, he commanded, "Let us go take a look. Bring along." While speaking, the team leader gestured toward the old monkey. Although they had sighted the house, he could not ascertain Kulik's presence inside. After all, until they saw the person, all remained uncertain. As his words fell, the personnel executed their swift technique, rapidly entering the nearby house. Without hesitation, they began to search each room. However, after a while, they found nothing. At that moment, the team leader slowly entered the house. Observing his arrival, one subordinate shook his head slightly, speaking coldly. "Team leader, there is no one here. However, we found these items in the innermost room." Upon hearing the report, the team leader accepted the items handed to him. He examined the thick notebook in his hands and began to flip through its pages. With each turn, he discovered the information he sought. The notebook contained a series of entries, all signed by Kulik. Realizing that this dwelling was indeed real, he closed the notebook. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. "Conceal yourselves and await Kulik's arrival." As he spoke, he turned to face the old monkey. He then coldly continued, "First, render it unconscious and confine it in the innermost room. If circumstances change, it may still serve a purpose." As his words concluded, two individuals emerged from behind the team leader. Before the old monkey could react, they swiftly knocked it unconscious. Without delay, they stowed it away in the innermost room. After completing these actions, the group dispersed and concealed themselves. The monkeys that had departed early gathered in a cave, exchanging glances before chattering incessantly. Their actions were closely monitored by the personnel lurking in the shadows, yet no measures were taken. After all, their primary objective was to observe whether the monkeys would approach Kulik. However, as time passed, the monkeys gradually ceased their movements and fell into a deep slumber. Observing this, the personnel in the shadows shook their heads slightly. Subsequently, they dispatched an individual to report the situation to the team leader, while the remaining personnel continued to watch intently. The dispatched individual followed specific markers to arrive at a coastal house. Upon reaching the abode, he deftly maneuvered inside. As he entered, the team leader emerged from the shadows. Recognizing the newcomer, the personnel wasted no time in delivering his report. "Leader, the monkeys did not seek out Kulik. They're sound asleep in a cave." Hearing this, the team leader nodded slightly and coolly instructed, "You need not return for now. Conceal yourself here." Complying with the new directive, the messenger nodded heavily before quietly disappearing into the darkness. Thus, Kulik's residence returned to its former tranquility. Yet beneath this calm lay an immense peril, something of which Kulik remained oblivious. He was presently fishing on a remote stretch of sea, living a relaxed life ever since the existence of the floating island had been confirmed. The moment the bell tolled, the burdens of his ancestors' sins vanished completely. With the weight of those sins lifted, Kulik felt an unprecedented lightness and savored each day with delight. Soon, he felt a slight tug on his fishing rod. Responding to the sensation, he opened his previously closed eyes. Suddenly, his arm exerted force, yanking the rod from the water. As the rod rose, Kulik pulled the fish completely out of the sea. In the dim light of dusk, the fish revealed its full form. The sight of the plump creature brought tears to Kulik's eyes as he envisioned the delectable meal it would become once roasted. He murmured to himself, "Haha, today's luck is truly remarkable. This fish is a rare catch. Just what I needed after feeling famished for so long. I'll roast it on the shore." As he spoke, Kulik navigated his small boat slowly toward the shore. Instead of heading home as usual, he chose a delightful spot to relish his meal. This fish indirectly aided him, although its impact was minimal, as Kulik would ultimately have to return home. In no time, the grilled fish vanished into his stomach. Once the delectable meal was gone, Kulik brushed off the dust from his clothes and casually slung the fishing rod over his shoulder. Glancing around, he remarked, "It seems it's time to head home." Joyful moments always seemed fleeting. Under the cloak of night, Kulik ambled toward his house. A short while later, he arrived at his front door. Upon his arrival, the personnel inside the house immediately sensed his presence, for their awareness was anything but superficial. With a resounding thud, Kulik swung open the door. Noting the unusual silence, he voiced his confusion. "Why is it so quiet?" Did the monkeys not come? This is unlike their usual behavior. However, he quickly shook his head and proceeded further inside, believing the monkeys must have been delayed by some matter. The team leader stood quietly in the shadows, listening attentively to the approaching footsteps. As the sound grew nearer, he adjusted his mask with his right hand. Without Kulike realizing it, he swiftly knocked him unconscious. With Kulike now incapacitated, the personnel concealed in darkness revealed themselves. The team leader's gaze lingered on Kulike's face. Recognizing his unique features confirmed they had found the right person. Without hesitation, he coldly commanded, "Mission accomplished, let us go." Upon hearing the leader's words, the personnel silently followed behind as they made their way to the subbase. The earlier monkeys, having hidden from view, were unconsciously overlooked by the team leader. After all, the mission was complete, and he held little regard for the feeble creatures. Shortly after their departure, the elderly monkey in the deepest part of the room slowly regained consciousness. Its dazed eyes stared at the ceiling, remaining silent. An animal's keen intuition informed it that the masked individuals had departed. This situation could only imply one thing. Kulike had been captured. After a brief pause, the old monkey struggled with all its might. Now that its kin were safe, it wished to make one final attempt. Soon, the team leader returned to the subbase, carrying the unconscious Kulike. He found a black sack to cover Kulike's head, for the information here was not meant for his eyes, especially the appearance of Satuxi, which he must not see. Even as a captive, this could not be allowed. Once this was accomplished, without a moment's hesitation, the team leader bore Kulike before Satuxi. He unceremoniously dropped Kulike at her feet and reported, "Your Majesty, this is the Kulike you sought." Hearing his words, Satuxi slightly lifted her head, gazing down at the figure shrouded in the black sack. A wicked smile curled at the corners of her lips as she mused. "Is this truly him? I shall remember your contribution. You may leave now." Responding with a nod, the team leader hurriedly exited. Well aware of Satuxi's notorious reputation as a woman who could kill without a trace, her smile concealing a deadly blade. Thus, he preferred to keep his distance, wary of the possibility of being slain without realizing it. As the team leader vanished, Satuxi rose from her seat. Striding on her high heels, she swayed toward the unconscious Kulike. With a swift kick, she sent him sprawling onto a nearby chair. With her action, Kulike's body trembled slightly before settling back into stillness. Noticing that he remained unconscious, Satuxi nodded lightly. Then, her crimson lips parted as she softly intoned, "Let us hope you do not have nightmares. After all, this may be one of your last opportunities for slumber." With that, Satuxi bound him to the chair and returned to her room to rest. She certainly would not wait indefinitely for Kulike to awaken. On the following morning, the comatose Kulike slowly regained consciousness. He slightly opened his eyes, only to be met with an enveloping darkness. Realizing his predicament, he attempted to extend his hand to touch his head, but soon discovered something was amiss. His hands and feet were firmly restrained. He struggled to free himself from his bindings, but his feeble strength rendered him incapable of breaking free from the ropes. As he wriggled, the chair he was bound to involuntarily toppled backward. With a resounding thud, Kulike's body endured a second harsh blow. The pain radiating through him forced him to curl up in agony. At that moment, crisp footsteps echoed from outside the room. Upon hearing the sound, Kulike ceased his movements, falling into silence as he pondered the situation. He was acutely aware that no one would abduct him without reason. Meanwhile, Stussy pushed open the door to the room. With a creak, the door was heavily slammed shut behind her. Upon entering, Stussy immediately spotted Kulike lying on the floor. Observing his motionless form, she let out a soft scoff before coldly stating, "Now that you're awake, there's no need for pretense. My time is quite valuable. You only need to answer the forthcoming questions straightforwardly. This way, it benefits both of us." Hearing her words, Kulike remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. Despite his lack of reply, Stussy continued, "Tell me, is the one who rang the bell a fallen angel?" As her words hung in the air, she fixed her gaze on Kulike, awaiting his response. After a prolonged silence, no answer came. Sensing the quiet atmosphere, Stussy's lips curled into a seductive smile. She regarded the silent man before her and gently clapped her hands. With the sound of applause, a figure emerged from the shadows. Following this, a chilling voice escaped her lips, "Utilize your interrogation techniques." Upon receiving the command, the figure responded without hesitation, "Yes, my lady." Gradually, he approached and righted Kulike, who lay on the ground. He then produced a variety of tools from his person. Thus, the interrogation commenced. Intense pain continually assaulted Kulike's senses, and his screams echoed throughout the room. Yet, despite everything, he refused to provide a concrete answer. To him, the fallen angel who aided in clearing his name was akin to a benefactor. It was a pursuit for which he had once forsaken everything. He would even sacrifice his life to exonerate himself. However, with the fallen angel's intervention, this task was expedited. Consequently, the life he currently possessed belonged to the fallen angel. Since the fallen angel had absolved him, he was willing to sacrifice his existence in return. As the cacophony of cries filled his ears, Stussy's expression remained unchanged. Soon, however, the severe pain caused Kulike to slip into unconsciousness. With the cessation of his screams, Stussy waved her hand. At her gesture, the figure retreated into the shadows once more. Observing Kulike's battered form, Stussy smiled alluringly. Though he had said nothing, his silence spoke volumes. After all, if it were not the fallen angel's doing, he could have easily denied it. But his lack of response indicated a clear connection to the fallen angel. After a brief contemplation, Stussy stepped away, deciding to wait for Kulike's ultimate fate. Meanwhile, the elder monkey had long since freed itself from its restraints. Having thoroughly familiarized itself with the terrain of Gaia Island, it immediately sought out its kin upon breaking free. Ensuring their safety, the elder monkey concealed them away. As for the figure that had been tracking them, it had already returned to the base upon receiving orders. After securing its kin, the elder monkey hurried toward the naval base on Gaia Island. After years on the island, it had gained a clear understanding of the Navy's role. Thus, after resolving minor matters, it was eager to enlist the Navy's aid in rescuing Kulike. Regarding the language barrier, the elder monkey devised a solution. It held a sheet of paper filled with haphazardly scrawled characters, yet it conveyed the message clearly. These characters were taught to it by Kulike during their leisure time. After a brief while, it arrived at the entrance of the naval base. Observing the station's soldiers, the elder monkey prepared to approach. However, before it could make a move, a soldier coldly scoffed, "Hey monkey, stop causing a ruckus here. If you dare come closer, we will open fire." Hearing their words, the elder monkey halted its steps. Yet, considering the urgency of the situation, it vigorously waved the paper in its hand. However, the soldiers dismissed its actions, interpreting them as mere monkey antics. Faced with the failure of its plan, the elder monkey pondered for a moment, scratching its head. Subsequently, it slowly retreated from the area. Watching the monkey's departure, the soldiers resumed their previous state of vigilance. Nevertheless, the elder monkey did not give up. It circled the naval base and, utilizing its agility, managed to leap inside. With a slight sound, the elder monkey landed softly. Using its keen animal instincts, it evaded the soldiers' patrols and made its way toward the building. Just then, a streak of yellow light dashed across the sky and landed firmly behind it. Sensing this change, the elder monkey quickly turned around to see what was happening. The newly landed yellow monkey also looked up. In an instant, the two locked eyes. The yellow monkey's somewhat lecherous face bore a striking resemblance to the elder monkey's wrinkled visage. After a brief pause, the yellow monkey awkwardly scratched its head and said, "Ah, indeed, this is the naval base. But why is there a monkey standing before me?" Upon seeing the yellow monkey adorned in the Navy's justice cloak, the elder monkey was initially taken aback, but quickly regained its composure. Although it was unaware of the naval identity before it, the unexpected arrival was indeed shocking. Thus, without hesitation, the elder monkey extended the paper in its hand toward the yellow monkey. The yellow monkey, puzzled by the gesture, nonetheless accepted the paper. Curious about the monkey's intentions, as soon as he held the paper, he noticed the crooked characters scrawled upon it. Yet, thanks to his years of accumulated knowledge, he successfully deciphered the text. In summary, a formidable group of men in suits and masks has abducted the indigenous resident Kuliku from Gaia Island. Upon learning this, Huang Yuan's somewhat lecherous expression transformed into one of seriousness. Ordinarily, such an event would not be deemed significant, as pirate kidnappings of civilians are commonplace. However, considering the sensitive nature of the current circumstances, it cannot be taken lightly, especially given that the perpetrators are a gang of masked men clad in black suits. Realizing the organized and premeditated nature of this crime, Huang Yuan instinctively connected it to the recent street massacre. He sighed deeply, reflecting on the unexpected troubles that had arisen upon his arrival at Gaia Island. Initially planning to take a few days off, it seemed those plans were now dashed. At that moment, a major general hurriedly exited the naval base building. As a flash of yellow streaked across the horizon, he understood that the person he had been awaiting had finally arrived. Observing Huang Yuan standing not far away, the major general felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the arrival of the naval admiral, the burdensome responsibilities that had been his would now be handed over. Even the troublesome street massacre would no longer be his concern, as everything rested in the capable hands of Huang Yuan. To temper his excitement, the major general stood still for a moment to compose himself. After a brief pause, he approached Huang Yuan with purposeful strides. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand and rendered a crisp military salute. Observing this gesture, Huang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and then lazily remarked, "Ah, it seems you are already aware. Indeed, I have come to investigate the street incident on Gaia Island. Let us discuss the details." As Huang Yuan spoke, the major general recounted the events that had transpired. Listening intently, Huang Yuan furrowed his brow, recognizing the difficulties posed by the culprits. The ability to secure the scene and leave no witnesses clearly indicated that they possessed significant power and resources. Shaking his head in resignation, Huang Yuan muttered, "Honestly, why must everything be so troublesome? I was hoping for a vacation." Nevertheless, he understood the importance of the matter at hand. The sooner they apprehended the culprits, the sooner he could enjoy a well-deserved break. With this thought, Huang Yuan adjusted his demeanor and inquired softly, "By the way, do you know a man named Kulika?" The sudden question caught the major general off guard, but he quickly regained his composure and replied with surprise, "Kulika? I am familiar with him. He is a descendant of the great deceiver Rolando. In pursuit of the truth, he has long sought the Sky Island to ring the bell. However, with the recent tolling of the bell, it has been proven that his ancestors were not frauds." As he spoke, the old monkey beside them occasionally nodded in agreement, eliciting an involuntary smile from Huang Yuan. He had not anticipated that the monkey would prove to be so intriguing. After a while, the major general conveyed all that he knew. Huang Yuan stood in contemplation, mulling over the connections between the information. After a significant pause, he turned to the major general and stated solemnly, "I need to gather all the information available regarding the day the bell was rung. Most critically, I need to know whether Ku ascended to the Sky Island and who rang the bell." Upon hearing this, the major general promptly replied, "Understood, Admiral Huang Yuan. I will begin gathering intelligence right away." Just as he was about to leave, the old monkey stepped forward to stop him. The major general, puzzled, looked at the monkey, unable to fathom why Huang Yuan's pet would intervene. He then turned to Huang Yuan, awaiting his explanation. Noticing the major general's gaze, Huang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. He was not particularly familiar with the monkey, questioning its usefulness. Nonetheless, he inquired, "Do you possess this information?" Upon hearing the question, the old monkey nodded vigorously. The previously skeptical major general's eyes suddenly brightened, and he waited patiently for the monkey to share its insights. As the monkey began to squeak, the major general suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling that monkeys could not speak human language. Realizing he could not rely on it, he prepared to leave to gather information independently. However, Huang Yuan's languid voice reached him from behind, "Do not rush to depart. While it may not speak, it can write." The major general's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected that the monkey possessed such intelligence to learn writing. Thus, both men refocused their attention on the old monkey. Having heard Huang Yuan's remark, the monkey picked up a twig and began to scrawl on the dusty ground. After a while, it ceased its movements and discarded the twig. The major general leaned down, observing a series of crooked letters on the ground. Though somewhat jumbled, it was still decipherable. The content successfully addressed Huang Yuan's inquiry. Although it consisted of only a few simple words, when pieced together, Huang Yuan grasped the general meaning. Ku did not ascend to the Sky Island, and the bell was rung by a man with black wings. As Huang Yuan contemplated the mention of black wings, a figure emerged in his mind, the infamous Dracula, known as the Fallen Angel, with his 6 pairs of dark, glimmering wings etched vividly in his memory. After all, that encounter had led to his imprisonment. Shaking his head to dismiss the thoughts, Huang Yuan began to ponder the possible connections. He then inquired, among those on Sky Island, was there a talking bear that is white? Upon hearing Huang Yuan's question, the old monkey fell into deep thought. After a moment, it nodded affirmatively. Witnessing this, a smile crept across Huang Yuan's face. He was now convinced that the one who rang the bell was undoubtedly the fallen angel. With this realization, Huang Yuan began to piece together the reasons behind the abduction of Ku. It was undoubtedly linked to the fallen angel. Regarding those clad in black suits and wearing masks, Huang Yuan immediately recalled similar figures he had encountered among the personnel of the world government. Such attire was frequently associated with the world government, which harbors a profound enmity towards the fallen angels. Thus, it came to light that the world government had abducted the informed Kulike in their pursuit of the fallen angels' whereabouts. Upon piecing everything together, Huang Yuan could not help but cover his forehead, as any entanglement with the world government would inevitably lead to considerable complications. With this thought, he distanced himself from the two individuals and approached a large tree. From his pocket, he retrieved a din-din mushi. After a series of beeps, the din-din mushi was promptly answered, transforming into the visage of Sengoku. His stern voice resonated from the device, declaring, "This is Sengoku of the Navy headquarters." Hearing this, Huang Yuan nonchalantly responded, "Admiral, it appears I have encountered a slight problem. May I abandon my mission and return to the Navy headquarters?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku dismissed the request. "You cannot abandon your mission, Huang Yuan. What's the problem? Tell me." The refusal to permit him to abandon the mission caused Huang Yuan's expression to sour. Nevertheless, he quickly replied, "It seems that the previous street massacre was orchestrated by the personnel of the world government. Their ultimate goal should be to investigate the location of the fallen angels." As his words settled, Sengoku fell in his silence, taken aback by this revelation. He could understand the world government's motives, as they had been consistently suppressed by the fallen angels and surely desired to take action. However, he did not endorse the method employed in the street massacre. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku spoke gravely, "Huang Yuan, this matter must still be addressed. Even if they are searching for the fallen angels, this should not involve civilians. The Navy's justice absolutely forbids such actions. Proceed with your task. I will handle the others." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan's expression reflected a hint of resignation. Yet, with the command given, he had no choice but to comply. He smirked lazily and said, "Very well, I understand what must be done. However, Admiral Sengoku, given the gravity of this situation, shouldn't I receive a pay raise?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku promptly ended the call, leaving Huang Yuan with the sound of the busy tone. Huang Yuan could not help but twitch his lips at this abrupt termination. After a moment, he murmured, "This situation is truly troublesome. And he doesn't even consider a pay raise. I've heard that the fallen angels are well compensated. Perhaps I should pay them a visit someday? No, I'm a vice admiral. How could I leave so easily?" While lost in thought, Huang Yuan returned to the side of the major. He then ordered, "Now that the intelligence has been thoroughly investigated, you may go rest. There is nothing for you to do here. The remaining work is mine." Upon hearing his words, the major did not hesitate and immediately turned to leave. Huang Yuan's statement was precisely what he had hoped for, as he was acutely aware that those in black were a significant nuisance. With this realization, he quickened his pace, fearing that Huang Yuan might have second thoughts. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Huang Yuan's sight. The sudden acceleration of the major's departure caused Huang Yuan to raise an eyebrow. Observing the relaxed figure retreating, his mood soured immediately, just as Huang Yuan intended to call him back to continue working. The major hastily quickened his pace and disappeared from view. Witnessing this, Huang Yuan smirked and relinquished the idea. He gazed into the distance and murmured, "You certainly run fast." With the major's departure, Huang Yuan shifted his focus to the old monkey. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. "You must have a way to locate Kulike, yes? Lead me to him." Upon hearing his request, the old monkey nodded affirmatively and guided Huang Yuan away from the naval base. After a short while, they arrived at a lush forest. Following closely behind, Huang Yuan could not help but inquire, "Are you certain Kulike is here?" Expecting an affirmative response, he was surprised when the old monkey shook its head gently. Then, in Huang Yuan's gaze, it let out a loud call. As the sound echoed, the forest stirred slightly. Moments later, numerous animals of various kinds emerged from the woods, gathering around the old monkey, listening to its chattering. After a brief exchange, the animals dispersed once more. Watching this scene, Huang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He had not anticipated that the old monkey could enlist the help of the forest creatures to aid in the search. With this realization, Huang Yuan felt a sense of relief. He believed that with the animals' assistance, finding Kulike would not pose a great challenge. Subsequently, he utilized his devil fruit powers and reclined on a branch to rest. For him, taking a break was paramount. As a worker, why should he exhaust himself unnecessarily? After all, the work he did was not for his own benefit. Since the pay remained the same, he naturally chose a more leisurely lifestyle. Thus, while the animals searched, Huang Yuan drifted into a deep slumber. The old monkey stood quietly in place, awaiting news. If anyone on the island of Jia could locate Kulike, it would surely be the animals scattered throughout. However, the old monkey remained tense, devoid of the carefree attitude of Huang Yuan. Time passed slowly as it awaited. The old monkey fidgeted, growing increasingly restless. As dusk approached, the animals sent out in search began to return. Noticing this, the old monkey quickly gathered its spirits. Moments later, the previous animals regrouped around it. Accompanied by a chorus of chatter, a smile broke across the old monkey's face. Through their recent conversations, it had finally gleaned clues regarding the remnants of the black-suited individuals. Without delay, it climbed a tall tree and roused the still slumbering Huang Yuan. Feeling the unusual sensation in his body, Huang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the enormous monkey head before him, he could not help but twitch his lips twice. He then sat upright. After a brief moment of composure, Huang Yuan softly asked, "Did you find him?" Upon hearing his question, the old monkey nodded vigorously. It then extended its left paw toward Huang Yuan's gaze. Noticing its gesture, Huang Yuan looked up. Suddenly, a small turtle curled up in the palm of his hand, leaving only its tiny head exposed. Witnessing this, Huang Yuan could not help but exclaim, "Are you suggesting that this turtle can locate those individuals?" The old monkey, observing Huang Yuan's astonishment, nodded emphatically once more. Receiving a confirmation, Huang Yuan lazily shrugged and said, "Since we have a lead, let us set off." Alas, it seems I must begin another round of toil, despite just having taken a break. Thus, the old monkey guided Huang Yuan through the forest, occasionally casting glances at the little turtle in his grasp. Under the turtle's guidance, they halted before a hill. Upon viewing the hill, Huang Yuan immediately employed his Kenbunchika haki. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment, as there was no response from his observation. This situation mirrored his experience upon first arriving at Jiayo Island. It was not that his Kenbunchika haki had faltered. Rather, everything appeared normal within his perception. The occurrence was largely attributable to the research products of Vegapunk. Without the aid of such advanced technology, how could the personnel evade Huang Yuan's senses? However, Huang Yuan remained oblivious to all of this. Consequently, he abandoned the use of Kenbunchika haki and approached the hill. Since they were all members of the same faction, there was no need for stealth. As he drew near, Stussy immediately sensed his presence. Without hesitation, she summoned all her subordinates to disperse around the courtyard. As soon as the enemy entered the courtyard, they could swiftly execute an encirclement tactic. Thus, the courtyard fell into an eerie silence once more. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan and the old monkey ascended the hill. The hill itself bore no remarkable features. It was rather ordinary. What truly captured Huang Yuan's attention was the house concealed beneath the overgrown grass behind the hill. Observing this place, Huang Yuan could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the World Government's intelligence organization knows how to choose a location. This terrain, with its mountains and waters, is indeed an excellent hiding spot." He then proceeded to walk toward the courtyard. With each slight footfall, the personnel stationed within the courtyard tightened their grips on their weapons. With a soft click, Huang Yuan opened the courtyard gate. As an admiral-level combatant, he instantly felt the scrutiny emanating from the shadows. Pausing for a moment, he grinned widely and proclaimed, "Hello, I am Admiral Huang Yuan. Those from the world government, come forth and reveal yourselves." Upon hearing his words, the personnel exchanged glances but took no action. They all recognized Huang Yuan's appearance. Yet without orders from their superior, they would not move. At that moment, Stussy, wearing her pure white mask, emerged slowly from the darkness. Even though Huang Yuan was an admiral, she could not reveal her identity. To further conceal herself, Stussy subtly altered her voice and coldly stated, "Admiral Huang Yuan, what brings you here? This is not a place for you." To this, Huang Yuan shrugged helplessly and replied languidly, "I certainly did not wish to come, but Fleet Admiral Sengoku has issued a direct order. After all, your actions against the civilians have been quite severe. Additionally, I must request the surrender of Kilek." Stussy silently scrutinized Huang Yuan without uttering a word, resulting in a tense standoff between the two. However, the ringing of a transponder snail soon shattered the stalemate. Gradually, Stussy retrieved the transponder snail from her pocket. Without any hesitation, she connected the call. Immediately, a voice emanated from the device, instructing, "Hand over the individual Huang Yuan desires." After uttering this command, the voice promptly ended the call. Recently, an agreement had been made between him and Sengoku, which was why he had consented to this matter. Nonetheless, Stussy remained unaware of these details. However, since the request had been made, she had no reason to refuse. She gestured to her subordinates, instructing, "Bring Kulek out to Admiral Huang Yuan." Upon hearing her command, the remaining personnel swiftly sprang into action. In no time, a battered Kulek was thrown before Huang Yuan. The sudden shift in attitude from the personnel compelled Huang Yuan to inwardly commend Sengoku's effectiveness. After all, without Sengoku's maneuvering, he doubted the personnel would have released Kulek so readily. Huang Yuan looked down at the injured Kulek, slightly taken aback. Nonetheless, he refrained from saying much, as he could clearly sense that Kulek's breath was still steady. He was merely unconscious. To him, as long as the individual was alive, the situation was not particularly dire. Before Huang Yuan could step forward to assist him, the old monkey beside him acted with swiftness. It took a running leap and landed in front of Kulek. Without hesitation, it hoisted the unconscious Kulek onto its shoulder. Seeing Kulek being carried, Huang Yuan halted his advance and lazily shrugged. Since the monkey was assisting him, he might as well take a break. Stussy stood still, quietly observing Huang Yuan. After a moment, she spoke again. "I have given you what you sought. Why do you not depart?" Upon hearing her words, a smug grin spread across Huang Yuan's face. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall take my leave." With that, Huang Yuan strode confidently toward the exit of the courtyard, while the old monkey, still carrying Kulek, closely followed behind him. In truth, the moment the old monkey appeared, the nearby squad leader comprehended the situation. He was quite familiar with this monkey, having once captured it himself. However, it was too late for any further action, as the old monkey had now allied itself with Admiral Huang Yuan, a being he could not afford to provoke. Reflecting on this, the squad leader discreetly withdrew his gaze, pretending to know nothing. Yet, just as Huang Yuan was about to exit the courtyard, he paused mid-step and slowly turned his head to Stussy, softly stating, "I have a piece of information you may find intriguing. The one above the sky is the fallen angel, and it was also the fallen angel who rang the bell." Upon hearing this, Stussy involuntarily smiled alluringly. "Thank you, Admiral Huang Yuan. As for the previous street massacre incident, it shall not occur again." Hearing her response, Huang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. With the personnel having provided their assurance, he finally felt his mission was complete. Without any further hesitation, he turned and departed, retracing his steps back to the Navy base alongside the old monkey. Soon, he arrived at the location where matters had previously been discussed. However, as this was only his second visit, he was unfamiliar with the office of the Rear Admiral. Without any hesitation, Huang Yuan immediately unleashed his Kinbunchika haki. Instantly, under the perception of his haki, the unique aura of the Rear Admiral was fully revealed within his mind. Upon sensing the specific location, Huang Yuan, accompanied by the old monkey, made his way in that direction. As an admiral of the Navy, his recognition was exceedingly high. Thus, no soldiers obstructed his path. Before long, he found the Rear Admiral, who was resting in his office. With a resounding bang, the door to the office was pushed open. The sudden noise startled the Rear Admiral awake. He shivered all over and abruptly sat up. Following this, he looked around in a daze. Huang Yuan's tall figure immediately came into his line of sight. Upon seeing this, he hurriedly got up from his chair and, somewhat bewildered, asked, "Admiral Huang Yuan, are you done so soon? I remember I had just fallen asleep." Hearing his words, Huang Yuan could not help but twitch his lips. He promptly retorted, "What do you mean, done so soon? Doesn't he that reflect my diligent work ethic?" As his words fell, the Rear Admiral quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. Admiral Huang Yuan's work ethic is indeed commendable. I was just dreaming when I fell asleep." Observing his eager correction of errors, Huang Yuan felt greatly satisfied. Regardless of what had been said earlier, as long as it was amended, it became commendable. He then approached and patted the Rear Admiral's shoulder, speaking in a gentle tone. "The matter has been resolved. Although it occurred under your jurisdiction, the fault does not lie with you. When I return to the Navy headquarters, I will explain the reasons to Admiral Sengoku." Upon hearing this, joy instantly illuminated the Rear Admiral's face. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "I'm immensely grateful, Admiral Huang Yuan, for providing me with this opportunity. If possible, I would truly like to serve under your command." Unfortunately, before the Rear Admiral could finish his sentence, Huang Yuan raised his hand to interrupt. He smiled at the Rear Admiral, his somewhat lecherous demeanor subtly evident, and said in a teasing tone, since he wished to join, "Then come along. I will contact Admiral Sengoku right now. Rest assured, he will certainly agree." Following this, Huang Yuan took out a din mushi from his pocket. accompanied by a series of beeping sounds. The din din mushy was quickly answered. Soon, Sengoku's slightly serious voice came through. This is Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. Recognizing that familiar voice, Huang Yuan grinned and casually said, Ah, Admiral Sengoku. I have a small matter to discuss with you during this call. Hearing this tone, a vein throbbed on Sengoku's forehead. After pausing for a moment, he inquired directly, Huang Yuan, what problem has arisen now? Has the world government not released the individuals? As his words fell, Huang Yuan provided a reassuring reply. Not all, Admiral. I find the Rear Admiral on Gaia Island to be quite impressive. Therefore, I wish to transfer him to my command. What do you think? This response left Sengoku momentarily stunned. After all, he had not anticipated that the matter Huang Yuan wished to discuss was this. However, he quickly regained his composure. After a brief contemplation, Sengoku replied, If that Rear Admiral agrees, I approve of the transfer. However, you'll need to find a way to bring him back to the Navy headquarters. Upon receiving this answer, Huang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He confidently stated, All right, is settled then. Now that this matter is concluded, shall we discuss my salary? After all, this grueling work from dawn till dusk is truly exhausting. I believe a modest increase in my salary is in order. As soon as his words fell, the din din mushy emitted a busy tone. Hearing that familiar sound, Huang Yuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. He then muttered to himself, Really? As soon as I mention a salary increase, the call gets disconnected. When I return to the Navy headquarters, I will discuss it face to face with the Admiral. After calming himself, Huang Yuan turned his gaze back to the Rear Admiral. He then revealed a smile he considered charming and softly said, From now on, you will be my subordinate. Upon hearing this, the Rear Admiral, somewhat dazed, nodded. He never expected things to develop to this point. After all, his previous remarks had merely been flattery. He had not anticipated that it would turn into reality in the blink of an eye. However, upon reflection, becoming a subordinate of Admiral Huang Yuan was indeed an excellent choice. The Rear Admiral believed it would surely be quite an effortless endeavor, considering Huang Yuan's renowned work ethic among the Navy's high-ranking officials. Thus, the Rear Admiral unwittingly joined Huang Yuan's ranks. Once this matter was settled, he shifted his attention to the old monkey. Observing the injured kulik on its shoulder, he promptly stated, Admiral Huang Yuan, if we do not save him soon, he will perish. His blood loss is far too severe. Hearing this, Huang Yuan turned back, somewhat puzzled. He immediately noticed the barely conscious kulik. Realizing this, he smacked his forehead and awkwardly said, I nearly forgot about him while chatting with you. If he dies like this, all my efforts would have been in vain. Go, quickly hand him over to a doctor for treatment. After uttering this, Huang Yuan sat down in the position formerly occupied by the Rear Admiral. He then gradually closed his eyes, leisurely reclining against the chair's back. Observing his actions, the Rear Admiral couldn't help but feel a vain throb on his forehead. Nevertheless, he quickly took action. After all, from a certain perspective, this could be considered Admiral Huang Yuan's first task assigned to him. With that thought in mind, the Rear Admiral stepped forward to the old monkey. He gently nodded and took Kulik, who was covered in wounds, from its shoulder. Immediately after, he silently quickened his pace, rushing towards the medical room within the base. The old monkey paused momentarily before hurriedly following suit, eager to discover the outcome. Meanwhile, Stussy, who remained in the courtyard, silently withdrew her gaze. After a while, a wicked smile crept across her lips. Fallen angel, you must stay hidden. If I find you, the game will be over. Let me think, where might the Sky Island be? Even before discovering the Sky Island, Stussy had dispatched individuals to seek its whereabouts using the soaring sea currents. Yet, without exception, all attempts had failed. They did not fail due to the soaring currents, but rather during their search for the traces of the Kondak, Kongdao. At the moment when the personnel ascended through the clouds, they found nothing. Furthermore, their inability to bear the weight caused both people and vessel to plummet downward. As a result of this incident, several lives were lost. Based on this information, Stussy deduced a conclusion. The fallen angels had taken the Kondak, Kongdao, away from its original location. However, according to her knowledge, only the Golden Lion Shiki possessed the capability to move floating islands. Thus, she had reason to believe that a cooperative relationship had been established between the Golden Lion and the fallen angels. Ever since his escape, the Golden Lion had completely vanished from sight. Even his intelligence network had yielded no information. Reflecting on this, Stussy gently shook her head, pulling back her scattered thoughts. Since she could not ascertain the location of the Kondak, Kongdao, she decided to entrust the matter to Xing. She then produced a din din mushy from her pocket. Accompanied by a series of beeps, the din din mushy was answered. Soon, Xing's voice resonated from within. Have you located the fallen angels? Upon hearing this, Stussy expressed no hesitation and conveyed her recent deduction. The Kongdak Kong Dao above Gaia Island served as the fallen angel stronghold, yet it had been relocated. I believe the Golden Lion has formed an alliance with them. After a brief pause, Xing absorbed the entirety of her account. He then spoke in a grave tone. Continue your investigation. This information is insufficient. In the coming days, I must ascertain the location of a fallen angel's base. If you fail, you should be well aware of the consequences. In response to the voice emanating from the din din mushy, Stussy assured him, Understood, Lord Xing. Following her affirmation, Xing promptly ended the call. Meanwhile, Xing convened a small meeting. Venus casually placed the din din mushy on the table and solemnly stated, Based on the information we just received, the fallen angel stronghold may indeed be situated on the Kongdak Kong Dao. Before he could finish, the swordsman holding the demon blade abruptly interrupted him. He suddenly stood from his seat, leaning on the table, and spoke with deliberate intensity. Now that we know the location, I shall take it upon myself to pay them a visit. I refuse to believe the fallen angels can withstand the force of my blade. In the midst of his declaration, he prepared to leave the palace. Observing his actions, Venus reached out to stop him, looking at the swordsman with a puzzled expression. Since we know the location, why am I being restrained? Lordum, we have already breached the restrictions imposed upon us. Noting his confusion, Venus gradually explained, Your temper remains as volatile as ever. I only revealed part of the truth. The fallen angels are indeed on the Kongdak Kong Dao, but we cannot pinpoint its exact location, as it is in a state of movement. Upon hearing this clarification, the swordsman returned to his seat. After a moment of silence, he spoke gravely. The moving Kongdak Kong Dao must be the work of the Pika Pika no Mi. As he finished his statement, a figure with flowing white curls voiced his perspective. If we're discussing fruit abilities, then it could only be the Pika Pika no Mi. However, we cannot dismiss other possibilities. The Pika Pika no Mi is simply the most likely candidate. It seems that the Golden Lion may have indeed made contact with the fallen angels. Thus, we must include him among our anticipated adversaries. His viewpoint garnered the agreement of several others. Yet, the inability to locate the fallen angel's precise position left them feeling quite restless. Consequently, a brief silence enveloped the palace. After a while, the swordsman could no longer contain his frustration. Had I known it would be this troublesome, I would never have allowed the Pika Pika no Mi to drift upon the seas. Upon hearing his lament, the others exchanged glances but refrained from further commentary. During this pause, Venus rose from his seat. He surveyed the room and then spoke with gravity. I have dispatched the final orders from the department. This time, we shall ensure the fallen angels pay the price. Let's wait patiently. Hearing his words, the others nodded solemnly. Thus, the meeting concluded in a rather hasty manner. In the meantime, Stussy, under the pressure of the dire order, intensified her search for clues. After all, the consequences of failing the mission were unbearable for her. In this way, with the dwindling time, Stussy utilized every resource at her disposal. The din din mushy in her possession remained in constant use. As the deadline approached, Stussy finally uncovered the location frequented by the fallen angels. Piecing together the fragmentary clues in her hands, she observed where they ultimately pointed. A wicked smile crept across her lips. In the quiet room, she murmured to herself, I have finally found you, fallen angels. Are you prepared to face Xing's wrath? This slightly exhilarated voice echoed softly throughout the room. After a moment, she picked up the din din mushy resting on the table. With a series of beeps, it was answered. Soon, Xing's serious voice emerged from within. Today is the final deadline. You had better deliver good news. Hearing his words, Stussy replied confidently, Of course. It will be good news. I have discovered the locations frequented by the fallen angels. Due to the Dragon Revolutionary Army, many nations across the seas have been overthrown. The fallen angels have scattered themselves among those upheavals. After receiving this response, Xing spoke solemnly, Your task is complete. Return to the new world and continue your reign as queen. Without any hesitation, Stussy replied, Understood, Lord Xing. Subsequently, their conversation came to an end. Looking at the din din mushy she had just hung up, Stussy exhaled a long breath. In truth, she had felt quite anxious during their exchange. Her life hung precariously on his every word. After a moment of emotional adjustment, she resumed the regal demeanor she had previously embodied. Now that her task was complete, she was ready to depart. Without any hesitation, Stussy returned to the location where she had previously boarded the island. She extended her delicate, fair right hand and retrieved the small ship model from her ample bosom. Gazing at the button upon it, she pressed down firmly, accompanied by the sound of whirring gears. The ship model gradually enlarged. In no time, the vessel settled gently upon the water's surface. Stussy then stepped aboard. Under her command, the high-tech ship set sail from Gaia Island. The swift pace of their journey compelled Stussy to hold onto her white hat, fearing that if she loosened her grip, the wind would whisk it away. Meanwhile, the stars convened yet another small meeting. Venus first scanned the room before speaking gravely. We now have the specific location. It lies within the four seas. The Revolutionary Army and the fallen angels intertwined, both comprising perilous individuals. Thus, everything was to be dealt with accordingly. As the words fell, a figure across the table added, "The East Sea cannot be touched for now. It holds particular significance." His statement garnered agreement from the remaining members. Consequently, they set their sights on the other three seas. With that, the figure clutching the demon blade rose decisively, his countenance brimming with ferocity. "Let me handle the remaining affairs. I shall witness how my demon blade evolves after absorbing their blood." As he spoke, the blade in his embrace trembled gently, as if responding to his words. Yet, this time, no one dared to impede him. Thus, he strode out of the palace, the direction of his journey aimed at the three seas outside the East Sea. The actions taken by the world government remained unknown to Dracula, who quietly lingered in Impel Down, awaiting the surgical fruits to be delivered by the Navy. In truth, the primary combat strength of the fallen angels resided primarily within the Sky Island and Impel Down, with personnel scattered across the four seas being relatively few. Unbeknownst to them, the fallen angels were on the brink of crisis. Meanwhile, in a naval subbase on Gaia Island, Kizaru reclined leisurely in a rocking chair. Beside him, an old monkey fanned him gently. Relishing this comfortable lifestyle, Kizaru could not help but exclaim, "This is living. Perhaps I should extend my holiday a few more days? After all, my mission has concluded." Just as he mused, the transponder snail nestled in his arms began to vibrate. Feeling the tremor, Kizaru retrieved it, but chose not to answer. After all, receiving a call at this hour could only mean one person, Sengoku. And if it was Sengoku, answering would signify the complete end of his holiday, for Sengoku would never allow him such leisure. With no one answering, the transponder snail quickly ceased its vibrations. Witnessing this, a smile crept upon Kizaru's lips. He returned the snail to his embrace and resumed his relaxed position. However, the tranquil atmosphere was soon shattered as the transponder snail vibrated once more. Kizaru's expression shifted to one of resignation. He understood he could not evade this call. Resolving himself, he answered the snail, and soon Sengoku's booming voice echoed from within. "Kizaru, why did you not answer my call?" Kizaru had anticipated this situation and held the snail at a distance upon connecting. With a nonchalant tone, he replied, "Ah, it's just the transponder snail of Admiral Sengoku. I was busy working and didn't hear it." As his words lingered, a vein throbbed on Sengoku's forehead. He found Kizaru's feeble excuse utterly unconvincing. If Kizaru claimed he was unable to answer due to battle, Sengoku might have believed him, but being busy with work was entirely implausible. After calming himself, Sengoku continued, "Now that matters on Gaia Island have been settled, return at once. I have other tasks for you." Hearing this, a deeper sense of helplessness washed over Kizaru's face. After a brief pause, he inquired softly, "Admiral Sengoku, may I delay my departure by a day or two?" "Trust me, just 1 or 2 days." Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku fermidi. "No. Once the recent affairs are concluded, I will grant you leave." Kizaru's demeanor expressed a profound sense of despair. Sengoku's refusal signified the end of his leisurely existence. As for Sengoku's promise of leave, Kizaru held no faith in it. After all, this was not the first time he had heard such words, and when Sengoku decided to grant leave, it was hardly a matter of mere dialogue. However, being his superior, Kizaru could only respond with a hint of reluctance. "Very well, Admiral Sengoku. I shall set off shortly to return to the Navy headquarters." This response pleased Sengoku. After a brief pause, he added, "Make your way to the Navy headquarters. Troops will be dispatched to meet you. When you successfully rendezvous, I will contact you again to discuss your next mission." Upon hearing of another task, Kizaru's expression morphed into one of dismay. He narrowed his eyes slightly and lazily remarked, "Admiral, I believe you are exploiting your employees without a raise." Before he could finish, Sengoku interrupted, "Kizaru, once this mission concludes, I will grant you a raise. This task is of utmost importance, so do not slack off. Otherwise, the conversation is over. At the mention of a raise, Kizaru's previously narrowed eyes widened in astonishment. He sprang from his chair, his face alight with excitement. Admiral Sengoku, I did not expect you to consider a raise for me. This is indeed delightful news. Rest assured, I shall not be lazy this time. However, could you possibly hint at how much of a raise I might receive? As he posed this question, Sengoku abruptly cut off the call. The transponder snail emitted a busy tone. Hearing this familiar sound, Kizaru's lips twitched involuntarily. After a moment, he gazed into the distance and murmured to himself, Admiral Sengoku, your speed in terminating calls remains consistently swift. But surely, you do not intend to grant me merely one belly as a raise? Contemplating this possibility, Kizaru shook his head. Unlikely, unlikely. The Admiral would not be so miserly. Alas, there is no use in dwelling on it. I shall find out in due time. This weary self must prepare to set forth once again. After uttering this, he glanced at the sky. The heavens were a brilliant blue, devoid of the inclement weather he had anticipated. Observing this, Kizaru shrugged in resignation and ambled lazily toward the building. After a brief interval, he halted his steps and turned to the old monkey beside him, exclaiming in surprise, What? Are you also leaving with me? Hearing this, the old monkey nodded resolutely, then stretched its long arms, gesturing animatedly. However, regrettably, Kizaru did not comprehend its intentions. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he carelessly replied, Very well, I agree to this. You may stay by my side. Receiving this affirmation, the old monkey became exceedingly excited, bouncing around Kizaru and occasionally scratching playfully. Witnessing its antics, a smile graced Kizaru's lips. Suddenly, he murmured to himself, Life from now on should be quite interesting. I just wonder if it can surpass the penguin of Qingji and the goat of the Warring States. Should I perhaps give it a try on the way back? As he spoke, the old monkey shivered all over, sensing an ominous premonition. After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing, it returned to its lively demeanor. Thus, Huang Yuan led it to find the busy rear admiral. Observing his weary appearance, Huang Yuan smirked lazily and said, Really, soon this place won't be your territory anymore. Why work so hard? Hearing the familiar voice, the rear admiral immediately halted his tasks and stood to respond. General Huang Yuan, I have worked here for quite some time, and I have some attachment. Therefore, I wish to settle the remaining affairs before I leave. Unfazed by this response, Huang Yuan waved his hand dismissively and plopped down in a chair in the office. After finding a comfortable position, he continued, Do as you wish. We shall wait for you to finish your duties before we depart. Take your time. No need to rush. You cannot blame me for being lazy, Marshal of the Warring States. Upon hearing the first part of his statement, the rear admiral felt quite touched. Never expecting General Huang Yuan would wait patiently for him to complete his work. However, upon hearing the last remark, his lips involuntarily twitched. The main reason was not because of him. Realizing this, he glanced at the resting General Huang Yuan and then returned to his seat, picking up his pen to review the documents. This time, he silently quickened his pace. After about half an hour, the rear admiral shook his somewhat stiff fingers. He then placed the pen in the folder and slowly stood up. Without hesitation, he walked directly in front of Huang Yuan and declared loudly, Report, General Huang Yuan. My duties have been completed, and I am ready to depart at any time. The sudden exclamation quickly reached Huang Yuan's ears. He opened his previously closed eyes and gazed at the rear admiral standing straight before him. Slowly, he remarked, You finished that quickly? I just lay down for a short while. Upon hearing his words, the rear admiral nodded affirmatively. Recognizing the truth in this situation, Huang Yuan took a moment before leisurely saying, Then let us go. With that, Huang Yuan stood up and walked towards the exit, closely followed by the rear admiral and the old monkey. Just as he was about to step outside, the office door was abruptly pushed open. The rear admiral's aide hurriedly entered. Upon seeing General Huang Yuan, he paused for a moment but quickly regained his composure. He then raised his right hand and saluted with a standard military gesture. Acknowledging his action, Huang Yuan nodded slightly. After the salute, the aide spoke, Report. The man we treated earlier has regained consciousness. Hearing this, the rear admiral was momentarily taken aback and then turned his gaze towards Huang Yuan. After a brief silence, Huang Yuan slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, Really, how could I have forgotten him? I worked hard to save him. I must go see him. Thus, Huang Yuan followed the aide to the medical room. The office and the medical room were not far apart, so they arrived at their destination swiftly. Upon entering the medical room, Huang Yuan saw Kulik, who was wrapped in bandages. He stepped forward and gently remarked, "It seems you are recovering quite well." While he spoke, the old monkey suddenly leaped in front of Kulik, extending its long arms and gesturing animatedly. Accompanied by chirping sounds, it occasionally pointed at Huang Yuan and the others. Kulik was quite surprised by its appearance, not expecting the old monkey to find the Navy to assist him. Having spent considerable time together, he understood its intentions. He then turned and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, General Huang Yuan, for your treatment. I believe I will recover soon." Huang Yuan nodded lightly in response. After exchanging a few more simple words, their conversation concluded. Subsequently, Huang Yuan, along with the rear admiral and the old monkey, left Jaya Island while it was still not completely dark. Meanwhile, far away at the naval headquarters, Sengoku was contemplating his final decisions. He gazed deeply into the distant sky, resting his chin on his hands. After a long moment, he sighed quietly. He then picked up the transponder snail on the table and dialed again. With a series of beeps, the transponder snail was answered. Without hesitation, Sengoku spoke with a serious expression. "Star, the scheduled time for the Navy and the fallen angel is approaching. Can the surgical fruit be delivered to the naval headquarters now?" Upon hearing this, Jinxing promptly replied, "Yes, the surgical fruit will soon be sent to the naval headquarters. Is there anything else to report?" After a brief contemplation, Sengoku outlined some plans. Soon after, the two ended the call, concluding their conversation. Once the call was terminated, Sengoku sat quietly in his office, awaiting news of the surgical fruit. Meanwhile, Jinxing looked at the other three and said in a deep voice, "Sengoku requires the surgical fruit. It should be handed over to him. After all, our people have already set off to the four seas." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. However, the one with white curly hair was absent-mindedly playing with a heart-shaped fruit in his hand. After a while, he commanded towards the shadows of the palace, "Shadow Guard, take the surgical fruit to the naval headquarters." As he finished speaking, a man emerged from the shadows, dressed in a black suit and wearing a white mask. He exuded a chilling aura. He then knelt on one knee and coldly replied, "Yes, my lord." He stood up and took the surgical fruit from Star's hand. With the task item in hand, he retreated back to the dark corner. In no time, he vanished completely from sight. As he departed, Star also withdrew his gaze. However, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "This mythical zoan-type chameleon fruit is quite remarkable. Even observation hockey cannot perceive it." Hearing this, Jinxing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is as you say. It has been worth our careful selection." Upon the conclusion of his words, the palace once again succumbed to a profound silence. Meanwhile, the shadowy envoy, cradling the surgical fruit, hastened towards the naval headquarters. Owing to his unique chameleon-like ability, he remained nearly invisible throughout his journey. Thus, utilizing his exclusive means of transport, he sped across the vast ocean. By the dawn of the following day, the envoy successfully arrived at the naval headquarters. Were it not for his extraordinary fruit ability, reaching this destination within such a brief period would have been utterly impossible. Upon his arrival at the naval headquarters, he employed his fruit ability once more, transforming directly into the likeness of a chameleon. His attire, crafted by Vegapunk, adapted in color alongside him, exhibiting remarkable elasticity. Gradually, his body transitioned from its original yellow hue to a shade indistinguishable from the ground beneath him. In this manner, the envoy stealthily ascended towards the naval headquarters building. Given the peculiarity of his identity, he could not afford to reveal himself to the watchful eyes of the naval soldiers. With acute perception, he quickly discerned the whereabouts of Sengoku. In his subconscious, he recognized Sengoku as the most formidable force within the Navy. Consequently, the areas with the highest levels of danger indicated the presence of Sengoku. Motivated by this mindset, he commenced a cautious advance. Soon, he arrived at the most perilous location. Observing the ajar door before him, the envoy hesitated not and swiftly crawled inside. No sooner had he entered than a thunderous voice resonated, demanding his presence. "What is this? Get out here, old man." The chilling aura emanating from the voice was palpable, even without the use of Kenbunchika haki. Concurrently, Carp raised his fist and struck down violently upon the ground. The sudden outburst momentarily stunned the envoy, but he quickly regained his composure. Faced with the impending attack, he reverted to his original form and assumed a defensive posture. With a resounding thud, the envoy was thrust backward several paces by Carp's casual blow. However, Carp chose not to pursue further. The instant Carp recognized the envoy's form, he understood his origins, having encountered the suited figure with a white mask numerous times. Coupled with the distinct, chilling aura, Karp promptly identified the envoy as a member of the world government. After a brief pause, he spoke in a grave tone. A member of the world government has come to me. Surely, they do not intend to eliminate me in secret. In response, the envoy replied with an icy demeanor. I apologize, Vice Admiral Karp. I'm not affiliated with the world government. I merely took a wrong turn. Hearing this, Karp scratched his nose and erupted into laughter. Ha ha! Is this the caliber of the world government? Since you're lost, I shan't make it difficult for you. You may leave. Yet, the envoy remained motionless. Noticing his demeanor, Karp coldly remarked, What? Do you wish for me to escort you? With that, Karp raised his fists once more, enveloping them in an ominous black hockey. This action startled the envoy. Feeling somewhat awkward, he responded, Vice Admiral Karp, could you please direct me to Admiral Sengoku's office? The unexpected turn of events had made him wary of wandering aimlessly, as one could never know the true extent of Sengoku's power. Upon hearing his request, Karp erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, so that is it. If you had mentioned this earlier, I could have spared the effort of raising my fists. I am well acquainted with Admiral Sengoku's office. Follow me. At this, the envoy resumed his indifferent demeanor, nodding slightly before trailing behind Karp. Thus, Karp guided him swiftly to the door of Sengoku's office. Without hesitation, Karp pushed the door open and nonchalantly strode inside. The moment the door swung open, Sengoku looked up, only to soon erupt in irritation. Karp, you old fool. How many times must I tell you to knock before entering? Unfazed by the reprimand, Karp waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. Sengoku, don't sweat the small stuff. Next time, I shall certainly remember. The mention of next time caused Sengoku's mouth to twitch in annoyance. Next time? You have said that countless times already. Enough of this nonsense. What brings you to my office? As the conversation shifted to the matter at hand, Karp's expression turned serious. He gestured towards the envoy behind him with his right hand. I am here because of him. The world government seeks you, but has mistakenly come to the wrong place. At this point, Karp covered his mouth with his left hand, striving to maintain composure, yet soon broke into laughter. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, I cannot contain myself. He actually got lost. Following Karp's explanation, Sengoku's shoulders twitched slightly. However, his well-mannered demeanor successfully suppressed any laughter. Seizing the opportunity, the envoy stepped forward, presenting the surgical fruit he had carried in his arms, placing it upon Sengoku's desk. He then coldly stated, Admiral Sengoku, I am here to deliver the surgical fruit. Upon hearing his words, Sengoku nodded gently and replied, understood. Shing, do you have any further instructions? After a brief moment of reflection, the envoy shook his head in negation. With the task successfully completed, he spoke in a frigid tone. Admiral Sengoku, since my mission is accomplished, I shall take my leave. With that, he activated his fruit ability. As his colors shifted, he gradually vanished from the sight of Karp and Sengoku. After a moment, Karp ceased his laughter and spoke solemnly. Did you witness that individual's fruit ability? Were it not for my years of combat experience, I would not have sensed his presence at all. Moreover, my Kinbunchika haki proved ineffective against him. Upon hearing this, Sengoku fell into a moment of contemplation. Soon after, he concurred, indeed, my Kinbunchika haki also failed. The world government certainly harbors some unknown secrets. However, a sudden sound abruptly interrupted Sengoku's musings. He turned to see Karp munching on a donut. Instantly, a surge of anger welled up within Sengoku, and he bellowed, You scoundrel. Karp, that donut has been my cherished treasure for ages. Who permitted you to eat it? Stop immediately. As the conversation unfolded, Zhangguo advanced, seizing Karp by the collar and snatching the last donut from his hand. Observing his demeanor, Karp nonchalantly remarked, Zhangguo, do not be so stingy. If you're reluctant to eat your donut, it will spoil. Allow me to assist you. Upon hearing this, Zhangguo immediately declined the suggestion without a moment's thought. Realizing he could not deceive Zhangguo into relinquishing the donut, Karp's eyes darted mischievously. He then pointed towards the window, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, Hey, Huang Yuan, how did you return so quickly? This is not like you at all. Upon hearing this, Zhangguo swiftly turned to look. He was taken aback to find that Huang Yuan had returned so promptly after merely mentioning a pay raise. However, when he turned back, there was no trace of Huang Yuan, not even a strand of hair in sight. Meanwhile, he felt his right hand loosen. Noticing this sudden change, Zhangguo promptly realized the gravity of the situation. He hastily clenched his right hand, but unfortunately, his reaction was a moment too late, and he felt the emptiness in his grasp. Subsequently, Zhangguo turned his head once more, only to be met with the sight of Karp hastily departing. brandishing the bag of donuts in his hand. Infuriated, Zhangwa bellowed, "Damn you, Carp. That was my last donut." Enraged, he lifted his fist and struck the desk before him. With a resounding crash, a corner of the desk shattered. Simultaneously, the surgery fruit on the table tumbled to the ground, fortuitously rolling to Zhangwa's feet. Upon seeing it, Zhangwa's anger swiftly subsided. He bent down and picked up the surgery fruit, gazing at it contemplatively for a moment before exclaiming, "So, it is you, this surgery fruit. To think it could be worth a vice admiral. Now that the surgery fruit has arrived, the transaction with the fallen angel should commence in earnest. Delaying any further may complicate matters, as time is of the essence." With this thought in mind, Zhangwa picked up a nearby Din Din Mushy and slowly dialed T-Pig's contact number. After a series of beeps, the Din Din Mushy was answered, revealing the cold visage of Dracula. However, this time, it was he who spoke first. "Marshal Zhangwa, are we to proceed with the transaction? I must inform you that Vice Admiral T-Pig is growing impatient." Hearing this, Zhangwa replied in a low voice, "Indeed, let us commence the transaction. Where shall we meet?" Dracula's lips curled into a slight smile as he pondered before responding, "Let me think. How about the Sabati Archipelago?" This answer did not exceed Zhangwa's expectations. After a brief pause, he acquiesced. Nevertheless, the specifics of the transaction required further inquiry. Merely knowing the location was insufficient. Sensing the tranquil atmosphere of the office, Zhangwa furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone. "Dracula, when shall we execute the transaction? Furthermore, do you have any special requirements regarding the personnel for the handover?" On the other end, Dracula sat quietly, listening intently. Once Zhangwa had finished posing all his questions, he finally replied, "As for the timing, let us set it for 4 days hence. We can discuss the precise location then. I understand you have recently promoted 2 vice admirals. I would like to meet the other one." Upon hearing this, Zhangwa leaned against the desk, lost in thought. After a long moment, he let out a deep sigh and softly replied, "Very well, I shall accommodate that request." Thus, their conversation came to a close, the meeting place firmly established at the Sabati Archipelago. Since slaying the celestial dragon, Dracula had not returned there. He lifted the teacup before him and took a gentle sip, savoring the rich aroma that lingered on his lips. Relishing the unique fragrance, Dracula hung up the Din Din Mushy and slowly rose, making his way towards the office door. However, before he could take any action, a knock echoed through the office. Responding to the sound, Dracula softly instructed, "Come in." As his words fell, Inaru entered from outside. Casting a puzzled glance at Dracula and inquiring, "Boss, are you planning to go out?" In response, Dracula placed his hands behind his back and gently nodded. "Your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek you out. Please take a seat and let us converse." Inaru pointed at himself in astonishment, exclaiming, "You were looking for me? Very well, boss. Please proceed." After uttering this, he took a seat beside Dracula. After a brief pause, Dracula continued, "I will be conducting a transaction with the Navy in 4 days. You will need to accompany me, so be prepared." Upon hearing this, Inaru nodded enthusiastically and responded, "Ah ha ha ha. So that is the matter at hand. Fear not, boss. I'm always ready to depart. Moreover, my Rygene fruit has successfully awakened. If I were to face T-Pig again, victory would undoubtedly be mine." Dracula, pleased with Inaru's confidence, contemplated briefly before speaking once more. "Since you are aware, there is little left to discuss. Let us proceed to see how Vice Admiral T-Pig has been faring, as we shall be taking him away from here tomorrow." Thus, Dracula strode elegantly toward the 6th level of Impel Down, with the robust Inaru closely following his side. As they revealed themselves, the prisoners on this level fell silent, retreating into the depths of their cells, too fearful to raise their eyes. Over the past few days, the moniker of demons associated with Dracula and Inaru had echoed throughout Impel Down. Their merciless methods of execution instilled terror in the hearts of the prisoners, who lived in constant fear of the deadly consequences of a misplaced word. Gradually, the prisoners adapted to this reality. Whenever the two appeared, they would feign deafness, uttering not a single sound. Observing the scene before him, Dracula's lips curled into a devilish smile. He then proceeded with graceful steps, unconcerned as he ventured deeper into the facility. Meanwhile, the sound of his shoes scraping against the floor echoed ominously, sending shivers through the hearts of the prisoners. Yet, they remained motionless, not daring to act. Beside him, Inaru could not resist taunting, "Hey, fierce prisoners, why are you so quiet? You leave me with no room to maneuver." In the pauses of conversation, he glanced around, but regrettably, his words evoked no rebuttal. On the contrary, one or two prisoners silently quickened their pace towards the depths of their confinement. Observing this, Ainalu could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he abandoned his verbal assault and continued to closely follow his captain. Noticing Ainalu's expression, Dracula nonchalantly shrugged. He then spoke in a relaxed tone, remarking that they had long been dulled by their imprisonment, finding it rather tedious. The life upon the sea, however, was infinitely more intriguing. Upon hearing his captain's words, Ainalu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, life at sea was far more captivating. Captain, how much longer must we remain and impel down? Dracula pondered briefly before responding directly. We shall depart soon. Once this transaction with the Navy is completed, we will leave Impel Down and return to the New World. With this concrete reply, a smile illuminated Ainalu's face as he envisioned the vibrant life that awaited them on the ocean. As their discussion continued, the duo arrived at the entrance of the infinite hell. Stepping forward, Ainalu skillfully pushed open the massive door. With a resonant rumble, the door creaked ajar. At their appearance, the prisoners on this level fell into an eerie silence. Without hesitation, Dracula strode gracefully into the chamber. Soon, he beheld the figure of Admiral Chibuta, confined within his cage. The once pristine naval uniform of Chibuta had deteriorated significantly due to prolonged confinement. Although it was covered in dust, it oddly complemented his fruit-based abilities. After a cursory glance, Dracula immediately unlocked the chains of the cage. With a resounding clang, the chains clattered to the floor, sending a plume of dust into the air. Nonetheless, the dust posed no hindrance to Chibuta, as his dust fruit powers drew the particles toward him involuntarily. Observing this, Dracula shook his head slightly and declared in a booming voice, "Admiral Chibuta, you are about to be free." Upon hearing his words, Chibuta opened his tightly shut eyes and, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Your Excellency, you do not intend to use me to lure the remaining Navy into a trap, do you? If that is the case, I would rather remain and impel down." At this, Ainalu burst into laughter. "Aha! Chibuta, you're truly amusing. Such conspiracies are beneath us. If the Navy had not proposed a deal, you would never have had the chance to leave this place." Chibuta's expression flickered with a hint of guilt. He had not anticipated that Fleet Admiral Sengoku intended to rescue him. However, Ainalu's words did not entirely assuage his skepticism, as being the newly appointed admiral. He maintained his own judgment. Noticing Chibuta's demeanor, Dracula refrained from further explanation. Instead, he stepped forward and removed the shackles binding Chibuta. Chibuta stood still, absorbing the sensation of liberation from his restraints. After a brief moment, he felt a surge of power rising within him. He clenched his fists slightly, reacquainting himself with the return of his strength. Just as he was becoming accustomed to his newfound vigor, Dracula spoke solemnly, "In 4 days, you will return to the Navy. However, there are certain matters I must inform you about." Hearing this, Chibuta raised his head and gazed forward. After a brief pause, Dracula continued, "You must not disclose any information regarding Impel Down. Should you do so, I may release all the prisoners within this facility." You can surely imagine the chaos that would ensue. As Dracula's words hung in the air, Chibuta's eyes fixed intently on him. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a gravelly voice. "Very well, I shall comply with your request. However, I implore you not to release the prisoners within Impel Down. May I, however, see my subordinates once more?" Receiving an affirmative nod from Dracula, he replied earnestly, "Certainly, follow me. You must understand that these soldiers cannot accompany you upon your departure." With that, he turned and exited the cage, heading towards the area where the soldiers were confined, while the liberated Chibuta closely followed behind. Ainalu, who brought up the rear, dutifully closed the heavy door behind them with a resounding thud. From the inside, the door effectively blocked out the light, plunging the 6th level into darkness. Meanwhile, the prisoners on this level peered out, their curiosity piqued. Although the environment was dim, it did not impede their movements. After all, they had been confined here for many years and were intimately familiar with their surroundings. Before long, the silence was shattered. One particularly imposing prisoner, his face etched with ferocity, proclaimed, "What do you think those 2 demons want with the Navy Admiral?" As he finished speaking, another prisoner interjected, "Did you not hear their earlier conversation? It seems those 2 demons intend to return the Admiral to the Navy. What a foolish decision. I say it would be far better to simply kill him," thus diminishing the Navy's strength. At this proclamation, the other prisoners voiced their agreement, exclaiming, "Ha, it seems you're the cleverest among us, having thought of this solution. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. Just as their fervent discussion reached a crescendo, an unexpected voice cut through the din. "Hey, you lot are a bunch of fools. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. How could those two demons ever casually return to the Navy Admiral? Did you not hear that the Navy offered something of equal value for the exchange?" Though his argument was sound, it fell on deaf ears. The other prisoners were more concerned with the insult than the matter at hand. Consequently, the heated debate erupted once more, plunging the 6th level of Impel down into turmoil, while the fate of the Navy Admiral was relegated to the background. Unbeknownst to Dracula and Inalu, who were accustomed to the silence of the 6th level upon their arrival, this chaotic situation was perhaps only comprehensible to Chibuta, a long-term resident of this dark realm. After a brief moment, Digula guided them to the place where the naval soldiers were imprisoned. Before he could take any action, Vice Admiral Cha Tun stepped forward to the position before the railings. The sudden sound of footsteps drew the attention of the naval soldiers, and soon they caught sight of Vice Admiral Cha Tun in the distance. One by one, they moved closer to him. Upon seeing their commander, the soldiers hesitated, words caught in their throats. Finally, it was his adjutant who gently spoke up. "Vice Admiral Cha Tun, are you well?" Upon hearing these words, Cha Tun could no longer hold back his tears. He silently gazed at his adjutant, opening his mouth as if to speak, but only a long sigh escaped him. Gradually, tears began to glisten in his eyes, and his vision started to blur. After a moment, Cha Tun took a step back and bowed deeply before the crowd. Intermittent words emerged from his lips. "As a naval admiral, I have failed. I am truly sorry, everyone. I let you down." Upon hearing his words, the adjutant's eyes turned red, yet no tears fell. After regaining his composure, he resolutely replied, "Vice Admiral Cha Tun, there is no need to blame yourself. This is our choice, as well as the choice of the sea. As long as you remember us, that is enough." After saying this, he fell silent, standing quietly in place. Hearing the adjutant's words, Cha Tun looked up at the soldiers behind him. His gaze swept across their faces. After a prolonged silence, Cha Tun nodded heavily. He then turned to Digola, speaking in a hoarse voice. "My lord, I entrust these subordinates to you. They're all excellent soldiers, and I hope you will treat them kindly." He then turned his back to the naval soldiers. Digola stepped forward, patting his shoulder, and agreed to this request. After all, he had already planned to incorporate these soldiers into the fallen angels. After lingering here for half an hour, Digola departed with the two men. During their walk, he slowly remarked, "We will leave tomorrow. Cha Tun, you need not return to the 6th level to sleep." Upon hearing his words, Cha Tun nodded slightly and fell silent. Thus, the three returned to the office. Each chose a place to lie down and rest. The next morning, Digola took the two men out of Impel Down. This time, he chose not to take too many people with him. After all, he was merely retrieving the surgical fruit. Too many people would hinder their movements. As they emerged, Beepo was already waiting on the surface of the sea, commanding the merman battleship. Seeing Digu LA's figure, he waved his paw. Moments later, the merman battleship slowly departed from Impel Down. Under Beepo's precise command, the ship headed towards the Sabaody archipelago. Having visited once before, Beepo had ample experience. During their voyage, the Navy headquarters was also entering its final preparations. However, as the two locations were not particularly far apart, there was still plenty of time. Sengoku sat in his office, resting his chin on his hands, lost in quiet contemplation. After a long while, he snapped back to reality. Without hesitation, Sengoku stood up from his seat and walked towards Admiral Crane's office. After a while, he arrived at Admiral Crane's office. However, his good manners prompted him to extend his right hand and gently knock on the wooden door. Accompanied by a series of knocks, Admiral Crane's voice followed, "Come in." Upon hearing her words, Sengoku opened the door. As the door creaked, Admiral Crane lifted her head and turned her gaze towards him. Seeing his face, she expressed surprise, saying, "Sengoku, what brings you here? Shouldn't this be a critical time?" Hearing her words, Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly, and he replied in a solemn tone, "Little Crane, there are some matters I need to discuss with you." Digala specifically named the individual to carry out the handover. Observing his demeanor, Admiral Crane pondered for a moment before voicing a name. "Is it Jiuan?" Sengoku nodded, affirming the name. He then continued, "The handover is about to commence. Have Jiuan take the surgical fruit and depart from the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, we may run out of time." After a moment, Admiral Crane rose from her seat. She picked up the Din Din Mushi on her desk and dialed Jiuan's contact number. With a series of beeps, the Din Din Mushi was quickly answered. Soon, Jiuan's cool voice came through. "Sister Crane, what do you need?" Hearing her words, Admiral Crane organized her thoughts and replied directly. You must have heard about the transaction between the Navy and the Fallen Angels. Without hesitation, Ji-Yun promptly responded, of course. Is there something you need me to do? This time, Admiral Crane did not waste words and spoke in a gentle tone. The personnel designated for the handover by the Fallen Angels is you, Ji-Yun. Moreover, the agreed time is drawing near. Therefore, we want you to take the surgical fruit and depart from the Navy headquarters to the Sabaody archipelago. On the other end of the Den Mushi, Ji-Yun listened quietly. After a moment, her cool voice, filled with pride, said, All right, I understand, Sister Crane. I will come to the office immediately to retrieve the surgical fruit. With that, she hung up the Den Mushi. Shortly thereafter, Ji-Yun entered with her long, graceful legs. Upon seeing Sengoku and Admiral Crane, she immediately saluted. Sengoku nodded slightly in acknowledgement and retrieved the surgical fruit from his pocket. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and placed it in Ji-Yun's hands. He then earnestly stated, The task of retrieving Cha-Tun now rests in your hands. Upon hearing his words, Ji-Yun nodded slightly and replied in a soft tone, Understood, Admiral Sengoku. I will surely succeed in completing the mission. Let me see what schemes the Fallen Angels truly harbor. As her voice faded, she exited the office. Watching her departing figure, Admiral Crane felt a twinge of concern. Sigh, this child Ji-Yun is a bit overly confident. I wonder if that is a good thing or a bad thing. Sengoku agreed with her sentiment, saying, Indeed, her character still has some shortcomings. I hope this transaction can be completed smoothly. Following that, the two fell silent, gazing into the distance. Thus, the office of Ikamu once again fell into a tranquil atmosphere. Ji-Yun, holding the surgical fruit, strolled slowly down the corridor. Before long, she reached the naval headquarters port. Just as she was about to board the warship, Ji-Yun turned back, gazing at the distant naval headquarters building and the flag fluttering in the air. She raised her right hand and rendered a standard military salute. Promptly, she lowered her hand and turned to board the warship, which had been prepared in advance. At the moment she stepped aboard, the warship gradually powered up and set sail from the naval headquarters port. Shortly after her departure, Zhangguo produced a Den Mushi from his pocket and dialed Huang Yuan's contact. With a series of beeps, the Den Mushi was answered. This time, the situation was different from the last. After all, the allure of a salary increase was quite significant for Huang Yuan. Soon, his mischievous voice emerged from the device. Marshal Zhangguo, I assure you I am not slacking off. I am diligently making my way. Please do not forget to increase my salary. It is my sole motivation. Hearing his words, a series of black lines appeared on Zhangguo's forehead. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, Enough of that. You have more pressing matters to attend to. Where are you now? Huang Yuan glanced around, scratching his head in confusion. After a moment's contemplation, he could not recall his exact location. Just then, the Major General whispered in his ear, General Huang Yuan, we are about to reach the Sabaody archipelago. At our current sailing speed, it will take approximately 2 more days. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan nodded and quickly replied, Marshal Zhangguo, we are nearly at the Sabaody archipelago. In about 2 days, I will return to the naval headquarters to discuss the salary issue with you. Zhangguo automatically disregarded the latter part of his statement. As his words fell, he instructed, It seems your return is quite timely. There is no need to head back to the naval headquarters. Proceed directly to the Sabaody archipelago. Our transaction with the Fallen Angels will take place there. And Ji-Yuan is the person in charge of this mission. You will remain undercover on the island, prioritizing the protection of our personnel should anything arise. Hearing the new orders, Huang Yuan's face displayed a mix of reluctance and resignation. Yet, he understood the significance of this transaction for the Navy. Thus, he solemnly replied, Rest assured, Marshal Zhangguo, I will ensure the safety of our personnel. With a concrete response received, Zhangguo's serious demeanor transformed into a smile. Subsequently, their conversation came to an end. Zhangguo set down the Den Mushi and remarked, This is not my directive. Huang Yuan merely happened to pass by there. With his assurance, I feel considerably more at ease. Hearing this, Hikama nodded in agreement. Though he is often unreliable, he proves dependable when it matters most. In that case, I am less concerned about Ji-Yuan's safety. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Zhangguo turned and left, heading towards his office. He needed to deliberate more thoroughly on the potential vulnerabilities of the transaction process. With his departure, Hikamu let out a long sigh, yet she said nothing. Thus, the room was left with only the sound of her pen scratching against the paper. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan, having just received new orders, expressed his frustration. Honestly, is this my task? If the Fallen Angels prevent my escape, I will have no chance at all. After all, the speed of the Thunder Fruit is truly remarkable, and they possess the ability to soar into the sky. However, I will not share this with you, Marshal Zhonghua. I fear you would use it as a pretext to deduct my salary. That is out of the question. As he muttered to himself, Huang Yuan cast his gaze towards the horizon. Soon, the azure sea and sky combined to form a breathtaking tableau. After a moment, he adjusted his mood and issued a command. Change course, destination, Shambadi Archipelago. Following his orders, the sailors aboard the warship executed their navigation tasks methodically. This warship was one Huang Yuan had taken from the naval base at Gaia Island. After all, if he were to travel on foot, he would be unable to accommodate Old Monkey and the Major General. Hence, in the end, Huang Yuan decided to commandeer a warship. His status as a general made it relatively easy to mobilize a vessel. At this time, Huang Yuan was exceptionally close to the Shambadi Archipelago. Upon altering their destination, the warship shifted to a straight course. After all, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. When night fell, the warship carrying Huang Yuan gradually entered the waters of the Shambadi Archipelago. To avoid drawing attention, Huang Yuan deliberately chose a more secluded port for landing. Under the cover of night, no one noticed that the naval admiral had arrived. Soon, Huang Yuan disembarked from the warship. He lifted his gaze towards the distant buildings, a smile forming on his lips. Then, with a light chuckle, he said, "It seems we have arrived early. In that case, let's enjoy a good rest." After uttering these words, Huang Yuan strode away from the spot. The Major General paused for a moment, surprised, but quickly regained his composure. After all, he had not anticipated that the first thing General Huang Yuan would want to do was rest. Observing Huang Yuan's retreating figure, the Major General hurriedly followed closely behind. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "General Huang Yuan truly is General Huang Yuan. I absolutely adore this work style." Hearing his words, Huang Yuan's smile deepened. He then replied softly, "Ah, you have quite the discerning eye. You are increasingly to my liking." Meanwhile, Old Monkey remained steadfastly by Huang Yuan's side. It had concluded that Huang Yuan's strength was formidable. In the worldview of the monkeys, only by following the strong could one live more comfortably. It was with this mindset that it chose to accompany Huang Yuan. In this atmosphere, Huang Yuan slowly made his way into the station naval base. The moment he appeared before the guards, they were taken aback. They had never anticipated that Admiral Huang Yuan would come to their location. Noticing their expressions, Huang Yuan waved slightly, signaling them to maintain silence. Given the current sensitive period, the news of his arrival must remain undisclosed. Observing his gesture, the guards quickly composed themselves. They remained silent as they watched the group depart. Huang Yuan walked slowly through the naval base, surveying the layout with a nod of approval. In comparison to his last visit, there were no significant changes. Thus, he navigated to the office of the commanding officer with ease. Standing before the imposing door, he gently knocked several times and entered. Noticing the sound at the entrance, the highest-ranking officer looked up. Soon, the somewhat disheveled face of Huang Yuan appeared before him. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, for in his memory, how could Rear Admiral Huang Yuan possibly be here? Upon reopening his eyes, he still beheld that same somewhat disheveled face. Instantly, he realized this was not a mere figment of his imagination. He promptly rose from his seat. Observing Rear Admiral Huang Yuan in the distance, he raised his right hand and rendered a proper military salute. With a look of contrition, he spoke, "I apologize. Rear Admiral Huang Yuan, I was merely verifying your authenticity." Hearing this, Huang Yuan waved dismissively. He stepped forward, approached the Vice Admiral, and patted him on the shoulder. After a brief pause, he spoke in a relaxed tone. "Oh, don't be so serious. I have come here on an urgent mission, so it's understandable that you haven't received any news. This is not the time for such discussions. Please arrange accommodations for us, as we wish to rest." Reassured by Huang Yuan, the Vice Admiral nodded earnestly. He then led a few individuals to the vacant quarters within the naval base. As for the nature of the urgent mission, he had no intention of inquiring further. As a Vice Admiral, he understood one fundamental principle: never attempt to comprehend unknown missions, for sometimes excessive curiosity can be perilous. Thus, he remained silent as he guided his companions to their new lodgings. After a brief tidying up, he turned and said, "Rear Admiral Huang Yuan, since accommodations have been arranged, I shall take my leave." The tranquility of the place assured him that they would not be disturbed by other naval personnel. Hearing this, Huang Yuan expressed his satisfaction and languidly replied, "Very well. You may return to your duties." As the words left his lips, the Vice Admiral turned to exit. Just as he was about to step out the door, Huang Yuan's voice echoed once more in his ears. Ah, by the way, there's one more thing. Please do your utmost to keep my arrival here under wraps. However, the soldiers stationed at the entrance have seen me. After a moment's pause, the Vice Admiral assured him, Rest assured, Rear Admiral Huang Yuan, I will ensure confidentiality. He then departed with steady strides. As he walked through the corridor, he pondered how to address this issue. After a while, he nodded slightly and gazed into the distance where the night loomed. Suddenly, he quickened his pace towards the entrance of the naval base. In no time, the Vice Admiral arrived at the gate. Upon his arrival, the station soldiers promptly raised their right hands in salute, only to gradually lower them afterward. Pleased with their response, the Vice Admiral wasted no time in issuing a command. You four, accompany me. I have some tasks for you. The soldiers exchanged glances before following the Vice Admiral without hesitation. Although uncertain of the task at hand, they knew obedience was paramount. However, one soldier, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Vice Admiral, who will handle the duties here? His question momentarily caught the Vice Admiral off guard, but he quickly regained composure. Smiling, he replied, Quite commendable. I didn't expect you to think about work under these circumstances. Do not worry, I will delegate the responsibilities to others. The soldier beamed at the officer's praise. Thus, a minor interlude came to an end. Under the Vice Admiral's leadership, they entered the office. After closing the door, he directly addressed the main issue. Did you see Rear Admiral Huang Yuan today? The soldiers nodded in unison. Observing their expressions, the Vice Admiral continued. You must not divulge news of Rear Admiral Huang Yuan's arrival. Therefore, I plan to assign you to work in my office for the time being. This way, it will not raise any suspicions. Of course, once this matter is resolved, I will consider promotions for you. The soldiers exchanged glances, unanimously agreeing to the arrangement. They perceived it as an unexpected opportunity for advancement. Suddenly, they felt fortunate to be on night duty. With their concerns thoroughly resolved, the Vice Admiral, feeling somewhat fatigued, sat down in his chair. He opened a drawer and retrieved a cigarette. With a crisp snap, he lit the cigarette he held between his lips, and a rich aroma filled the air. The Vice Admiral slowly closed his eyes, savoring the flavor. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a deep slumber. When the cigarette burned down to its end, he showed no signs of waking. Fortunately, it did not scorch his lips. At a critical moment, the Vice Admiral slightly parted his lips, allowing the spent cigarette to fall to the floor. Thus, it released its final wisp of smoke upon the non-flammable ground. By the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warmly enveloping the Vice Admiral as he gradually opened his eyes. Gazing at the distant scenery, he remarked with a touch of nostalgia, Everything remains unchanged. The cycle of life, the cycle of work, I hope for an early retirement. Following his directives, the guard from the previous night had begun working in the office. Simultaneously, the warship Chiyuan steadily approached the Xiangbidi Islands. She stood elegantly on the deck, surveying the distant landscape. After a while, she coldly inquired of the soldiers nearby, How much longer until we reach the Xiangbidi Islands? Upon hearing her question, a soldier dashed to the ship's control room for detailed inquiries. After a brief period, he returned to Chiyuan's side. Organizing his thoughts, he reported, Report, Admiral Tauk Tuesday. The warship will reach the Xiangbidi Islands just before dusk. Nodding slightly at this information, Chiyuan fell into a thoughtful silence. The soldier remained close, awaiting any potential orders. As this tradition has been upheld since the Navy's inception, as the sailor had indicated, the warship gracefully entered the waters of the Xiangbidi Islands as dusk approached. However, this time, the vessel confidently sailed into the harbor. The emergence of Chiyuan required no excessive concealment. The arrival of the warship naturally drew the attention of many on the island. As the vessel docked, Chiyuan gracefully descended from its deck. Upon witnessing her presence, the pirates on the island awkwardly averted their gazes. However, not everyone was aware of her true identity. One pirate, licking his lips with a hint of madness, exclaimed, Look at that woman coming down from the warship. Let us capture her. His words barely left his mouth before a companion beside him shot him dead. After dealing with him, the burly man arrogantly remarked, You truly are a fool. That woman is the new Marine Admiral, Chiyuan. Since you wish for death, allow me to assist you. He then bent down slowly, methodically stripping the deceased of his belongings. Spitting on the lifeless body, the robust man departed from the scene. Following his exit, the gathered pirates hastily suppressed their ambitions, having clearly heard the man's warning. They understood that an admiral of the Marines was not someone they could contend with. Thus, the crowd gradually dispersed. Chiyuan, of course, sensed the stirrings among the pirates. She looked up but only caught sight of their retreating figures before redirecting her focus. After all, her primary mission was to finalize the transaction. Otherwise, these pirates would inevitably fall into her grasp. With her thoughts momentarily subdued, Chiyuan proceeded deeper into the island. The majority of the pirates, fearing her presence, hastily sought refuge in other areas, seeking a semblance of safety. Upon her arrival at the Sabeti archipelago, the rear admiral received word and swiftly made his way towards Chiyuan. Moments later, he finally laid eyes on her and the troops accompanying her. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand in salute. Observing his gesture, Chiyuan promptly returned the salute. Subsequently, the rear admiral led his men back to the marine base. After arranging accommodations for everyone, he approached Chiyuan and quietly remarked, "Admiral Peach Rabbit, there's someone waiting for you in the office." Upon hearing his words, Chiyuan arched an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Although she was unaware of who awaited her, she deduced it was certainly an arrangement by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Thus, she followed the rear admiral into the office. With a resounding thud, he opened the door and stepped inside, while Chiyuan followed gracefully, her long legs gliding elegantly. Meanwhile, the figure reclining in the chair, Kizuru, stood up, quickly spotting Chiyuan behind the rear admiral. He casually remarked, "Long time no see, Admiral Peach Rabbit. I've been waiting for you here for quite a while." As he finished speaking, the rear admiral exited the office, fully aware that the discussions within were not meant for his ears. He took out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and with a snap, ignited it, letting the smoke gradually envelop the corridor. The rear admiral stood quietly against the wall, guarding the entrance. Inside the office, Chiyuan regarded Kizuru with a hint of surprise. She was well aware of the tasks assigned to the admiral. However, she quickly regained her composure and spoke with a measured tone. "Admiral Kizuru, it has been a while. Under normal circumstances, you would not be present here, would you? Is this the arrangement of Fleet Admiral Sengoku?" Kizuru, unfazed by her cool demeanor, simply nodded and replied seriously. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku instructed me to arrive early and await your arrival. My primary duty is to ensure that the transaction proceeds smoothly." Receiving such a response, Chiyuan nodded slightly. After a brief moment of contemplation, she understood the rationale behind Sengoku's decision. She then stated, "Very well, I comprehend. Now, the only thing left is to await the arrival of the fallen angel. We shall address the remaining matters post-transaction." With that, their conversation came to an end. Kizaru's purpose in meeting Chiyuan was primarily to inform her of his support, allowing her to handle unforeseen circumstances with greater ease. Once their discussion concluded, Kizaru summoned the rear admiral back into the office. With a thud, the door swung open, and the rear admiral stepped in with a steady stride. A stark contrast to the despondent man he had been earlier. He approached Kizuru and earnestly inquired, "Admiral Kizuru, do you have any tasks for me?" After a moment of reflection, Kizuru instructed, "From today onwards, the marine soldiers stationed at the Sabeti archipelago are to assemble in large numbers. Additionally, we must enhance the security measures at the marine base." Upon hearing his orders, the rear admiral straightened his posture and replied firmly, "Understood. I will ensure the tasks are completed." With that, he exited the office swiftly to commence the reallocation of troops. Watching him leave, Kizaru smiled faintly, returning to his laid-back demeanor, resuming his seat to rest. After contemplating a few matters, Chiyuan stepped out of the office. However, as soon as she emerged, she slightly furrowed her elegant brows, for the lingering scent of smoke still permeated the air. She quickened her pace, eager to distance herself from the area. Once the rear admiral left the office, he sought out his aide. Thus, the new orders were systematically disseminated. Once fully communicated, the marine soldiers stationed at the Sabeti archipelago began to return to their posts, regardless of their previous activities. The pirates on the island found themselves puzzled by the marines' actions, unable to grasp the underlying significance. Yet, as the marines regrouped, the pirates grew increasingly brazen, albeit without taking any drastic measures. Well aware that an admiral still lingered on the island. For the information brokers, however, this presented an opportunity. They began sending agents into the Sabeti archipelago to gather intelligence. At the same time, in a ransom bar on island number 13, Shaki was quietly polishing the glass in her hand. After a moment, she exhaled a smoke ring and boldly asked, "Hey Rayleigh, what do you make of the Marines' movements?" Just as she finished her question, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. Rayleigh swirled his rum and replied, "What else is there to say? The Marines are certainly up to something here." Meanwhile, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes behind the glasses, as if lost in thought. However, It wasn't long before Lei Li returned to his usual demeanor. He raised the rum bottle in his hand and consumed the remaining contents in one swift motion. With a satisfying gulp, the bottle soon became empty. Adjusting his glasses, a slight intoxication in his manner, he lamented, "Alas, my rum is gone again." Hearing his words, Xiaoqi emerged from behind the counter with another bottle. She gently placed it on the table before him. Noticing her action, Lei Li's eyes sparkled with interest, and he reached for the bottle. Just as his hand was about to touch it, Xiaoqi's hand swiftly grasped the bottle first. Leaning back lazily in her chair, she exhaled a ring of smoke and softly remarked, "If you wish to drink, it's quite simple. Help me investigate what events are unfolding lately. After all, this is crucial intelligence that could fetch a handsome sum of belly." Upon hearing her request, Lei Li helplessly shook his head. Acknowledging the temptation of the drink was indeed difficult to resist. However, he recognized that investigating this matter would not be a trivial task. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, "I'm willing to look into this. However, it remains uncertain what I might uncover. After all, a Marine Admiral has arrived here." Xiaoqi nodded slightly, taking a deep drag from her cigarette. As the smoke wafted around her, she responded with clarity, "That's fine. A little is sufficient." After saying this, she tossed the bottle of rum in Lei Li's direction. Seeing the bottle flying towards him, Lei Li chuckled and slowly extended his right hand. With a crisp sound, the bottle landed securely in his grasp. With the rum now in hand, Lei Li vanished from the tavern in an instant. Simultaneously, his voice reached Xiaoqi's ears. "Ha ha, good liquor. Rest assured, I shall investigate this matter promptly." Xiaoqi watched him depart, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips, and murmured, "Oh, Lei Li, why the haste? I shall await your favorable news." After uttering these words, she picked up a napkin from the table and began wiping her glass. Thus, Xiaoqi's extortion bar returned to its usual state of tranquility. The absence of patrons was the norm in her establishment, for Xiaoqi's bar operated on genuine extortion. Consequently, pirates who had fallen victim to her schemes seldom returned unless they sought urgent information. Even those who might consider using force would find themselves no match for Xiaoqi, the proprietor. Her purpose in running the bar was merely to alleviate her boredom. Having experienced the previous era, she had long since adopted a nonchalant attitude towards life. Ultimately, only the sound of her wiping the glass lingered in the bar. Meanwhile, Lei Li, having already departed the tavern, stood atop a high building, surveying the scene below. He squinted slightly, contemplating recent occurrences, mumbling to himself, "Let me ponder this thoroughly. Surely, there is something I have overlooked." At that moment, a gentle evening breeze rustled through his hair, awakening his thoughts. Embracing the refreshing air, he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed with newfound clarity, "I've identified the crucial point. It seems that just days ago, my kin Bunchikahaki provided me with a warning of impending danger. Thus, it appears that multiple Marine admirals have descended upon the Chambord archipelago." With this realization, Lei Li cast his gaze towards the distant scenery. After a moment's reflection, he lifted his drink and took a hearty swig, then leisurely remarked, "Indeed, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. Is the Navy attempting to purge the pirates from the island? No, it must be something else. The only remaining conclusion is that they are preparing to confront formidable adversaries. Aside from those few, it must be the fallen angels." Upon arriving at this conclusion, Lei Li burst into laughter. "Ha, that young lad. Now that my investigation is complete, I shall indulge myself in some leisure time." For Xiaoqi is not in a hurry. With this declaration, he vanished once more as the evening breeze brushed past him. Soon, Lei Li arrived at the renowned casino of the Chambord archipelago. He then retrieved a handful of belly from his pocket. Observing the raucous crowd before him, he silently scrutinized every detail. After some time, he began to place his bets. Since taking refuge here, his only remaining passions have been drinking and gambling. After all, a retiree must seek amusement. Yet, during each gambling session, Lei Li never utilized his Kinbunchikahaki, for doing so would detract from the enjoyment. Even if he emerged victorious, he would not deign to claim the winnings. Maintaining this mindset, his days consisted of both losses and gains. To the other gamblers, Lei Li appeared merely as an addicted old man. Thus, time slipped away slowly through his fingers. Happily, today he had made a modest profit. He tucked his earnings into his pocket and cheerfully remarked, "It seems today is my lucky day. I've earned enough for my drinks." Just as his words concluded, a steady voice echoed from nearby. "Old friend, long time no see. By your tone, it seems you've won quite a bit today." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Laylee turned to see a man with a cane sword, his eyes firmly closed, approaching him. With a smile, Laylee exclaimed, "Ha, you're correct, my friend. However, it has been several days since I last saw you. Care for a drink?" The blind swordsman gently shook his head in response. He then spoke in a calm tone. "No, my friend, perhaps another time. I haven't been here in days, and my hands are itching to play." After the refusal, Laylee felt a tinge of regret, but continued to smile. "What a pity you've declined. I suppose I must wait for another opportunity, though I wonder when that will be." With that, Laylee headed directly towards the casino's exit. However, as the two brushed past each other, Laylee softly cautioned, "The island has been rather tumultuous lately. Do exercise caution." Upon hearing his words, the blind swordsman nodded with a smile and continued deeper into the casino, his cane sword resembling a staff. Once the warning was given, Laylee did not linger and exited the casino entirely. His concern was merely that of a friend from the gambling table. In truth, he sensed the latent strength within the blind swordsman, a power rivaling that of a marine admiral. Yet, such matters did not concern Laylee. He was acutely aware that numerous formidable individuals lurked within the vast ocean. As this minor interlude came to a close, Laylee strode back to the Lesual bar with a vigorous gait. No sooner had he taken his seat than he heard Xiaqi's voice inquiring, "Ah, you reek of alcohol. How was the investigation progressing?" After organizing his thoughts briefly, Laylee responded directly, "Essentially, the matter has been thoroughly elucidated. Presently, there are at least 2 marine admirals in the Chambred Islands. It is speculated that the most probable adversary the Marines may encounter is the fallen angel. Under these circumstances, we might soon lay eyes upon them." Upon hearing his words, Xiaqi's crimson lips parted in a smile as she remarked, "Brother Dracula, if it is he, then it is indeed plausible. Yet, the Marines appear to be strategizing to minimize casualties. Soon, we shall see. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to it." As her words faded, the tavern was enveloped once more in a tranquil ambience. Meanwhile, in the casino, Yishao was locked in a battle with his final chips. Regrettably, Lady Luck did not favor him that day. Before long, he had lost all his berry and was unceremoniously expelled from the casino. However, he refrained from commenting on their rude behavior, having experienced such treatment before. Leaning on his cane, he ambled along the street. Though his vision was obscured, the perception granted by his Kinbunchika haki allowed all things to reflect vividly in his mind. The moonlight hung high in the sky, with stars gently cascading upon him. After a while, he arrived at a mountaintop and, with a hint of melancholy, observed the common folk of the Chambred Islands are not happy. But what can I, with my meager strength, do? At this juncture, Yishao fell silent. He then let out a long, resigned sigh, murmuring to himself, "I, alone, can accomplish nothing. Let me first witness the final circumstances of the Chambred Islands." Having uttered this, he turned away from the mountaintop. Shortly after his departure, the Hades battleship, commanded by Dracula, glided into the waters under the moonlight. Beepo looked up and spotted the nearby island and the figure atop the mountain. However, Yixiao's silhouette soon vanished from his sight. He shook his head slightly, not giving further thought to Yixiao's exit. With clumsy steps, Beepo exited the command room. He approached Dracula, who lay resting on the deck, and without hesitation, declared, "Boss, we have arrived at the Chambred Islands." As Dracula heard this, he slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. After a brief pause, he rose from his chair and directed his gaze towards the horizon. Looking at the distant island, a smile crept across Dracula's lips as he softly stated, "Now that we have arrived, let us prepare to disembark. However, let us keep our voices low so as not to draw the attention of others." Beepo nodded vigorously in agreement. Soon after, under his guidance, the Hades battleship approached the shore. Simultaneously, Enel emerged from the charging room, his upper body bare. He had once again harnessed the power of the Goro Goro no Mi to amplify the energy within the charging room. Unlike before, Enel felt no sense of fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated. Upon stepping out, he immediately spotted the island before him and exclaimed excitedly, "Haha, we have actually arrived at the Chambred Islands. It has been such a long time. I must pay closer attention to the time next visit to the charging room." Hearing his words, Dracula remained silent for a moment before responding calmly, "You have indeed become somewhat reckless. Next time you enter the charging room, have someone keep an eye on the time." Enel nodded in agreement with his captain. "Understood, boss." With that, their light-hearted banter came to an end. Without any hesitation, under Dracula's lead, the group set foot on the Chambred Islands. As soon as they landed, Beepo turned around and raised his hands, pushing them forward to form a triangle directed at the Hades battleship, invoking his distortion power. Instantly, ripples began to form in the space around them. As the ripples surged violently, the Hades battleship vanished from the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, the ship was ensconced within the dimensional space by Beepo's increasingly adept technique. Observing his progress, Dracula could not help but praise, "Beepo, your advancement has been remarkable. I did not expect you to reach the level of instant space opening." Beepo, feeling bashful at his captain's compliment, scratched his head and quietly replied, "All of this is thanks to you, boss." Though his voice was soft, Dracula's keen ears caught every word. As they conversed, the trio ascended to the mountaintop where Ishao had just stood, gazing out at the distant scenery. After a while, Dracula withdrew his gaze and softly said, "Let's seek a place to rest." With that, he embarked on a graceful stride down the dust-laden path. Despite the dust being kicked up by his movement, it could not settle upon his garments, as the dust without control was merely a scatter of sand, exerting no influence. Meanwhile, the Marine Admiral Chibuta was confined within the brig of the battleship, as this moment was ill-suited for his emergence. Observing his captain's retreating figure, Enel and Beepo hurriedly followed suit. Thus, Dracula led the two towards the Lasso bar on island number 13. Now that they had returned, he could not possibly neglect to visit old friends. Bathed in the moonlight, their silhouettes elongated, occasionally brushed by a gentle breeze that tousled Dracula's hair. However, he deliberately avoided the crowds, as he did not wish to alert too many to his arrival. Only appearing at specific moments would render his presence more significant. Meanwhile, Chibuta sat quietly in the confines of his cell, unable to predict what would transpire next. However, he knew there was only one thing he could do: to remain as inconspicuous as possible to the common folk. After all, as the newly appointed Marine Admiral, the weight of his role carried great significance. The news of his capture could potentially shatter the hopes of many civilians for the Marines. Thus, the current situation was the best possible outcome. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke softly, "Fleet Admiral, there is little more I can do. The remainder is contingent upon your arrangements." With his words, silence once again enveloped the cell. As Dracula traversed the road, he had brought two companions to the 13th island. Soon, he arrived at the Lexing bar owned by Shachi. However, the entrance was firmly shut, with a sign indicating it was closed for business. Observing this, Dracula shrugged his shoulders in resignation. He then stepped forward, extending his hand, which gleamed with a dark luster. Without hesitation, he forcefully shattered the lock on the door. With a resounding thud, the lock fell to the ground. Freed from his constraint, the bar's door creaked open slightly. At this sight, a wicked smile curled upon Dracula's lips, and he glided inside with an air of elegance. At the moment the lock was broken, both Shachi and Layli in the bar opened their eyes simultaneously. In an instant, Shachi was seated at the front desk, while Layli took a seat not far from her. They both turned their gazes towards the entrance, and soon beheld Dracula stepping into the establishment. The appearance of the newcomer momentarily stunned them, but they quickly regained their composure. Shachi picked up a cigarette from the table, placing it between her lips. With a sharp crack, the cigarette was lit. She took a deep drag and exhaled a large smoke ring, then regarded Dracula with a hint of nostalgia. "It truly is you, Brother Dracula. However, your timing seems a bit off. Moreover, you have damaged my lock, which will cost quite a bit to repair." Layli, meanwhile, fixed his gaze firmly on Dracula. Adjusting his glasses, a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. He understood that his suspicions had been confirmed, for indeed, the fallen angel had arrived at the Shambody archipelago. As Dracula entered the bar and surveyed the two, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After hearing Shachi's words, he chose a seat and replied directly, "These are merely trivial matters that will be resolved in due course. However, we are in need of accommodations." After releasing another smoke ring, Shachi cheerfully replied, "Ha, guests are always welcome. There are plenty of vacant rooms in the back courtyard. Feel free to choose any." Although surprised by Dracula's arrival, she refrained from voicing her deepest questions, recognizing that some inquiries are best left unasked. Meanwhile, Layli chimed in with a hearty laugh. "It has been a long time, brother. I have been keeping an eye on you. It seems the movements of the island's marines are indeed connected to you." Dracula did not offer any rebuttal to this statement, for silence served as the most eloquent response. After a brief pause, he spoke softly, "It has indeed been a long time, Layli. I suspect you have yet to find that pivotal individual, as the straw hat still rests with red-haired Shanks. Layli took a hearty swig from his rum, then spoke. You are correct. Perhaps the timing simply has not arrived yet. Nevertheless, I shall continue to wait, for this is the final task entrusted to me by Captain Roger. Upon hearing his words, Dracula shrugged lightly. He knew well who was destined to wear the straw hat, but due to his own circumstances, the timing of Luffy's birth was uncertain. Furthermore, he was unaware if Luffy would even don that hat. After contemplating for a moment, he cast this matter aside. He then turned to Shachi at the front desk and gently requested, Could I have a bottle of rum, please? Of course, Brother Dracula, Shachi responded without hesitation. She promptly retrieved 3 bottles of rum from her shelf, also preparing one for Enelu and Beepo. Dracula accepted the rum from her hands and, upon uncapping the bottle, was greeted by a rich aroma wafting into the air. Breathing in the fragrant scent, he exclaimed, A fine vintage. He raised the bottle to his lips and took a generous swig, while Enelu and Beepo savored their own rums as well. For a moment, the atmosphere in Shachi's bar fell into a tranquil silence, yet the intoxicating scent of the liquor lingered in every corner. As time passed slowly, the rum in Dracula's hand diminished. Once he finished his drink, he stated, Thank you for the exquisite wine. Here is the payment. It also includes compensation for the lock I broke. Now, we shall retire for the night. As he spoke, Dracula extended his right hand, and with a ripple of spatial energy, 2 chests of berries materialized on Shachi's counter. Shachi opened them, and a smile graced her lips. Rising from her seat, she said, Brother Dracula, you are quite generous. Follow me. I will show you to your lodgings. Observing their departing figures, Layli remained seated, sipping the last of his drink. After a while, he could not help but muse his strength has increased significantly since our last encounter. It seems his conqueror's haki has become even more formidable. Has this era truly chosen you, fallen angel Dracula? After escorting them to their lodgings, Shachi returned to the bar, noticing Layli still lost in thought. She approached and gently patted him, saying, Stop dwelling on those matters. You cannot change anything. This is the trend of the sea, its choice. Hearing her words, Layli forced a smile and sighed heavily, falling into silence. Eventually, they each retired to their respective rooms to rest, and Dracula felt secure regarding his safety. Thus, the night on the Shambadi archipelago returned to its tranquil state. On the following morning, Dracula emerged from his room early. He strolled leisurely into the bar, where Shachi was already seated at the front desk. Extending his long hand, he greeted her, Good morning, Shachi. After uttering this greeting, he looked around, but noticed that Layli was not present in the bar. Perhaps sensing Dracula's curiosity, Shachi quickly clarified, Good morning, Brother Dracula. Are you looking for Layli? He has likely gone to the casino. Nodding in understanding, Dracula settled into a seat at the front desk. With the arrival of the fallen angel, Shachi's bar had effectively ceased operations, as it was best not to expose their presence here. Shachi did not wish to attract the attention of the island's marines, and so, Dracula remained at the front desk, engaging in idle conversation with Shachi until midday, when he finally returned to his quarters. Without any hesitation, he produced the telephone insect from his bosom. With a series of beeping sounds, the call was connected. Soon, the slightly serious voice of Jean Gua echoed from within. Is a transaction about to commence? Upon hearing his words, Dracula softly replied, Indeed, I have arrived at the Xiong Bo-Di Islands. Marshal Zhangwa, let's initiate the trade. The location is set at the auction venue. I await your arrival. After uttering this statement, he promptly hung up the telephone insect. After a brief pause, Dracula departed the bar accompanied by Enelu and Beibwa. Observing their retreating figures, Xiachi slowly exhaled a smoke ring, expressing a hint of nostalgia. Is today the day when events will unfold? Brother Dracula, truly a man cherished by the tides of time. I shall witness how this will ultimately transpire. With her words trailing off, she released another smoke ring. Then, she extinguished the cigarette in her hand. As the cigarette was snuffed out, her figure completely vanished from the tavern. To survive in the previous era, Xiachi could not merely be an ordinary tavern owner. Her overall strength was not to be underestimated. Thus, the tavern was left empty, returning to tranquility. Only a faint trace of smoke lingered in the air, drifting about. After leaving the tavern, Xiachi proceeded directly towards the casino without a moment's hesitation. After all, one cannot overlook Rayleigh amidst the spectacle. Moments latte. She arrived near the casino. However, she had no intention of entering. To summon Rayleigh more swiftly, she expanded her aura. As her presence radiated, Rayleigh, engrossed in his gambling, paused. After years of acquaintance, He was intimately familiar with this aura. Immediately, he tucked his chips into his clothing and made his way outside. Before departing, he turned to his companion and said with an apologetic tone, "My friend, I am truly sorry. I cannot indulge in a game with you today. If opportunity allows, let us arrange another meeting next time." Upon hearing his words, his companion nodded steadily. He then replied in a gentle tone, "No worries, go ahead with your business." With such a response, Rayleigh did not linger and proceeded out of the casino. His companion utilized Kinbunchiko haki, observing Rayleigh's departing figure. After a moment, he murmured in a voice only he could hear, "It seems the events in Seongbo-D Islands are about to unfold. If that is the case, it is time for me to leave." With that, he placed the remaining chips into his pocket. Without hesitation, he too exited the casino. Though uncertain of what lay ahead, he was willing to experience it firsthand. Once everything settled, he would have to arrive at a final conclusion. While walking, he could not help but mutter to himself, "Will my choice be the Navy?" Holding on to this question, his figure completely vanished from the casino. The patrons continued their previous activities, oblivious to the departure of the two men. As for the impending events at Seongbo-D Islands, they remained unaware. Perhaps even if they heard of it, they would choose to forget. After all, as long as their lives were not threatened, they would not cease their desires. Following the direction of the aura's emission, Rayleigh soon spotted Xia Qi standing in the shadows. He staggered towards her, puzzled, and asked, "Xia Qi, what has happened?" Hearing his words, Xia Qi's lips curled into a smile. Observing Rayleigh's bewilderment, she explained, "Brother Dracula has left with 2 subordinates. Come, let us join the fray. After all, a good show is about to begin. It would be remiss to miss it, wouldn't it?" This explanation caused Rayleigh's lips to twitch. After a moment, he adjusted his glasses and said with a hint of resignation, "Xia Qi, this spectacle may not be as delightful as you think. If it draws the attention of the Navy, our secluded life will come to an abrupt end." Xia Qi nodded slightly in agreement. "I certainly understand this principle. However, I have grown weary of the mundane routine of daily life. In comparison, I prefer a more exhilarating existence. After all, he is the inheritor of darkness and destruction. Opportunities do not come often." Hearing this, Rayleigh fell silent for a moment, then exhaled a long sigh. "Very well, let us proceed. If we're discovered, we can always return to the sea. After all, the mission entrusted to me by Captain Roger remains unfulfilled. If I cannot wait for it, seeking out is also a viable option." Thus, Rayleigh and Xia Qi reached a consensus. Without hesitation, they began to wander through the Seongbo-D Islands. They were unaware of the specific location of Dracula's transaction with the Navy. However, should even the slightest hint of danger arise, they would rush to the scene without delay. Shortly after Rayleigh and Xia Qi departed, Yishao also emerged from the casino. Though his vision was impaired, he instinctively raised his head to gaze at the distant sky. Through the perception of Kinbunchiko haki, he could ascertain only a fragment of information. The weather today was remarkably fine, without a cloud in sight. After a brief pause, Yishao leaned on his cane and left the place. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting his sleeves. Yet, his expression remained unchanged as he continued, walking towards the distance. Meanwhile, Dracula, having left the Lesoak Tavern early, had arrived at the auction house with Inalu and Bailey. As the transaction was set for today, none of the trio chose to conceal their identities. Upon entering the auction house, a pirate by the roadside exclaimed in astonishment, "It is the fallen angel Dracula. He is the one who dared to slay celestial dragons. Why has he returned? Could it be that the last celestial dragon did not satisfy him, prompting him to seek another encounter?" As his words echoed, more and more people took notice of Dracula. Consequently, the pirates in the center of the road swiftly parted to make way. They were acutely aware that this cold-faced man was not someone they could provoke. Noticing their actions and expressions, a mocking smile crept across Dracula's lips. Against the backdrop of his eerie smile, he became all the more captivating. The pirates who had been watching Dracula could not help but take a few steps back, gasping for breath. Their reactions were duly noted by Dracula. He then shrugged his shoulders, somewhat bored. Just as he was about to enter the auction house, a middle-aged man rushed out from within. The middle-aged man first wiped the sweat from his forehead and then raised his head to survey his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Before long, his gaze settled upon Dagula. Upon seeing him, a smile of delight spread across the man's face. He promptly quickened his pace and approached Dagula. Without hesitation, he bent down and performed a courteous bow. After the salutation, he sincerely remarked, "My lord Dagula, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am the head of this auction house. Allow me to escort you inside." Hearing his words, Dagula nodded gently. It was indeed fortuitous that someone was there to guide him, for he was not well acquainted with the auction house on the Xiongbo Islands. Thus, under the lead of the middle-aged man, Dagu La and his companions slowly entered the auction house. As the trio vanished within, the pirates outside collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. After a brief moment, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Truly, the notorious fallen angel of the sea. Just a single glance from him instilled a sense of dread within me. Indeed, these individuals are indeed formidable. We must hurry. I fear he may eliminate another celestial dragon. And none of us would escape unscathed. You speak wisely. In such circumstances, I cannot help but reflect. When an avalanche descends, no snowflake is innocent. Spare me the sentiment. We must flee, or we shall lose our lives. Thus, as the pirates conversed, they involuntarily quickened their steps, all heading towards the shoreline of the Xiongbo Islands, eager to reach the port and depart from this place. Given the fallen angel's fearsome reputation, they were genuinely concerned for their safety. Moreover, there was another pressing matter urging them onward. Should the fallen angel commit an offense on the Xiongbo Islands, they would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. After all, the Navy would never capture the fallen angel. In the aftermath, to appease the populace, they would surely apprehend the pirates remaining on the island. They knew this because a similar incident had transpired before. As the group fled, a somewhat frail pirate waved his fan and speculated, "Everyone, I have pondered a crucial question." Hearing his words, the fleeing pirates turned their heads to look. After all, this fan-waving pirate was somewhat memorable, being regarded as the most intelligent individual among them. Noticing their attention, he continued without hesitation, "You all recall the Navy's recent withdrawal from the Xiongbo Islands, yes? I believe their purpose is to deal with the fallen angel. Moreover, they dispatched an admiral for this very reason. Overall, this seems rather unrelated to us." Upon hearing his theory, the pirates gradually halted their flight. They began to contemplate the matter, with some expressing agreement while others voiced dissent. Thus, they divided into two factions. The dissenting pirates resumed their hurried steps towards the port, mockingly stating, "Prepare to be captured by the Navy. Have you forgotten the previous lessons? You truly dare to speak. While you, on the other hand, dare to listen. I'm out of here. My captain forbids me from associating with fools." Listening to the jeers, the agreeing pirates immediately reacted. They stood their ground and shouted back at the fleeing group, "You are all a bunch of cowards, only knowing how to run." Matsumoto Wolong is a mastermind with a bounty on his head. Anyone labeled a mastermind by the Navy is undoubtedly brilliant. I shall not flee. I will follow Lord Wolong. Hearing the praises directed towards him, Matsumoto Wolong covered his mouth with his fan, a smug smile gracing his features. Being called a mastermind by the Navy was his utmost pride. After all, this title was virtually unique on the wanted posters. He glanced at the fleeing pirates in the distance, his face betraying disdain, and then shook his head slightly. After a moment, he murmured to himself, "Run as you please. Soon you will realize how foolish your actions are. After all my years sailing the seas, I have always turned peril into safety. The only regret I harbor is that after every strategic plan, my comrades inexplicably vanish. Perhaps they have chosen to retreat into obscurity. However, I cannot do the same. For the pirates at sea are still awaiting my devising of survival tactics." After his soliloquy, he led the remaining pirates back towards their original path, each step imbued with confidence. Before long, their figures completely faded from sight. Meanwhile, Dagu La and his companions had successfully entered the auction house. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, they were soon ushered into a special private room. Once everything was arranged, the middle-aged man respectfully stated, "My Lord Dagu La, this is the finest room in the auction house. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest." Upon hearing his words, "Dejeu la nadis laiti." Thus, the middle-aged man gradually withdrew, leaving only Dagu La and his two companions in the private room. After a moment, Anilu could no longer contain his impatience and broke the silence. He scanned the room and then hastily remarked, "Boss, are we just going to wait here for the Navy to arrive?" Observing Anilu's agitation, Dagu La patted his shoulder and replied directly, "Anilu, temper your emotions. The sea is a magnificent place, yet you are so restless. This is not right. Let us wait patiently. The Navy will come." With his leader's words, Anilu gradually calmed his restless spirit. He slowly closed his eyes and began to train his powers derived from the sound lightning fruit. The best way to control his impatience was to immerse himself in the strength of the sound lightning fruit. Each time he did this, Anilu could attain a state of desirelessness. In this state, his vision was solely filled with lightning. Observing him, Dagu La nodded gently and fell silent. Thus, tranquility once again enveloped the private room within the auction house. Meanwhile, sitting nearby, Beepo earnestly took out a nautical chart from his pocket, diligently studying it. Whenever he found a spare moment, he seized every opportunity to enhance his skills. For he vividly recalled the final instructions of Count Inuarashi. Zo faces the threat of annihilation. Thinking of this, he intensified his training regimen. Subsequently, the three individuals in the private room busied themselves with their respective tasks. But ultimately, they shared a singular outcome: the anticipation of the Navy's arrival. As for Sengoku at Navy headquarters, upon receiving the transaction location, he swiftly dialed the phone bug for Gion. With a series of beeping sounds, the call was answered. Soon, the cold voice of Chi Yuan emerged from within. Is Admiral Sengoku preparing for a transaction? Without hesitation, Sengoku confirmed directly. Yes, the transaction will take place at the auction venue. You may now proceed with the surgical fruit to complete the exchange. Upon receiving the specific location, Chi Yuan intended to hang up the Den Den Mushi. However, at that moment, Sengoku's voice came through once more. Wait a moment, Chi Yuan. Is Kizaru by your side? I wish to speak with him. Upon hearing this, Chi Yuan shifted her gaze to Kizaru, who was resting in a nearby chair. Without any hesitation, she gracefully moved her long, smooth legs towards him. Her movements naturally attracted Kizaru's attention. Soon, Chi Yuan handed the Den Den Mushi to him. Admiral Sengoku is looking for you. Upon hearing her words, Kizaru's confusion was resolved. He promptly stood up and took the Den Den Mushi from her. Observing the device, Sengoku directly addressed Kizaru. Kizaru, I have a task for you. Dracula has gone to the auction venue. Be vigilant in dispersing any potential celestial dragons. Under no circumstances should they come into his line of sight. You understand the ramifications of such an encounter, do you not? Upon hearing this, Kizaru's expression fell. He had not anticipated receiving a task at this juncture. Nevertheless, he was well aware of the gravity of the situation. If even one or two celestial dragons were to perish, the Navy would face dire consequences. With this thought in mind, he responded with a hint of resignation. Understood. Admiral Sengoku, I will depart immediately to disperse any potential celestial dragons. Hearing his response, Sengoku nodded in satisfaction and promptly hung up the Den Den Mushi. Soon, the device emitted a busy tone. Observing this, Kizaru returned the Den Den Mushi to Chi Yuan. After a brief pause, he gazed into the distance and remarked, Truly, my tasks never cease. There is not a moment of leisure. Chi Yuan, I shall take my leave now. As his words faded, Kizaru transformed into a beam of yellow light, swiftly vanishing from the spot. Watching Kizaru depart, Chi Yuan silently withdrew her hand that had held the Den Den Mushi. Without lingering, she too exited the area. Utilizing his fruit's ability, Kizaru arrived at the location favored by celestial dragons in the blink of an eye. He surveyed the area as usual, but found no trace of the celestial dragons. Sighing with relief, he muttered to himself, It seems the task is rather effortless. After all, the celestial dragons have yet to arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. However, just as he spoke, chaotic sounds arose from a distance, quickly capturing Kizaru's attention. Without hesitation, he advanced towards the source of the noise. In an instant, he reached the scene and, upon witnessing the situation, could not help but cover his forehead with his hand. With a hint of exasperation, he said, Ah, the celestial dragons truly have appeared. The troublesome work is about to commence. They could not have chosen a worse time to arrive. Their audacity is remarkable. Having uttered these words, Kizaru approached the celestial dragons directly. As he did so, their actions came to a halt. Then, with a tone of arrogance, one of the celestial dragons exclaimed, Hey Kizaru, why are you blocking my path? Move aside quickly. My slaves are waiting for me. Hearing this, Kizaru gently shook his head but did not budge an inch. Observing Kizaru's stance, the celestial dragon grew impatient. He then angrily shouted, Move aside quickly, or I shall show no mercy. Not even admirals are exempt. At that moment, Kizaru, somewhat resigned, waved his hand and explained, I do not wish to impede you, but this is Admiral Sengoku's order. Moreover, there is a powerful individual ahead. You cannot pass. Upon hearing a powerful individual, the celestial dragon's expression brightened. He quickly responded, A powerful individual, you say? Just what I need. Let us proceed to the auction venue. Bring that individual to me as a slave. As his words fell, the guard surrounding the celestial dragon attempted to bypass Kizaru and head towards the auction hall. Witnessing this, Kizaru could not help but cover his forehead again. After a moment's pause, he spoke once more. In fact, the formidable presence at the auction is the fallen angel, Dracula. Upon hearing his words, The celestial dragon appeared incredulous. He then loudly questioned, "Fallen Angel Dracula?" Kizaru nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is the one who recently killed a celestial dragon. Therefore, I strongly advise against your approach. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Upon receiving this accurate information, the celestial dragon's expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he shouted to his guards, "You fools, return me at once. Immediately, take me back to the warship. I must return to Mariehua." Hearing this new command, the guards hurriedly gathered around him. Thus, under the celestial dragon's urging, they departed with even greater speed than before. Observing this scene, Kizaru could not help but smirk. He raised his hand, contemplating calling them back. However, he quickly abandoned that thought, as the celestial dragon had already vanished from his sight. After a while, Kizaru gazed at the distant scenery and could not help but exclaim, "Who would have thought? The name of the fallen angel has already reached such heights? Nevertheless, this is fortuitous. My task has been completed unexpectedly." With the task concluded, he shrugged, placed his hands in his pockets, and strolled leisurely away. Since the transaction had commenced, there was no need for him to conceal his identity. If Dracula activated his perception, he would easily be detected. Thus, he resolved to return to the Navy base and recline in a chair for a leisurely rest. As he walked, Kizaru muttered, "How troublesome. Once this is over, I must ask Sengoku for a raise." Meanwhile, the celestial dragon, accompanied by his guards, had reached the harbor. Observing the warship docked at the shore, he bellowed, "Hurry, make haste. Get me aboard the warship at once." Following this new command, the guards wasted no time and immediately employed their utmost speed. In almost an instant, they had escorted the celestial dragon onto the warship. Standing on the hard deck beneath his feet, the celestial dragon adjusted his collar and then pointed at the sailors. Laughing arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, this saint is indeed blessed. You lowly beings, quickly set sail for me. I long to depart from this accursed place." Upon hearing his command, the sailors dared not show any disrespect. The soldiers aboard the warship began to follow the sailors' directions, executing their tasks in an orderly manner. Soon, the warship gradually left the harbor of the Chambord Archipelago, its destination being the holy land of Marigeos. Once the vessel had completely exited this maritime expanse, the celestial dragon let out a long sigh of relief. He then promptly seated himself upon an exceedingly luxurious throne. After a brief pause, he began to laugh maniacally once more. "Ha ha ha. I must return and regale others with tales of my exploits. What nonsense about the fallen angel who exclusively slays celestial dragons. Look at me, I am quite well, am I not? Should an opportunity arise again, I shall not let him escape." Thus, his arrogant declarations echoed throughout the warship, yet no one dared to respond. Following his boisterous laughter, the celestial dragon suddenly found himself feeling rather bored. He then turned to his bodyguard and commanded, "Bring me a slave." Upon receiving this order, the bodyguard hastily entered the ship's cabin. Soon, a robust man was brought forth. Upon seeing him, the celestial dragon clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Excellent. This is precisely what I wanted." Without hesitation, he seized the rope tethering the slave from the bodyguard's grasp. He immediately positioned himself atop the muscular man. Simultaneously, he retrieved a silver whip from his waist. The whip glimmered with dazzling light, instantly revealing its extravagant value. Yet, in the hands of the celestial dragon, it was merely a trivial toy. Observing the motionless slave beneath him, the celestial dragon's expression soured slightly. He then raised the silver whip and struck the slave. Concurrently, he bellowed, "You worthless wretch, move for me. You were once a fearsome pirate. Do not waste my berry." With a resounding crack, the whip struck the robust man, leaving yet another wound upon his already battered body. Under the whip's coercion, he slowly began to crawl forward. However, his pace remained unsatisfactory to the celestial dragon. After a few more lashes, the muscular man gradually quickened his crawling. Sensing the increased speed beneath him, the celestial dragon laughed triumphantly. "Ah, this is the pace I desire. I want to experience the sensation of flight." Thus, he rode upon the slave, traversing the various areas of the warship. The bodyguards had long since grown accustomed to the sight. They had discarded all remnants of empathy, with the sole remaining principle being obedience to the celestial dragon's commands. Even if it meant their demise, they would not hesitate. This was the essence of what it meant to be a bodyguard of a celestial dragon. Meanwhile, the robust man beneath him crawled dully across the deck. Once a powerful pirate, the light had long vanished from his eyes. Since being captured by the celestial dragon, he had been thoroughly conditioned into a submissive state, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Thus, the The warship sailed slowly across the ocean, while the celestial dragon reveled in his frivolity. He had completely cast aside the fear he had just experienced. Meanwhile, Chi Yuan gracefully strode along, her long, shapely legs carrying her toward the auction house. Along her path, no pirate dared to confront her. After a brief period, she arrived at the auction venue on the Chambord Archipelago. Before she could enter, the auction house's manager hurriedly emerged. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he performed a customary bow. He then respectfully stated, "Admiral Tao, too, allow me to escort you. Lord Dracula is already awaiting you in the private room." Upon hearing his words, Chi Yuan nodded slightly. Thus, guided by the manager, she entered the auction house. Soon, they reached the door of the special private room. The manager stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. As the sound echoed, Dracula slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Ainalu and Beepo paused their activities simultaneously. The three of them quickly shifted their gazes toward the door. After a brief pause, Dracula adjusted his collar and coldly said, "Come in." Hearing the voice from within, the manager did not open the door immediately. Instead, he turned to Chi Yuan with a respectful demeanor. "Admiral Chi Yuan, Lord Dracula is inside this room. I shall take my leave now." Upon hearing his words, Chi Yuan nodded gently. She then extended her fair hand and pushed open the door before her. Without any hesitation, she approached Dracula. She turned her head, surveying the private room. Confirming that there was no sign of Titun, she coldly spoke, "Dracula, I trust you do not intend to go back on your word. Where is Admiral Titun?" Hearing her inquiry, Dracula shrugged and replied, "Ah, so you're the Navy's other newly appointed admiral, Chi Yuan. Quite bold of you. Rest assured, I am not someone who breaks agreements. But have you brought the surgical fruit I requested?" Upon receiving such a response, Chi Yuan's expression remained unchanged. With a stern face, she reiterated, "I must see Titun first before the transaction can proceed. Everything else you say is irrelevant." Observing Chi Yuan's obstinate demeanor, a smile crept onto Dracula's lips. He then snapped his fingers at Beepo. Upon noticing his boss's gesture, Beepo rose from his seat. He then stepped forward to an open area, slowly raising his hands, pushing them forward at chest level. Instantly, a twisting force began to circulate within his body. As he moved, ripples spread through the space around them. During this time, Titun in the dimensional space sensed an overwhelming pull. Noticing the change, Titun opened his tightly shut eyes. He then shook the chains, binding him, and murmured, "It seems the fleet admiral has sent someone. Let me see the final outcome of the transaction." As soon as he finished speaking, the pull intensified, drawing him in. In an instant, Titun, still shackled, appeared within the private room. After releasing Titun, Beepo returned to his seat. As soon as he emerged, Cha Tun cast a sweeping glance around his surroundings. His gaze soon settled upon the figure of Ji Yuan not far away. Upon seeing her, Cha Tun's mouth opened slightly, though no words escaped his lips. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with a roughness that was unfamiliar. "I did not expect it to be you, Miss Ji Yuan." This time, his tone lacked the usual levity, and his eyes, fixed upon Ji Yuan, reflected a profound calm. Ji Yuan sensed the shift in his demeanor instantly. Although curiosity bubbled within her, she refrained from voicing it and merely nodded slightly. At that moment, sitting in the center, Dracula spoke softly. "The Cha Tun you wish to see has appeared before you. Let us commence the transaction swiftly. My patience is finite. If I desire to act, there is no escape for you, so do not squander your thoughts on futile matters." Upon hearing his words, Ji Yuan hesitated not a moment longer. With Cha Tun now before her, she deemed it appropriate to present the surgical fruit. She extended her fair hand into her ample bosom, and after a brief search, she slowly produced a heart-shaped devil fruit. Subsequently, she stepped forward and placed the surgical fruit onto the table before Cha Tun. Seeing her actions, Dracula expressed satisfaction. Without any hesitation, he took the surgical fruit into his hands. After a moment of inspection, he nodded slightly, signaling the success of the transaction. He toyed with the fruit for a moment before making a swift motion, causing it to vanish from sight, leaving behind only a lingering warmth. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. She had never imagined that Dracula possessed such abilities. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure. She resolved to relay this information to Fleet Admiral Zhanghua upon her return to the Navy headquarters. With the transaction complete, Dracula remarked casually, "Now that the deal is finalized, you may take your leave. Should you linger, do not blame me for not keeping my promises." While speaking, Dracula glanced at Cha Tun, still bound by chains. He then turned to Enel, speaking in a gentler tone. "How can we allow General Cha Tun to exit while still shackled?" "Enel, Do take care of this. Hearing his superior's command, Enel's right hand transformed into a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he surged toward Cha Tun with astonishing speed. So swift was the movement that even Cha Tun did not react in time. It was only when the sound of clattering chains reached his ears that he came back to himself. Before departing, Cha Tun cast a deep glance at Enel. He could distinctly feel that he was no longer a match for Enel. This realization led him to recall Dracula's previous words. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Cha Tun sighed deeply within himself and made a decision. He would not report the news of Impel down to Fleet Admiral Zhonghua. As his thought took root, a seed of guilt was quietly sown in his heart. What it might ultimately evolve into remained uncertain, perhaps even to him. However, the growth of this seed would require further stimuli from future events. Thus, at this moment, he had yet to experience any significant change. Just as the two were about to leave, Dracula's calm voice echoed once more in their ears. Should the opportunity arise, I look forward to our next meeting. But by then, the circumstances may be quite different. Upon hearing his words, Cha Tun and Ji Yuan momentarily paused in their steps. Yet in an instant, they resumed their normal pace. Without uttering a word, they silently exited the private room. As they emerged, the auction house's manager hurriedly approached them. He rushed forward, bowing respectfully. General Tao to General Cha Tun, allow me to escort you out. The environment here is rather complex. Acknowledging his words, Ji Yuan nodded slightly and coldly replied, very well. As she spoke, the manager led them toward the exit, paying no heed to her icy demeanor. For he understood that neither of the two generals was someone he could provoke. However, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. If he recalled correctly, General Cha Tun had not been present in the private room moments earlier. But he quickly brushed this thought aside, realizing that such knowledge was not meant for a mere manager like himself. Otherwise, he feared he would not survive to see the dawn of the next day. After all, the more one knew, the greater the risks involved. Thus, he feigned ignorance and focused intently on guiding the two. The route they took to leave differed somewhat from the one they had entered through, as it required passing through the auction hall. Meanwhile, he respectfully explained, Generals, as you exit, you will pass through the auction hall. There are quite a number of pirates inside, and the situation may be somewhat chaotic, so I ask for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, while Cha Tun remained silent, lost in thought. Soon, the manager led Cha Tun and Ji Yuan out from behind the curtain. They were met with a cacophony of noise and disorder. Ji Yuan's brow furrowed slightly upon witnessing the scene. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the reality exceeded her expectations. She lowered her right hand, slowly reaching for the golden sword at her waist, gathering her aura steadily. The manager felt a surge of anxiety as he sensed the sharpness of her presence behind him. He was genuinely fearful that Tao Tu might cleave him in two with a single stroke. Even though he knew her wrath was not directed at him, the dread in his heart was undeniable. Thus, he pressed on, leading the way with trepidation. In truth, as they entered the hall, all eyes shifted toward them. Soon, the identities of Cha Tun and Ji Yuan were recognized by the surrounding pirates. One pirate, in disbelief, tightened his grip on his weapon and exclaimed, "What are the Navy generals doing here? Can someone explain this to me?" His words sent shockwaves through the hall. Some of the more timid pirates chose to flee, quietly slipping from their seats and making a break for the exit. As they ran, they whispered among themselves, "What is the point of talking? Just run." Exactly. Forget those foolish pirates. Brothers, charge forth. Only by moving swiftly can we find safety. Watching their retreating figures, the remaining pirates wore expressions of disdain. Before long, their gaze shifted back to the two Navy generals. Meanwhile, a pirate seated in the corner boldly declared, "Brothers, the opportunity for glory is now. Charge with me and slay them all." As his words echoed through the air, this pirate surged forth from his corner, charging towards his targets, Cha Tun and Ji Yuan, who were not far away. Witnessing his fervor, the remaining pirates rallied in response. For them, the chance to make a name for themselves upon the high seas had long since eclipsed any fear they harbored. Thus, a throng of pirates advanced towards the two marine admirals. The leader at the forefront cast a fearful glance at the oncoming pirates, yet even in such dire circumstances, he could not suppress an inner expletive, thinking them foolish for challenging two marine admirals. Just then, a cold voice rang out behind him, "Step aside." Upon hearing this, the leader hastily moved aside, fully aware that Admiral Ji Yuan was about to strike. With his retreat, no one stood in front of Ji Yuan any longer. Without hesitation, she drew her kobaira, a glint of icy disdain gracing her lips as she regarded the pirates, as if mocking their audacity. In an instant, golden slashes erupted from her weapon, hurtling towards the pirates. Almost immediately, anguished screams filled the auction hall, shattering the morale of the advancing pirates. They stood frozen in uncertainty, gazing at the coldly beautiful figure of Gun, their hearts now steeped in profound terror. The recent onslaught had laid bare the stark disparity in power between the two factions. Thus, the chaotic scene gradually quieted, albeit punctuated by the occasional cries of the pirates. Observing the unfolding spectacle, the leader patted his chest and released a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was allied with the Marine admirals. Otherwise, he feared he might not have survived the encounter. Just as the pirates hesitated, the earlier speaker reiterated, "Brothers, what do we have to fear? Death is inevitable. It is life that confines us to a cage. Even if we choose to surrender, we will face a lifetime of imprisonment." He had managed to evade the recent slashes. After all, for the bravest among them had some measure of strength, though he remained no match for a Marine admiral. With his words lingering in the air, he clenched his weapon once more and charged ahead. The pirates turned to heed his rallying cry, and soon they witnessed the dauntless pirate once more. Their spirits reignited. The earlier dread dissipated entirely. Observing the pirates' renewed fervor, Gun raised an eyebrow slightly, disdain evident in her voice as she remarked, "They dare to approach again. Perhaps I have been too lenient." With that declaration, she once more placed her hand upon the Kobaira at her waist, unleashing an even more terrifying aura. In the face of this overwhelming presence, the pirates did not falter, continuing their reckless advance. Gun, undeterred, drew her Kobaira once again. With a resounding clash, the blade was unsheathed. In quick succession, a torrent of sword energy, characteristic of a grand swordsman, was unleashed. The air crackled with lethal intent as the sword energy sliced through the ranks of pirates effortlessly, akin to cleaving through fruit. The pirates charging forward found themselves utterly defenseless, continuously toppled by the onslaught of sword energy, unable to rise again. After a brief moment, only a handful of the more formidable pirates remained. They exchanged glances, fear reflected in their eyes. Though their expressions betrayed trepidation, they recalled the earlier words. Surrendering meant a lifetime of captivity. With this thought in mind, the pirates tightened their grips on their weapons, yet refrained from any rash movements, instead focusing on the pirate who had first spoken. Noticing their gazes, the speaker's lips curled into a sinister smile as he proclaimed, "Brothers, we still have a chance to win, but it requires the sacrifice of your lives for me." As he spoke, he raised his hands before him. Then, placing his left foot firmly in place, he traced a circle with his right foot, encircling himself. At that moment, he began to channel his fruit ability. Instantly, a peculiar force emanated from him, generating a strange suction. The fallen pirates felt an alarming shift in their bodies, their blood threatening to erupt, instilling a terror that overshadowed the searing pain they felt. As the suction intensified, they could no longer resist. Their blood surged forth, breaking through the confines of their skin, flowing towards the circle he had created. In the blink of an eye, the screams within the auction hall ceased abruptly. The pirate standing within the circle surveyed his surroundings, a wild grin spreading across his face as he laughed. "Ha ha ha! Who can stop me now? My title as Bloody-Handed Butcher is not merely for show. Now that I have absorbed everyone's strength, I will easily dominate the Marine admirals." While he spoke, the surviving pirates exchanged fearful glances. They had heard of the Bloody-Handed Butcher, a figure said to leave no survivors in his wake. As they beheld the horrifying scene before them and heard his words, they quickly connected the dots. With that realization, they knelt upon the ground, pleading, "Lord Butcher, please lead us to victory against the Marines. We are willing to be your most loyal subordinates." Hearing their desperate pleas, a sinister smile crept across the Bloody-Handed Butcher's face. Observing their trembling forms, he mockingly replied, "Since your sincerity is so profound, I shall grant your request. However, to serve as my subordinates, you must offer up your fresh blood." As his words fell, he waved his arms once more. A familiar suction emanated from his limbs, descending upon the dazed pirates. Their expressions shifted to sheer horror as they felt the change within their bodies, and they began to cry out in confusion. "Why? Why do this to us? Have we not chosen to submit?" Listening to their incessant questions, the Bloody-Handed Butcher shrugged, a hint of exasperation apparent. His face wore a playful expression, laced with mockery as he spoke. "You believe whatever I say. Are you not fools? I, the Bloodhand Butcher, roam the seas without the need for subordinates. Let your blood enhance my power. As his words faded, he intensified the activation of his fruit's ability. In an instant, the previously chattering pirates lay forever still upon the cold floor. All the blood from their bodies converged into the circle drawn beneath his right foot. In truth, the Blood and Butcher's attack also included the two admirals nearby. However, given the similarity in their strengths, it yielded no significant results, prompting him to abandon that line of thought. As for the auction house's manager, caught between the two admirals, he felt a false sense of security. Yet despite this safety, anxiety gnawed at his heart. Gradually, an idea formed in his mind. He would seek Lord Dracula. He had unwavering confidence in Dracula's power. With this thought, his eyes darted around, searching for a suitable moment to slip back to the private room. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan observed the bizarre scene before her with a slight furrow of her brow. She sensed that the pirate's strength was visibly escalating. After he unleashed his technique, the pirates who lay on the ground appeared desiccated, devoid of any blood. At that moment, the previously silent Cha Tun quietly spoke. "No more waiting, Miss Ji Yuan. Draw your blade." Hearing the voice behind her, Ji Yuan nodded gently. Without hesitation, she unsheathed her Jinbi Luo once more. However, to her astonishment, the strike had no effect on him whatsoever. Ji Yuan swiftly executed several additional slashes, yet none achieved the desired outcome. This peculiar phenomenon deepened the crease of her brow. The pirate within the circle regarded the admirals with a look of disdain. Although Ji Yuan's attacks had grazed his body, they reverted instantly, a testament to the uniqueness of his ability. The moment an attack struck, his entire being could transform into flowing blood, rendering him remarkably immune to physical assaults. After a brief pause, the Bloodhand Butcher stood within his circle, his demeanor dripping with arrogance as he taunted. "Is that all? Admirals? Please, exert a bit more effort. I find this dreadfully dull." Upon hearing his words, Ji Yuan's anger surged. Realizing that physical attacks were futile, she returned her Jinbi Luo to her waist. She then took a small step forward, and a unique power began to emanate from her being. This extraordinary power was the manifestation of her fruit ability. Since consuming the mythical Zoan fruit, this was her first time openly employing it. After all, the usual pirates hardly warranted such capabilities. As the energy from her fruit surged, Ji Yuan's form began to transform. Spiny black appendages sprouted from her back, each one hard and sharp, glistening with a distinctive purple sheen. This unique hue signified a potent venom. Anyone unfortunate enough to come into contact would swiftly meet their demise. Simultaneously, a mesmerizing vertical eye emerged on her forehead. This eye slowly opened, radiating flickering light. From a distance, it did not evoke terror. Rather, it enhanced her allure beyond measure. Gazing at the still-standing pirate, Ji Yuan observed him through her violet eye. In her perception, the movements of the surrounding world slowed dramatically. This snail-like pace greatly heightened her reflexes. Without hesitation, she charged towards the pirate within the circle at incredible speed. In a matter of moments, she wielded an umbrella crafted from spider silk in her hands. With this silk umbrella, her movements felt notably lighter. In tandem, Ji Yuan drew a spiny appendage from her back, grasping it in her other hand. The instant it was in her grasp, the appendage morphed into a razor-sharp sword. This blade differed from her Jinbi Luo. It was not a weapon of physical attack, but rather a neurological weapon. When this sword pierced flesh, it would disrupt the target's internal structure, leading to an unimaginable neurological demise. As Ji Yuan surged towards him, the Bloodhand Butcher shook his head in mild regret before boasting. "I told you, physical attacks are useless. Why charge at me with a sword? Such tedium. Since you refuse to believe me, I invite you to test it yourself. Strike me hard. Please, stab me." After uttering these words, he spread his arms wide, adopting a posture devoid of any defensive stance, merely standing there as Ji Yuan approached. With a soft thrust, the spider sword penetrated his body. Observing this, Ji Yuan let out a cold snort and remarked, "How arrogant. Do you wish for death? I shall oblige." As the sword pierced, Ji Yuan distanced herself. She had no need to take risks. She could create as many spider swords as she desired. As the silk umbrella danced lightly in the air, she landed gracefully on the ground nearby, awaiting the outcome. Feeling the blade protrude from his body, the Bloodhand Butcher laughed. He extended his right hand, slowly extracting the spider sword from within him. With each movement, blood seeped from his hand, dripping onto the ground. Yet, remarkably, none of it escaped the confines of the circle. After a moment, the Bloodhand Butcher successfully removed the spider sword, and the gaping wound began to swell with blood. In an instant, the blood coalesced, mending his injury. He examined the spider sword in his hand, casting a cursory glance before flinging it towards Ji Yuan. As he did, he couldn't help but mock. See? Useless. I am immune. However, before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Suddenly, his body weakened, and he knelt within the circle. Noticing the change, the blood-hand butcher looked at Ji Yuan with surprise and remarked, that sword wasn't a physical attack. Hearing this, Ji Yuan nodded slightly before coldly retorting, prepare to meet your end, arrogant pirate. Let's depart, Chatan. With that, Ji Yuan returned to her normal state. She strode forward with her long, graceful legs. At that moment, the blood-hand butcher, somewhat irritated, spoke up. Pray tell, what do you take me for? How could I possibly succumb so easily to death here? It is you two admirals of the Navy who ought to fear for your lives. As he spoke, he gradually rose from the circle, yet the considerable movement caused him to expel a mouthful of black blood. Instinctively, he covered his mouth, but crimson still seeped through his fingers. Observing this, Shueisho Rin too voiced his frustration. Your sword is indeed peculiar. However, to think you could slay me with it is utterly impossible. Accompanied by a sudden cough, he interrupted himself, ejecting another large spurt of blood. Realizing the gravity of his condition, Shueisho Rin too ceased his speech. He tore a piece of cloth from his waist and tightly wrapped it around his mouth. In an instant, the fabric was stained crimson. Assessing his physical state, he furrowed his brow slightly. That last sword strike had inflicted considerable damage to his internal nerves and contained a potent toxin. Were it not for his devil fruit, which continuously supplied fresh blood, he would have long since perished from that blow. Nevertheless, his brow soon relaxed. After all, merely spitting a little blood bore no significant consequences. Under the capabilities of his devil fruit, blood was the least of his concerns. He then discreetly summoned his energy, stealthily replenishing his blood. Within the confines of the circle, his fruit had no restrictions. However, stepping outside would expose him to vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment while Ji Yuan was momentarily distracted, he swiftly completed the exchange of blood. Of course, all of this transpired covertly. In Ji Yuan's eyes, he remained the pirate who had survived a sword strike. After a brief pause, Ji Yuan regained her focus. She scrutinized the pirate before her, her delicate brows knitting together momentarily, before returning to her previous demeanor. Extending her right hand, she grasped the silk umbrella, then, in a flash, propelled herself toward Shueisho Rin II with astonishing speed. Subsequently, she drew another spider stinger from her back with her left hand. In an instant, the stinger transformed into a spider sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Yuan lunged at him. Empowered by her fruit's abilities, her speed reached its zenith. Shueisho Rin II, caught off guard, had no time to react. With a swift plunge, the spider sword pierced his body once more. This time, Ji Yuan withdrew the sword, but recalling the earlier situation, she stabbed him several more times in quick succession. Utilizing the silk umbrella, she gracefully retreated to her original position. The moment she distanced herself, Shueisho Rin II snapped back to reality. As he attempted to defend himself, it was already too late. The preceding strikes had successfully left multiple gaping wounds upon him. Feeling the anomaly within his body, Shueisho Rin II glanced down to behold several glaring holes in his flesh. Yet, even so, he did not succumb. As his blood surged, his injuries began to mend. However, the symptom of coughing blood resurfaced. This time, the toxin's potency had been heightened, resulting in a significantly greater volume of blood being expelled. The color of the cloth around his mouth grew even more vivid. After a brief interval, his condition began to improve. With a faint voice, he spoke, Hey, I already told you it's futile. Why must you stab me with so many swords? It hurts. While speaking, his fruit's abilities activated once more. Gradually, the damage he had sustained began to heal. Simultaneously, the crimson hue beneath his feet intensified. However, Ji Yuan was oblivious to this detail, for her complete attention was fixated on Shueisho Rin Tuesday. Observing his transformation, her expression grew grave. At last, she began to regard the pirate before her with the seriousness he warranted. Though she had yet to comprehend the full extent of Shueisho Rin II's devil fruit powers, she was acutely aware that all the peculiar phenomena unfolding were a result of the devil fruit. She then contemplated strategies, searching for a quicker solution. In the midst of her contemplation, Shueisho Rin II took action. He raised his arms high above his head, sincerity etched across his face as he proclaimed, O demon, heed the whispers of your devotee. I offer my blood as a conduit, swearing my allegiance here. Please, nourish me so that I may vanquish the navy that disrupts this sacred ritual. As he uttered his incantation, Ji Yuan sensed an ominous shift. Hastily she advanced, determined to interrupt his murmurs. Yet, regrettably, her plan faltered. Upon sensing the terrifying speed of Ji Yuan, Shueshou Ren too hastened his speech. Thus, his incantation was successfully completed. Simultaneously, crimson blood surged violently within him, akin to boiling water flooding into his body. Under this sanguine infusion, his form began to transform. His complexion turned pale, and the 4 teeth in his mouth gradually elongated. As his teeth elongated, the cloth binding his mouth snapped apart. From a distance, he resembled a corpse long forgotten. After a prolonged moment, Shueshou Ren 2's transformation reached its conclusion. He rotated his head, inspecting his hands. Upon noticing the pallid skin and elongated fingers, an involuntary tremor coursed through him, and he exclaimed with exhilaration, "Ah, the power I have long missed. Ha ha ha, demon. You have heard the whispers of your devotee. Rest assured, the ritual shall not be interrupted. Allow me to commence my journey once more, with blood as my guide." The instant his words fell, he fixed his gaze upon Ji Yuan, beckoning her with a flick of his finger, arrogantly declaring, come now, delight me to your heart's content. I shall remain here. Should I take a step back, it shall be deemed my defeat." Hearing his taunt, Ji Yuan clenched her teeth, preparing to advance again. However, at that moment, the previously silent Cha Tun finally spoke. "Miss Ji Yuan, let's attack together. Admiral Sengoku has been awaiting our report." Understanding the urgency conveyed in his words, Ji Yuan nodded slightly. Her expression turned serious as she cautioned, "Be careful. His devil fruit abilities are rather unique. He can manipulate blood, and now he can even transform his form. Most physical attacks will prove ineffective against him." Having conveyed this critical information, she shifted her focus back to Shueshou Ren Tuesday. Without hesitation, Cha Tun responded, "Understood. I shall employ my dust fruit and assess its effectiveness. After all, your fruit's capabilities seem to have little effect on him." Upon concluding his words, he stepped forward, moving alongside Ji Yuan. However, he did not possess such a terrifying speed. With this thought in mind, Cha Tun directly activated his fruit ability, Hui Chen Ju Jia. As his voice faded, the dust suspended in the air began to converge at an astonishing velocity. Once it amassed to a significant degree, it surged towards the direction of the Bloodhand Butcher. Observing the impending assault, Bloodhand Butcher coldly scoffed, a disdainful smile creeping across his face. He then proclaimed with unabashed arrogance, "Is that all? A mere trifle. Hardly worth my attention. Watch closely. With just one hand, I shall withstand it." After uttering these words, he slowly raised his right hand. Without a hint of hesitation, he pushed it forward to his chest. He then stood within the circle, quietly awaiting the attack's arrival. In an instant, Cha Tun's dust assault reached the forefront of his right hand. Subsequently, a formidable explosion erupted from the point of contact, accompanied by a resounding bang. More dust erupted from the ground, enveloping the area where Bloodhand Butcher stood. After a brief moment, the dust gradually dispersed, revealing the scene within. Cha Tun lifted his gaze, only to find Bloodhand Butcher still standing unmoved. Observing his stance, Cha Tun muttered to himself, "No impact? Then I shall increase the intensity." As he contemplated, he silently augmented the power of his second attack. Simultaneously, Ji Yuan prepared herself. When Cha Tun's second strike reached its designated point, her attack would seamlessly follow. Meanwhile, the auction house's overseer seized the opportunity amidst the trio's battle to stealthily slip away, heading towards the private room where Dracula resided. Perhaps only there would he find a semblance of safety. He was certain that this matter would pose no challenge for Lord Dracula. Thus, while the three engaged in combat, the overseer hurried to the entrance of the private room. Upon reaching the door, he extended his right hand and knocked firmly several times. In a tone laden with urgency, he called out, "Lord Dracula, there's a powerful pirate in the auction hall. He has already subdued 2 vice admirals. Please step in and defeat him." As the knocking reverberated, Dracula raised his gaze towards the door. At that moment, the overseer's voice timely reached his ears. Hearing this, Dracula felt a flicker of interest ignite within him. He rose from his seat and softly addressed the 2 individuals beside him. "Let us go and assess the situation. We cannot allow our vice admirals to fall into the hands of pirates." Upon hearing this, Enelu opened his tightly shut eyes, excitement evident in his voice as he exclaimed, "Yaha, boss, finally a battle. Let me test the pirate's caliber first. Since awakening the sound thunder fruit, I have yet to gauge my true strength." Without a moment's hesitation, Dracula nodded affirmatively, casually stating, I leave it to you. Let me see what kind of pirate can ensnare 2 vice admirals. As he spoke, he approached the entrance of the private room. With a decisive click, the door swung open. Soon, the overseer's anxious expression came into view. Upon seeing him, Dracula spoke in a deep voice, lead the way. Hearing these words, the overseer instantly wore a smile and replied eagerly, yes, Lord Dracula. I shall guide you right away. He then stepped forward, retracing his steps. Dracula and the 2 others closely followed behind him. In truth, Dracula had sensed the battle occurring in the auction hall from within the private room. However, he had been preoccupied with some considerations and had not paid it much heed. Now that someone had come to notify him, he decided to investigate. At that moment, Bloodhand Butcher found himself cornered by the 2 vice admirals. Yet the blood, controlled by his fruit ability, continued to flow. As long as he remained within the circle, he could not be defeated, although the hope of winning seemed slim. Losing was out of the question. During a lull in the assault, Bloodhand Butcher straightened his posture, mockingly declaring, these attacks cannot kill me. Spare your efforts. Vice Admirals. Upon hearing his taunt, Ji Yuan and Cha Tun exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. After a moment of silence, Ji Yuan spoke with a hint of resignation. What should we do? Cha Tun, it seems we cannot kill him. Should we seek reinforcements? Cha Tun slowly withdrew his gaze, his voice hoarse as he replied. His devil fruit must have a flaw. If we can identify it, there's a chance to eliminate him entirely. I will advance to lure him, and you focus on observing for weaknesses. As he finished speaking, Cha Tun's body surged forward, engaging Bloodhand Butcher in an even fiercer showdown. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan stood still, attentively observing his every move. Lacking Ji Yuan's support, Bloodhand Butcher swiftly adapted to the situation, gradually retaliating against Cha Tun. However, he was unburdened by concerns of fatigue, for his entire being had undergone transformation long ago. As long as his blood continued to circulate, he remained fearless. In contrast, each of Cha Tun's strikes drained a measure of his stamina. He knew all too well that if this confrontation persisted, he would inevitably succumb to fatigue. Yet, the current situation left no room for retreat. Only by persevering could he hope to uncover the flaw. He placed his hopes of triumphing over Bloodhand Butcher squarely on Ji Yuan. However, as Ji Yuan struggled to discern any weaknesses, her demeanor grew increasingly anxious. Once her anxiety took hold, her mind became chaotic, rendering her incapable of spotting any vulnerabilities. Sensing her distress, Cha Tun hoarsely urged, Please, calm yourself, Miss Ji Yuan. Anxiety should not be your prevailing emotion at this moment. Hearing the raspy voice beside her, Ji Yuan looked up and noticed Cha Tun still embroiled in battle. After a brief pause, she swiftly regained her composure. Without a moment's hesitation, she focused her gaze intently on Bloodhand Butcher, who stood not far away. She then coldly declared, Cha Tun, I will handle the rest. Upon hearing her words, Cha Tun nodded slightly and immersed himself wholeheartedly into the fight. Meanwhile, under the leadership of their captain, De Gu La and his companions successfully arrived at the auction hall. However, their presence went unnoticed by the crowd. De Gu La stood quietly in the shadows, observing the fierce battle unfolding before him. After a while, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. As time gradually passed, Cha Tun began to find himself at a disadvantage. Yet, Ji Yuan still could not perceive any flaw in the formidable figure known as Shui Shourin Tuesday, observing the situation. AI and I Lu could not help but voice his thoughts. Boss, isn't it time for me to make my move? It seems they are struggling. Upon hearing AI and I Lu's words, De Gula looked up at the distant Shui Shourin Tuesday. After a moment of contemplation, he replied in a calm tone, Go ahead, but be mindful of one thing. See if you can lure him away from his position. I sense something peculiar about that spot. Grateful for his captain's advice. Enidu noded en fatigadi. He then patted his exposed chest, grinning as he said, Rest assured, boss. I will do my utmost to draw him away. The circumstances will be clear in an instant. With those words, AI and I Lu transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, charging towards the engaged combatants. With astonishing agility, he forcefully inserted himself between the two fighters. Upon recognizing AI and I Lu's appearance, Cha Tun spoke solemnly, You've arrived. Hearing his words, AI and I Lu nodded slightly and then focused on the target before him. After all, his primary objective was the pirate standing in front of him. Noticing AI and I Lu's intention, Cha Tun understood that they were now united against a common enemy. Without hesitation, he moved beside AI and I Lu. After a brief pause, he He warned in a hoarse voice, "Be cautious. He is immune to physical attacks." AI and I Lu acknowledged with a slight nod. He had witnessed the earlier confrontation firsthand, and thus, even without Cha Tun's warning, he would remain vigilant. As Xue Shou Rin too processed the sudden appearance of his adversary, he momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure. He extended his right hand, beckoning AI and I Lu with a flick of his fingers, and arrogantly proclaimed, "Come on. Even with you, you cannot kill me. Come, let me enjoy this." Provoked by the taunt, AI and I Lu's anger surged. Without hesitation, he activated his fruit ability, blue lightning crackling around him. He raised his right hand, gathering the lightning into a concentrated sphere. Once it reached a sufficient magnitude, AI and I Lu hurled the sphere towards Xue Shou Rin Tuesday. In the blink of an eye, the lightning sphere surged toward the figure standing within the circle. With a crackling sound, the sphere engulfed him entirely, delivering an intense jolt that stimulated every cell in his body. As the voltage exceeded human tolerance, the lightning began to wreak havoc. Initially, Xue Shou Rin too felt little, but soon he realized something was amiss. As the electricity reached a high voltage, the blood within him began to evaporate. While he was immune to physical attacks, the total volume of his blood was finite. Once all the blood surrounding him evaporated, his immunity would falter. However, this characteristic remained unknown to all. Without hesitation, Xue Shou Rin too activated his own fruit ability, whispering, "O demon, heed the whispers of your faithful. I summon thee with blood." Before he could finish, Cha Tun swiftly interrupted him with his fruit ability. Simultaneously, he turned to AI and I Lu and cautioned, "Do not allow him to complete his incantation, otherwise he will transform." Heeding the warning, AI and I Lu advanced and launched another attack. Realizing his incantation had been interrupted, Xue Shou Rin too's expression darkened. He then crossed his arms over his chest, speaking maniacally. "You fools, how dare you disrupt my sacrificial rite? Arise, my companion, Blood Dragon." As he spoke, the blood surrounding him began to coalesce. Soon, it formed into a massive crimson dragon. Witnessing this, AI and I Lu shrugged dismissively and remarked flippantly, "Is that it? Just remnants of my playtime. Let us see which is more formidable, your Blood Dragon or my Thunder Dragon." 600 million volts Thunder Dragon. After uttering this, AI and I Lu unleashed the long-stored electricity from the taiko drums on his shoulders. The accumulated energy coalesced into a deep blue dragon. Thus, under their control, the Blood Dragon and Thunder Dragon collided, unleashing powerful shockwaves that stirred the dust around them, obscuring the view. Observing this, Cha Tun promptly placed his right hand on the ground. Dust gathering. With a soft command, the airborne dust swiftly settled to the ground, clearing the view for all present. The entire spectacle of the two attacks clashing was now visible. Where the Thunder Dragon and Blood Dragon intersected, they consumed and corroded one another. As time passed, both attacks gradually dissipated without affecting either party. Upon witnessing this, Xue Shou Rin too's pupils constricted slightly. He had never anticipated that his Blood Dragon could be halted. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. As long as he remained within the circle, he had no reason to panic. After a moment, he mockingly declared, "Thunderman, I acknowledge your power. However, it seems insufficient to defeat me." AI and I Lu's anger flared further at these words. Since embarking on his journey, he had never endured such derision. With this thought, he stepped forward, ready to unleash a more potent attack. However, just as he was about to activate his fruit ability, Cha Tun grasped his arm. "Do not act impulsively. This is his baiting tactic." Despite the counsel, AI and I Lu scoffed, replying firmly, "Do not restrain me. I will make him recognize our disparity. He is far too arrogant." Realizing he could not dissuade AI and I Lu, Cha Tun's expression turned somewhat helpless. He then turned to the Gula, who acknowledged his gaze with a slight nod and a smile. Meanwhile, his calm voice reverberated throughout the auction hall. "Aina Lu, your emotions have spiraled out of control once more. Do you remember my words? Keep them in place." Upon hearing his leader's voice, Aina Lu's expression momentarily froze. Shortly after, his emotions returned to a state of tranquility. After a pause, Aina Lu directed his gaze towards Xue Shou Rin too, coldly stating, "Just wait, pirate. Let me see if you can still wield such power once you leave this spot." He was exceedingly confident in his leader's judgment. Thus, without a shred of hesitation, lightning began to manifest around him once again. Upon hearing this, Xue Shou Rin too's pupils constricted slightly. He had not anticipated that this critical weakness would be discovered. Although a flicker of panic stirred within him, he maintained an appearance of composure. He then arrogantly replied, "Let us see then, but I fear you shall be disappointed." After uttering this, Shueisho Rin-Tu resumed his defensive stance, mirroring his previous posture. Observing the unfazed demeanor of Shueisho Rin-Tu, Ainalu stated impassively, "Allow me to conduct a personal experiment." With those words, he transformed into lightning and surged towards Shueisho Rin-Tu, who stood rooted in place at breakneck speed. With a resounding crash, Ainalu's lightning collided with Shueisho Rin-Tu's body. The violent impact caused Shueisho Rin-Tu's frame to quiver involuntarily. However, due to the insufficient force, he was unable to be dislodged from his position. After the collision, Ainalu returned to the side of Cha Tun and turned to him, whispering, "Let us together push him out and see what happens." Upon hearing his words, Cha Tun nodded, promptly activating his fruit abilities to achieve optimal condition. Seizing this moment, Ainalu readied his offensive once more. Just before the attack, Shueisho Rin-Tu's mocking voice echoed again. "See? It's futile." The two ignored his taunt, and at Ainalu's signal, Cha Tun closely followed him as they charged towards Shueisho Rin-Tu's body. This unexpected strike exceeded Shueisho Rin-Tu's physical limits. With a dull thud, he was compelled to stagger back 2 steps. It was these 2 steps that extricated him from the circle's confines. The moment he stepped outside, his previously pallid complexion began to transition back to its normal hue. Additionally, the 4 sharp teeth in his mouth fell to the ground. As Shueisho Rin-Tu sensed the weakness coursing through his body, he looked down. His pupils contracted slightly, and a hint of panic flickered across his face. Realizing his predicament, he intended to take 2 steps forward to re-enter the circle. But Ainalu would not allow him to succeed. In an instant, Ainalu appeared before Shueisho Rin-Tu's day. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his pitch-black fist and struck heavily at the pirate before him. This time, Shueisho Rin-Tu offered no resistance. With a powerful punch, he was sent flying into the distance, blood spilling from his mouth with each backward motion. Witnessing this, Ainalu's lips curled into a faint smile, and a calm tone emerged from his lips. "It seems that once you have left your position, you are not formidable at all. I had thought you were powerful, but it turns out it was not your own strength." After saying this, Ainalu approached the spot where Shueisho Rin-Tu had originally stood. He sought to uncover the secrets that enabled him to be immune to physical damage. Subsequently, he began to kick the corpses lying on the ground away. As he did, he noticed something peculiar, a deep red circle where the corpses had lain. Realizing this, he quickly comprehended the source of Shueisho Rin-Tu's power. Turning to Dracula, he exclaimed, "Boss, there's a strange, deep red circle here. It seems this is the source of the trouble." Upon hearing this, Dracula's interest was piqued. He approached the circle with graceful strides. Simultaneously, Shueisho Rin-Tu slowly rose from the ground, covering his bleeding mouth and growling fiercely, "All of you, get away. Do not disturb my ritual." After declaring this, he charged straight towards the deep red circle. Observing his intent, Ainalu wore a look of disdain and remarked, "If you have the capability, then come. Let me test whether you can resist my lightning attack." Hearing his words, Shueisho Rin-Tu hesitated momentarily. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. When the lightning descended upon him again, he would surely perish. Contemplating this, he considered retreat. He scanned the surroundings for an escape route and soon focused on Dracula. Through his earlier observations, he clearly understood one thing. Dracula was the leader of the lightning man before him. However, judging by Dracula's demeanor, Shueisho Rin-Tu assumed he was merely a noble youth without any real power. As for the purported weakness he had mentioned, he dismissed it as mere coincidence. With this in mind, Shueisho Rin-Tu stealthily shifted his target. In the moment Ainalu and Cha Tun were momentarily distracted, he sprang into action, heading directly towards the leisurely advancing Dracula. In an instant, Ainalu and Cha Tun regained their focus. Yet, upon spotting Shueisho Rin-Tu's target, both were taken aback. They could hardly fathom why Shueisho Rin-Tu would choose the strongest individual as his target. They exchanged glances before shrugging slightly, ready to witness the unfolding spectacle. With all his might, Shueisho Rin-Tu quickly reached Dracula. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his left hand to grasp Dracula's collar, confident that this noble youth would not escape his grasp. Yet, to his astonishment, his left hand grasped nothing but air. He quickly lifted his gaze, only to be met with a somewhat mocking smile. In that moment, Shueisho Rin-Tu sensed impending doom. Before he could react, a pitch-black fist hurtled towards his face. Thus, the fist loomed larger in his vision, ultimately consuming his entire field of sight. With a resounding impact, the fist struck his face. Under the force of the punch, Shueisho Rintu's entire body began to tilt backward. Immediately thereafter, his body crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a profound indentation. Without experiencing any pain, the bloodied figure of the man, known as Run 2, tilted his head and succumbed to unconsciousness. After executing this, Dracula dusted off his hands and continued towards the Crimson Circle. Witnessing the scene before him, Ainalu's lips twitched slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure and remarked with a hint of admiration, "It is indeed you, my leader. The might of a single punch is truly formidable." Upon hearing his words, Dracula nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He gazed at the deep Crimson Circle, furrowing his brow in contemplation, yet he could discern nothing specific. At the moment of Rin 2's collapse, the Crimson Circle gradually faded until it ultimately vanished into nothingness. Observing this, Dracula gently shook his head and set the matter aside. As the Crimson Circle disappeared, he slowly withdrew his gaze. After a moment, he glanced back at Rin 2 lying within the pit and softly, "That fellow has not perished entirely. Carry him away. Now that this affair is concluded, we may take our leave." Hearing his leader's words, Ainalu nodded gently and replied, "Understood, boss. However, should we not assist these two admirals?" Without hesitation, Dracula chuckled lightly and replied, "The pirates have been dealt with. They certainly do not require our assistance. We have more pressing matters to attend to." At this juncture, he paused momentarily before turning to Cha Tun and Ji Yuan, continuing, "I trust that you both can handle the remaining tasks adequately." Subsequently, Dracula waved his right hand and strode toward the exit of the auction venue. Observing his movements, Ainalu promptly stepped forward to follow closely behind his leader. Meanwhile, Beibo approached the unconscious Run Tuesday. Without any hesitation, he bent down and hoisted him onto his shoulder. He then quickened his pace to catch up with the two departing figures. Watching the three leave, Ji Yuan extended her right hand, intending to stop them. However, before she could act, Cha Tun immediately intervened. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Let it be, Ji Yuan. It is impossible for us to capture that pirate. The fallen angels will certainly not agree, and we are no match for them." Upon hearing his words, Ji Yuan fell silent for a moment before letting out a long sigh. "Indeed, it seems we must return to the naval headquarters for now. Yet, the thought of that peculiar pirate falling into the hands of the fallen angels leaves me uneasy. Very well, let us seek out Admiral Kizaru." Noticing her troubled expression, Cha Tun nodded in agreement. Thus, under Ji Yuan's guidance, Cha Tun followed her toward the naval base on the island. As both groups departed, the auction hall's supervisor patted his chest. He sat down wearily in one of the hall's seats. At that moment, as he leaned against the backrest, the tension in his body suddenly relaxed. He then expressed his relief. "Fortunately, I was astute enough to have Lord Dracula arrive at the battlefield early. Otherwise, this battle would not have concluded swiftly." While speaking, he surveyed the surroundings. Soon, a multitude of desiccated corpses came into view. Observing this, the supervisor sighed deeply, "Goodness. With corpses strewn everywhere, how am I to conduct business?" However, he felt fortunate that the pirate could absorb blood. Otherwise, there would have been blood all over the ground. After resting for a moment, he rose and exited the auction hall. Upon reaching the corridor, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Where is everyone? Where have you all gone? Hurry up and get to work. If you delay any further, you will regret it." His voice echoed throughout the empty corridor. The guards hiding in various corners, upon hearing their supervisor's command, emerged from their hiding places. They regained their composure and hurriedly made their way to the auction hall. In no time, a large group of subordinates stood before the supervisor. He scanned the crowd with his gaze, pausing momentarily before clearing his throat and announcing, "I do not blame you for what just transpired, as I know none present could have survived against that pirate. However, the situation is different now. Do you see the bodies lying on the ground? Clear them away as quickly as possible. If the task is not completed by nightfall, those on the ground may very well become your fate." Hearing his words, the guards sprang into action. They began to work against the clock, systematically removing the corpses from the auction hall. As for the supervisor's commands, the guards showed no hesitation. For when they signed their contracts, they were acutely aware of one undeniable truth. A terrifying figure was pulling the strings behind this auction house. Observing their diligent efforts, the supervisor nodded in satisfaction. He then straightened his belly and strolled leisurely toward the private room. Once his figure completely vanished from the hall, the guards dared not choose to slack off. Thus, under the collective effort, the auction hall gradually began to return to its former state. Upon returning to the private room, The supervisor wasted no time in retrieving a din-din mushy from his pocket. After a series of beeping sounds, the din-din mushy was answered. Soon, a somewhat playful voice emerged from the device. How did everything go? Upon hearing this, the supervisor promptly replied with utmost respect, "Young master, the matter has been handled. Lord Dracula has just departed." Receiving such a response, Don Quixote Doflamingo was immensely pleased. He adjusted his sunglasses and, after a brief tremor of excitement, proclaimed, "Excellent. You have done well. Upon your return to the family, I shall ensure that Black Maria acknowledges your contribution." As his words fell, Doflamingo abruptly hung up the din-din mushy. Enjoying the sunlight, he reclined in his rocking chair, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. With everything proceeding in an orderly fashion, he had little to worry about. After a while, he addressed the maid clad in a maid's outfit by the poolside, instructing, "Hey, I-5, quickly fetch me a drink." Hearing his authoritative request, I-5, with a blissful expression, murmured to herself, "Ah, young master needs me. How delightful it is to feel needed." After a moment of reverie, she hurriedly dashed into the room. After a while, she emerged carrying a platter of fruits and beverages. Observing her demeanor, Doflamingo offered a simple compliment, expressing, "You've done remarkably well." Upon hearing this praise, AY5's face instantly illuminated with a look of rapture. Thus, she quietly stood beside the rocking chair, awaiting the sensation of being needed once more. Meanwhile, the person in charge of the auction house could hardly contain his joy. For him, receiving the commendation from the young master was akin to achieving a monumental success. Particularly, the young master's final remark resonated deeply with him, as it hinted that once the contributions to the Black Spade were acknowledged, he might soon find himself promoted. Lost in this delightful thought, he reveled in his anticipation within the private room. Outside, the guards diligently attended to their tasks. As Dracula departed from the auction venue, he was accompanied by Inalu and Beepo on their journey to the port. During their walk, Inalu, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Boss, where are we headed now? And we even have to bring that guy along." As he spoke, he pointed at Beepo's shoulder, where the blood-hand butcher rested. Hearing his words, a smile crept onto Dracula's lips. He replied in a calm tone, "Now that we have the surgery fruit, we must return to Impel Down. There are still matters that require thorough resolution. As for this pirate, his devil fruit is quite intriguing. We shall entrust him to Caesar and see if he can extract it." After receiving his leader's explanation, Inalu nodded vigorously, expressing his agreement. Indeed, this fellow's devil fruit is quite unique. Ultimately, its success will depend on Caesar. Following this exchange, Inalu fell silent, trailing quietly behind Dracula. After a brief interval, Dracula spotted the port in the distance. Aware of this, he quickened his pace. Soon, the group arrived at the port, where Dracula shifted his gaze to Beepo. After all, the phantom ship resided within his dimensional space. Noticing his leader's focus, Beepo handed the blood-hand butcher over to Inalu, stepping forward without hesitation. He extended his hands, palms facing forward. Simultaneously, the twisting power within Beepo surged into action. In an instant, ripples manifested in the space before him. Gradually, these ripples intensified, and with a resounding crash, the phantom ship descended heavily upon the ocean surface. Remarkably, the splashes did not reach Dracula and his companions. Witnessing the ship's emergence, Dracula activated his Shuanpa and dashed forward, with Inalu and Beepo closely following. Once aboard the ship, Beepo turned to Dracula, stating earnestly, "Boss, I'll take charge of directing the ship's course." Dracula nodded slightly in response, and then cast his gaze toward the distant horizon. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "This is the life one ought to lead upon the sea, unknown, mysterious, and alluring." Under Beepo's guidance, the phantom ship gradually departed from the shores of the Sabeti archipelago. As time progressed, the vessel's silhouette vanished completely from the waters. Simultaneously, atop a distant mountain, two figures emerged, Rayleigh and Shaki, who had been observing the battle for quite some time. Gazing at the vast sea ahead, Shaki exhaled a smoke ring and softly asked, "So, Rayleigh, what are your thoughts?" Hearing her voice, Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, lifted the bottle of wine in his right hand, and took a hearty swig. After a moment, he sighed, "I'm truly aging. Perhaps this world now belongs to the youth." He continued, "Let's keep watching. The sea will only grow more intriguing." Acknowledging this sentiment, Shaki nodded slightly before retracting her gaze. After releasing another smoke ring, she turned and began walking toward the tavern, deciding not to linger any longer now that the excitement had subsided. After all, her bar, Luz Sorel, required supervision. As she walked, her voice resonated in Rayleigh's ears once more. I'm heading back. The tavern cannot run itself. To which Rayleigh promptly replied, understood. In the blink of an eye, Shaki's figure vanished from Rayleigh's sight. Observing her departure, he shrugged lightly. Moments later, he mused aloud. Thus, the affairs of the Sabeti archipelago are coming to a close. It seems I shall return to a more leisurely existence. Time to indulge in a little gambling. With that, he too disappeared from view. In a narrow alley near the port, a blind man, leaning on his cane sword, ambled leisurely. After a moment, he paused at the alley's end, raised his head, and gazed at the azure sky. Through his observation hockey, the images of the sky imprinted upon his mind. He stood silently for quite some time, lost in thought. As the sounds of bustling people echoed around him, the noise jolted him from his reverie. A smile crept upon his lips as he remarked in a tone tinged with nostalgia. This is life, and it is what I strive to protect. After uttering this, he resumed his steps, moving toward the distance. As he walked, he murmured to himself, the final choice? Perhaps I shall first visit the EO New Navy. After all, it is the navy that the common folk recognize, and the EO New Navies might have surpassed that of the old. With his words, he shook his head slightly and continued onward. Now resolved, he intended to leave the Sabeti archipelago. However, the direction he chose was not toward the port. Before departing, he had another plan he wished to realize. His destination was the casino, not merely for a game of chance, but with a deeper purpose in mind, to bid farewell to his gambling companion, Rayleigh. He firmly believed that once the affairs of the Sabeti archipelago concluded, Rayleigh would certainly appear at the casino, though unaware of Rayleigh's true identity. It did not diminish their friendship. Thus, the blind man, leaning on his cane sword, proceeded toward the casino, while Rayleigh had already begun his playful escapades within its walls. As the naval transaction concluded, Chiyuan and Chatton returned smoothly to the naval base. Exhausted from their exertions, Chiyuan did not knock, but rather entered the office directly. The moment she stepped inside, she beheld Huang Yuan lounging leisurely in a rocking chair. Observing this, Chiyuan's brow slightly furrowed. However, she chose to remain silent. Fully aware of Huang Yuan's nature, upon noticing Chiyuan and Chatton, Huang Yuan abruptly rose from his chair, shrugged his shoulders, and with a hint of surprise remarked, "Oh, you returned quite swiftly. It seems the transaction went smoothly." In response to his words, Chiyuan spoke with gravity. "Admiral Huang Yuan, it was not as smooth as you might think. During the conclusion of the transaction, we encountered a peculiar pirate who possesses the ability to drain the blood of others within a certain radius and is immune to any physical attacks. Had it not been for the assistance of the fallen angel, defeating him would have been exceedingly challenging." Huang Yuan's previously languid demeanor shifted as he absorbed Chiyuan's description, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He then turned his gaze to the two behind them, yet found nothing amiss. Directly, he inquired, "What the pirate you mentioned? Was he killed?" At this, Chiyuan shook her head and replied in a low voice, "That is precisely the matter I wish to address. The pirate was not killed. Instead, he was captured by the fallen angel's people. I am unaware of their intentions." Listening to her response, Huang Yuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the complexity of the situation. He scratched his head in mild exasperation and said, "I see, then there is nothing to be done. We should report this to Marshal Sengoku." As his words echoed, Huang Yuan retrieved a din-din mushi from his pocket. With a series of beeping sounds, the din-din mushi was answered, and soon, Sengoku's somewhat stern voice resonated from within. "This is Sengoku of the Navy headquarters." Huang Yuan, upon hearing that familiar voice, couldn't help but smile. Collecting his thoughts briefly, he reported directly, "Marshal Sengoku, the transaction has been successfully completed." Receiving this response, Sengoku, who was far away at the Navy headquarters, nodded in satisfaction. He then spoke in a calm tone, "Well done, Huang Yuan. Upon your return, I shall grant you a raise." Delighted by the prospect of a salary increase, Huang Yuan was about to inquire about the specifics when Chiyuan raised her left hand, signaling him to get to the point. Observing her gesture, Huang Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment and relinquished his previous thought. After a brief pause, he said with a hint of resignation, "However, Marshal Sengoku, you may be a bit premature in your joy. There was a minor issue during the transaction." At his words, Sengoku's brow furrowed, and his expression returned to one of seriousness. "Stop dilly-dallying, Huang Yuan. Just tell me what the problem is." Without hesitation, Huang Yuan leisurely reported, "Yes, Marshal Sengoku. It is not a major issue, really." After the transaction concluded, Chiyuan and Chatton encountered a pirate with peculiar abilities. Had it not been for the help of the fallen angel, it would have been quite difficult for them to defeat him. However, after the battle, this pirate was taken away by the fallen angel. If he were to join them, the pressure on the Navy would certainly increase. Upon hearing this, Sengoku grasped the entire situation. After a prolonged silence, he stated with resolve, "We will discuss this matter further upon your return." Immediately set off back to the Navy headquarters. Receiving the new orders, Huang Yuan promptly replied, "Understood, Marshal Sengoku." He then hung up the Den Mushi and, looking at Chiyuan and Chatten, shrugged in resignation and said, "Let us return to the Navy headquarters at once. We can discuss that pirate later." In response to his words, both nodded in agreement. Thus, Huang Yuan quickly gathered his belongings and led the two towards the port. Shortly thereafter, they laid eyes on the military ship docked at the shore. Without hesitation, Huang Yuan took the lead and boarded the vessel, with Chiyuan and Chatten following closely behind. As Huang Yuan ascended the military ship, the major and the old monkey greeted him warmly. Soon, the ship began to set sail from the Sabeti archipelago. On the shore, a rear admiral silently retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. With a crackling sound, the cigarette was ignited. He took a deep drag, exhaling a plume of smoke that enveloped him, obscuring his features. Amidst the swirling smoke, the rear admiral's gaze fixed upon the distant sea. As the ship vanished from sight, he sighed deeply. After a while, he remarked contemplatively, "The seas have indeed become increasingly perilous. It is high time to consider matters of retirement." Having uttered this, the rear admiral strode purposefully toward his office. A moment later, he returned to his familiar surroundings, quietly settling into his chair. He then extracted a pen from his drawer and began to fervently compose his retirement report. Thus, time gradually slipped away as he wrote. When he finally set down his pen again, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Observing this, the rear admiral placed the completed retirement letter into his drawer before exiting his office, intending to return to his quarters for rest. He resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would deliver the letter to the Navy headquarters. As the transaction between the fallen angel and the Navy concluded, many individuals made their own choices. However, a certain occurrence was quietly unfolding in the shadows. During this period, a figure cradling the cursed sword, Yao Dao, aboard a warship, arrived in the South China Sea. His sharp gaze pierced the horizon, exuding a terrifying aura. The sword in his arms trembled slightly, seemingly responding to his thoughts. Feeling its power, the figure's expression was tinged with a hint of madness and bloodlust. Suddenly, the warship accelerated, racing toward the nearest island. R, standing silently on the warship, awaited its arrival at the shore. Before long, the warship approached the port of the island. Without any hesitation, R clutched the cursed sword tightly and ventured deeper into the island. In truth, he was unaware of the fallen angel's exact locations. However, prior to his arrival, he had already dispatched his subordinates with instructions. Thus, he intended to wait for their news. With the enigmatic sword, Yao Dao Xing, cradled in his arms, he strolled leisurely down the street. After a while, he could not help but express his sentiments, reflecting on how the vast sea had transformed into its current state. It had indeed been a long time since he had ventured beyond the sacred grounds of Shungdi Maligiao. As his words lingered in the air, a commotion erupted not far from him. Hearing the clamor, he furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze. Soon, a band of pirates came into view. Standing motionless, Arshing observed the unfolding scene with an air of indifference. The pirates, stationed in the central area, were blissfully unaware that they had become the focus of a great terror. Armed with their blades, they rummaged through each dwelling, gathering treasures to hoard onto their ship. Meanwhile, the island civilians were herded towards the square. However, not all chose to silently endure their fate. A robust young man, wielding a machete from his home, charged at the pirates, but with a resounding bang, a gaping wound appeared in the center of his forehead. His body, propelled by the force of inertia, fell heavily backward, lifeless. This gruesome sight struck terror into the hearts of the remaining civilians who had contemplated resistance. Observing this, one of the pirates mockingly blew on the barrel of his gun, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, what a foolish endeavor! How dare you resist our wild pirate crew? This is the fate you have brought upon yourself." After uttering these words, he brandished his flintlock pistol menacingly towards the other civilians, his expression turning sinister as he threatened. "Do you see? Should you dare to resist again, this will be your end. Move quickly, do not lag behind." Upon hearing his words, the civilians obediently complied, hastening towards the square under the pirates' coercion. Witnessing the scene, the other pirates could not contain their derision. "Ha ha ha, look at these cowardly wretches. Had I known this trick was so effective, I would have employed it sooner, sparing myself the trouble of letting old 3 get ahead. Indeed, I was a step too slow and missed out on the glory. Listening to their raucous banter, old 3 scoffed disdainfully, then let out a cold snort, falling silent as he made his way to his captain's position. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "With your intellect, you think you can claim my achievements? Fools! I shall take my leave first." After some time, he arrived at his captain's quarters. Observing the captain seated at the head, savoring fine wine, old 3 stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Captain, everything is proceeding according to plan. Moreover, I have procured your favorite wine." With that, he produced a beautifully crafted bottle from his cloak and promptly offered it to his captain's hands. Once this was done, he quietly retreated to the side, awaiting the captain's command. The captain examined the wine for a moment before, without hesitation, uncorking the bottle. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted through the room, lingering in the air. Sensing the fragrance, the captain's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Ah, splendid wine." After a brief pause, he continued, "Old 3, you have been with us for quite some time. Each voyage, you have committed yourself wholeheartedly, which brings me great comfort. Therefore, I hereby appoint you as the vice captain of our pirate crew. I hope you will continue to strive diligently." Upon hearing this, old 3's expression shifted dramatically, quickly transforming into one of joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he eagerly replied, "Thank you for your recognition, Captain. I shall devote myself even more fervently. Is there anything else you wish to command, Captain?" After posing this question, old 3 glanced at the captain. However, the captain's attention was entirely consumed by the wine. Listening to old 3's inquiry, he waved his hand dismissively, responding, go on, just remember to work diligently." As his words faded, old 3 stepped out, heading for the outside. Just as he was about to exit the room, the captain's cheerful voice resonated once more in his ears. "One more thing, keep an eye out. Should you discover any more of this fine wine, ensure it reaches me at once." Old 3 nodded earnestly in response, acknowledging the directive. He then exited the room and made his way towards the square. With his promotion to vice captain, old 3 stood taller, striding confidently down the street. Before long, he returned to the previous location. Observing the bustling pirates, a proud smile crept across his lips. He leisurely placed his hands behind his back, nodding repeatedly like an old bureaucrat. This smug demeanor quickly drew the attention of many pirates. Eventually, one pirate could no longer contain himself and questioned, "Hey, old 3, what are you flaunting about? Hurry up and join us in our work." Hearing this, old 3 shook his head slightly. With a wave of his hands, he lamented, "Alas, it seems I must enlighten you. Our statuses are not the same." The pirate retorted, "What is so different? Aren't we all pirates on the same ship?" Old 3 maintained a smile, replying with a hint of regret in his tone, "Indeed, we are from the same ship. However, I am now the vice captain, a position of considerable prestige." The moment his words left his lips, the atmosphere fell into silence. The pirates exchanged glances, some in disbelief at the revelation. Yet, the reality before them left them no choice but to accept it. They did not even consider the possibility of deceit. Anyone daring to fabricate such news would undoubtedly face dire consequences. With this thought, the pirates' spirits plummeted. No one imagined that after such a lengthy struggle for position, it would ultimately fall to old 3. Given that old 3 was now the vice captain, they dared not challenge him further. They hung their heads and returned to their tasks. Witnessing their demeanor, old 3's smile deepened. Thus he stood elevated, observing quietly as time slipped away unnoticed. Meanwhile, the crowd of civilians in the square grew ever larger. Standing atop a mountain peak, Zhixing coldly surveyed the events transpiring on the island. This time, he made no effort to conceal his presence, for in his eyes, the inhabitants of the island were unworthy of such discretion. As the sky gradually darkened, nearly all the civilians on the island had been driven to the square. Old 3 stood aloft, gazing down at the throng below. After a brief moment, he nodded with satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then praised the pirates beside him, exclaiming, "You have done remarkably well. Do not worry. I shall ensure your efforts are duly noted." Hearing his words, the pirates felt a pang of discomfort in their hearts. Yet, despite their dissatisfaction, they could not express it openly. As soon as he finished speaking, the pirates responded in unison, "Thank you, Deputy Captain. Indeed, we will rely on you moving forward, third brother." Amidst the flattery, the third brother sauntered leisurely towards the room where the captain was located. Soon, he arrived at his destination. The pirate captain was still seated at the head of the table, savoring the fine wine in his hand. As the footsteps drew closer, the captain set down the bottle and walked towards the door. Almost immediately, the figure of the third brother appeared before him. Upon seeing him, the captain's face broke into a smile as he warmly called out, "Ah, third brother, come, sit beside me." Hearing this, the third brother shook his head, declining the invitation. Noticing the captain's expression darken slightly, he hurriedly explained, "Captain, now is not the time for such things. The brothers have already driven all the civilians to the square. We are but one step away from the final part of our plan, your grand entrance." As his words hung in the air, the captain's laughter erupted suddenly. "Ah, we have indeed reached this point. Therefore, I can no longer linger here. Let us proceed, third brother." With that, he strode forward with an air of abandon, making his way towards the square, with the third brother closely following behind. After a brief interval, the captain arrived at the island square. As he entered, the pirates present promptly parted to clear a path. Thus, the pirate captain ascended the platform of the square. Observing the throng of people below, he nodded in satisfaction. He then opened his arms wide, his demeanor bordering on madness, and proclaimed, "Kekekek, civilians, I'm the captain of the wild pirates. I have a matter that requires your assistance. Please inform me, where is the revolutionary Lindbergh? I have a minor grievance to settle with him." Upon hearing his words, the civilians at the foot of the platform fell into a hushed silence. The atmosphere quickly became tense. However, the pirate captain's laughter soon rang out once more. "Kekekek, is no one willing to speak? I have gathered that this is the hometown of that fellow. If that is the case, allow me to jog your memories." With that, he gestured to his subordinates, and then, with a frenzied expression, commanded, "Charge forth, let these civilians witness our terror." At his command, the pirates surged onto the square. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons and struck down upon the civilians. Instantly, splashes of crimson erupted, staining the ground in a gruesome display. The pirate captain stood atop the platform, quietly reveling in the scene before him. After a while, he raised his right hand, halting his men's actions. Thus, a small-scale massacre was brought to an end. The civilians on the square trembled in fear, huddled in a corner, the horrific spectacle having plunged them into profound terror. It was at this moment that they realized the individual before them was a merciless pirate who would show them no mercy. The pirate captain observed the expressions of the civilians closely. However, he merely crossed his arms, silently watching them without uttering a word. The atmosphere of dread continued to envelop every corner of the square. Gradually, some civilians could no longer bear the strain. They hid among the crowd, weeping quietly. Listening to the sound of their sobs, a mocking smile crept across the pirate captain's lips. After a moment, his deranged voice echoed once more across the square. "Kekekek, civilians, can you now divulge the information I seek? I hope this time your answers will not disappoint me." The civilians exchanged glances, making their final decision. They then collectively turned their gaze towards the town mayor. Noticing the eager looks from the crowd, the mayor's brow furrowed slightly, his face contorting in distress. In truth, he was the only one who knew the approximate location of Lindbergh. In his mind, a scale appeared, with one side weighing Lindbergh's safety and the other the lives of the island's inhabitants. Currently, the scale was relatively balanced, but after recent events, the weight of the residents' lives had become heavier. As he hesitated, the pirate captain's devilish voice resounded in his ears once more. "Still hesitating? My patience is wearing thin. The price will be the lives of you all." This statement shattered the mayor's psychological defenses. With that, he slowly closed his eyes and then, with a pained expression, emerged from the huddled masses. After a brief pause, he choked out, "I know Lindbergh's location. Please spare my townspeople." Upon hearing this, the smile on the pirate captain's face widened with manic glee. He then laughed heartily. "Kekekek, why couldn't you have said so sooner? Must we resort to violence? Now speak. Where is Lindbergh? If you lie, I will know it well." After a moment of silence, the mayor finally replied, "Lindbergh should be on Magnetic Drum Island." With the specific location now in hand, the pirate captain's smile took on a more sinister edge. He then casually commanded his subordinates, "What are you waiting for, lads? Let us commence a feast that belongs to the wild pirates." As he spoke, the other pirates raised their weapons, joyfully shouting, "Ha ha ha! Captain, this decision is truly splendid. I concur. It has been far too long since we held such a feast. My blade has long yearned for blood." Listening to their exuberant voices, the pirate captain spread his arms wide, mimicking an embrace. After a moment, he declared with madness in his tone, "I announce that the feast has officially begun. The venue shall be the square." With his words, the pirates tightened their grips on their weapons and advanced towards the civilians in the square. Realizing the impending danger, the mayor immediately raised his voice, shouting, "Run! These pirates are targeting us." The already terrified civilians, upon hearing the mayor's warning, became even more horrified. Suddenly, they exerted all their strength and fled towards the outskirts of the square. In the face of death, the civilians unleashed their full potential. Yet at that very moment, the distortion and darkness of humanity were laid bare. The civilians tugged at one another, striving to advance further and evade danger. However, such actions only exacerbated the chaos within the square. A civilian who lagged behind grasped the hem of the garment of the person ahead, subsequently pulling him down and stepping over his fallen form. He continued to repeat this act, propelling himself forward. This scene unfolded in many places. The mayor, observing the turmoil, immediately raised his voice. Everyone, heed my words. Such disarray will ultimately lead to our demise here. Do not cling to those in front of you." After uttering this, the aged mayor gasped for breath, the exertion of his shout having drained much of his energy. Yet, to his dismay, the panicked townsfolk paid no heed to his plea. In their eyes, only their own survival mattered, and everything else could be readily discarded. Some civilians, in their desperation to flee faster, even discarded the children they held in their arms. Despite the distance, the aged mayor could still hear the heartrending cries. "Daddy, do you not want Yo-Yo anymore? I promise I will be good from now on." Shortly thereafter, the girl's voice fell silent. Ironically, she did not perish at the hands of the pirates, but rather by the actions of her own people. This girl was merely one among many. In this chaotic scene, an increasing number of individuals met their end at the hands of their own kin, while those slain by the pirates were relatively few. After taking the lives of one or two civilians, the pirates ceased their actions. They stood quietly at the edge of the square, observing the fleeing civilians. After a moment, one of them could not help but exclaim, "This is the most entertaining aspect of our banquet. These civilians are all succumbing to their own twisted and dark desires. Let us quietly witness the outcome." Upon hearing his words, the other pirates erupted in raucous laughter. "Ha ha! The captain is indeed brilliant. Who would have thought of such a banquet? I remember that after each feast, there were hardly any survivors left. Indeed, and this time we shall not kill them, allowing these people to wallow in regret for the rest of their lives." The pirate captain continued to stand on the platform, mockingly observing the events unfolding in the square. Listening to his subordinates, his smile deepened. After a brief pause, he commanded, "Keep an eye on that fellow who just spoke. Find him and bring him to me. I have questions for him." Following the captain's new orders, the pirates swiftly set to work. After a while, the mayor of the island was successfully bound and brought before the pirate captain. Gazing at the man before him, the mayor's eyes were bloodshot, filled with fury. His teeth clenched audibly, leaving a faint trace of blood at the corners of his mouth. However, the pirate captain showed no concern for his appearance. He turned to the mayor, speaking with an undeniable tone. "Now tell me the other news as well. I believe that Sidu Island is merely a part of the greater narrative." Upon hearing this, the mayor spat out blood. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Scum, there is no news left. You will surely regret this." Observing the mayor's defiance, the pirate captain understood that the old man would not divulge any information. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced the mayor's body. Feeling the pain, the mayor slowly looked down, his gaze fixed on the sword that had penetrated him. He smiled, a mixture of relief and guilt washing over him. In his final moments, his lips moved as if to say something, but looking at the pirate before him, he ultimately swallowed his words. Gradually, he became numb to his physical form, his consciousness slipping into darkness. The unspoken words echoed endlessly in that void. "Linda Boge, I'm sorry for you, and for everyone." At the end of his life, he seemed to grasp the true essence of the Revolutionary Army that you had conveyed to me countless times. It was as if he understood the harsh reality of the survival of the fittest upon the seas that you had always emphasized. Though this all stemmed from you, I have never blamed you. You will always remain my proudest child, Linda Boge. As time passed, his words ceased in the darkness. Meanwhile, the mayor's body fell heavily to the cold ground. Even in death, the chaotic scene in the square showed no signs of change. In fact, the mayor's demise went largely unnoticed. Watching the distant crowd, the pirate captain remarked mockingly, "This scene is truly the essence of human nature. I am merely a guide in this spectacle. Ha ha, my little ones, relish the unfolding drama." Hearing their captain's words, the pirates atop the platform burst into laughter. "Ha! I hope this time we witness something different." Indeed, this is the captain's greatest plan. And finally, we can find Lindaboj and exact our revenge. That explosion deeply wounded my heart. Listening to his subordinates' discussions, a sardonic smile crept across the pirate captain's lips. Soon, madness overtook his visage. After a moment, he spread his arms wide, embracing the sky. Then, he commanded his subordinates behind him. The pace of these people's deaths is far too slow. Go assist them. With this new order, the pirates surged forward without hesitation. They raised their weapons once more, pursuing the civilians. With the addition of these pirates, the chaos escalated further. The captain nodded in satisfaction, standing atop the platform as he quietly observed everything transpiring. Thus, time gradually passed amidst the slaughter. Standing atop the mountain, Xing bore witness to the entire scene. A gentle breeze swept by, tugging at his garments. Feeling the cool air, he could not help but lament. This is humanity's true nature. What a splendid performance. Yet, it was now time for my entrance. With this declaration, Xing, clutching the enchanted blade, vanished from the mountaintop. In an instant, he arrived at the blood-soaked square. Treading upon the damp ground, droplets of blood were incessantly splattered. The figure known as Xing maintained an expression of calm indifference, unfazed by the circumstances underfoot. The instant he emerged in the square, the gaze of the pirate captain fixated upon him, his white robe standing out conspicuously in the captain's view. The crew behind the captain tightened their grips on their weapons, assuming a defensive stance, for they were oblivious to the intentions of the newcomer. After a brief pause, the pirate captain, in a frenzied tone, exclaimed, "Ah, are you here to avenge these common folk? If that is the case, I shall grant you the chance for a one-on-one duel." "Haha, ISNT that right, lads?" Upon hearing their captain's inquiry, the pirates erupted into laughter, echoing in agreement. Indeed, give him a chance for a duel. Absolutely. Savoring the sound around him, the pirate captain was thoroughly pleased. He cast his gaze upon Xing in the square, arrogantly remarking, "That blade you carry looks quite splendid. It shall belong to me from this day forth." With these words, he unsheathed his sword from the corpse of the town mayor and advanced downwards. Observing his captain's imposing figure, the third mate shouted, "Captain, you are magnificent." The rest of the crew followed suit, chanting, "Captain, you are magnificent." As the pirate captain strode forward, he reveled in the sounds behind him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. This time his eyes, filled with mockery and bloodlust, were fixed upon Xing. He intended to spill Xing's blood in response to his crew's fervent calls. Noticing his gaze, Xing disdainfully scoffed and coldly retorted, "Are the people of the sea this ignorant nowadays? That look in your eyes truly irks me. Let us begin by nourishing my blade with your blood." Thus, he extended his left hand, grasping the enchanted blade he had cradled. Subsequently, Xing slightly bent his body, placing his other hand upon the hilt. Instantly, a terrifying aura enveloped the area. The pirate captain, who had been walking, faltered momentarily. He swiftly lifted his head to regard the figure clad in white before him. In that moment, Xing was no longer the prey he could easily slaughter. Rather, the roles had reversed, and he himself had become the quarry in the hunter's grasp. Feeling the shift in atmosphere, the pirate captain hastily raised his hands to the back of his head, his expression reverting to primal fear. His lips trembled as he stammered, "I was wrong." Before he could complete his sentence, Xing drew forth his enchanted blade. With a resounding clash, the blade was unsheathed, radiating a menacing purple glow. Without hesitation, Xing swung the enchanted blade at the pirate captain, disdainfully uttering, "No one is permitted to live beneath my blade. Become its sustenance." In an instant, the slash from the enchanted blade sliced through the pirate captain's body. With a soft squelch, his form was cleaved in two, devoid of any capacity to resist. This sudden turn of events left the shouting pirates collectively speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. After a moment of stunned silence, the third mate regained his senses and bolted away, shouting, "The captain is dead. Run for your lives." Hearing his cries, the remaining pirates snapped back to reality. Thus, the chaos that had unfolded among the civilians was now mirrored amongst the pirates. The relationship between the two groups resembled a cyclical pattern from which none could escape. Observing the fleeing pirates, Xing unleashed several more slashes. These strikes swiftly pursued the retreating crew. In an instant, they were overtaken by the onslaught. With a sickening sound, the strikes tore through their bodies, continuing onward. The foremost third mate, glancing back at the horrifying scene, was nearly paralyzed with terror. Trembling, he muttered in fear, "How can such a terrifying being exist upon the seas?" After uttering this, he quickly turned and resumed his flight. However, encouraged by the fate of others, he sought shelter as he ran. Yet the outcome was always the same. Death awaited him. Another deep purple slash cut through the structures, piercing the hiding third mate's body. Feeling the agony, his face twisted in resentment as he softly lamented, "Why must this happen? I have just become the vice captain. I have yet to revel in my position." Yet, no one could provide him with answers. Moments later, the collapsing buildings crushed him, extinguishing the last flicker of his life. Death reigned in every corner of the square. After a time, all members of the wild pirate crew had succumbed to Xing's relentless strikes. In that moment, the enchanted blade in Xing's hand began to absorb the essence of each fallen soul. This essence, stripped from the departed, coalesced into the blade itself. Xing stood silently, awaiting the completion of the absorption. Once finished, the blade appeared even more sinister. Satisfied, Xing nodded and sheathed the enchanted blade. As the blade was returned to its scabbard, it trembled slightly, as if acknowledging Xing's action. Embracing the blade once more against his chest, Xing strolled leisurely through the blood-soaked square. The previously panicked civilians halted their movements, clearly witnessing that the once ferocious pirates had been completely vanquished. The surviving civilians erupted in joyous celebration, momentarily forgetting to flee. Yet, when human desire is unleashed, it becomes difficult to restrain. A burly man emerged from the dwindling crowd, his greedy gaze fixed upon Xing as he loudly demanded, "Hey you, why did you only strike now? My beloved daughter perished here. I demand compensation for my loss, and it shall be with that very blade you carry." As he spoke, a significant portion of the crowd joined him in accusing Xing. Observing their fervor, a mocking smile crept across Xing's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he unsheathed the enchanted blade once more. With the emergence of its deep purple glow, waves of slashes surged towards the crowd. In an instant, the slashes wreaked havoc among the people. Simultaneously, anguished screams echoed from a corner of the square. As the crowd continued to dwindle, the remaining civilians were starkly reminded of the brutal reality before them. Yet, it was too late. All of them perished upon the square. In an instant, the once lively square fell into an eerie silence. After a while, the desolate square was left with only the sound of Xing's footsteps. Without any hesitation, he directly approached the high platform. At that moment, the phone bug hidden in his white robe suddenly rang. Xing paused briefly, then answered the phone bug. Soon, a cold and respectful voice emanated from within. "My lord, we have identified the leader of the Nanhai Revolutionary Army. His name is Lindbergh, and we're still investigating further details." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Xing slightly raised an eyebrow. He then proceeded to issue his next orders. "You need not continue your investigation into Lindbergh. I already know his location." After uttering these words, Xing turned to survey the surroundings. Gazing at the scattered corpses and pools of blood, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. After a moment, he continued, "Next, gather intelligence regarding Beihai and Shihai. Once I have dealt with Nanhai, I expect to hear good news from you." Receiving the new orders, the leader on the other end of the phone bug promptly responded, "Understood, my lord. We will mobilize all resources to collect the intelligence." Listening to his subordinate's reply, Xing nodded in satisfaction. He then hung up the phone bug. Observing the scene in the square, he cradled his demon blade and mused, "This is humanity, the aspect I despise most. It is also the reason I chose to become Xing." As these words left his lips, his figure vanished completely from the mountaintop. After a while, he arrived at the harbor of the island. As he gazed at the warship docked by the shore, he stepped forward, intending to leave. However, he quickly recalled a crucial matter. The news of his presence here must remain concealed from others. With this thought, Xing activated his Kinbunchika haki. Instantly, the haki expanded and enveloped the entire island. Every situation on the island was reflected in his mind. Gradually, Xing closed his eyes, digesting this information. After a moment, a playful smile formed at the corners of his mouth. In his mind, he distinctly sensed the presence of survivors on the island. Nevertheless, Xing had no intention of returning to find them. Without hesitation, he once more set foot aboard his warship. Thus, the vessel gradually departed from the island's waters. After sailing for a while, Xing turned to look back at the island. He then extended his left hand, grasping the demon blade in his embrace. Accompanied by a burst of deep purple light, powerful slashes flew toward the distant island. In an instant, the slashes collided with the island. As the two forces met, the island could not withstand the devastation wrought by the slashes. Xing stood on the warship, quietly observing the island's fragmentation from afar. Satisfied, he nodded as he watched the scene unfold. At the moment the island vanished, Lindbergh, far away on Tsigu Island, suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart. He involuntarily knelt on the ground, murmuring, it hurts so much. Why are the tears flowing uncontrollably? As his words faded, tears began to fall slowly to the ground. This sudden change quickly caught the attention of his companions nearby. He soon exclaimed, "Hey, Commander, what's wrong with you?" Hearing the voice beside him, Lindbergh abruptly lifted his head. He quickly wiped his tears and forced a smile. "It's nothing, just a deep pain in my heart. I want to return home for a visit." With this, he took his leave from the spot. After a while, Lindbergh's voice again reached the ears of the vice commander. "I will leave the matters here in your hands for now. I must return to my homeland for a moment." Observing his request, the vice commander fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Receiving the affirmative response, Lindbergh wasted no time and headed straight for the harbor of Tsigu Island. He pressed his hand to his heart and hurried along the path. Soon, he arrived at a concealed harbor. Without any unnecessary actions, Lindbergh directly placed the hidden vessel onto the calm sea. Then, with a swift motion, he boarded the ship. Under his control, the vessel slowly departed from Tsigu Island. Due to his departure, Xing's plan to capture him was thwarted. However, the Revolutionary Army on Tsigu Island may not share the same fortune. Meanwhile, Xing, having witnessed the island's disappearance, turned to gaze at the distant sea. His warship sped toward the location of Tsigu Island at an impressive pace. Xing believed that this journey might yield unexpected rewards. Meanwhile, upon receiving new orders, the leader immediately relayed Xing's commands down the chain of command. Thus, intelligence personnel from the Shihai and Beihai regions began to work diligently. They utilized every resource at their disposal to fulfill Xing's orders. In this manner, a small storm began to brew once more, with its center located in Shihai and Beihai. As time passed unnoticed, Xing's warship successfully arrived in the waters near Tsigu Island. He stood quietly, observing the island not far off. After a while, a mocking smile appeared on Xing's lips. Without any hesitation, he accelerated the warship and charged toward Tsigu Island. In an instant, he reached the shaded side of the island. Gazing at the towering mountains before him, Xing stepped off the warship and ascended to the mountaintop. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting the corners of his white robe, stained with splashes of crimson. That was the blood of the island's inhabitants, a mixture of both civilians and pirates. Observing the distant scenery, Xing could not help but exclaim, "Tsigu Island. It seems unsuitable for complete annihilation. This location holds a certain significance. In that case, let us take half. As long as it does not disrupt the plan, it is acceptable." With his words, his figure completely vanished from the mountaintop. Xing concealed his presence entirely and began searching for the Revolutionary Army on the island. The revolutionaries remained unaware that death was imminent. They continued their tasks, as usual. The following morning, Xing finally spotted a suspicious individual. However, he chose not to act hastily. Instead, he quietly followed behind, observing his movements. Just as his patience was wearing thin, he finally discovered the Revolutionary Army's base. Without hesitation, he concealed himself and slipped inside. Soon, he began to notice the personnel within the base. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon Xing's lips as he observed the scene. Without hesitation, he stepped out from the shadows. Having confirmed the location of the Revolutionary Army, he had no intention of waiting any longer. The moment Xing appeared, he instantly captured everyone's attention. For his attire was strikingly unconventional. Clad in a glaring white robe stained with blood, it spoke volumes of his malicious intent. Immediately, a small leader emerged from the crowd, his voice deep and commanding. "Hey you, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Xing slightly shook his head, a hint of disdain in his tone. "Me? I am here to slay you all. Prepare to embrace the baptism of death." The small leader's expression darkened at these words. He turned to his comrades and shouted, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Charge! This guy's target is us, the Revolutionary Army." With the leader's rallying cry, the remaining members of the Revolutionary Army snapped back to reality. They swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at Xing. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged towards him. Watching the approaching throng, a smirk of contempt appeared at the corner of Xing's mouth. He murmured to himself, "How foolish, and should know their place. Become a sustenance beneath my blade." As his words faded, Xing extended his left hand, grasping the cursed blade. He slightly bent his body, reaching for the hilt with his right hand. Without any hesitation, he unsheathed the cursed blade, the sound of metal ringing out. Immediately, deep violet slashes surged forth towards the Revolutionary Army. In an instant, The violet waves collided with the soldiers. The outcome was precisely as Xing had anticipated. The situation unfolded overwhelmingly in his favor. Listening to the screams surrounding him, Xing's cold voice resonated once more. Is this all? Ants, accept your fate of death. He wasted no time, drawing the cursed blade once again. With each wave of his assault, the number of surviving revolutionaries dwindled. Observing the scene, the small leader's eyes turned bloodshot, tears spilling forth, yet devoid of fear. After a moment, he hoarsely shouted, "You bastard! You seek your own demise!" With that, he tightened his grip on his weapon and charged at Xing. Seeing this, Xing casually swung his blade, leaving the leader overwhelmed. Thus, a flurry of slashes rained down upon him, inflicting numerous small wounds across his body. In mere moments, the small leader was drenched in blood. Nevertheless, he pressed on towards Xing, resolute in his determination to not retreat, even in the face of death. This was the spirit of the Revolutionary Army. Observing his tenacity, Xing shook his head slightly before mockingly saying, "Child, no matter how hard you strive, the outcome remains unchanged. Become a soul beneath my blade." After uttering these words, Xing swung his weapon again, this time with no intention of toying with the small leader any longer. Without hesitation, the terrifying deep violet blade arc cleaved through the leader's body. With a sickening sound, a long diagonal gash appeared on his chest, followed by a violent spray of blood. Sensing the pain coursing through him, the small leader opened his mouth, regret etched upon his face. Is the gap truly this vast? How disheartening. As his words faded, he took his final breath, yet even in death, he clutched his steel knife tightly, standing erect. With the small leader's demise, the remaining revolutionary soldiers' eyes brimmed with fury. Even so, they harbored no thoughts of retreat. Instead, spurred on by their fallen comrade, they lunged at Xing with renewed ferocity. Observing their resolve, Xing shook his head slightly. He then taunted, "You dare to come again?" The Revolutionary Army, indeed a formidable force against the world's government. With that, he declared, "Very well, I shall cleanse you all at once." Following this proclamation, Xing's figure darted among the crowd, his speed so great that their eyes could scarcely track him. One by one, the revolutionaries fell into pools of blood, accompanied by the echoes of their screams. Not all met their demise with a swift cut to the throat. Some unfortunate souls endured the agony of severed limbs. Though they feared not death, the excruciating pain compelled involuntary cries from their lips. Listening to the cacophony, a wicked smile graced Xing's face. He murmured to himself, "Ah, how delightful this sound is." Once he ensured that no one remained unscathed, he continued, "Since all the participants have exited the stage, I declare this performance concluded." As he spoke, Xing slowly sheathed his blade. Simultaneously, the cursed blade absorbed the essence of the dead revolutionaries, its form becoming increasingly sinister. Feeling the weight in his hands, Xing cradled the cursed blade to his chest. After a brief pause, his voice echoed once more in their ears. "Recognize reality. This is the conclusion you must face. Gradually succumb to pain and struggle." With those words, Xing began to stride deeper into the Revolutionary Army's base. The individuals he had just dispatched were merely the foot soldiers. He was certain that the true leaders of the Revolutionary Army lay hidden within the depths of the base. The moment he revealed himself, his Kinbunchika haki was unleashed without reservation, allowing him to perceive every detail within the base. Anyone attempting to escape unnoticed would find it utterly impossible. Thus, in the desolate corridor, only Xing advanced alone. Meanwhile, during the chaos, the vice commander of the Revolutionary Army sat in his office, destroying relevant intelligence. The moment Xing appeared, he sensed impending disaster for the Revolutionary Army. Consequently, he promptly eradicated all intelligence regarding the inner workings of the organization, leaving no trace behind. As he watched the papers in his hands turn to ash, a relieved smile graced the vice commander's lips. He then murmured softly to himself, "Brothers, wait a moment. I shall join you shortly." Upon uttering these words, a brief silence enveloped the office. Once the flickering flames had entirely extinguished, the deputy commander grasped the weapon resting on the table and stepped out of the office. In no time, he encountered Xing, who was advancing towards this location. Simultaneously, the remnants of the Revolutionary Army within the base began to converge here. In an instant, a throng of revolutionary soldiers surrounded the deputy commander. Witnessing their presence, tears welled in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a heavy voice. "Soldiers, we have reached a critical juncture of life and death. I cannot guarantee that everyone will survive, but I can assure you of one thing. In this battle of overwhelming odds, I shall stand with you until the end." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his weapon. He then raised it high towards the heavens and proclaimed, "The spirit of the Revolutionary Army shall endure eternally. We shall stand and die, never kneel to live. Though we may be in a time of darkness, dawn shall inevitably break. Until then, I'm willing to offer my life." Listening to the deputy commander's fervent words, the remaining members of the Revolutionary Army responded in kind. As they echoed their battle cries, a smile deepened upon the deputy commander's lips. In this charged atmosphere, he charged toward Xing, with the other revolutionary soldiers closely trailing behind him. When crisis struck, not a single member of the Revolutionary Army contemplated retreat. Their resolve was unwavering. They would forever resist the forces of opposition. Observing the oncoming revolutionary soldiers, Xing's brow furrowed slightly. He then expressed his displeasure. "Is this the Revolutionary Army? They have defied the very nature of humanity. It seems my decision to execute you all was indeed the right one. If you were to grow stronger, the future would be unfathomably troublesome." As he spoke, Xing extended his left hand, reclaiming the dagger nestled within his grasp. Instantly, a deep purple aura emanated from him, and a terrifying phantom began to materialize behind him. The fearsome specter also wielded a blade, mimicking Xing's actions. At the moment the phantom formed, the charging revolutionary soldiers hesitated for a brief second. However, they quickly regained their composure. After all, how could those unafraid of death fear the daunting, deep purple specter before them? Thus, they tightened their grips on their weapons and advanced towards Xing, noticing their movements. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Xing's mouth. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew the wicked blade from its sheath with his right hand. Simultaneously, the enormous, deep purple specter drew its own weapon. With a resounding clang, the wicked blade was unsheathed, and a surge of deep purple light erupted, hurtling towards the revolutionary soldiers. Following this wave of purple light was a terrifying slash that trailed closely behind. The deputy commander, witnessing the dual onslaught before him, immediately halted his advance. As he assumed a defensive stance, he shouted, "Soldiers, gather for collective defense." Upon hearing their commander's words, the revolutionary soldiers swiftly converged, each adopting a defensive posture, adhering strictly to orders. Soon, the first wave of deep purple light reached them. With a thunderous impact, it collided violently against their defensive formation. To their astonishment, under the deputy commander's leadership, the Revolutionary Army effectively withstood this formidable assault. However, they did not emerge unscathed under the immense force. Countless tiny wounds appeared on each soldier's body, and blood began to flow from these injuries. The revolutionary soldiers transformed into figures stained in crimson. Before they could celebrate their survival, the second slash followed closely behind. Feeling the intensity of this impending attack, the deputy commander clenched his teeth and spoke deliberately. "Brothers, do not panic. Remain steady. Remember, I will always stand at the forefront for you." Upon hearing his words, the morale of the other soldiers was instantly lifted. Thus, under the deputy commander's guidance, they persevered with great difficulty. Yet, the scales of victory were not tipped in favor of the Revolutionary Army. After a brief stalemate, they gradually began to falter. Meanwhile, Xing slowly sheathed his sword, standing still as he observed their struggles. When the Revolutionary Army successfully repelled the first attack, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. After all, who would expect such a seemingly weak faction to withstand such a powerful assault? This unexpected turn piqued Xing's interest. Observing the resolute faces of the soldiers, he mused, "I acknowledge your will. If only the Revolutionary Army were my subordinates, how splendid it would be. Alas, such a notion is impossible." As he pondered, the revolutionary soldiers could no longer withstand the second slash. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed in Xing's ears. At the moment their defenses crumbled, all were hurled into the air, only to crash down upon the earth. The consequences of being thrown were dire. A significant portion of the Revolutionary Army perished beneath the onslaught of the slash. As the dust settled, the deputy commander slowly rose from the ground. Positioned at the front of the ranks, he bore the brunt of the attack. Now blood and dust mingled on his body, creating a sight that was difficult to behold from a distance. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, he remained alive. After all, he was the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army in the South Sea, and his strength was formidable, especially after consuming an animal-type devil fruit. His vitality was exceptionally resilient. Though gravely wounded, he was gradually healing. The deputy commander's expression was one of sorrow, tears welling in his eyes. He understood that the Revolutionary Army of the South Sea might have reached its end. He turned his head, surveying his surroundings. Soon, he beheld the faces of the comrades with whom he had fought side by side. Regrettably, the majority lay slain beneath the devastating slash. After a prolonged silence, the deputy commander spoke in a hoarse voice. "Soldiers, I am sorry. Had my strength been greater, perhaps we would not face this dire situation." As he spoke, his demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. He then bowed deeply to his fallen comrades. Throughout this, Xing stood quietly, observing the scene without taking any action. In his eyes, the outcome was always a foregone conclusion. The Revolutionary Army would meet its demise. Therefore, he intended to grant the Revolutionary Army a chance. Eager to witness how events would ultimately unfold, he had lingered too long in Shundi Mali Jiaoya, each day steeped in unbearable monotony. Opportunities for such an emergence were, indeed, scarce. Under the vice commander's recounting, the remaining revolutionary soldiers gradually rose from the ground. Without any hesitation, these soldiers responded in unison. Vice-commandant. To be your brother in this lifetime is no loss. Indeed, he speaks the truth. It is a pity that the commander is not here. Otherwise, the current situation would be different. Perhaps this is our fate. Yet I have never regretted it. Listening to the voices around him, the vice commander's face revealed a hint of emotion. He then rubbed his reddened eyes and spoke passionately. "Brothers, the Nanhai Revolutionary Army shall not perish. Our commander still lives. As long as the commander breathes, our will shall accompany him eternally." At this juncture, a smile crept upon his lips. After a brief pause, the vice commander continued. "The only regret is that our bodies cannot accompany the commander any longer. But I firmly believe that the spirit of the Nanhai Revolutionary Army shall forever dwell by the commander's side. On the vast seas ahead, the commander alone shall embody an entire army." As these words fell, the remaining revolutionary soldiers fervently shouted in unison. "I, a soldier of the Nanhai Revolutionary Army, willingly face death alongside the vice commander. I, a sergeant of the Nanhai Revolutionary Army, willingly face death alongside the vice commander." Listening to the fervent voices, a tear traced the vice commander's eye. With a soft plop, it fell to the ground, moistening a small corner. Without a moment's hesitation, the vice commander tightened his grip on his weapon and declared loudly, "I, the vice commander of the Nanhai Revolutionary Army, am willing to face death with you all." With his words, the battle-worn vice commander charged toward Xing, who stood nearby. In his advance, his devil fruit powers activated, transforming him into a fearsome tiger. Behind him, a chorus of revolutionary soldiers echoed their cries. Observing the scene before him, Xing's lips curled into a faint smile. He then murmured to himself, "One extraordinary group of individuals." The current tableau involuntarily reminded him of the moments when they overthrew the colossal kingdom. How strikingly similar it is. While he spoke, his pupils narrowed slightly, and he promptly closed his mouth. In an instant, his expression turned bloodthirsty. Gazing at the gathered crowd, he coldly remarked, "Then you shall not be spared. It seems the annihilation of the Revolutionary Army must take precedence. This latent threat must not persist." With this declaration, Xing swung his cursed blade once more. This time, he showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Simultaneously, a deep purple phantom wielded its own blade, sending waves of slashing attacks toward the front. Under such a barrage of firepower, none could withstand. In an instant, the remaining revolutionary soldiers fell one after another. The vice commander, charging at the forefront, adeptly maneuvered to reach Xing. However, he was not unscathed. On the contrary, to reach Xing quicker, he braced himself against a fierce slash. This strike tore through his beastly form, leaving a gaping wound. Yet, despite the pain, the vice commander persisted, fueled by sheer will. Without hesitation, he transformed into his beastly form. He then extended a fist cloaked in armed haki, launching a heavy attack toward Xing. Noticing his movement, Xing merely shook his head and evaded the strike. To him, the vice commander's actions appeared somewhat sluggish. Thus, he effortlessly dodged the assault. With a missed strike, the vice commander relentlessly swung his fists, glowing with an ominous black light. His fists danced with vigor, yet not a single hair was touched. Gradually, his movement slowed, culminating in a complete halt. Due to his severe injuries, the vice commander's body could no longer return to its normal state. With his demise, the collective fall of the Revolutionary Army was announced. After a prolonged silence, the base fell into utter tranquility. All members of the Revolutionary Army lay in pools of their own blood, with none surviving. Xing stood silently, surveying the surroundings. He then sighed, "Alas, the leader of the Nanhai Revolutionary Army is not present. You had better hide well. Should I discover you, your demise will be most gruesome." As he spoke, Xing leisurely strode toward the base's exit. Having resolved matters here, he had no intention of lingering. After all, his mission encompassed more than just the Nanhai Revolutionary Army. It also included the Shihai and Beihai. As the Nanhai Revolutionary Army met its end, far aboard ship, Lindbergh suddenly crouched down. He clutched his chest, a look of confusion crossing his face as he murmured, it hurts too much. Why does my heart ache so?" Tears flowed unbidden down Lindbergh's cheeks. They trickled gently down his face, splattering onto the ship's deck with a soft sound. After a while, Lindbergh rose from the deck. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and gazed toward the distant horizon. After watching for a long time, he withdrew his gaze. Then, in a heavy tone, he murmured, "Homeland, I am returning soon. Let me investigate the source of this pain." As he spoke, the ship beneath him suddenly accelerated, racing toward the distance. Following the guidance in his hand, Lindbergh slowly navigated toward his homeland. Moments later, he successfully arrived at the site of his homeland. However, what greeted him was an expanse of sea. Observing the scene before him, Lindbergh scratched his head in confusion. But soon, his pupils narrowed, focusing on a prominent area. Without hesitation, he steered the ship toward it. Before long, he reached the highlighted spot. Lindbergh took a swift step forward and knelt down, tracing the markings on the ground. Gazing at the still fresh bloodstains and the intersecting slashes, he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. The scenes he envisioned grew increasingly vivid. He finally comprehended why this place was a sea. Gradually, tears streamed down his face unbidden. Then, Lindbergh clutched his chest tightly. His crimson eyes darted around as he cried out hoarsely, it hurts too much. Forever losing my love, the world lies in ruins. In the vast expanse of the ocean, I find myself engulfed in an endless lament. Amidst the cries, a thick shroud of darkness suddenly envelopes Lindbergh's entire being. The tumultuous events of his homeland awaken a dormant power within him. Thus, an ever-increasing force converges within his body. Lindbergh senses his growing strength, and, in pain, closes his eyes. Soon, his hoarse voice echoes across the desolate sea. The homeland is no more, leaving me to linger alone. Is this the price of becoming stronger? Wait for me, my dearest mayor. Your departure has taken away the former Lindbergh, and henceforth, the avenger of my homeland shall emerge. In an instant, all that remains in this place are fragments of black mist and the cries of Lindbergh within it. However, the overwhelming power proves too much for his body to bear. After his outcry, he succumbs to unconsciousness. With a resounding thud, he collapses to the ground. The surrounding black mist gradually merges into his body, disappearing from sight. As dusk descends, the sky turns to night. The waves of the ocean intermittently crash against the exposed shore. Feeling the chill enveloping him, Lindbergh cannot help but shudder. Slowly regaining consciousness, he opens his eyes, gazing at the azure sky above. After a moment, he collects himself and clenches his fists tightly. He struggles to rise from the ground, without a hint of hesitation, gritting his teeth as he approaches the vessel docked nearby. The ship begins to depart slowly. Just before leaving, Lindbergh turns his head to survey the area behind him. This time, he observes every detail with utmost seriousness. After a long while, a bittersweet smile graces his lips. A fresh breeze sweeps across the sea, stirring the edges of Lindbergh's attire and tugging at his heartstrings. His hoarse voice carries on the wind, drifting into the distance. I shall fight for the land of my birth. Await my return, Mayor. As his words fade, the vessel beneath him suddenly accelerates. He has devised a preliminary plan for the future. Yet the primary concern is that he must locate his subordinates. For alone, he cannot uncover any leads. With this thought, the ship alters its course, heading towards Gigi Island, where his companions await his arrival. Thus, Lindbergh embarks once more on his journey. Regrettably, events do not unfold as he had envisioned. Upon returning to Gigi Island, he finds that Xing has already departed with the battleship. His intended destination is the Western Sea. Gazing at the distant horizon, a sense of nostalgia washes over Xing, and he softly murmurs, "One of the four seas has been cleared. Let us now venture into the Western Sea. I must witness what O'Hara has become under the Demon Slayer order." With that, he clutches the cursed blade in his arms and takes a seat upon the battleship's deck. After a pause, he extends his right hand, retrieving a den mushi from his white robe. Without hesitation, he dials the number. as the familiar tone rings. The Den Den Mushi is answered. Soon, a somewhat stern voice inquires, to what stage have we progressed in the 4Cs? Our time is critically limited, and this information cannot remain concealed for long. Therefore, you must expedite all matters. Listening to the voice, he grips the cursed blade tightly and responds in a deep tone. I have just concluded dealings with the Revolutionary Army in the South Sea. I understand your concerns. I will accelerate my efforts henceforth. I have recognized the Revolutionary Army's distinct nature. They must be prioritized. His reply momentarily stuns Jin Xing on the other end, as this notion had never crossed his mind. To him, the Revolutionary Army has always been a feeble and easily crushed faction. After a brief silence, Jin Xing furrows his brow and, with uncertainty, asks, "Can you provide me with a reason? After all, the Revolutionary Army has never been regarded highly by us." Upon hearing this, Guangxing tightens his grip on the cursed blade. He gazes out at the distant horizon, and after a prolonged pause, he speaks in a calm tone. The Revolutionary Army has defied human nature, much like our former selves. As these words reach Jin Xing's ears, his pupils constrict slightly, and his demeanor grows grave. After a moment, he states in a low voice, "I understand. The Revolutionary Army must not be allowed to persist. To expedite your progress, I shall transfer all personnel stationed at Mariehua to your aid. Now, please inform me of your next destination." Without hesitation, Guangxing adjusts his glasses and replies with serene composure, "Have them meet me at O'Hara in the Western Sea. I need to ascertain whether the cleanup there has been thoroughly executed. After all, some secrets cannot be eradicated simply by obliterating an island." Upon hearing this, Jin Xing immediately comprehends his intent. He responds solemnly, "Very well. The location will be set at O'Hara in the Western Sea. If circumstances allow, bring that item back as well. After all, what is held securely is the safest." After uttering these words, he concludes the call. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Xing turns to the other stars present. After a brief pause, he continues, "The Revolutionary Army in the South Sea has been dealt with. However, a more pressing issue looms before us." Before he can finish, a member of the Wanshur interjects, "He has mobilized, yet nothing has been resolved?" Hearing this, Jin Xing shakes his head. He then speaks rapidly, detailing the entire situation, as being interrupted while speaking vexes him greatly. The crux of the matter lies here. The members of the Revolutionary Army are akin to hidden rats, their tenacity making it impossible for us to eradicate them completely. Moreover, they resemble our former selves. While the earlier statements did not elicit much concern, the final remark caused all present to rise from their seats. They exchanged glances, brows furrowed in thought, fully aware of the gravity of the last statement. Thus, the Grand Palace fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, the Wanshur, leaning on the table, spoke solemnly, "Allow me to join as well. Only in this manner can we minimize the potential danger." As his words fell, the other two promptly expressed their opinions. Observing their eager demeanor, Jinxing extended his right hand to gesture for silence. Instantly, the palace was enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere once more. After a brief pause, he continued, "I understand your sentiments. However, at this juncture, we cannot afford to lose anyone. In comparison, our current location holds greater significance. Even though the likelihood of a surprise attack is minimal, we must adopt a posture of utmost defense." Listening to his words, the others kept their mouths closed, maintaining their silence. They were well aware of this reasoning, and thus refrained from discussing the prospect of leaving the Holy Land, Mary Geos. After a while, Zhuanqing inquired again, "Is it feasible for him to handle the Revolutionary Army alone?" Without any hesitation, Jinxing replied, "Of course, cannot be just him. I intend to dispatch all station personnel here to assist him. As for the Holy Land, we shall remain stationed." Following his statement, the others contemplated briefly before agreeing to this course of action. Thus, the discussion came to a close. Jinxing, feeling somewhat fatigued, returned to his seat. He then waved his hand towards the empty shadows behind him. Simultaneously, his cold voice resonated once more. "Ingwei, you heard the discussion just now, did you not? Go organize the personnel and, under the cover of night, proceed to O'Hara." Upon hearing his command, a figure emerged from the shadows. Subsequently, Ingwei knelt on one knee, responding with a cold demeanor, "Yes, Master Xing. I will ensure the task is completed." As his words faded, his figure gradually vanished back into the shadows. Watching his departure, Jinxing nodded in satisfaction. When the orders were issued, the remaining individuals exchanged glances before exiting the palace, fully aware that jinxing required some solitude for contemplation. Thus, the palace once again fell into a serene silence, the only sound being jinxing's breath. After a while, he extended 2 fingers and rhythmically tapped on the table before him. Gradually, a smile crept upon his lips. He then rose from his seat and left the palace. Within his mind, a detailed plan had already begun to take shape regarding the previous matter. However, he did not intend to disclose this plan to the others. In this vacant palace, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed. Moments later, tranquility returned. Meanwhile, Ingwe, who had departed earlier, had arrived at the assembly point for the station personnel. Due to the nature of his abilities, none detected his presence, allowing him to infiltrate effortlessly. This location was familiar to Ingwe, having visited it on numerous occasions. Without any hindrances, he made his way to the highest commander's office. He would not allow himself to suffer the humiliation of getting lost again. Upon seeing the commander seated at the head of the table, Ingwe revealed himself. The moment he fully materialized, the commander immediately sensed his presence. However, he did not adopt any defensive stance, being well acquainted with Ingwe. After a brief pause, the commander remarked with admiration, "Ingwe, your concealment skills are still remarkable. Had you not revealed yourself, I would have had no inkling of your presence." Hearing this, a faint smile tugged at Ingwe's lips, though it quickly faded, reverting to his usual cold expression. Without hesitation, he stated in an icy tone, "Master Xing has given orders. Mobilize all personnel to accompany me to the West Sea, O'Hara." The commander promptly responded, "Yes, the personnel will assemble immediately." With that, he hurriedly rose from his seat and made his way outside, harboring no doubts about Ingwe's statements. Given Ingwe's unique status as a covert operative for Master Xing, with this understanding, the commander's pace quickened. After a brief interval, under his directive, all personnel gathered together. They stood like silent icebergs, maintaining an absolute stillness, exuding a palpable aura of menace. This was the elite force of the Holy Land, Mary Geos. The remaining station personnel were merely trivial distractions. Soon, Ingwe emerged from the office, adjusting the white mask on his face as he came into view of the crowd. Without any hesitation, his voice, cold and penetrating, echoed, "Master Xing has commanded us. We are to proceed to the West Sea, O'Hara, to address matters concerning the Revolutionary Army. Our actions commence at this very moment." With that, he turned and walked towards the exit. Observing his retreating figure, the commander commanded in a low voice, "Stay close to Lord Ingwe." Thus, the personnel clad in black suits began their large-scale operation. Despite their numbers, each moved with grace, striving to remain silent. Under the cloak of night, they departed from the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Ingwe stood on the deck of the warship, gazing back at the fading silhouette of the Holy Land, remaining silent until it vanished completely from view. At that moment, the commander approached him once more. Listening to the sounds beside him, Ingwe spoke in a calm tone, "Ensure we sail at the fastest speed possible. Master Xing has not afforded us much time. Should we fail in our mission, the consequences, as you are well aware, are dire." Without hesitation, the commander nodded affirmatively. He fully understood the grave repercussions of failure and had no desire to experience them firsthand. His current position was a result of his predecessor's shortcomings. The mere thought of that individual's fate sent a shiver down the commander's spine. He quickly replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Lord Ingwe." With that, he hastily left Ingwe's side, intent on personally overseeing the speed of their voyage. Watching him depart, Ingwe nodded slightly before shifting his gaze away, no longer focusing on him. Bathed in the night's embrace, occasional beams of moonlight scattered upon him. Concurrently, Ingwe's body involuntarily began to change color. Aware of this transformation, he chose not to hinder it. After a while, he lay down on the deck, drifting into a deep slumber. In his dreams, the warship beneath him surged forth at tremendous speed towards the West Sea. After just departing from Commander P, he stood resolutely behind the driver, incessantly urging him onward. Thus, the night passed in a ceaseless stream of chatter from Commander P. It is evident that someone capable of leading the P organization is no mere emotionless killing machine. Much like Stussy from P0, who possesses a unique utility, he too embodies such qualities. Aboard the ship named Guangxing, he stood quietly on the deck, gazing at the distant horizon. Gradually, he closed his eyes, allowing his breath to dissolve into a tranquil rhythm. This was his method of cultivation. When the energy he cultivated each day reached its zenith, the demonic blade in his hand would unleash its utmost power. For many days at sea, he had spent his time in this manner. When he finally opened his eyes again, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. He then retrieved a permanent compass from his bosom. The compass pointed resolutely towards O'Hara. Even though it had been utterly devastated, the compass remained functional. Observing it, a subtle smile graced his lips. After a brief pause, he spoke in a calm tone. O'Hara, I have returned once more. The last time I brought hope. This time, I shall bring destruction. Perhaps this is the cycle unique to the sea. As his words fell, he rose from the ground and approached the railing. Without hesitation, he extended his left hand to grasp the demonic blade, while his right hand also found its way to the hilt. With a resounding clang, the blade was drawn from its sheath. In an instant, a brilliant, deep purple blade of light materialized, striking toward the ocean behind the warship. With a swift motion, the sea was cleaved apart, creating an open passage. In the moment the passage formed, a powerful recoil surged forth. This force propelled the warship forward with tremendous speed. Thus, the vessel's velocity increased dramatically. To minimize travel time, he had no choice but to employ this physical method. By utilizing this technique, he successfully reached the West Sea by the following dawn. Gazing at the permanent compass in his hand, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. After spending some time, he arrived at the desolate island of O'Hara in the West Sea. Observing the barren landscape before him, he nodded slightly. He then disembarked from the warship and ventured deep into O'Hara. As he treaded upon the scorched earth, he walked slowly. After a while, he arrived before a withered tree. Looking at the dark, lifeless trunk, he could not help but lament, all-knowing tree, it has been a long time. Alas, you can no longer hear my whispers. As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards the trunk, touching it inch by inch, his emotions swelling with each contact. Ultimately, all his feelings coalesced into a long sigh. Though he said nothing, it felt as if he had expressed much. After a moment, he regained his composure and continued deeper into the all-knowing tree. He knew that within lay what he sought. Gently pushing aside the rubble, he soon uncovered a passage leading to the basement. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside, accompanied by the creaking of the floor beneath him. His shoes scraped against the surface. Before long, a massive stone tablet came into view. Gazing at it, he murmured to himself, the historical text, you remain here. However, it is time for you to accompany me. With that, he drew the demonic blade from his bosom with his left hand, while his right hand grasped the hilt. In that moment, a deep purple aura emanated from within him. After a brief interval, a deep purple spectral figure materialized behind him, wielding a colossal blade. Without hesitation, he slowly unsheathed the demonic blade. Simultaneously, the deep purple figure drew its own massive weapon. Regarding the historical text, he struck the ground beside it with a powerful swing. He was acutely aware of the solidity of the historical text, knowing it was beyond the reach of his own strength. Thus, he employed a curve technique. With a resounding crash, the deep purple blade struck the earth beside the historical text, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath his feet. The deep purple figure followed suit, unleashing a massive wave of energy that crashed against the land. As the ground shook increasingly, signs of collapse began to emerge. Feeling the tremors beneath him, he did not hesitate, but continued to strike with the demonic blade. Waves of deep purple energy surged forth, relentlessly assaulting the surroundings of the historical text. Gradually, the earth could no longer endure such intense onslaught. In an instant, the ground around the historical text began to fracture inch by inch. Observing the scene before him, he paused his actions. Though the ground had begun to crack, it had not yet reached a catastrophic state. He then took a step back, choosing not to fully extract the historical text just yet. After all, his reinforcements had yet to arrive. If he were to separate it now, he would bear the burden alone. Such physical labor was not something he intended to undertake. With this thought, he sheathed the demonic blade and cradled it in his arms, strolling leisurely. Soon, he murmured in a calm voice, I hope you will not keep me waiting too long. My temper, after all, is not the most forgiving. As his words fell, he exited the vicinity of the all-knowing tree. He returned to his warship, seated on the deck, gazing once more at the distant horizon. After some time, he gradually closed his eyes, immersing himself in the cultivation of the demonic blade. Time flowed on as he practiced. Eventually, he sensed a faint sound of ships navigating the waters. He promptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the horizon. Before long, numerous warships came into view. A subtle smile appeared on his lips at this sight. He then stood up from the deck. Without hesitation, he ambled down from the warship. Observing the scene before him, he spoke in a light, airy tone, You have arrived quite swiftly. It seems that only a few remain at the Holy Land, Mary Geos. As his words lingered, He clutched the demonic blade tightly to his chest. After a brief interlude, several warships successfully reached the shores of O'Hara. Subsequently, the shadow guards aboard the vessels executed a swift leap towards the island. Noticing their actions, the CP commander promptly instructed his subordinates. Act swiftly and ensure you keep pace with Lord Ingwe. As the words fell from his lips, the CP commander swiftly employed the Rokushiki technique known as Soru, arriving beside the shadow guard. Following the gaze of the shadow guard, he soon caught sight of Xing standing not far away. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, "Master Xing, please give your instructions." Simultaneously, the CP personnel behind him also knelt in unison, observing their demeanor. Xing offered a slight nod. After a brief pause, he continued, "Let us proceed. There is an object that requires your transport back to the Navy headquarters. As for you, Shadow Guard, remain by my side for the time being." Upon hearing his command, the CP commander solemnly replied, "Understood, Master Xing." Having uttered this, he rose alongside his subordinates, following closely behind Xing. Meanwhile, the Shadow Guard began to quietly activate his devil fruit powers. In an instant, his figure vanished completely from the sight of the onlookers. Witnessing this, the CP commander felt a pang of envy, for such a formidable power was something he yearned to possess. However, he was acutely aware that with great power comes an equally great cost. With this thought, he dismissed his desire and focused intently on following Xing. Xing tightly clutched the cursed blade in his arms, glancing around once more before taking his leave. After a while, under his guidance, the group arrived at the depths of the Tree of Knowledge. Observing the shattered ground before him, a flicker of doubt crossed the CP commander's eyes. Yet, his well-honed composure forbade him from voicing his concerns, for he lacked the authority to do so. Soon, Xing's calm voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. "I will completely obliterate this place. Your sole task is to transport the historical text before you back to Mariewa. Shadow Guard, you have brought Vegapunk's technology, have you not?" Upon hearing his inquiry, the Shadow Guard's voice emerged from the shadows. "I have, Master Xing. Everything is prepared." Acknowledging the affirmative response with a slight nod, Xing extended his left hand, grasping the cursed blade with his right hand on the hilt. Simultaneously, his voice echoed once more, "Step back. The residual force is beyond your endurance." Just as he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from his being, engulfing every individual present in a chilling sensation. A deep purple apparition began to take shape behind him, its movements mirroring his own as if magnified. Observing this scene, the CP commander swallowed hard, then gestured to his subordinates behind him, commanding, "Withdraw. Do not disturb Master Xing's actions." Thus, the CP personnel collectively retreated. Noticing their repositioning, Xing nodded slightly. Without hesitation, he bent low, preparing for the final accumulation of power. With a clang, the cursed blade was drawn from its sheath. Concurrently, a dazzling, deep purple, slashing aura manifested, striking toward the ground. In tandem, the wave of the deep purple apparition followed suit. Accompanied by a resounding crash, O'Hara endured immense pressure. After the initial strike, Xing unleashed several more slashes. In an instant, the ground could no longer withstand a force. Deep fissures began to traverse the entire island, and, as these cracks emerged, the fractured land began to sink slowly. Observing this, Xing directed his subordinates, "Shadow Guard, bring forth Vegapunk's scientific instrument. The rest of you, come forward to assist in transporting it back to Mariewa." As his words concluded, his followers hurriedly advanced. The hidden Shadow Guard revealed himself, swiftly retrieving a bar-shaped metallic device from his cloak. Not hesitating, he placed the key hanging from his neck into the grooves of the device. Soon, the sound of turning gears filled the air. Moments later, the bar-shaped device transformed into a placement apparatus. The Shadow Guard toyed with the device in his hand before executing Suru, reaching the monumental stone tablet of the historical text. Utilizing Jeppo, he ascended to the top of the stone tablet, standing silently as he contemplated the usage instructions given by Vegapunk. During this reflective moment, the stone tablet began to sink gradually. After a brief interval, the Shadow Guard's furrowed brow relaxed. Then, with swift precision, he affixed the placement apparatus atop the stone tablet. At the instant of his successful installation, the descent of the stone tablet abruptly halted. Realizing this, the Shadow Guard promptly departed from the tablet summit. Without hesitation, he turned to Xing, reporting, "Master Xing, everything has been successfully accomplished." Hearing his words, Xing nodded in satisfaction. As the Shadow Guard's declaration concluded, the CP commander grasped the unfolding situation. After a brief pause, he quickly instructed his subordinates, advance and retrieve the stone tablet of the historical text. Thus, the remaining CP personnel surged forward to the stone tablet. Each individual exerted their strength against the towering monument, only to be taken aback when they discovered its remarkable lightness, easily manageable by a single person. Upon realizing this phenomenon, the CP commander immediately deduced a crucial point. The cause of this occurrence was undoubtedly linked to the device wielded by the Shadow Guard moments ago. However, this matter bore little significance to him. With the important stone tablet now in hand, he turned to Xing, awaiting the next command. Noticing his gaze, Xing slightly raised an eyebrow and flatly instructed, "Let us depart. Your mission is complete. Ensure that it is placed within Mariehua with your own hands." Receiving the new directive, the CP commander wasted no time in responding, "Yes, Master Xing." He vowed to fulfill the task. With his words, he hastily led his subordinates and the historical text stone tablet away from the depths of the Tree of Knowledge. Watching them depart, Xing fell silent for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. Sensing the tremors beneath his feet, he addressed the shadows. "Let us also take our leave. It seems this place is destined to collapse entirely." With that, Xing stepped forward, vacating the spot. Meanwhile, the CP commander had already arrived at the location of the anchored warship. As he approached the vessel, he ascended slowly, followed closely by the other CP personnel. Those carrying the historical text stone tablet also ascended the warship, the weight having lessened, yet its size remained unwieldy. Upon witnessing such a scene, the CP officer was compelled to adopt an alternative navigation method. Thus, several warships that had approached were interconnected to serve as carriers for the stone tablet. Once everything was ensured to proceed smoothly, the CP officer raised his sword and solemnly declared, "Set sail, destination, the holy land of Marijoa." As his words resonated, the warships gradually departed from the shores of O'Hara. When Guangxing arrived at the coastline, he could only catch a glimpse of the ships receding into the distance. Watching their departure, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He then spoke in a calm tone. "It seems that Vegapunk's idea has proven successful. The Ryu Nomi truly has the capacity to affect the historical text inscribed on the stone tablet." Contemplating this, Guangxing retrieved a din mushi from his pocket. After a series of beeping sounds, the call was connected. Soon, a deep voice emerged from the other end. "Has the situation in O'Hara been handled?" Upon hearing this, Guangxing provided an affirmative response. "It has been handled. The historical text belonging to O'Hara is already en route. Vegapunk's concept has received confirmation of success. The experiment he proposed can proceed." Listening to the voice on the line, Jinxing nodded slightly. He then paused, replying in a serious tone, "Understood. I'm clear about this matter." With that, their conversation concluded. Following the end of the call, Guangxing stood quietly on the warship, gazing at the distant horizon. After a while, he softly remarked, "Thus, our next objective is to deal with the Revolutionary Army in the West Sea. Ingwei, the forthcoming navigation task is entrusted to you." After uttering these words, Guangxing seated himself on the deck, resting the demon blade upon his knees. Gradually, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the blade resting atop his lap. Ingwei, having received new orders, stepped out from the shadows of the warship. He extended his right hand, grasping the permanent pointer that lay on the table. Without hesitation, he piloted the warship away from the waters of O'Hara. As for the destination that awaited the ship, Ingwei remained unaware. He merely endeavored to fulfill his duties. Meanwhile, far away in the holy land of Marijoa, Jinxing placed the din mushi upon the table. He then lightly tapped the surface, awaiting the arrival of the remaining members. After a brief moment, the last of the stars gathered. Jinxing raised his head, surveying the surroundings. He then propped his chin upon his hands and spoke in a grave tone. "The purpose of summoning you all here pertains to two matters. First, the historical text of O'Hara is en route. As it approaches Marijoa, you are to intercept it to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Second, Vegapunk's idea has been validated. We can permit him to conduct that experiment, but the selection of required personnel must be even more stringent. This encompasses all that was discussed in this meeting." Upon hearing his words, the assembled stars fell into contemplation. They weighed the pros and cons of these two matters. After a while, they exchanged glances, and no one opposed the decision. Thus, the meeting was unanimously approved. Observing this, Jinxing nodded with satisfaction. He then gradually rose and walked toward the exit. Concurrently, his voice resonated once more in their ears. "I will pay a visit to Vegapunk for a more detailed discussion. As for the historical text matter, I leave it in your capable hands." With his words concluded, he stepped out of the palace with steady strides. Following his departure, the palace fell into a brief silence. After a while, the silence was ultimately broken. Juixing, seated in his chair, spoke in a neutral tone. Since the matters have been determined, we shall await the outcome. The historical text has come full circle, returning here once again. Upon hearing this, Changxing beside him could not help but reflect. Indeed, it feels as though the story has returned to its origin. Yet, one thing is different. We are no longer the same individuals we once were. As his words faded, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the palace once more. Another star, however, remained silent in his place. Nonetheless, as he listened to their discourse, he instinctively nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio's gazes gradually converged on the din mushi resting upon the table. When the din mushi rang once more, it signaled the moment for their departure. Meanwhile, Juixing walked steadily along the path, his destination being Vegapunk's research facility. As the sky dimmed, he successfully arrived at his destination. Without hesitation, Juixing entered the premises. Soon, the cacophony of machinery filled his ears. Hearing this, he furrowed his brow slightly, yet his steps did not falter. Following the route etched in his memory, Juixing made his way into Vegapunk's workshop. With a resounding thud, the door to the workshop slammed shut. Immediately, Vegapunk's attention shifted to Juixing. Noticing the visitor's appearance, he quickly set aside his work and cheerfully remarked, "Xing, you actually came? Is there something you wish to discuss? After all, it has been quite some time since your last visit." In response, Juixing nodded affirmatively. After a brief pause, he spoke in a calm tone. "Your idea has been validated. After our discussion, you may proceed with your experiment. As for the materials required, we shall provide them one by one." Upon receiving this response, a smile graced Vegapunk's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced a sheet of paper from his pocket. Watching as the paper was handed to him, Juixing accepted it into his hands. He then lowered his gaze to examine the contents inscribed upon it. Soon, a list of materials came into view. Seeing this, Juixing placed the paper into his pocket. He then commented in a composed tone, "It seems you were already aware that your idea would indeed be validated. Your reputation for unparalleled wisdom is not without merit." To this, Vegapunk shrugged casually, responding, "Even if I guessed, it is of no consequence. It ultimately depends on whether you will grant me the materials. After all, I cannot procure any of these items myself. To realize all the concepts within my mind, I am entirely reliant on your support." Juixing nodded slightly, acknowledging his viewpoint. He then gradually turned to leave the workshop. With the matters resolved, he had no intention of lingering any longer. Observing Xing's departing figure, Vegapunk returned to his work. Even with approval for the experiment, he was unable to commence, as he still lacked the necessary materials. In this manner, the atmosphere within his studio became once again engulfed in a cacophony of sounds, punctuated by the resonating clinks of gears at work. Upon hearing these noises, Juixing subtly furrowed his brow. Promptly, he hastened his steps towards the outside, for such a clamor was not to his liking. Rather, he relished the tranquility that silence offered. Time slipped away unnoticed. Following the conclusion of the surgical fruit trade, Huang Yuan, accompanied by Cha Tun and Ji Yuan, set sail back to the Navy headquarters. However, their voyage was delayed by inclement weather. Consequently, they had only just arrived in the waters adjacent to the headquarters. Observing the nearby island, Huang Yuan rose from his rocking chair, and a mischievous remark escaped his lips. "Lo and behold, we are nearing the Navy headquarters. Alas, the leisurely days at sea are coming to an end. What a pity. Sigh, it seems Admiral Sengoku will soon be assigning me new tasks." At this juncture, a sudden epiphany struck Huang Yuan, and he emphatically slapped his thigh with his right hand. After a brief pause, he spoke in a light-hearted tone. "How could I forget the most crucial matter? Admiral Sengoku did promise to grant me a raise." As he uttered these words, his gaze turned fervently towards the distant Navy headquarters. Without hesitation, Huang Yuan exclaimed, "Accelerate! I must demonstrate my enthusiasm to Admiral Sengoku." Upon hearing his command, the captain of the vessel felt a vain throb on his forehead, yet he obediently increased the ship's speed. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the cape behind Huang Yuan to flutter. Immersed in the ambience before him, he slowly closed his eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Thus, the warship sped towards the harbor of the Navy headquarters. This swift vessel soon captured the attention of the station soldiers. Without hesitation, they utilized their telescopes to gaze into the distance. In no time, Huang Yuan's figure came into view, followed closely by that of Ji Yuan and Cha Tun aboard the ship. Realizing this, the station soldier hastily set down his telescope and stood up from. He then shouted to his fellow soldiers, "Quickly, move faster." General Huang Yuan, General Cha Tun, and General Ji Yuan have returned together. Upon hearing his call, the soldiers stationed at the harbor rushed forward to await the triumphant return of the three generals. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire Navy headquarters. Even Sengoku, seated in his office, caught wind of this development. He set down his pen and gazed out the window at the scenery. Thus, silence enveloped the office once more as Sengoku patiently awaited the arrival of the three. Meanwhile, the warship continued its approach towards the Navy headquarters. After a brief interval, the vessel successfully docked at the harbor. Huang Yuan stretched luxuriously before disembarking, with Cha Tun and Ji Yuan closely following behind. Before long, Huang Yuan encountered the station soldiers. He nodded slightly and proceeded towards the main building, strolling leisurely along a familiar path, though his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of a salary increase. Cha Tun and Ji Yuan remained oblivious to his musings. The captain of the ship had been assigned a new quarters, yet the old monkey remained by Huang Yuan's side, for he harbored another ambition, to ascertain whether Sengoku's goat was superior or if his old monkey excelled. With this thought in mind, he ambled along the path. After a while, the three arrived at the door of Sengoku's office. Huang Yuan stepped forward and gently knocked on the wooden door. The sound soon attracted Sengoku's attention. Without hesitation, Sengoku's deep voice resonated, "Come in." Upon hearing his words, Huang Yuan entered with Cha Tun and Ji Yuan. Upon their arrival, a faint smile graced Sengoku's lips, and he shifted his gaze to Cha Tun. In a gentle tone, he welcome back to the Navy, Cha Tun." Hearing this, Cha Tun's eyes glistened with moisture. After a moment of silence, he rasped, "Admiral Sengoku, Cha Tun reporting for duty." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and saluted with precision. Observing Cha Tun's demeanor, Sengoku stepped forward and patted his shoulder, speaking soothingly, "No need for such formalities. It is sufficient that you have returned. This time, I shall grant you a brief leave to recuperate." Cha Tun nodded gravely, refraining from protest, fully aware of the turmoil within his heart. Consequently, he accepted the leave without objection. After confirming this matter, Sengoku glanced at the trio, fixating his gaze on Huang Yuan. He then calmly instructed, "Huang Yuan, please elaborate on the matters discussed via the Den Mushi. Should there be anything you are unaware of, allow Ji Yuan to provide additional insights." Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile spread across Huang Yuan's face, his eyes narrowing into mere slits. After a brief pause, he replied, "Ho ho ho, I shall report in detail. However, could we first discuss my salary increase?" As he finished speaking, a line of annoyance appeared on Sengoku's forehead. He shrugged his shoulders with an air of resignation, stating, "The salary increase. Very well, let me ponder. Later you may visit the finance office and inform the soldiers inside to give you a 2% raise." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, and the previously narrow slit vanished entirely. With the news of his salary increase, his smile broadened considerably. Without further hesitation, he commenced his report. "Admiral Sengoku, to summarize this transaction in one phrase, it went exceedingly well. However, we may be facing an additional adversary, the Bloodhand Butcher, who was taken by the fallen angel." Sengoku leaned on the desk, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, he returned to the present, speaking without hesitation in a calm tone. "As for this matter, that will be a concern for the future. We must first address the present situation." Upon receiving this response, Huang Yuan exhibited no surprise. He had long anticipated the intentions of the Warring States general. Contemplating this, Warring States cast a glance at Chiyuan and gently inquired once more, "Chiyuan, can you fathom Count Dracula's purpose in seeking an audience with you? After all, he specifically requested to meet you." Upon hearing his words, Chiyuan furrowed her brows in thought for a moment. Shortly thereafter, she shook her head and replied directly, "I cannot discern his intentions. Aside from the transaction regarding the surgical fruit, we had no further conversation." Warring States, somewhat disappointed, shook his head. Clearly, this was not the answer he desired. He then spoke in a gentle tone, "In that case, you may retire to rest." As his words fell, the three intended to depart. Just as they turned, Warring States' voice once again resonated in their ears. "Chiyuan, Xiaohei is waiting for you in the office." At this statement, Chiyuan paused slightly but quickly regained her composure. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly responded, "Understood, General Warring States, I will go to Sister Hei." With her words, she elegantly moved her long, graceful legs and exited through the office door. Cha Tun silently followed in her wake. Yet this time, he had long since lost the initial enthusiasm he once possessed. Observing their silhouettes, a faint smile graced Warring State's lips, though a shadow of concern lingered upon his brow. After a brief moment, he let out a long sigh. But soon, Warring States sensed something amiss. He turned his head and scanned the surroundings, his gaze resting on a figure not far off. Seeing the returning Kizaru, Warring States inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Kizaru, why have you returned?" Feeling the intensity of Warring States' gaze, Kizaru smirked and replied, "Yo, haha, General. I actually have a small request." Without a moment's hesitation, Warring States shook his head in refusal. "If you still wish for a raise, do not even think about it. Your salary is already the highest in the Navy headquarters. I have no funds to increase it further." Watching the serious expression on Warring States' face, Kizaru's lips twitched. After a moment, he spoke softly, "Don't think so negatively. It's not about a salary increase. However, I had no idea my salary was this high. Quite unexpected." Upon hearing this, Warring States maintained a stern visage, signaling Kizaru to get to the point. Without hesitation, Kizaru's eyes darted around, soon landing on the goat beside the desk. His fiery gaze sent a shiver through the creature, prompting it to inch closer to Warring States. Observing this, Warring States felt a tinge of confusion, about to inquire further. Yet, Kizaru was quicker, stating first, "Yoha, General Warring States, how about we have your goat battle my old monkey? I wish to see which of them is stronger." As his words fell, the old monkey shivered, hastily glancing in the direction Kizaru pointed. Soon, the goat beside Warring States came into view. Upon seeing the goat, the old monkey grinned broadly and then turned to Kizaru, nodding affirmatively while putting on a playful expression. At this moment, Warring States shifted his attention to the old monkey. As he observed, the old monkey gradually ceased its provocative gestures, retreating to Kizaru's side. With its keen intuition, it understood that the man before it was not to be trifled with. Witnessing the old monkey's cautious demeanor, Kizaru couldn't help but smile faintly. He then looked towards Warring States, awaiting his response. After a prolonged silence, Warring States parted his lips, exclaiming irritably, "You rascal, get out of here at once. I cannot consent to this request." Seeing Warring States' irritable demeanor, Kizaru shrugged in disappointment. He then softly replied, "If you refuse, then it's settled. I shall seek out Akiji for a match. He will certainly acquiesce." As he spoke, he turned to leave the premises. With Kizaru's departure, tranquility once again enveloped the office. After a moment of silence, Warring States slowly lowered his gaze to the goat beside him. He then extended his right hand to stroke the goat's head, reflecting, "You are still so ill-suited for battle. But no matter, please help me consume this document." As he spoke, Warring States used his other hand to pick up the document from the desk and offered it to the goat. With a sound of crunching, the document gradually vanished, and the chewing goat let out a compliant bleat. Subsequently, Warring States turned his gaze to the scenery outside the window. Meanwhile, Kizaru, accompanied by the old monkey, leisurely exited the Navy headquarters building. A gentle breeze swept by, rustling the Navy cloak draped behind Kizaru. Relishing the coolness, he stretched comfortably and murmured, "Let us go. I will introduce you to Akiji's penguin. Yo, he certainly won't refuse my request." With that, Kizaru ambled leisurely toward Akiji's residence, the old monkey closely trailing behind. It eagerly anticipated the forthcoming duel, for it believed that such an endeavor might enhance its own prowess. This, too, was one of its aspirations, as it often envisioned itself as the king of monkeys upon the vast seas. Thus, Kizaru led the way, arriving at Akiji's abode. Approaching the door, he stepped forward and gently knocked. The rhythmic sound echoed, yet no response came from within. However, Kizaru did not relent. Instead, he continued to extend his right hand. Knocking once more, he intended to persist until a reply was forthcoming. After a while, a sound finally emanated from within. Accompanied by a creak, the door swung open, revealing Akiji's languid visage and tousled hair. As he opened the door, Akiji lazily pushed his mask up onto his messy hair, and a languorous voice drifted from his lips. What brings you here? Please do not disturb my slumber, Kizaru." Hearing that familiar voice, Kizaru's lips curled into a faint smile. He then raised an eyebrow and cheerfully replied, "Yo, don't say that, Akiji. I came to see you the moment I returned. Did you see the old monkey beside me? I wish to test its strength." Upon receiving such a response, Qingji let out a long yawn. He then slowly lowered his gaze to the old monkey. Without any hesitation, he quietly remarked, "Why seek me to test its prowess? This matter seems beyond my assistance." Just as he spoke, Qingji began to turn away, intending to return to his room. However, before he could act, Huang Yuan's movements were swifter. He immediately extended his right hand, draping it over Qingji's shoulder, and with a playful grin exclaimed, "Yo haha, how could that be? In the entire Navy headquarters. You alone can assist me in this endeavor." Hearing his words, Qingji scratched his tousled hair, somewhat perplexed, and replied, "Me? How could I help you? You'd best hurry and explain, or I shall return to sleep." Observing Qingji's demeanor, Huang Yuan recognized that he had succeeded. Without further ado, he spoke, "Yo haha, Qingji, didn't you recently bring back a penguin? I wish to have them compete to see which is stronger." Qingji's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had never anticipated that Huang Yuan's intention was this. Contemplating this, Qingji slowly lowered his head and glanced at the old monkey once more. After a moment, a faint smile graced his lips. He then lazily nodded and said, "I can agree to this. However, how shall we select their battleground?" Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan frowned in contemplation. He had been so focused on the battle that he had overlooked this critical detail. After all, one excels in water while the other does not. With this thought, Huang Yuan instinctively gazed toward the distant sky, lost in quiet reflection. Qingji, noticing his pensive state, shrugged and refrained from interrupting. After a while, Huang Yuan returned to the present. He turned to Qingji and declared, "I have an idea. The duel shall consist of two parts, one in the water and the other on land. What do you think? It seems quite fair, does it not?" Hearing his proposal, Qingji nodded in agreement. However, after a moment's thought, he added, "Since it's a competition, we ought to introduce some stakes. Otherwise, it would be rather dull." Witnessing Qingji's eagerness to add a wager, Huang Yuan's smile widened. He was well aware of the old monkey's capabilities. Thus, without hesitation, Huang Yuan consented to this notion and stated, "The loser shall undertake a task for the victor." How does that sound, Qingji? A splendid proposition, is it not? Upon hearing this wager, Qingji's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He then nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the two's bet was officially set in motion. As the wager commenced, Huang Yuan inquired, "Qingji, where's your penguin? Let us begin now, and we can rest once the duel concludes." Without a moment's hesitation, Qingji scratched his tousled hair and replied lazily, "Ah, wait a moment. I shall fetch a jacket." With a resounding thud, the door was shut once more. Soon, sounds of rustling emerged from within. After some time, Qingji re-emerged from the room. Dusting off his jacket and speaking in a neutral tone, "Let us go. I will take you to find it." With those words, Qingji promptly set off toward the distance. Observing this, Huang Yuan and the old monkey closely followed in his wake. Thus, the two admirals strolled leisurely through the Navy headquarters, accompanied by the old monkey. This unusual trio successfully captured the attention of many station soldiers. However, they merely stood quietly, watching, not daring to intervene. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who had been gazing out the window, also took note of Huang Yuan and Qingji's figures. Understanding the situation, he sighed, a line of frustration forming on his forehead, and lamented, "Can there not be some semblance of normalcy within the Navy headquarters? I cannot endure this any longer." As he uttered this, the atmosphere in the office returned to silence. Yet, this tranquility was soon disrupted by a bleating sound. With a final munch, the goat finished its last document. Hearing the noise, Sengoku looked down and a gentle smile spread across his face. He extended his right hand to stroke its head, speaking softly, "Old friend, you remain the best." Perhaps it was only in the company of the goat that he revealed his truest thoughts. However, Huang Yuan and Qingji remained oblivious to this. Under Qingji's guidance, they quickly arrived at a secluded port within the Navy headquarters. Without hesitation, Qingji called out, "Leto, come out for a moment. I require your assistance." As his words rang out, bubbles began to rise from the sea surface. Soon, a penguin, adorned with a backpack and panting, slowly emerged from the water. With a splash, the penguin waddled onto the shore, swaying unsteadily as it approached Qingji. Noticing its gaze, Qingji scratched his tousled hair and gently spoke, I apologize for interrupting your rest. However, I have found you an opponent. It is a perfect opportunity to gauge your recent progress." Upon hearing this, Luotawa pondered for a moment before clumsily nodding its head. Observing this, a faint smile appeared on Qingji's lips. Without hesitation, he turned to Huang Yuan and softly said, "Their duel may officially commence now. Do you have anything to add?" After a brief moment of consideration, Huang Yuan casually shrugged and promptly responded, "Let be as it is. I am too weary to ponder further. The sooner we begin and conclude, the sooner I can return to rest. After all, this outing has left me quite fatigued." With those words, the duel between the old monkey and the penguin was hastily settled. Thus, the confrontation began. However, The only spectators for this duel were Huang Yuan and Qingji. Time flowed quietly amidst their battle. Meanwhile, the ship, Hades, sailing across the sea, returned once more to the waters of Impel Down. Gazing at the distant dark silhouette of Impel Down, Dracula slowly rose from his seat. He then extended his right hand, resting it on the ship's railing, and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "We have returned here once more. The ship of the fallen angels is set to sail again." Unbeknownst to him, Enel had appeared beside Dracula, crossing his bare arms in agreement. "Ah, how delightful it is, my esteemed leader, for I have been eagerly anticipating this moment. As we advance into the city, is there anything else you require of me?" Listening to the sounds around him, Degula fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, a calm voice emerged from his lips. "There is nothing pressing at the moment. If you wish to pursue something, feel free to do so. I grant you a brief respite. However, the training of Team Fallen Angels must not cease for even a moment." Upon receiving such a response, a radiant smile graced Ainalu's face. Without the slightest hesitation, he beamed and replied, "Ah, rest assured, my leader. I shall fulfill my duties diligently. Since there are no tasks at hand, I shall take my leave." With his words, Ainalu immediately activated the powers of his rumble fruit. Accompanied by a crackling sound, he transformed into lightning. In an instant, blue sparks danced around his form. Almost in the blink of an eye, Ainalu vanished from the sight of those gathered. Without any doubt, he soared towards the distant advanced city, his speed rendering him a mere afterimage. Observing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Degula's mouth. After a moment, he slowly withdrew his gaze. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, tousling the strands of hair on his forehead and dispersing his words. Ainalu, his temperament remains as impatient as ever. As the breeze faded, Degula's speech came to an abrupt end. Just then, Babwa emerged from the command room behind him. Habitually surveying his surroundings, he noticed the absence of Ainalu. Curiously, Babwa inquired, "My leader, why do I not see Ainalu? He just mentioned assisting me. Yet now he seems to have vanished." Hearing his words, Degula turned, leaning against the pillar of the warship. After a moment of silence, a calm voice escaped his lips. "Ainalu, he just departed. He must have forgotten about you." While speaking, Degula extended his right hand, gesturing towards the direction of Advanced City. Following his leader's motion, Babwa turned to look. However, all he beheld was the lingering blue light in the air. Realizing the implication of Degula's words, Babwa sighed and patted his round belly in resignation. After a brief period, he slowly retracted his gaze, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Indeed, how could such an important matter have slipped his mind? Does he think the bear is so easily trifled with? I shall seek him out to discuss this." Upon hearing this, a faint smile played upon Degula's lips. He nodded slightly, replying with a calm demeanor, "Very well. I shall bear witness to this matter." With that, Degula turned his gaze away and walked towards the rocking chair on the deck. Unable to locate Ainalu, Babwa had no choice but to return to the command room, for there were still matters regarding the final voyage of the underworld warship that required his attention. Thus, under Babwa's guidance, the warship gradually sailed towards Advanced City. Meanwhile, Ainalu, who had departed earlier, had already entered the city. As for the promise made to Babwa, it had long slipped from his mind. Strolling leisurely through Advanced City, Ainalu soon encountered the patrolling fallen angel soldiers. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and commanded, "Hasten to the gates of Advanced City to welcome Lord Degula." As he spoke, Ainalu produced a pitch-black token from within his garments. The moment the soldiers beheld the token, their expressions instantly turned serious. They promptly rushed towards the gates. For them, welcoming Degula was indeed a matter of great significance. Watching them depart, Ainalu stowed the token away once more. He then placed his hands behind his head and sauntered away at a leisurely pace. Thanks to Ainalu's reminder, the soldiers swiftly arrived at the gates of Advanced City. Without delay, they began to gradually open the massive gates, accompanied by a thunderous rumble. The gates emitted a heavy sound. After a brief period, the gates stood fully ajar. The fallen angel soldiers then assembled in formation, awaiting Degula's arrival. As the gates creaked, Degula sensed something amiss. He turned his gaze towards the distance, soon spotting the neatly arranged soldiers. A subtle smile graced Degula's lips upon witnessing this scene. He rose and approached the edge of the warship. His calm voice then reached Babwa's ears. "Increase the speed. I am eager to meet my beloved subordinates." Hearing his leader's words, Babwa nodded steadily. Without uttering a single word, he swiftly extended his right hand to pull a control lever. As he spoke, the underworld warship surged forward, swiftly closing the gap between it and Advanced City. In a matter of moments, under Beibo's precise control, the underworld warship came to a steady halt before the city. Observing this, Digo executed a swift movement and disembarked from the warship. With graceful strides, he entered the open gates of Advanced City. As his footsteps echoed, the soldiers stationed on either side stood tall, soon recognizing Digo-La's presence. Instantly, a myriad of expressions adorned their faces, yet they shared a common sentiment. In their eyes, fervor and enthusiasm radiated brightly. Acknowledging their gazes, Digo-La nodded slightly. Then, with a gentle smile, he spoke warmly. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. The journey of the fallen angels is about to commence. Prepare yourselves. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of each soldier sparkled with brilliance. They then chorused, "Victory! Victory! Long live the fallen angels!" Following their exclamation, the soldiers' excitement gradually subsided. Observing their demeanor, Digo-La waved his hand, signaling for them to disperse. As the crowd dispersed, Beibo also descended slowly from the warship. He strolled to Digo-La's side, expressing a hint of nostalgia. "My leader, these soldiers are truly vibrant." Acknowledging Beibo's sentiment, "Degula nadi de fermetibli." He then replied with conviction, "Indeed, they are pure-hearted individuals. Just wait, I shall lead them to the pinnacle of success." With those words, Digo-La continued walking slowly into the depths of the city, while Beibo closely followed in his wake. He held unwavering faith in the recent declaration. Thus, the two made their way back to the office together. As he gazed upon the familiar scene before him, a faint smile graced the countenance of Digo-La. With practiced ease, he picked up a newspaper from the table and began to peruse it. After a considerable time had passed, Digo-La had thoroughly examined the fresh edition. Turning his head towards Beibo beside him, he spoke softly, "Let us proceed to observe the progress of Caesar's experiment. I have several prized devil fruits that I hold in high regard within the city." Upon hearing his leader's words, Beibo nodded steadily and rose from his seat. Though a hint of bitterness lingered on his face. "I have only just settled in," he thought. "However, since it is the boss's request, there is little to be done." Observing his expression, Digo-La stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Beibo's shoulder. In a light-hearted tone, he remarked, "Do not be so disheartened, Beibo. Shortly, I shall grant you a brief respite." At this, Beibo's ears perked up and a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Without hesitation, he patted his round belly and exclaimed, "Boss, let's set off at once." With his words, Digo-La took the lead, and together they exited the office, making their way to Caesar's laboratory. Upon reaching the ajar door, Digo-La elegantly stepped inside, his shoes generating a soft sound as they brushed against the floor. The gentle noise quickly captured the attention of those within the lab. Caesar, positioned at the forefront, paused his work and turned to face the entrance. Soon, the figures of Digo-La and Beibo came into view, prompting Caesar to lower his guard and greet them with a cheerful smile. "Ah, boss, it has been quite some time, and of course Beibo as well. How did the recent transaction fare?" In response to his inquiry, Digo-La slowly extended his right hand, a wave of spatial energy emanating from his palm. The intensity of the spatial fluctuation escalated until, at its peak, a heart-shaped devil fruit materialized in his grasp. Upon witnessing this, Caesar erupted into laughter. "Ah, boss, it appears your plan has been remarkably successful. However, I presume you wish to inquire about the progress of the deprivation experiment?" Without a moment's hesitation, Digo-La nodded affirmatively, urging him to continue. Following this cue, Caesar turned to retrieve the notes from the experiment table and, after briefly organizing his thoughts, reported, "Boss, the deprivation experiment has been successful to a certain extent. However, there is one issue that hinders its ultimate progress." Upon hearing this, Digo-La pondered for a moment before inquiring directly, "What technical difficulties does the experiment face?" Without any hesitation, Caesar opened his notebook, the rustling of pages echoing in the air. Digo-La remained silent, patiently awaiting the final answer. After a prolonged search, Caesar finally ceased his flipping of pages and handed the notebook to Digo-La. Without delay, Digo-La accepted it and lowered his gaze to read. As he skimmed through the lines, he discerned the issues plaguing the deprivation experiment. Once he finished, he closed the notebook and returned it to Caesar. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "I now understand the problems associated with the deprivation experiment. The next course of action is to gather various types of fruits." Upon hearing this, Caesar nodded in agreement. He then gestured lightly to his assistants behind him, prompting them to spring into action. Observing their movements, Digo-La felt a pang of confusion. Before he could voice his inquiry, an increasing number of fruits began to appear on the table. Even without an explanation from Caesar, he understood the rationale behind it. After a considerable time had passed, all the fruits were arranged upon the table. Caesar then pointed to the collection and softly explained, "Boss, these are all the fruits I have recently found. While the quantity appears substantial, most are duplicates. This implies that many of these fruits cannot transform into devil fruits. Therefore, if the devil within the consumer does not attach to the fruit, it will simply vanish." Listening to his explanation, Doflamingo nodded lightly. He then extended his right hand, gently tapping the table before him. With a series of rhythmic knocks, he fell into a moment of deep thought. After a while, he lifted his head and softly stated, "Since the collection of fruits has reached a temporary impasse, you need not concern yourself with this matter for now. I have a new task to assign to you. Bei-Bo, release that pirate." As he spoke, he took a step to the left, allowing Bei-Bo to step forward. Upon hearing his leader's command, Bei-Bo nodded calmly and advanced to a more open position in the center. Without hesitation, he began to channel his distortion powers, causing spatial fluctuations to erupt. Moments later, ripples appeared in the space before him, and an unkempt pirate materialized within the group's view. As the pirate emerged, Caesar scrutinized him closely, recognizing that this new arrival might very well be the target of his upcoming assignment. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's gentle voice once again reached Caesar's ears. "I find myself intrigued by the devil fruit possessed by this pirate. If possible, it would be preferable to extract the abilities of this fruit. As for the pirate's fate, I remain indifferent." Upon hearing this, Caesar comprehended his task. Without a moment's hesitation, a smile spread across his face. He then tucked his hands into the pockets of his lab coat and cheerfully replied, "Ah, I understand the assignment. I shall do my utmost to ensure the experiment's success." As he finished speaking, Caesar ambled over to the pirate, crouching down to observe the man before him closely. Time passed as he maintained this posture, studying the pirate intently. After a while, Caesar pointed at the unconscious pirate and inquired softly, "Boss, may I inquire about his abilities?" Knowing in advance would allow for ample preparation. Upon hearing his question, Doflamingo took a moment to gather his thoughts. Suddenly, mundane words flowed from his lips. "Ability? It seems to have some connection with blood and sacrifices. He could draw a circle beneath his feet using his own blood. Within the circle, he possessed immense power. Outside of it, he was merely a novice." Listening intently to his superior's explanation, Caesar's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. Once the exposition concluded, he licked his lips and exclaimed, "This devil fruit power is indeed fascinating. Is it related to demon sacrifices? Precisely what I wish to study." At this juncture, Caesar turned his gaze earnestly towards Dracula. He then assuredly stated, "Rest assured, boss. I will take care of this matter, and I will surely deliver a satisfactory outcome." Upon hearing his assurance, Dracula nodded gently. He held great trust in Caesar's words, for every experimental endeavor had greatly benefited from Caesar's assistance. With the matter resolved, Dracula prepared to leave. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and strode towards the laboratory exit. Observing this, Bei-Bo quickened his pace to closely follow behind. Just as the two were about to cross the threshold, Dracula's voice once again reached Caesar's ears. "There is no rush with this matter. Take some time to rest well. When one is perpetually fatigued, their thoughts can easily become muddled, hindering the progress of your experiments." With that, Dracula exited the laboratory. Hearing his words, Caesar momentarily paused, but quickly regained his composure. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he surveyed his surroundings, taking note of his assistant's expressions. Without hesitation, Caesar playfully declared, "Listen up, everyone. The holiday has officially begun. Leave this place and take the time to relax." At his words, the assistants erupted with joy. They promptly set down their work and dashed out of the laboratory. Having been in a state of tension for so long, they were eager for a break, and this opportunity had finally arrived. Watching their departing figures, Caesar shook his head slightly before leaning against the experiment table. Once everyone had vanished from sight, he sighed, "Boss, though outsiders view you as a demon in my eyes, you are the gentlest of men." As his words faded, the laboratory returned to a tranquil ambience, leaving behind only the faint sound of Caesar's breathing. After a moment, he slowly withdrew his gaze, picking up the notebook from the table and quietly perusing its contents. For Caesar, continuous observation was the only way to uncover the deficiencies within. Meanwhile, the pirate lying on the ground remained motionless, showing no signs of awakening, for Dracula's previous blow had been excessively powerful. Strolling down the corridor, Dracula softly remarked, "Let's go see what Inaru is up to." Aren't you seeking to settle the score with him? I shall bear witness. With those words, a subtle smile graced his lips as he glanced at Beepo. Noticing his superior's gaze, Beepo patted his round belly and cheerfully replied, "Sure thing, boss. I want him to know that Kuma is not so easily deceived." Hearing this, Dracula nodded lightly and led him to their new destination. Thus, the two made their way to Inaru's quarters. Without any hesitation, Dracula extended his right hand and slowly opened the door. The creaking sound quickly captured Inaru's attention. He opened his tightly shut eyes and withdrew his hands from behind his head. Then, reclining in his rocking chair, he looked towards the entrance. Soon, Dracula and Beepo's figures came into view. Upon seeing them, Inaru quickly rose from his seat, looking at Dracula with a hint of confusion. "Boss, what brings you here?" "I just started my holiday." In response, Dracula shrugged casually and said, "I have no specific business with you, but Beepo here has something to discuss." Upon hearing this, a grin appeared on Inaru's face. "Ah, I see. I thought it was something important." After saying this, he turned his head to address Beepo. "Beepo, if you need something, feel free to ask. I won't hesitate to help you, considering our bond is quite strong." Hearing this, Beepo's lips twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. After a brief silence, Beepo spoke up with a clear voice. "Do you remember the promise you made to me?" Inaru was momentarily taken aback by the question. He furrowed his brow, straining to recall the matter. Time passed slowly, yet Inaru still had no recollection of what Beepo referred to. Gradually, his frown deepened. After a while, he helplessly inquired, "What matter?" "I don't remember." Observing Inaru's expression, Beepo firmly patted his shoulder and said in a somewhat stiff tone, "No way. You really forgot? On the Pluton battleship, you promised to recharge it. Yet, you ran off alone." As he spoke, Beepo's grip on Inaru's shoulder tightened. "Do you know how I managed to command the battleship to arrive here? After the energy was depleted, I had to generate electricity by rubbing my palms together." Without hesitation, Beepo extended his hands, fully displaying them for Inaru to see. Soon, Inaru noticed the hairless palms. A slight smile crossed his lips as he realized just how arduous that process must have been. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Inaru scratched his head and sincerely apologized. "I truly apologize. Beepo, I cannot believe I forgot such an important matter. Rest assured, this will never happen again." Hearing his heartfelt apology, Beepo's anger subsided considerably. After all, he understood that Inaru did not intend to forget. However, that was not his primary aim. After a moment of silence, he directly stated, "Inaru, I forgive you for this matter. However, you must engage in a battle with me, so that our leader can witness my recent progress." Upon hearing the challenge, Inalu did not hesitate for a moment and readily accepted. After all, combat is an intriguing endeavor for Inalu. He is acutely aware that only through continuous fighting can one achieve growth. Since the awakening of his sound thunder fruit, he has yet to engage in a serious battle. This moment presents a perfect opportunity. With this thought in mind, Inalu slowly turned his gaze toward the distant Dracula. He then expressed his anticipation. "Boss, how about you bear witness to our fight? It feels lacking without an audience." Hearing his words, a faint smile graced Dracula's lips. Without any hesitation, he nodded in agreement. The primary reason he chose to accompany them was indeed for this battle. Thus, he readily acceded to Inalu's request. Noticing his leader's response, Inalu grinned and said, "Ah, having the boss as a witness truly invigorates me. Beibwa, I sincerely apologize for that matter, but I shall show no mercy." In response, Beibwa puffed out his round belly and replied with a hint of pride, "Don't underestimate me. I don't require your leniency. I will withstand everything you throw at me." Observing their exchange, Dracula's smile deepened. He then spoke calmly, "Let us proceed. I will guide you to a solid location. The confines of Impel Down cannot withstand your tumult." Upon hearing their leader's words, Inalu and Beibwa nodded in agreement. They closely followed him as they ventured outward. Thus, the trio, having just returned to Impel Down, set out once more under the moonlight. Once outside, Beibwa felt the moonlight's embrace, stirring a deep yearning within him. He looked up to see a full moon hanging high in the sky. With this sight, a smile crept onto Beibwa's face. He then turned his head and softly cautioned Inalu, "Be careful, Inalu." Hearing his words, Inalu wore a puzzled expression, as he was unaware of the Fur tribe's transformation during the full moon. Meanwhile, Dracula also raised his gaze slowly. Immediately, the resplendent full moon caught his attention. Upon realizing this, he understood Beibwa's implication. However, Dracula refrained from unnecessary words. Without hesitation, he activated his observation haki. Under careful control, the haki swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Soon after, The situation around him held down, flooded his mind. Just before reaching his limit, Dracula detected an island. He waved his hand toward the two behind him and said evenly, "Let us go. I have found your battleground. To save time, we shall not board a battleship. We will fly directly." Upon hearing their leader's words, Ainalu and Babwa nodded in unison, observing their response. Dracula did not hesitate further and manifested 6 pairs of fallen angel wings, soaring into the distance. Ainalu, following closely behind, first glanced at Babwa beside him. Then, his entire body radiated blue light, transforming into a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, Ainalu's physical form gradually dissipated within the electric glow. Having completed this, he darted forward toward Dracula. As the two departed, Babwa activated his own distortion power. Instantly, a similar fallen angel energy emanated from his being. Gradually, this energy began to surge behind Babwa, and fallen angel wings materialized in his wake. However, due to his training limitations, he could only manifest the wings. With a swift motion, Babwa utilized his wings to successfully catch up with Dracula and Ainalu. Thus, the trio sped across the ocean at remarkable velocity. After a brief moment, an island came into view. Without any hesitation, Dracula flapped his wings and suddenly increased his speed, while Ainalu and Babwa closely followed. In the blink of an eye, they successfully landed on the island. Observing the overgrown landscape before him, Ainalu crossed his arms, excitedly exclaiming, "Boss, this island truly is a splendid place. I wonder if it will still exist after our battle." After a moment of contemplation, Dracula replied softly, "Most likely, it will not." Upon receiving such a response, Ainalu shrugged. Having anticipated this outcome, he then employed his observation haki to cast a mental web, enveloping the entire island. In an instant, all life forms on the island became apparent in his mind. However, soon after, a look of surprise crossed Ainalu's face. After a brief pause, he pouted and remarked, "How astonishing! There isn't a single living creature on this island. Yet, this is advantageous. No one will interrupt our battle." Hearing his words, Dracula nodded in agreement. He then turned his gaze toward Babwa beside him and calmly stated, "Go ahead, Babwa. Let him witness your prowess and temper his impetuous nature." After saying this, Dracula scanned the surroundings and spotted a vantage point. Without any hesitation, he gracefully moved towards it. Hearing their leader's words, Babwa nodded emphatically, fully endorsing the sentiment. He then looked at Ainalu and, with a hint of pride, declared, "You heard what the boss said, right? Just wait. I will make you recognize my strength." Observing Babwa's demeanor, Ainalu shrugged nonchalantly. He then spoke in a leisurely tone, "Really? I shall eagerly anticipate that. Let us proceed to the center of the island for our duel, as this location may be somewhat limiting." With that, Ainalu slowly turned to leave the spot. However, before he could take a step, Babwa's voice reached his ears once more. "Wait a moment, don't be in such a hurry. Before the battle, you should resolve the charging issue of the Mingwang battleship. Otherwise, I fear you might forget about it again." Hearing this, Ainalu turned back to face Babwa and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "All right then, let us first address the battleship's charging issue." As his voice faded, he took a step toward Bipo, observing his actions. A subtle smile graced Bipo's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he slowly raised his hands, pushing them forward to his chest. Soon after, his hands formed a triangular shape, directing toward the distant horizon of the sea. Simultaneously, the twisted power within him began to operate involuntarily. From his hands, ripples of energy surged through the space. Subsequently, the fluctuations intensified, and the Mingwang warship abruptly manifested upon the surface of the sea. Upon witnessing its emergence, Enel wasted no time, striding directly towards it. He soon entered the warship's energy chamber, where he quickly spotted the storage compartment at its heart. The compartment glowed a vivid crimson, signifying that the warship's electric energy had been entirely depleted. In that moment, he comprehended the extent of Bipo's efforts. After all, the sheer size of the Mingwang warship made navigation on mere residual electric currents a daunting endeavor. It was entirely plausible that the absence of fur on Bipo's palms was a consequence of this arduous task. A flicker of guilt stirred within Enel's heart. Yet he resolved not to show any mercy. These two matters could not be conflated. After a brief silence, Enel intensified the current coursing through his hands. The electricity surged through the air, directly infusing the storage compartment. Gradually, the compartment's crimson hue began to shift, indicating a successful recharge. Enel nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, The energy chamber was filled only with the crackling sound of electricity. As time passed, the energy within the compartment steadily increased. Meanwhile, Enel, who continuously infused the lightning, felt increasingly invigorated. For him, the process of channeling energy was an indulgence. Beepo, on the other hand, stood quietly on the island, awaiting Enel's return. He lifted his gaze towards the full moon suspended in the sky. As the moonlight bathed him, he sensed a unique power surging within him, seemingly derived from his very bloodline. Soon after, his body involuntarily began to undergo corresponding changes. The fur across Beepo's body thickened, and elongated claws sprouted from his palms. Aware of these transformations, he ceased gazing at the moon and lowered his head to inspect himself. Instantly, the entirety of his changes came into view. Beepo raised his hands, observing the newly formed claws and the luxuriant fur. A wicked smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. This situation vividly reminded him of his past life in Zou. After all, under a full moon, the fur tribe could transform into their moon lion forms. Yet at that moment, the words of Duke Inu Erishur echoed in his mind. Without proper training, the moon lion form could easily spiral out of control, leading to a loss of sanity. Once uncontrolled, it would indiscriminately attack everything in sight. Contemplating this, Beepo raised his head once more, but this time, his gaze shifted from Moon to the towering figure of Dracula. Without hesitation, Beepo, somewhat anxious, spoke up. "Captain, you must have seen this moon lion form before." Hearing his words, Dracula nodded gently. Beepo continued, sharpening his claws. "This is my first time utilizing this form, and I may lose control. Therefore, Captain, please keep a close eye on me." Observing Beepo's nervous demeanor, Dracula's lips curled into a faint smile. After a moment, a relaxed tone emanated from him. "Fight to your heart's content, and do not bear any psychological pressure. Should anything arise, I will be here to support you." With Dracula's reassuring response, Beepo exhaled a long breath, his anxiety dissipating. After a brief silence, Beepo nodded firmly, declaring, "I will certainly teach Enel a lesson." Hearing this, Dracula's smile deepened. He had awaited that very statement. Dracula understood that once Beepo made such a promise, it marked the beginning of his earnest resolve. However, this time, he remained silent, standing high above, patiently awaiting the clash between the two. Relaxed, Beepo turned his head towards the warship, anticipating Enel's arrival. Throughout this interval, he made a concerted effort to avoid looking at the moon hanging in the sky, as he wished to fully transform into the moon lion form in front of Enel. Thus, he struggled to suppress the changes within him. As time trickled by, Enel, within the energy chamber, gazed upon the now green storage compartment, nodding with satisfaction. He then raised his arms, stretching lazily. After a moment of reflection, Enel remarked, "Finally, the storage compartment is full. After such a lengthy wait, I hope the captain and Beepo are not too anxious. I should hasten my exit and not dawdle." With those words, he crossed his arms and stepped out of the energy chamber. His appearance swiftly drew the attention of both Beepo and Dracula. Noticing this, Dracula subtly nodded in Enel's direction, urging him to act quickly. Meanwhile, Beepo remained in place, restraining his inner turmoil. Acknowledging their gazes, Enel sheepishly scratched his head. He then spread his hands, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Captain, I had no idea it would take so long. But now everything is settled. Thus, the battle between Beepo and me can officially commence." With that, Enel turned his gaze to Beepo, scrutinizing his somewhat lush fur with curiosity. "Beepo, you've grown some hair. Is this your secret weapon?" Beepo nodded slightly, responding without hesitation. "Indeed, you shall witness it shortly. But first, I need to return the Mingwang warship to dimensional space. Otherwise, the aftermath of our battle may cause it damage." Listening to his words, Enel agreed. "That is indeed the case. Please do so swiftly." As the words left his mouth, Enel crossed his arms, standing still. Beepo slowly shifted his direction towards the location of the Mingwang warship. Without any hesitation, he extended his hands forward to his chest. Soon after, his palms formed a triangle, and the twisted power within him began to operate involuntarily. Thus, from his palms, ripples began to emerge in the very fabric of space. Almost in an instant, the fluctuations intensified abruptly, and the Mingwang warship resting upon the ocean's surface was drawn into the dimensional space within his body. Witnessing its disappearance, Beyblade turned around and addressed Enelu directly. "Let's proceed. Our battle is about to commence." Upon hearing his words, a faint smile crept across Enelu's lips. He then pivoted and strode towards the heart of the island. As he departed, Babwa followed closely behind, matching his pace. Dracula stood silently from a high vantage point, observing the vanishing figures of the two. He had no intention of changing his position. After all, even from his current location, he could perceive everything unfolding in the heart of the island. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, tousling the strands of hair on his forehead. As they fluttered, his crimson eyes became visible. After a brief moment, tranquility returned. Dracula gazed at the distant scenery, murmuring softly to himself, Babwa, you must have a bit of confidence in yourself. I trust that you will overcome the chaos of the lunar lion form. After all, you are a crew member I personally selected. With his words hanging in the air, Dracula turned his head and glanced towards the central region of the island. Observing the two who were now prepared, a subtle smile graced his lips. He then extended his right hand, slightly adjusting his collar, and stood quietly at a distance, watching intently. Meanwhile, Enlil halted his steps. He slowly turned around to face Babwa. Without a moment's hesitation, he embraced his arms and spoke directly. Right here, Babwa. My heart network tells me this is the optimal position. Upon hearing his words, Babwa nodded steadily. His deep voice resonated. Very well, then let us choose this place. Be careful, Enlil. With his statement concluded, Babwa surged forward with a sudden burst of speed, propelling himself towards Enlil. During his advance, Babwa's armed haki activated instinctively, gradually enveloping his arms. In an instant, his once pristine white arms transformed into a shade of deep black. Without a hint of hesitation, he swung his fists towards the unsuspecting Enlil. Although his movements were swift, they did not escape Enlil's heart network. As Babwa charged towards him, Enlil's lips curled into a calm smile. Simultaneously, he adorned his hands with armed haki. Quickly, Enlil prepared to respond, for he knew that merely relying on the innate abilities of his Logia-type devil fruit would not suffice to block such an assault. Therefore, as his hands turned to deep black, he immediately assumed a defensive stance to counter Babwa's impending attack. In a heartbeat, he witnessed the dark fists looming larger before him. With that, Enlil swung his own ebony arms to defend himself. With a resounding impact, Babwa's fist struck forcefully against Enlil's arms. Yet, regrettably, this punch bore no fruit. Babwa was already well aware of this outcome, so he felt no disappointment. Taking a moment to steady his breathing, Babwa continued to unleash a flurry of punches at the defensive Enlil. However, the result was as anticipated. Each punch, akin to a rain shower, was effectively thwarted by Enlil's ink-black arms. This exchange was merely a phase of probing. Recognizing the futility of his attack, Babwa retreated to his original position, observing Enlil quietly. After a moment of silence, a slightly hoarse voice emerged from him. Enlil, it seems your recent training in hockey has been quite successful. Given that, there is no need for further testing. Let us showcase our true abilities. Upon hearing his words, Enlil gradually lowered his darkened arms, a smile of agreement forming on his lips. Without any hesitation, he replied with a laugh, "Ha ha, I have been waiting for you to say that. My mastery of armed hockey is no mere coincidence. I shall not hold back. Behold my Raijin fruit." As his words fell, Enlil activated the powers of his Raijin fruit. Instantly, streaks of blue light began to pulse from within his body, their frequency quickening with each passing moment. Amidst this rapid flickering, Enlil's form began to blur and fade. Babwa, observing the blue light not far away, nodded slightly, understanding that Enlil was now taking this seriously. With this realization, his expression sharpened, and his gaze grew more piercing. Without hesitation, he commenced to harness his own twisting power. As the forces of distortion began to surge, ripples of spatial fluctuations radiated around Babwa. Simultaneously, his fallen angel energy began to activate, seeping outward from his body and coalescing behind him. In a matter of moments, the fallen angel energy gathered, forming a pair of black wings. As the wings unfurled, Babwa's figure took on a more enigmatic appearance. Feeling the power coursing through him, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, he had no intention of unleashing his lunar lion form. After all, the ability to transform under the full moon was a small secret weapon, one that Enlil was unaware of. Thus, at the right moment, it could yield an unexpected advantage. With this thought in mind, Babwa turned his head slightly to gaze at the spot where Enlil had stood. However, it was now merely a swirl of blue light. Without any hesitation, Babwa charged toward it once more. This time, empowered by his wings, his speed exceeded that of before. He understood well that the location of the blue light was indeed Enlil's position, while the true body was concealed within the glow. As Babwa moved, the blue light suddenly darted to a new position, perfectly intersecting Babwa's path. In almost an instant, Babwa collided with the blue light, and a surge of energy erupted from their clash. The ensuing waves of force surged forth, establishing a unique balance between them. Observing the situation before him, Babwa silently intensified his movements. As his strength escalated, the balance he maintained began to falter. The victor's side gradually tilted towards Babwa, concealed within the azure light. Enelu could not passively witness this development. Without hesitation, he amplified the output of the current in his grasp. Thus, the precarious equilibrium was once again restored. At this moment, a faint smile curled at the corners of Enelu's mouth. Following this, without a hint of hesitation, he softly spoke. "How is it, Babwa? Winning against me is no simple feat, he. I have yet to utilize my awakened abilities." Upon hearing his words, Babwa raised his gaze, fixating on the azure light before him. After a moment of silence, a somewhat hoarse voice emerged from his lips. "Do you not think it a tad premature to rejoice, Enelu? Do you believe my strength is merely this? If you think so, then the one destined to lose shall certainly be you." As his words fell, the black wings behind Babwa suddenly flared. Immediately, the feathers upon these wings shimmered with a dark metallic luster. Without any hesitation, Babwa commanded the feathers to strike towards the azure light. Simultaneously, he spoke again. "Let me show you this move, Enelu. I have borrowed my boss' attack style for this." In an instant, the metallic-tinged feathers pierced into the azure light with astonishing speed. The moment the feathers penetrated, Enelu's heart network sensed the intrusion. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his Busashoka Haki. Instantly, the Busashoka Haki enveloped the azure light. The blue hue before Babwa gradually morphed into a deep black. As for the penetrating feathers, they became firmly lodged within. Observing this transformation, Babwa attempted to manipulate the black feathers, yet they remained stubbornly ensnared. Regardless of the force he exerted, they would not budge. After several futile attempts, Babwa resigned himself to abandoning the black feathers. After all, these feathers were formed from the energy of fallen angels and possessed regenerative properties. At that moment, Enelu's calm voice emerged from the azure light. "Hey, Babwa, is this all the strength you possess? This is far from sufficient." Hearing the mocking tone in his voice, a faint smile graced Babwa's lips. After a brief silence, he responded, "Since you adore black feathers so much, I shall gift them to you. But my present is not so easily received." Fallen feather explosion. As his words echoed, the black feathers lodged in the azure light suddenly erupted with a unique force. The feathers, now flickering in and out of visibility, exhibited an erratic state. In the blink of an eye, all the black feathers detonated. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, the surface of the azure light emitted an array of unusual glimmers. Simultaneously, Enelu's voice, filled with exasperation, resonated. "Babwa, are you truly resorting to tricks? Do you aspire to be the sixth wheel? Although you have not inflicted any harm upon me, the sensation of being toyed with is quite unpleasant. Since you have chosen this path, do not blame me for retaliating." As his words faded, the azure light slowly dissipated, revealing Enelu's upright figure. Bathed in the moonlight, a placid smile danced upon his lips. He then stretched lazily. As he revealed himself, the clash came to an unceremonious end. Eyeing Babwa in the distance, Enelu shrugged slightly. Then, with a crisp voice, he declared, "Be cautious, Babwa. Soon, I shall strike you from the shadows." As these words lingered in the air, Enelu's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In his wake, the air shimmered with residual images. Observing the situation, Babwa narrowed his eyes, remaining in a state of heightened vigilance. Concurrently, his kin Bunchika Haki involuntarily expanded. Soon, the intertwining of Babwa's kin Bunchika Haki and Enelu's heart network unfolded across the island. Enelu's silhouette was swiftly revealed within Babwa's perception. Feeling the surroundings, Babwa gradually clenched his fists, a hint of distorting power manifesting upon them. The density of the distorting force was such that the very space around his hands began to fragment. This change did not escape the notice of Enelu's heart network. Consequently, Enelu altered his trajectory, intending to exploit the rapidity of lightning to overwhelm Babwa, rendering him unable to respond. Babwa was acutely aware of Enelu's intentions. However, he felt somewhat helpless against such underhanded tactics. After all, the swiftness of lightning was beyond the optimal reaction capabilities of his physique. Contemplating this, Babwa slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, a phrase from Dracula resurfaced in his mind. At times, the eyes are the most deceitful. When one neglects to observe the world with their eyes, perhaps they may glimpse the true nature of reality. Thus, Babwa stood quietly with his eyes closed. Surrounding him, the lightning conjured by Enelu flickered incessantly. Unbeknownst to Enelu, who was oblivious to Babwa's thoughts, he would not squander such a splendid opportunity. With this in mind, Enelu hastened his speed. Should Babwa open his eyes at that moment, he would surely be astonished by the multitude of Enelu surrounding him, all mere phantoms created by overwhelming velocity. Upon reaching his peak velocity, Enelu launched an attack towards the closed-eyed Babwa. In his mind, this strike was a guaranteed success. However, something astonishing occurred. This seemingly inconceivable attack was successfully thwarted by Babwa, who remained with his eyes shut. Upon withstanding the blow, Babwa opened his eyes. A slight smirk graced his lips as he mockingly remarked, "Enelu, is that all you've got? I never imagined I could withstand your attack, even with my eyes closed. You really think you can strike me from the shadows? You must be dreaming." Hearing the taunts echoing in his ears, Enelu felt as if his face was being slapped repeatedly. He then exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible! How did you evade this attack? Babwa, would you care to share the weakness of this strike?" Gazing at the incredulous Enelu, Babwa shook his head and replied in a flat tone, "At present, we are in the midst of battle. How could I possibly divulge anything to you? Let us wait until the duel concludes, at which point I shall reveal the weaknesses of this technique." Upon hearing Bipo's words, Enel had no choice but to relent. After all, it was somewhat inappropriate to pose such questions during a confrontation. After a moment of silence, he continued, "In that case, I shall not hold back. I will employ the fully awakened powers of the Raijin fruit. Allow me to demonstrate its true might." As his words fell, Enel began to exert the full potency of the Raijin fruit's abilities. Simultaneously, the previously vanished azure glow re-emerged, flickering and enveloping Enel's entire being. The brilliance of this glow was twice as intense as before. Feeling the electricity coursing through his body, a faint smile crept upon Enel's lips. He slowly extended his arms, adopting a posture of embrace. Soon after, grave words escaped his lips, "The thunder god descends." With a subtle exclamation, Enel's form began to levitate gradually. In the blink of an eye, he ascended to a higher altitude. Subsequently, the sky above the island darkened as ominous clouds began to gather, obscuring portions of the celestial expanse in shadow. Amidst this somber ambience, lightning flickered incessantly from the clouds. Enel concentrated all these electric currents within himself, ensuring not a single spark escaped. The crackling sounds of electricity echoed throughout the island skies. Observing the battle from a distance, Dracula nodded appreciatively. He was quite satisfied with Enel's display. Since Enel's fruit had awakened, no one had witnessed his full strength. Thus, this confrontation presented a perfect opportunity. After a brief pause, Dracula remarked, "The Raijin fruit, indeed a formidable natural ability. At this juncture, the duel has truly become intriguing. Bipo, it is time for you to unleash your moonlion form." Unbeknownst to Enel and Bipo, Dracula's commentary reached them as the trio was separated by considerable distance. As the gentle breeze faded, Dracula's voice gradually diminished. In the center of the battlefield, Bipo lifted his head slightly, his keen gaze fixed upon Enel, who hovered in the sky. The dazzling azure glow compelled him to squint involuntarily. Under the weight of this technique, Bipo finally sensed the encroaching threat. Without hesitation, he slowly extended his palms. Bipo's focus then shifted from the glowing Enel to the radiant full moon. As he locked eyes with the moon, an awakening from the depths of his soul surged forth. This time, Bipo harbored no intention of restraining his transformation, for he felt it was the optimal moment. With a gentle exclamation, his muscles began to swell, and his previously dormant fur flourished once again. Bathed in moonlight, his already pale fur became even more resplendent. Thus, Bipo's moonlion form was realized in an instant. The transformation made his stature even more imposing, and, simultaneously, the angelic wings of a fallen angel behind him began to fill out. The contrast of his pitch-black wings against his snowy white fur created a peculiar beauty when viewed from afar. Witnessing Bipo's transformation, Dracula remarked with a hint of admiration, "An angel among fallen angels? Quite an impressive sight. Bipo, let me see the prowess of this form." As he spoke, Bipo vanished from his original position. Harnessing the power of his dark wings, he successfully soared into the air, matching Enel's altitude. Enel's expression momentarily faltered at Bipo's metamorphosis. After a brief pause, He exclaimed in surprise. Hey, Beepo, you managed to keep this transformation a secret from me. Had it not been for this duel, I would have remained oblivious. A smile tugged at the corners of Enel's mouth as he continued. But this is fortuitous. It allows me to experiment with my new abilities. After all, I have only just begun to master them. With that, Enel, in his new Raijin form, suddenly appeared before Beepo. Without the slightest hesitation, he extended his right hand and gently tapped Beepo's forehead. What appeared to be a mere touch ignited an intense sense of crisis within Beepo. The speed of this gesture surpassed his reflexes. In an instant, Enel's hand made contact with Beepo's forehead. With a resounding thud, Beepo was propelled backward. Seizing the moment, Enel pursued without allowing his opponent a chance to recover. In past battles, he had learned that only relentless pressure could secure victory. Thus, his arms stretched forward, pushing towards Beepo. Concurrently, brilliant blue light erupted from his hands. After its bloom, the blue light gradually transformed into a dragon of lightning. The moment the lightning dragon took form, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Its cry resonated across the island, and soon it surged from Enel's hands toward Beepo, who sensed the looming threat. Although the previous attack had caused him little harm, since transforming into the moonlion form, Beepo's fur had become exceptionally resilient. Even when struck, he possessed a significant capacity for cushioning damage. Observing the lightning dragon approaching, Beepo hesitated not a moment, positioning his palms into a perfect triangle. Twisted Dragon Devour. As he uttered these words, the spatial distortion emanating from his palms intensified several-fold. Simultaneously, the lightning dragon unleashed by Enel reached Beepo's sight. To his astonishment, the dragon vanished in an instant. Beepo's hands swiftly shifted into an inverted triangle. Twisted Dragon Release. Upon completing the motion, the power of distortion within him surged once more. Almost immediately, a rift opened in the space above Enel. From the depths of the rift emerged the very lightning dragon that had just vanished. Under Beepo's control, the dragon shot forth from the rift, hurtling towards Enel. With a resounding impact, the lightning dragon struck him fiercely. Due to their shared elemental affinity, the dragon inflicted no harm. Following its collision, it seamlessly integrated into Enel's being. Feeling the surge of energy within, Enel sighed in resignation. Beepo, your ability is rather unfair. However, even having my attack returned to me, I remain unscathed. Let me witness how many times you can retaliate. Immediately, a blue light flickered around Enelu. Without any hesitation, he slowly raised his arms. Simultaneously, blue lightning dragons began to form around him. Soon, these lightning dragons swirled behind him, exuding a formidable threat. After a brief moment, Enelu raised his arms high, pointing towards the direction of Beibwa. Following his movement, several lightning dragons surged forth from behind him, darting in chaotic directions to attack Beibwa from all sides. In the distance, Enelu slowly lowered his arms, observing Beibwa surrounded by the lightning dragons, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, a calm voice emerged from his lips. Beibwa, can you reflect all my attacks back? If it becomes too much, do not force yourself. As his words faded, Beibwa's steady voice resonated from afar. It seems you still do not understand me well enough, Enelu. If you think I will reflect everything back, you must be dreaming. I only need to distort myself to handle this. Upon hearing Beibwa's words, Enelu felt an ominous shift. He quickly turned his head towards Beibwa's direction, fixing his gaze intently on Beibwa's actions. Feeling Enelu's scrutiny, Beibwa softly commanded, "Now, please open your eyes wide and watch closely." After uttering this, he suddenly summoned all his distorting power. Instantly, the space surrounding Beibwa began to shatter. As the space crumbled bit by bit, a crack suddenly appeared. Without any hesitation, Beibwa flapped his black wings and flew into the rift. As he entered, the crack in space began to self-repair. After a brief moment, the place where he once stood returned to its original state, as if no one had been there at all. Yet Enelu was acutely aware that Beibwa had evaded his attack once again. The lightning dragons that had been swirling around lost their target completely. Subsequently, these lightning dragons roared as they dove towards the ground. With each dragon's roar, they crashed onto the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Witnessing the scene, Enelu instinctively covered his forehead. He then spoke with a hint of resignation. "I miscalculated. I can't believe you managed to evade it. All those lightning dragons were for naught. I will not be careless again, Beibwa." As he spoke, a rift in space quietly formed behind Enelu. With remarkable agility, Beibwa emerged from the rift. Due to his incredible speed, the black wings behind him stirred up a small whirlwind. At the same time, his voice reached Analu's ears. Now it's my turn to attack. Prepare yourself, Analu. Following this declaration, a fist infused with 2 types of energy struck Analu forcefully. With no time to turn, Analu had no choice but to brace himself with his bare back. With a loud bang, he was sent flying into the distance. This scene mirrored when he had previously launched Babwa away. However, in a brief moment, Analu regained his composure. He quickly turned to face the tall Babwa. Under the moonlight, Babwa's lush fur gleamed with an added luster. Observing this, Analu moved his arms and remarked in astonishment, Babwa, your power after transformation is truly remarkable. But always ambushing others is not a good habit. Let me help you break it. Thunder, sphere, assimilation. After saying this, Analu charged towards Babwa. Simultaneously, a colossal thunder sphere began to take shape. The sphere enveloped Analu entirely, and with a tremendous force, it opened wide, intending to swallow Babwa within. Babwa's frequent use of distorting power caused a slight delay in his evasive actions. This minor delay might not have much effect in a battle with a significant disparity in strength, but it could prove crucial in a fight of equal standing. Thus, Babwa was ultimately engulfed by the thunder sphere. Instantly, surges of electricity coursed through Babwa's body, causing a momentary chaos in his bodily functions. However, the powerful moon lion form allowed Babwa to recover swiftly. Yet, at this moment, the flaws of the moon lion form became apparent. Under the onslaught of electricity, Babwa could no longer suppress the rage within him. Gradually, his consciousness began to fragment. After a while, Babwa's eyes turned blood red, revealing a hint of madness. Simultaneously, a beam of moonlight streamed in from outside the thunder sphere. His already lush fur began to grow even denser, and his claws sharpened to several times their original sharpness, with his teeth taking on a serrated appearance. Inside the thunder sphere, Analu stared at Babwa beside him, his mouth agape in astonishment. No way. Babwa, you can evolve again? Is it necessary to mess with my mentality like this? Unfortunately, his words received no response, for Babwa had long lost his awareness. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to destroy everything in sight. This ultimate transformation represented the pinnacle of the moon lion form. Previously, Babwa had to exert effort to suppress it, and thus he had not showcased his full strength. After the secondary evolution, Babwa's physique became even more robust. He let out a primal roar, tearing open a gaping hole in the thunder sphere with his powerful paws. Without hesitation, he relied on his beast-like instincts to step out. Witnessing this, Analu ascended to a considerable height. Gradually, he lowered his head to gaze at Babwa not far away. After a moment of silence, he remarked in awe, truly terrifying, Babwa. I can distinctly sense that the threat you pose has intensified. With that recognition, I too shall unleash my ultimate technique. As his words hung in the air, Analu raised his arms once more, channeling all his lightning power. Simultaneously, brilliant blue light gathered incessantly around his arms. Soon, the radiant energy began to condense. After a brief moment, the dispersed lightning converged into Analu's hands, forming a shimmering blue orb of electricity. Feeling the weight in his hands, Analu's lips curled into a faint smile. He then shifted his gaze towards Babwa without a moment's hesitation and spoke directly. Babwa, try my ultimate technique, the compressed thunder pill. As his words fell, Analu exerted force with both arms. Thus, the compressed thunder pill was hurled towards Babwa. His declaration, however, elicited no response. Yet, driven by a beast's instinct, Babwa sensed the impending threat. Although his mind was frenzied, it did not signify a loss of intelligence. The dark wings behind him instinctively enveloped themselves in a layer of armed haki. Following this, the black wings rapidly contracted, completely shrouding Babwa's form. Simultaneously, his distorting power began to operate autonomously. The distorting force gradually dispersed, surrounding the dark wings. However, due to prior overexertion, the current energy was insufficient to independently withstand the compressed thunder pill. In an instant, the compressed thunder pill collided with Babwa. With a sizzling sound, friction ensued between the compressed thunder pill and the dark wings. During their interaction, the dark wings inadvertently generated a significant amount of electrical currents. These currents adhered to the surface of the wings, ultimately being absorbed by Analu and incorporated into the compressed thunder pill. Thus, the compressed thunder pill retained this characteristic, remaining in a state of heightened activity. As time progressed, even while enveloped by the dark wings, Babwa sustained slight internal damage. This minor pain caused Babwa to furrow his brows. He extended his right palm to gently tap his forehead. In his mind, madness and reason engaged in a final struggle. Once Beibo overcame the madness, his strength would ascend to new heights. However, the side effect of the moon lion form would not allow him to achieve success easily. Unbeknownst to Ainalu, events unfolded within the confines of the Dark Wings. He continued to silently amplify the power of the compressed thunder pill, launching it towards the impenetrable wings. Observing the wings resembling a turtle shell, Ainalu smirked slightly. Then, with a hint of resignation, he remarked, Beibo, your defense is truly formidable. However, the ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be me. As his words faded, Ainalu compressed the electrical currents clinging to the wings into the thunder pill once more. He then unleashed a powerful shout, propelling himself forward, once again accelerating his speed. His voice lightly echoed in the skies. Come on, Beibo. This will be the decisive blow. Thus, the compressed thunder pill radiated a dazzling blue light, striking the Dark Wings. After a brief pause, Beibo's distorting power finally began to wane, unable to maintain its form. With the assistance of the distorting power diminished, the fallen angel energy gradually dissipated. In a fleeting moment, Ainalu's compressed thunder pill crashed into Beibo. With a resounding boom, Beibo was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Under the immense force, the earth was gouged into a deep crater. Simultaneously, Beibo's mind engaged in a final battle. As Ainalu's electrical currents stimulated him, Beibo's consciousness gradually returned. The previously frenzied expression slowly faded from him. Beibo's gaze regained its former clarity. He had fully mastered the moon lion form, ensuring that he would no longer experience moments of delirium. However, feeling the changes within his body, a wry smile crept onto Beibo's lips. He then lifted his gaze towards Ainalu, who hovered above. Without hesitation, he spoke softly, Ainalu, in this duel, you have emerged victorious. As he concluded, Beibo's body could no longer muster any strength. With a thud, he fell heavily backward. Witnessing this scene, Ainalu swiftly appeared before Beibo. He extended his right arm, lifting Beibo up. Feeling the weight in his hands, Ainalu's lips curled into a smile. He then chuckled softly to himself. Honestly, Beibo, you should lose some weight. As for strength, I still surpass you. As these words left his mouth, Ainalu hoisted Beibo onto his shoulder. After a few warm-up motions, he began to walk towards the distant mountaintop. Atop the peak, Dagwola stood, observing the entire battle unfold. Noticing the duel's conclusion, he nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, a calm voice emerged from him. The awakening of the sound, thunder fruit? Quite impressive. Yet, Beibo has performed admirably as well. After all, he has successfully overcome the side effects of the moon lion form. While lost in thought, Ainalu, carrying Beibo, steadily approached Dagwola. Due to excessive exhaustion, he refrained from utilizing his fruit abilities any further. Accompanied by the crisp sound of footsteps, he soon reached the mountaintop. After a long gaze, Ainalu spoke in a slightly fatigued tone. Boss, I have won this duel. Upon hearing his words, Dagwola nodded gently. He then responded promptly. Take Beibo back and let him rest well. After this battle, you all will have gained something. As his words settled, Dagwola stepped forward, patting Ainalu's shoulder. Ainalu wholeheartedly agreed with his leader's sentiments. He had exerted all his strength in this confrontation, identifying his own shortcomings in the process. With this thought in mind, Ainalu glanced at the unconscious Beibo on his shoulder. After a moment, he sighed and said, Alas, Beibo, you have yet to mention the flaws in my techniques. Never mind. Let us take you to see a doctor. As these words left his lips, Ainalu turned and began to descend a mountain. After taking a couple of steps, he glanced back at his boss. His lips moved slightly as he softly inquired, Boss, could you give us a ride? After all, my strength is completely depleted, insufficient to support my flight. Hearing this, a faint smile graced Dagwola's lips. Without hesitation, he nodded slightly in agreement. Subsequently, calm words flowed from his mouth. Very well, I will take you back. With his words, Dagwola instantly appeared before Ainalu. Simultaneously, fallen angel energy began to seep from his being. This fallen angel energy converged behind Dagwola, and in an instant, 6 pairs of massive black wings unfurled behind him. Sensing the transformation behind him, Dagwola grasped Ainalu's shoulder and soared towards the direction of Impel Down. The astonishing speed of their leader startled Ainalu momentarily. However, in a crucial moment, he quickly regained his composure. With a slight exertion of his right arm, he secured Beibo firmly on the opposite shoulder. Subsequently, Ainalu, somewhat wearied, murmured, Boss, that was too fast just now. I almost couldn't react. Hearing his words, Dracula responded with a hint of exasperation. Was the speed too overwhelming for you? All right, I understand. He then decreased his flight speed, gliding leisurely at a low altitude. After a brief interval, the imposing silhouette of Push City finally came into view. Without hesitation, Dracula softly uttered a phrase before abruptly accelerating. Hold on tight to Beepo. We're almost there. Upon hearing his leader's words, Ainalu nodded emphatically. Thus, the trio drew ever closer to their destination. After a while, Dracula gently descended with Ainalu and Beepo, landing steadily before the grand gates of Push City. Once on the ground, Ainalu placed Beepo down and stretched his limbs. Meanwhile, Dracula sauntered leisurely into the depths of Push City. Soon, his voice reached Ainalu's ears. Remember to take good care of Beepo. Upon hearing this, Ainalu replied promptly, understood, boss. He then slowly bent down and hoisted Beepo back onto his shoulder. Feeling the familiar weight, Ainalu reflected, strange, it doesn't feel as heavy as before. Have I grown weaker? Impossible. With that thought, he resolutely shook his head and proceeded into Push City. As Dracula walked through the corridor, his ears perked slightly. Soon, Ainalu's self-talk reached him. Upon hearing these words, a faint smile graced his lips. He then shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. Ainalu, carrying Beepo on his shoulder, made his way to the medical room within Push City. Before long, the medical staff, having already rested, were greeted with new work. Observing the familiar figure, the attending physician discreetly shed a couple of tears. Ever since encountering Ainalu, his workload had increased several-fold, and each treatment proved to be particularly taxing. However, adhering to the instinct of a dedicated physician, he kindly instructed, Lord Ainalu, please place the patient on the operating table. This will facilitate my treatment. Hearing his words, Ainalu offered a slight grin in agreement. Rest assured, I'm quite familiar with the process. After all, I'm a regular here. With a resounding thud, he placed Beepo on the operating table. After completing this task, Ainalu turned back to the attending physician, only to notice the physician's slightly damp eyes. Observing this, he remarked, You all seem quite busy. I didn't expect you to be so exhausted that tears are flowing. The attending physician, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded subtly. In truth, when Lord Ainalu did not visit, they were generally quite idle. However, he would never dare to voice such thoughts, knowing full well Ainalu's fiery temperament, which everyone in the Fallen Angels was aware of. Perhaps the only one capable of tempering him was Lord Dracula. Contemplating this, the attending physician's eyes shimmered with admiration. Soon, he refocused on Beepo on the operating table. Without any hesitation, he picked up his tools and began assessing Beepo's bodily functions. Observing the physician's actions, Ainalu stood silently by, making an effort not to disturb him. Thus time passed gradually. At this moment, the physician's examination was nearing its conclusion. Soon, he ceased his movements and, after organizing his tools, turned to face Ainalu. After a brief silence, he exhaled deeply. Then, in a subdued tone, he conveyed, Lord Beepo has no significant ailments. He is simply exhausted. I will administer 2 injections, and then he will need a rest. Upon hearing this, Ainalu nodded slightly. As he spoke, the physician retrieved 2 syringes from a drawer. Without delay, he inserted the needle into Beepo's subcutaneous tissue. Gradually, the medication was administered into his body. Once the syringes were emptied, the physician discarded them aside. After completing this task, he turned to Ainalu, pausing momentarily before speaking softly. Lord Ainalu, you may take him now. Hearing this, Ainalu stepped forward and hoisted Beepo back onto his shoulder. He then walked outside with a light stride, as the matter concerning Beepo had been resolved. He planned to return and rest thoroughly, for the intense battle had left him particularly weary. Just as he was about to exit the medical room, Ainalu suddenly turned back. He looked at the bustling staff and sincerely said, Make sure to rest well. Next time I come, I'll try to choose daytime. With those words, Ainalu turned his head back and exited the medical room completely. Observing his retreating figure, the attending physician sighed deeply. After a moment of silence, he gently instructed, All right, everyone return to rest. Tomorrow, during work, do not slack off. Lord Ainalu may very well return. Hearing his words, the remaining staff nodded earnestly. They exchanged glances before retreating to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, the attending physician redirected his gaze. A faint smile of resignation crept onto his somewhat pale face. Without hesitation, he gently closed the door to the medical room. Soon after, he muttered softly to himself, If I had known earlier, I would have put in a bit more effort. This is what Lord Caesar calls the wisdom of governance. If one cannot become a researcher, one should become a doctor? Truly a thankless task. Thus, Push City returned to its former tranquility. Back in his office, Dracula reclined lazily in his rocking chair. As the creaking sounds filled the air, his eyelids grew heavier. Gradually, a wave of fatigue enveloped him. Before long, Dracula succumbed to a deep slumber. This was one of the rare moments he could truly relax and rest. He was acutely aware that when Bepo awoke once more, it would mark the time for the fallen angels to continue their voyage. The vast ocean awaited them still. As everyone rested, the confrontation at the naval headquarters had also reached its conclusion. Huang Yuan reclined on a rocking chair at the edge of the duel arena, narrowing his eyes. This gesture rendered his already small eyes almost invisible. After a brief moment, he turned to Qing Ji beside him with a mischievous grin and remarked, "Well, Qing Ji, it seems this wager has ended in a stalemate. Neither party has emerged victorious." Upon hearing this, Qing Ji languidly scratched his tousled hair. He then cast a glance at the panting penguin not far away, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Without a trace of hesitation, he rose from the rocking chair. Soon his relaxed voice drifted forth, "So it is. Let us conclude this confrontation here." As his words settled in the air, Qing Ji strolled ahead. Observing his retreating figure, Huang Yuan helplessly shrugged and also vacated the comfort of his rocking chair. The actions of both individuals swiftly caught the attention of the penguin and the old monkey. Thus, their duel came to a definitive end. With the sound of crisp footsteps, Qing Ji ambled over to the penguin. He extended his large palm and gently patted the penguin's head. After a brief pause, a soothing voice emerged from him. "Luo, Ta, you performed admirably. Now that this duel has concluded, take a good rest." Upon hearing these words, the penguin named Luo Ta nodded earnestly. Subsequently, it turned around and leaped into the nearby sea with a splash. Its figure vanished from Qing Ji's sight. At this point, Qing Ji turned around and made his way back to his abode. He raised his right hand, waving it in Huang Yuan's direction. Simultaneously, his languid words reached Huang Yuan's ears once more. "I'm off, Huang Yuan. If there's nothing of great importance, please do not disturb my rest." Responding with a slight smirk, Huang Yuan murmured, all right." Immediately, Qing Ji stretched and departed from the scene. After his departure, the training ground fell into a tranquil silence. Huang Yuan looked at the old monkey beside him, his tone filled with admiration. "Not bad at all. You managed to hold your own against Qing Ji's penguin. That creature has been meticulously trained by him." He continued, "Let us return and rest." With that, he placed his right hand on the old monkey's back. Golden light radiated around them, and with a dazzling brilliance, Huang Yuan soared into the sky, leaving only a pockmarked ground behind. During their flight, Huang Yuan spoke earnestly. "Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you the ways of hockey. Merely possessing this level of strength is far from sufficient." The old monkey was unaware of what hockey entailed, but it understood one thing. Mastering hockey would lead to a remarkable enhancement in its power. Recalling past feelings of helplessness, the old monkey clenched its fists, determination gleaming in its eyes. Without hesitation, it nodded vigorously and emitted a few excited squeaks. Hearing this, a faint smile graced Huang Yuan's lips. After a brief pause, he softly remarked, "I hope you can persevere. After all, that level of training is exceedingly arduous." As he finished speaking, Huang Yuan successfully returned to his dwelling with the old monkey. The outcome of the duel had already found its way to Zhang Guo's desk. Upon reviewing the report delivered by his subordinates, Zhang Guo expressed his satisfaction. He then picked up the document before him and scrutinized it earnestly. After a while, the serene atmosphere of the office was inevitably disrupted. Zhang Guo turned to the goat beside him, his eyes slightly drooping as he muttered to himself, "A monkey? Could it be mere coincidence? Should we consider giving it to him? Or perhaps observe for a while longer?" At this moment, the Navy could hardly withstand any further upheaval. As his words echoed, the office returned to its customary quietude. Zhang Guo extended his large hand, gently stroking the goat in front of him, the motion tender and deliberate. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, ceasing his earlier contemplation. He then rose softly and walked toward the exit. The low murmur of his voice reverberated within the office. "It's time to go, old friend. We too should retire for the night." With that, Zhang Guo pushed open the office door and strode away briskly. As these words resonated, the goat halted momentarily before unsteadily trailing behind Zhang Guo on its four legs. The empty corridor echoed with the sound of their crisp footsteps, and under the moonlight, time flowed slowly. The following morning, Zhang Guo arrived early at the office, attending to the remaining paperwork. Gazing at the pile of documents before him, he sighed softly. Goodness, there seems to be so much left to handle. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up the Din Din Mushi on the desk and dialed. After a series of beeps, the Din Din Mushi was answered. Soon, the distinctive voice of advisor he emerged from within. Zhang Guo, what can I assist you with? Upon hearing her inquiry, Zhang Guo promptly replied, Little he, I have some reports regarding naval development. I will have someone deliver these documents shortly. Let us see if the proposals hold any value. As his words concluded, advisor he responded, Understood, I will await them. Subsequently, the two engaged in a detailed discussion. After their conversation, Zhang Guo hung up the Din Din Mushi. Contemplating for a moment, he pointed to the documents before him and called out, Lieutenant, please deliver these to Advisor He's office. Following his command, the lieutenant approached Zhang Guo. Without any hesitation, he gathered the documents from the desk and departed. Watching him leave, Zhang Guo nodded approvingly. He then leaned against the desk, his gaze drifting towards the azure sky outside. Just then, the Din Din Mushi on the desk rang once more. The sudden sound startled Zhang Guo from his reverie. He gradually redirected his attention to the source of the noise. Zhang Guo furrowed his brow as he extended his right hand to answer the Din Din Mushi. Before he could speak, a voice from the other end interrupted. Zhang Guo. It's Xing. There is an urgent mission that must be executed immediately. Gather the living forces of the Navy headquarters and set sail towards the West Sea. I will await your arrival. With that, Xing abruptly hung up the Din Din Mushi, leaving no opportunity for Zhang Guo to refuse. Listening to the busy signal in his ear, Zhang Guo's lips curled into a wry smile. He grasped the implications of Xing's words. After a moment of silence, he swiftly issued the command. Following his directive, the various divisions of the Navy headquarters began to assemble in an orderly fashion. In this instance, Zhang Guo resolved to dispatch all available forces from the naval headquarters. Thus, the sound of whistles resonated continuously in the training ground. Amidst this cacophony, Zhang Guo gradually departed from his office, making his way towards the training ground. Even Huang Yuan, who had just returned to the naval headquarters, was not spared from this duty. His delightful holiday had barely commenced before it was abruptly concluded. The expression of Zhang Guo's aide was fraught with urgency as he pounded his fist against the door. Noticing the lack of response from within, he widened his mouth and inhaled deeply. Subsequently, a powerful voice erupted from his lips. Admiral Huang Yuan, your holiday has ended. Marshal Zhang Guo has assigned you a new mission. With his persistent calls, the door before him eventually swung open, revealing Huang Yuan's rather disheveled visage. However, the aide had no inclination for admiration. He extended his right hand and saluted sharply. Immediately, he recounted the new mission. Admiral Huang Yuan, please swiftly lead your troops to the West Sea area. The soldiers are already awaiting you in the training ground. Hearing the aide's report, Huang Yuan's lips twitched in dissatisfaction as he muttered, How troublesome. I knew my salary wasn't for nothing. With that, he patted the aide's shoulder and spoke in a relaxed tone. Oh, let us not be in such a hurry. We can take our time. Upon hearing this, the aide shook his head and replied directly, Admiral Huang Yuan, I have other tasks to attend to. After notifying you, I must take my leave. Observing the aide's anxious demeanor, Huang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly and said, Since you have other duties, I shall not impose upon you. As his words fell, Zhang Guo aide hurriedly exited. After a prolonged pause, Huang Yuan mused, Being an aide is indeed a tough job. Having to work so early, I'm fortunate to be an admiral and not have to toil so hard. He then resumed his leisurely stroll towards the training ground. Meanwhile, the aide swiftly arrived at Admiral Qing Ji's quarters. Facing the similarly shut door, he let out a soft sigh. Among the three admirals, the only one he need not rouse was likely Admiral Qi Quan. As for the two newly appointed admirals, Zhang Guo had no intention of sending them. Contemplating this, the aide rubbed his slightly swollen head. Without hesitation, he approached and knocked firmly on the door. Accompanied by the sound of thuds, faint noises soon emanated from inside. Although the sounds were slight, they did not escape the aide's keen ears. Upon hearing this, he slowly retracted his knocking hand and awaited in silence. After a brief moment, the door was opened, revealing the languid figure of Qing Ji. Seeing this, the aide again raised his right hand and executed a precise salute. Without any hint of hesitation, a stern voice emerged from his lips. Admiral Qing Ji, the Marshal has issued a new command. Please promptly proceed to the training ground and lead your subordinates to the West Sea area. Upon hearing this, Qing Ji slightly opened his eyes, lazily scratched his tousled hair, and responded, All right, I understand. With a resounding thud, the door was closed once more. Witnessing the completion of his task, the aide exhaled a heavy breath. His responsibilities had finally been arduous, yet successfully fulfilled. The remaining matters no longer required his concern. Jean Guo stood silently on the high platform of the training ground, observing the elite naval forces before him. Gradually, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips, for the soldiers before him embodied the future of the Navy. He firmly believed that the spirit of the Navy would guide them throughout their lives. However, this smile soon faded. As time elapsed, the figures of Huang Yuan and Qin Ji had yet to appear. Noticing this, Zhang Guo's brow furrowed slightly, and the veins on his neck became subtly pronounced. Just as he was on the verge of losing his temper, the silhouettes of Huang Yuan and Qin Ji finally came into view. Consequently, Zhang Guo's fury was effectively quelled. Nevertheless, his countenance remained stern. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Guo spoke with a serious tone. "You two, hurry up. The entire fleet is waiting for you." Hearing the call to urgency, Huang Yuan and Qin Ji exchanged glances and silently quickened their pace. Soon, they successfully positioned themselves accordingly. With all three admirals gathered, Zhang Guo commenced his impassioned speech. Huang Yuan surveyed the surroundings before turning to Qin Ji. He then remarked in a cheeky tone, "See, I told you that during this time, Marshal Zhang Guo would surely not be angry. This is a conclusion I have drawn from long experience, and you have benefited from it." Upon hearing this, Qin Ji lazily scratched his tousled hair, exclaiming, "Quite impressive, Huang Yuan." Receiving such a response, Huang Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he ceased further chatter. At that moment, Qi Quan, with arms crossed and an air of discontent, remarked, "You both arrived too late. Upon receiving orders, one should maintain absolute speed and efficiency. A soldier's duty is to obey commands." Listening to Qi Quan's icy words, Huang Yuan's lips twitched slightly. He then replied leisurely, "Oh, come on. No need to be so fiery. We are all colleagues." In response to his words, Qi Quan snorted coldly and turned his gaze away. Meanwhile, Qin Ji, standing nearby, remained silent, pulling down the eye mask from his hair, standing quietly as he rested. Thus, their conversation came to an end once more. Simultaneously, Zhang Guo's fervent speech approached its conclusion. The lengthy address left his mouth slightly parched. Consequently, he decided to conclude the pre-battle mobilization earlier than planned. After a brief pause, Zhang Guo issued his final command. "Soldiers, board the ships and set sail." As his words resonated, the soldiers began to board the warships in an orderly fashion. Shortly after, Qi Quan shook his attire and strode towards one of the warships adorned with a rose emblem. Observing his departure, Huang Yuan casually shrugged and murmured, "Well then, I shall take my leave first, Qin Ji." After uttering this, Huang Yuan ambled leisurely away from the spot. With the departure of these two, Qin Ji adjusted his eye mask and swiftly located his own warship. Upon seeing the familiar emblem on the ship, a faint smile graced his lips. Without any hesitation, Qin Ji approached the warship. As he boarded, his new aide promptly came forward to greet him. The aide then raised his right hand, executing a standard military salute. Following the formalities, he immediately reported, "Report, Qin Ji de Jiang. Everything is ready. Please give your orders." Responding to the sound in his ear, Qin Ji replied directly, "Let us depart." Receiving the new command, the officer slowly retreated, instructing various matters. Thus, the warship set sail from the naval headquarters port. Feeling the movement of the ship, Qin Ji scratched his head. He then observed the bustling crowd and murmured to himself, "Are these my new subordinates? They truly are a spirited bunch." As his words fell, Qin Ji pulled down his eye mask, covering his eyes once more. He then reclined slowly on the deck's rocking chair, resting quietly. Noticing their commander's actions, no soldier dared to disturb him. Meanwhile, one warship after another departed from the naval headquarters port. Watching the departure of the others, Zhang Guo let out a long sigh. "Star, I have dispatched all three generals. The eradication of the Revolutionary Army and the fallen angels rests in your hands. I hope for your success." With these words, Zhang Guo turned and walked toward his office. The final outcome was beyond his control. However, he still wished for the success of this mission. As for Karp, he stood silently in his office. With his hands clasped behind him, he straightened his back and gazed out the window at the distant scenes. Once the warships completely vanished from his sight, Karp withdrew his gaze. After a moment, he sighed softly. Is the target this time the Revolutionary Army and the fallen angels? The sea is about to become much more tumultuous. Who would have thought that even Star would join the fray? Will the mission of the EG tribe conclude in your hands? At this point, Karp's somber voice abruptly fell silent. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply and returned to his seat. Thus, one warship after another sailed towards the West Sea. However, no one knew their destination. For this mission, the Navy employed a rapid strategy. Even if information leaked, it would not immediately expose the Navy's intentions. Danger was steadily approaching the Revolutionary Army in the West Sea. As for Xing, he sat cross-legged on the warship. He caressed his beloved blade repeatedly, as if caressing his wife. After a while, a voice imbued with authority emerged from his lips. "Ingwei, where are we now?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Ingwei revealed himself and responded directly. "Lord Xing, we will soon be able to land on the island." Satisfied with this answer, Xing nodded and ceased further conversation. Adjusting his glasses, he slowly gazed at the distant horizon, lost in contemplation. Observing this, Ingwei silently retreated to the side. Soon, his body stirred and vanished from sight. Although his figure disappeared, Ingwei continued to control the navigation of the warship. This state merely facilitated a heightened awareness of the surrounding circumstances. Thus, time flowed by unnoticed. On the warship, Xing resumed his earlier actions, gently stroking the blade. During the Navy's voyage towards the West Sea, Lindbergh had already returned to the base located on Magnetic Drum Island. At this moment, he was no longer the person he once was. The black mist within his body had eroded half of him, completing his transformation. His previously diminutive stature began to grow tall and robust. Due to this growth, the clothes he wore had long since been torn, leaving only wisps of black mist swirling around him. Maintaining this appearance, he wearily walked along the streets of Magnetic Drum Island. Lindbergh had already glimpsed his reflection in the sea. Although he appeared entirely different from before, he was willing to accept this if it meant gaining strength. His striking white hair quickly attracted the attention of the townsfolk. Upon witnessing this, they hastily averted their gazes and ran towards their homes. Sensing the shift in the emotions of those around him, Lindbergh let out a cold laugh but made no effort to stop them. Thus, he arrived at the base. However, the reception he received was not the cheers he had imagined, but rather a deathly silence. Realizing this change, Lindbergh suddenly clutched his heart, which was throbbing painfully. Without hesitation, he hurried inside. What met his eyes was a scene of blood-red liquid and severed limbs strewn across the floor. Upon seeing this, Lindbergh's pupils constricted repeatedly. Gradually, red veins spread across his eyes. This hellish scene relentlessly pounded on his already shattered heart. Clinging to the last remnants of hope, he ventured deeper into the base. Yet, reality often proves to be cruel. The more one wishes to avoid something, the more it unfolds before them. Soon, he spotted the vice commander, covered in wounds, yet still standing. Alas, the light had long since faded from the vice commander's eyes. Witnessing this, Lindbergh's final flicker of hope was extinguished in an instant. The slight curl of the vice commander's lips seemed to offer him solace. The memories of their last moments together echoed incessantly in his mind. This surge of emotion intensified the pain in his heart. Lindbergh pressed his hands to his head, leaning against the wall. A low, hoarse voice escaped his lips. "Ha ha ha, demon, is this the fate you speak of? I choose to believe now." As his words fell, Lindbergh struggled to rise. Simultaneously, black mist once again erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. Accompanied by a hissing sound, his flesh underwent its final evolution. Soon, the black mist dissipated, revealing Lindbergh. At this moment, his eyes no longer held any trace of compassion. For him, such sentiments were utterly worthless. Everything he cherished had completely drifted away from him. Lindbergh lifted his head, surveying his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the vice commander. Gradually, he raised his arm, and the black mist surged forward. In an instant, everything before him was consumed by the black mist. Meanwhile, Lindbergh's hoarse voice resonated throughout the base. Now that love has withered, death is no longer a concern. As his words concluded, the black mist continued to churn and swirl. After some time, it gradually dispersed. Everything within the base had been eroded by the black mist, leaving behind only desolate remnants. Observing this, Lindbergh trudged towards the exit. With his emergence, the hidden P organization immediately revealed themselves, surrounding him. Without hesitation, the commander of the P organization issued a direct order. Kill him. Not a single person related to the Revolutionary Army can be spared. As the words fell, the personnel of P surged forward, launching an assault on Lindbergh. Observing the crowd before him, Lindbergh slightly tilted his body, effortlessly evading the onslaught. With a frigid demeanor, he remarked, Is it truly you wretches who have caused me to lose everything? Then prepare to pay with your lives. With that declaration, a shroud of darkness enveloped the vision of the crowd. Even the observation hockey lost its efficacy within the black mist. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the commander of P issued a new directive: scatter. Those capable of escape were to prioritize relaying information. With his voice echoing, he charged forward, fully aware that the enemy's strength far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, within this black mist, their abilities were severely hampered. Under his guidance, the personnel of P fled in various directions, yet none could escape the clutches of the encroaching darkness. Simultaneously, Lindbergh's somber voice resonated through the fog, proclaiming, "Death is your sole fate." He extended his right hand to his heart, and a shimmering long sword gradually emerged from the depths of the mist. Without a moment's hesitation, Lindbergh began to reap the lives of those around him, his voice acting as a harbinger of doom. With each utterance, lives were extinguished. The commander of P soon discerned this tragic turn of events, but he found himself powerless in the face of his subordinate's demise, as he could not even command his own existence. Gradually, the surroundings of Commander P fell into silence. He understood that within the entirety of the black mist, only he and the man who was slaughtering them remained. Even when confronted with death, his expression showed no signs of change. Perhaps for them, death was a form of liberation. Lindbergh raised the long sword in his hand, gently waving it at the commander of P. Thus, the final life was extinguished. Feeling the black mist around him intensify, he murmured, "Souls, return to me." He then plunged the long sword back into his own heart. In that moment, the black mist dissipated, revealing its true form. After a brief pause, Lindbergh resumed his stride toward his vessel, now empowered and seeking vengeance. Nothing would deter his path. On his return journey, the streets were devoid of any figures, suggesting that the personnel of P had dealt with the civilians. This reality stirred not the slightest interest within Lindbergh. Thus, his solitary vessel drifted once more upon the vast ocean, with the destination left to fate. Meanwhile, Dracula remained unaware of the upheaval faced by the Revolutionary Army, as even the leader, Long, was oblivious to the events. At that moment, he was immersed in deeper scheming in the first half of the Grand Line. Since the conclusion of their last confrontation, Enel had been patiently awaiting Beppo's recovery. On the third day, Beppo finally stirred awake, wincing at the pain coursing through his body as he sat up in bed. Surprised to see Enel before him, he exclaimed, "You haven't been waiting here for my awakening, have you?" In response, Enel crossed his arms and nodded affirmatively. He quickly gathered his thoughts and stated, "Of course, I must take responsibility for you. Now that you are awake, come with me. The captain has been waiting for you." Acknowledging this, Beppo rose from the bed without hesitation. Enel strode leisurely down the corridor, while Beppo followed closely behind. During their walk, Beppo remarked softly, "Your previous attack had a significant flaw. My technique relies on an acute combat intuition." Hearing this, Enel paused momentarily. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in understanding, muttering to himself, "Is that so? I see now. This is what the captain has always emphasized, combat intuition." With these words, he turned to Beppo, a confident smile forming on his lips. I shall rectify that flaw. By then, my strength will surely increase." With a renewed sense of purpose, he quickened his pace toward the captain's office. Thus, through their conversation, they soon arrived at the office. Standing before the closed door, Enel stepped forward and gently knocked. The sound echoed, prompting Dracula within to slowly lower his teacup. A calm voice emerged from him, "Come in." As the words echoed, Enel and Beppo entered. Upon seeing them, Dracula's face broke into a subtle smile. He nodded in satisfaction, inviting them to take a seat. Once seated, the impatient Enel spoke up, "Captain, I have identified my shortcomings. However, is there a specific training method for that combat intuition?" After a moment of reflection, Dracula replied, "Engage in more battles, and your combat intuition will sharpen. There are many strong foes upon the sea. Once we reach the New World, you must leave the warship to enhance your strength." Upon hearing this, Enel's eyes sparkled with excitement. Compared to a mundane existence, he yearned for a life filled with thrill, especially the exhilaration of battle. With this thought, his smile widened even more. Observing his enthusiasm, Dracula nodded slightly. The Fallen Angels Brigade was raised with a philosophy of fostering growth, with the ultimate goal being continuous strength enhancement. After a brief silence, Dracula calmly stated, "Prepare yourselves. Our voyage is about to commence once again." At this, he turned to Beppo. With a flourish of his hands, a heart-shaped devil fruit appeared in his palm. He carelessly placed the fruit on the desk, speaking in a relaxed tone. Beepo, do you wish to grow stronger? The Ope no Mi is yours to consume or reject. Contemplating the devil fruit before him, Beepo fell into deep thought. He had reached a bottleneck in his strength, unable to progress further in the short term. Even his moon lion form could only be activated under a full moon. With this in mind, Beepo made his final decision. He picked up the Ope no Mi from the desk and slowly brought it to his lips. Without hesitation, he took a decisive bite. In an instant, an indescribable flavor surged forth. Beibwa hastily extended his right hand to cover his mouth, staving off the urge to retch. After a brief moment, he finally regained his composure. He then wore a pained expression as he turned his gaze towards Dracula. Beibwa smacked his lips a couple of times and softly remarked, "Boss, this taste is truly dreadful." Upon hearing his words, Enelu burst into hearty laughter beside him. Ever since Beibwa chose to consume the devil fruit, Enelu had been eagerly anticipating Beibwa's reaction, for that indescribable taste lingered in his memory. Thus, the laughter continued for a while until Enelu, with a gleeful smirk, exclaimed, "Ahaha, Beibwa, your expression just now was quite amusing." As the words left his lips, he felt Beibwa's intense gaze upon him, causing Enelu to awkwardly retract his laughter. After a brief pause, he explained, "All devil fruits have this particular flavor. When I consumed the rumble fruit, I experienced the same sensation." Receiving this response, Beibwa nodded with a hint of skepticism. Observing his demeanor, Dracula's lips curled into a faint smile. He then provided a definite affirmation, stating, "What Enelu says is indeed true. Devil fruits have always been notoriously unpalatable. You should quickly familiarize yourself with your newfound abilities. We finally have a doctor aboard." Listening to his captain's admonition, Beibwa promptly focused his mind and soon entered a state of diligent training. As Beibwa immersed himself in his training, Enelu shrugged in boredom, unwilling to interrupt Beibwa's concentration. However, Dracula's calm voice soon reached his ears. "Let us depart. We must not disturb his enlightenment. It is the perfect opportunity to check on Caesar's progress." Upon hearing his captain's words, Enelu eagerly nodded in agreement. He swiftly rose and proceeded towards the office exit. Observing Enelu's hurried demeanor, Dracula softly muttered, "I truly find you to be quite unmanageable." With that, he too rose from his seat and walked towards the office exit. Thus, the two departed the room, leaving only Beibwa, who was diligently training. At that moment, he had completely immersed himself in his studies of the surgical fruit, unaware of their departure. Dracula and Enelu strolled leisurely down the corridor, but soon, an unexpected figure came into view. Upon seeing his captain, Caesar was momentarily taken aback. Yet, his professional demeanor quickly returned. He then exclaimed with surprise, "Shaluo, boss, I was just on my way to the office to report to you when I unexpectedly ran into you here." Hearing Caesar's words, Dracula lightly nodded. He then spoke in a calm tone, "Let us head to your laboratory to discuss matters. Beibwa is training in the office. Do not disturb him." As Dracula's voice faded, he resumed his leisurely pace. Following him closely, Enelu placed his hands behind his head and casually remarked as they passed Caesar, "The boss was just about to find you. I didn't expect you to arrive first." At this, a smile crept on his Caesar's lips, and he replied playfully, "Shaluo, perhaps this is what we call synergy." He then grasped the box in his hand and walked toward Dracula. After a while, the three arrived at Caesar's laboratory. Observing the bustling individuals, Dracula nodded in satisfaction, appreciating their work ethic. After a brief assessment, he turned his gaze towards Caesar, awaiting his report. Noticing his captain's attention, Caesar stepped forward with a grin and waved to his busy assistants. At his gesture, the assistants paused their work. Once the laboratory fell silent, Caesar pressed a button on the experimental platform. With a whirring sound of gears, the platform began to rotate. In a moment, a starkly different experimental table came into Dracula's view, upon which lay a man bound in a tangle of crimson. Recognizing the figure, Dracula quickly identified him as the pirate they had previously captured. With his arrival, Caesar promptly began his explanation. "Boss, I have successfully extracted his devil fruit." As he spoke, he placed a box on the experimental table. With a click, the suitcase opened, revealing a devil fruit adorned with bizarre patterns before everyone's eyes. Without hesitation, Caesar picked up the fruit and extended it toward Dracula, his expression filled with astonishment. However, this devil fruit is somewhat special. Even though he has lost his fruit's powers, some of its original characteristics remain intact. This pirate is the only one from whom the fruit's power has been extracted without resulting in death. Caesar's words piqued Dracula's interest. prompting him to step closer to the experimental table. Dracula extended 2 fingers of his right hand, gently resting them against the pirate's neck. In an instant, the energy of the fallen angel began to emanate from his fingertips, permeating the pirate's body. As the energy flowed in, the pirate's body responded immediately. Surprisingly, however, as the pirate trembled violently, the fallen angel energy was gradually expelled from his body. Witnessing this, a smile formed at the corners of Dracula's mouth. He then stated in a calm tone, "What an intriguing devil fruit indeed." As he spoke, he silently intensified the transmission of the fallen angel energy. Thus, the frequency of the pirate's convulsions increased. Simultaneously, Dracula discerned a pattern emerging. After further verification, he ceased his actions. Gazing at the unconscious pirate, Dracula shook his head slightly. The devil fruit had utterly failed to manifest its original power. In his eyes, it was a complete waste. Then, Dracula spoke in a neutral tone. Is blood still able to have an effect on him? Without a moment's hesitation, Caesar responded, "It can only produce a mild effect, far inferior to the previous results. Furthermore, his blood-sucking ability has also vanished with the loss of the fruit's power." With this, Caesar began to rummage through the experimental table, soon locating his research notes. As he flipped through them, a plethora of experimental data unfolded before his eyes. Without any hesitation, Kaisha presented the experimental notes to his superior. Upon examining the data inscribed within, Digola nodded slightly. This information could resolve many of his inquiries. After a moment, he closed the notes and redirected his gaze towards the revived pirate on the experiment table. The pirate, having regained consciousness, refrained from yelling. His previous experiments having rendered him numbed, even his eyes filled with a vacant stare. Gradually, Digola withdrew his gaze, focusing instead on the devil fruit in his other hand, speaking in a calm tone. "It appears that this devil fruit is indeed remarkable." As his words fell, he flipped his left hand, causing the fruit to vanish from sight. He then returned the experimental notes to Kaisha, a slight arch of his brow indicating a shift in thought. "Prepare yourselves. I intend to abandon this place. Impel Down is ultimately not a suitable location for prolonged stay. In a few days, you will all relocate back to Sky Island." Hearing his superior's words, Kaisha nodded in agreement. He adjusted the creases of his clothing and softly inquired, "What about the prisoners and the equipment here?" With a brief glance around, Digola chuckled lightly, "We are not benevolent beings. Take what we can carry and destroy the rest. If the Navy returns, I want them to behold an empty fortress." Receiving such a response, Kaisha grinned and replied, "Shu luo luo luo. Boss, I know what to do. Just give me 3 days, and that will suffice." Upon hearing his words, Digola nodded gently, acknowledging the matter. He then turned to exit the laboratory. As he walked, he raised his right hand and waved it lightly behind him. Digola's calm voice reached Kaisha's ears once more. "This place is entrusted to you, Kaisha." With those words, Digola's figure completely vanished from Kaisha's sight. Observing his superior's departure, Ainalu quickly regained his composure and hurried after him. Soon, his loud voice echoed through the corridor. "Wait for me, boss." As the sound faded, Kaisha turned back to face his own body. After a moment, a smile crept onto his lips as he softly remarked, "You have not changed at all, Ainalu." At this juncture, Kaisha lifted his gaze towards the assistants standing nearby. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand once more. He then cheerfully inquired, "Shu luo luo luo. You all heard what the boss just said, right?" His question was promptly met with a response. "We heard you, Lord Kaisha." Satisfied with their reply, Kaisha nodded appreciatively, a broader smile spreading across his face. Without a moment's pause, playful words escaped his lips. "What are you waiting for? Get moving, everyone. Before you act, remember to take the experimental agents. If any prisoners dare to cause trouble, simply eliminate them." Hearing Lord Kaisha's orders, the assistants responded in unison and set aside their experimental instruments. They retrieved vials of a purplish gas from their drawers, tucking them inside their clothing before departing the laboratory. With their exit, the laboratory fell into a tranquil silence. Soon, Kaisha noticed the 10 brothers in the corner. Observing them for a brief moment, he stated directly, "You 10 will accompany me, for now. After all, the laboratory equipment also requires handling." Receiving the specific instructions, the 10 brothers nodded in unison. Thus, the inhabitants of Impel Down busied themselves momentarily. Meanwhile, Digola and Ainalu returned to the office. Observing Bipo, who remained in a meditative state, the two casually took their seats and awaited in silence. Digola resumed perusing the intelligence documents on the desk, for as the leader, he must constantly analyze the maritime situation. However, the insufficient intelligence failed to meet his expectations. As for Ainalu, he raised the teacup before him, frequently sipping the tea, a reflection of his impatience. Time passed gradually. Eventually, Bipo opened his tightly shut eyes, soon noticing Ainalu's incessant tea-drinking and Digu La's focus on the documents. Without hesitation, he spoke in a calm tone. "Boss, I apologize. I didn't realize I had been in contemplation for so long." The sudden voice quickly captured the attention of both men. Digu La set down the documents and turned to look in the direction of the sound. A faint smile crept onto his lips. "Bipo, it is no issue at all. How does it feel to possess this surgery fruit? After all, it is worth a vice admiral." Hearing his superior's words, Bipo expressed his excitement. "Boss, the surgery fruit is incredibly powerful. Even without medical knowledge, I can now heal everyone. Moreover, I can distinctly sense a boost in my strength." Digu La nodded slightly at this response. He then picked up the teacup on his desk and took a delicate sip. As the tea soothed his throat, he continued, "Moving forward, let's enhance the development of your fruit's abilities. Ainalu has significant insights in this regard." Gaining his superior's affirmation, Ainalu's smile widened. He then patted his exposed chest confidently, exclaiming, "Ah, the boss actually recognizes me. Rest assured, I will devote myself to teaching you diligently." As he spoke, he extended his right hand and patted Bipo on the shoulder. Feeling the strength transmitted through the gesture, Bipo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. However, he chose not to refute Ainalu. Observing their interaction, Digu La smiled faintly. "Bipo, you shall temporarily assume the role of the ship's doctor." Upon hearing his superior's words, Bipo's expression instantly fell. He then grimaced and softly lamented, "But boss, I'm already the ship's navigator and combat personnel, occasionally taking on the role of chef. Adding the responsibilities of a doctor would quadruple my workload compared to Ainalu." Listening to Bipo's grievances, Digu La couldn't help but twitch his lips. However, he quickly regained his composure. After a brief pause, he responded gently, "I will consider your situation. Nevertheless, there is currently no suitable candidate, so you'll have to manage for a while. Ainalu, this fellow is utterly inept in matters beyond combat." At this point, Digu La lifted his gaze to glance at Ainalu. Noticing his superior's attention, who awkwardly scratched his head, feigning ignorance. In light of such a response, Bibol could only accept the task with a sense of resignation, murmuring softly, "I feel that my bare life is shrouded in gloom, devoid of any glimmer of hope. In my eyes, there lies an endless array of tasks." Although his voice was barely audible, both Ainalu heard him quite distinctly. After a brief silence, Ainalu extended his arm and embraced Bibol tightly. He then spoke in a light-hearted tone, "Don't be so downcast, Bibol. I shall accompany you in developing your fruit abilities. As long as you feel yourself growing stronger, your troubles will fade away in an instant." Upon hearing his words, Bibol nodded gently and left the office alongside Ainalu. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Digu La's lips curled into a faint smile. He soon returned to his work, poring over another report, and the office regained its usual tranquil atmosphere. Meanwhile, the various units stationed within Dajincheng continued their operations, for this place was soon to be abandoned by them. In a shadowy corner, Shu quietly observed the unfolding events. After a while, he grasped his renowned blade and departed without uttering a word. The Navy and the world government remained oblivious to the changes occurring within Dajincheng, just as Dua Tanshu Amlo were unaware of the upheavals within the Thuho Gumingjin. Perhaps this is the reason the sea is so steeped in mystery. No one knows which will come first, tomorrow, or an unexpected event. While Kasap managed the affairs of Vijincha, the Navy vessels had all entered the waters of the Shah. Leading the charge was the ship commanded by Urchan. With arms crossed, Urchan gazed sternly at the distant horizon. A gentle breeze rustled his justice cloak and tousled his hair. He then took 2 strong puffs of his cigar, the rich aroma causing him to frown slightly, rendering his demeanor even more serious. No soldier dared to disturb the formidable figure of Admiral Kurchin at that moment. As time passed, the cigar ink in his mouth gradually dwindled. After a brief pause, a grave voice emerged from his lips. "Fugon, where have the ships reached?" Upon hearing his commander's inquiry, the Fugon quickly gathered his thoughts and replied, "Report to Admiral Kun. The fleet has successfully arrived in the waters of the Shia. There's an island in close proximity where we can land." Listening to the Fugon's report, Church's furrowed brow began to ease. He straightened his collar and issued new orders. "Accelerate our advance. I wish to land on the island in the shortest time possible. Justice must not allow for any complacency." Receiving the new directive, the Fugon nodded solemnly. Thus, The vessel on S command increased its speed once more. As the velocity surged, the distance between the ships widened. Trucheng slowly turned, casting his gaze upon the sea behind him. He soon spotted the leisurely sailing ships of Qingzhi and Kan. Upon seeing this, Trucheng's fist clenched involuntarily. He then snorted in discontent, remarking, "This is utterly unacceptable. Fugan, hoist the signal flag. Alert the sailors on the other ships to quicken their pace and maintain formation with us." Following Chess' command, the flag bearer aboard his ship gradually raised a distinctive flag. Subsequently, the flag bearer manipulated the flag, altering its fluttering direction. The flag's movement swiftly caught the attention of the lookouts aboard the other vessels. Without hesitation, the lookouts approached their respective commanders to report the situation. However, the final decision rested with Qingzhi, as they were the highest authorities aboard the other ships. The report from his subordinates quickly roused Qingzhi from his slumber. He lazily stretched and gradually sat up from his rocking chair. As he lifted his eye mask, he ensured it no longer obscured his view. After a moment of silence, he finally regained his composure. Reflecting on his subordinate's report, Qingzhi ran a hand through his tousled hair in resignation. He then spoke in a languid tone. "Trucheng is rather impatient, isn't he? Oh well, let's also proceed at full speed." With the new directive, the Fugan stepped back. Under his guidance, the ship suddenly accelerated. Concurrently, the commanders of the Pigeon faction instructed their subordinates to hasten their vessels as well. Consequently, the last to arrive became an S ship. After issuing the command, Qingzhi pulled down his eye mask and reclined once more in his rocking chair. As the gentle breeze caressed him, he drifted back into slumber. Soon, Wang Yun received the report from his Fugan. While savoring his tea leisurely, he displayed no sense of urgency. After a moment of pause, Wang Yun finally spoke. "Such vigorous work is quite exhausting. I wonder how Trucheng manages to endure it." With a shrug, he casually inquired, "What about Qingzhi? Has his ship also increased speed?" Upon hearing his commander's question, the Fugan hastily responded, "Admiral K's ship has just suddenly accelerated and has completely left us behind. Our vessel is now the slowest among them." In response to such news, Wang Yun could only smirk in resignation. He then issued his latest command, "Let us set our sights on Qingzhi's ship and advance at full speed. After all, we must not appear too obvious in our laziness." Hearing his commander's words, the Fugan's forehead broke into a bead of sweat. Yet, his professionalism quickly tempered his expression. Subsequently, the Fugan withdrew to relay the latest orders to the sailors aboard the ship. Thus, Wang's vessel also abruptly increased its speed in pursuit of Qingzhi's ship. Watching the Fugan depart, Wang Yun lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. After a while, he murmured to himself, "Honestly, slacking off is quite a skilled endeavor. To choose work over such a splendid opportunity, Trucheng must be out of his mind." As he spoke, Han placed his teacup upon the table and reclined leisurely. The acceleration of his ship soon drew the attention of the remaining commanders. Subsequently, the other commanders silently quickened their vessels to match Fest's speed. Positioned at the forefront, Trucheng observed the commotion behind him. Once he noted that all the ships had increased their speed, he slowly turned to face the sea ahead. After a brief interval, a cold voice escaped his lips, slow and deliberate. "How does one uphold the justice within?" As the words fell from his lips, he ignited another cigar, placing it between his teeth. He then took a deep draw, releasing a dense plume of smoke into the air. As the smoke dissipated, he gazed upon the distant harbor at the horizon. At this sight, the frigid contours of Qi Quan's face twisted into a rigid arc. With the slow passage of time, Qi Quan's warship was the first to reach the island's port. Without a hint of hesitation, clad in his naval justice cloak, Qi Quan descended from the vessel. Soon, he noticed the pirate ships at the harbor. He extinguished his cigar and coldly remarked, "Pirates truly abound everywhere. Just wait. All pirates shall meet their demise in my molten fury." With these words, Qi Quan raised his fists slightly. Within those fists, magma churned and flowed, vaporizing the air around him. With a resounding crash, he swung his magma-filled fists, striking the pirate ships. Instantly, the vessels ignited, none remaining unscathed. Moments later, the charred remnants of the pirate ships slowly sank beneath the waves, leaving no trace behind. Observing this, Qi Quan snorted disdainfully and withdrew his fists. He then strode with measured steps across the solid ground, followed closely by a regiment of elite Navy forces. With no intention of concealment, Qi Quan walked boldly forward. Their presence swiftly captured the attention of the island's inhabitants, as well as the pirates. The arrival of Qi Quan plunged the island into brief chaos. The might of an admiral was not something the pirates of the West Sea could withstand. Consequently, the pirates began to scatter in retreat. Witnessing this, Chi Quan coldly huffed and issued a direct command. Spread out. Let not a single pirate escape. Execute any who are captured alive. Following his orders, the elite Navy forces moved in unison, dispersing in all directions. Watching their departure, Chi Quan nodded in satisfaction. He then continued his steady advance into the depths of the island. The arrival of the Navy admiral was an unforeseen event for all. While this news spelled disaster for the pirates, it was a moment of great joy for the civilians. As the pirates fled, the residents cautiously emerged from their homes. Observing Chi Quan's attire, they embraced each other excitedly, exclaiming, the Navy has arrived. Our nightmare is finally over. These pirates deserve their fate. If given the chance, I will certainly join the Navy to uphold justice. Listening to the civilians' declarations, a smile involuntarily crept across Chi Quan's icy visage. Perhaps, since ZFA had allowed him to return to the Navy headquarters, his mindset had shifted. Nevertheless, his approach towards pirates remained merciless. Chi Quan steadfastly believed that pirates were the root of chaos upon the seas. Only by executing all pirates could the ocean return to its rightful order. Meanwhile, the sound of gunfire echoed across the island, akin to a dirge for the pirates. After all, even the elite Navy posed a significant threat in the waters of the West Sea. Listening to the sound around him, Chi Quan nodded in contentment. He then paused in the island square, awaiting the arrival of Qing Ji and Huang Yuan. The fleeing pirates soon reached the harbor. But despair struck them when they discovered that all the pirate ships had been obliterated by magma, rendering them incapable of escape. The only vessels remaining intact were a few solitary Navy ships. Yet the formidable cannons and vigilant soldiers aboard those ships made the pirates swallow hard. Just as hesitation set in, the elite Navy forces arrived in pursuit. Observing this, a burly pirate shouted, "Brothers, we have no choice. Our only chance for survival lies with the Navy ships before us. On the count of 3, we attack together." Hearing this, the other pirates nodded in agreement. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes narrowing with ferocity as they gazed towards the ships. However, it was evident that fear flickered within each of their eyes, for none wished to face death. As the pirates readied themselves, the burly pirate announced 1, 2. Before he could utter 3, a mocking voice rang out, "Oh, what terrifying pirates you are! Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" The sudden outburst startled the burly pirate. He replied, somewhat bewildered, "What?" Yet, he quickly grasped the meaning of the words. A powerful flying kick struck his face, propelling him violently towards the island. With a resounding crash, his body embedded into the mountainside. The burly pirate struggled momentarily before succumbing to his fate. Simultaneously, Huang Yuan's figure emerged, observing the pirate ensconced in the rock face. He shrugged his shoulders and sighed, "Oh, my apologies. I used the least amount of force possible, yet it seems you still perished." He then shifted his gaze to the remaining pirates. Noticing his attention, the remaining pirates trembled in fear. After a brief pause, a frail pirate stuttered, "He is the Navy Admiral Huang Yuan." As these words echoed, the already frightened pirates grew even more terrified. The courage they had just summoned dissipated like mist. No one believed they could withstand such a devastating kick. Seeing the pirates abandon their resistance, Huang Yuan casually placed his hands in his pockets and strolled away. He had no intention of dealing with such troublesome matters. As he departed, the elite Navy forces aboard his ship closely followed their admiral. Observing this, a commander under Chi Quan stepped forward and gestured to his troops. Immediately, the fully armed elite Navy surrounded the pirates. Without hesitation, a calm voice issued from his lips. "Fire!" As the command was given, the elite Navy forces swiftly pulled their triggers. With a series of gunshots, the remaining pirates fell to the ground. Their blood silently pooled, staining the earth beneath them. The commander cast a cold glance before turning away from the harbor. Other areas of the island still harbored pirates awaiting their execution. As Huang Yuan walked, he listened to the sounds behind him and murmured softly to himself, "Indeed, it is no surprise that you are a subordinate of a kainu." The concept of absolute justice has been thoroughly instilled in the hearts of the soldiers. As the words fell, Kizaru raised his gaze towards the front and soon beheld a kainu standing on the platform. Without a hint of hesitation, he sauntered forward with a leisurely gait. Meanwhile, Akiji remained blissfully asleep. Observing the demeanor of his superior, the lieutenant bellowed, "Admiral Akiji, our supplies are insufficient. We need to land on the island." At the lieutenant's amiable call, Akiji gradually awakened. He removed his eye mask and languidly stood up. Subsequently, he let out a long yawn and spoke in a calm manner. "Ah, we've arrived. Let us disembark and not keep them waiting too long." With that, Akiji descended the ship and made his way toward the interior of the island. Witnessing the actions of their admiral, the lieutenant's mouth twitched slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He promptly gathered the soldiers aboard the warship to follow closely behind Akiji. Listening to the gunfire resonating in the air, Akiji remarked in a tranquil tone, "Akainu's efficiency remains as high as ever." After uttering these words, he quietly quickened his pace toward the central location. Moments later, Akiji spotted Akainu and Kizuru on the platform. As Akiji made his appearance, both of their gazes fell upon him. He ruffled his tousled hair and approached the two. Then he softly inquired, "How is it? Have we contacted the star?" Upon hearing his question, Akainu shook his head, responding coolly, "No." The call to star was obstructed by a lack of signal and could not connect. Receiving such a reply, Akiji shrugged his shoulders and replied lazily, "Ah, I see. We shall have to wait. The organization must be aware of our whereabouts and will contact us when they can." As his words lingered, the three exchanged glances before taking a seat on the platform. Their respective troops remained standing resolutely in the center of the square, awaiting new orders. Observing this, Akiji waved his hand and softly instructed the lieutenant, "Disband them. Assist the civilians on the island." Upon hearing his words, both Akainu and Kizuru nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two also directed the lieutenant to attend to the necessary matters. Thus, under the lieutenant's guidance, the elite navy dispersed from the square, leaving only the three admirals behind. Before long, a man clad in a suit and wearing a mask entered the trio's line of sight. Noticing this, Kizuru's lips curled into a playful smirk as he remarked, "Ah, the liaison has arrived." As he spoke, the liaison approached the three with measured steps. Without any hesitation, he stated plainly, "The esteemed star has been waiting for a long time. This new type of telephone bug can enhance signal transmission to contact star." With that, he produced a peculiar light blue telephone bug from his pocket. Observing the item being offered, Akainu reached out to accept it. He then retrieved the previous communication device from his own possession. Accompanied by a series of crackling noises, the telephone bug was filled with static. However, the light blue telephone bug's antennae soon began to quiver. The static vanished in an instant, restoring normal sound. After a brief wait, the call was successfully connected, and Star's somewhat authoritative voice echoed from within. "Akainu, you have finally reached the West Sea region. The remaining journey requires you to navigate as guided by the liaison." Upon hearing the voice from the telephone bug, Akainu nodded slightly and replied, "Understood." With Akainu's response, Star promptly hung up the device. For specific arrangements will be discussed upon meeting. Listening to the busy tone in his ear, Akainu returned the light blue telephone bug to the waiting liaison. He then slowly stood up and addressed his companions. "Let us resolve matters here and continue our journey. Star awaits our arrival." Upon hearing his words, Kizuru's mouth twisted in a reluctant grimace as he replied, "Really, we must set off again. I exerted considerable effort dealing with the pirates, and I am in dire need of rest." However, his complaints went unanswered by the other two. Observing this, Kizuru helplessly stood up and murmured, "Very well. I suppose I shall rest on the warship later." Akiji then leisurely rose to his feet. He ruffled his tousled hair and spoke in a placid tone. "I shall first check on how the pirate situation is being handled." As he finished speaking, Akiji placed his hands in his pockets and descended from the platform. Without hesitating, he activated his Kinbunchika haki. Instantly, his perception spread out, enveloping the entire island. In his mind, the information from various regions became increasingly apparent. He then ambled towards the most densely populated area. After a while, Akiji arrived at the edge of the street. Observing the busy Navy soldiers and civilians, a smile crept across his face as he softly murmured, "This is the justice I pursue." After uttering these words, Akiji stepped into the street. With his arrival, the soldiers promptly set down their work and rendered a standard military salute. Observing this, Akiji nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, he spoke directly, "Soldiers, expedite your efforts. We have other missions to execute." As his words echoed, the soldiers immersed themselves wholeheartedly in their tasks once more. Seeing the Navy admiral's presence, civilians stepped forward, surrounding Akiji. They chattered excitedly, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Navy, for eliminating the pirates. Sir, I want my son to join the Navy." Addressing the enthusiastic civilians, Akiji responded to each inquiry. Amidst their chatter, the soldiers completed their work without delay. Without hesitation, Akiji stepped forward and commanded the soldiers, "Target the port, full speed ahead." With his words, Akiji waved farewell to the civilians. Although they were reluctant to part, they did not impede his departure. The elite navy instinctively formed ranks and advanced toward their destination. Soon, the grand force arrived at the port, under the leadership of each commander. Every unit returned to their respective warships. Observing Akiji's return, Akainu nodded in acknowledgement. Following that, under the guidance of the liaison, the warship adorned with a rose emblem was the first to depart from the port. Concurrently, the remaining ships closely followed behind. Watching the fleet set sail, Akiji lazily reclined back into the rocking chair once more. Suddenly, he ripped the eye mask from his forehead, completely obscuring his eyes. The adjutant observed the actions of his commander and quietly stood aside, refraining from further disturbance. Thus, the warship resumed its voyage. Maintaining the speed, the vessel swiftly traversed the vast ocean. By midnight, under the guidance of Personnel P, the group arrived at their destination. Gazing upon the relatively desolate harbor, Chi Quan took 2 deep puffs of a cigar. As the smoke billowed out, he stepped down from the warship with measured strides. The soldiers from the other vessels closely followed in his wake. As for Qing Ji and Huang Yuan, they had disembarked even before the warship came to a halt. Consequently, the trio walked behind Personnel P, advancing deeper into the island. It was evident, however, that this island was rather barren. Observing the sparsely populated streets, Huang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly and remarked on the peculiar choice of location. As his words faded, the group entered a courtyard. Soon, Huang Yuan spotted a figure seated at the center of the courtyard. Upon seeing this, he casually placed his hands in his pockets and stood a short distance away. The crisp sound of footsteps captured the figure's attention. He grasped the demon blade in his arms and slowly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, a voice filled with authority emerged from his lips. "You have finally arrived." Hearing this, Chi Quan nodded gently and promptly responded, "Xing, what do you require of us?" Observing Chi Quan's perplexity, Xing waved his hand behind him. He then continued, "Ingwei, show the 3 generals the task requirements." As his words concluded, a shadowy figure gradually revealed itself from the depths of the courtyard. The appearance of Ing Wei successfully drew the attention of the 3 generals. Gazing at him, Huang Yuan expressed his astonishment. "What a truly bizarre ability. I thought something was amiss. Turns out there was someone hidden." In response to his comment, Qing Ji slightly nodded, acknowledging it. Just as they were conversing, Ing Wei had already approached the 3 generals. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand and retrieved a dossier from his inner pocket. Subsequently, the dossier unfurled, revealing its entirety. This document contained all the intelligence gathered by Organization P, which had sacrificed numerous operatives to ensure its accuracy. Of course, this concern did not pertain to Xing. Ing Wei pointed to a circled location on the map and explained gently, "This place is the subbase of the West Sea Revolutionary Army. To prevent the leak of information, it is necessary for the 3 generals to personally guard all exits." Having delivered this information, Ing Wei stepped aside, awaiting Xing's further instructions. Chi Quan contemplated briefly before responding solemnly, "Understood. Please inform me of the specific timing for the operation." At that moment, Xing, clutching the demon blade, softly replied, "Tomorrow morning." Receiving this response, Chi Quan nodded steadily and exited the courtyard. After his departure, Huang Yuan and Qing Ji exchanged glances before quietly leaving as well. With the mission now established, there was no need for them to linger. Watching the retreating figures of the 3 generals, Xing narrowed his eyes, yet remained silent. He then gradually rose and entered the room behind him. The night swiftly passed. The following morning, Ingwei arrived at the quarters of the 3 generals. He raised his right hand and gently knocked on the door, accompanied by a series of knocks. The door was soon opened, revealing Chi Quan's serious countenance. Without any hesitation, he immediately stated his purpose. "General Chi Quan, the time for the encirclement of the Revolutionary Army has arrived." Upon hearing this, Chi Quan silently nodded. He then turned back to his room, picked up his naval cap from the table, and placed it upon his head. Observing Huang Yuan and Qing Ji still lost in slumber, he let out a cold snort and activated his devil fruit ability. Instantly, the searing heat of magma enveloped the entire room. At the moment the heat manifested, Qing Ji and Huang Yuan opened their eyes wide. Subsequently, the power within Qing Ji instinctively surged. A thin layer of frost formed on his surface, quickly blanketing the room and lowering the excessive temperature. After completing this, Qing Ji lazily ran his fingers through his tousled hair and remarked calmly, "Ah, time to execute the mission. With this, he adjusted his military attire and stepped out of the room. Huang Yuan followed suit, stretching out his hands and placing them in his pockets, adding in a somewhat cheeky tone, "Honestly, to make me experience both heat and cold so early in the morning is quite unfriendly." With all three generals having exited their quarters, Ing Wei spoke again. Lord Qing has already proceeded to the scene. Now, it remains for the three generals to fulfill their guarding duties. Upon hearing this, Qi Quan and the others nodded slightly and moved with steady strides toward their designated locations. As the three figures vanished from sight, Ing Wei activated his devil fruit ability, causing his body to undergo a rapid transformation. Thus, unbeknownst to anyone, his form completely disappeared from the spot. After a brief period, Ing Wei successfully returned to Xing's side. Sensing the unusual aura around him, Xing, cradling the demon blade, slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, a flat voice escaped his lips. "The three generals have arrived at their locations?" Without hesitation, Ing Wei promptly replied, "All preparations are complete." Hearing this, a playful smile crept across Xing's face. He then emerged from the shadows, striding boldly toward the Revolutionary Army base before him. Xing's flamboyant figure quickly attracted the attention of the Revolutionary Army. Not long after, soldiers from the Revolutionary Army positioned themselves in his path. Soon, one soldier, somewhat confused, inquired, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Xing sheathed the demon blade at his waist. He then extended his right hand, slowly grasping the hilt of the blade. This action immediately raised the soldiers' guard. They tightened their grips on their weapons. Xing's strength was beyond their capacity to resist, and in an instant, before they could comprehend, their lives were extinguished. Their weapons clattered to the ground with a thud as Xing observed the lifeless body, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Calmly, he uttered, "I merely wish to take a life." With that, Xing stepped over the corpse, continuing deeper into the base. The soldier's demise caused no chaos, for he had deliberately restrained his strength in that strike. At that moment, a stream of crimson light surged from the corpse, seeping into the blade of the demon's sword. Upon witnessing the scene, Xing nodded in satisfaction. Adjusting his glasses, he cast a fervent gaze towards the stronghold of the Revolutionary Army. After a moment, calm words emerged from his lips. "Eradicating all individuals within the base should grant you a significant enhancement. Wouldn't you agree, old friend?" As his words fell, the demonic blade at his waist trembled slightly, seemingly responding to his utterance. Sensing the vibration at his side, a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Without a hint of hesitation, Xing slightly bent his body and stepped into the Revolutionary Army's base. As he delved deeper, the number of revolutionary soldiers before him steadily increased. Yet, without exception, none of these soldiers survived his onslaught. They all became sustenance for the demonic blade. Soon, crimson blood flowed into the parched ground. With the nourishing essence of blood, the cracks in the earth began to close. Gradually, the fissures vanished, leaving only the blood-red soil behind. As the death toll surged, the remaining soldiers of the Revolutionary Army finally detected the peril. Soon, loud voices echoed throughout the base. Listening to the clamor around him, Xing gently wiped the bloodstains from his blade. Pausing for a moment, he murmured to himself, "Have I been discovered? Pray? I had intended to toy with you slowly, but it seems it will not be feasible now. This foolish gathering has merely expedited your demise." With that, Xing came to a halt, quietly awaiting the inevitable. After a while, the once empty courtyard filled with numerous revolutionary soldiers, encircling Xing from all sides. Observing the spectacle, a trace of disdain flickered across Xing's face. At that moment, the vice commander of the Shihai Corps spoke with grave seriousness. "Sir, why must you slaughter my subordinates?" Hearing this, Xing regarded the vice commander with an expression of utter incredulity. After a brief silence, he replied in a tranquil tone, "Is there a need for a reason to kill? I never anticipated that you would be so oblivious to the laws of the jungle on the high seas." As his words resonated, Xing narrowed his eyes towards the vice commander. Suddenly, an aura reminiscent of a sea of corpses and blood surged from him, instilling terror in those present. Soon, a rather frail soldier collapsed, his face ashen as he knelt on the ground, tremblingly exclaiming, "How many lives have been taken?" At the moment those words were uttered, more and more revolutionary soldiers succumbed to fear, losing their will to fight. Deep within the vice commander, the overwhelming dread took root. Yet as a paragon of the Revolutionary Army, he could not afford to display an ounce of fear. Resolving himself, he shifted his gaze, choosing not to fixate on Xing any longer. With this shift, the weight upon the vice commander lessened significantly. He looked at the demoralized soldiers, gritting his teeth in determination. Subsequently, he drew his flintlock pistol and aimed it directly at the soldier seated on the ground, pulling the trigger. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, several soldiers fell backward. The sudden eruption of gunfire shattered the fear gripping the hearts of the soldiers. Seizing the opportunity, the vice commander shouted with fervor, "Soldiers, our vision of equality has yet to be realized. How can we abandon it out of mere fear? Since joining the Revolutionary Army, we have long placed our lives on the line. If we fear not death, how then can we tremble before this simple display of might?" As he spoke, the vice commander raised his right hand, forming a fist. These simple words imparted a newfound strength to the soldiers. They tightened their grips on their weapons, their youthful faces now marked with unwavering resolve. Within the Shihai Revolutionary Army base stood a group of ambitious youths, perhaps illustrating the formidable power of faith. Observing the reinvigorated morale, the vice commander silently exhaled a breath of relief. He then raised his voice once more, "Soldiers, advance." As he spoke, he lifted his flintlock pistol, aiming it at the distant Shing. Without hesitation, he activated his armed color hockey. Instantly, a dark hue surged from his hands. Following that, the armed hockey enveloped the bullet of the flintlock. With a resounding bang, the bullet sped towards Shing, enhanced by the hockey. The bullet's velocity increased significantly, its power amplified. The vice commander silently observed the bullet, awaiting its impact. However, to his dismay, Shing effortlessly dodged it, the entire process posing not the slightest challenge to him. Witnessing this, the vice commander's eyes narrowed as he hastened his trigger pulls. With the sharp crack of gunfire, a barrage of bullets was unleashed. As the bullets approached, Shing raised 2 fingers and positioned them before him. In no time, the fingers glimmered with a dark sheen. At that moment, the bullets arrived before him. Without a second thought, Shing extended his fingers, lightly flicking the bullets aside. To him, the bullets moved at a sluggish pace, accompanied by the metallic clinks. The bullets fell to the ground before him. He then lifted his gaze to the vice commander in the distance. After a brief pause, calm words escaped his lips. "Is this all you are capable of?" Upon hearing this subtle mockery, the vice commander came to a stark realization. With their strength, they could not hope to contend with the adversary before them. Yet, thinking of the commander who was currently in seclusion, he gritted his teeth and contemplated strategies to buy time. As he pondered, he turned to survey his surroundings. Observing the resolute faces around him, he spoke in a deep voice, "Soldiers, charge with me." Upon hearing his words, the soldiers tensed their muscles, silently gazing ahead. Even if the path ahead led to the abyss, they would not retreat a step. Thus, the collective spirit surged to an even greater height. Witnessing this, a sneer of disdain crept across Shing's lips. Then, in a flat tone, he remarked, "That works well. I shall eradicate you all at once, saving me the trouble." After uttering this statement, Shing slightly bent his body, placing his right hand on the hilt of the demonic blade at his waist. Gradually, the aura of a sea of corpses and blood infused into the blade. Simultaneously, a purple phantom holding the blade began to form behind him. At the vice commander's bellow, the battle was set to commence. Facing the advancing foes, Shing unsheathed his demonic blade. With a clang, the blade was drawn, releasing an eerie purple glow. This radiance resonated with the purple phantom behind him. Subsequently, the blade's light surged forth towards the enemies before him, descending with breathtaking speed. In this tumultuous moment, an astonishing velocity, infused with the essence of the wind, sliced through the skin of the onlookers. In an instant, not a single revolutionary soldier before Shing remained unscathed. Even the vice commander, proficient in the mastery of armed hockey, bore 2 gashes upon his arm. Simultaneously, the violet specter behind Shing unleashed a fearsome slash. Thus, 2 deadly strikes cleaved through the ranks of numerous adversaries. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being severed, more and more individuals crumpled to the ground, never to rise again. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the vice commander's eyes turned crimson, tears streaming down his cheeks and falling to the earth. He then extended his right hand to wipe away his tears. After a moment of silence, he rasped, "Soldiers, follow my lead and attack." Upon hearing his words, the surviving revolutionary soldiers rose from the ground, resolutely advancing toward Shing. Observing their determination, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Shing's lips. Immediately thereafter, a mocking voice escaped his lips. "How remarkably tenacious you are. However, my demonic blade thrives on the blood of such individuals. Come, become its sustenance." With these words, Xing carelessly swung his blade. The revolutionary soldiers, fully aware they could not withstand the impending strike, nonetheless pressed onward. Soon, the slash collided with the first wave of enemies, and those at the forefront lost all vitality, collapsing heavily to the ground. Just as the lethal strike was poised to claim more lives, a towering figure emerged before them. With a resounding thud, the strike met the man's palm. The aftermath of the collision swept through the surroundings, toppling many. When the dust settled, the vice commander looked up to behold the distinctive visage of Commander Mori. Filled with remorse, he softly confided, "I am sorry for disappointing you, Commander. The warriors of Shihai have nearly all perished, and I lack the strength to protect them." In response, Mori placed his broad palm upon the vice commander's shoulder, gently patting it twice. He then spoke in a grave tone, "I do not blame you. The enemy's strength was overwhelming. I now issue a new command. Lead the remaining soldiers to flee Shihai and relay the intelligence." Absorbing this new directive, the vice commander was momentarily taken aback. He then inquired directly, "But Commander, what about you?" Mori's lips curved into a hearty smile. Without hesitation, he gave the vice commander a thumbs up, cheerfully declaring, "Ha ha ha. As for me, I shall fulfill my duty as a commander and cover for my beloved subordinates. Hurry and go. This is the most critical task, and I entrust it to you." As Mori withdrew his hand and turned to face Xing, the vice commander hastily wiped away his tears. He clenched his fists, biting down on his molars, and hoarsely commanded, "Soldiers, follow me." Upon uttering these words, he led the remaining revolutionary soldiers out of the courtyard. Sensing their departure, a smile of satisfaction graced Mori's lips. He understood that the vice commander, who often contradicted his strategies, had ultimately chosen to heed his decision this time. As the crowd dispersed, Mori resumed his serious demeanor, his gaze sharp and vigilant, fixed upon Xing in the distance. For him, the task ahead was to delay time as much as possible. Xing had overheard their conversation, yet he made no effort to impede the retreating soldiers. After all, he had anticipated such a scenario long before. Xing held little faith that these battered souls could survive against a general. He then turned his attention to the towering figure before him, a mocking smile forming on his lips. After a brief pause, a cold voice emerged from his lips. "How long do you think you can endure under my strike?" Mori pondered briefly before providing an answer. How long? Who knows? Sometimes, a noble belief may empower one to endure a little longer. Receiving this response, Xing nodded slightly, his tone calm. "Then let me witness what you call faith." With that, Xing swung his demonic blade once more. The blood-red radiance stored within the blade flickered in the wave of his strike, imparting a hint of confusion. Under the influence of this crimson glow, Mori experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. However, with formidable willpower, he quickly regained his composure. Yet, his hasty defense caused him considerable trouble. With a resounding crash, Mori's towering form involuntarily staggered backward several steps. Soon after, he steadied himself. Observing Mori's reaction, the smile on Xing's lips deepened. He squinted slightly, adjusting his glasses with his left hand, and then calmly remarked, "You have piqued my interest." At his words, Mori's expression grew grave. His body tensed as he resumed a defensive posture. To buy more time, Mori summoned all his strength, unleashing his most potent armed haki. He then concentrated this haki on the areas capable of inflicting fatal wounds. Noticing his movements, Xing narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he swung his demonic blade once more. Instantly, an overwhelming force bore down upon Mori. This time, Xing approached the encounter with greater seriousness. Calmly, he declared, "One sword style, demon devourer." With these words, a brilliant purple light erupted from the blade in Xing's hand. Simultaneously, the pale violet specter behind him mirrored the action. Soon, two slashes struck Mori in rapid succession. Accompanied by dull thuds, Mori was compelled to retreat. Even with armed haki, his body could not withstand Xing's assault. Once the dust settled, Mori regained his composure. Standing firm once more, he slowly lowered his gaze to the wounds upon his body. Noticing the blood flowing from his injuries, he pursed his lips and placed his right hand over the wounds. He then activated the power of his push-push fruit. A gentle force emanated from within, halting the blood flow. The blood returned to his body. Upon completing this, Mori gradually withdrew his hand and looked again at Xing, who was not far away. Sensing Mori's gaze, a wicked smile crept onto Xing's lips. Without a moment's pause, he raised his demonic blade again, whispering softly, "One sword style, demon princess." As the words fell, a violet blade of light surged forward, accompanied by a torrent of air, striking fiercely at Mo Li. From this slash, Mo Li seemed to glimpse a stunningly beautiful purple-haired enchantress. However, he quickly tensed every muscle in his body, regaining his focus. The force within him gradually converged into his palms. In an instant, the pale violet blade collided with Mo Li. The force between his palms underwent an immediate transformation, incessantly diminishing the power of the slash. When it was reduced to its minimal extent, Mo Li redirected the blade towards Xing correspondingly, propelled by this counterforce. Mo Li's towering form was involuntarily pushed backward, crashing through numerous structures along the way. After regaining his stance, Mo Li hastily looked up, only to see that the previous strike had reached Xing's front. However, due to the diminished thrust, the strike no longer bore its former might. At this moment, Xing squinted slightly, nonchalantly unleashing a blade of light. With a resounding crash, the two attacks collided, completely canceling each other out. As the dust settled, calm words flowed from Xing's lips. I did not expect you to consume the pushing fruit. Allow me to find it a new master, for you cannot shoulder its responsibilities. One sword style, hunt. As these words fell, Xing raised the demon sword in his hand, pointing it at Mo Li at an angle. He then infused all his momentum into the sword and swung it with sudden ferocity. In the instant the strike was unleashed, Mo Li felt as though he was ensnared. Even his soul was not spared. This slash imparted upon him an inescapable sensation, influencing even his defensive actions. Observing the imminent attack, the force between Mo Li's palms surged once more. Yet, disappointingly, he found himself utterly unable to push against this strike. Soon, Mo Li's colossal frame was sent hurtling backward, obliterating everything in its path. Moments later, he rose from the ruins. Thanks to the protection of his armed color hockey, the strike did not inflict severe external injuries. However, the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth spoke of his frailty. Mo Li extended his right hand to wipe away the blood, his gaze resolutely fixed on Xing. Noticing his unwavering stare, a more pronounced smile crept onto Xing's lips. He then spoke calmly, "The next strike will send you away. One sword style, sever life." As the words left his mouth, Xing slowly swung the demon sword in his hand. This strike moved at an exceedingly slow pace. Even a young child could clearly observe every motion of Xing's sword. However, being able to see the actions did not mean one could evade them. In Montaclis Vision, everything around him began to slow, while the slash magnified before his eyes. He then distinctly felt the blade carve through his body. With a soft squelch, a cloud of blood erupted from his upper body. After the strike, the previous eerie sensation vanished. Feeling the pain radiating from his body, Mo Li gradually lowered his gaze. Soon, the sight of his flesh tearing open filled his vision. At this moment, a faint curve formed at the corner of Mo Li's mouth. Pausing for a moment, he slightly parted his lips, attempting to speak. Yet, the instant he opened his mouth, blood gushed forth like a torrent. The loss of blood was insufficient to sustain him upright. Resigned, Mo Li simply closed his mouth, half kneeling as he gazed at Xing in the distance. He then extended his right hand, beckoning toward Xing. Observing Mo Li's provocation, Xing's expression remained unchanged. He regarded Mo Li with mild surprise, saying, "Oh, you're still alive under the sever life assault. Alas, the outcome is already predetermined." With these words, Xing slowly stepped forward, approaching Mo Li. He then raised the demon's sword in his hand and swiftly sliced across Mo Li's neck. As blood gushed forth, Xing sheathed the sword. Simultaneously, the light in Mo Li's eyes began to fade. He felt the life force within him waning, struggling to lift the corners of his mouth into a smile. Soon, he succumbed to an abyss of darkness, completely losing consciousness. With a thunderous crash, the half-kneeling Mo Li toppled backward. After his demise, the courtyard fell into a hushed stillness. Xing cradled the demon sword once more. Meanwhile, a crimson glow erupted from Mo Li's body, seeping into the sheath, nourishing the demon sword within. Sensing the infusion of blood essence, the sword trembled slightly, responding in kind. Witnessing this scene, Xing nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, "Not bad. This fellow's blood essence is remarkably pure. One individual alone is worth the sum of many commoners." As he spoke, Xing gradually departed the courtyard. After all, the remaining matters were entrusted to the three generals. Seizing the opportunity of the blood essence infusion, he intended to return and contemplate its significance. Meanwhile, the vice commander, who had left early, led the remaining soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, weaving through various alleyways. Along the way, he gathered many scattered individuals. Listening to the sounds echoing behind him, his heart brimmed with anxiety. As the second in command of the West Sea, he was acutely aware of the true strength of the commander. He fully recognized that Xing's terrifying prowess was beyond what the commander could withstand. Yet, recalling Mo Li's charge, the vice commander steeled himself. Clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, he quickly approached a wall. Immediately, a somewhat hoarse voice emerged from his lips. "Remove the wall's disguise." As the words left his mouth, two technicians stepped out from behind him. The two exchanged glances and then crouched down, placing their small boxes on the ground. With a click, the two boxes opened simultaneously. Instantly, gleaming silver instruments appeared before everyone's eyes. Without hesitation, the technicians retrieved the components from boxes. Their hands moved swiftly, and in an instant, the parts were assembled into an entirely new tool. Once the tool was formed, they stepped forward, positioning themselves on either side of the wall. They then embedded the tool into the wall. After completing this task, they silently increased their strength. Before long, a concealed passage began to reveal itself to the onlookers. Seeing this, the vice commander nodded slightly and was the first to step inside. This hidden passage was entirely unknown to the Revolutionary Army soldiers. It had been constructed using Mo Li's pushing fruit ability. Therefore, when the passage emerged, astonishment flooded the eyes of the crowd. However, it was not long before joy crept onto their faces. For the existence of a secret passage meant they had a chance at survival. If given a choice, who would yearn for death? Thus, the revolutionary soldiers swiftly entered the dark passage. As the last of them crossed the threshold, two technicians dismantled the tool from the inside. In no time, the opened wall seamlessly merged back, indistinguishable from its former state. After completing this task, the two exchanged glances and casually discarded the small box into the passage. As this might very well be the final use of the tool, they then hurriedly jogged to catch up with the advancing troops. With their return to the ranks, the vice commander silently quickened his pace. For him, time had become the most precious of commodities, a gift extracted from the life of the commander. Following the memorized route, the vice commander soon arrived at a fork in the path. He gazed at the three passages before him, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, his somewhat hoarse voice emerged once more. "Divide into 3 small teams and choose an exit each. Honestly, I do not know what lies at the end of these exits. However, we share a common mission, to survive and deliver the intelligence to Shihai." As his words resonated, the remaining revolutionary soldiers instinctively divided into 3 small teams. Observing the scene, the vice commander pointed to one passage and continued, "This team follows me. We shall take this route. The remaining 2 exits are yours to choose." Upon hearing his words, the leaders of the other 2 teams made their respective selections. Thus, at the vice commander's directive, the group proceeded toward the 3 exits, each corresponding to a different direction, varying in distance. The vice commander opted for the longest and most perilous exit. As time passed, the first team emerged from the southern exit. Before they could even exhale in relief, a somewhat indifferent voice echoed from behind them. "The remnants of the Revolutionary Army. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." With that proclamation, Akainu, his expression grave, raised both arms. Instinctively, he activated his devil fruit powers, magma swirling within his arms. When his energy reached its peak, Akainu thrust his fists forward, launching fists of molten rock toward the revolutionary soldiers. With a thunderous crash, the molten fist struck the ground. At the moment of shattering, it erupted into countless volcanic projectiles, engulfing all in its path. Under the extreme heat, the revolutionary soldiers could not withstand the onslaught, perishing instantly without even a cry of anguish. Witnessing this, Akainu scoffed, his disdain evident. "Truly, they are feeble." With his words lingering in the air, he strode away from the scene. Moments later, that cold voice once again reached the ears of his aide. "What transpires here does not incite the slightest desire for me to intervene. The remainder is entirely in your hands, aide." Receiving the new directive, the aide solemnly nodded. He then extended his right hand, rendering a precise military salute toward Akainu's departing figure. Once the admiral's silhouette vanished from view, the aide lowered his hand in silence. Subsequently, his sharp gaze surveyed the surroundings as he issued a new command. "All personnel on high alert. Anyone emerging from the cave shall face execution." As the words left his lips, the elite Navy personnel tightened their grips on their flintlock rifles, their expressions grave as they faced the cave entrance. Noticing the demeanor of his comrades, The aide nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the unit led by Akainu maintained a meticulous watch at the southern exit. The skirmish occurring here remained unknown to the personnel of the other two teams, as the distance rendered the sounds inaudible. Meanwhile, the second team slowly emerged from the eastern exit. However, what awaited them was not the safety they had envisioned, but rather a dire predicament. Gazing at the row of dark gun barrels, the members of the second team's expressions shifted, their faces paling in dismay. Observing their reaction, Kizaru leisurely approached the front of the exit. After a brief pause, he remarked with a smirk, "Oh, it seems someone really dared to take this path. How troublesome. I now have extra work to do." At this moment, Kizaru scanned the faces of the crowd. Then, in a tone that dripped with nonchalance, he suggested, "How about we negotiate? You can turn back and choose another route." Hearing his words, the revolutionary soldiers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. However, a resounding voice soon shattered the awkward atmosphere. "Admiral Kizaru, this behavior is unacceptable." The sudden outburst startled Kizaru. Following the sound, he quickly spotted his aide, his face etched with urgency. Observing the aide's expression, Kizaru relaxed, addressing him in a soothing tone. "Oh, come now, no need to be so hasty. It's not a grave matter. Moreover, they might not even accept my proposal." With that, he lifted his gaze once more to the revolutionary soldiers. Feeling Kizaru's scrutinizing stare, the captain of the second team bit his lip and spoke in a low, resolute tone. "The Revolutionary Army has never known the concept of retreat. Brothers, charge with me." As his voice faded, the members of the second team surged toward the nearest Navy personnel. Unfortunately, due to their injuries, their movements were sluggish. At that moment, the prepared elite Navy soldiers swiftly pulled the triggers of their weapons. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the entire second team collapsed onto the cold ground, never to rise again. Observing this, Kizaru shrugged in mild exasperation, muttering, "Really, I even offered you a choice." Yet, his words garnered no response. After a brief pause, Kizaru continued, "Well then, I leave the rest to you. Such lovely weather calls for a good rest." With that, he returned to his previous spot and turned his gaze toward the azure sky, quietly admiring it. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. Observing Kizaru's demeanor, the aide felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. However, he quickly regained his composure. Refocusing, he pointed to the bodies on the ground and spoke sternly, "Two soldiers, clean up this site." As his words echoed, two soldiers stepped forward from the ranks behind him. Without hesitation, they secured their flintlock rifles at their waists, freeing their hands. They then bent slightly and commenced the grim task of clearing the bodies. Satisfied with their actions, the aide nodded approvingly. With the two teams obliterated, the third team, led by the vice commander, also emerged from the northern exit. Soon, a man wearing an eye mask and reclining on a stone came into his view. Upon recognizing the distinctive attire, the deputy commander's pupils slightly contracted. He immediately raised his hand to halt the advance of his companions. After a brief pause, a voice tinged with gravity emerged from his lips. "All units, be on alert. The man before us is Admiral Akiji." Upon hearing his words, the remaining members of the third squad swiftly assumed defensive stances. At that moment, Akiji, who had been resting on the stone, subtly twitched his ears. Subsequently, he removed the eye mask from his face and slowly rose to his feet. Observing Akiji's movements, the deputy commander bent slightly and tightened his grip on the flintlock pistol in his hand. Despite wielding a weapon, it offered him no semblance of security. The chilling touch of the gun only served to further agitate his mind. Noticing the expressions of the gathered soldiers, Akiji's lips curled into a faint smirk. After a brief moment, he stretched languidly and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Ah, it seems the Shihai Revolutionary Army is down to just a handful of you. Star's movements are indeed swift." Hearing Akiji's words, the deputy commander's expression darkened. The moment he spotted Akiji at the northern exit, he comprehended a critical truth. The fundamental reason why Star chose not to pursue was not due to the commander's intervention. Quite the contrary. He had long been aware of the exit's location and had stationed heavy troops to guard it. It was entirely possible that there were admirals positioned at all three exits. Contemplating this, the deputy commander clenched his teeth and spoke gravely. "Soldiers, it appears all three exits may lead to certain doom. I have ultimately failed to fulfill the commander's request." Upon hearing his words, the remaining soldiers exchanged glances, understanding the crux of the matter. After a moment of silence, a resolute young man boldly declared, "Ha, at worst we die. I fear nothing. I have never regretted joining the Revolutionary Army. nor have I ever regretted serving under the commander." With those words, determination gleamed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Akiji in the distance. Subsequently, the other revolutionary soldiers displayed similar expressions. Witnessing this, the deputy commander felt tears welling in his eyes. Soon, a hoarse voice emerged from his lips. "Soldiers, let us charge." As his words fell, the members of the third squad rushed towards Akiji. Fortunately, Akiji's troops were not present at the scene. Otherwise, a mere volley of fire would have resulted in their total annihilation. Watching the approaching individuals, Akiji lazily tousled his disheveled hair. Then his fruit ability involuntarily activated, a cerulean light flickering around him. In an instant, Akiji evaded their attacks. After a brief pause, a calm voice escaped his lips. "Give up, you're not my match." Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the third squad remained unchanged. They charged towards Akiji as if possessed. Observing this, Akiji shrugged and spoke in a low voice. "Ice Blade." As his words fell, he exhaled a breath of cold air, which coalesced into an ice blade in his hand. With the ice blade gripped firmly, Akiji advanced towards the third squad. The disparity between them and the admiral became evident at their first clash. Soon, they found themselves vanquished. Feeling the chill enveloping his body, the deputy commander trembled as he surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that only one soldier remained beside him, tears finally slid down his face, dripping onto the ground. After a prolonged silence, the deputy commander stammered, "This will be our final assault." Hearing his words, the remaining soldier nodded vigorously, summoning all his strength. They exchanged a glance and charged once more at Akiji. Observing their rigid movements, Akiji raised the ice blade and lunged at the deputy commander. At that moment, the last soldier suddenly stepped in front of him, intercepting the strike. However, the sharp ice blade pierced through him, emerging from the deputy commander's back. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed from both their mouths. Akiji then released the ice blade, allowing the two to fall backward. He then waved lazily at his concealed subordinate in the trees. "Let us go. Our task is complete." As his words faded, Akiji strolled leisurely away. His subordinate hurriedly descended from the tree and closely followed in his wake. Thus, the two ambled along the empty, tranquil path. As they walked, the previously clear sky began to weep, a gentle rain commencing to fall in a continuous drizzle. Akiji extended his right hand, letting the raindrops collect in his palm. Feeling the temperature on his skin, a gentle smile graced his lips. After a moment, a serene voice emerged from him. "Everything will get better, won't it?" At that moment, his subordinate caught up from behind. Listening to the words, he nodded affirmatively and replied softly, "Of course, Admiral Akiji." Receiving such a response, Akiji languidly stretched and replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps." As his words faded, their figures faded into the distance. The relentless drizzle washed away the bloodstains on the ground, as if lamenting the loss of lives. Under the rain's cleansing, the ice blade gradually melted, losing its original sharpness. With the disappearance of the ice blade, the wounds began to bleed profusely. The deputy commander, lying below, felt his fingers twitch slightly. After a while, he abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, gasping for breath. The sight before him was that of a revolutionary soldier's beaming smile. Realizing this, the deputy commander's throat constricted, yet he remained silent. He understood that the man before him had perished, having sacrificed himself to shield him. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, the deputy commander pushed the body off him. With a thud, the corpse fell heavily to the ground beside him. Without hesitation, the deputy commander supported himself on the ground, attempting to rise. However, despite his efforts, his weary body refused to obey his commands. Clenching his fists, the deputy commander pounded the ground repeatedly, as this was the only way to vent the tumult of emotions within him. As the rain washed over him, he once more stifled his emotions. Gradually, he lowered his gaze to the still bleeding wound on his abdomen. The deputy commander tore a strip of fabric and tightly wrapped it around the injury, murmuring to himself, "I cannot die yet. The commander's final order still requires my completion." As his words fell, he struggled in the muddy earth, striving to leave his position. Soon, Akiji and his subordinate returned to their original base. With a resounding bang, he pushed open the door before him and entered, accompanied by the crisp sound of footsteps. The gazes of everyone in the courtyard turned towards him. Upon reaching this point, Qing Ji adjusted the collar of his military uniform. The cold raindrops incessantly pelted against him. Soon after, a languid voice emerged from his lips. "Ah, It seems I have returned a tad late. Hearing his words, Xing opened his tightly shut eyes and ceased the motion of wiping his demon blade. After a brief pause, he maintained a serious tone and stated, "The West Sea has been cleared. We shall set off for the North Sea now. To prevent any leakage of information, let these naval soldiers remain stationed here for the time being." As his words fell, Xing slowly rose from his seat. His piercing gaze swept around, awaiting the responses of a few individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, Akainu promptly replied, "Understood. I will now organize the troops." After uttering this, he extended his hands to adjust his naval cap and left with steady strides. Observing his retreating figure, Xing nodded in satisfaction. He then shifted his attention to Huang Yuan and Qing Ji. As Akainu departed, Huang Yuan shrugged his shoulders helplessly and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Got it. Upon finishing his words, he glanced at Qing Ji and similarly took his leave. At this moment, Qing Ji lazily scratched his tousled hair and followed behind him at a leisurely pace. After a while, he murmured to himself, "Honestly, I just arrived." With the departure of the three, the courtyard once again fell into a tranquil atmosphere. In the vast space, the only sound was that of raindrops striking the ground. Listening to the rhythmic patter of rain, Xing closed his eyes, his brow gently unfurling. After a moment of silence, a somewhat indifferent voice escaped his lips. "Let's cleanse all sins just as before, my friend." Exiting the courtyard, Akainu continued his steady march towards the square. As he appeared, the busy soldiers promptly set aside their tasks, their expressions serious as they gazed at their general. Meanwhile, the adjutant hurriedly approached Akainu. With a sharp sound, the whistle on his chest emitted a resounding call. Immediately after, a solemn voice echoed across the empty square, "All personnel, assemble." Receiving the new orders, the troops began to methodically organize themselves. The rain falling from the sky struck heavily upon them, yet it could not deter their resolve. Akainu observed the gradually forming ranks of soldiers, giving a slight nod. Without any hesitation, his cold voice resonated in the ears of every soldier. "The destination is the North Sea. All evil must be eradicated upon the ocean. Set sail." With these words, the naval soldiers in the square advanced in an orderly fashion. Akainu shook his naval cloak slightly and strode confidently towards the port. The multitude of raindrops evaporated as they approached him, rising in wisps of vapor. To the onlookers, the words "justice" emblazoned on Akainu's back stood out vividly. This served as the beacon guiding their direction. Passing through the square, Huang Yuan witnessed this scene and smirked slightly, leisurely commenting, "That Sakazuki fellow is truly formidable." Hearing his words, Qing Ji momentarily halted, raising his gaze. What met his eyes was the very scene just described. Noticing this, he spoke in a languid tone, "That severe injury, no one knows what truly transpired. But Sakazuki has indeed changed." After saying this, Qing Ji once again placed his hands in his pockets and leisurely altered his course. After all, his subordinates were still awaiting his arrival. Listening to Qing Ji's response, Huang Yuan nodded lightly, yet remained indifferent. As long as he was doing well, it mattered little to him what Sakazuki was up to. With this thought, he slowly averted his gaze. As Qing Ji departed, only Huang Yuan remained, quietly traversing the somewhat muddy path. After some time, he casually remarked, "Eradicating the revolutionary army across the seas? It seems utterly futile." His leisurely words were soon scattered by the rain. With the return of the three admirals, the warships at the port were poised to set sail once more. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened a shade further. Subsequently, Xing, accompanied by the shadow guards, slowly boarded Akainu's warship. Following the gathered intelligence, the shadow guards resumed control over the ship's course. Sensing the ship's swift navigation, Xing gave a slight nod, remaining silent. Simultaneously, the demon blade in his arms was placed between his knees. As the warship vanished from this maritime expanse, the previously tempestuous weather gradually improved. Soon, a beam of light broke through the horizon, dispelling the dark clouds entirely. Beneath this downpour, the malevolence of the world government lay buried. Yet, regardless of the time, there will always be one or two individuals who will bring these transgressions back to light. The warship maintained its rapid pace towards the next destination. Meanwhile, the personnel responsible for transporting the historical text had also arrived at the Holy Land, Mary Geos. The officer surveyed the familiar port before nodding slightly. Without any hesitation, he commanded his subordinates to unload the massive historical stone tablet from a ship. Receiving the order, the personnel swiftly assigned their responsibilities. Subsequently, They silently proceeded deep into Mary Geos. The officer adjusted the creases of his suit and then set off with steady steps, leading the way. The guard stationed at Mary Geos certainly noticed the return of the personnel, particularly the enormous stone tablet that captivated their attention. However, they only gazed for a moment before diverting their focus back to their duties. The personnel maintained a rapid mobility, quickly arriving at the square in front of the palace. At this juncture, an arrogant voice compelled them to halt their advance. "Hey, you rascals! That massive stone tablet has caught my eye. I want to keep it as my collectible." Turning to look, the officer soon spotted a celestial dragon riding on a slave nearby. Without a moment's pause, he replied candidly, "Saint Long Zhe Luo La, this colossal stone tablet is desired by Lord Xing. I cannot grant your request." Upon hearing this response, the celestial dragon's countenance darkened significantly. Subsequently, he yanked the whip from behind him and struck it forcefully against the slave beneath him. With the sound of cracking, the crawling slave momentarily halted. Yet, he quickly resumed his motion, continuing to crawl forward. Feeling the movement beneath him, Saint Long Zhe Luo La's mood brightened somewhat. He continued to regard the slave with disdain, murmuring to himself, "Not bad, not bad. After my training, you have become a competent slave." As these words fell, he redirected his gaze back to the officer. Noticing the officer's downcast eyes, the latter dared not meet his gaze. Upon reaching this point, Long Zhe withdrew a diamond-encrusted gun from within his garments. He then slowly adjusted the barrel, aiming it squarely at the head of Officer P, his index finger steady upon the trigger. The officer, sensing the frigid aura of impending death emanating from a short distance away, dared not make any move to defend himself. Thus, time lingered in a slow passage. However, the anticipated sound of the trigger being pulled did not resonate. Simultaneously, Long Zhe disdainful voice pierced through the air, declaring the encounter to be exceedingly dull, devoid of any spirit of resistance. Nonetheless, this immense stone tablet was something that this saint intended to secure. "You are to leave immediately and inform those old fellows." Following this command, Long Zhe casually lowered the gun, directing it towards the shoulder of the slave beneath him. Accompanied by a sharp report, the bullet, imbued with the scent of gunpowder, perforated the slave's shoulder. Observing the crimson blood that flowed forth, he triumphantly shouted, "Useless wretch, make a sound for me." During his tirade, he forcefully drove the gun into the wound. Upon hearing his words, Officer P nodded and promptly turned to leave, making his way deeper into the palace. Caught in the middle, he dared not incite the ire of either party. Long Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the retreating figure of Officer P. Before the grand and opulent palace, Officer P gradually came to a halt. After a brief pause, he continued, "I have urgent matters to report." As his words fell, a figure clad in a white suit emerged slowly from the shadows before the palace. He regarded Officer P with a detached gaze, uttering not a single word, and simply opened the grand doors of the palace. Officer P harbored no dissatisfaction with this action. After all, he was merely a nominal officer, while the majority of true power resided firmly in the hands of Xing. Under his guidance, Officer P swiftly advanced into the depths of the palace. Upon encountering a familiar visage, he knelt without hesitation and solemnly relayed, "Lord Xing, the historical text stone tablet has been returned to the sacred land of Mary Geos." Hearing this, the figure seated at the elevated position, Jin Xing, nodded slightly. However, his subsequent words caused his brows to furrow. Nevertheless, there was an unexpected incident during its transport. He then faithfully reported the events that had transpired. Upon concluding his account, Jin Xing snorted, clearly displeased, and remarked, "These scoundrels are becoming increasingly audacious. Capture that individual immediately." As his command echoed, another star extended a hand to halt the actions of his subordinates. Following that, a rather unremarkable voice reached Jin Xing's ears. "Now is not the time for action. This would only disrupt the Lord's plans. Since the historical text stone tablet has already been returned to the sacred land of Mary Geos, who possesses it becomes trivial." Listening to these words, Jin Xing gradually calmed his previously agitated demeanor. He then waved his hand at Officer P, stating nonchalantly, "Since Long Zhe desires the historical text stone tablet, let be granted to him." With the latest directive in hand, Officer P left the palace without hesitation. As he departed, the palace returned to its usual tranquil atmosphere. After a moment, a soft sigh reverberated within the palace. "It seems our captive breeding plan has been remarkably successful. As descendants of a king, they have begun to exhibit arrogance and foolishness, rendering them inferior to mere refuse. Hearing this, Jin Xing nodded affirmatively, voicing no dissent. Observing Officer P approach, Longza Luolishan expressed his dissatisfaction. What a waste. You've taken far too long. Hurry and tell me the outcome. I have new slaves to train. In response to Longza Luolishan's reprimand, Officer P dared not retort and simply replied, Lord Xing has consented to your proposal. Receiving such a response, a smile crept onto Longza Luolishan's lips. Now that is appropriate. No one can refuse my proposals, not even Xing. At this point, he paused briefly, then glanced at the massive stone tablet in the distance and boisterously commanded, deliver it to my palace. It is a rare collectible. With the stone tablet's arrival, this matter reached a temporary conclusion. Longza Luolishan, mounted upon the slave, strode away towards his palace without a backward glance. Witnessing this, Officer P exhaled a long, weary breath, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. In the North Sea, Minion Island, several warships gradually sailed into the island's harbor. To minimize attention, 3 admirals disembarked first, stealthily infiltrating the island. Their recognizability was exceedingly high. After all, who would suspect a seemingly amiable elderly gentleman? Observing the naval soldiers, the local civilians laboring at the port paused their tasks, drawn to the spectacle. The monotony of their daily work had left them weary. However, a somewhat frail worker, after glancing around, discreetly slipped away from the crowd, heading deeper into the island. His anxious retreat soon caught the attention of the Shadow Guard. Color-changing disguise. With this utterance, an unusual energy fluctuation enveloped the body of the Shadow Guard, swiftly cloaking him from view. His figure gradually vanished from the warship, unnoticed by any onlookers. Thus, the Shadow Guard trailed behind the frail worker, seeking to uncover his destination. After the departure of the worker, Xing, cradling his enchanted blade, descended from the warship with graceful, unhurried steps. According to the intelligence gathered by Officer P, it had only been confirmed that the Revolutionary Army existed on this island, though their precise location remained unknown. To prevent any potential escapes, they had to search methodically. Xing surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly as he emitted a dissatisfied snort. The P organization truly is inept. They cannot even manage this small task. Adjusting his white robe and stroking his bald head, he ventured deeper into the island. Following him were the naval soldiers under the command of the 3 admirals. Witnessing this display, the workers hurriedly averted their gazes, clearing a path. As the Navy departed, they fell into animated discussions. That elderly gentleman seemed to be quite important, surrounded by so many naval soldiers. Important? That has nothing to do with us. I just want to finish my work quickly and return home. After all, my wife is waiting for me. True, let us just get our work done. However, truth be told, Old Wong was once again the first to finish and head home. As the conversation dwindled, the workers hastened their tasks. Regardless of the unfolding events, life must continue. Meanwhile, the Shadow Guard had followed the frail worker into the dense forest on the island's side. Within the thicket, the frail worker turned to survey his surroundings, confirming the absence of any figures. Subsequently, his pace accelerated abruptly, shedding the lethargy he had previously displayed. Upon reaching this point, the Shadow Guard smirked slightly, once more concealing his presence. He deftly navigated through the layers of obstacles beside him, following at a leisurely pace. After approximately the duration of a joss stick's burning, a brilliant red flag, symbolizing the Revolutionary Army, came into view. Confirming their position, the Shadow Guard intended to withdraw. However, a faint voice soon disrupted his plans. Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Do you look down upon my Beihai Wuya? Hearing the voice, the Shadow Guard hesitated in his departure. He raised his head in surprise, gazing towards the source of the sound. Shortly after, a man clad in a black feathered coat, his head completely bald, came into view. Observing this glaring feature, the Shadow Guard nodded in slight satisfaction. Truly deserving of the title of Commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Forces. Despite my careful concealment, you still detected my presence. Resolutely, he dismissed his fruit ability. As his form gradually became apparent, the Revolutionary Army soldiers quickly adopted defensive stances. Due to the haste of the situation, their formation was somewhat disarrayed. As most revolutionary soldiers were merely commoners unwilling to be exploited, their combat skills were mediocre, lacking the rigorous training necessary for discipline. Pathetically weak, they appeared utterly vulnerable. The Shadow Guard scoffed, observing their clumsy defensive postures. Hearing the derision in the air, Weiyao raised his right hand and gestured to those behind him. After a brief pause, he continued, "His presence indicates our base has been compromised. Everyone prepare to relocate. As for this man before us, I shall handle him. With the new command, the members of the Revolutionary Army slowly retreated, intending to abandon their base. Witnessing this, the Shadow Guard crossed his arms and spoke coolly. Thinking of leaving? Do you not find it a bit too late? As his words fell, he abruptly produced a cylindrical object from his bosom. He aimed the cylinder skyward and pulled the fuse. With a resounding crack, a brilliant flash illuminated the azure sky, capturing the attention of all on the island. In the center of the street, Xing cradled his demonic blade and halted. Gazing at the light above, a bloodthirsty smile crept upon his lips. Immediately, his authoritative voice rang out to the naval soldiers behind him. Leave a squad to guard the island's perimeter. The rest advance towards the light. Under his command, the naval soldiers marched in unison towards their objective. The three admirals who had landed on the island earlier were the first to notice the distant signal. Akainu adjusted the rose on his chest, lowered his hat, and strode forward. After a few steady steps, his slightly somber voice echoed nearby. Let us proceed. It is time for us to make our entrance. After dealing with this matter, I must return to capture pirates. Upon hearing his words, Kizaru twitched his lips and murmured, "Oh, the diligent Admiral Akainu. How terrifying. What do you think, Akiji?" Akiji raised the eye patch on his face and slowly rose. He stretched lazily and ruffled his tousled hair, his tone dripping with nonchalance. "Alas, it appears I cannot slack off. Baihing is overseeing our work." As he spoke, Akiji thrust his hands into his pockets and ambled after Akainu. Such reasonable words, Kizaru chimed in, ceasing his chatter as he followed the two. Observing the changes in the sky, Wia's expression darkened. He activated his Kinbunshiku haki, sensing the surrounding situation. Within his perception, more and more individuals were converging towards their direction. Subsequently, he shouted with all his might, "Quickly retreat. We are surrounded." Upon hearing this, the soldiers' faces turned pale, and they hurriedly began to retreat. Unfortunately, their movements were still somewhat sluggish, as the approaching footsteps grew increasingly dense. The Shadow Guard listened intently to the sound around him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You will not escape. You shall remain here." With his words, the Shadow Guard extended his arms, stepping gracefully from the tree. The armed haki surged within him, enveloping his fists. Without hesitation, his jet-black fists surged towards Wuya. Sensing the ferocious attack, Wuya quickly focused his scattered attention. He raised his own fist, preparing to clash with the Shadow Guard. With a resounding thud, their fists collided. Faced with the overwhelming force, Wuya involuntarily stepped back twice. Yet those two steps illuminated the disparity in their strengths. Wuya shook his slightly numb arms, furrowing his brow as he contemplated a solution. Meanwhile, naval soldiers emerged from all directions, surrounding everyone. However, they did not rush to attack. Instead, they instinctively cleared a path. Wuya observed the naval soldiers' actions with confusion. Yet this path was the least populated, most suitable for a breakout. He signaled to his companions with his right hand and adjusted his body slightly in that direction. However, the appearance of figures ahead abruptly halted his movements. Looking forward, he saw Akainu, clad in a dark red suit, and adjust his cloak, approaching slowly. Behind him followed the laid-back Akiji and the indifferent Kizu. Upon recognizing the three, whispers of fear spread among Wia's comrades. Admiral Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji. The entire trio of admirals had mobilized to confront them. Hearing the murmurs, Wia clenched his fists involuntarily, only to let them go limply. In the face of such a situation, he found himself utterly powerless, a shadow of despair cloaking his heart. Soon, Akainu reached the forefront of the group. He regarded the revolutionary soldiers before him, raising his right hand into a fist. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed in the ears of every naval soldier present. "Prepare." The soldiers, receiving the command, raised their flintlock rifles, pointing them toward the encircled individuals. "Fire." As the words fell, the naval soldiers decisively pulled the triggers. Instantly, gunfire resonated throughout the dim forest. Dense bullets rained upon the revolutionary soldiers, each comrade falling one after another, deeply affecting Wia's sanity. His eyes, bloodshot and wide, turned towards Akainu. In that moment, rage consumed his mind. Aware he was no match, Wia charged recklessly towards Akainu, seeking vengeance for his fallen comrades. These ordinary bullets posed no threat to him, as they were merely meant to eliminate commoners. Observing Wia's relentless advance, Akainu frowned slightly, his dissatisfaction evident as he remarked, "This reckless fool is truly insufferable." Would it not be better to await your demise quietly? As he spoke, Akainu lowered the brim of his hat. Streams of lava began to churn and roll across his body. In an instant, his body temperature surged dramatically. The nearby Qing Ji and Huang Yuan immediately sensed the transformation in Qi Inu. Huang Yuan observed Sakazuki's movements, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he nonchalantly remarked, "Ah, it seems I'll soon be able to return for a rest." After uttering this phrase, Huang Yuan leisurely leaned against the treetop, quietly watching the ensuing battle. Listening to the sounds around him, Qing Ji nodded slightly, replying in a languid tone, "Ah la la la, indeed. In that case, I shall take a brief nap. Do not forget to wake me, Huang Yuan." With that simple remark, Qing Ji pulled down the eye mask from his hair to cover his eyes. Soon, his breathing returned to calmness. Before Qi Inu, a completely black crow soared swiftly through the air. As the distance closed, the temperature between the two escalated rapidly. The crow's feathers emitted a strong scent of charred flesh. Yet, undeterred, the crow charged directly into Qi Inu's attack range. It raised its transformed wings high and slashed toward Qi Inu. The wings were enveloped in its most potent haki. To ensure the effectiveness of this attack, the crow even forsook its defense, relying solely on its physical form to withstand the searing heat of the magma. With a resounding thud, the assault of the wings was halted. Before the smoke could dissipate, Qi Inu's chilling voice emerged from within. "Is this the extent of the Revolutionary Army cadres?" With those words, Qi Inu morphed his molten arm into the shape of a dog's head. The lava dog head elongated, lunging towards the crow before it. In an instant, it completely engulfed the crow. The intense heat of the lava continued to scorch the crow's entire body. Having abandoned its defenses, the crow's form began to ignite. Continuous cries of agony echoed in Qi Inu's ears. Without a hint of mercy, the magma surrounding Qi Inu surged once more towards the crow. Gradually, the screams diminished until they faded into silence. Sensing the absence of the crow's presence, Qi Inu dispelled the magma enveloping him. As the lava receded, a withered corpse lay upon the charred earth. Qi Inu cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. He removed his hat, shook off the dust, and then replaced it. Meanwhile, the changes around him came into view. After a brief pause, Qi Inu articulated his new command: "Mission accomplished, return to headquarters." Under the guidance of various commanders, the Navy soldiers sheathed their weapons and began to form orderly ranks for their return journey. Huang Yuan and Qing Ji ambled over to Qi Inu's side, following the direction of his gaze, revealing a ground strewn with corpses. Adjusting his sunglasses, Huang Yuan raised his hands and exclaimed dramatically, "How terrifying! To have defeated the enemy in an instant." Qi Inu snorted coldly, responding indifferently, "Do not wear such an expression. I might be compelled to strike you." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan quickly assumed a gesture of surrender. "Perhaps not. Allow me to take my leave first to report to Marshal Sengoku." With that, Huang Yuan transformed into a flash of light, soaring into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Watching Huang Yuan's departing figure, Qing Ji lazily remarked, "He truly is quite enthusiastic." Summary: reborn into the world of pirates, Dracula soon activated a system. However, after the system issued a task, it fell into slumber. Only when Dracula inadvertently consumed the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the angel fruit in its fallen angel form, did the system awaken once more. By this time, his heart had turned cold, and becoming stronger was his sole obsession. Anyone who obstructed his path to strength became his enemy. To deal with enemies, there was but one word: kill. To annihilate them in utter chaos, to leave a sea of corpses in his wake.